This scruffy beggar before me has surprisingly lived for 10,000 years. During the era of cultivation, he practiced dual cultivation with the Empress. He has also paid respects to the Demon Lord. He has even bowed to the Demon Emperor. This is because, at the age of 18, he accidentally crossed over to a mysterious otherworld. Yi Cho, who has been wandering in the otherworld, finally awakened a sign-in system one day. He just needs to sign in at a certain location in this world. He will receive some magical items, ranging from food to fill his stomach, to top-tier cultivation manuals. There are even divine skill books. And on the day he is signed in for a full 10,000 years, the system suddenly informed him that the task was over and he could go home. It was around 2 a.m. Yi Xiao was still carrying out her live streaming task for the day. There were still 2 hours left until the end of today's live stream duration. A few of his loyal viewers were interacting with her. Yao Yao, have you seen that news recently? What news? I've been busy with exams and helping with papers, hardly any time to catch up on news. The fan group sent out a warning. Yao Yao, you need to be careful. Yi Xiao picked up her phone and opened it. Attention, attention. Recently, there has been a costumed pervert continuously harassing women in our province. When he catches someone, he asks if they are his sister, with no one spared, from 80-year-old inmates to teenage students. So far, dozens of people with the same name have been affected. Investigations revealed that all the victims share the name Yi Xiao. Therefore, those named Yi Xiao should be cautious when going out, especially when home alone, and take safety precautions. If you encounter a pervert, please quickly call the police at 325XXXX. What the hell is that? Yi Xiao found this absurd warning both funny and frustrating. Yao Yao, you should come home early these nights, or stay at your best friend's place. Yi Xiao has a best friend named Ling Xiaoxiao, and they have been close since childhood. However, Ling Xiaoxiao's family isn't well off either, so even if she went, it wouldn't be right to take up space in that small room. It's fine, I'm doing well, Yi Xiao said with a smile, waving her hand. Seeing her state, a few loyal viewers couldn't help but pay, thinking this girl is quite brave. After a while of streaming, Yi Xiao told her roommate she was going to the bathroom. On the way, she saw a notification on her phone that referred to women named Yi Xiao as sister. Sitting on the toilet, memories flooded back to her. She was only 5 years old when her family of 4 went on a trip, but they encountered an accident, and her parents lost their lives while trying to protect their 2 children. Her only brother, 18-year-old Jiqiu, suddenly went missing during the hospital rescue. Now, seeing this news again, for some reason, she felt that things were not so simple. After finishing up, she opened the bathroom door. Suddenly, she felt a shadow at the door. Her rented room was small, a 1-bedroom with a living room and a bathroom, and the door was not far from the bathroom. She stiffly turned her head, and when her gaze fell on the shadow, she felt a chill. The news about the costumed pervert flooded her mind. Yi Xiao felt she had no time to think. Fear and terror took over as she grabbed a glass vase from the nearby counter and hurled it at the shadow. However, just as the vase was about to hit, it suddenly flew from her hand and landed safely far away, leaving her in shock. Only then did Yi Xiao finally see the true face of the shadow. It was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s, and his appearance was strikingly similar to her brother's when the incident happened. However, he was wearing tattered clothing that resembled traditional Han attire. Yi Xiao was stunned as a pleasant voice came from the man. "You are my sister." The word sister exploded in her mind. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Yi Xiao walked over to open the door. At the door stood several police officers. "Hello, are you Miss Yi Xiao? We received information that a costumed pervert is scouting around your home." Before the leading officer finished speaking, he spotted Yi Qiu standing behind Yi Xiao. "That's him. Miss Yi Xiao, be careful, he's coming up behind us." The officer quickly pulled Yi Xiao behind him. Then, the officers raised their guns, aiming directly at the rumored costumed pervert in front of them. "Ha, we finally caught you, pervert. Now get down." However, the officer's show of force seemed to have no effect. The young man's gaze remained fixed on Yi Xiao. His pitch-black eyes were filled with endless excitement. This time he was sure he had finally found his sister. At that moment, Yi Xiao's expression began to change as well, reflecting that feeling. He quickly stopped the officer with handcuffs who was about to step forward and asked the costumed man, "What is your name?" "My name is Yi Qiu." "Yi Qiu," Yi Xiao murmured. "My brother is indeed named Yi Qiu, and he has been missing for many years. But he can't be this young." Yi Xiao's face showed a hint of anger. Upon hearing this, the officer became even more certain that Yi Qiu was just a pervert who harassed women. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw the man pull out something resembling a household registration book from his tattered clothing. "This is our household registration book. It happened to be on me the day of the incident, you can take a look. Yi Xiao looked at the household registration book Yichio had taken out in surprise. Such a thing couldn't be faked. Moreover, the police officers present could verify it. He was also holding a phone, and the screensaver displayed an old photo. In it were him, their parents, and brother Yichio. He raised his hand, looking at the phone's screensaver and then at the young man before him, tears falling unconsciously. No need, Yi Xiao's voice was tinged with a hint of crying, yet she smiled. She stepped out from behind the officer, suddenly revealing a long-lost smile. Brother, welcome home. After 10,000 years, Yichio finally felt the embrace of family again. He patted Yi Xiao's back and said, I'm back. From now on, he, Yichio, would protect his only sister. This process happened too quickly, leaving everyone stunned. Even the police had no time to react. The costumed pervert was indeed looking for his sister. Brother, I'll sleep on the floor tonight. You've been through so much, just rest well. Tomorrow, we'll rent a 2-bedroom apartment. Yi Xiao was still just an 18th tier streamer. She had to balance university and streaming to support herself, and she had a little savings. She noticed Yichio's tattered clothing, as if he had just returned from ancient times. This led her to conclude that Yichio had not lived well over the years. There's no reason for you to sleep on the floor, just go to bed. Yichio glanced around the room. It was about 30 square meters, a 1-bedroom with a living room, a bathroom, and a small kitchen. The space was quite cramped. Compared to the vast space in that other world, it felt incredibly small. He needed to think of a way to change Yi Xiao's living environment. He remembered living in a place that spanned tens of thousands of square meters, a heavenly palace. It was wonderful. There were mountains and rivers, and some fun and rare beasts. The only downside was the lack of people. Brother, just listen to me. I won't sleep yet, I still have to stream. Thinking about how she hadn't met the required streaming duration today gave Yi Xiao a headache. You see, for 18th tier streamers like her, it's all about the streaming duration. There were hardly any viewers in the stream, and without the minimum duration, there wouldn't be much money. Fortunately, Yi Xiao was very beautiful. She still had a few loyal fans who watched her streams regularly. At this moment, she walked over to the computer that she hadn't had time to shut down. Yi Xiao was somewhat curious about the live streaming. Yeah, brother, didn't you know? Yi Xiao thought it made sense. Back when the incident happened, there were no streaming platforms. These platforms like Douyin and Huya only became popular in the last 2 years. Brother, you've had such a hard time these years. You probably don't even know what live streaming is. I don't know. Yi Xiao shook his head. Can you eat? Yi Xiao chuckled. There are indeed eating streams, but I stream games, which is more about showcasing myself on the platform. Not really understanding, Yi Xiao stepped forward and looked at Yi Xiao's computer. What is this? Yi Xiao was even more surprised. Brother, this is a computer. Computer? Not that kind of bulky desktop you mentioned. Right. It's that kind. I remember getting scolded by Dad for going to internet cafes back in the day. Hearing Yi Xiao say this, Yi Xiao felt a pang of heartache. How had her brother lived these years, not even knowing about LCD computers? Brother, why don't you come watch my stream? Sure. Yi Xiao would agree to anything his sister asked, so he stood beside Yi Xiao. When Yi Xiao started streaming, a few of her loyal fans were surprised to see that there was not just Yi Xiao on the screen. Yao, why is there a man next to you? This is my brother. You should know that I got separated from him when I was little, but I just found him today, Yi Xiao explained with a smile to her few loyal viewers. However, she didn't mention that Yi Xiao was the costumed pervert everyone was looking for. Wow, congratulations Yao. The guardian of the goddess Yao sent a high-energy alert, and Lu Bai sent 666 by 1. Yi Xiao saw 2 gifts suddenly appear on the screen and quickly thanked them. Yao, why are you a bit flushed? You weren't like this earlier. What happened? It's been cold at night lately. You didn't go out without a coat, did you? Before Yi Xiao could finish her sentence, she sneezed and felt a bit dizzy. After a few more sneezes, she decided to get some water. Before she could get up, she saw a figure approaching with a cup of hot water. You have a cold and fever. Take this, Yi Xiao said, handing Yi Xiao a cup of hot water with one hand and a small yellow pill with the other. He gently touched her forehead with his index finger, confirming she had a high fever of 39 degrees. What is this? Yi Xiao asked curiously, looking at the pill in her palm. It's for treating colds. You'll feel better after taking it. Dazed, Yi Xiao didn't ask further and swallowed the small yellow pill with the hot water. She felt a warm sensation spread throughout her body, and after beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, the headache vanished, along with the fatigue from staying up late. What happened? Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised at that moment. A few fans in the live stream were advising her to go rest, but Yi Xiao felt energetic now. She had no mood to rest, so she smiled and said, "It's fine, I took the medicine, and I feel completely better, thanks to my brother." Hey, Yao's face isn't as red as before, and her spirits seem much better now. Really? Just one pill made her better? She looked like she had at least a 38-degree fever earlier. My brother said it was about 39 degrees, Yi Xiao recalled her brother's earlier action. He just touched her forehead with his finger and knew the temperature. That shouldn't be possible, Yi Xiao thought, not giving it much further consideration. The regular fans in the livestream were just curious and didn't think much of it. Yi Xiao streamed until 4 a.m., finally reaching the required duration for the day. That night, Yi Xiao had trouble sleeping. After all, her brother, who had been missing for 15 years, had returned, and she was no longer living alone. The cold stares and ridicule she had faced throughout her life would no longer exist. With that thought, Yi Xiao finally fell into a peaceful sleep. The next day, Yi Xiao had just woken up. She saw Yi Qiu in the living room, fiddling with something. "Brother, what are you doing?" Yi Xiao walked over to take a look. She discovered he was tinkering with a small, seemingly broken cauldron he had found somewhere. "I'm refining medicine," Yi Qiu said while checking the heat inside the cauldron. He added, "You had a cold last night. After taking this, you won't get sick again." "You won't get sick again?" Yi Xiu was skeptical. After all, every normal person gets sick. And what could such a shabby cauldron possibly refine? Yi Xiu thought Yi Qiu was joking. "I'm already better. Didn't you give me a pill last night?" Indeed, Yi Xiu found it strange. She had a 39-degree fever, and yet one pill made her better. Was her fever fake? Maybe this time it worked, but I might get sick again in the future. "Don't worry, after taking this, you won't get sick again," Yi Qiu said, handing Yi Xiu a refined pill. Yi Xiu looked at the light blue pill, hesitated for a moment, and then swallowed it with plain water. The moment the pill went down, a magical refreshing sensation spread throughout her body. "All right, brother, come with me to find a house today. Now that there are two of us, we can't live in a one-bedroom anymore." He needed to find at least a two-bedroom apartment. Moreover, the house needed to be close to the school. Yi Qiu obediently put away his small cauldron. Yi Xiao didn't see clearly and suddenly realized the cauldron had vanished. Shaking his head, he began to put on his shoes at the door. "Wait at home, I'll go buy you some clothes." After saying that, Yi Xiao closed the door. Yi Qiu glanced at his outfit, which he had obtained from signing in at that mysterious space. Although this outfit seemed out of place in society, it was an incredibly powerful piece of armor. Not only in this world, but even in that mysterious space, no weapon could pierce this armor. Soon, Yi Xiao returned home with a set of casual sportswear. Although Yi Qiu was reluctant to part with his precious armor, he accepted it as his sister's heartfelt gesture. In the end, he changed into the clothes Yi Xiu had bought. Walking down the street, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. As they passed by the most expensive neighborhood in Zhangchang, Yi Xiao looked up and sighed, "I really envy those who can live here." Beside her, Yi Qiu heard this and glanced at the ordinary neighborhood next to them. He looked back at Yi Xiu and asked, "Do you want to live in there? Brother, do you know where this is?" Yi Qiu doesn't have a particular place to live, but when he was in that mysterious space, he lived in a pretty big place, you know. "Here is called Junlin, is the most expensive district in the city. A house can even sell hundreds of millions of it," Yi Xiu said, eyes are longing. "Hundreds of millions of houses, this 18-line small anchor, this life is probably impossible." And Yi Autumn, after seeing Yi Xiao's expression, secretly will write down the name of this place. He died early, plus he had lived in that different world for tens of thousands of years, and he did not know much about the world he had lived in for only 10 years. Previously, it was not easy to remember the desktop computer, and for the amount of 100 million, although there was that concept, it was a little vague. After all, 10,000 years ago, his memory, no matter how good, will not remember too much. The only engraved in the bone and blood inside is their own relatives. Finally, Mr. Yip found a two-bedroom, one-room, hardcover room for about 4,000 yuan a month, not expensive in a place like Zhangcheng. At night, Yi Xiu found a moving company. Yi Autumn, looking at the moving company, those things one by one on the truck, cannot help but throw a lip. "If you know to move so, you should let me come." "Brother, are you kidding? These things, how can you move alone?" Yi Xiao took a look at his own brother, that body. "How to think it is impossible." Yi Qiu said, "I don't have to move, directly put these things into my storage space on the line." Yi Xiao heard the 4 words storage space, directly laughed out of the sound. "Brother, do you also want to say that your storage space, you can put anything in it, the space inside is infinite? How can something like this, which is only in fairy novels, be real?" And Yi Qiu is a serious face. How do you know about his storage space, when the case says only he knows about it, and how does his sister know about it? Yi Xiao smiled and pulled Yi Qiu, pushing him on the car. "Of course I know, hurry up to the car," immediately set off. Yi Xiao didn't give Yi Qiu the chance to prove, two people sitting moving company car to a new place. Yi Chio things are not much. Yi Shio in the daytime has bought him a new quilt, peacetime supplies, is moving and buying new things, which has let Yi Shio spend a lot of money. As soon as he opened the live broadcast in the evening, he saw someone saying Yao Yao on the bullet screen. You're finally on the air, so if it's convenient, can you ask me what your brother gave you yesterday? The fever-reducing medicine I took yesterday. That should be just ordinary fever-reducing medicine, but the effect is really good after taking it. After all, he is one of his few die-hard fans. Yi Shio immediately got up ready to ask Yi Autumn. And just then, Autumn Leaves took their own little dance stove, came out of the room. He was holding the stove in his left hand, and his right hand snapped his fingers in midair, and a burst of red flames rose from the center of the stove. And Yi Xiao's computer camera just caught this scene. The studio audience was shocked. Yao Yao, what's that in your brother's hand? Yi Xiao took a look at Yi Chio sitting on the sofa, messing with the small top. I think it's one of my brother's toys. What toys do I have? What toys do I have? No, it's not the toys. It's your brother. Is he a magician? After all, in everyone's cognition, there is only magic, and the sorcerer can ignite the flame with a snap of his fingers. Yao Yao, ask your brother if that pill he gave you last night was made in this way. Yi Xiao looked at, finally some lively up the barrage. He did not want to sweep everyone's interest, so took the camera towards the position of Yi Chio walked in the past. Brother, what are you doing? Refining medicine, like 2 words so from the mouth of Autumn Yi say. The barrage exploded. Practicing medicine can be Tao friends do not know which school, but they are also familiar with the technology of refining medicine. Ha ha ha, in medicine, the Yao is also 2F. How old is your brother was wearing last night to see him feel not ordinary people, did not think of return true not ordinary people, and your brother is a pharmacist. What's going on? Today Yao Yao live how the bullet screen is refining medicine. Have you begun to study the cultivation of fairies? Yi Shio looked at the bullet screen in the broadcast room and looked at it again, staring at the Yi Autumn alone with a serious face. Are you okay, brother? By fine, he probably means fine. Yi Chio also don't know. Yi Xiao now holding in his hand is a live camera. Of course I'm fine. I'm working on a potion for you that will keep your skin from getting worse all night long. That is really thank brother, although Yi Xiao does not believe, but the heart is still very moved. After all, brother twice took out this small tripod, said to give him refining pills or something. Don't worry, it will be done soon. Never studied this kind of Dan Fong before, Yi Chio solemnly said, his hands placed on both sides of the Dan furnace. I saw a slight movement of his palm. The next second, the sound of the flame is heard by the audience. Looking inside, the red flame in the Dan furnace also began to grow larger, and the camera was very close to the Dan furnace. Netizens can even clearly see the flames dancing inside, and the teenager in front of him, which is serious and puts his hands beside him, seems to be controlling the flame in general. Be careful, brother, don't accidentally start a fire or something. Yi Xiao watched the flames gradually growing stronger, turned around to set the camera properly, and went to find a fire extinguisher in the room, ready at any moment. At this moment, her usually quiet live streaming room began to liven up. Wow, this magic trick is pretty amazing. Alchemy. Could it be that Yao Yao's brother is really an alchemist? Just a severe case of middle school syndrome. Yao Yao, about that pill I mentioned earlier. Xiao Gang is as fierce as a tiger, rewarded a super rocket. Yi Xiao's livestream had never been very popular. While many fans would send gifts like cards, rockets were extremely rare. So she hurried back to her seat, happily thanking the boss. Why did the camera turn away? I still want to see your brother making potions. Does the streamer's brother still fantasize about being a great hero or something? Or a wine sword immortal? And can he fly with a sword? Yao Yao, your brother is so cute. I want to see if he actually made any pills. Yi Xiao noticed the suddenly increased barrage of comments and felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, she was used to the quiet, and the sudden noise made it hard for her to keep up. In the end, she could only pick a few comments to respond to. To the friend who asked about the pill earlier, my brother said not to disturb him while he's making potions. I'll ask him after he's done. As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, she heard a soft puff beside her. She turned her head to find that the flames in the alchemy furnace had disappeared. Yi Chio looked at the pill on the table and walked towards Yi Xiao. Sis, I finished. He glanced at Yi Xiao's computer screen. You're streaming again? Yeah. After all, this was Yi Xiao's job. So they can see us now? When Yi Chio died, live streaming hadn't even existed. Plus, after 10,000 years, all these flashy things had long since faded from his mind. Yes, they can see us. Wow, seeing the streamer's brother up close, he's really handsome. I've never seen such a good-looking guy in my life. Is your brother a professional? I saw him in a different outfit last night. As soon as Yi Chio saw someone mention his exquisite armor, he perked up. That exquisite armor has already been stored in my storage space. Exquisite armor, storage space, streamer, I see your brother is no longer just a severe case of middle school syndrome. Ha ha ha, brother, can I also have a piece of exquisite armor? Yicho replied seriously, sure, but you'll have to trade me a villa of the highest quality. Yao Yao seems to really like that place. Since she likes it, he would find a way to help her get it. Hiss, no wonder it's exquisite armor. It's worth a villa of the highest quality. I underestimated my brother too much. Yi Xiao felt a bit unhappy seeing the comments teasing her brother. After all, no matter what, Yi Qiu was still her real brother. So she pouted, enough, okay? My brother just got home, don't make fun of him. Sorry, Yao Yao, we didn't mean it. It's just that your brother is too interesting. We have no ill intentions. Yao Yao's loyal fan rewarded a super rocket. Yao Yao, we're sorry, but we really want to see your brother making potions, haha. At this moment, Yi Xiao was still worried about her brother being bullied. But who knew, almost all the comments were about wanting to see Yi Xiao making potions. Yao Yao, I'll send you 10 rockets. Can you ask your brother for one of those pills? Yi Xiao shook her head at the comments. No way, that pill doesn't have any production instructions or certifications. What if something goes wrong if someone eats it? No way, no way. How about I sign an agreement with you? I'll take full responsibility for everything. As soon as this fan finished speaking, Yi Xiao saw several rockets rising in the live stream. King Kong Daddy rewarded the streamer with a super rocket. Thank you, King Kong Daddy, for the 10 super rockets. In line with the basic etiquette of a streamer, Yi Xiao hurriedly thanked the audience who donated. After some coaxing, Yi Xiao finally agreed to help get a pill of that kind. Thank you, Yao Yao. Ask your brother how much it costs per pill. I won't take advantage of you. Yi Xiao smiled wryly and nodded. Those 10 rockets should have been enough to buy that pill by now. Brother. Yi Xiao approached Yi Qiu. Can you give me another one of those pills you gave me yesterday? I have an audience member who wants one. That fever-reducing pill? Of course. Then, brother, he wants to know how much it costs. What do you mean how much? Just give it to him. After saying this, Yi Qiu pulled out a pill identical to the one Yi Xiao had taken yesterday from somewhere. Yi Xiao thought about how her fan had already sent 10 rockets, so she certainly couldn't ask him for money now. She then asked for the fan's address, planning to send the pill the next day. Yi Xiao was still live streaming. Although the audience wanted to see Yi Qiu refine pills, he had already put away the alchemy furnace. He started a game. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Qiu picked up a flyer to look at. Yao Yao, is the price of this Junlinipin house really like this? At that moment, the flyer Yi Qiu held was for the most expensive villa in Jiangcheng, Junlinipin. Yi Xiao was focused on the game. Brother, don't look at that. We can't afford a house there. Hee, I'm just looking. Yi Qiu had been away from this world for far too long. 10,000 years. For him, it was neither long nor short. He had bought houses from others in that space before, probably for tens of thousands of spirit stones. Now, how many spirit stones would several 100 million equate to? No one had told him. So, Yi Qiu walked over to Yi Xiao, who was live streaming the game, and asked, Yao Yao, if 10,000 spirit stones were converted to today's money, how much would that be? As soon as he said this, the live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, spirit stones are coming out. Old brother, if there really were spirit stones, I estimate that a few tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of RMB could buy one spirit stone. Spirit stones are actually so valuable? Yi Qiu glanced at the mountain of high-grade spirit stones piled up in his storage space, contemplating whether to take some out to buy a house for his sister. Streamer, your brother is really a heavy cultivator enthusiast. Is he going to face tribulation next? The magical little pill. Face tribulation? Yi Qiu scoffed. Those little lightning bolts from the heavenly Tao feel like ant bites when they hit me. The live stream erupted in laughter again. Streamer, your brother is too interesting. Make sure to let him appear more often. Exactly, I also want to see the old brother brag. Yi Xiao looked at the audience's comments. Although she felt a bit embarrassed, it was rare for the live stream to be so lively. Don't take what my brother says seriously. He hasn't been home for so long that he's not familiar with many things. Yeah, it's probably been about 10,000 years. His impression of this world is already quite vague. Yi Qiu also sighed. Yi Xiao chuckled. Brother, you look so young. How could you possibly have lived for 10,000 years? Besides, the normal human lifespan is only about 100 years. How could anyone live for over 10,000? Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu frowned and looked at Yi Xiao seriously. There are those who are immortal. 10,000 years is already quite short. Yi Xiao looked at her brother, who was almost obsessed with cultivating immortality, and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, she was also quite curious. Where had Yichio been for the past 15 years since his disappearance? What had he experienced? Why did he look almost the same as he did 15 years ago, even more handsome? This was probably Yi Xiao's only doubt. Yao Yao, your brother is amazing. He's lived for over 10,000 years. Keep talking, Yao Yao, don't stop the stream. I just love hearing your brother brag. This was just like that one heavily delusional guy at their school who claimed the apocalypse was coming, that the earth would revive its spiritual energy, and that there would be an invasion from other races. The things he said could fill a book. Streamer, let me listen to your brother brag. Yi Xiao helplessly watched the barrage of comments in the live stream. But thanks to Yi Xiao's delusions, the number of viewers in the stream had started to double in the past few days. The gifts and donations were also increasing. If it continued like this, she could probably earn over 10,000 yuan in a month. She just wondered if they would leave if they found out Yi Xiao was joking. After all, Yi Xiao relied on live streaming for a living and couldn't afford to lose her audience. Bro, if you don't believe me, I can look it up online. The longest living person in the world is just under 150. As for Yi Xiao's claim of 10,000 years, that was simply ridiculous, Yi Xiao said as she opened a search engine. After searching, she found that the longest living human had lived to 140, still not breaking the 150 mark. Yi Xiao shook his head. Those people must have lived longer than 140, you just don't know. Back in the day, he had taken in quite a few disciples in that space. Those disciples seemed to have come from the same place as him and had long returned to this planet. If they were still alive in this world, they should be over 100 years old by now. Yi Xiao was left speechless by Yi Xiao. She began to suspect that her brother, missing for so many years, might have lost his mind. After all, everything he said now was so unbelievable. Bro, I'm going to end the stream soon. If you want to see something, just search for it. If you don't understand, I can teach you. Okay. Yi Xiao nodded. Yi Xiao continued streaming for a while longer before telling her audience, "That's it for tonight. We'll continue tomorrow." However, the viewers were not satisfied. "Streamer, you can just leave the stream on. We still want to see how your brother makes pills." "I want to see too. I'm pulling an all-nighter tonight." Unknown location, sent a super rocket. Just one rocket. I hope the streamer doesn't end the stream. Despite the temptation of the super rocket, Yi Xiao still didn't want to continue streaming. "I can't just leave it on. I'll be marked as inactive and lose my pay. My brother is home now. He won't run away. I'll stream again tomorrow. Bye." After saying goodbye, Yi Xiao closed the live stream window. As soon as she picked up her phone, notifications from WeChat groups and various fan groups flooded in. She looked at her phone. Goodness, her only group with 1,000 members had somehow filled up. Now they were asking her to upgrade it to a 4,000 member group. Yi Xiao gritted her teeth, bought a yearly membership, and upgraded her fan group to a 4,000 member group. In an instant, the original 1,000 members turned into 2,000. Over 1,000 people had joined the group that night. Yi Xiao fiddled around for a while and then found the viewer who had asked for pills earlier. The other party also sent their address. Yi Xiao looked at the address, searched for it, and found that it was actually the most famous herbal medicine shop in Jiangcheng. It was said that this shop boasted the rarest herbs in the entire city. Even the head of Jiangcheng's first noble family had to sit there and wait when visiting. It was a bit arrogant, but their strength justified it, so no one complained. After noting down the address, she had no time to manage the group chat that was bombarded with 99 messages per second. When Yi Xiao finished washing up and was about to return to her room, she saw Yi Xiao still sitting on the sofa, studying the flyer for Junlin Ipin. "Brother, you don't need to look anymore. Even if you stare a hole through that paper, we still can't afford it." The cheapest house at Junlin Ipin cost over 80 million. If she could earn 10,000 yuan in a month, after deducting rent, tuition, living expenses, utilities, and internet fees, there would be hardly anything left. Let alone buying a house at Junlin Ipin, even purchasing a regular apartment would be a problem. Yi Xiao seemed not to have registered Yi Xiao's words. He asked, "Yao Yao, do you think anyone would buy elixirs?" "Elixirs? Is that the little pill you gave me?" Yi Xiao nodded, "Yes, besides that, there are others." Yi Xiao pondered, stroking her chin. "Since the people from 10000 want to buy, I think others would too." The person from 10000 in the live stream sent 10 super rockets. Each one was worth 1,000 yuan. For a gift worth 10,000 yuan, she could take home 5,000 yuan. Who would have thought they valued a single pill so much? As long as someone buys it, then tomorrow you can sell the little pills in the live stream and see how it goes. Yi Xiao was utterly shocked by Yi Qiu's words. "Brother, you can't be serious about selling those things you refined, right? These were just ordinary little pills." Although Yi Xiao did feel effective after taking one, she just assumed she wasn't actually running a fever at the time. Yicho nodded. I made quite a few when I first learned to refine medicine. Since someone likes them, you can sell them, they just take up space here. So, the next day, in Yi Xiao's live stream, a product was listed. Fever-reducing pills, buy with caution. After that, Yi Xiao counted the fever-reducing pills she got from Yicho, totaling 500. Once she listed all these pills, the tricky part came. What price should she set? Since brother said these pills were junk, she might as well list them for 10 yuan each. After listing them, Yi Xiao began her live stream for the day. Here they come, we've been waiting for you for so long, Yao Yao. Where's your brother? Let him come out too. I want to see your brother cultivate, dog head. Yi Xiao turned to glance at Yicho, who was watching TV. My brother is watching TV. Oh, so even immortals watch TV. I thought they only refined medicine. Just as the comments finished, Yi Xiao suddenly heard a loud crash from the living room. She hurriedly got up and walked over. She saw the television had been punctured somehow, while Yicho remained unscathed. Yi Xiao's first concern was for Yicho's well-being. Yicho looked at the television with a hole in it and pouted. Yao Yao, why are TVs so outdated in this era? I can't even take anything out from inside. Yi Xiao glanced at the broken TV and then at Yicho's arm. Brother, you can't just take things out from inside the TV. If you want something, I can help you buy it on my phone. Hearing this, Yicho snorted. This is really inconvenient. Back when I was at my place, if I wanted something, I could just reach into the silver screen and grab it. You guys are really behind here. Yi Xiao was live streaming in the living room. The TV was not far from the living room. Their conversation was heard by the viewers in the stream. So, bro, you're invincible. Although it was a bit fantastical, I just love watching Yao Yao's brother brag. It feels like watching an exciting immortal cultivation drama. This is well done. Big Bull tipped the streamer 666. Ha, this guy is too funny. Just reach into the screen and you can get what's inside. How is that possible? Great idea, but unfortunately, it can't be realized at all. What should I do? I've fallen for the streamer brother's bragging. Yao Yao, let your brother brag next to you during your streams from now on. Your popularity will definitely be higher than before. You can't deny it. It really has that vibe. Although it sounds fake, it can't be helped. He's just so delusional. I have to tell those delusional boys at school. Maybe they'll have something in common. Our school has one too. Not long ago, his ancestor told him someone was going to undergo a tribulation and warned him not to go through that place. You wouldn't believe it, but on that day, there was indeed a huge thunderstorm at Heaven Square. But as for the tribulation, no one saw it. Yi Xiao looked at the comments and then glanced at Yicho, who was squatting on the ground studying the already broken TV, and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Bro, enough, just step aside for a moment, don't get burned again. This thing hasn't even been sold yet, and now she has to accompany a broken TV. Yi Xiao felt that life was just too hard, but who told Yicho to be her only brother? So even though Yi Xiao sighed, she had no intention of blaming Yicho in her heart. As she spoke, Yi Xiao reached out to move the broken TV. But little did she know, the heat from the TV hadn't dissipated yet. As soon as her finger touched it, she screamed from the burn. Ah, what happened? Yicho noticed Yi Xiao's reaction and walked over. Bro, I've burned myself. Upon hearing this, Yicho came over and, without knowing what he did to Yi Xiao's burned hand, the marks disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Xiao didn't feel any pain at all. This scene happened to be seen by the viewers in the live stream. The chat exploded again. What the hell? What? Did I just see things? Where did those blisters on Yao Yao's hand go? Just now, it looked so bad, I was heartbroken, and now it's all healed. What the heck? Ah! Sun God tipped the streamer a super rocket. Yao Yao, come here, let me see your hand. I Love Hot Pot tipped the streamer with a high energy warning. Show Off tipped the streamer with a high energy warning. Teacher Ma touching himself tipped the streamer with a plane. Yi Xiao was still in shock, looking at the screen full of gifts, completely dazed. She had been live streaming to make a living since her freshman year. Now it had been over 2 years. Although her stream didn't have a high viewership, there were still a few loyal fans. Usually, someone would occasionally send a rocket or two, but it was the first time she had received so many rockets in a row like this. Yi Xiao was a bit overwhelmed by all the gifts. For a moment, she didn't know what to do, but she still thanked each one. Thank you, Teacher Ma, for touching your plane. After reading this, Yi Xiao felt a bit strange, but now was not the time to ponder these things. She looked at her palm and smiled awkwardly. Just now, my brother and I performed a magic trick for everyone. How was it? Not bad, right? Faced with the numerous questions in the live stream, she had no idea how to explain. In the end, she could only choose to explain it this way to stop everyone from asking. Hey, Yao Yao, let your brother come out and perform another magic trick for us. How did that golden light come out just now? Yao Yao, send a rocket to let your brother come to the live stream, okay? Host, I'm only interested in your brother. What's so interesting about the game? I prefer watching your brother brag. Yi Xiao saw the barrage and said, oh, this is Yao Yao's livestream, not my brother's. Is it because I'm not pretty? Does love really disappear? 20 meters per second. Host, you are quite good looking, but I prefer watching your brother cultivate. Yi Xiao smiled awkwardly. We have to believe in science. How could there be immortals in this world? If you don't believe me, I'll go call my brother, and you can ask him yourself. So, Yi Xiao got up and found Yi Qiu, who had already returned to his bedroom. Brother, come here for a moment. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu flashed over, and before Yi Xiao could react, he was already in front of the computer. The live stream exploded again. Sure, if I'm not seeing things, did the host's brother just take 1 second to get from the bedroom to the living room? This can't be magic, right? Host, come out and explain. Yi Xiao looked at the increasingly thick barrage in the live stream, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. What was going on? How was she supposed to explain this? So, she could only laugh it off and say, alright, my brother is here. You can ask him now if there are immortals in this world. Saying this, she looked at Yi Qiu. Brother, you say, are there immortals in this world? Yi Qiu immediately replied seriously, nonsense, how could there be immortals in this world? You all need to believe in science. It's really confusing that there are still people in this society who believe in the existence of immortals. No way, the host's brother, a heavy cultivator enthusiast, actually doesn't believe in the existence of immortals? My heart is dead, burn paper for me. After Yi Qiu finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Xiao again. Yao Yao, is there anything else? Yi Xiao shook her head in a daze. No, brother. Then I'll go back to my room. Call me if you need anything. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qiu flashed again and disappeared right in front of all the viewers in the livestream. Wow, love it. Who says men can't be fast? With this speed, he definitely can't be compared to Lu Xiang. Are you kidding? How could Lu Xiang compare to the host's brother? Host, take the camera to your brother's room and see what he's doing. Is he refining medicine? Hurry up, host, get out of the way. Yi Xiao's livestream had never had such popularity. Even she was a bit dazed. Tonight, her gift income alone had exceeded 10,000. She took the camera and walked to Yi Qiu's room. She knocked on the door. Brother, are you there? I have something to do. I'll come out to find you later. What's up, Yao Yao? Yi Qiu's voice came from inside the room. However, it sounded a bit strange. She glanced at the live stream, and the audience was urging her to hurry back. Host, come back quickly. We all know what your brother is doing. Sure enough, mortals are just mortals. Immortals shouldn't be doing that kind of thing, right? Yao Yao, we believe you. Your brother is just a mortal, definitely not an immortal. Ah, but being immortal is good too. You can enjoy the pleasures of the world. Yi Xiao looked at the barrage in the live stream, feeling somewhat bewildered. That's not it. You were just saying my brother is cultivating immortality, and now you're saying he's immortal. What's going on? Hee, our Yao Yao looks like a pure girl. Old pervert, rewarded the streamer with a super rocket. Yao Yao, the toilet paper in your brother's room might not be enough tonight, prepare some more for him. Although Yi Xiao has never seen a pig being slaughtered, she has seen pigs run. She instantly understood what these viewers were talking about. Her little face flushed, and her expression suddenly changed. Enough already. If you keep this up, my live stream is going to get banned. At the same time, she thought again. Her brother wouldn't really be doing that, would he? She glanced back at the tightly closed door and hurried back to her seat, clicking on the game icon to start a ranked match. Although she was playing ranked, Yi Xiao was somewhat distracted. Last night, she had a fever of 39 degrees, and the splitting headache was unmistakable. Just now, her palm had been scalded and was covered in blisters. It couldn't be an illusion. But after taking a light yellow pill her brother gave her cold was instantly cured. Today, when her palm was burned, her brother just touched it, and her palm returned to normal. This, Yi Xiao was an atheist. Although these things were somewhat unbelievable, she still didn't believe that immortals existed in this world. Moreover, her brother had just said that there couldn't possibly be immortals in this world. Even though Yi Xiao had already started streaming the game, the viewers in the livestream were still very curious about Yi Qiu's earlier actions. Streamer, can you explain to us why your brother can instantly go from his room to in front of the computer? Don't tell us it's magic. Although he wasn't an immortal, that speed was incredible. While observing the situation in the game, Yi Xiao also divided some of her attention to the viewers' questions. Maybe my brother has been training really well over the years? There's a saying that hard work pays off. Just look at teacher Saitama, he exercises every day, and after sticking to it for 5 or 6 years, he became the strongest in the world. Others might say Teacher Saitama got stronger, but he also went bald. I see your brother is so strong, yet he's getting more handsome, Yi Xiao explained. Maybe my brother is an exception? Anyway, believe me, as long as you keep exercising, the next strongest human will be you. Although Yi Xiao explained, it was clear that most of the viewers didn't believe her. After all, Yi Xiao's speed was just too bizarre. Streamer, even if you explain it this way, I still think there's something off. From your brother's bedroom to the living room, I calculated it just now, it's about 20 meters. Your brother took only 1 second to cover that distance. That's not scientific. Yi Xiao, what's unscientific about it? Just look at the world record for the 100-meter sprint. They run 100 meters in 8 seconds. So my brother running 20 meters in 1 second shouldn't be surprising. 1 second for 20 meters isn't surprising? Are you sure that's not strange? Are you really sure? Yao, I'm not saying you lack common sense, but at that speed, your brother is almost catching up to the speed of a bullet. Yi Xiao, no matter what you say, my brother himself said there are no cultivators in this world, he's just an ordinary person. You all should just go to sleep. Oh, by the way, I put something in the little yellow bike. If you're interested, take a look. If not, that's fine too. As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, everyone heard Yi Xiao's door open. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was already beside Yi Xiao. This brother is amazing. Yi Xiao picked up a roll of paper from Yi Xiao's computer desk. With a turn, he disappeared from the viewer's sight. Even Yi Xiao was a bit dazed at this moment. The face slapping came too quickly. She had just said that her brother was an ordinary person when Yi Xiao pulled this stunt. The comments exploded. Host, this slap in the face came too fast. Are you still going to say he's an ordinary person? Yes, he's an ordinary person, an unremarkable ordinary person. Yi Xiao disappeared again into the living room. It was as if a gust of wind had come and gone, taking only a roll of toilet paper with it. Yi Xiao was straightforward. Since Yi Xiao said there were no immortals in this world, then there definitely were none. But, even she didn't know how to explain this to the viewers in the livestream. Host, come explain it to us. Yeah, host, hurry up and explain. Forget it, I'll go ask my brother, otherwise, you'll keep pestering me. Yi Xiao sighed. She picked up the camera and walked over to knock on Yi Xiao's door. Brother, can I come in? This time, there was no strange sound in the room. Come in. Yi Xiao steadied her nerves, swallowed hard, and then cautiously opened the door. A faint medicinal scent greeted her. She didn't know what kind of medicine it was, but it was clearly much more pleasant than those traditional Chinese medicines. However, none of this was Yi Xiao's focus. Brother, they're asking why you could suddenly walk from your room to my livestream computer. They must be seeing things. It's at least 20 meters from my room to your livestream setup. How could I possibly get there in an instant? Yi Xiao continued to look at the furnace in front of him, his expression calm. No way, we all saw it just now. The host has a replay. Hurry and check the playback. Dude, even he doesn't believe he could get there in a second. Yao, your brother is really something. Can't your brother give us a live demonstration of alchemy? I want to see too. Yi Xiao thought Yi Xiao's so-called alchemy was just a joke from his delusions, but she didn't expect him to be so dedicated that he was still refining. Brother, can you really refine medicine? Of course, as long as there are materials, bringing someone back to life is not a problem. Wow. Bringing someone back to life. I'm still in the cycle of reincarnation. Host, your brother must be a super fan of Snake Uncle. Brother, stop joking. Getting to 20 meters in a second was already bizarre enough, and now he was talking about something even weirder. Bringing someone back to life. No one would believe that. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, he seemed to realize something was off. After all, this wasn't the world he had stayed in for 10,000 years. So he cleared his throat. Indeed, we should still believe in science. The older brother started to act. How about your brother directly demonstrate how to refine a pill that can bring someone back to life? Without materials, I can't refine anything. He had rushed back and didn't take the time to properly gather supplies. Now, aside from the mountains of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the space, he really couldn't find these fixed alchemy materials. He didn't know if this world had any. Host, just leave the camera here. I want to see your brother refine medicine tonight. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately became unhappy. What the heck? Are you watching me or my brother? Watching your brother. Watching the older brother refine medicine. Watching the older brother boast. Of course, we're watching your brother. Who wants to see a woman refining medicine? It's a nostalgia trip. Yi Xiao felt like she was being rejected. Even those old fans said they wanted to see Yi Xiao refine medicine more, though their tone was more tactful. It still conveyed that meaning. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Yi Xiao's body was very honest. She pointed the camera at the alchemy furnace in front of Yi Xiao. At that moment, a small flame was still burning inside the furnace. This single scene attracted countless viewers. The gifts and donations just kept pouring in. A small-time streamer suddenly shot up to the top of the popularity list. Other streamers saw this and were curious enough to click in. After all, the gaming section had almost settled into a routine, with most viewers preferring to watch a few familiar faces. If a newcomer suddenly appeared, it was either because their skills were impressive, or they were particularly entertaining, or perhaps they were an old hand brought over from somewhere on the Douyin platform. A close friend sent a message, "Yao Yao, you actually made it to the homepage. Congratulations!" Only then did Ji Xiao notice that her livestream was prominently displayed on the homepage. Some newcomers clicked in, and after removing the thick barrage of comments, they found it was just a stove sitting on a table. What the heck? Is this really what people want to watch? What kind of streamer is this? The numbers must have been inflated. This is boring. With such high popularity, I thought it would be something interesting, but it's just a motionless broken stove. Yi Xiao's livestream became a hit. Among the viewers were some fans from other streamers who were feeling sour. After all, she hadn't done anything, she just set a broken stove there, and yet so many people were sending gifts, and her popularity was so high. Longtime fans were bound to be skeptical. Yi Xiao didn't care about the comments. She smiled at the livestream. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the gifts, bosses. Love you all. Streamer, if you love us, get your brother to hurry up and refine some medicine. I'll send a rocket for every pill he makes." This made Yi Xiao a bit embarrassed. If her brother didn't want to refine medicine, she couldn't force him. That would be like being forced to work. Plus, the whole refining medicine thing sounded so mystical. Do you really believe my brother can refine medicine? I know you all want to see. My brother just started, and I don't know much about him yet. Can I explain it to you once I understand him better? How about this? Since there are so many people now, I'll randomly pick a viewer to play a round of PUBG with me. Yao Yao, have you forgotten you're not a skill streamer? You're a food streamer. Streamer, I just checked your stats, and with that, you're going to pick a lucky viewer to duo with? Ha, take back what you just said. We're still friends. Heavenly Showdown everywhere, tipped the streamer 666. Wow, thank you, Heavenly Showdown boss, for the 666. The gifts are for your brother. The gifts are for your brother. Don't thank me. They're not for you, they're for your brother. Get your brother out here. I want to see him cultivate immortality. I want to see him refine pills. My youth is counting on your brother. The viewers who had been following the livestream kept spamming the chat. The newcomers were confused. No way, brothers. Are you really talking about cultivating immortality? Are you still living in a dream? Someone explain to me what's going on. Watching yesterday's replay, everything was self-explanatory. Besides the replay, there was today's recording. I'll add you to the fan group, and I'll show you how to achieve 20 meters in 1 second. Oh no! Yi Xiao felt a bit nervous. Her brother, who had been missing for 15 years, seemed indeed a bit strange. But no matter how you looked at it, he couldn't be one of those immortals. Haha, streamer, just admit it. I can see your brother's identity as an immortal can't be hidden anymore. Yi Xiao noticed the old viewers in the livestream were wildly praising Yi Xiao, and she felt a bit anxious. If this got into the wrong hands, and they pinned a bad label on her, wouldn't that be the end? By the way, I've streamed long enough today, so I'll stop here. See you at the same time tomorrow, and thank you for the gifts today, love you all. Don't end the stream. If you end the stream, then it's goodbye. Yi Xiao saw the barrage of comments but chose to ignore them. If this continued, her live stream room might get banned. After all, spreading supernatural nonsense was no trivial matter. After ending the stream, Yi Xiao glanced at her follower count. To her surprise, it had skyrocketed. Just yesterday, she had 50,000 followers, and today there were 200,000. She gained 150,000 followers in just one night? Could her cultivation effect be this powerful? That night, while Yi Xiao was calculating how much money she received in gifts, she suddenly received a message from the platform. It seemed that due to the popularity of her livestream today, she could sign a contract with better benefits. Thus, Yi Xiao transitioned from a small streamer barely scraping by to a regular streamer with a stable income. Although she was still far from being a super popular streamer, she had a feeling her live stream room was likely to become more and more popular. After negotiating the benefits and contract with the platform, Yi Xiao received numerous offers from major guilds. Initially, she had no guild, Small guilds were exploitative, and major guilds looked down on her. Now, because of tonight's livestream, those guilds that once disregarded Yi Xiao were all rushing to add her as a friend. Yi Xiao ignored them. Instead, she opened her fan group. The 4,000-member fan group she had just applied for last night was already full after just one night. It was filled with videos and memes about Yi Xiao. Even that shabby little furnace had meme videos. So, at the fans' request, Yi Xiao had the admin and her best friend create several more 4,000-member fan groups. The next day, Yi Xiao was awakened by the ringtone of her best friend Lin Xiaoxiao's call. Yao Yao, you're famous. No, your brother is famous. What do you mean famous? On fire. Yi Xiao had stayed up too late dealing with contract matters and fan group admin issues, only falling asleep at 5 in the morning. Now, she was groggy and had no idea what Lin Xiaoxiao was talking about. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with excitement. Yao Yao, open your phone and check the trending topics on Weibo and Douyin. Yi Xiao yawned and casually picked up her phone to open Douyin. Goodness. The first video recommended to her was her brother Yi Qiu's video of running at 20 meters per second from last night. Yi Xiao, what should I do? How do I explain this? She cautiously opened the comments section and found it was a chaotic mess. This video is obviously edited. It's a scam. What scam? I was in Yaoyao's live stream last night. I saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely real. Those saying it's real are just the streamer's shills, trying to lure us to her livestream and then fleece us. Don't fall for it, everyone. I think the person above is right. This is a common trick to fleece people. I was in the livestream last night too. If you don't believe it, just come back tonight and see for yourself. The comments section was too chaotic, with all sorts of opinions. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. She scrolled through several videos, all from last night's livestream. The most popular one was the scene of Yi Qiu walking out of the bedroom, which had a whopping 2 million likes. Such a number of likes was considerable on Douyin, and this was achieved without any promotional tactics. Yao Yao. With this kind of popularity, isn't it comparable to those top streamers? Lin Xiaoxiao's excited voice continued to come through the phone. Yi Xiao glanced at the Douyin trending list. The tag Cultivation Boy was prominently at the top. Clicking in, it was all videos of Yi Qiu, some even turned into memes. Yao Yao, your live stream room should be even livelier from now on. Yeah, it's quite lively. From the first day her brother returned, her live stream room had been bustling. Yesterday's popularity was terrifyingly high. Yi Xiao, who had always been an obscure small streamer, was now feeling a bit at a loss, so she took a screenshot of the trending topic and posted it in the fan group, asking, suddenly becoming popular, feeling lost, I don't know if the new fans like watching my technical live streams. Please, stop being so self-absorbed. Xiao. Although I really don't want to say this, I still want to remind you that you are a food streamer, and as an old fan, I hope you have some self-awareness. You should know who we are here to see, it has nothing to do with you. Yi Xiao, then should I leave? Yi Xiao pouted. Oof, if I leave, don't say you can't see my brother, you won't even be able to see me. No way. Whether we can see you or not doesn't matter, but we just want to see your brother. Seeing the fans in the group being so harsh, Yi Xiao could only let out a long sigh, feeling 1,000 points of damage. Lin Xiaoxiao was the manager of Yi Xiao's main group. Seeing these comments, she had to step in and say a few words. Then she started a private chat with Yi Xiao. Xiao, the hype hasn't died down since this morning. I know. Yi Xiao looked at the constantly flashing message notifications, unsure of what to do. Just then, a red dot suddenly appeared on her WeChat. This was her private WeChat, known to very few. Usually, only the big shots responsible for contracts on the platform knew about it. She glanced at the platform manager. Goodness, I am the head of the live stream platform. With that one sentence, Yi Xiao was completely stunned. Her heart began to beat wildly. This trending topic about the young immortal cultivator really didn't fit the current atmosphere. Could it be that this matter had already attracted attention from above? With a nervous heart, Yi Xiao finally clicked the agree button. She thought the other party would immediately order her not to stream anymore, but unexpectedly, she saw this sentence. Hello, MS. Yi Xiao, do you still have that little pill that was hanging in your live stream last time? I would like to buy a few. Yi Xiao read this sentence, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. What is going on? The boss added her not to criticize her, but to buy the little pill. Yi Xiao hurriedly opened the little yellow cart in her live stream room. She found that those little pills had already been ordered by someone else, and it was ordered last night. And Mr. Wang's words left Yi Xiao completely bewildered. She couldn't come to her senses for a long time. What's wrong? MS. Yi Xiao, is it inconvenient? If so, I can come personally another day to ask for the pills. Yi Xiao, seeing this, was so scared that she quickly replied, No, it's not like that. I'm just surprised why Mr. Wang wants that little pill. Oh, that's being promoted by Wan Hangtang, didn't you know? Wan Hangtang? Yi Xiao was secretly shocked. Wasn't that the person who had asked her for the little pill before? I didn't know. That makes sense. This matter has only been promoted within our circle, so you probably wouldn't know. In any case, I want to buy a few. I wonder if your brother is available. Well, I'll ask him first and then get back to you, okay? After all, that thing wasn't hers. She still needed to consult her brother's opinion. Of course, no problem. I'll be waiting for your reply. After closing WeChat, Yi Xiao finally got out of bed. When she walked out of her room, she found Yi Qiu already sitting on the sofa drinking tea. It was a fragrance of tea she had never smelled before. Just a whiff, and it felt refreshing. All the fatigue from staying up late vanished. Brother, what tea are you drinking? Yi Xiao, dressed in her pajamas, rubbed her eyes and walked over. It's tea I grew myself. I happened to bring some today. Come, try it. Yi Xiao took the teacup that Yi Qiu handed her and took a sip. Brother, this tea is really fragrant, right? It's just that there's no spiritual spring water here. If we used spiritual spring water to brew it, the effect would be even better. Spiritual spring water. Yi Xiao thought she must have misheard and ignored those words. When she saw the still warm alchemy furnace on the table, she finally remembered about Mr. Wang. Brother, there's something I might need to ask you for. What is it? Yi Qiu felt that as long as it was about his sister, he would definitely help. Do you want to rule the earth? Be a queen? If you do, that's not impossible. Yi Xiao. Brother, I don't want to rule anything. It's just that Mr. Wang from the live streaming platform told me he wants to buy a few of those little pills. I don't know if you have any stock left. Did the last batch sell out? Yeah. Yi Xiao nodded. It sold out last night. For some reason, those little pills sold particularly well. I thought no one would buy them, but I didn't expect they would sell out. It shows these people have some discernment. It seems they were all bought by Wanatang, and they even did some promotion for you, which is why Mr. Wang found me today. How many do you need? Yi Qiu began to probe into his storage space with his consciousness. Yi Xiao hadn't thought it through yet. Mr. Wang said he wanted a few. So, how many is a few? If she gave too few, Mr. Wang might think she's unreliable, but if she gave too many, her brother probably wouldn't be able to spare that many. Just as Yi Xiao was still struggling with how many to give, Yi Qiu walked to the kitchen and casually grabbed a large stainless steel basin. The sound of clattering echoed in the basin. By the time Yi Xiao came to her senses, there was already a full basin of the little pills Mr. Wang wanted in front of her. The 20-year-old college student streamer Yi Xiao was once again deeply shocked by her own brother. She pointed at the basin full of pill-like yellow beans. Brother, this is little pills. Didn't you say your boss wanted a few? Yi Xiao was so shocked she couldn't speak. Mr. Wang did say he wanted a few, but what was in front of her was not a few, but a basin. Moreover, these little pills that others liked were actually stored in such a large stainless steel basin. Yi Xiao began to doubt the value of these little pills. She felt these things weren't worth much, but Mr. Wang was so humble in wanting. This was all a bit bewildering for her. Brother, isn't it too much for him to want a few of these? Yi Qiu waved his hand at Yi Xiao. What's too much? I used to throw away a lot. These are just the ones I forgot to throw out. Yi Xiao. Alright, now she somewhat understood the feelings of those viewers in the live stream. Then, let's pack a box for Mr. Wang, and the rest can stay in the live stream. While Yi Qiu was busy with his phone, Yi Xiao counted. There were a total of 5,000 little pills here. If sold at the previous price, that would be a small fortune. Just as Yi Xiao was packing the little pills, Lin Xiaoxiao called. Hey, Yao Yao. What's up? Yao Yao, I have something to tell you. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice sounded a bit strange. Could it be that your wealthy father is here to take you home? From the moment they met, Lin Xiaoxiao had told Yi Xiao that her father was actually the eldest son of the Lin family in Jiangcheng, and that one day he would come to take her home. Having grown up with Lin Xiaoxiao, she naturally didn't believe such words. Lin Xiaoxiao's mother was a primary school teacher, and her father was said to have died long ago. How could a wealthy father suddenly appear? So, for all these years, she had always teased Lin Xiaoxiao about it. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed hard and said to Yi Xiao, Yao Yao, this time it's true. My dad really is Lin Zheng. This morning when I left, suddenly more than 10 Rolls Royces arrived in the neighborhood. And then it was just like you imagined. Right now, I'm at the Lin family mansion. Oh my god, it's really surreal. Rolls Royce? I have spirit pets. Rolls Royce? I have spirit pets. Really? My goodness! Yi Xiao was so surprised that she screamed. The small pill in her hand fell onto the table in shock. What's wrong, Yao Yao? Yi Qiao noticed Yi Xiao's change and walked over to ask. Brother, let me tell you, it's my childhood best friend Lin Xiaoxiao. You probably don't remember, but she used to play with us when we were kids. It's her. She really is a young lady from a wealthy family, and today she was taken back by the Lin family in Jiangcheng. I heard there were more than 10 Rolls-Royces parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Rolls-Royce? Yi Qiao tilted his head and thought for a moment. He remembered it was some kind of vehicle. After all, it had been over 10,000 years, and aside from Yi Xiao and his family, he had very few memories of this world. Yes, Rolls-Royce. I heard one cost several million. Yi Xiao was genuinely happy for Lin Xiaoxiao. She knew that this girl had suffered too much since childhood, and now her biological father had come to recognize her, which was really great. Yi Xiao felt truly happy for Lin Xiaoxiao. Yao Yao, is that several million Rolls-Royce really good? Of course, some even cost tens of millions. No matter how good it is, can it compare to my flying mount? Back in the day, his flying mount was known as a divine beast in that world, worshipped by countless people. When he returned, it seemed he had also brought back some small things. Yi Qiao thought about it and went to take a look in his storage space. This space was given to him by the system. It had mountains and rivers, and not only could he plant spirit herbs, but he could also raise some living creatures. During his travels, he had put all the strange little animals he encountered into that space. Because the area of the space was so vast, he had no idea where those little guys had run off to now. Yao Yao, there's no need to envy those Rolls-Royces. One day when I have time, I'll go to the space and find you a flying mount. As Yi Xiao just started her stream, the viewers entering the live room heard this. Wow! Big Brother is awesome, even flying mounts are coming out. Do I also have a chance to get a flying mount? Hey, who are you all here to see? The main character is right in front of you. Pay more attention to this poor little streamer of mine. Yi Xiao suddenly leaned her exquisite and beautiful face close to the camera. Her entire face instantly occupied a large part of the screen. Show off your skills, sent a high energy warning. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Yi Xiao, I said, can you all stop repeating yourselves? I'm just starting the stream to hang something up. The official live broadcast will have to wait until tonight. Yes, Yi Xiao was currently streaming just to put up 5,000 small pills for sale. This time, she set a limited purchase. One account could buy a maximum of 100 pills. The price was the same as before, 10 yuan each. Aside from the 4,000 pills prepared for President Wang, she hung up all the rest. Whether it was the influencer effect or the promotional effect, the moment the 4,000 little pills were displayed, they were gone in an instant. Yi Xiao looked at the empty display case, still a bit dazed. Yao Yao, why are there so few? Get some more. Anchor, did your brother really mention flying mounts? When can we see them? That was just my brother joking. You all took it seriously? What flying mounts? Yi Xiao felt it was quite fantastical to think about humans flying on the backs of some creatures. Her brother had said to believe in science, so flying mounts were just a myth. Yi Xiao closed the live stream and explained to her fans in the group. She was going to change contracts today, so the live stream might be a bit late. The group was bustling with activity. I don't care, I just want to see my brother refine pills. Yao Yao, I heard your brother mention flying mounts during the live stream? That's really amazing. Show us. The group was chattering away, with messages flying in at a rate of 99 per second. Yi Xiao ignored them and directly closed the chat window. At that moment, on the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao sat anxiously on a leather sofa. It was said that these sofas were handmade, designed by a famous foreign designer. Just one of these cost hundreds of thousands. The more expensive ones went for millions. The design fees alone were substantial. Xiaoxiao, it's good to be home. Just good to be home. The old man looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who had the appearance of a beauty, seemingly quite satisfied. Lin Zhang also nodded. They had checked Lin Xiaoxiao's performance in college. She had always excelled academically and almost became the top scorer in the province during the college entrance examination. With a daughter like this, if they nurtured her well, she would become an absolute socialite. The old man looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you should thank those who helped you in the past, but don't forget, there will always be those with ulterior motives. I think you should be able to distinguish between them. However, once you return home, you should also say goodbye to those people from before. After all, your status is different now, and you may not have any future interactions. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a bit uncomfortable. Does this mean I can't hang out with my old friends anymore? If that's the case, she'd rather not return to this wealthy family. Grandpa, I understand your meaning, but I believe that even if I return to the Lin family now, I can still hang out with my old friends, because, throughout my life, I've had both kind and unkind people around me. I still have many friends, including my best girlfriend. Is it too much to ask that I cut ties with them all at once? I know you have a good relationship with them, but some things you'll understand later. Lin Jingshan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Once you enter a wealthy family, many things become beyond your control. He ultimately hoped for his granddaughter to have a good life. Lin Zhang frowned at this moment. Xiaoxiao, your grandfather has been in business for so many years. What he says definitely has its reasons. Listen to me, your status is different now, and many people's intentions will change when they interact with you. It's not as simple as before. Grandpa just doesn't want you to get hurt. When it was time to eat, Lin Jingshan asked Lin Zhang to call Lin Xiaoxiao. However, when Lin Zhang went to knock on the door, he found that Lin Xiaoxiao had run off at some point. At that moment, on the other side, Yi Xiao was preparing to go live. Standing next to her was a beautiful woman, who was none other than Lin Xiaoxiao, having just run away from the Lin family. They want me to cut ties with you. How is that even possible? Lin Xiaoxiao pouted. Yao Yao is her best friend, and in the past, Yao Yao helped her a lot. She is not that kind of person. If she had to sever all ties with the past, she would rather not return to that cold, wealthy world. So, you just ran away? Yeah, my mom still doesn't know. Right now, you're the only one who can take me in, Yao Yao. People from the Lin family have arrived. Yi Xiao looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with some helplessness. This girl. However, she felt a bit touched inside. She actually ran away from the Lin family for their relationship. Since she was little, Lin Xiaoxiao had wanted a father, and now that her dream had finally come true, she encountered such a situation. Alright, then stay here for now. If someone from the Lin family comes looking for you later, you should go back with them. Grandpa Lin said that for your own good. And even if they say that, would you really do it? Silly. Alright, Yao Yao, even if my dad says that, I can still trick them. Lin Xiaoxiao was so single-minded that she hadn't considered it at all. But just thinking about severing ties with you makes me uncomfortable. I might as well not acknowledge this, Dad. The two talked for a while, and it was time for Yi Xiao's live stream. The fans in the group were already urging her. As soon as Yi Xiao opened the live stream, the number of viewers started to rise rapidly. She had always been an 18-line small streamer and had never experienced such treatment. Oh my, why are there so many people today? Just as she started streaming, the popularity was about to break 1 million, which shocked Yi Xiao. However, this popularity was inflated. To see the real situation, she still needed to check the active number of viewers in the live stream. Yi Xiao took a glance at the back end. Goodness, there were now 5,000 people, and the number was still increasing. After 10 minutes, the number skyrocketed to 20,000. To know, usually when she streamed, the most viewers she had was only around 20 to 30,000. The audience in the live stream was already impatient. Streamer, hurry and let your brother come out. I want to see that legendary flying mount. What flying mount? I missed a lot by not watching the live stream all day. A flying mount is something you can ride while soaring in the air, right? Your brother is too impressive. If it really exists, I want to buy one. How much is it? What are you all talking about? What flying mount? There were quite a few newcomers in the live stream, and some who hadn't seen Yi Xiao's stream during the day had no idea about the flying mount. Yi Xiao, stop talking about it. What flying mount? Think about it with your brains. Is it possible? Yi Xiao rolled her eyes at the live stream. However, she was met with a barrage of rebuttals from the viewers. What do you mean impossible? Your brother said it himself. A Rolls-Royce can't compare to his flying mount. We want to see it. Streamer, hurry and let your brother come out. I want to hear him brag. My brother is in the living room. Look, he's watching TV. Yi Xiao said, moving the camera slightly towards the sofa in the living room. But, as soon as the camera turned, she saw the live stream explode with excitement. Your brother is amazing. Wanbo Pavilion sent a super rocket. Streamer, explain, is this situation magic? So interesting, I want to follow the streamer. Do old fans still have benefits? I want to buy a little pill, but I can't grab it at all. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the barrage in the live stream, then turned their heads out of curiosity. The next second, they both had a face full of black lines. Because she was slapped in the face again. The sound of slapping echoed. In front of Yi Xiao, there was still that broken alchemy furnace. However, unlike before, this alchemy furnace was now spinning in midair. Ah, this is... Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief at the scene before her. Yi Xiao was still focused on the alchemy furnace, but Lin Xiaoxiao's exclamation made him stop his movements immediately. The alchemy furnace was placed steadily on the coffee table, and he casually picked up the remote control next to him, nonchalantly starting to change the TV channel. After 2 seconds of silence, he turned to look at Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. Oh, Yao Yao, when did you two arrive? Yi Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao. The viewers in the live stream were about to laugh themselves silly. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to die laughing. Is the brother trying to cover something up? Stop hiding it. We all know you're a cultivator. hurry up and continue refining pills. The host's brother is so cute, I want to sunbathe. Host, seal off the upstairs. Outrageous. Shameless. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? A real man should be with a man. I think so too, don't stop true love. Gays are so disgusting. Yi Shio had just snapped out of her shock when she noticed that the live stream's comments had already gone off track. Hey, you all take it easy. Don't drive in my live stream. Who's responsible if you get banned? Also, my brother is straight. Yao, Yicho Ge is. Lin Xiaoxiao was quite frightened. She was staring intently at the alchemy furnace on the coffee table, wanting to say something when her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was Lin Zheng calling. What's wrong? Is it your dad calling? Yi Shio asked, noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's unusual expression. Yeah, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Answer it, they must be here to take you home. Family is hard to come by. From losing her parents and only brother to now having her brother back, Yi Shio deeply understood this truth. She cherished the hard-won return of Yi Qiu, so she hoped Lin Xiaoxiao could go back. Under Yi Xiao's gaze, Lin Xiaoxiao answered the call. Hello. What? You're at the door. Lin Xiaoxiao's words startled Yi Shio as well. At the door? She hurried over and opened it. Sure enough, she saw an elderly man with gray hair and a middle-aged man standing at the door, both holding their phones. Yi Shio had never seen such important figures as Lin Jingshan and Lin Zheng in person before. She had only seen them on TV. Now they were standing right in front of her. It felt surreal. Grandpa Lin, Uncle Lin, hello. Lin Jingshan stood at the door, his expression complex and somewhat curious as he looked at Yi Shio. What kind of girl could charm his granddaughter like this? Lin Zhang was much more approachable, smiling as he said, Miss Yi Xiao, we came to take Xiaoxiao home. Xiaoxiao is inside, I'll go call her. I don't want to go back. Lin Xiaoxiao was still unhappy. If living a wealthy life meant trading her friendship with Yao, she absolutely disagreed. Xiaoxiao, come back with us, don't disturb others here. Lin Jingshan was also a bit angry. After finally recognizing his granddaughter, she ran off with a girl. He couldn't stand it. Was he, as a grandfather, not as good as a little girl? Lin Xiaoxiao was stubborn and refused to leave. There was no choice. Lin Zhang had to go inside and forcibly take Lin Xiaoxiao away. I don't want to. I'm not going. I just want to be with Yao. Lin Xiaoxiao struggled continuously. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Just as she was about to be taken away, a voice suddenly interrupted the two who were pulling her. Hey, she said she doesn't want to leave. Do you two big men find it interesting to make things difficult for a little girl? It is the honor of the Lin family. It is the honor of the Lin family. You are. Lin Zhang looked at Yi Qiu, who was walking out of the room. At this moment, he was still holding a Dan furnace, steam rising from it. Lin Zhang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at Yi Qiu's appearance. He suddenly had some doubts. Is it really okay for Xiaoxiao to be with such a strange person? After all, Yi Qiu looked too odd. At this time, Yi Qiu held the Dan furnace in one hand, his gaze landing on Lin Jingshan and Lin Zhang. He didn't say a word, but just looked at them, making both men feel uneasy. Brother, 666, this pose gets full marks from me. I wonder if that Dan furnace is hot in his hands. Hurry and put it down, I feel hot just looking at it through the screen. To show off, he's even willing to risk his hands. For this brother's determination, there's a reward. Airplane fly, donated a super rocket to the streamer. Uncle Lin, this is my brother Yi Qiu, and we are living together now. Lin Zheng didn't know much about Lin Xiao. He only knew from Lin Xiaoxiao that she was Xiao Xiao's best friend and also a streamer. He didn't mind what young people did, but Xiao Xiao seemed to like her a lot, even more than her own father and grandfather. This won't do. The old man was right. She shouldn't be mingling with these people anymore. Xiao Xiao, thank you for today. Lin Zhang was very polite and spoke courteously, but Lin Jingshan, who was pulling Lin Xiaoxiao outside, wasn't so kind. Xiao, look at what kind of people these are. Hurry and come back with me. The thought that in his granddaughter's eyes, he was even less than a little girl and a strange man made him feel indignant. The old man's jealousy flared up, and his expression became proud. I'm not going back. Lin Xiaoxiao said, suddenly finding strength from somewhere to break free from Lin Jingshan's grip and directly hid behind Yi Qiu. For some reason, she always felt safe next to Yao's brother. A woman's sixth sense made her choose Yi Qiu without hesitation. Lin Jingshan was so furious at this scene that smoke seemed to rise from his head. As his face turned redder, the next second, he fell backward. Grandpa, Dad, Grandpa Lin. Three figures suddenly sounded in his ears. Lin Zhang hurried over to support Lin Jingshan. At this moment, he noticed that the old man's complexion was increasingly abnormal, and his breathing began to quicken. Lin Jing didn't have time to blame Lin Xiaoxiao and directly dialed the Lin family's private doctor's number. Quick, see what's wrong with the old man, hurry over, 10th floor, building 99, Phoenix Community, Injin District, Jiangcheng. You have 10 minutes to get here. The Jiangcheng aristocracy truly lived up to its name. The Lin family was indeed the Lin family. 10 minutes later, the butler arrived with the private doctor. However, the doctor shook his head at Lin Zhang. Anyone could tell what that meant, and in an instant, Lin Zhang felt as if the sky had fallen. What would happen to the Lin family without the old man? It's over. The Lin family is finished. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately burst into tears. Several doctors indicated that the Lin family could arrange for the funeral. At this moment, Yi Qiu, who had been engrossed in the small Dan furnace in his hands, finally spoke. Why are you crying? Let him take this. After saying that, a pale yellow Dan pill emerged from the furnace. The pill had a very obvious silver pattern on it, which looked quite different from the small pills in the little yellow car. Lin Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable sense of trust in Yi Qiu. However, Lin Zhang shouted loudly, no way. Dad's body, unless it's a professional doctor, how could Dad just eat these things? He glanced at Yi Qiu and Yi Xiao, then turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, your grandfather really likes you and cares for you. Lin Zhang's voice was somewhat mournful. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu felt a bit speechless. Yes, he really liked her. Only Lin Jingshan could be so jealous that it nearly caused a brain hemorrhage. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, holding the freshly made pill in her hand, her face filled with pain. Yi Xiao, witnessing this scene, suddenly found courage from somewhere, took the pill from Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, and walked directly to the seemingly lifeless old man. Uncle Lin, no matter what you say about me, things have come to this point. Why not give it a try? Although this was quite unreliable, she had indeed experienced the effects of her brother's pills firsthand. Yes, Dad, last time Yao had a severe cold with a fever close to 40 degrees, and after taking a small pill from brother Yi Qiu, she got better. This is true. Lin Zhang looked at Yi Qiu in disbelief. Could it be? Uncle Lin, no matter what, trying it out will always give us more hope. With Yi Xiao's sincere gaze and her daughter's persuasion, Lin Zhang gritted his teeth and agreed. Alright, then let's give it a try. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She placed the pill into the old man's mouth. The waiting time was long. About a minute later, a violent cough suddenly erupted from Lin Jingshan's throat, who had already fainted. Following that, a large mouthful of black blood was spat out. Lin Zhang, seeing this, suddenly became tense. Dad, what happened to you? Are you okay, Dad? But Lin Jingshan just spat out a mouthful of black blood and then fainted again. He could only look up, angrily at Yi Qiu. Young man, if anything happens to the old man, then I can only apologize to you. He pointed at Yi Qiu. The next second, his arm was grabbed by a steady and strong force. No, it was Lin Jingshan's voice. Lin Zhang quickly turned around. Lin Jingshan had somehow stood up. He wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. His expression was serious. He walked towards Yi Qiu. Yi Xiao was also worried that her brother would be beaten and wanted to step forward to stop it. But it was too late. Lin Jingshan had already reached Yi Qiu. The air began to solidify. Just as everyone was sweating for Yi Qiu, they saw Lin Jingshan bend down and clasp his fists. Young friend, thank you for saving me. Yi Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Zhan? The doctors were even more speechless, having been in a state of shock and confusion since Lin Jingshan woke up. At this moment, Yi Qiu merely glanced at him indifferently. If it weren't for Xiaoxiao being my sister's close friend, I wouldn't have saved you. Lin Jingshan was flustered. He hurriedly walked in front of Yi Xiao. Miss Yi, I sincerely apologize for not agreeing to Xiaoxiao being with you before. It is her honor to have a friend like you, and it is also the honor of our Lin family. If Miss Yi ever needs anything from our Lin family, please feel free to ask. I, Lin Jingshan, will definitely not refuse. Yi Xiao was somewhat bewildered. Was this extremely humble old man still the formidable Lin Jingshan? She was just an ordinary college student, an 18-line small streamer. How could? Yi Xiao was very well-mannered. She quickly stopped Lin Jingshan from bowing deeply. After all, he was still an elder. Grandpa Lin, Xiaoxiao is my best friend. This is only right. Taking things out of thin air? Taking things out of thin air? Just now it was all my fault, and now I'm here to apologize to Miss Yi. Lin Jingshan's attitude at this moment was as humble as it could be, completely different from just a moment ago. It seemed he was no longer jealous. Although Lin Zhang didn't know what had happened, seeing the old man awake, he quickly came over to express his gratitude. As for Xiaoxiao, Lin Jingshan glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. If Xiaoxiao enjoys playing with Miss Yi, then she can come home whenever she wants. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao jumped up in joy. Really, Grandpa? You really let me play with Yao Yao at her house? Lin Jingshan nodded. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he added, by the way, the Lin family has an empty house in Junlinipin. If you don't mind, Miss Yi and Mr. Yi can move there. It's conveniently close to the Lin family mansion, making it easy for Xiao Xiao to come and go. June Linipin? Yi Xiao felt like she might be dreaming. The old man of the Lin family actually said he wanted to give her a house, and it was in June Linipin. To know that a house in June Linipin is worth tens of millions or even over 100 million. Yes, please, Miss Yi, you must accept it. Otherwise, I, Lin Jingshan, will never find peace in this life. Lin Xiaoxiao beside her urged, Yao Yao, hurry and accept it. You are my grandpa's lifesaver. But, Yi Xiao glanced towards Yiqiu, seemingly asking something. She felt that it was her brother who saved the old man. Why was all the credit on her now? Yiqiu was currently looking at a flyer for June Linipin, not even lifting his eyes. Yao Yao, you decide for yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Jingshan immediately understood. Before Yi Xiao could speak, he hurriedly said, Miss Yi, you must accept it. Do you think that my life is worth less than a broken house? A broken house. If June Linipin is considered a broken house, then what is the place they are living in now? A thatched cottage? In the end, Yi Xiao still agreed. Then I'll go back to pack my things first, and then I'll move in with you, hee hee. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she happily followed Lin Jingshan and Lin Zhang out of the community. The night's farce came to an end. Yi Xiao had received a house in June Linipin for nothing. She returned to her seat. When Lin Jingshan and the others arrived, she had closed the live stream, and now she reopened it. As soon as it was opened, the number of viewers in the live stream began to rise rapidly. Where did the host go just now? We only saw your brother posing and then you disappeared? It seems someone came to your house, but we don't know who. Yi Xiao smiled. Yes, there was a bit of a situation just now. By the way, I'm moving tomorrow, so I might not be able to live stream on time. Please don't blame me. What? Moving again? Didn't you just move? Yao Yao, you just moved 2 days ago, right? I'm moving to June Linipin tomorrow, so it might take a bit more time. As soon as Yi Xiao said this, the live stream exploded with comments. Yao Yao, when did you learn to brag like your brother? June Linipin, Yao Yao, although I really don't want to burst your bubble, you can't afford it right now. It's not that I bought it. It was given to me. Given. Wow. Is there such a good thing? Haha, Yao Yao. You're not going to say your brother traded a piece of armor for it, right? Yi Xiao looked at the comments and found it somewhat amusing. She shook her head. No. Then how did it come about? At this moment, Yi Qiu happened to pass by and saw these comments. It's not armor. It was exchanged for a soul-reviving pill. I like cooking in the kitchen with my sister, the streamer said. Super rocket donation, so impressive. Is the soul-reviving pill out now? Keep going, bro. Yi Xiao looked at Yi Qiu with an awkward expression. Brother, don't joke with them. Yi Qiu, however, maintained a serious demeanor. I'm not joking. If it weren't for my soul-reviving pill, would Lin Jingshan have come back to life? I was shocked. Even Lin Jingshan has appeared. By the way, Yao Yao, does your brother know who Lin Jingshan is? Did you all hear that? He mentioned Lin Jingshan. Ha ha. Did you hear that? Is it the same Lin Jingshan we know? Could it be that the house in June Linipin was a gift from Lin Jingshan? That's even more outrageous than my brother cultivating immortality. Who is Lin Jingshan? A well-known successful figure in Jiangcheng, and the Lin family was almost among the top 4 families in Jiangcheng. Usually, we only see such people in financial news. Yet, my brother claims he saved Lin Jingshan's life with a soul-reviving pill, and Lin Jingshan even gifted him a house in June Linipin. What a blowhard! This time it's Lin Jingshan, next time it won't be Li Rongqing, right? Who is Li Rongqing? Yi Qiu asked, looking at the comments. Yi Xiao opened a search engine and typed in the name. A plethora of news and information immediately appeared. Clicking on his profile, Yi Xiao explained, Brother, Li Rongqing is the richest man in Jiangcheng, the wealthiest person in our city. Yi Qiu looked at the image of the man on the computer screen and felt that this Li Rongqing seemed somewhat familiar. So he blurted out, I know this person. Look, what did I just say? My brother really knows Li Rongqing. I know Li Rongqing too. Maybe tomorrow he can gift me a house in June Linipin as well. By the way, streamer, your little yellow bike is empty. When will you refill it? Yi Xiao looked and indeed found it empty. She had just put up 4,000 pills. We'll see, there shouldn't be any for now. Without the little pills, how about putting up a soul-reviving pill for us? Yeah, the one your brother mentioned, the soul-reviving pill for Lin Jingshan, let's buy one and try it. Yi Qiu saw these comments and thought for a moment. Then, with a wave of his right hand, several green little plants appeared in his palm. What the heck? What kind of skill is this? Summoning things out of thin air? Those green things can't be some kind of spiritual herb, right? I don't know what they are. I just know that when my brother waved his hand, those things appeared. Incredible, I've never seen anything like it. I'm already numb. After this ends, I want to watch the replay. This will definitely be the best material for my video tomorrow. Summoning things out of thin air? This can't be magic, right? Streamer, come out and explain this to us. If it's magic, it should have been prepared long ago. I've seen many magic reveals, and they all require prior preparation. Unseen giant creatures? Unseen giant creatures? If it's not magic, it must be some kind of sleight of hand. Stop comparing. My brother is a cultivator. Isn't summoning things out of thin air basic skill? Remember when my brother got popular yesterday? Those people said the video was edited. Today, the live recording is here. I want to use it to slap those naysayers in the face. Alright, it's all magic, haha. I'm going to start playing games. Are there any friends who want to sweetly duo with me? Yi Shio pointed the camera at herself and asked with a smile. Unfortunately. Streamer, I hope you have some self-awareness. Stop playing games, just live stream your brother's life every day. What's so interesting about live streaming games? Cultivating immortality is my youth. You guys are too much. Yi Shio looked at the comments criticizing her and directly broke down. The fan club of Yao Yao sent out a high-energy warning. Yao Yao, don't be sad. Everyone just wants to regain their childhood innocence, that beautiful era. Yi Shio felt a wave of embarrassment on her forehead. Regain childhood innocence? The people in the live stream, where is their childhood innocence? In the end, the live stream concluded with Yi Shio wailing and losing the ranking match. The next day, the Lin family's luxury car arrived early in the morning to pick someone up from the community. Yi Shio didn't even need to move her luggage herself. There were neatly dressed men in black to carry everything away. As she was about to leave, Yi Shio asked her, Yao Yao, is there anything you forgot? Yi Shio looked conflicted. Brother, I paid a year's rent, and I've only lived here for 2 days before moving out. Shouldn't I ask for my rent back? This was overheard by Lin Xiao. Oh Yao Yao, you're already living in Junlinipin. What do you need rent for? Hurry up. I'll take you to live in a big mansion. When Yi Shio opened the electronic key to the riverside apartment that Lin Jingshan had sent her, she still felt it was somewhat unreal. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see the Yangtze River in the center of Jiangchang. They even thoughtfully prepared a gaming chair and the top-spec computer for her downstairs. These were all provided for Yi Shio's live streaming. In the evening, Yi Shio officially started her live stream. It was a bit later than her usual start time. The viewers were almost waiting in her live stream room, and as soon as it started, many people rushed in. In just about 10 minutes, the number of online viewers in Yi Shio's live stream had already surpassed 500,000. The popularity soared to over 1 million. After the events of the past few days, Yi Shio seemed to have gotten used to this state. Sharp-eyed viewers immediately noticed that the place where Yi Shio was streaming today was different from yesterday. Wow, host, you really changed your streaming location. Yi Shio replied, didn't I say I was moving to Junlinipin today? You all didn't believe me. Just because you say this is Junlinipin, does that make it Junlinipin? I don't believe it. Ha ha ha. Yao Yao, even though you're not the small streamer you used to be, a year's salary can't even buy a bathroom in Junlinipin. The people in the live stream didn't believe her, and Yi Shio couldn't be bothered to explain. She started a game. The live stream was filled with comments asking about Yi Shio. Yao Yao, can you play the game while letting your brother refine medicine beside you? I didn't see that item creation trick yesterday. I want to see it again today. Yi Shio, my brother isn't here. As soon as she finished speaking, the viewers in the livestream saw a shadow flash past Yi Shio's back at an incredible speed. Some thought they might be seeing things. Yao Yao, what was that behind you? It doesn't look like a person. Are you sure there are no other animals in your house? Yi Shio turned around but saw nothing. What was that? She saw nothing and turned back to continue the live stream. Hey, everyone, don't always think about seeing my brother. Isn't this beautiful girl good looking? If you like it, I can even dance for you. Yi Shio was still talking when she saw the comments in the live stream start to flood in crazily. Oh my god. Yao Yao, quickly look behind you. Yao Yao, run. What is that? Host, run. Yao Yao, hurry, run. Yi Shio was just about to give her viewers a dance. After all, she had taken a dance elective in college, but the thick barrage of comments suddenly left her stunned. At that moment, Yi Shio also felt a shadow suddenly enveloping her from behind. She turned around abruptly. Suddenly, behind her, a giant silver-gray wolf over 2 meters tall appeared out of nowhere. The massive wolf stared intently at Yi Shio, its ice-blue eyes glinting with a cold light. It let out a low growl, a sound that seemed to carry the promise of tearing apart its prey at any moment. At that moment, the live stream exploded with activity. The barrage of comments was so thick that the screen was nearly obscured. It's over, call the police. The host is done for. My god, where did this thing come from? A wolf this big, does it really exist? Everyone hurry and call the police. What are you waiting for? Someone's going to get hurt. Yi Shio, being just a girl, had never seen such a colossal creature and was completely stunned. The audience in the livestream was on the verge of panic, with the number of viewers skyrocketing from 500,000 to 2 million. The popularity surged straight to the top of the daily charts. Even those not on site could feel the murderous intent radiating from the silver-gray wolf. At that moment, the wolf suddenly opened its massive jaws. Clearly, Yi Xiao had become its prey. Its sharp claws glinted ominously as they swiped toward the top of Yi Xiao's head. Just when the viewers thought a tragedy was about to unfold, a familiar voice rang out. "What are you doing? Sit down." As soon as the voice fell, everyone watched as the previously imposing and arrogant silver wolf whimpered in fear. In the next second, it transformed into a husky, obediently sitting down on the ground. The live stream was instantly filled with question marks. Then, a familiar figure finally appeared before everyone. Yi Xiao, holding a fish in his left hand and twisting the wolf's ear with his right, said, "I told you not to run around. That's my sister. If anything happens to her today, I'll roast you and eat you." As the words fell, the husky was filled with terror, seemingly having no doubt about the truth of Yi Xiao's statement. "Are you all seeing things? Just behave and listen, okay?" Yi Xiao walked over and tossed the fish into the husky's mouth. The creature, having received food, nuzzled against Yi Xiao, whimpering. Yi Xiao was still in shock, unable to process what had just happened. The million viewers in the live stream were equally stunned. "Yao Yao, Yao Yao." Yi Xiao called out to Yi Xiao a couple of times before she finally snapped back to reality. Her delicate face was still pale and devoid of color, clearly shaken. "Brother, what? What is this?" Yi Xiao glanced at the obedient silver wolf beside him and then suddenly looked at the frenzied livestream. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "This is a husky, my pet. I just went to find it some food, and who knew this little guy would run off?" "Yao Yao, I didn't scare you, did I?" Yi Xiao was speechless. "My dear brother, do I look like I wasn't scared?" But to avoid worrying Yi Xiao, she shook her head. No, I wasn't scared." "That's good." As Yi Xiao spoke, he reached out to pet the husky. Not only Yi Xiao, but the viewers in the live stream also noticed the husky's cowardly demeanor. "Host, your brother is too cool. He calls this thing a husky. I was about to pee my pants just now, almost thought Yao Yao was done for today. This is clearly a wolf, a ferocious carnivorous wolf. How could you believe your brother's nonsense and think this is a husky?" The rhythm of the live stream was already out of control. "This is definitely a wolf. I just asked the uncle at the Biological Research Institute, and this is a wolf." Yi Xiao looked at the enormous creature before her, suddenly at a loss for words. At that moment, Yi Xiao said seriously, "This is a husky. I've raised it for so many years, how could I not know?" Treasure Pavilion rewarded the streamer with a super rocket. "Streamer, can you help me ask if your brother's husky is for sale?" Yi Xiao suddenly saw a large donation and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Brother, someone wants to buy this husky." Perhaps influenced by Yi Xiao now looked at the 2-meter-tall animal and thought, "This really is a husky. Buy this?" "Not for sale." Yi Xiao shook his head. Although the dog occasionally caused trouble, it had been with him for a couple of 100 years. He would never sell it. Moreover, this was the first spirit pet Yi Xiao had found in his own space. After such a hard search, how could he possibly sell it? "This husky will be good for guarding the house in the future. Brother, using this kind of monster to guard the house, I wonder who would dare to cause trouble at your place." Just thinking about using such a creature for guarding made her feel envious, excited, and cool. She wanted one too. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket. 2 consecutive rounds of 10 super rockets left Yi Xiao dizzy. She quickly thanked. "Thank you to the owner of Treasure Pavilion for the super rockets. Thank you. To show my gratitude, I'll perform a split," Yi Xiao said as she prepared to move aside to do a split. But who knew, the owner who had just sent 30 super rockets said, "No need, I just want to buy your brother's husky." Yi Xiao felt blatantly rejected. Hey, am I now even less desirable than a pet? Yi Xiao was upset. At first, everyone disliked her wanting to see her brother, but now they liked that husky even more. What kind of injustice is this? Yao Yao, move the camera a bit, I want to see your brother's husky. I'm done. Did someone really believe that this is a husky? Are you all blind? Brother, no wonder you're a cultivator, even your pet is so outstanding. Anyway, I don't believe this is a husky. I have one at home, at most 100 pounds, and this one looks like it weighs 700 or 800 pounds. You really believe it? I only have 4 words to say, brother, you're amazing. I also have a few words to say, brother, you're too amazing. Streamer, please ask your brother to sell me this husky. I'll send you another 100 super rockets. I said it's not for sale, so it's not for sale. Yi Qiu curled his lips and then directly put the husky into his space and left. In the live broadcast room, did I just see things? I saw things too. No, wait, Wasn't there a 2-meter-tall silver wolf that looked like a husky lying there just now? Yeah, you all saw it, right? You all saw it. Amazing, streamer, quickly call your brother out to explain to us. Seeing you all say this, I know it's not my eyes that are the problem. It's the streamer's brother who has the problem. Damn, a perfectly good husky just vanished. Could it be that the streamer's brother really has a legendary space? My youth has returned. Streamer, give me back my husky. Just from this scene, the viewers in the live broadcast room were almost shocked. A gigantic creature just vanished without a trace. What the hell? Even if it's magic, it shouldn't be played like this. Ever since Yi Xiao's brother appeared in the live broadcast room, they began to feel that the world was becoming fantastical. Although the brother usually liked to boast, sometimes his actions made people very suspicious. A perfectly good husky just disappeared into thin air. If it weren't for Yi Xiao's livestream, no one would believe that such a thing could happen. After a while, the long-missing Yi Xiao finally reappeared in the live room. Yi Xiao quickly called out to him, "Brother, what happened to that husky just now?" Yi Xiao asked the question that all the viewers in the livestream wanted to know. However, they saw Yi Xiao looking completely bewildered. Husky? What husky? Seriously, is he starting to play dumb now? Go ahead, keep pretending. Once Yao Yao's recording comes out, let's see how you keep up the act. Just now, millions of viewers saw that 2-meter-tall silver wolf. Hurry up and say where it went. Brother, there really was one here just now. You fed it fish. Yi Xiao began to doubt whether her eyes were playing tricks on her or if she was hallucinating, because Yi Xiao's expression was just too natural, as if he had no idea what had just happened. I was meditating in my room the whole time. You must be seeing things, Yi Xiao said seriously. What the hell? This is truly shocking. Just a moment ago, I saw that giant creature, and now he says it never existed. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly received a phone call. It was an unfamiliar number, and it was a landline. She hesitantly answered the call, and a formal voice came through. Hello, is this Miss Yi Xiao? Someone just reported that you were trading wild animals in your livestream. Please stop the live stream immediately and come to our office. Yi Xiao panicked a bit and hurriedly said, "No, officer, I'm not trading wild animals. If you don't believe me, just come to my live stream and see for yourself. And you can also ask the viewers. Millions of viewers can't be lying, right?" After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she saw an account named Jiangqing Silver River District Wildlife Protection Association enter the live stream. Alright everyone, stop joking around. I don't have any wild animals at home. Now look, the police are here. The viewers in the live stream had just heard what Yi Xiao said on the phone. Everyone knew what was going on. Who the hell reported our Yao Yao? There was only a husky in the live stream. Where did the wild animals come from? Can't streamers even keep huskies now? I can't believe it. Now huskies are considered wild animals? Does that mean we could open a zoo? Report the dog, you scoundrel. Big sent a treasure map. Don't be angry, streamer. Millions of viewers just saw that you indeed have a husky, and everyone can testify for you. Where is the conscience of the reporting dog? The streamer and the husky are both so cute. How can you bear to hurt her? Lift your skull sent a treasure map. Don't be angry, streamer. May the reporting dog's whole family perish. Yao Yao, stroke me sent a super rocket. Yao Yao, please send a thank you voice message. Up there. Internet police, don't worry, just now, over 1 million of us were watching. We can't all be lying, right? It's just that Yao Yao has a very unique husky at home, and someone just asked if they could buy it. And Yao Yao didn't agree, so I think someone saw that Yao Yao's livestream was too popular and got uncomfortable, starting trouble. Yes, that's it. Someone must be jealous. Indeed, there are quite a few small accounts in Yi Xiao's livestream. Everyone is very curious why a little-known 18-line streamer suddenly has such a surge in popularity. Even now, it's still hanging at the top of the trending list. Ugh, these reporting dogs are really disgusting. Can a husky really give you something to write about? And they almost got Yao Yao invited for tea. I hope your grocery prices go up. Just at this moment. In the previous moment, the viewers in the livestream who were urging Yi Xiao to come out and explain were now all insisting that Yi Xiao's family had a husky. Everyone was astonishingly unanimous. Besides cursing and reporting the dog, they also sent a lot of gifts. Just the treasure map worth 5,000 yuan was sent several times. With so many gifts, it attracted quite a few other viewers. As a result, Yi Xiao's livestream became even more popular. The internet police stayed in the livestream for a short while, saw the viewers' astonishingly unified attitude, and then did not seek to talk to Yi Xiao anymore. After seeing the official account leave, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you all for helping me. I was really scared just now. To show my gratitude, I'll sing a sweet song for everyone. No, Yao Yao, you are a beauty streamer, not a talent streamer. singing and dancing super well is better left aside, especially singing. Some old fans in the live stream had the fortune to hear Yi Xiao sing. It was simply life-threatening. If singing could kill, then Yi Xiao would definitely be a master among masters. The new viewers had never heard it and had no idea of the power of Yi Xiao's voice, so they protested in the live stream. Why can't the streamer sing? The sister looks so good, her voice is nice, she must sing well too. Brothers upstairs, I advise you to give up on that idea. Look at the admin, they already left when the streamer said she would sing. That person looked and indeed saw it. Then streamer, why don't you perform something else for us? Yi Xiao looked at the reaction in the livestream and directly broke down. You guys are too much. Is my singing really that bad? Yes, it is, definitely. Although I really don't want to say it, having had the fortune to hear it once, the lethality is indeed strong. So, streamer, you might as well let your brother perform. I'm not loved anymore, is it because I'm not pretty? Or what? Why do all the viewers in a beauty streamer's livestream want to see my brother? Yi Xiao was suddenly hit with 1,000 points of damage. Brother! Everyone says they want to see you. Yi Xiao shouted, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Chou appeared before her. A reminder for the new brothers, don't be surprised, don't be shocked, keep calm. Even though someone had already reminded them, this scene still caused quite a reaction from the audience. Just then, a sound of the door opening suddenly came from the entrance. Yao Yao, Grandpa said he wants to come and see you in person. It was Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Jingshan was also with her. As Lin Jingshan entered, he saw Yi Qiu standing next to Yi Xiao. He hurried over and respectfully greeted him. This person looks so familiar. I think I've seen him on TV. Oh my, isn't that Lin Jingshan? Lin Jingshan, that Lin Jingshan. The one from the Lin family in Zhangcheng, the one you often see on the financial channel. If you don't know, go search for Lin Jingshan's biography on Baidu. It can be described as a series of adventures. I do know a bit about the Lin family and Lin Jingshan. In short, in Jiangqing's Silver River district, it's almost all Lin surnames. Saying this, you should understand now. I just went to take a look, and I was shocked. How did such a person think to come to Yao Yao's house? Do you remember what Yao Yao said at the beginning? A viewer who had been watching the live stream from the start suddenly sent a barrage like this. The next second, countless what the heck filled the live stream. What the heck? Yao Yao said at the beginning that she moved, and she moved to Junliniping, and she even said it was a gift from Lin Jingshan. This is outrageous. I didn't expect it to be true, so Yao Yao is now live streaming from that house worth over 100 million in Junliniping. Lin Jingshan's visit. When Yi Xiao saw Lin Jingshan, she politely stood up to greet him. Grandpa Lin, you're here. She greeted him with a smile on her delicate face. Yao Yao, I came to see you. And Xiao Xiao. After finally recognizing his granddaughter, he could hardly see her now. Sigh. After speaking, Lin Jingshan looked over at Yi Qiu, his expression as humble as could be. I wonder how Mr. Yi feels about living here? As he spoke, he presented his business card, a card with a gold border that also had Lin Jingshan's private phone number on it. Yi Qiu took it and casually tossed it onto Yi Xiao's computer desk. Immediately, the viewers in the livestream became restless. Dude, that's Lin Jingshan's business card. You just threw it on the desk like that. Aren't you afraid of angering Lin Jingshan? It's over, my Yao Yao's livestream career is finished. I know, recently Lin Jingshan just recognized a granddaughter, and I heard that granddaughter happens to be the streamer's best friend. A couple of days ago during a live stream, I heard that the best friend was taken back to a wealthy family. I didn't expect it to be true. Sigh, even if it's the best friend's grandpa, what my dude did is like slapping Lin Jingshan in the face. I don't think he'll have an easy time in the days to come. I'm not bragging, but in Jiangqing's Linjiang district, there really are people with the surname Lin. Tonight might be the last night we see Yao Yao. The viewers were worried that Lin Jingshan would make things difficult on the spot and, in a fit of anger, cut off Yi Xiao's livestream. But who knew, they saw Lin Jingshan take out another gold card. Mr. Yi, this contains 50 million. Consider it an apology for my earlier ignorance and the things I said. Yi Qiu glanced at the gold card. This should be a bank card. After receiving it, he handed it to Yi Xiao beside him. Yao Yao, here's some pocket money for you. Yi Xiao felt the gold card was hot to the touch. In her life, this was the first time she had seen so much money. 50 million. This is the amount you would need to livestream for how long to earn? Everything seemed to come too quickly. What the hell is going on? Why can't I understand? Lin Jingshan isn't angry? He even gave another gold card with 50 million inside. Damn, this novel wouldn't dare to write it like this. Is it possible that Lin Jingshan isn't that impressive after all? You upstairs are overthinking it. You can go see how impressive Lin Jingshan really is. So it's still my dude who's impressive. I love eating tomatoes. Donated a super rocket to the streamer. Yeah, looking at it this way, Lin Jingshan isn't anything much. Just look at him. he looks no different from a weakling. You're all wrong. It's not that Lin Jingshan isn't anything. It's that my dude is impressive. After all, he's a cultivator. How could he be compared to these ordinary folks? Treasure Pavilion donated a treasure map to the streamer. Hello, streamer. I heard you have a rare beast here. I wonder if there's a chance to see it. The previous one was the Treasure Pavilion, and now this Wanbao building has come out too. Quick, let the husky make an appearance. I can't wait. Yi Xiao's live stream room became more and more lively. Gifts kept pouring in. Just at this moment, she estimated that there were about 20 to 30,000 in gift income. And at this time, Yi Xiao also noticed that the levels of the viewers in her livestream were getting higher and higher. Those emperors who usually wouldn't appear were now filling the first page. Even when flipping pages, it was still emperors. Just as Lin Jingshan was about to say something else, suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to start twisting. Then, a silver-gray giant wolf, standing 2 meters tall, appeared right in front of them. The silver wolf was panting, and upon seeing Lin Jingshan, it prepared to pounce on him. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Qiu was right beside him. He leaped up and directly mounted the silver wolf's back, then raised his hand and gave it a pat on the head. The several hundred pounds of silver wolf knelt down immediately, letting out a whimper of grievance. Seeing that the silver wolf had finally settled down, Yi Qiu jumped off its back. He then clapped his hands and sighed. The space is still unstable. This guy just loves to run around. Didn't scare you, did it? Yi Qiu was speaking to Lin Jingshan and Lin Xiaoxiao. The grandfather and granddaughter were both stunned. Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. Lin Jingshan's old eyes were filled with shock. Husky, didn't expect this, Lin Jingshan. Even I, the husky, can intimidate you today. The district tyrant of Linjiang district was actually rendered speechless by a husky. I have to say, my brother is impressive. This 2-meter-tall husky, he just rides it like that. Was that leap just now the legendary lightness skill? Lin Jingshan probably never thought he would be scared by a husky in his lifetime. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere in the live stream was unexpectedly cheerful. Yi Qiu looked at the husky that wouldn't stay put in the space and felt a bit of a headache. It was just like Pikachu not wanting to stay in its Pokeball. He had just recalled it, and now it had run out again. He raised his hand and gave the husky a smack on the rear, deliberately using a fierce tone. If you run out again without my permission, then you can forget about coming out in the future. The viewers in the live stream immediately protested. Come on, bro, just let this husky stay outside. You're being too fierce, bro. It's just a cute husky. What the hell? You tell me this is a husky? I just entered the live stream and asked the lady from the Biology Research Institute, and she said it's a wolf, a wolf. Some newcomers in the live stream were losing their composure. Are these people blind? It's clearly a mutated giant wolf, and they say it's a husky? Do these people have a problem with their brains? That lady from the Biology Research Institute must be an amateur. I asked my uncle from the Biology Research Institute, and he said this is a husky. Can't you see her little eyes? I don't care if it's a wolf or 7 wolves. This one at Yaoyao's house is definitely a husky. Unknowingly, the viewers in the live stream had almost all come to believe that the giant silver wolf beside Yi Qiu was indeed a husky. Even the newcomers who had been refuting earlier began to doubt whether the lady from the Biology Research Institute was a temporary worker after seeing everyone's comments. At this moment, Lin Jingshan looked at the massive creature before him and finally came to his senses. However, the shock in his heart had not dissipated. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run, he had gone hunting wild wolves with friends before, and the creature before him was clearly a pure silver wolf. Pet little husky, pet little husky. He had finally managed to stabilize his mind. Then he pointed at the husky lying on the ground. This is a husky, Yaoyao's pet dog, Yi Qiu said seriously. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a husky? At his age, he had seen many rare and exotic beasts, but he had never seen a husky that was 2 meters tall with sharp claws and fangs. Yi Qiu glanced at the large house. The living room alone was 100 square meters. If he wasn't around in the future, this husky could help keep an eye on the house and protect Yi Qiu. Moreover, Yao Yao still had classes. He heard she was studying at Jiangcheng University, and if she encountered some clueless guys trying to hit on his sister, this husky might come in handy. In short, Yi Qiu, who had lived in another world for 10,000 years, was actually an unadulterated sistercon. With the husky, Yao Yao shouldn't feel lonely anymore. Be good and listen. Yi Qiu patted the husky's head and then led it towards a corner not far away. He pointed to the corner and said, "From now on, this will be your nest. Don't tear the place apart, don't bite people randomly, and remember one thing, you must listen to Yao Yao. What Yao Yao says is the imperial decree." The clever husky quickly nodded and panted, its tongue hanging out long, afraid others wouldn't know it was a loyal dog. With such a silly look, who would still believe it had just been fierce? By the way, brother. Under Yi Chio's influence, his younger sister Yi Xiao found the husky cuter the more she looked at it. How about I call it Xiao Ha from now on? Xiao Ha? Yi Chio glanced at the obedient husky. Sure, you can call it Xiao Ha from now on, got it? The husky whimpered and nodded obediently. Over here, not only were Lin Jingshan and Lin Xiaoxiao stunned, but the viewers in the livestream were also amazed. Xiao Ha. Its name is Xiao Ha? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Chief expert on identifying bitches rewarded the streamer with a super rocket. A small gift to show respect, celebrating Xiao Ha's perfect debut today. Wow, so fast to have fans. I want to join the Xiao Ha fan club too. Streamer, move aside. I want to see Xiao Ha. The feeling of raising a husky online should be nice too. Yi Xiao looked at the barrage in the livestream, her mouth twitching. She aimed the camera at herself and then glanced at the title of the livestream and the streamer's name. Wait, this is my livestream. Why do you all want to see the husky? The pretty streamer is here too, right? Is the beauty not good looking? Yao Yao, you are quite pretty. I've thought you were the prettiest since I grew up, but I still want to see your brother cultivating in Xiao Ha. I'll send you 10 rockets. Please move the camera away from your face. Yao Yao's manager No. 1 rewarded the streamer with a super rocket. Yi Xiao wanted to curse, but since they were both the manager and the boss, she could only smile and say, thank you to Yao Yao's manager No. 1 for the super rocket. Wow, the speed of that face change is truly remarkable. Yao Yao. Yi Xiao was still live streaming. Lin Jingshan finally managed to snap out of his shock. He shook his head, seemingly trying to pull himself back from that fantasy. Mr. Yi, if there are no other requests, then I'll take my leave. You can call me anytime, anywhere. Alright, you can go. Yi Chio was busy playing with the dog and didn't have time to pay attention to Lin Jingshan, just waved him off. Lin Jingshan humbly bowed and then left. Since Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to stay with Yi Xiao, she remained there. The audience in the livestream witnessed this scene, and comments like awesome and what the hell filled the screen. Did you all see how the brother treated Lin Jingshan just now? Who still says Lin Jingshan is the local tyrant of Linjiang district? I'm the first to disagree. I said, anyone who is mixed in Linjiang district knows what kind of person Lin Jingshan is. The live stream was buzzing with discussions about whether Yi Chio was more impressive or Lin Jingshan. And obviously, most supported Yi Chio. Some stubborn ones could only brag about Lin Jingshan's past glories. After all, the title of local tyrant in Linjiang district had loomed over them for far too long. Show off, sent a super rocket. No more talking, brother. Awo, sent a super rocket. It's time for a change in the local tyrant of Linjiang district, brother. Two groups of people argued back and forth like this, and gifts kept pouring into the live stream. Yi Xiao discovered that the number of emperor accounts in the live broadcast room was increasing, and after an hour, the popularity of the room remained high. Various high-end special effects continued to enter the live broadcast room. Faced with such sudden fame, Yi Xiao was still a bit taken aback. Just imagine, a small streamer who could only rely on barely maintaining her monthly live streaming hours to keep her base salary, in just a few days, now had a popularity that directly surpassed those first-tier streamers. Such a situation was almost impossible. The bosses who used to be at the top of Yi Xiao's rankings were now pushed down below. She flipped through several pages and couldn't find them. Lin Xiaoxiao went upstairs to take a shower. However, Yi Xiao noticed that the gifts in the live broadcast room were still coming in. Most of them were things she had never seen before. Li Gongzi, Emperor, rewarded the streamer with a treasure map and left a message. Streamer, I want to add you on WeChat. I wonder if I have this honor. Li Gongzi? Is it the Li Gongzi I'm thinking of? Looking at his golden 88888, this is definitely Li Gongzi. Wow, even the Prince of Jiangcheng is here. Yao Yao, this guy is just a scumbag. He's probably just interested in your looks. Don't be fooled, Yao Yao. Yes, Yao Yao, don't be fooled. You are our white moonlight. Be careful, Yao Yao. Are you all crazy? I just want to get to know him and ask him some things. Who wants to scumbag her? Li Gongzi, Emperor, rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and left a message. Streamer, I really have no other intentions. I just want to be friends with your brother. Be friends with Yao Yao's brother. Hubby, you're actually this kind of person. Whoa, I can't live anymore. But I think her brother and Li Gongzi are quite suitable. Yi Xiao pouted. Ever since her brother appeared in the live broadcast room, her popularity had plummeted. Is there any humanity left? The divine beast of the Li family, the silver wolf. Yi Xiao looked at the high rewards and found it impossible to read out the list of thanks, because there were just too many. Treasure Pavilion rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and left a message. Hello, streamer. I heard that there is a silver wolf over 2 meters tall in this live broadcast room. The Treasure Pavilion is willing to spend tens of millions to acquire it. I wonder if the streamer can give me a chance. What's going on? The treasure pavilion, the treasure house, and now the treasure pavilion has come too. Amazing, we just need the Moon Shadow Pavilion, one of the 4 mysterious organizations of the Xia country, to complete the set. Treasure House rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and left a message. It's indeed a husky, so, Miss Streamer, would you be willing to sell your watchdog, Little Ha, to our treasure house? The price can be discussed, and it will definitely be much more beautiful than what the treasure pavilion offered. Treasure Pavilion rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and left a message. Sorry, the previous message was from a temporary worker who didn't understand, insisting that the husky was a silver wolf. I've already clarified, it is indeed a lovely husky, and the treasure pavilion just wants to be friends with the streamer. I wonder if there's a chance. Suddenly, so many big shots appeared in the live broadcast room, leaving Ishio a bit overwhelmed. Treasure Pavilion, Treasure House, Treasure Tower, and even a Moon Shadow Pavilion. These are all legendary big shots. The continuous 1000 super rockets completely stunned Ishio. Her hand holding the mouse trembled a bit. Sorry everyone, my husky is not for sale. It's fine if it's not for sale, let's just get to know each other and be friends. Yes, just be friends. Just be friends. Ishio had never had so many people wanting to be friends with her in her life. At the same time, in the largest estate in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, Li Xiqing sat in front of his computer, looking somewhat displeased. He had thought that no one in the entire livestream room could compare to him, but to his surprise, even those from a few organizations had shown up. It seemed that this matter had to be reported to his father. Thus, Li Xiqing directly called Li Luo. He recounted everything he had seen in the live stream room. On the other end of the line, Li Luo naturally did not believe it. Kid, I told you to play less of those live streams, read more books, and spend more time with me and your grandfather. Your knowledge would definitely be much higher than it is now. Dad, if you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Just watch for a couple of days and you'll know. Li Luo scoffed. Why would I watch those dubious live streams? There are so many things to do. Who has the time to watch live streams? Dad, today the Treasure Pavilion, the Hidden Treasure Pavilion, and the 10,000 Treasures building all showed up. Don't you want to come and take a look? What did you say? Hearing those names, Li Luo finally reacted. Get on WeChat, I'll send you a screenshot. They directly sent a few hundred rockets. It's basically confirmed to be the real deal. After saying this, Li Xiqing sent Li Luo the screenshots of the donations and comments from those top-tier big shots. Upon seeing those screenshots, Li Luo, who was out socializing, immediately cancelled all his upcoming engagements and hurriedly got into his car. His destination was not the Li family's estate in the suburbs, but another place, the ancestral home where Li Rongqing currently lived. Dad! At that moment, Li Rongqing was appreciating some calligraphy and paintings he had just brought over with an old friend. The old man usually enjoyed these when he had nothing to do. Seeing Li Luo suddenly barge in, he felt disturbed. He frowned and asked, "What's going on? How old are you now? Why are you acting so recklessly like Xiqing every day?" Li Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead. After greeting the old man beside him, he said, "Dad, Xiqing said today that he saw a cultivator in the livestream room, and the other party had a silver wolf that was over 2 meters tall." As soon as Li Luo said this, Li Rongqing's hand, which had been resting on the calligraphy and paintings, froze. The old man beside him also walked over in his direction. "A silver wolf over 2 meters tall. Are you sure?" Xiqing said so. "I think he wouldn't dare to lie about something like this." As he spoke, Li Luo took out the screenshots sent by Li Xiqing, which also showed a husky making an appearance. After looking at it, Li Rongqing exchanged a few words with the old man beside him and then led Li Luo toward the innermost room of the Li family's ancestral home. "Come in." Li Rongqing didn't say much, and his expression was somewhat tense. Li Luo followed behind him and eventually arrived at the dark room of the main house. In the deepest part of the room, after rummaging through boxes, Li Rongqing finally found a long-sealed painting. The painting was rolled up and covered in dust. "Dad, what is this?" Li Rongqing still didn't speak but carefully placed the painting on the table and opened it. When the contents of the painting were revealed to Li Luo, he was stunned. On the yellowed paper, a majestic silver wolf was vividly depicted, with every detail of its fangs and claws making one doubt whether it was a real silver wolf. Li Luo was completely taken aback. You probably haven't seen this before. This is a painting by our Li family's ancestor. My father, who is currently in seclusion, also your grandfather, once told me that this silver wolf is the guardian beast of our Li family. He had thought that such a silver wolf could not possibly exist in this world, but after seeing the silver wolf in the livestream room just now, Li Rongqing was completely unsettled. After confirming the screenshots from the livestream room again, Li Rongqing's face turned red, almost in a state of blood rush. Li Luo saw his father with such an expression and naturally understood the seriousness of the situation. He hurriedly said, what Si-chin said is not wrong. It said that the streamer in that live broadcast room is actually a cultivator, teleportation and all that. Let's go. We need to check it out. Lee Rongqing, who had never paid attention to live broadcasts, downloaded Douyin Live in a state of barely controlled emotions, holding a scroll that was almost several hundred years old. Dad, could it really be? Li Luo looked at the majestic silver wolf in the scroll and compared it to the screenshot sent by Li Luo. Although the one in the video looked more like a husky, every detail of these two animals was identical. The guardian beast of the Li family. It must be the guardian beast of the Li family. Li Rongqing's eyes turned red, and his hand holding the phone trembled. Whose beast is this? That little girl in the video? Li Rongqing turned to ask Li Luo. It should be hers. Si-chin was just in that live broadcast room. Call Si-chin over. Before Li Si-chin arrived, Li Rongqing didn't dare to speak recklessly in the live broadcast room. After all, that was the guardian beast of the Li family. The silver wolf. Okay, I'll go call Si-chin. Li Luo notified Li Si-chin, who hurriedly rushed over. When he returned to Li Rongqing's side, he heard him ask, if it's clearly a guardian beast, why do these people all say it's a husky? Li Luo didn't know how to answer at that moment. Since he usually didn't watch live broadcasts, this question can only be asked when Si-chin arrives. Poof, Li Rongqing snorted, every day just thinking about making money, you should learn a thing or two from this kid Si-chin. The society is progressing too fast. If you're not careful, you'll be eliminated. Yes, I understand, Dad. Li Luo didn't dare to say a word in front of Li Rongqing. At that moment, Li Rongqing also noticed several big shots in the live broadcast room continuously giving gifts. What are those people from the treasure pavilion doing here? It seems they want to buy the guardian beast of the Li family. Upon hearing this, Li Rongqing immediately got angry. That is the guardian beast of my Li family. What right do they have to buy it? Let alone buying it, they couldn't even touch it. But now, in the live broadcast room, Yichio was grooming the little husky, which lay comfortably on the carpet, incredibly docile, far from the image of the silver wolf in the painting. Then who is that? Li Luo looked at Yichio and recalled what Li Si-chin had told him. He hurriedly said, that should be the cultivator Si-chin mentioned. Si-chin also said he saw him walk from his room to the living room at a speed of 20 meters per second. That's impossible, Li Rongqing said without thinking. Let's wait for Si-chin to come before discussing it, Li Luo said. Li Rongqing thought for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. After finding out that the ancestor was still in seclusion, Li Rongqing planned to visit the ancestor himself the day after tomorrow. That was the foundation of the Li family. Li Si-chin arrived quickly, speeding down the road in a sports car without fear of speeding. By the time he reached the ancestral home, he was already drenched in sweat. Grandpa, Dad, I'm here. Si-chin, hurry over and tell your grandpa about this. When Li Si-chin saw the painting, he was also shocked. He then told Li Rongqing everything that had happened recently in the live broadcast room. It seems, this young man named Yichio is definitely not an ordinary person. Li Rongqing, being someone who navigated the underworld, had become the richest man in Jiangchang, so he certainly had some skills. Dad, should I just call someone to bring him over? Fool, Li Rongqing scolded sharply. Do you think it's appropriate for us to bring the expert over? In this situation, of course, we should visit in person with generous gifts. After all these years, how come your brain is still not as good as Si-chin's? Li Luo was once again looked down upon. Li Rongqing thought for a moment and said, however, we are not close to them, so it would be quite abrupt to visit suddenly. At that moment, Li Si-chin spoke up. Grandpa, the granddaughter of the Lin family who just recognized her ancestry, Lin Xiaoxiao, seems to be the close friend of this female streamer, and they happen to live together. Just today, Lin Jingshan even gifted Yi Shio a set of houses in Junliniping. Upon hearing this, Li Rongqing fell into contemplation. That guy actually got ahead of us. Lin Jingshan was indeed clever. He found himself a strong ally. Let's find a time to meet Lin Jingshan, Li Rongqing said to Li Si-chin. Looking at the live stream, it seemed that the items wouldn't sell anytime soon. The female streamer also had no intention of selling the Li family's guardian beast, the silver wolf. This relieved Li Rongqing. Si-chin, focus on this live stream these days, and don't be stingy with gifts. We need to show the sincerity of the Li family. Got it, Grandpa. Li Si-chin thought for a moment and suddenly said, Grandpa, why don't you register an official account for the Li family? Why? Li Rongqing asked. At this moment, Li Si-chin seemed a bit hesitant. Well, Li Luo interjected, isn't it because this brat is causing trouble all day long, and people have too many complaints about him? Dad, I think it's better for us to register a new account. Let's do that. After arranging everything, Li Rongqing picked up the painting on the nearby table to admire it. This was painted by our ancestor. It had been treasured for so many years, and the ink on the painting was still bright and vivid. It looked as if it had just been painted. I wonder what kind of paint and materials were used. Over here, Yi Xiao was still live streaming. Yi Xiao played with the husky for a while before returning to her room. The audience in the live stream started to shout, "Yao Yao, let your brother come out." Yi Xiao replied, "Why should I let my brother come out? Even if he comes out, he won't do anything. Forget about alchemy and all that. You don't know, I've already received 8 warnings today, promoting supernatural nonsense." Yes, Yi Xiao's livestream had received several warnings today. If it weren't for the officials seeing the insane popularity, they would have shut down the stream long ago. It must be the work of those report dogs. I've said it 1,000 times. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao had also finished her shower. As she came downstairs, her gaze happened to meet the little husky. Even though she knew this giant creature was Yao Yao's brother's pet, Lin Xiaoxiao still felt a bit scared. After all, those fangs and claws were no joke. "Yao Yao, why don't we not stream for so long tonight? How about we go out for some skewers?" It was hard to finally live with her best friend, and Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to go out and have some fun. Yi Xiao checked the streaming duration. Although she hadn't done anything throughout, even just coasting through a game, the popularity and viewership were simply off the charts. The last peak was 3 million. Today, it shot up to 5 million. The rewards and online numbers in the backend were also absurdly high. Yi Xiao thought for a moment and wanted to give herself a break. But fearing the viewers in the livestream might not be happy, she said to everyone, "Everyone, wait for me a moment. I need to go to the bathroom." Next, the audience in the livestream saw Yi Xiao get up and leave the camera. After about 5 minutes, everyone was getting a bit annoyed, and someone even asked in the livestream if it really took that long for Yi Xiao to go to the bathroom. Suddenly, a flawless white arm flashed across the camera. Then, there was a loud thud. The live stream room was completely dark. In the center, a few words appeared. "The host has ended the stream. Please come back to watch at the next scheduled time. Let's go eat skewers. Let's go eat skewers. The host is out." "Yao Yao, how can you do this? There are 1,000 ways to end a stream. Damn, that was really unexpected. Host, come out, I'm going to kill you." Unfollowed, it's boring. I'm unfollowing too. If I come back to this live stream room to watch again, I'm a dog. Me too. If I come back to this live stream room, I'll just create an account to live stream while doing a handstand in the bathroom. No love left. I'm switching from fan to hater. The screen was completely dark, but the bullet comments in the live stream room were still scrolling, even surpassing the number when Yi Xiao was online. Yi Xiao directly closed the streaming tool, stretched lazily, and turned to look at Lin Xiaoxiao. The two exchanged knowing smiles. "Yao Yao, let's see how much you earned in tips today." Lin Xiaoxiao had also watched the live stream for a while, and the gifts were practically flooding the screen. Countless gifts were sent out as if they were free, especially from those big shots. They were directly attacking each other with hundreds of rockets. It made Lin Xiaoxiao want to laugh. These people who were usually so unreachable suddenly seemed so childish today. Yi Xiao also remembered this matter. In the past, she would check her earnings every day after the live stream ended. Recently, she had been busy moving in with this and that. She had forgotten about it. At that moment, Yi Xiao also walked out of his room. He was holding a small wine flask in his hand. The mouth of the flask was emitting white smoke, and it was unclear what was inside. "Brother Yi Xiao, let's go eat skewers together later." Lin Xiaoxiao saw Yi Xiao and took the opportunity to invite him. Eat skewers? Yi Xiao felt old, not knowing the terms of today's youth. He knew what Lu meant, but he didn't understand Lu skewers. Moreover, this little girl was inviting him, a grown man, to eat skewers. Yi Xiao's face instantly turned red. "Yeah, Yao Yao and I haven't eaten skewers in a long time. Tonight is just right, and Yao Yao earns so much money, you should come along." Lin Xiaoxiao warmly invited. Yi Xiao felt a bit awkward. Why was this little girl so open? He walked over, wanting to ask Yi Xiao, and just happened to see her calculating tonight's earnings. "Brother, I'm rich. This little bit of money and you're rich?" Yi Xiao curled his lips. Someone had said that a spirit stone was worth tens of thousands, and if he took out those spirit stones piled up like mountains in his space, wouldn't he be instantly wealthy enough to rival a nation? However, in this world, no one would buy spirit stones, which were worthless trinkets. After all, spirit stones were useless to them. Yi Xiao dismissed such thoughts. It's good to be rich. Seeing Yi Xiao's happy expression, Yi Xiao felt good too. Yi Xiao looked at the back end. Tonight's earnings were almost the highest she had ever made in her streaming career. It even surpassed the total earnings of the past few years. Just in tips, there were several 100,000. Besides the income, the number of online viewers and popularity had also reached a peak. Yi Xiao herself found it a bit unbelievable, because she had hardly done anything, yet the livestream had such popularity. Compared to the time she had worked herself to exhaustion before, this was simply too comfortable. Seeing so much money, Yi Xiao smiled brightly at Yi Qiu. Brother, let's go, I'll treat you to skewers. Yi Qiu, how come Yao Yao is saying this too? Yi Qiu asked suspiciously. Yao Yao, what does eating skewers mean? It means going out for barbecue. I know there's a place next to our university that's really delicious. Eating barbecue. Yi Qiu was stunned. Who would have known that loose skewers meant eating barbecue? Really, it's a good thing I asked Yao Yao, or I would have almost embarrassed myself. But speaking of it seems like I haven't eaten food from this world in a long, long time. I completely forgot what barbecue tastes like. In that world, I mostly drank spiritual spring water, ate immortal fruits, and those dragon carps from the pond. Now I'm quite curious about the barbecue flavor that Yao Yao recommended. Let's go, let's grab some skewers, Yi Qiu said to Yi Xiu. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao also walked over, having changed into casual clothes. Lin Xiaoxiao had an excellent figure. Although she was just a college student, her body was perfectly proportioned, even better than some so-called beauties Yi Qiu had seen in that world. She was now wearing a short-sleeved top and little hot pants. For Yi Qiu, this was definitely a stunning sight. Yi Xiu had also changed her outfit. She wore a little jacket that didn't provide much warmth but looked good. Her lower half was in tight three-quarter pants, perfectly accentuating her long legs. Let's go, let's set off. The handsome guy and beautiful girl attracted a lot of attention as soon as they stepped out of the community. You guys wait for me to hail a cab, Yi Xiao said, taking out her phone to call for a ride, but was stopped by Lin Xiaoxiao. She had a car key hanging from her index finger, with symbols Yi Qiu couldn't understand, but Yi Xiao's eyes widened. Wow, Xiaoxiao, when did you buy this? Did you strike it rich? My grandpa gave it to me, hee hee. Let's go, if we wait too long, there won't be any spots left. Brother, let's go. Yi Xiao called out to Yi Qiu. When Yi Qiu stood in front of the flashy car, he asked, how long does it take to drive 100,000 kilometers? Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. 100,000 kilometers. Where could there be such a long distance? I'm not sure, probably many days, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, a bit confused about the number. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu shook his head at the car in front of him. This thing is no good. No good. Yi Xiu and Lin Xiaoxiao both exclaimed in disbelief. It was the first time they had heard someone say that this limited edition car was no good. This was a new model, and only someone like Lin Jingshan could have bought it in advance. Yeah, 100,000 kilometers takes many days. What a joke. If it really took several days to cover 100,000 kilometers, the food would probably be cold by then. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Qiu with a face of disdain, and finally, she awkwardly smiled and said, Yi Qiu, this is all I have now, so please bear with it and just ride along. Yeah, brother, if we call a cab now, it would probably take a while to wait, Yi Xiao added. Yi Qiu nodded. Alright then, I'll take this. Once in the car, Yi Qiu regretted not bringing Xiaoha along. Xiaoha is faster than this. Yi Xiao started to sweat. If Xiaoha really carried them to the school gate for skewers, she could already imagine the consequences. They would definitely make headlines. They might even get called in for tea by the Animal Protection Association. In the worst-case scenario, they might be reported for animal abuse. This is we've arrived. After about 20 minutes of driving, the three arrived at the small night market next to Jiangcheng University. This place was especially lively at night since it was mostly college students. There were plenty of people coming over to eat and grab skewers. I made money today, so you guys can eat whatever you want, Yi Xiu said generously. Not to mention that Lin Jingshan had given her that 50 million gold card, just the tips alone would be more than enough for tonight. Having lived a frugal life all her life, this was the first time Yi Xiu felt so extravagant. Hee, I won't hold back, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a grin while parking the car. As she opened the door, her long legs immediately caught the attention of many people. Lin Xiaoxiao being brought back to the Lin family is something that not many people know about yet, so everyone is looking over here. A beautiful woman attracts attention wherever she goes. Unfortunately, when everyone saw that flashy car, they all hesitated. Just ask, which young rich second generation in Jiangcheng can drive this limited edition car that hasn't even officially hit the market yet? As Yi Xiao got out of the car, her phone suddenly received a notification. She took a look and screamed. This scream startled Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao, who rushed over. Yao Yao, what's wrong? What happened? Yi Xiao looked at her phone notification, her face full of distress. A task suddenly came up here, and if I don't do it, the ranking I worked so hard for this month will drop. Oh, I thought you didn't care about this ranking anymore, Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed, having truly witnessed Yi Xiao's popularity in her live stream tonight. However, Yi Xiao said, no, I have to do this. But why did it suddenly come to me? At this moment, Yi Xiao noticed that people in the group were tagging her, urging her to go live. She immediately had a black line on her face. The case was solved. It must be her few managers doing. In fact, Yi Xiao really wanted to maintain her ranking. After all, it was her first time. So, she said to Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao, brother, how about I just go live for a bit? Consider it an outdoor stream? I don't mind, but I don't know what brother Yi Xiao thinks. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was Yi Xiao's manager, wouldn't refuse since Yi Xiao was willing. As long as Yao Yao likes it, Yi Xiao, being a sister con, wouldn't have any objections. So, Yi Xiao went live outdoors for the first time. When the live stream screen appeared again, the number of online viewers began to grow continuously. Yao Yao, you can't escape. Finally finished the stream, and now you're starting again. Isn't that a bit too fast for a slap in the face? To the brother upstairs, if I remember correctly, an hour ago you said that if you watched Yao Yao's live stream again, you'd do a handstand in the bathroom. And you want to start your own live stream? So, where's the live stream? Laughing to death, you said others slap faces too fast, but I see you're not any better. To the person upstairs, didn't you also say you'd never come back and even said you would unfollow? How careless, forgot to switch accounts. The live stream was filled with the sound of slaps in the face, as those who said they would unfollow after Yi Xiao suddenly ended her stream rushed back immediately. Yi Xiao smiled. There was indeed something going on just now. I thought it was too boring to stream games in the room, so I came out to give you all a surprise, an outdoor live stream, right? Alright. Is the outdoor live stream just to show us your brother's lightness on water? I want to see sword flying. Are there any other spirit beasts or something? Yi Xiao shook her head. No. Tonight I'm taking my brother to eat skewers. The live stream was filled with silence, but everyone still didn't leave, afraid of missing something, firmly staying in the live stream. Some self-media operators were also here, just to get the first-hand hot topic. Previously, Yi Xiao's 1-second 20-meter video was incredibly popular, even hitting the top of Douyin's trending list. This time, they had to get first-hand information. The three arrived at the skewer shop Yi Xiao mentioned. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 30s, who seemed to have miscalculated the bill and was being scolded by his wife. Boss, I'll have 50 skewers of grilled beef tendons, 50 skewers of beef. Lin Xiaoxiao walked over and boldly ordered 100 skewers. Yi Qiu followed beside her, glancing at the fresh beef next to the owner, but shook his head. These meats are of poor quality. The boss, a man of strong character, immediately took offense upon hearing such words. He put down his tools and questioned Yi Qiu. Young man, all the beef here is the freshest. Look, the meat is still quivering, which means it's freshly slaughtered beef. How can you say such a thing? Exactly, young man, if you don't know, don't speak carelessly, the boss's wife chimed in, casting a glance at Yi Qiu. However, upon seeing his extraordinarily handsome face, she retracted the curse she was about to unleash. Yi Qiu ignored her and turned to look at Yi Xiao. I have better meat. Better meat? Yi Xiao was a bit surprised. What kind of better meat? It was known that the skewers from this shop were famous for their freshness, with beef slaughtered daily, so one would never encounter frozen meat. If there was meat better than theirs, it would probably be high-end cuts. This, Yi Qiu said, suddenly producing a piece of lean meat that looked tender and pink, resembling neither pork nor beef or lamb. The meat of the 100-year-old wild boar king from the Xian Beast Plateau. He had killed a couple of them earlier and had been eating this, which also increased his internal spiritual energy. Such meat, wouldn't it be 1,000 times better than this ordinary beef? Damn! I knew guarding the livestream was the right choice. Meat from the 100-year-old wild boar king, Xian Beast Plateau. My brother is too awesome, I can't take it. I want to eat this kind of meat too. Yao Yao, please get a little yellow bike. Don't listen to my brother's nonsense, this is just ordinary pork. Yi Xiao laughed, trying to smooth things over. At that moment, the boss, who was grilling meat, suddenly stepped forward. He took the tender piece of pork from Yi Qiu's hand and gently stroked it with his palm for a moment. His eyes lit up, filled with excitement. This is. The boss looked at the piece of meat, unable to express his excitement. This is pork, boss, can you help us grill it? Lin Xiaoxiao added from the side. She was a bit hungry and really wanted to eat meat, so delicious it could make one fly, but the boss seemed to think otherwise. He gazed at the meat before him, his eyes filled with an indescribable feeling. It was as if he were seeing a long-lost first love or his beloved. In short, to put it plainly, the boss's gaze was quite perverse. Hey, boss, how long are you going to keep touching that piece of meat? I don't want to taste your sweat later. Remember to wash your hands well, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, glancing at the boss's entranced expression. The boss finally snapped back to reality. Sorry, I've just never seen meat of such perfect quality. This meat is simply far superior to those Wagyu. No, Wagyu can't even be compared to this piece of meat because they don't deserve it. Boss, it seems you're quite the connoisseur, Yi Qiu said, looking at the boss. The boss seemed to puff up with pride at the compliment. Of course. I've been grilling meat here for over 20 years. How could I not have a discerning eye? So, if it's convenient, could you tell me what kind of meat this is? Didn't I say? This is the wild boar meat from the 100-year-old wild boar king I caught on the Shin Beast Plateau. After saying this, Yi Chio pulled out another piece of bright red meat from somewhere. The boss's eyes lit up immediately. This? What is this? The meat of the Tianshan divine cow. This is hard to find, so the stock is quite limited. These. The skewered meat shop owner looked at the 2 pieces of fresh meat before him. At that moment, in his eyes, they were no longer just meat, but 2 rare treasures on the cutting board. As the saying goes, in the 360 trades, each produces its own top talent. Those who sell grilled skewers have the most contact with meat, so they can tell at a glance the quality of the meat. The 2 pieces of meat in front of him were simply unbeatable. Have you grilled these yet? Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao are hungry, the boss said, feeling a sense of glorious mission fall upon him. He immediately turned around and loudly instructed the boss lady, who had just been pinching his ear and shouting at him, "Hurry up and prepare the latest coal and grill for me, and my secret sauce." After saying that, his gaze shifted back to the 2 pieces of meat, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Yi Chio was brought to a nearby seat by Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, "Seriously, it's just 2 pieces of meat, and it gets this boss so excited." Wrong. That's not ordinary meat. The viewers in the live stream began to emphasize. The meat of Tianshan yaks and the century-old wild boar king from the Xian Beast Plateau. How could this be called ordinary meat? I wonder when the brother will take us to see the legendary Xian Beast Plateau. Yi Xiao read the comments aloud to Yi Chio. Yi Chio shook his head. Unless we open a spatial wormhole connecting this world to another, there's no way to get there. A spatial wormhole has appeared, and host, your brother should be writing science fiction novels instead. I love hearing the brother brag. I'm hooked. I feel uncomfortable if I don't watch for a day. Finally, I can sleep well tonight. A lonely yak from Tianshan tipped the host a super rocket and commented, "Beef is naturally 100 times better than pork, and beef is more noble. I hope everyone understands." The century-old wild boar king from Shin Beast Plateau tipped the host a super rocket and commented, "Century-old wild boar king, I bring my own salt. Remember to add more cumin. If it's delicious, remember to give a good review." Aha, enough already. Those 2 brothers seem to be true fans. What will tomorrow bring? I want to change too. The live stream was extremely lively. Yi Xiao had only been streaming for less than half an hour and had already surged to the top of the outdoor rankings. The streamers from the gaming section finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the viewers in the livestream were still being drawn away by Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was also amused by the comments from the viewers. After a while, the boss finally brought out the grilled skewers. Unlike those around him, he used a wooden container lined with perilla leaves underneath. Combined with the aroma of the grilled meat, it was simply irresistible. Little brother, I've grilled it well. He had always wanted to grill such high-quality meat at least once in his life. Today, his wish was finally fulfilled. Although Tianshan yak and the century-old wild boar king sounded fantastical, the boss thought this must be high-quality meat raised in some special way. Hurry up and eat while it's hot, Yi Chio urged Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. The 2 beautiful girls couldn't help but swallow when they smelled the unique aroma. So, one of them took a skewer and stuffed it into her mouth. Wow, this is really delicious. After eating so many things, I finally know what it means to melt in your mouth. Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to exclaim. Yi Xiao also looked amazed. This is really too delicious. Their reactions made the viewers in the live stream drool. Yao Yao, you're a bit naughty, showing us an eating broadcast at this late hour? I want to eat too, Yao Yao. Hurry up and put up the little yellow bike. I want to buy. Just tell us, where is the farm located? I'll take care of everything. Please put up the little yellow bike. Yi Xiao's little yellow bike currently only had one item, which was the previous fever-reducing pill. However, it was now out of stock and could not be listed. If you want to buy something from her little yellow bike, you have to squat and grab it. Some people even use scripts and auto-clickers. Yi Xiao, with just this little bit, how can I hang the little yellow bike? To be honest, she really didn't expect these 2 types of meat to be so delicious. At this moment, Yi Chio noticed that the owner of the barbecue shop had already served all the food but still hadn't left. Do you have something else to do? Yi Chio casually asked. The owner immediately smiled and rubbed his hands together. Well, I have a request. Go ahead. Can I try a skewer of that meat? Just one skewer. Of course. Yi Xiao smiled and handed several skewers to the owner, who held them in his hands as if they were treasures. After he ate, he even shed 2 lines of tears. In this lifetime, it was worth it. Wow, the owner of this barbecue shop was so moved he cried. Is it really that delicious? Oh no, I want to eat it too. Watching this in the middle of the night is really torturous. Yao Yao, why don't you ask your brother if he can get us some? Female streamer PK female streamer, not selling. Yichio took a bite and then said, these were all leftovers from before. When he woke up, he returned to the original world and didn't have time to take anything from that world. The live stream room erupted in wails. What is the most torturous thing in this world? It's watching the streamer eat a late night snack while having nothing beside you. He had already eaten during the afternoon's meal live stream, but the evening's eating broadcast was still so tempting. I can't take it anymore. I need to go find a place to eat skewers. Sigh, I'll go have some Wagyu beef tomorrow. At this moment, Yi Xiao looked at the live stream room and suddenly said, babies, we have 5 minutes to start. Hope everyone supports us a lot. After saying that, she also sent an announcement to the fan group one by one. This time, her opponent was a big streamer on Douyin with millions of followers. Although Yi Xiao had gained 1 million followers in the past 2 days, there was still a gap to the 10 million followers. If she could get first place, she would be fulfilled. To do better, Yi Xiao also took Lin Xiaoxiao's equipment from the car to start the live stream. However, what she didn't know was that after she sent this message to the group, many people had already shared it. Li Xiqing, click to view the forwarded content. Dad, Grandpa, it seems like Yi Xiao is just comparing which side has more bosses. Should we take action? Li Rongqing, how do we take action? Send gifts? What's the maximum amount? Li Xiqing, just leave the gifts to me. The current maximum is the Supreme Gift Cannon worth 66,666 Douyin coins, but I suggest giving a carnival worth 30,000 Douyin coins. Girls generally prefer this. Li Rongqing, okay, first recharge my account with 10 million. Treasure Pavilion, attention all employees of Treasure Pavilion, please forward this message within 5 minutes and arrive at the live stream room on time. The boss wants to see the Treasure Pavilion's barrage wall. Treasure Vault, we are ready with 2,000 super rockets, ready to go at any time. Wanbao Building, please forward this to all Wanbao Building work groups. I want to see the Wanbao Building's gift barrage wall starting 5 minutes from now and 10 seconds before the end. Lin Jingshan, click to view the forwarded content. The Lin family's reputation cannot lose. Besides these big shots, many others were also preparing. This was Yi Xiao's first time reaching this level, but her luck was a bit poor, directly encountering a streamer with 10 million followers. Looking at the countdown beside her, Yi Xiao felt a bit nervous. She remembered when she used to watch those streamers with millions of followers. In just 10 minutes, the gifts would be flying everywhere. They wouldn't stop at all. Moreover, almost every streamer with 10 million followers had a few bosses and guilds backing them up. She was a small streamer without a boss or a guild, not knowing what the outcome would be. Yao Yao, don't be nervous. Even if you lose, it's no big deal. I'll send you rockets later. Lin Xiaoxiao noticed Yi Xiao's trembling hands and began to comfort her. Yi Qiu, not quite understanding what was happening, walked over and stood behind Yi Xiao, wanting to see what they were playing that made his beloved sister so anxious. Could it be a large-scale competition of skills? The hidden big shots in the live stream room were already poised to strike, with the amounts recharged on their accounts having been credited. They were just waiting for Yi Xiao to start so they could flood the screen with gifts. Now, seeing their primary target, Yi Xiao's brother, suddenly appear behind her, they were even more excited. Li Rongchang, Xichen, is this the cultivator you mentioned? Li Xichen, yes, Grandpa, it's him. He could even command that hound. Command our family's guardian beast, the silver wolf. Li Rongchang's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then heaven is truly helping us. He had originally thought that the silver wolf, the guardian beast passed down through generations, was just a legend. He never expected to see it in his lifetime. No matter the cost, he had to win over this young man who looked to be only around 20. With Yi Qiu standing behind Yi Xiao, the viewers in the live stream room became even more excited. Bro, Yao Yao is about to start. Aren't you going to show off a bit? Although Yi Qiu was quite far away, he could still clearly see the barrage of comments on the screen. Show off? Yi Qiu thought for a moment. Since it was for Yao Yao, showing off a bit was fine. So, he raised his hand, his index and middle fingers pressed together, and with a flick of his wrist, a bronze sword appeared in response. The sword even followed the movements of Yi Qiu's fingers, slicing through the air a few times. When he saw that Yi Xiao had only 10 seconds left before starting, Yi Qiu stopped his movements. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao's gazes were fixed on the screen, and there were hardly any people around them, so they didn't see Yi Qiu's earlier display. But the viewers in the live stream room were different. Seeing this scene, they erupted. Oh my god! Sword control technique! Is this the legendary sword control technique? My childhood dreams are coming true. I can't believe there's really sword control in this world, fulfilling my fantasy of being a hero. I'm so moved. I used to dream of becoming a hero, thinking about going to Mount Shu to learn sword control, but as I grew up, work and responsibilities suffocated me. Seeing this scene today, my childhood and innocence seem to have returned. I love the streamer's brother. Little Lee, who has regained his childhood innocence, sent a super rocket to the streamer. It's actually sword control. Bro, you're amazing. Can we see you flying in the air on a sword someday? At that moment, the countdown ended. The opposing streamer successfully connected with Yi Shiyao. Faced with such a streamer, Yi Shiyao was still a bit shy, but she quickly got used to it. Hello, I'm Yi Shiyao. Hello? The voice on the other side was particularly sweet, sounding as if she was speaking with a pinched throat, but it didn't detract from her image. Wow, thank you, big brother, for sending a super rocket to Meow Meow. Mwah mwah mwah. Goodness. It had just started, and someone on the other side was already sending super rockets. Meanwhile, there seemed to be no movement on Yi Xiao's side. 5 minutes later, Yi Xiao's live stream room was still quiet, and the score had been completely crushed by the opponent. Occasionally, 1 or 2 small gifts appeared, but Yi Xiao still thanked each one. Just then, Yi Xiao noticed that the barrage was densely packed with comments that seemed to be cursing. Upon closer inspection, they were all cursing the platform. Damn, where did the carnival I donated to go? Where's the 100 carnival gifts I sent? Where's the 1,000 super rockets I sent? The officials need to come out and explain. If Yaya loses today, I won't let this go. Spit out the gifts. Spit out the gifts. Officials, hurry up and come out to face the music. I sent 100 super rockets and they're all gone. No notifications either. This matter is definitely not over. If Yao Yao loses this time, this live streaming company can just shut down. Damn it, I was just waiting to send gifts to Yao Yao, and this is what I get? My gifts were swallowed. Spit them out. The atmosphere in the live stream is getting more intense. Yi Xiao is also stunned. Did everyone really send gifts? But why didn't the system notify us? At this moment, some accounts in the opposing streamer's fanbase started stirring up trouble in the chat. Heh, if gifts were really sent, how could it not show up? I'm dual streaming, and everything on our side is showing up. Being crushed is being crushed. I see that the popularity and gifts in the past 2 days were indeed manipulated. And what about that immortal cultivation youth? It's laughable. How could anyone in this world actually cultivate immortality? If the streamer could really cultivate immortality, I'd eat a pile of shit. The data being manipulated is just manipulated. Compared to Meow Meow's real data, it's way off, completely crushed. Yi Xiao's fans were furious upon seeing such comments. They began to fight back. With just 2 minutes left, the live stream started to get noisy. Yi Xiao had never encountered such a situation before and was completely flustered. Just then, a warm hand landed on her shoulder. Yi Xiao immediately felt a warm current spread throughout her body from her shoulder. In just a second, the panic she felt earlier completely vanished. She turned her head, and her big, sparkling eyes looked at Yi Xiao. Brother. Yi Xiao patted her shoulder. Don't panic, no matter what happens, I'm here for you. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with affection for his only sister. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's heart calmed down. She then looked at the live stream. Everyone, please don't argue, listen to me, no matter the outcome, I believe you all love me, hee hee. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao also logged in and muted those troublemaking accounts from the neighboring stream. But still, some people kept registering new accounts to insult others. Alright, if you stop arguing, when you get home, I'll show you little Ha. There was no choice but to bring out the Siberian Husky as bait. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xiao mentioned little Ha, the audience in the chat, who had been arguing just moments ago, instantly turned into civilized people. Ha, it was my sister who logged into my account. My sister's quality is just low. Sorry, the account was hacked. It wasn't me. How could someone as cultured as me insult others? Those troublemakers next door. Yao Yao, when you get home, show us little Ha. Yi Xiao, am I not enough for you to see, being such a beautiful lady here? Am I not worth more than a Siberian Husky in your hearts? Yao Yao, you can't say that. Little Ha is little Ha, and you are you. It's like the difference between a peach and a durian. Yi Xiao, so am I a peach or a durian? Of course, you're a durian. System notification. A pig with dreams has been banned by the streamer for 10 days. Damn, this is personal revenge. Yao Yao, in my heart, you are my earthly peach, so when you get home, show me little Ha. By the way, Yao Yao, we sent gifts but didn't know why they didn't show up. I sent one. I sent one too. I sent 10 super rockets. Yi Xiao looked at her fans and smiled. I believe you, it must be a system issue. At this moment, there were less than 30 seconds left until Yi Xiao's stream ended. Many big accounts came over to express their victory speeches. Sarcastic, mocking. But, with just 20 seconds left, a banner suddenly appeared at the top of the live stream announcing across the platform. Notice, the server crashed due to an overwhelming number of GIFs in the 77790 live stream, and some gift items could not be displayed. This has now been fixed, and all gift displays will return to normal. We apologize for the inconvenience caused. This banner kept flashing at the top of the live stream. At that moment, Yi Xiao's live stream suddenly exploded. Countless gift messages began to pop up. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket with the message, "Go, Goddess Yao Yao." Treasure Vault sent a carnival with the message, "Go for it, we are your support." 10,000 Treasures Building sent a carnival with the message, "Yao Yao will win tonight." Li Family of Jiangcheng sent a carnival with the message, "Go for it." Scenic Forest Fruit Mountain sent a carnival with the message, "Go for it, you are the best." In just 20 seconds, Yi Xiao's livestream was flooded with countless carnivals and super rockets, so many that the computer nearly froze. When Yi Xiao came back to her senses and looked at the scores again, her eyes widened. The initially defeated Yi Xiao now had a score that was 100,000 times that of her opponent. The fans from the opposing livestream were stunned. They had never seen such a scene before. The boss on the other side was also bewildered. He had prepared 100 carnivals for his goddess, thinking victory was assured. But now it seemed that in Yi Xiao's livestream, 100 carnivals were nothing at all. In just the last 20 seconds, Yi Xiao received millions in tips, and even after distribution, it would still be over 1 million. This was truly a level only top streamers could reach. At the same time, the viewers noticed that there were a few particularly eye-catching names on the donation leaderboard tonight, like young Master Li, who needed no introduction. This guy had been almost daily in Yao Yao's livestream asking for contact information, begging to get to know her, to the point it could be described as shameless. Of course, he still sent quite a few gifts, but today, young Master Li could only rank after the top 10 on the list. The first on the leaderboard was someone called Li Family of Jiangcheng. Wow, this Li Family of Jiangcheng can't be the Li family of our richest man in Jiangcheng, right? Isn't that obvious? Who else could it be? Young Master Li was willing to rank behind. This account couldn't possibly be controlled by Li Rongqing himself, right? I don't think so. Li Rongqing seems uninterested in these things. It should be a small account created by young Master Li. Everyone thought that the Jiangcheng Li family must be a small account created by Li Xiqing. After all, it was a new account. That must be young Master Li's new way of flirting. His sister is a top-tier star. The haters who had just been flaunting in the livestream were now all left with their faces covered in dirt, rolling back to their grandmother's houses. No one pursued it too much. After all, they were civilized people. They had also agreed with Yao Yao not to insult anyone. Yes, no insults. Haters, hurry up and roll away, don't dirty Yao Yao's livestream. The upstairs folks should maintain their quality. Haters, hurry back and eat shit. What about that one who said they would eat a shit meal? Alright, it's all over, everyone take a break. Yi Xiao waved to the livestream and then prepared to give the audience some benefits. However, she saw the bullet screen starting to flood again. Yao Yao, if you want to thank us, let your brother come out. Yes, didn't he show off before? Now we want to see him show off again. My childhood memories, my immortal hero dreams, it seems that only my older brother can help me fulfill my dreams in this lifetime. Yao Yao, there's no need for benefits. I'm a person of integrity and not interested in such things. I still prefer watching your brother. As for benefits, please put them in the group so I can carefully observe them while hiding under the covers when I sleep. Treasure Pavilion rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and commented, "Indeed, I haven't seen the streamer's brother tonight." Treasure Vault rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and commented, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. By the way, Yao Yao, when are you coming home to see Xiao Ha?" 10,000 Treasures Building rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and commented, "It's too late. It's already past midnight. It's not safe for girls to be out, hurry home." At this moment, inside the ancestral home of the Li family in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, Li Rongqing held his phone, his old yet sharp eyes fixed on the big shots in the livestream subtly mocking each other. He turned his head, frowning deeply. "Sekhan, the Xiao Ha they mentioned. The Xiao Ha they are talking about is our Li family's guardian beast, the Silver Wolf." Upon hearing this, Li Rongqing's face turned red with anger. His right hand slammed down heavily on the armrest beside him. "Bastards! This is outrageous. That is our Li family's guardian beast. How can they defile it at will?" Li Sikhan wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled awkwardly. Grandpa, the name Xiao Ha was given by Yi Xiao's brother." Li Rongqing's expression changed upon hearing this. He lifted the hand that had just slammed down on the armrest and stroked his grizzled beard. Indeed, the name Xiao Ha rolls off the tongue nicely. It's simple and easy to remember. It's a good name. Li Sikhan, he was speechless. Is this the rumored double standard? Grandpa, why don't we send some gifts? After all, the Li family's reputation can't be small, Li Sikhan suggested. Send, of course. But you have to let her know it's from the Li family. Especially let that one know. But it can't be too deliberate, you understand? Got it. Li Rongqing looked at his grandson with satisfaction. In these matters, he was much better than his useless old father. Yi Xiao was originally going to end the live stream when she returned, but the viewers insisted she keep it on, saying since she wasn't driving, she might as well leave it on, otherwise, she'd have to turn it on again when she got home. She thought about it and agreed. So, with Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Qiu, the three set off for their destination. Unfortunately, along the way, Yi Qiu seemed to be complaining about the speed of the vehicle. He couldn't help but sigh. I really miss the days of riding flying mounts, traveling hundreds of thousands of miles a day. Did I just hear something? Did Yao Yao just speak? Yi Xiao, who was playing on her phone with it secured behind the seat, didn't pay attention to the live stream's comments. No way, Yao Yao just sent us red envelopes in the group. I caught two keywords from that last sentence, flying mounts, traveling hundreds of thousands of miles. The viewers in the live stream shifted their gaze to Yi Qiu, who was sitting in the front row, a bit distanced from the two girls. They saw a young man who looked to be barely in his 20s, and the more they looked, the more mysterious he seemed. It was as if he had an innate special aura. Meanwhile, at the official headquarters building of the live streaming platform, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and the conference room was still brightly lit. Senior executives from various departments sat on either side of the long table in the conference room, and standing in the middle was the CEO of the live streaming platform, Mr. Wang. On the screen next to Mr. Wang was the traffic data for Yi Xiao's live stream tonight. The peak online audience reached 2 million. The peak popularity reached 5 million. As for the amount of tips received, it was even more terrifying, directly surpassing 5 million. However, that wasn't the surprising part. What was astonishing was that all these figures were genuine, not the zombie followers provided by the platform, nor were they bought by the streamer herself or gifts she had sent to herself. This is just too scary. So, do you all think the platform should give this newcomer some special support? Wang, the CEO, immediately gained the agreement of all the supervisors. Those high-level executives who had never seen the revenue from Yi Xiao's livestream were almost scared out of their seats by these numbers, mainly because this streamer's popularity was skyrocketing. Just a few days ago, she was still an overlooked 18-line small streamer, relying on her looks to scrape by on the platform's meager support. To be honest, if it weren't for Yi Xiao's good looks, with her cooking skills, the platform would have long wanted to send her to the beauty section. But this girl had no real talent, her singing could kill, and her dancing was even more painful to watch. Such a stunning figure wasted. Yet, this small streamer managed to gain 2 million followers in just a few days. She was still on a rocket-like rise. Who knows when she would break 3 million? Many big shots on the platform were scrambling for her rankings, and those who had been in the live streaming scene for years couldn't even make it to the tail end of Yi Xiao's gift rankings. Not only that, but those who followed Yi Xiao were practically glued to every live stream, not missing a single minute. The online attendance was frighteningly high. Such a live stream room was truly shocking. Incredible. The company's executives were voicing their thoughts internally. From now on, let's list Yi Xiao as a key training streamer and try to provide her with more traffic and resources. After Wang finished speaking, the supervisors below were internally complaining. CEO, does Yi Xiao even need our little bit of traffic in her current state? She already has her own traffic, okay? As soon as the meeting ended, Wang received a WeChat message from Yi Xiao. CEO Wang, your fever-reducing pills are ready. Should I have someone deliver them directly to your company? Now, Yi Xiao was no longer just some small streamer, so Wang Lin's attitude was exceptionally good. No need, I'll come pick them up myself, no need to trouble you. Yi Xiao, looking at WeChat, didn't think much of it and agreed. She was still live streaming at the moment. After all, she had promised her viewers that she would go home to see Xiaoha. Here it comes, Xiaoha is here. Yi Xiao held it but didn't dare to get too close. Although it was lying down, its fangs and claws were still somewhat intimidating. Streamer, can you come a bit closer and introduce it to us? I can't see clearly from this distance. Yeah, Yao. Can you come a bit closer? Yi Xiao, after all, she was also a girl, a soft girl. She was pretty, with delicate skin, and if she accidentally got hurt by that husky, it would really be a bad deal. I'm already very close, okay? Close? I can't even see clearly from here, come closer. Yi Xiao shook her head. I can't get any closer, no way. Just as Yi Xiao was still hesitating, she suddenly heard the voice of her beloved older brother, Yi Qiu. Yao, what are you doing? Yi Qiu walked in with skewers in hand and saw Yi Xiao holding a tablet, the camera aimed at Xiaoha, not knowing what she was doing. Brother! Yi Xiao hurried over. The viewers want to see Xiaoha, but I don't dare to get too close. Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow at her words. He saw that although his younger sister had a face full of reluctance, he could still feel her good mood tonight. So he said, I'll do it. Wow, is Big Brother going to start personally? Love it. Let me order takeout first. Yi Shio held the camera and pointed it at Yi Chio. This was also the first time the viewers in the livestream had a close look at Yi Chio's entire figure in these past few days. He was wearing a gray t-shirt, stood at 1.80 meters, his hair was a bit long, with lazy strands falling by his ears, and his messy hair on top seemed like it hadn't been styled at all. Although he had a very handsome face, his eyes seemed to lack spirit. He spoke lazily, unless it was about Yi Xiao. Yi Chio looked at the silver wolf in front of him, who was constantly sticking out its tongue to please him, smiled, and said, "Since everyone likes Xiaoha so much, let me introduce him. He is a pet I brought back from the Dark Night Forest, where I met him, and he has been with me in the Cloud Top Palace for hundreds of years. It's starting. An excited heart, trembling hands, the familiar formula, the familiar taste. Nyoma rewarded the streamer with a super rocket. It's starting, my favorite segment. Big Brother, just go for it. Here it comes. Is he finally going to expose his cultivation life? The Dark Night Forest, the Cloud Top Palace, all places I haven't heard of before. Big Brother is like sweet chocolate hidden in a wrapper, always able to bring me surprises. Damn, are you gay? Xiaoha, I didn't expect you, a home-wrecking husky, to have once been a part of the Dark Night Forest. Xiaoha keeper no. One sent a super rocket and commented, "This is for Xiaoha." Yi Chou didn't pay much attention to the bullet comments, only Yi Xiao would read some of them to him. He called Yi Xiao over and pointed the camera at Xiaoha's ice blue eyes. From the eyes, you can tell he is an ice-type silver. Husky, ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Did Big Brother almost slip up just now? I heard it too, ha ha ha. And then he quickly corrected himself. There's no way, the rules are strict now. No one wants Xiao Yao to be invited for tea, right? Xiaoha looked at Yi Chio, and his demeanor could only be described as a sycophant. Xiaoha is actually a gentle husky. Anyone he recognizes can approach him freely. As Yi Chio spoke, he reached out to pat Xiaoha's head. The big guy seemed very comfortable, constantly rubbing his head against Yi Chio's palm. See, isn't he very gentle? When he said this, Yi Chio had almost forgotten. He forgot about many years ago, the first time he met Xiaoha. Back then, Xiaoha was still a wild silver wolf, with strong aggression and destructive power, almost dominating the Dark Night Forest. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Chio. With just one glance, he recognized his master. Later, after following Yi Chio, he enjoyed a life of luxury, not feeling wronged at all, and transformed from a fit silver wolf into a chubby husky. Gentle? Don't joke around, baby. Xiaoha is probably only gentle with you. The viewers in the livestream couldn't forget the shocking sight when they first saw Xiaoha. Those tusks, a full finger long, gleamed with a chilling white light in his mouth. By the way, do we have a chance to pet Xiaoha like Big Brother does? That soft fur looks so comfortable. I also want to. How about opening a dog cafe for Xiaoha? It would definitely make money. When Yi Shio read this bullet comment out loud, she couldn't help but laugh. A dog cafe? It's amazing that these viewers could think of that. For the sake of petting dogs, they even came up with such an idea. And it seemed that quite a few people agreed with this idea. Except for one viewer named Li Zishan. Are you guys sick? Such a noble god. You think you can just treat a husky like a pet dog to play with? Not in this lifetime. Come on, don't be so excited, my friend. We're just joking around. Yi Xiao smiled as she tried to ease the tension. She didn't understand why this viewer seemed so opposed to everyone wanting to pet the dog. The anger was almost bursting through the screen. Yi Chou naturally had no idea what a dog coffee was. He chuckled and calmly walked over to the little husky, which seemed even more excited at that moment. It flipped over, its massive body standing up, ready to pounce on Yi Chou. Oh no, bro, run. That must weigh 700 or 800 pounds, right? 1,000 pounds, maybe? With that little frame of his, if the husky pounced on him like that, I reckon he wouldn't last long. Ha, you blind fools, my bro is a cultivator. How could a mere few hundred pounds crush him? You're all too young. Just as the husky was about to leap onto Yi Chou, Yi Xiao panicked. No wonder the tyrant of Jiangqing's Linjiang district was so feared. Even though everyone knew the little husky meant no harm, if that 700 or 800 pounds landed on her brother, it would probably crush him or at least make him mess himself. Brother! As she saw the massive body of the husky about to land on Yi Chou, Yi Xiao turned pale with fright. She immediately put down the livestream and ran towards Yi Chou. After living alone for so many years, with unreliable relatives and an uncomfortable orphanage, now that her only brother had finally come home, how could she let anything happen to him again? Yi Xiao, with her long legs, took 2 steps to reach Yi Chou's side. She reached out her arm, wanting to pull him away. But her speed was still too slow. The weight of the husky came crashing down on Yi Chou. The comments went wild. Bro, my god, this has to crush him, right? Hurry and call an ambulance. I hope he's okay. Don't worry, our Treasure Pavilion's ambulance is already waiting downstairs. As long as the streamer opens the door, they'll rush up to save him. The Treasure Pavilion has dispatched 2 helicopters, which have already arrived at the rooftop helipad of Junliniping. The streamer can send them out at any time. The Wanbao building is already waiting outside the window. Don't worry, we've prepared complete safety measures. A group of viewers in the live stream were speechless. What's up with these big shots lately? This flattery is a bit too obvious. Everyone was scrambling. Even more exaggerated was, just as Yi Xiao was still in shock, the door opened. Lin Jingshan walked in with a medical team, directly entering the viewer's line of sight. Damn, there's someone even more impressive here. The tyrant of Jiangqing's Linjiang district is something else. Awesome. Ha, this should be called, a strong dragon can't overpower a local snake? While a few big shots were fighting it out, the district tyrant got there first. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. What a joke. My brother is about to lose consciousness, and you still have the mood to laugh. At that moment, Lin Jingshan looked tense. He personally led the best medical team from the Lin family towards Yi Xiao. Fortunately, the Lin family's main residence was very close to Junliniping, so they arrived quickly. Miss Yi Xiao, your brother. My brother, Yi Xiao's small face was filled with pain. The brother she had finally found was now. Some in the livestream were telling Yi Xiao to take care, while others insisted Yi Xiao would be fine. Sigh, is my youth really ending like this? Life is unpredictable. I hope he's okay. Yao Yao's brother is a cultivator. How could anything happen to him? A moment of silence. A moment of silence. The medical team brought by Lin Jingshan directly placed the stretcher on the ground. Then several people just stood there, looking at the husky in front of them, not daring to step forward. In their eyes, Yi Xiao had already been completely flattened by the husky. Yi Xiao mustered her courage and walked over. Surprisingly, the husky did nothing to her. She reached out, wanting to move the husky's large paw, but unexpectedly, the husky's massive body suddenly began to move. Then, right before the astonished eyes of Yi Xiao, Lin Jingshan, and the high-end medical team he brought, the 700 or 800-pound husky was directly lifted by Yi Xiao. A lazy voice filled with laughter said, "It really has been a long time since I held you. You've gained quite a bit of weight." The tone was incredibly relaxed, as if he were merely wearing a straw hat rather than carrying a husky that weighed 700 or 800 pounds. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao's tear-filled eyes brimmed with emotion. She ran over and hugged Yi Xiao tightly. "Whoa, brother, I thought you were going to be crushed," she cried, feeling quite wronged. This was her own brother, her super good brother. The brother who had been missing for many years and had just returned home. So Yi Xiao didn't want anything to happen to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was startled by Yi Xiao's sudden leap, and then looking at his sister, who was sniffling in his arms, he smiled and said, "How could I be crushed? This weight is nothing compared to the millions I moved back in the day." Starting with marrying the streamer, Yao Yao tipped the streamer little sweet cake and left a message. It's still Yao Yao's brother showing off. Even with a 700 or 800-pound husky on his head, he doesn't forget to act cool. Love it. The familiar vibe returned. The big brother is impressive. Moving mountains and seas, who knows which mountain and which sea he moved? If I'm not mistaken, it must be the Spirit Mountain and the Starry Sea. Ah, my youth is back. Big brother, I love you. But, can an ordinary person really lift that husky with one hand? Someone raised a question. Because at this moment, Yi Xiao was gently patting Yi Xiao's back with one hand to comfort her while effortlessly lifting the little husky with the other. Lin Jingshan and the doctors were completely stunned. Alright, I'll put this guy down first. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao finally noticed that her brother was still holding a 700 or 800-pound husky, and she was right beneath it, so she quickly stepped back a few paces. After confirming that Yi Xiao was fine, Yi Xiao slowly placed the little husky next to its dog bed. This little guy just arrived in this world and is still quite curious about everything around, so naturally, he will be a bit mischievous. Yi Xiao was speaking to the viewers in the live stream. The medical assistants from the 3 big shots, Treasure Pavilion, Treasure House, and 10,000 Treasures building, had also been withdrawn. Lin Jingshan instructed them to call him if anything came up and then left with his team. Li Xiqing, sitting in front of the computer, was almost scared out of his wits. He hurriedly called his dad to inform him that there was no need to send a medical team over. That night, many hospitals reported that chief doctors were suddenly taken away, and some even went in to snatch people. Even the news reported on it. The little husky, once set down by Yi Xiao, obediently returned to its spot and wagged its tail, looking at Yi Xiao. This scene truly resembled a silly husky. The viewers immediately exclaimed. They had no idea how the big brother made the little husky so submissive to him. Yi Xiao looked at the comments in the livestream and curiously asked, "Brother, why does the little husky like you so much? Yicho smiled and said, maybe it's because I've raised it for hundreds of years. What kind of food? Just obediently let you have your way. What kind of food? Just obediently let you have your way. The little husky lying down seemed to understand Yicho's words, happily sticking out its tongue. Ah, I really like the little husky. I want to pet it so much. Bro, don't say that at this late hour. I want to pet it too. Then let's all do it together? Yi Xiao, hey, you guys start doing bad things when I'm not paying attention. Are you trying to get me banned? Hee hee, Yao, I'm going to lie down first. What do you mean by lying down? It's the unfulfilled desire for you. Ugh, enough with the cheesy lines. Yao, I'm going to eat noodles later. What kind of noodles? Suddenly want to see you. It's starting. The host should ban them all. Yao, I'm going to eat soon. What kind of food? Just obediently let you have your way. Yi Xiao, haha, you guys are enough. I'm going to end the stream soon. Today's streaming duration is already enough. Yi Xiao really finds it strange. Back when she was still an 18-line small streamer, when the popularity of her live stream wasn't this high, she felt it was painful to stream for a few hours every day. Except for the occasional few fans cheering her on, there were hardly any others. But it was precisely because of their presence that Yi Xiao could persist in streaming until now. Thinking about it now, she feels very moved. But now, although there are no requirements for streaming duration, and the popularity of the live stream has become very high, she found that her streaming duration has actually become longer. It's already 2 in the morning, and there are still over 1 million viewers watching live. So that's it for today. Tomorrow's streaming time will be announced in the group, or you can follow Yao's Weibo. I will post a notification there. Although the fans in the live stream were still trying to keep her, Yi Xiao still chose to end the stream. It was simply too late. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had just finished showering, came down from upstairs. Because of the skewers, she smelled of smoke all over, so she soaked a little longer. Yao, what were you guys doing just now? Why was it so noisy? Lin Xiaoxiao said while drying her hair and walking down the stairs. Yicho just glanced up and saw one of the wonderful sights that a human could see in the world. However, he only took a look and didn't pay any more attention. Yi Xiao ended the stream and stretched lazily. It's nothing, just that the little husky was a bit naughty. After saying that, she glanced at the little husky that seemed to have fallen asleep. This big guy almost scared her to death just now. By the way, Yao, I just received a message from the platform saying they are going to hold some kind of talent competition recently, with pretty good rewards. The first prize is 1 million in cash. 1 million? Yi Xiao seemed to have forgotten that she had a gold card with 50 million inside, along with over 1 million in tips. Hearing about the million prize, her eyes instantly lit up. Then we definitely have to participate. She was eager to try, but Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her. Yao, I admit you are indeed a great beauty, but if we're talking about talent. As soon as Yi Xiao heard this, she immediately became unhappy and pounced directly at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the sofa. The two beauties started to playfully wrestle with each other. That vivid scene was something Yicho felt he couldn't bear to watch. He turned around and planned to leave. But at that moment, he was called back by Lin Xiaoxiao. By the way, Yicho, if Yao can't perform any talent, why don't you help her out then? Me? Yicho pointed at himself, expressing his doubt. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly nodded. Yeah, I think those fans seem to like you more, brother Yicho. Alright, Lin Xiaoxiao, as my manager, you actually said something like that. Just wait until I deal with you. After saying this, Yi Xiao playfully started to mess around with Lin Xiaoxiao. Yicho thought for a moment. Talent? He didn't have any. Sorry, I don't have any talents. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao saw that Yicho really didn't intend to participate, and could only sigh, well, fine, but I'll help Yao sign up for this event first, and then we'll see. Yicho nodded and then returned to his room. Little Ha was left in the living room to guard the house, very safe. The next day, Yicho was taken out by two beautiful girls. Brother, you just got back and didn't bring anything. Last night, I discussed it with Xiaoxiao, and today we're going to buy you some everyday necessities. Yi Xiao said, holding a bag, to Yicho, who was sitting on the sofa watching a fantasy drama. So, brother, is there anything you want? Yicho thought for a moment. There were indeed many things he wanted. He hadn't had the chance to properly scavenge in that other world when he returned. Now, if he wanted to refine some special pills, he was really lacking those necessary spiritual herbs. After pondering for about a minute, Yicho said to Yi Xiao, is there anywhere around here to buy Tai Tian Ling Chao? Tai Tian Ling Chao? Yi Xiao was confused. She recognized the three characters when separated, but not when combined. Is it a type of Chinese medicinal herb? Lin Xiaoxiao asked from the side. Pretty much, Yi Xiao nodded. To him, spiritual herbs were more or less medicinal materials. Grandpa seems to really enjoy tinkering with these things. The other day, I saw a book about various Chinese medicinal herbs in his study, but it was very old, and I couldn't read the characters on it. I'll call Grandpa later to ask. Lin Xiaoxiao was quite reliable in her work. Although Yi Xiao didn't hold much hope, he still nodded in thanks. Brother, besides this Tai Tian Ling Chao, is there anything else you want? Yi Xiao asked again. Having finally earned some money, she definitely wanted to get the best for her brother. Seeing Yi Xiao's eager expression, her eyes sparkling, Yi Xiao thought for a long time and said, "Is there any talisman paper and brush for sale here?" Yes. Yi Xiao nodded, though she was a bit curious about why her brother wanted to buy talisman paper and a brush. Then let's go look for these two items today. He had already observed the feng shui of that house yesterday and found some issues, so he planned to use a talisman paper to suppress those things. As long as he was there, those things would never have a chance to rise again. Okay. Yi Xiao readily agreed. Other people's brothers usually wanted a full set of gaming gear, gaming desks, gaming chairs, and then the highest configuration computer, along with various popular games. They would even have a small fridge next to them filled with junk food. Why did her own brother ask for talisman paper and a brush instead? Accompanying beautiful girls for shopping. Accompanying beautiful girls for shopping. This was Yi Xiao's first time going out with two stunning beauties. Whether before or after arriving in that world, he had never experienced this. Watching Yi Xiao happily shopping while linking arms with Lin Xiaoxiao, Yi Xiao smiled contentedly inside. Just a couple of days ago, he had learned that after that incident, their parents had passed away, leaving only 5-year-old Yao Yao all alone. He truly hated himself for not being able to return earlier. But now, seeing Yao Yao so happy, with a true friend by her side, that was enough. The only thing he could do was protect her from behind, fulfilling all her needs, ensuring that no one in this world could bully her. Brother! Yi Xiao suddenly turned around, her gaze towards Yi Xiao filled with excitement. Yi Xiao stepped forward, as if carried by the wind. The people around rubbed their eyes, thinking they might be dazzled by the bright sun. How amusing! How could a person walk so fast? What's the matter? Yao Yao, brother, do you like this outfit? Yi Xiao focused his gaze and saw that Yi Xiao was holding a set of men's sportswear. It's okay. He had no concept of these clothes. To him, no matter how good-looking the outfit was, it couldn't compare to the exquisite armor he obtained from the system. It wasn't even as good as the powerful items he forged himself. These people wearing such clothes probably couldn't even defend against an ordinary blade. Then let's get this one, brother, you go try it on. Yi Xiao was pushed into the changing room by Yi Xiao. After a quick change, when he walked out, there was another round of gasps. Wow, Xiaoxiao's taste is indeed great. No, it's simply perfect. This outfit was picked by Lin Xiaoxiao? Yi Xiao turned his head and saw Lin Xiaoxiao selecting clothes over there. Do you think it looks good? Yi Xiao nodded vigorously. It looks good. As she spoke, she called Lin Xiaoxiao over. Xiaoxiao, look, my brother is handsome, right? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Yi Xiao, and her exquisitely delicate face immediately flushed with 2 shades of red. It looks good. Hey, I asked if he's handsome. My brother is a boy. How can you describe him as good-looking? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly corrected herself. Handsome. Hee, then we'll take this one. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she took the outfit to the cashier. Upon seeing the price, good heavens, this sportswear costs over 50,000. If it were before, she really wouldn't have dared to shop in places like this. A single outfit was equivalent to her income from several months of live streaming. After buying it, Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao took Yi Xiao to the food area on the top floor. Brother, have you been here before? No, Yi Xiao shook his head. This scene was seen by the two girls, who felt a pang of heartache. Yi Xiao knew that Yi Xiao had not lived well over the years, and her heart ached for him. Lin Xiaoxiao had known Yi Xiao since childhood. They were childhood sweethearts. After Yi Xiao returned, Yi Xiao had told her some things about him, so now she also felt heartache. Thus, the two girls walked over and linked their arms with Yi Xiao, heading towards the most bustling food area on the top floor. Brother, this ice cream is delicious. Yi Xiao, do you want to eat grilled squid? Brother, do you want to eat cake? Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was pulled by the two little beauties and ate quite a bit of the food on the top floor. He looked at Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao in confusion. These two little girls had perfect figures, probably weighing just over 80 pounds. So why could they eat so much? They had consumed so many things, especially those desserts. If he hadn't been able to circulate the spiritual energy within him to burn off some, he would have probably burst. Yet these two little girls ate about the same amount as him, or even more, and now each held a cup of milk tea. From then on, why Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao could eat so much became Yi Qiu's biggest mystery upon returning to this world. Perhaps they were tired from eating. After noon, Lin Xiaoxiao finally said to Yi Qiu, I asked my grandfather about that spiritual herb. He said he had seen someone auctioning it in the black market before, but no one knew what it was or what it was used for, so it went unsold. It might be a bit difficult to find it now. Don't worry, since it's something that brother Yi Qiu wants, I'll definitely help you get it, right? Then thank you. Yi Qiu politely thanked Lin Xiaoxiao. He had a good impression of his sister's friend, so his attitude was quite nice. Brother, didn't you say you wanted to buy talisman paper and brushes? I found a pretty good store that specializes in these, but it's a bit far from the city center. Then let's go there now. Yi Qiu stood up, ready to set off immediately. Although those spirits weren't harmful, if they lingered in one place for too long, they could still affect humans' bodies. It didn't matter much to him. But Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao still had to live there, so it was better to resolve it quickly. I'll drive, Lin Xiaoxiao volunteered, and it was clear that she really enjoyed driving. This time, Lin Xiaoxiao's car was no longer that big one. After she complained to Lin Jingshan about Yi Qiu disliking the slow speed, Lin Jingshan immediately got her a sports car. Yi Qiu looked at the flashy sports car in front of him, not recognizing it. Is this car fast? A bit faster than the last one. Lin Xiaoxiao took the driver's seat first. Although it can go faster, there are a lot of people in the city center, so it's better to pay attention to safety. Yeah, brother, we can't just ignore everything else for the sake of speed. Yi Qiu thought for a moment and still felt a bit dissatisfied. In the past, when I rode my flying mount, I could go wherever I wanted as fast as I wanted, carefree and at ease. These sports cars really can't compare. Alright then. Lin Xiaoxiao tugged at the corner of her mouth. The flashy sports car her grandfather prepared for her was being criticized again. The two girls had already gotten used to Yi Qiu's way of speaking and just thought he was being a bit melodramatic again. Is your seatbelt fastened? Yes. After confirming, Lin Xiaoxiao started the sports car and headed towards the suburban destination. Yao Yao, is that store you mentioned really around here? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the somewhat deserted street and asked with some confusion. It's right here. They say it's an antique shop that also sells talisman paper, vermilion ink, and brushes. Yi Xiao checked her phone for the location. At that moment, Yi Qiu, who had been silent, spoke up. We're very close. Ha, how do you know, brother Yi Qiu? Just as Yi Qiu finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxiao spotted a gilded sign not far away. Drawing talismans? The store's name turned out to be Qingxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao parked the car at the entrance and led Yi Qiu and Yi Xiao inside. There were some antique calligraphy and paintings displayed at the entrance. These items looked quite old, and some antiques still bore scars, though it was unclear whether they were man-made or had been there when found. The store was quite spacious, and there weren't many people inside. Sparse. Yi Qiu glanced at the antiques around him, shaking his head continuously. Although there were genuine items, their value wasn't very high. Brother Yi Qiu, do you like these things? Lin Xiaoxiao noticed Yi Qiu observing the antiques and walked over to ask. Yi Qiu shook his head. They're just waste paper. This remark happened to fall into the ears of the owner nearby. His store, Qingxiao, had been around for over 100 years, and even the store itself was an antique. This young man actually said that the calligraphy and paintings in the store were waste paper. However, he noticed the car Lin Xiaoxiao drove and assumed they were just a bunch of rich second-generation kids who knew nothing. It wouldn't be bad to trick them into buying some defective items. After all, that brat said his calligraphy and paintings were waste paper. Thinking about how to swindle these three, the owner approached with a grin. What are you three looking to buy? The owner stepped out from behind the counter and asked the three of them. Do you have vermilion and talisman paper here? Yi Qiu glanced at the antique calligraphy and paintings, none of which piqued his interest. Vermilion and talisman paper? The shopkeeper was surprised to hear that Yi Qiu wanted to buy these items. They indeed sold them, but he had never seen someone of this age come to buy such things. You must know, these items are not something ordinary people would come to buy. Do you have any? Yi Qiu asked again. Yes, you came to the right place, but I don't know which kind you want. Do you have vermilion crystal? Hiss. As soon as Yi Qiu spoke, the shopkeeper realized this was no ordinary person. Yes, but not much. I'll take them all. Although Yi Qiu was very straightforward, the shopkeeper hesitated. What's wrong? Yi Xiao noticed the shopkeeper's hesitation and came over to ask. The shopkeeper smiled awkwardly. Vermilion crystals take 100 years to form a piece. We do have them, but the price isn't cheap. Just bring it over. Why say so much? It's not like we can't afford it. Lin Xiaoxiao also walked over and said. The shopkeeper knew these three young people were not short on money. He stopped saying anything more. Then I'll go get it. The shopkeeper moved quickly. This vermilion crystal is about 200 years old. It's rare to find it in stores in Jiangcheng. I have a relatively large quantity. As he spoke, the shopkeeper opened a red crystal box. Inside lay a deep red stone. Yi Qiu took a glance. Although the quality was not as good as the vermilion crystals from that world, it was still usable. He nodded. Wrap it up. The shopkeeper almost thought he was hearing things so straightforward. And the talisman paper. Yi Qiu reminded him, and the shopkeeper snapped back to reality. Okay, I'll go get the talisman paper right away. Yi Qiu had no high demands for the talisman paper. He randomly selected a piece from what the shopkeeper brought out, then picked up a nearby brush and waved it. A clear heart talisman was instantly completed. This one will do. Yi Qiu pointed to the talisman paper he had just chosen. The shopkeeper hurriedly nodded. After wrapping up the vermilion crystal and talisman paper, the shopkeeper took out a small golden abacus and started clicking away. Finally, he said, "Hello, that will be 1 million. What? Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in unison. What did you say? 1 million. Just this little bit of vermilion and a few pieces of talisman paper for 1 million. Are you trying to scam us?" The shopkeeper immediately became displeased. He said sternly, "Young ladies, you can't say that. This vermilion crystal is hard to find even in all of Jiangcheng, let alone such a large piece. You get what you pay for. If you don't believe me, you can find a professional appraiser to verify it. And what about these talisman papers?" Yi Qiu pointed at the talisman papers. "Aren't they just a few pieces of paper? They are of similar quality to ordinary paper. Why are they so expensive? What makes these papers different? You can ask him," the shopkeeper said, turning his gaze to Yi Qiu. At this moment, Yi Qiu had already put the talisman papers into his pocket. "It seems my brother really likes it," Yi Qiu thought to herself. Gritting her teeth, she thought, her brother had finally come home, and she was starting to earn money now. 1 million was nothing. As long as it was something her brother liked, she would be willing to spend even if it meant going bankrupt. Then let's buy it. After saying this, Yi Qiu decisively handed over her bank card to pay. 1 million for vermilion and talisman paper. This should be the most expensive and least useful thing she had ever bought in her life. "Yao, do you think this thing isn't worth much?" Yi Qiu noticed Yi Xiao's expression and asked with a smile. Yi Xiao was not being coy. "Bro, how can this vermilion and talisman paper be so expensive?" Yi Qiu chuckled. "You may think it's not worth much now, but you'll understand once we get home." Yi Xiao had absolute trust in her brother, and so did Lin Xiaoxiao, who had practically become Yi Qiu's little fan over the past few days. Since Yi Qiu had spoken, they wouldn't say anything. "It's fine, just 1 million. Consider it a gift for brother Yi Qiu," Lin Xiaoxiao said generously. She had wanted to pay first, but Yi Xiao refused to agree. In the end, it was still Yi Xiao who paid the million. After the purchase, the three of them returned to Lin Xiaoxiao's sports car, ready to head back. After all, it was getting late. Once they had sent Yi Qiu and the others off, the shop owner returned to the store, happily looking at the extra million in his cash register. Who would have thought? The vermilion crystal that had been hoarded in the warehouse for so many years was actually sold. This thing was indeed valuable, but very few people would buy it, because it was useless once bought. The vermilion crystal was extremely hard, comparable to diamonds. Polishing it was a very difficult task, let alone using it to draw talismans. This was the first time he had heard of someone wanting to use vermilion crystal to draw talismans. The owner turned to go back to the counter but suddenly noticed a talisman that Yi Qiu had casually drawn. He picked it up and took a look, but then he froze in place. Something was off. He put the talisman paper down, then picked it up again. He repeated this many times, until the owner's eyes widened. Oh my god, the antique shop owner was older and had seen a lot in his life. This Qingxiao shop was inherited from his ancestors, and he had heard many stories from them. Just now, when he touched this talisman paper, he felt a refreshing sensation wash over him, his mind clear, and the things around him appeared sharper. Once he put it down, that feeling disappeared. But when he picked up the talisman paper again, that strange sensation would engulf him once more. What is going on here? The owner carefully put away the talisman paper and glanced at the account that Yi Xiao had just used to pay. The Yi family. When did Jiangcheng get such a Yi family? He sat in his position, carefully examining the talisman paper. The paper had a few simple strokes drawn with a brush, but they formed a strange symbol. Suddenly, the owner's eyes widened, filled with shock. That young man bought vermilion crystal and talisman paper. Could it be? Just thinking that Yi Qiu might be able to draw even more miraculous and extraordinary talismans made the owner feel a surge of excitement. He hurriedly called his subordinate. Help me check the Yi family in Jiangcheng. After leaving the antique shop named Qingxiao, Lin Xiaoxiao suggested buying some late-night snacks to take home. After all, Yi Shiyao still had to do a live stream today. On the way home, Yi Shiyao saw that her fan group was almost in a state of explosion. Everyone was urging her to start the stream quickly. "Babies, I'm still outside. I'll start the stream as soon as I get home." Yi Shiyao sent a message in the group. In an instant, the fan group exploded to 999 messages. "Yao Yao, you're at least going to be half an hour late today, so you need to make up for us with 2 hours then." Yi Shiyao was embarrassed. "Is that how it works? Half an hour late means I have to make up 2 hours. Bro upstairs, did your gym teacher teach you elementary school math? If you're half an hour late, you should at least make up 3 hours. No, it's 5 hours. Let's just pull an all-nighter. It's out in the open. My mom is a professor in the mathematics department at Qingda, and she said in this situation we can at most ask the streamer to give us 2 all-nighters." Yi Shiyao. Lin Xiaoxiao's driving speed was steady. By the time they got home, it was already 10 o'clock. After taking out the packed food, Yi Shiyao finally opened the live stream. The moment she started streaming, the number of online viewers in the backend began to rise in a straight line. 500, 5,000, 30,000, 60,000. Yi Shiyao hadn't even finished her preparations, and many things were still not set up, yet the livestream had already attracted 100,000 viewers. The popularity shot past 1 million. Here they come. If I don't watch the streamer for a day, I feel uncomfortable. It's like an addiction. No, I misspoke. It's if I don't watch my streamer brother for a day that I feel uncomfortable. Yao Yao, why are you the only one here? Where's your brother? I'm a new fan. May I ask who your brother is? Can you bring him out for me to see? Yi Shiyao looked at the person with an 18-level badge in the livestream room who claimed to be a new fan, her mouth twitching. These people really go to great lengths just to see her brother. Each one of them is acting like a drama performer in the comments. Just got home, my brother went to take a shower. Wow, the great one is taking a shower. I want to see. Will it be the kind of scene I imagine? Don't say, I already have that kind of image. Is there a big hand tonight starting production? The manuscript is already being prepared. At the latest, it will be delivered tomorrow. Isn't that the big guy upstairs? My goodness, the big guy actually came too. Looking forward to the big shots drawing. Yi Shiyao looked at these comments and could tell they were definitely a bunch of girls. Yao Yao, can you live stream your brother taking a shower? I'm a guy, no other intentions, just want to see how an immortal takes a shower. Yeah, turns out immortals also need to shower. Yi Shiyao felt a bit of a headache from these random questions. Yeah, immortals don't need to shower, so my brother is just an ordinary person. Don't think too much about it. Although Yi Shiyao knew that Yi Qiu's behavior was quite strange in some respects, as long as Yi Qiu was her brother, that was enough. Other identities didn't matter. Yao Yao, come eat a late-night snack. Brother Yi Qiu is here too. Lin Xiaoxiao called out from the side. Everyone, I haven't had dinner yet. Let me eat something first, and later we can draw lots for a sweet duo. Yao Yao, bring the camera over, don't mind the game, just treat it as entertainment. If you come over, I'll send you 100 super rockets right now. I'll send 200. I'll send 300. Yi Shiyao. In the end, she still took down the camera and came to the coffee table in the living room. Then she held her phone and observed the comments from the viewers in the livestream. Yao Yao, eat this. Lin Xiaoxiao directly placed a piece of braised pork in Yi Xiao's bowl. Yi Xiao ate it and then took another piece for herself. Ha, brother, why aren't you eating? Yi Xiao asked, turning her gaze to Yi Qiu, who was beside her. At that moment, Yi Qiu was placing the vermilion crystal and talisman paper he bought today from the Qingxiao antique shop on the coffee table, next to an old-looking inkstone and a brush. I'll eat later, Yi Qiu said, then opened the box containing the vermilion crystal. This scene was just caught by the viewers in the livestream. This, if I'm not mistaken, the thing in my brother's hand should be a vermilion crystal. What is a vermilion crystal? I don't know. Someone be the class representative. A vermilion crystal is a type of vermilion, but it's more precious and expensive. As far as I know, that piece in my brother's hand probably costs at least 7 to 800,000. 7 to 800,000? Yi Xiao ate her braised pork while watching the comments. Could that vermilion crystal really be worth that much? Although it is highly valuable, basically no one would buy it. This thing is difficult to turn into jewelry, and almost no one uses vermilion crystals for painting. Ordinary vermilion would suffice. What does my brother want to do with this vermilion crystal? Yi Xiao was also a bit puzzled. Brother, what are you going to do now? Draw talismans. Just 2 simple words, yet they instantly ignited the livestream chat. Ah, drawing people and ghosts is easy, but drawing talismans is impressive. My brother is amazing. I can't wait to see your masterpiece. I wonder what kind of talisman he will draw. Treasure Pavilion rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and commented, Streamer, I want to reserve a talisman drawn by your brother. I've already messaged you privately. We can discuss the price. Great. Even if my brother becomes stronger, he won't go bald. Great. Even if my brother becomes stronger, he won't go bald. I really admire this treasure pavilion. It's starting again. Now that the treasure pavilion has appeared, how far behind can the treasure vault and the 10,000 treasures building be? Just as this barrage passed, Yi Xiao saw 200 rockets shooting into the livestream. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, "Streamer sister, I want to reserve your brother's talisman paper. The price is negotiable." 10,000 treasures building sent a super rocket and commented, "Yao Yao, talisman paper, ding ding." Damn, this 10,000 treasures building is the most shameless. Yao Yao has come out. In short, I also want my brother's talisman paper. I wonder what kind of talisman he is drawing. It seems he wants to use vermilion crystals, but as far as I know, these vermilion crystals are incredibly hard, comparable to diamonds. Does he really want to use a hammer to grind the vermilion crystal into powder? No worries, my brother has the ability to move mountains and seas. This vermilion crystal will definitely be no problem. Brother, I will always support you, go for it. The water friends teased a bit, causing the live stream to burst into laughter. At that moment, Yi Xiao saw Yichio place the vermilion crystal in his palm and then clench his right hand into a fist. She saw his fist tremble slightly. She seemed to feel a strange sensation ripple through the living room. Although it was peculiar, she couldn't quite describe what it was. It was a feeling as if even the air was vibrating. Wow, awesome, brother, incredible, brother. Am I seeing things? Just now, my brother took that vermilion crystal and crushed it into powder? The live stream chat exploded. Just a moment ago, they saw Yichio place the rumored incredibly hard vermilion crystal in his palm, and the next second, the vermilion crystal turned into a pile of fine red powder, falling onto the inkstone. Who just said the vermilion crystal was incredibly hard, comparable to diamonds? Come out and take a hit. Does it hurt? Slap, slap. It's not that hard at all. Although I'm a girl, I think I could crush the vermilion crystal too. Girl, you should try my stick before you try the vermilion crystal. Damn, are you driving? Shameless. Hey, is there any girl who wants to try mine? I have some here, free of charge. Yi Xiao, you all better behave. If you get banned, you won't be able to see my brother. As soon as she said this, it was indeed effective. The water friends who had been running their mouths immediately stopped. At this moment, the water friend who had just been slapped in the face also appeared. Don't say I got slapped. Go search it on Baidu or ask your uncles and aunts at the Academy of Sciences what vermilion crystals are, and then come talk to me. If my brother can really crush the vermilion crystal with his bare hands, his grip strength is comparable to a hydraulic press. Even more impressive than a hydraulic press. Not long after this barrage passed, the live stream indeed erupted. Damn, I just searched on Baidu. The hardness of vermilion crystals is diamond-like, and it's impossible to crush it into powder. Not even a hydraulic press could do it. Shocked. How did my brother do it? Brother, did you just crush that vermilion crystal? Yeah. Yichio did not look up and continued to grind. The viewers want to know why you can crush vermilion crystals. Yi Xiao helped to ask what everyone was curious about. Yichio raised his head, his lazy gaze sweeping over Yi Xiao's camera. He thought for a moment and suddenly recalled an anime he had seen on television recently. He then said softly, if you do 100 push-ups every day, 100 sit-ups, run 10 kilometers, and do 100 pull-ups, if you keep this up for 4 or 5 years, it should be fine. Why does this sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it before. Damn, isn't this the method Saitama used to get strong in One Punch Man? It seems that Saitama became the strongest human through this incredible willpower. I thought anime was all fake, but it turns out someone really did this and succeeded? I'll try it tomorrow. I'll try it. Tomorrow is already too late. I've started now. Yi Xiao's face was filled with black lines. How could something that sounds so fantastical be true? She had seen Saitama, who became strong but ended up bald. Yi Xiao turned to look at Yichio, suddenly stood up, and moved behind him. Then, while Yichio wasn't paying attention, she grabbed his loose hair and pulled it up. Yichio had known from the start what Yi Xiao was trying to do and didn't stop her. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Nothing. Just wanted to see if you're bald. Whether you're wearing a wig. This thought Yi Xiao kept to herself and didn't say it out loud. Yao Yao is really cute. Yao Yao is checking if her brother is bald. It's killing me. Sure enough, our Yao Yao is not only a good streamer but also a funny one. But I'm really shocked that her brother isn't bald. It's a surprise that will last my mom 10,000 years. Seeing that Yichio wasn't bald, Yi Xiao felt relieved and returned to her seat. At this point, Yichio had already poured clean water into the inkstone and started grinding. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Yi Chio was still grinding those vermilion crystal powders. What's going on? Why isn't my brother moving? He won't just keep grinding like this all night, right? No way. Is this how you draw talismans? I want to see the talisman being drawn. Don't let me keep watching you grind ink or I'll fall asleep. Better go to sleep. It's best to log off. Recently, Yao Yao's livestream has really been lagging because of you guys. Brother, give me a talisman that can make me handsome. I want a good luck talisman. Then I want a peach blossom talisman. In an instant, the viewers in the live stream started to get excited. If I had a good luck talisman, it would let me win 10 billion right from the start, and I wouldn't have to worry for the rest of my life. A good luck talisman needs to borrow the luck of the talisman maker. For 10 billion, it would require quite a bit of luck. Yi Chio seemed to have noticed these comments and rarely spoke up. What about the peach blossom talisman? Let all the beauties around me fall in love with me. This kind of talisman can be drawn, but do you really think it's a good thing for all the beauties around you to fall in love with you? He had once drawn such a peach blossom talisman for one of his disciples. The result was comparable to what people say about some large-scale drama scene. In the end, that disciple had to hide in the clouds for 100 years to finally escape that calamity. So, Yi Chio didn't think having so many beauties like him was a good thing. I want to draw a spirit-repelling talisman. I want to draw a spirit-repelling talisman. The viewers watched Yi Chio grind those vermilion crystals slowly like an old man. Yao Yao, can you ask your brother what kind of talisman he wants to draw? Why is he still grinding ink after such a long time? How can the thoughts of cultivators be something we mere mortals can pry into? Just watch. You don't understand. I've read that there are many preparations to be made before drawing symbols. This grinding should just be the first step. My brother hasn't even done anything like opening an altar yet. Yi Chio kept grinding, regardless of how anxious the comments were. On the other hand, Yi Chio was having a food broadcast with Lin Xiaoxiao. The flavor of today's crayfish is pretty good. The shrimp meat is plump, and the roe is abundant. Seeing the immortal master grinding ink seemed a bit tiring. I also wanted to order some crayfish. The immortal master has come out, and I'm still the immortal emperor. This title is well deserved for my brother. Xiao, where did you buy your crayfish? Please share the location. I want to buy some too. I'm hungry. I'll just cook some turkey noodles. The viewers in the live stream expressed their desire to go cook while watching Yi Chio grind ink and Yi Xiao eat. By the way, Xiao, why don't you ask your brother what kind of symbol he wants to draw? Yi Xiao, holding the tail of the crayfish in her right hand, asked somewhat indistinctly, Brother, what kind of symbol are you going to draw? Yi Chio's attitude towards his younger sister was naturally quite good. He smiled lightly. I'm drawing a spirit-repelling symbol. This type of talisman can expel spirits from a residence or a certain area, whether they are good or evil. However, it only disperses them. It doesn't directly eliminate them. If it's a more advanced spirit-repelling symbol is needed. As of now, I haven't discovered any more advanced spirits, Yi Chio explained while grinding. Those strange terms seem to be discussing something very ordinary. In the past, in that other time and space, he not only had to face some powerful cultivators and rare beasts but also encountered spirits. Spirits were divided into benevolent and malevolent. Malevolent spirits were almost always those with a strong obsession with this world, unable to find redemption. He didn't expect that this world also had them. However, these were just some benevolent spirits, showing no signs of becoming malevolent. Yi Chio was still talking when he suddenly noticed that the atmosphere beside him was a bit off. He raised his eyes and saw two beautiful women staring at him, their eyes filled with terror. The crayfish tail in Yi Xiao's hand even fell directly onto the table. What's wrong? Yi Chio asked calmly. The comments exploded. Oh my god, the malevolent spirits have come out. My brother is really amazing. I wonder if I'll become a malevolent or benevolent spirit after I die. I think it should be a lustful spirit. Stop talking. I feel a chill on my back. Maybe there really is something. Brother, can you sell me a spirit-repelling symbol? Are there any professionals in the live stream? Come see my brother's symbol drawing skills. The only heir of the Maoshan sect. This guy is usually quite active and talks about some Maoshan sect matters, but I don't know if it's true. I'm just a Taoist priest, inheriting from the Maoshan sect. Drawing symbols depends on the skill of the person drawing them, not on these tools. What is this brother pretending to be? The so-called Taoist priests had already appeared in the livestream before the only heir of the Maoshan sect showed up. Each one spoke more convincingly than on TV. Yi Chio chose to ignore such remarks. At this moment, Yi Chio finally stopped his actions. Brother, you said the spirits. They won't be around us, right? Yi Xiao could no longer eat the crayfish. Even though she was an atheist and a person who believed in science, she felt a bit scared when Yi Chio said there were ghosts at home. Yi Chio, is there really a ghost in our house? Lin Xiaoxiao had now reacted and was a bit calmer than Yi Xiao. Yi Qiu glanced at her and said lightly, "There are no ghosts in this world, those are spirits." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. Aren't those ghosts? But, having been educated since childhood, she couldn't believe that there were ghosts in this world. My brother is right, there are no ghosts in this world. There are only spirits. No more talking. If my brother can show us that spirit today, I'll send 10 super rockets right away. 10 super rockets are nothing. Look at those treasures in the treasure pavilion. Which one doesn't start at 100? How can I compare to those big shots? Everyone, 10 super rockets is already a lot. Let's be rational consumers. Don't act impulsively. Yi Xiao looked at the live stream and began to persuade everyone not to spend money recklessly. One must be rational before spending. Xiao, you don't understand. If your brother shows us the spirit, forget 10 super rockets, I'd go bankrupt just to send you 100. Exactly, I've prepared 100 on my end too. Someone here is leading the charge. Some moderate donations suddenly flooded the live stream. Most were in the tens, with occasional ones in the hundreds. Perhaps someone started promoting it, and the number of viewers in the live stream began to soar. The heat shot back up to the top. Seeing Yi Xiao's live stream in the most prominent position on the homepage, other streamers were truly distressed. They really. Now, anyone streaming at the same time as Yi Xiao almost has all their viewers pulled away by her. I don't even know what's so interesting. Isn't it just that she's a bit pretty? I heard Yi Xiao is also clumsy. Playing games is simply a joke. There's no skill involved at all. Why are so many people still watching? Many streamers opened alternate accounts to enter Yi Xiao's live stream. As soon as they entered, they saw Yi Qiu organizing talismans on the table. Ha! What kind of live stream is this? Just streaming this stuff can generate that kind of heat? This heat can't be fake, right? Has the platform started to decline too? Are you all crazy? Just one person organizing a few pieces of paper. What's so interesting about that? Some streamers not only opened alternate accounts but also hired fake fans. Yi Xiao helped Yi Qiu tidy up the table, then returned to her seat just in time to see such comments. Naturally, she read them out loud. Yi Qiu heard it, of course. He glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream with a frown. In fact, he didn't understand either. He just discovered that there were 2 spirits in the house where Xiao lived and planned to draw a talisman to send them away. So why were there so many viewers? Isn't this the most boring thing ever? There are no ghosts in this world. It seems that after leaving this world for 10,000 years, the changes are really significant. After all, drawing talismans is such a dull thing, there's really nothing to see. In the past, his disciples had no patience, which is why they ended up learning nothing worthwhile. Yi Qiu didn't understand, and those streamers with alternate accounts understood even less. They suspected that the big shots on the leaderboard were all hired fake fans by Yi Qiu. But what kind of fake fans would have accounts like that? The platform accounts are all verified and have levels. The accounts in the top 10 pages of the leaderboard have at least recharged tens of millions on the platform. This is definitely not fake. These malicious streamers were clever too. They came in and immediately got fan cards and sent gifts worth hundreds. The fan value shot up immediately. I've been in here for 10 minutes, and the streamer hasn't done anything. If they don't move soon, I'll report them. I seriously suspect you're a fake fan. No need to look, the fan card was just obtained, and the gifts were just sent. This is a fake fan, here to stir up trouble. But I believe that as long as he keeps watching, he definitely won't want to close the live stream. Of course. The alternate account that was exposed wanted to exit immediately. But seeing that the comments in the live stream were not malicious at all, and they even said he would definitely not log out after watching for a while, out of curiosity, he really stayed in the live stream waiting. With this kind of malicious hanging around, I thought I would get annoyed in no more than 10 minutes. If after 10 minutes I still hadn't logged out, I would just live stream myself doing a handstand in the bathroom. Waiting to see you do a handstand in the bathroom. Yao, help me bring some clean water. Yi Qiu seemed to have prepared the talismans and suddenly spoke to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao hadn't yet recovered from the shock of realizing that there were actually ghosts in this house. After Yi Qiu called her a couple of times, she finally responded. Okay. When Yi Xiao brought a cup of clean water, Yi Qiu first dampened the brush with the water, then flicked it a couple of times in the air before preparing to draw the talismans. At this moment, the audience in the live stream was even more excited than when the national team scored a goal. It's starting. It's worth the wait. Is the big brother finally going to start? First, watch him draw the talismans, then watch the ghosts. Tonight, the big brother's live stream is probably going to be a hit. Ugh, what ghost? The big brother already said that's a spirit. A spirit isn't a ghost. What are you staring at? If we get to see the spirit and then get banned, I'll be the first to protest. Right, it's just a spirit. Who hasn't seen one? Big brother, go for it, I'll always support you. Yi Xiao looked at the comments in the live stream, her face dark with lines. Yes, although the brother said it was just a spirit, is there really a difference between a spirit and a ghost? Yi Qiu held the brush, staring at the yellowed talisman paper in front of him. Under the gaze of millions, he calmly waved the brush, his movements practiced and fluid. In the blink of an eye, a very strange symbol had already landed on the talisman paper. One was done, then another. The audience in the livestream barely saw how Yi Qiu made his strokes, they just blinked, and the talisman paper was already drawn. What? I waited so long, and now it's done in a second? How can the big brother be so fast? A man being too fast is not good. With just these 2 talismans, can they really subdue ghosts? What ghosts? I've said it 1,000 times, that's a spirit. Speaking of which, when I was a kid, I think I really saw a spirit when passing by the cemetery at night. That was probably ghost fire. Stop talking, watch the live stream. Yi Qiu picked up the 2 drawn spirit-repelling talismans and walked towards the window not far away while explaining, there are indeed 2 spirits in this house, but they are both benevolent, they might just be lost, and I'm going to send them back to where they belong. Awesome! Is it about to start? The legendary spirit repelling? I don't know why, but even though I can't understand, just hearing it from the big brother's mouth makes me feel it's awesome. Awesome is enough. I just realized that cultivators actually have skills for catching ghosts, catching spirits. Don't say anything, I can draw talismans too, just don't know how effective they are. Yi Xiao stood next to Yi Qiu, and when Yi Qiu passed by, he noticed a few comments. Drawing spirit-repelling talismans is very simple, you just need hands. His tone was calm, indeed speaking about something very ordinary. As he spoke, Yi Qiu raised his hand and threw the 2 spirit-repelling talismans out the window. The viewers in the live stream thought the 2 talismans would just disappear like that. But, unexpectedly, the 2 pieces of paper stopped in midair halfway through their descent. Yi Xiao was directly startled. The screen also began to shake. Then, they saw the 2 pieces of talisman paper that were suspended in midair suddenly ignite into flames. In their ears, they could still hear the sizzling sound of burning. Go to where you should go. After Yi Qiu finished speaking, he closed the window, letting the 2 pieces of talisman paper burn completely in midair. Damn, is that all it takes to have hands? Did you all see that just now? Those 2 talismans actually just hovered in midair like that. Bro, that's incredible. Although this kind of scene could have been prepared upstairs in advance, I still want to give my bro a thumbs up. Whatever, my bro is just amazing. So impressive. Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer with a super rocket and left a message, Streamer sister, did you see my private message? We at Treasure Pavilion want to buy some spirit-repelling talismans. Treasure Vault tipped the streamer with a super rocket and left a message, sister, the Treasure Vault will definitely show you our sincerity. 10,000 Treasures Building tipped the streamer with a super rocket and left a message, Yao, if we're talking about sincerity, 10,000 Treasures Building is absolutely full of it, ding ding. At this moment, Li Xiqing was also in the live broadcast room. He was completely shocked by the scene he had just witnessed. He hurriedly sent the recording to Li Rongqing. Li Rongqing was still at the ancestral home studying the image of the guardian beast, the silver wolf, from the painting of the Li family's ancestor when he received a call from Li Xiqing late at night. Hello, Grandpa, quickly look at the video I sent you. Li Xiqing was so excited that he could barely speak clearly. Grandpa, just now, that Yi Qiu caught 2 ghosts in Yi Xiao's house. No, he caught 2 spirits. Immortal Master is amazing. Immortal Master is amazing. What did you say? At first, Li Rongqing thought he was getting old and his hearing was failing. He asked again. On the other end, still watching the gifts pouring into the live broadcast room, he said, Grandpa, just now, I was in Yi Xiao's live room, and I saw with my own eyes her brother exorcising 2 spirits. Li Xiqing was still in shock. The feeling inside him was hard to calm down. Just a moment ago, he had tipped Yi Xiao with 500 super rockets. Growing up, although he had heard many legends about strange powers and gods, even the Li family had many tales about that powerful ancestor who was almost ascending to immortality. But having gone through modern education, Li Xiqing absolutely did not have such thoughts. He stared at the screen, unable to fathom that such things could actually happen in this world. Upon hearing this, Li Rongqing quickly opened WeChat and clicked on the video Li Xiqing sent. He didn't see it clearly the first time, so he watched it again. Awe instantly filled his old eyes. It seems that the things passed down from our ancestors are all true. All true. Xiqing, that is definitely real. Absolutely. Li Rongqing's hands trembled with excitement. It seems we really need to find time to pay a visit. Grandpa, do you need me to contact Yi Xiao? It was hard to add her as a friend last time. Li Xiqing never expected he would have today. The young master of Jiangchang. Women had always flocked to him, and now he had to please a small streamer from the 18th tier. However, Li Xiqing knew that Yi Xiao was no longer the same as before. She had completely bid farewell to the title of a small streamer. Li Rongqing controlled his excitement in trembling hands. No need, just give me her contact information, and I'll talk to her personally. Li Rongqing was afraid that his grandson, being young and impulsive, would speak out of turn and offend Yi Xiao. If that happened, the Li family would probably be finished. He wasn't afraid of Yi Xiao, but rather of that young man he had never met. People of Li Rongqing's generation had already been influenced by those legends of strange powers, and the Li family had always had some unbelievable tales passed down from their ancestors. Now, after seeing that video, he completely believed every word Yi Xiao said. After agreeing with Li Xiqing, Li Rongqing began preparing gifts to visit Yi Xiao. On the other side, the viewers in the live stream were so shocked that they forgot to send bullet comments. Scared to death. Did you pee too? Peed everywhere. Damn, I never thought there would really be spirits. The Immortal Master is amazing. When will the Immortal Master show us other spirits again? Yeah, this time we didn't see what they look like. It's a bit unsatisfying. Immortal Master, I can call you Dad, Grandpa, or Ancestor, just please sell me a spirit-repelling talisman. This guy is too strong. He stunned the spirit in just a few moves. I've never seen such an amazing livestream in my life. You guys, enough already. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That must be fake. Why are the guys still saying that? It's obvious that it was prepared beforehand. They're just showing it to us now. It's an illusion. Exactly. You guys are always talking about this stuff. I don't believe it. In the live stream, there were both believers and non-believers. Didn't someone just say they could do it too? Come out. Now let's see if you can do it. Eyes, I can do it. The eyes can do it. The hands can do it. But where does the vermilion crystal come from? Where does the energy in the talisman paper come from? And that live stream of someone doing a handstand in the bathroom. At this moment, the host, who had just been boasting in the live stream, was shocked to a certain extent. He could no longer think about whether what he saw was an illusion. If such things really exist in this world. No, it absolutely can't be. The host shook his head. He would never believe it. I'm here, this is fake. Just a gimmick. If you can't see that, whose fault is it? TSK, he's panicking. The bullet comments were urging the person who made the promise to come out and fulfill it. At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly spoke up. These two benevolent spirits are here because they have unfulfilled wishes, and just now I promised to help them fulfill their wishes, so they will leave directly. As soon as Yi Xiao spoke, the live stream erupted in laughter and joy. The Immortal Master is amazing. Did those two benevolent spirits tell the Immortal Master their wishes? Of course, if they didn't tell him, how could he help fulfill them? Can the big brother tell us what the wish is? Yi Xiao was also paying attention to the live stream. He saw these bullet comments and said lightly, it's a very simple matter, help them retrieve the house from building one of Junlinipin for their only daughter. Wow, so they are benevolent spirits from Junlinipin? Impressive, big brother, we're waiting for your news. By the way, Yao, can your brother live stream when he goes to fulfill the wish? Yi Xiao, that depends on my brother. If he doesn't want to, I definitely won't do it. No problem. Yi Xiao casually uttered two words, just fulfilling the wishes of the benevolent spirits. He had taught his disciples to do this before. It's all very simple. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, Host, can you tell your brother to sell me a spirit-repelling talisman? Just one will do. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, Sister, I also want one, please. 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, Sister Yao, as long as you can get us a spirit-repelling talisman from 10,000 Treasures Building, then you can choose anything from 10,000 Treasures Building. Hiss, are these three big shots crazy? Not to mention they have been lurking in Yi Xiao's live stream for a long time. Every time they appear, they must bring at least 100 super rockets. Is this the way rich people communicate? So envious. Yi Xiao saw so many gifts and looked a bit troubled. Thank you for everyone's gifts, but I can't make this decision. I still need to ask my brother. She turned to ask Yi Xiao, but found that Yi Xiao was no longer in the living room. Where's my brother? Yi Xiao looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who had just returned to her senses from the shock, and asked, what happened? Lin Xiaoxiao took a sip of milk to calm her nerves and replied, I just went upstairs. You were too focused on the live stream to notice. Oh, I see. Yi Xiao was also startled tonight, her reactions becoming somewhat sluggish. Yao, why don't you sneak upstairs to see what your brother is doing? I'm curious. A viewer suddenly typed in the chat. Yi Xiao replied, isn't that bad? That would just invade my brother's privacy. I don't think it's right. No matter how many gifts those people sent, Yi Xiao still felt it was important to respect Yi Xiao's wishes. After all, nothing was more important than her brother in her heart. Yi Shiyou had clearly become an ardent supporter of Yi Qiu. Hee hee, Yao Yao, are you scared like last time? Yao Yao, why not ask him beforehand? I also want to see what your brother's room looks like. Me too, I'm curious. Yi Shiyou thought for a moment and then took out her phone to message Yi Qiu. Bro, can the viewers in the live stream take a look at your room? Sure. Yi Qiu replied surprisingly straightforwardly, so much so that Yi Shiyou was a bit taken aback. So, she told the viewers in the live stream, my brother agreed, I'll go up and take a look now. After saying that, she took the camera and walked upstairs. There are 3 floors in the house, and my brother lives on the 2nd floor, in this room. Yi Shiyou held the camera as she walked toward Yi Qiu's room. However, just as she reached the door, she suddenly tripped over something. Ouch! Yi Shiyou exclaimed, her camera becoming a bit unsteady. She managed to stabilize herself and looked down at her feet. When Yi Shiyou saw the unidentified object beneath her, she screamed in fright. Ah! The girl's voice echoed throughout the 3-story house. Yao Yao! What happened? Lin Xiaoxiao, still downstairs, hurriedly ran up the stairs, rushing toward Yi Shiyou. Yi Qiu, hearing the commotion from inside his room, opened the door. What's going on? The viewers in the live stream were even more confused. Hearing the beautiful host scream like that, if they didn't know she was at home, some might have called the police. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Why is the camera shaking? What happened to Yao Yao? My god, could it be that she saw that thing? It shouldn't be. Didn't your brother just use a spirit-repelling talisman to disperse it? It shouldn't appear again. They said he was just playing tricks. We should believe in science. Yao Yao, why aren't you talking? Yao Yao, say something. Oh no, the host is scared silly, and the camera is still shaking. I'm curious about what she saw. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao also arrived in front of Yi Shiyou, and when she saw the unidentified object that had almost tripped Yi Shiyou, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Then, she let out a scream almost identical to Yi Shiyou's. The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. What on earth is it? Let me see. Damn, the more this happens, the more curious I am. What scared these 2 beauties like this? Yao Yao, be good, listen, quickly move the camera. It's hard for us to manage like this. Yi Shiyou was so scared that her voice trembled. That. Ah. She held the camera and directly hugged Lin Xiaoxiao in fright. It was summer. The weather was quite hot. The 2 girls were tightly embracing each other, and the chat began to go wild. Yao sang, the lilies in our hometown have bloomed. Aren't you coming back to take a look? Lilies are great. Lilies are true love. Don't say that anymore. Let's ask Yao Yao what she actually saw. As a husband fan, I'm really worried right now. At that moment, Yi Qiu's sighing voice suddenly came through. So you came here? No wonder I couldn't find you in the room. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiyou was instantly stunned. Brother, you mean this thing is yours? Yeah, I finally found it, but I didn't expect it to be so disobedient. After saying that, Yi Qiu squatted down and patted the back of the creature. With Yi Qiu around, Yi Shiyou and Lin Xiaoxiao felt much more at ease, and they let go of each other, controlling their earlier fright. Yi Shiyou also noticed the already explosive live stream. Sorry, I was really scared just now. By the way, if you want to see it, let me remind you, girls shouldn't watch. With Yi Shiyou's words, the barrage in the live stream became even more excited. What is it? Girls can't watch? It's a man's thing, and girls can't see it. TSK, I should know what it is. Girls, listen to Yao Yao. Hurry up and exit the live stream. It's something girls shouldn't see, hee hee. I admit I'm dirty-minded. Yi Shiyou, it's not what you think anyway, girls really shouldn't watch, or you'll definitely have nightmares. However, the more Yi Shiyou said this, the more it attracted the attention of the live stream audience. The number of viewers kept increasing, and the popularity began to soar. Everyone was urging, wanting to see what exactly scared the 2 beauties like this. Yi Shiyou hesitated for a moment, then tremblingly picked up the mobile camera and aimed it at Yi Qiu in front of her. Oh my god, holy crap, this is a giant caterpillar. Protein, chicken flavor, so crunchy. I have to say, this is indeed something girls wouldn't dare to look at. Yao Yao, your reaction just now is spot on. Scared me to death. Wait, is your brother really a little Geo from Jinshin Town, and is this the green caterpillar he just caught? I can picture it now. I want to know where Pikachu is. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to throw up. Why didn't I listen to Yao Yao and exit? Whoa, Yao Yao, even a cute boy like me can't handle this. Why did you only remind the girls? Biased? Damn, I've never seen such a big caterpillar in my life. This isn't a caterpillar, this is a candy treasure. Have you seen that fairy drama? The candy treasure in it is just this kind of green caterpillar, but it can also transform into a cute girl. Really? Love it. So this one can also transform into a cute girl? Then I can too. I can too. The boys' barrage gradually became perverted, while the girls shouted to exit the livestream but still couldn't help but stay. Yi Xiao looked at the giant green caterpillar wriggling in front of Yi Qiu. She swallowed and quietly asked, "Brother, what is this?" "It's quite obedient," Yi Qiu said, squatting down and gently touching the caterpillar on the ground, then nodding in satisfaction. "Is it you, green caterpillar? Is it you, green caterpillar? Didn't you say you wanted to see a flying mount before? I went to look in the space, but the space is just too big, and I don't know where the pets I raised ran off to. Last time I found Xiaoha, this time I found the larva of the hell moth. Although it's not a flying mount right now, it will be in a while. I was just looking for this little thing, and I didn't know when it ran out." As Yi Qiu spoke, he gently patted the head of the giant green caterpillar. "My brother is amazing, but I want to know when this thing will turn into that hell moth." "I don't know. I've already sent the picture to my aunt at the Academy of Sciences, asking her to help see if it's something from nature." Yi Xiao really couldn't keep looking at this soft little thing in front of her. "Brother, when will it turn into a butterfly?" "Probably in 100 years. Bullet comments. Yi Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao, 100 years, I probably won't live that long. Considering I'm already 20 now, I might have another 70 years left. I wonder if in my lifetime I can see this little candy transform into the soft girl I like, just like whether I can see Detective Conan finish in my lifetime. I probably won't be able to wait for it. By the time this thing turns into a cute girl, it might be less likely than waiting for Detective Conan to conclude." Yi Qiu picked up the green caterpillar and walked into the room holding it. Suddenly, he turned back and looked at Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. "Hey, didn't you just say you wanted to come in and take a look? Come on in." At this moment, Yi Xiao felt a bit scared. There couldn't be anything frightening in her brother's room, right? Yao Yao, charge ahead. How could a food-loving girl be defeated by such a small matter? Yao Yao, as long as you go in, I'll serve you 10 super rockets right away. One step, one super rocket, the streamer is watching you. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. Ever since her brother came back, her fate seemed to have changed. And now, she realized that there were so many rich people in this world. When she was still an 18-line small streamer, there would be 1 or 2 people sending her super rockets in a month. But now it was impressive. They actually said that every step she took was a super rocket. Being rich is great. Yi Xiao was an ordinary person, needing food, drink, and daily life, and naturally liked soft girl currency. So, she worked hard to overcome her fear and walked towards Yi Qiu's room. It was somewhat different from what she imagined. Yi Qiu's room was very tidy. A double bed, with the quilt, sheets, and pillows all neatly arranged. There was a desk beside it, and the wardrobe was partitioned, with a hidden bathroom inside. A small table was placed by the bed, and opposite it was a television. "Ha, is this the room of a cultivator? It's pretty similar to ours. Just missing a computer." "Yeah, when will the streamer get your brother a computer too? It would be best to register a Douyin live account for him as well." "Humph, don't think I don't know what you're planning," Yi Xiao huffed. However, if Yi Qiu wanted to stream himself, she wouldn't oppose it. "Brother, do you want to buy a computer to stream?" Yi Qiu placed the little green caterpillar aside, noticing that Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao were scared, so he put it further away from the 2 girls. "I'm not interested." Yi Qiu's few words made the viewers sigh. Alright, if I stream, you can watch too." Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao found a spot by the table to sit down. She placed the camera on the table, which was perfectly aimed at the tea set in the middle of the table. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and left a message, "Streamer, if it's convenient, could you let me take a closer look at the tea set on the table?" Yi Xiao noticed the gift and message, thanked them, and then asked Yi Qiu, "Brother, someone said they want to see your tea set." Yi Qiu was looking for something in the nearby cabinet. Okay, he almost never refused Yi Xiao's requests. He didn't know when he had awakened a sister complex. Perhaps it was to make up for the familial love that Yi Xiao hadn't experienced in those previous years. Hearing this, Yi Xiao moved the camera a bit towards the direction of the tea set. "Look, this seems to be what my brother usually uses to drink tea." The tea set looked quite ordinary, but why did I always have a feeling that it was anything but ordinary? I also think so. Maybe I've been poisoned by my brother. Now everything I see feels like cultivating immortality. Brothers, here, I just want to shout 666. Just now, I showed my recording video to my uncle from the Academy of Sciences, and he said this tea set is an antique, at least over 1,000 years old. Over 1,000 years? You can't be joking. Can a tea set over 1,000 years old look this new? Exactly, if it's over 1,000 years old, it must be all worn out. How could it look just like new? You all are wrong. Things like this aren't necessarily better the older they are. It's not about how much mud is on it or how damaged it is. Some antiques are actually very well preserved. Just go to a museum and you'll know. Then how do you know this is real? Not to mention that water friend's uncle from the Academy of Sciences, my uncle specializes in this field, and he just said this thing is an antique. You all are too young. If it weren't real, then the treasure pavilion wouldn't let the streamer show it to him. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao both saw the bullet comments. The two of them simultaneously looked at the tea set on the table. This thing is actually an antique? An antique from over 1,000 years ago? Yao Yao, what are you looking at? Yi Xiao heard Yi Qiu's voice, and looked beside him, only to find that the chubby green caterpillar was gone. She nervously asked, "Brother, where's that bug? Seeing you scared, I sent it into my space. I really want to know how much stuff my brother's space can hold." "I don't know, anyway, even if you ride a flying mount, you can't reach the end." Yi Qiu also walked to the table and sat down. Then he placed some tea-like things into the frosted teapot in the middle. "Brother, they said this teapot is an antique, over 1,000 years of history, is that true?" Yi Xiao didn't understand antique appreciation, she just thought what the audience in the livestream said was quite mysterious, so she asked, "I've been using this thing all along, it's not an antique." "Oh, I see." Yi Xiao understood in her heart. She thought, how could there be antiques at her brother's place, especially antiques over 1,000 years old? "Do you want used old things too? Do you want used old things too? No way." Suddenly, a user called Antique Appraisal Expert appeared in the livestream. "This tea set is definitely an antique. I've been appraising antiques for so many years, how could I be mistaken?" Haha, usually, people who call themselves antique appraisal experts are fake, right? How could an expert give themselves such a title? Some people in the live stream started to mock. Yi Xiao also saw Yi Qiu putting the tea leaves he found from somewhere into the teapot. "Yao Yao, bring some clean water over," Yi Qiu said. As soon as Yi Xiao heard this, she immediately got up to fetch a bottle of mineral water. "Brother, don't we need to boil the water? If he wants to brew tea, he must use boiling water," but Yi Qiu didn't seem to want her to boil water. "No need." Yi Qiu shook his head. Then he let Yi Xiao pour the clean water into the teapot. Yi Xiao did as told. When it was 2/3 full, Yi Qiu told her to stop. "I don't know why, but I always have a feeling that my brother is about to show off again." "Me too, I get especially excited at times like this." "Where did that antique appraisal expert go just now?" "He's here, whether this thing is a treasure, you'll know after you see it later. By the way, it seems like there's a reward for tonight's top donor. Why don't you guys consider sending Yao Yao some gifts?" Seeing someone say this in the live stream, Yi Xiao then noticed the activity on the homepage outside. It seems that tonight's top donor will get a reward of 200,000, along with the title of the most beautiful female streamer of the month. You should know, the platform doesn't lack rich people, and the income of first-tier streamers isn't low either. Do those beauties care about this 200,000? Of course not. Sometimes, a single night can bring gifts worth more than 200,000 from a wealthy patron. And tonight, Yi Xiao's livestream room automatically joined this event. After all, the official announcement stated that any female streamer could participate. Yi Xiao was not only a female streamer but also labeled as a beauty streamer. Indeed, Yi Xiao was truly beautiful. Unfortunately, her gaming skills were poor, her dancing was stiff, and her singing sounded more like a pig being slaughtered. However, she could be quite funny when she spoke, which helped liven up the atmosphere in the livestream. Usually, her fans liked to call her dinner companion Xiao Yao. At this moment, the official team had directly recognized the attributes of her livestream room and automatically assigned her to this competition. Yi Xiao had seen the event herself, but she wasn't very keen on participating. Recently, her fans had sent her many gifts. She hadn't streamed any substantial content, and she felt quite guilty about it. So, she felt embarrassed to ask for gifts. "It's fine, we won't participate in this event, but if you all think I'm the most beautiful female streamer, then just get a card, hee hee. Xiao Yao, give it up. The dancing girl next door is much better at entertaining than you." In her lifetime, she probably wouldn't be able to see Xiao Yao dance a proper dance. "Xiao Yao, as an old fan, I hope you have some self-awareness." "Humph, I used to learn." "Okay, learning is one thing, but whether you do it well is another. I can't just say that because I've read books, I can definitely get into Qingda, right?" Yi Xiao looked at the teasing comments in the livestream and turned her head away with a huff. At that moment, she happened to see Yi Qiu pick up the purple clay teapot. "Brother, do you want to heat it up? I can help you." As Yi Xiao said this, she intended to take the teapot to the kitchen to heat it, but Yi Qiu didn't hand the teapot to her. Instead, he held it in his palm. "I'll do it myself." After calmly saying this, Yi Qiu made no other movements, just holding the teapot in his palm. 10 seconds later, a faint aroma of tea suddenly wafted into Yi Xiao's nostrils. She turned in surprise and saw that the teapot in Yi Qiu's hand was actually emitting steam, and the tea inside seemed to be starting to boil. This scene was, of course, witnessed by the viewers in the livestream. Wow, what is this? Is he conjuring water out of thin air? Is he boiling water with his bare hands? It was supposed to be cold water. No way. Just now the streamer asked if he needed help heating it, but the older brother refused, saying he would do it himself. Who would have thought that his doing it himself meant using his own palm to boil water? This is impossible. The only explanation is that the water the streamer poured in was hot. No, I really did pour in cold water just now, Yushio explained. Then it must be a problem with the teapot. Could it be that this teapot has some mechanism? I said earlier that this is definitely not a simple teapot. You guys didn't believe me? Now you're getting slapped in the face? The so-called treasure appraisal expert appeared again. Along with him were several old customers from Yi Xiao's livestream. The treasure pavilion rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and left a message. Miss Streamer, can I ask your brother if this teapot is for sale? Our treasure pavilion is willing to pay at least 8 figures for it. Hiss, at least 8 figures? Yi Xiao was also shocked and told Ji Qiu about it. Yi Qiu was somewhat confused. This was just an old teapot he had used, with a bunch of tea stains inside. Why would anyone want to pay to buy it? He really couldn't understand these people's thought processes. Unfortunately, he didn't want to be the one to deceive others. So he said, it's just a useless teapot. We shouldn't scam others by selling it. We can just keep it for ourselves. As soon as he said this, the owner of the treasure pavilion felt like he was spitting blood. Goodness, this precious teapot is actually worthless in my brother's eyes. He really is impressive. Treasure pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, Yao Yao, we just really like this teapot. We think it's a piece of art. I wonder if your brother can bear to part with it. Yi Qiu set the teapot down and poured a cup of tea for both Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. He was also shocked to see the barrage of comments. There are actually people in this world who want to buy the teapot he has used for many years. It's simply bizarre. Wanbao Building tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, Yao Yao, little fairy, I think you dance the best and sing the best. Can you ask your brother to sell this teapot to us at Wanbao Building? Mwah mwah mwah. Disgusting, these 3 big shots are the most shameless at Wanbao Building. At this moment, the barrage was still criticizing Wanbao Building. The next second, however, a lot of white text comments suddenly surged in, and they were all from newly joined accounts. What does this mean? Streamer, don't you know that today the title of the most beautiful streamer belongs to Ruo Ruo? Why are you crazily asking for gifts now? Is it to deliberately go against us, to compete with her? Yao Yao, do you want to be number 1? Yao Yao, do you want to be number 1? The streamer is too scheming, knowing that Ruo Ruo has already said in the group that she wants to be number 1 this month, yet still asking for gifts here? Ha ha. Having watched some of the streamer's edited videos, they didn't seem that professional either. Yi Xiao was instantly confused upon seeing these comments. What's going on? She didn't ask for gifts at all. But there was nothing she could do. Every time those 3 big shots appeared, every word they said came with 100 super rockets. Was that something she could control? Yi Xiao felt speechless. Seeing someone causing trouble, Yi Xiao's fans were also unhappy. Yao Yao has never asked for gifts from the beginning, right? Is it really asking others to let her be number 1 now? Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, I don't know what's going on, but this is just our habit. Is there a problem? Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, Streamer sister, have you thought about what I mentioned earlier? Wanbao Building tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, Yao Yao, transaction ding ding. Damn, here they come again. These big shots really throw 100 super rockets with every word they say. I'm really impressed. Is this how rich people play? Although I say this, those who understand know. Just how wealthy these 4 families are in Xia country is simply a mystery. It is said that Treasure Pavilion spent a huge sum to bring back the national treasure from the Sun country and then directly submitted it to the state. The auction price for that national treasure was 1 billion. Perhaps they really don't care about this little money. On the other side, can't they just blame Yao Yao for their own shortcomings? Let me see what kind of person this Ruo Ruo is. With this happening, many people ran over to other people's live streams to take a look. Then they started coming back to report. The newcomers, you know what kind of people they are. The boss of the number 1 spot can meet offline. TSK, I knew it. The boss over there seemed to be serious, directly throwing 500 super rockets, which is impressive. Isn't this just price manipulation? Reported. Many viewers who returned from the neighboring live stream began to complain in the chat. At this moment, Yi Xiao's ranking was second. The first streamer, named Ruo Ruo, had about 100 more super rocket points than Yi Xiao. Many trolls from next door also started mocking. Aren't there so many tycoons? Can't they compare to our extraordinary boss? The extraordinary boss directly sent 500 super rockets at once. can this streamer compete? A group of people in the live broadcast room were arrogantly at their peak. After all, in their eyes, 100 super rockets were hard to catch up with. Yi Xiao was not angry. At this moment, she was savoring the tea that Yi Qiu had poured for her. Brother, what kind of tea is this? It's really delicious. When she took the first sip, she felt completely refreshed, as if her whole body and mind had awakened. Her limbs and bones felt very comfortable. It's just ordinary tea. Yi Qiu poured some more for Yi Xiao. These were tea seeds he had planted in the soil in his space, and they had just sprouted recently, so he took them out for Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao to taste. Ah, our silly broadcaster is so carefree, still in the mood to drink tea. Yao Yao, someone is competing with you for the top spot. Yao Yao didn't care, let them be. But look at that group of white accounts, just looking at them is infuriating. At this moment, Yi Qiu, sitting opposite, also saw some bullet comments. He looked at Yi Xiao and asked, "What's so good about being number one?" Yi Xiao glanced over, it's just 200,000 and a title of the most beautiful female broadcaster for a month. The resources given next month will also be more, and it will be heavily promoted on the platform. This kind of activity can be said to be a way to increase popularity by spending money. On such a large live streaming platform, if promoted for a month, the traffic would definitely be quite good. Most beautiful female broadcaster? Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. My sister is naturally the most beautiful. Young Masterly sent a carnival gift and commented, yes, Yao Yao is indeed very beautiful. Awesome. As soon as the brother said this, the prince came to flatter, so impressive. No way, could it be that Li Xiqing wants to play with our Yao Yao? After all, Yao Yao has a first love face, somewhat resembling the female internet celebrities the prince used to date. Shut up. I'm just giving gifts, I didn't think of anything else. Li Xiqing, who was glued to his phone, was extremely nervous at this moment. He was afraid of being targeted by Yi Qiu. Recently, he had been hanging out in Yi Xiao's live broadcast room almost all the time. He noticed that Yi Qiu really dotes on this sister. No matter what it is, as long as Yi Xiao says it, he will satisfy her. Although he really wanted to make a move on Yi Xiao, Li Xiqing still knew that if he really did, he would probably be finished. So now he was frantically explaining in the live broadcast room. Just because I have extra money to spend, and I don't like that plastic surgery freak opposite, what's wrong with helping Yao Yao a bit? After sending the bullet comment, Li Xiqing decisively renewed his VIP membership in Yi Xiao's live broadcast room. Yi Xiao hurriedly thanked him. Those little white accounts on the opposite side started to get sour again. Heh, no matter how you try, you can't compare to the extraordinary boss. Who is the extraordinary boss? Never heard of him? Then did you see Young Masterly? The person Young Masterly supports. Does your extraordinary boss dare to compete? Indeed. In the circle of internet celebrities and broadcasters, Li Xiqing is quite reputable. Whether inside or outside the circle, everyone knows this Young Masterly. After all, he is the son of the richest man in Jiangcheng, and his status is absolutely solid. And after Li Xiqing took the lead in Yi Xiao's live broadcast room, the gifts kept flooding in without stopping. The comments from haters and trolls were directly drowned in the torrent of gift comments. Yi Xiao shot straight up to the top spot. Moreover, her popularity was 10 times that of the second place. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been watching the live broadcast, also came over and then entered the live broadcast room of that Ruoruo with a small account. As soon as she entered, she saw a woman dressed provocatively posing there. What? With this level of exposure, she's not banned. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the live broadcast room, then turned to look at Yi Xiao beside her, who was wearing an oversized white t-shirt. The difference was just too great. However, the other party is a rookie streamer, still mingling in that kind of area, and the top rank can even arrange an offline meeting. Of course, many wealthy fans would come to send gifts. What kind of scale is this? As soon as Yi Xiao heard this, she immediately leaned in. Her figure isn't bad. Just because of one sentence from Yi Qiu. Just because of one sentence from Yi Qiu. This is Yi Xiao's evaluation of her. Meanwhile, the bullet comments in the livestream were speeding up, each one more outrageous than the last. Whoa, brothers, it seems Ruoruo can't hold on to the top rank today. Whoa. The girl named Ruoruo looked very sad, her eyes filled with tears, making her seem utterly pitiful. She bit her lip, as if she was about to cry out loud any second. Ruoruo, don't worry, I'll think of a way for you. Ruoruo, the other side must have spent money, otherwise, how could so many people help her climb the ranks? It's okay, Brother Fifan will definitely help you regain the top rank. Ruoruo, how many people on this platform are richer than Brother Fifan? Some people hadn't gone to Yi Xiao's live stream yet, so they didn't know that Li Xiqing had sent Yi Xiao 100 carnivals. Brother Fifan has already sent 700 or 800 super rockets today, and Ruoruo still feels she shouldn't let him spend so much. Although Ruoruo said this, her little face was full of grievance, practically saying, hurry up and bring me gifts to make me happy. Thus, several wealthy fans sent super rockets again, but the legendary brother Fifan was still nowhere to be seen. Ruoruo couldn't sit still anymore. She had boasted in the streamer group earlier, saying brother Fifan had prepared 1,000 super rockets for her, and she would definitely be the most beautiful female streamer next month. Yet now this had happened. How about I dance for everyone? What outfit do you want Ruoruo to wear? Ruoruo, we hope you wear nothing. Yes, whether I can sleep peacefully tonight depends on you, Ruoruo. In the end, Ruoruo chose a battle outfit. Once she put on the battle outfit, it made some viewers in the live stream ecstatic, their hearts itching. While Ruoruo was energetically performing, hoping for her brother Fifan to appear, the live stream suddenly exploded. Ruoruo, it seems young Master Lee has sent gifts to the other side. The viewers who had just gone to Yi Xiao's live stream to mock her returned. They brought the news to Ruoruo immediately. What? Ruoruo could hardly believe it herself. Young Master Lee actually gave a reward to the other side. Anyone in this circle knows who young Master Lee is. Most of them hope to be noticed by young Master Lee one day and suddenly become the top rank in their own livestream. This is the dream of countless female streamers. Of course, it was also Ruoruo's dream. When she heard young Master Lee, she was directly stunned. Yes, young Master Lee had sent 100 carnivals directly to the other side, renewed the emperor, and now it seemed he was continuously throwing carnivals. Not only young Master Lee, but the most frustrating were those antique sellers, who didn't even say a word but sent 100 super rockets. Ruoruo quickly needed to find brother Fifan to stabilize the situation. Seeing this news, Ruoruo glanced at the rankings. She was indeed far behind, even completely crushed. However, she couldn't see her wealthy boss brother Fifan in the live stream at all. Ruoruo started to panic. She had shown off in front of many people, and if she lost tonight, it would be truly embarrassing. But she also couldn't bear to spend her own money, so she had to open WeChat and send a message to brother Fifan. But, when Ruoruo finished editing the message and sent it out, a prompt popped up on the other side. The other party has refused to receive your message. Please add them as a friend. Ruoruo was completely dumbfounded. She was blocked by brother Fifan. Just when Ruoruo was in despair, a flashy notification appeared in the livestream. Young Master Lee, Emperor, has entered the livestream. Ruoruo looked and was surprised to see Li Xiqing. The sadness and heartache from earlier vanished instantly, replaced by a smile on her face. Welcome, young Master Lee, to Ruoruo's livestream. Ruoruo spoke in a high-pitched voice while thinking to herself. Did Li Xiqing suddenly come to her livestream because he saw the gap in looks between her and that 18-line small streamer, regretting the gifts he had given her? Her spring had come. As long as she could get close to young Master Lee, wouldn't her future on the live streaming platform be bright? Ruoruo was so excited she was trembling. Wearing her battle outfit only amplified the waves of influence on the audience in the livestream. No wonder Ruoruo was so popular. Even a big shot like young Master Lee had come. Did young Master Lee take a liking to our Ruoruo? He has good taste. Ruoruo, I want to see more waves. We have plenty of toilet paper at home. A few waves aren't enough. She kept twisting her waist, waiting for young Master Lee to make a move. But after twisting for 10 minutes, young Master Lee still hadn't shown any sign, leaving Ruoruo very puzzled. Just as Ruoruo was about to twist her waist off, a gift suddenly appeared. Young Master Lee rewarded the streamer with 1 rocket and left a message. I was just lagging. I heard there's a boss named Extraordinary Brother in this livestream. Let him come out and compete with me? At that moment, many fans of Yi Xiao, who had come to Ruoruo's livestream to stir things up, burst into laughter. Hubby is awesome. No wonder he's young Master Lee. I love this straightforward style. Those people were just in the livestream saying young Master Lee was here to claim this so-called Ruoruo. Now, how does it feel to be slapped in the face? Slap, 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 that hurts. Laughing to death. This is truly embarrassing. Ruoruo, standing in front of the livestream, was also dumbfounded, unable to twist her waist anymore. At this moment, she took another look at the points leaderboard. Yi Xiao's livestream had directly become 100 times more popular. What's going on? Young Master Lee is in her livestream. Could it be that there are still bosses rewarding that talentless streamer? Ruoruo couldn't hold it in anymore. She took out her phone, logged in with a secondary account, and entered Yi Xiao's livestream. As soon as she entered, 500 super rockets hit her in the face. Zhang Chengli family rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and left a message, support the streamer. I am Lin Jingshan, rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and left a message, support Yao Yao. Ruoruo had been a streamer for many years, but this was the first time she had seen such terrifying rewards. Moreover, these two. One was from Zhang Chengli family. the other was Lin Jingshan. Although she didn't know if it was the real Lin Jingshan, the super rockets were real. If all this was true, then even young Master Li wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Everyone knew that although Li Xiqing was a bit of a playboy, he still listened to his family. It was clear that his father had come out, and even young Master Li could only play the role of a son. Thank you for everyone's gifts, you don't have to spend so much. Yi Xiao saw the barrage of messages and felt a mix of laughter and tears. Just because of a word from her brother, these people went crazy. They were willing to pay any price to win her over. As she watched more and more big shots enter Yi Xiao's livestream, Ruo started crying in the livestream. Whoa, you're all bullying me. Sure enough, pretending to cry was quite effective. Many people went directly to Yi Xiao's live stream to condemn her. In the end, Ruo's live stream was directly banned. The reason was for spreading content that made viewers uncomfortable. She didn't even know who reported it, every report was spot on. In the end, even the leaderboard that Ruo wanted the most was taken down. Not only did she not get first place, but she didn't even get second. In Yi Xiao's live stream, a group of people shouted with great enthusiasm. As for that extraordinary brother, he had already run away the moment he saw Li Xiqing enter. What a joke! Li Xiqing was here to compete for the rankings. Even if he went bankrupt, he couldn't compete with that. At this moment, extraordinary brother felt miserable. He had spent the money, but he hadn't even secured a date. What a pain! What made extraordinary brother question his life even more was that not only Li Xiqing, but even Li Xiqing's father had entered the fray. And there was also that district tyrant from Jiangcheng, Lin Jingshan. Plus, those famous antique dealers from Xia country. If these people wanted to support someone, even hundreds of billions wouldn't be enough to go against them. Extraordinary brother was self-aware. After realizing he was just a drop in the ocean compared to them, he directly blacklisted Ruo. He also cancelled his livestream platform account. At first, he didn't know Li Xiqing was entering and directly started arguing, but later he regretted it immensely. From now on, it seemed he could only register a new account. Over here, Yi Qiu also noticed that Yi Xiao had successfully secured the top spot, and a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Yao being first was only right. Thank you for everyone's gifts. Hee, Yao loves you all. Although she hadn't asked for gifts, Yi Xiao felt she couldn't let everyone's goodwill go to waste, so she said, to thank everyone, let's extend the stream by half an hour tonight. What? Only half an hour? Yao, can it be longer, more enduring? A little commotion passed. Yi Xiao adjusted the camera and prepared to move her chair. But while moving, she found something under the chair leg. She picked it up and looked. What is this? A beginner's guide to refining essence and cultivating spirit? Yi Xiao's words immediately caught the attention of the viewers and big shots in the livestream. Yao, what did you say that was? Can you say it again? Am I hearing things? Did I really hear Yao say something about refining essence and cultivating spirit? I heard it too. Yao, can we see that book in your hand? Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and left a message. Miss Streamer, I want that book, name your price. Damn, they don't even know what it is yet, and Treasure Pavilion is already trying to grab it? This is too terrifying. Bro, what is this? Yi Xiao handed the beginner's guide to refining essence and cultivating spirit to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu was still making tea, glanced at it casually, and said lightly, a useless book, I used it to prop up the chair leg. Yi Xiao remembered that she had indeed found this book while moving the chair. She looked at her chair, and sure enough, it was a bit unstable. Yao, can you let us take a closer look at that book? Some viewers in the live stream requested. Yi Xiao was generous, after all, her brother said it was a useless book, probably bought from a street vendor. She remembered that when she was young, Yi Qiu had bought things like the Rulai Divine Palm and the Nining Manual, and even practiced with them, but they were of no use. So, Yi Xiao held the book that had been pressed under the chair for a long time in front of the camera. This. The livestream was filled with surprise, and some individual expressions of astonishment. Could this be the legendary method of refining essence and cultivating spirit? Looking at the yellowed pages and the smooth font, it must be a genuine article. No one would really believe in refining essence and cultivating spirit, right? Refining essence and cultivating spirit, this is the first step of my immortal fantasy. Don't doubt it. Whoa, refining essence and cultivating spirit. I'm nostalgic. But the method of refining essence and cultivating spirit isn't to eat some elixir, but to follow this book? Yi Qiu looked at the barrage and couldn't help but sigh again. There are indeed elixirs that refine the essence and marrow, but the materials are insufficient. Sigh, he lamented in his heart. He had only left this world for 10,000 years, so why did he feel so out of place with them? Even his understanding of some very common knowledge was different. At this moment, in the ancestral home of the Li family in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, Li Rongqing had just sent a few hundred super rockets and a few hundred carnivals, and was satisfied to see Yi Xiao become the top player before he was about to log off. Guide to Refining Essence and Marrow? Suddenly, Yi Xiao's voice came from the live stream. Refining Essence and Marrow. Upon hearing this, Li Rongqing's heart surged with 1,000 waves. It should be known that his father, the current ancestor of the Li family, had been in seclusion for a full 10 years. During these 10 years, the result he sought in seclusion was precisely refining essence and marrow. It was said that hundreds of years ago, one of the ancestors of the Li family had successfully refined essence and marrow, and at that time, he even became a formidable general beside the emperor. In external wars, he was almost invincible. Unfortunately, the method of refining essence and marrow gradually became lost in the following generations. Now, the ancestor in seclusion had only a few fragmented texts left. To comprehend those texts, the ancestor had locked himself away for a full 10 years. During this time, apart from receiving food and drink, he hardly communicated with the outside world. Li Rongqing did not know how the ancestor's seclusion had progressed, but when he saw the crumpled book in Yi Xiao's hand in the livestream, he was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. Could it be? Could the ancestor really be manifesting, truly coming to help the Li family? First, it was the guardian beast of the Li family, the silver wolf, and now it was the guide to refining essence and marrow. In Li Rongqing's eyes, Yi Qiao at this moment was not an ordinary young person, but an existence that they could never reach. Li Rongqing controlled his excitement and then logged into his account. He immediately began typing in the comment section of the live stream. Zhangcheng Li family sent a carnival and left a message. Miss Streamer, can you sell me that book in your hand? I am willing to pay any price. The Lin family's items are all second-rate goods. This, Yi Xiao was momentarily confused about the situation. This Jiangcheng Li family? Could it be the family of young Master Li? Although he was the richest man in Jiangcheng, the three big players in the collection world here showed him no respect. Treasure Pavilion sent a carnival and left a message. Miss Streamer, our Treasure Pavilion is also willing to pay for that guide to refining essence and marrow. Treasure House sent a carnival and left a message, same as above from Treasure House. Wanbao Building sent a carnival and left a message. Yao Yao, many handsome young men have recently come to Wanbao Building, of all types, and I wonder if I have the honor to befriend you. Damn, who is controlling this Wanbao Building account? I really want to kill him. I want to too, but can you win against him? Of course not. Seeing this, Li Rongqing was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. The four big shots in the collection world of Xia country had wealth that was no less than that of the Li family. There was no way out. He could only exit the live stream and prepare to find another way. Grandpa, I have notified Lin Jingshan as you asked, and he said he still needs to ask his granddaughter Lin Xiaoxiao about this matter. Li Xiqing walked in from the study with his phone. At this moment, Li Rongqing was no longer in Yi Xiao's live stream but looked at Li Xiqing who had just entered. Why does Lin Jingshan need to inform his granddaughter to do things? Shouldn't such matters be decided by the elders? That's right, Grandpa. Lin Xiaoxiao is Yi Xiao's best friend. The two are almost like sisters. As for Lin Jingshan, his relationship with Yi Xiao isn't that close, so it's definitely better for Lin Xiaoxiao to handle this. Alright, then you must do a good job and not anger the young lady of the Lin family. Naturally, Li Xiqing was aware of these matters. At this moment, on the other side, Yi Xiao's livestream was still ongoing. She had promised to extend the broadcast by half an hour tonight. During this time, Yi Qiao was busy fiddling with his teapot and some tea leaves he had pulled out from who knows where. Brother Yi Qiao, if you like drinking tea, I can have Grandpa bring some over another day. It's said to be top-grade silver needle tea, and it can cost tens of thousands. Lin Xiaoxiao said, noticing that Yi Qiao seemed to enjoy tea. At this moment, under Yi Qiao's hand heating technique once again, a fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the room. Wow! What kind of tea is this? It smells so good. Yi Xiao turned to ask. She and Lin Xiaoxiao didn't understand much about tea, but just from the aroma, they knew it was a fragrance unmatched by other teas. It's the same as the previous tea leaves, but this is the second brew, and I adjusted the heat while brewing, Yi Qiao explained to the two, pouring them each a cup. The two lifted their teacups and took a sip. Hiss, it really tastes better than the first cup. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Not just that, this tea is much better than the tens of thousands of tea leaves my grandpa has. Really? Is it that good? The viewers, seeing the two beauties so enchanted by the tea, suddenly felt a craving themselves. Bro, are you selling this tea? Yi Qiao noticed the comments. Not selling, just giving some to those fated to have it, as a thank you for helping Yao Yao get to the top of the rankings. As soon as Yi Qiao finished speaking, the live stream exploded with excitement. Wanbao Building sent a super rocket and commented, Yao Yao, let me see, please notice me. Sangbao Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, here. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, baby, look at me, baby. Ha ha ha, has Treasure Pavilion been infected by Wanbao building? It's starting too? This tea that could excite these three big shots must be something special. At this moment, someone called Tea Appraisal Expert also entered the live stream. At a glance, this tea was clearly valuable. The initial estimate was that a pound could range from 1 million to 5 million. A treasure appraisal expert left, and now a tea appraisal expert came? What tea are you appraising? Green tea? I wonder if it's the kind of green tea I imagine. A bunch of big shots were flooding the live stream with comments, hoping to win. On this side, Yi Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Wait, I'll open a lottery. Everyone can send a comment for a chance to win for free." As soon as she said this, the live stream was filled with cries of despair. As everyone knows, in most live streaming platforms' lottery systems, the more gifts you send, the easier it is to win. This was undoubtedly an advantage for the wealthy, but Yi Xiao directly cancelled this advantage, opting for the simplest lottery method. The wealthy were upset, but the ordinary viewers weren't feeling great either. With over 1 million viewers in the live stream, the chances of winning for them were as slim as winning a grand prize. At this moment, all fans in the live stream were equal. Then tonight, I'll draw 10 viewers from the live stream to give away a portion of the tea. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she opened the comment lottery. Goodness! In that instant, the live stream screen was completely taken over by a flood of comments, and even after clearing the screen, it would quickly fill up again. Yi Xiao watched as the number of participants in the lottery grew, curious about who had won the grand tea gift pack. After all, it was her first time tasting such delicious tea. When she heard the tea appraisal expert say the tea was worth 1 million, she felt a pang of regret. But her brother had said to give it away, so she would. 10 minutes later, the live stream began the draw. Unfortunately, none of the most vocal big shots won. Instead, it was the tea appraisal expert who won. There were a few ordinary winners as well. Yi Xiao was busy registering the winners. Lin Xiaoxiao was still asking Yi Qiu about tea tasting knowledge, as she genuinely loved tea. It was an ancient cultural heritage of the Summer Kingdom, something passed down from their ancestors that must not be lost in their generation. Those at your home are all inferior goods. I'll give you 2 boxes to take back later. This was the first time Lin Xiaoxiao had heard someone say that the high-grade teas collected by Lin Jingshan were inferior. However, it wasn't surprising coming from Yi Qiu. Ah, this is the difference. The viewers in the live stream were filled with envy and jealousy. They were millions strong, fighting for a chance in the live stream, while that beauty just had to say a word and receive 2 boxes of tea. Is this the advantage of being beautiful? During the time I wasn't here, thank you for taking care of Yao Yao, Yi Qiu said to Lin Xiaoxiao, and the audience suddenly realized that this older brother was doing it all for his sister. Isn't this just a classic case of a brother complex? The Li family sought an audience, and the brother complex was confirmed. If I had such a beautiful sister, I would also be a brother complex, but unfortunately, mine is just a bear. Yes, with such a cute sister like me, it would be a problem not to take good care of her. Yi Xiao had finished registering the winners and smiled brightly. A delicate little face lit up with joy. Brother is home, how wonderful. In her memories, she had always loved sticking to Yi Qiu since she was a child. Until the family had an accident. She was left all alone and helpless. At first, there were some relatives, but none were willing to adopt Yi Xiao, all thinking she was a jinx, believing her family had suffered because of her. Later on, the inheritance left by her parents was forcibly taken away by relatives under the guise of guardianship. Yi Xiao thought for a moment. She really didn't know how she had survived all these years. Of course, it was good to have Xiaoxiao. Now that the hardships were over and her brother was back home, Yi Xiao suddenly felt that the world had become beautiful. Yao Yao, getting a bit narcissistic again? Yao Yao was indeed very cute, but even seeing her reflection, she felt indifferent, not knowing why. Maybe it was just for the sake of eating. You all, don't go too far. Yi Xiao looked angrily at the livestream, happily interacting with the viewers. Yi Qiu watched from the side. Although her expression was angry, one could feel from her emotions that she was actually very happy at that moment. With so many lovely viewers, her best friend, and her closest brother, Yi Xiao suddenly felt that the world had brightened. She hoped that in the future, she, her brother, Xiaoxiao, and the fans in the livestream would all be better and better. Today was indeed a bit tiring. Even before half an hour had passed, Yi Xiao's livestream suddenly stopped. While the viewers were left confused, someone sent a message. Damn, she ended the stream again, and in the group, she was saying something about a sudden power outage. As far as I know, the Junlinipin houses can't possibly lose power. They have their own backup generators. So, does this mean the streamer successfully ended the stream again? Damn, I might unfollow. Please, before you unfollow, can you take down that level 18 badge? Then come back with a new account. Hahaha, today I saw him sending quite a few rockets in the livestream. Hiss, so fragrant. The viewers in the livestream cursed for a while and then dispersed. Without Yi Xiao's livestream, the number of online users on the entire platform suddenly dropped significantly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was still discussing tea culture with Yi Qiu, suddenly received a call from Lin Jingshan. Hello, Grandpa? Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. Under normal circumstances, Lin Jingshan wouldn't call her this late. Why did he suddenly call today? Xiaoxiao, I just saw that Yao Yao ended her stream and thought you two might not be asleep, so I called you. I hope I'm not disturbing you? Not at all, Grandpa, Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. She and Yi Xiao were both night owls, usually not going to sleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. Previously, Yi Xiao had to live stream for hours while also writing papers and taking on various jobs, often streaming until 4 or 5 in the morning. It wasn't even 1 o'clock yet, so it hardly counted as late. That's good. Grandpa, is there something you need? Well, it's like this. Lin Jingshan explained the purpose of his call to Lin Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression became a bit awkward, but she still agreed. Alright, then you take care and rest well, Grandpa. Lin Xiaoxiao told Yi Xiao that Lin Jingshan wanted to invite Yi Qiu to dinner and meet someone. Then I'll give it a try. Her brother had just returned home and didn't know many people. Getting to know more people should be a good thing for him. Thinking this, Yi Xiao approached Yi Qiu. Brother, tomorrow Grandpa Lin said he wants to treat us to dinner, and he also invited a friend. Are you going? To be honest, Yi Xiao wasn't sure herself. After all, Yi Qiu usually had a calm expression, as if he viewed life and death lightly, showing little change in expression. He had the same expression now. Yi Qiu put down the teacup in his hand and asked, "What are we eating?" It should be things like abalone, shark fin, and lobster. If a wealthy person was treating to dinner, it was highly likely to be food made from expensive ingredients. I indeed haven't eaten those. He had been eating the food he signed in for in the system for years, rarely indulging in such dishes. Saying this reminded Yi Qiu of the time he was nearly starving in that world when he signed in and received his first mysterious fruit. After eating that mysterious fruit, he was able to maintain a state of fullness for an entire week without feeling hungry at all, and of course, his body didn't suffer from any nutritional loss or dehydration. Later on, he received more and more items from the system. That mysterious fruit could even be exchanged for a small amount of points in the system store. Right now, he still had a mysterious fruit tree in his space. Unfortunately, it hadn't matured yet. Then shall we go together tomorrow? Just to give Xiaoxiao some face? Yi Qiu glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. The girl was looking at him with eager anticipation, leaning forward, and due to her loose clothing and being bare underneath, the sight was incredibly beautiful. Yi Qiu calmly shifted his gaze away. Alright, let's go then. Yay! Brother, I knew you were the best. Yi Xiao jumped up and directly hugged Lin Xiaoxiao. Then she turned around, wrapped her arms around Yi Qiu's neck, and rubbed against him a couple of times. Brother, it's so good to have you. Yi Qiu responded indifferently. In that world, he wasn't alone. He had taken in over 10,000 disciples, and by the end, the number of his students and their descendants was countless. Yet, his heart still felt empty. It always seemed like something was missing. Until he returned home and saw his sister Yi Xiao again, that feeling of emptiness finally returned. Seeing Yi Xiao smile, Yi Qiu felt satisfied. The next day, Yi Xiao had requested leave from her fans early on, saying that she might be late for the livestream or might even skip a day. Although everyone had strong opinions about it, there was nothing that could be done. At this moment, the Rolls-Royce Phantom of the Li family had already stopped in front of the only 6-star hotel in Jiangcheng. An elderly man with white hair stepped out of the car, and the people around him immediately approached to greet him respectfully. Mr. Li, this way please. No need, Li Rongqing shook his head. Today, he had to wait at the entrance for that person to arrive. Once Li Rongqing spoke, no one around dared to voice an opinion, not even the usually outspoken young Master Li, who was known for his strong words against the entertainment industry's disciplinary committee. At this moment, he was as silent as a grandson. It was just a broken book. Li Xiqing stood respectfully behind Li Rongqing, waiting. The manager of the restaurant, seeing this, immediately followed suit, acting like a sycophant behind Li Rongqing. Anyone who could make Li Rongqing wait like this was definitely a big shot. Li Rongqing had arrived quite early. Although he was old, he was still very healthy and robust. Grandpa, why do we have to get that so-called guide to refining essence and cutting marrow? Li Xiqing had grown up immersed in science, from elementary school to high school to university and then studying abroad, before returning home. In the eyes of his generation, things like refining essence and cutting marrow were simply impossible. They only took it as a joke occasionally. As for the guide to refining essence and cutting marrow that Yi Xiao held, he naturally thought it was just a useless book that Yi Chio used to prop up a table leg. What do you know, you brat? Li Rongqing's expression turned serious, and he raised his hand to slap Li Xiqing on the forehead. The onlookers were astonished to see the spirited young master of Jiangqing so humble in front of his grandfather. It was truly an eye-opener. Indeed, the old ginger is spicier. Your grandfather is still your grandfather. Li Rongqing withdrew his hand, gazing at the distant sky before slowly saying, "You should know that your great-grandfather has been in seclusion in the ancestral home's secret chamber for 10 years now." Li Xiqing nodded. I know. He had always found his great-grandfather quite peculiar. Instead of enjoying a good life, he chose to go into seclusion. Do you know why our ancestor chose to go into seclusion? This was something Li Rongqing had never mentioned, so naturally, Li Xiqing was unaware. He could only keep quiet and listen attentively. Our Li family's ancestor once obtained the refining essence and cutting marrow secret manual and became the foremost general beside the ruler of that time thanks to it. Unfortunately, due to too many people coveting it, by the time it reached your great-grandfather's generation, only fragments remained. Your great-grandfather's purpose in seclusion is to comprehend the remaining content of this manual. After finishing, Li Rongqing glanced at Li Xiqing. Got it? Li Xiqing suddenly understood. Grandpa, I understand. If that manual were still around, our Li family wouldn't just have such achievements in business. When foreign tribes invade our Xia, our Li family would definitely have a place at the table. So, this meeting today must succeed. You can't mess it up for me. Li Xiqing had never seen his grandfather so serious. He immediately understood the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, along with Yi Qiu, were heading to the location agreed upon with Lin Jingshan. Lin Jingshan had said he would come to pick them up, but Yi Qiu had declined. He rarely went out and wanted to see how the world he had lived in for over a decade had developed. Yi Qiu, my grandpa asked me if you have any food you dislike or anything you particularly like to eat? Lin Xiaoxiao asked as she walked beside Yi Qiu. No, anything is fine. To say he had any dislikes, he truly did not. Then I'll let Grandpa prepare the dishes first. By the time they arrive, they should be just in time for dinner. Yi Qiu didn't need to wait. Yi Qiu nodded in agreement. On the way, this time there was a dedicated driver, so Lin Xiaoxiao was free to use both hands. By the way, brother Yi Qiu, I heard from Grandpa that it seems the richest man in Jiangqing, Li Rongqing, will be dining with us today. Lin Xiaoxiao felt that she shouldn't keep this from Yi Qiu. What? Li Rongqing. Yi Qiu showed no expression, but Yi Xiao was shocked. After all, he was the richest man in Jiangqing, someone completely out of reach for ordinary folks like them. Usually, when young Master Li came to shower gifts in the livestream, it was already enough to astonish her, but today they were actually going to have dinner with Li Rongqing. Yi Xiao felt that this was indeed a bit surreal. Yao, don't get too excited. I heard from Grandpa that it's Li Grandpa who wants to meet brother Yi Qiu, and it seems to be about that guidebook on refining and marrow washing. For that? This time it was Yi Qiu who was confused. It was just a shabby book, and this richest man in Jiangqing actually went out of his way to invite him to dinner. Were these people really that strange? Perhaps in Yi Qiu's eyes, it was indeed just a book used to prop up a chair leg. But in Li Rongqing's eyes, it was a precious and rare book that the Li family had long desired. Yeah, I'm not too clear either, but we'll find out when we get there, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. But then Yi Qiu said, that book, I've already used it to prop up a chair leg. Yi Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao. So, after all this time, that most important guidebook on refining and marrow washing was still being used to prop up a chair leg? I'll go back and get it. Yi Qiu saw how excited Yi Xiao was when she heard Li Rongqing's name, thinking that this person was someone she admired. So giving her a shabby book should be no problem, as long as Yao was happy. Brother Yi Qiu, let me go back and get it, Lin Xiaoxiao said, preparing to ask the driver to stop. However, Yi Qiu stopped her. His tone carried a hint of disdain. You can only take a taxi back, that's too slow. Wait for me here for 10 minutes. The Ferrari stopped at a temporary parking spot by the roadside. Yi Qiu also got out of the car. The two girls only saw a flash of shadow in front of them, and the next second, Yi Qiu, who had just been talking, had vanished. In just 10 minutes, Yi Qiu returned, holding that crumpled guidebook on refining and marrow washing. The two girls and the driver were completely stunned. They had been driving for over half an hour, and Yi Qiu made a round trip in just 10 minutes. This was not scientific. They had traveled about 20 kilometers in half an hour because they were in the main urban area. But now, Yi Qiu had made a round trip in just 10 minutes. Even a professional marathon runner would take 2 to 3 hours to cover such a distance, but Yi Qiu only took 10 minutes. Was he even human? The driver was shocked and couldn't believe it. This was definitely faster than taking a shortcut, but he never considered that even if it were a shortcut, it couldn't be this fast. Seeing the two girls' astonished expressions, Yi Qiu remained indifferent. What are you staring at? aren't we going to eat? Ah, right, eating. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly reacted and hurriedly made room for Yi Qiu. All of Yi Xiao's doubts were instantly scattered by the delicious food they were about to taste. Perhaps for a foodie, food could truly make her lose all rationality. How is the prince acting like a sycophant? When Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao arrived, they immediately spotted Li Rongqing waiting at the door. Lin Jingshan had also been waiting there for a while. The moment he saw Yi Xiao, he hurried over. Yao Yao, you're here. Hello, Grandpa Lin. Yi Xiao greeted politely. Lin Jingshan quickly replied, Yao Yao, you and Xiaoxiao are such good friends. I consider you like my own granddaughter, so just be yourself. After saying that, he looked behind Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. By the way, where's your brother? My brother had something to do on the way, so he let us come first. He said he would arrive shortly. I see. Lin Jingshan understood and didn't dare to ask more. By the way, Yao Yao, this is the famous entrepreneur from Jiangcheng, Mr. Li Rongqing. He wanted to meet you and your brother today. Yi Xiao looked at Li Rongqing, hardly believing it was real. After all, he was a big shot who only appeared in financial news, and today he was so close to her. With Yi Qiu not by her side, Yi Xiao felt a bit nervous. Hello, I am Yi Xiao. I'll just call you Yao Yao, no need to be so formal. Come on in, we've prepared desserts and fruits inside. You will definitely like them. After Li Rongqing finished speaking, he turned and shot a cold glance at his grandson, Li Xiqing. Why aren't you taking our esteemed guests inside? Li Xiqing jolted and hurried over to lead Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao toward the hotel entrance. He no longer had the usual imposing demeanor. This scene happened to be witnessed by a few rich second-generation kids who usually like to hang out with Li Xiqing. Hiss, if my eyes didn't deceive me, the one acting like a sycophant in bringing two beauties into the hotel should be our prince, right? I saw it too, that's him. That shouldn't be. Aren't those internet celebrity girls usually the ones trying to cling to the prince for clout? Why has the role reversed today? Let's go check it out. The group were regulars at this hotel and were considered VIPs. They had no problem entering freely. As soon as they entered the 6-star dining area on the first floor, they saw Li Xiqing leading Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao into the largest private room. Wow, isn't that Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao? Who's that? A short, chubby boy with glasses looked curious. The next second, he received a slap on the shoulder. Bro, you don't even know who Yi Xiao is? The chubby boy rolled his eyes at his friend. Sorry, I'm just not interested in real-life women. My true love is my paper waifus. You're hopeless. This guy was a hardcore otaku and a rich second-generation otaku at that. What do you mean hopeless? Is it wrong to pursue true love? By the way, this afternoon I'm going to a judicial auction to bid on a limited edition Blue Eyes White Dragon card. What card needs to be auctioned? You wouldn't understand even if I told you, just wait and see. As the chubby boy spoke, he rubbed his hands together. The starting bid was only $80, and based on the market price for Blue Eyes White Dragon, he figured he could snag it for under 800,000. So, he felt confident he would win. After all, anything above that price wouldn't be worth it. Enough about that, let's see what's going on with the prince. Could it be that he has already won over Yi Xiao? That seems likely. In this society, 90% of women can't resist his pursuit. Handsome and wealthy. Most importantly, he was very generous to his girlfriends. In the past, Li Xiqing's internet celebrity girlfriends would casually flaunt birthday gifts worth over $1 million on their Weibo. Some even showcased real estate. If it weren't for this, how could so many internet celebrities be eager to gather in front of Li Xiqing? Then why is that young lady from the Lin family, who just returned, following her? If it were just Yi Xiao, that would be one thing, but with Lin Xiaoxiao beside her, that's what he couldn't understand. Moreover, Li Xiqing's attitude towards Yi Xiao was nothing like his usual demeanor when chasing girls. That simpering look was simply ridiculous. Hey, the door is closed, let's go. We can just ask Yi Xiao in her live stream tomorrow. Just as Li Xiqing's friend was about to leave, a shout from the fat guy caught his attention. Damn, what the hell is going on? Old saw, hurry up, lend me 5 million. What happened? He leaned over and saw the fat guy looking shocked at his phone. I don't have that much right now. I need to go back and get another card. But why do you suddenly need 5 million? I thought 3 or 4 million would be enough, maybe even easy to get, but I didn't expect it to reach this price. The brother referred to as Old Saw was also curious and leaned in. When he saw the content on the fat guy's phone screen, he was shocked too. What the hell? A card can go for 8 million. It's definitely those idiots bidding recklessly. This is a judicial auction. Don't these fools know the consequences of disrupting a judicial auction? The fat guy indeed wanted that Blue Eyes White Dragon, but the obviously malicious price increase made him give up on bidding. Look, it's already 20 million, 30 million, 50 million. Who the hell are these idiots? 87 million? They might as well wait to eat prison food. Fat guy, I think you should stay out of this. You might end up being held responsible. Fine, I'll back off. I'll check later to see which fools are making a scene. Just as the two finished speaking, they saw Lin Jingshan walking towards the private room where Li Xicheng had just taken Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. Hey, isn't that the district bully from Linjiang district? And old Li. Are they going to that private room? Let's go, follow them and take a look. The two were extremely curious, but when they were about 10 meters away from Li Rongqing, they were stopped. I know old Li. I'm the young master of the Zhang family. Sorry, but third master has a distinguished guest today. You two young masters should come back later. The bodyguard recognized them. They usually hung out with Li Xicheng and often mixed together. Old Saw had no choice but to give up and stretched his neck to peek through the slightly ajar door. Faintly, he seemed to hear a voice saying, "I beg you." Then, through the crack in the door, he actually saw Li Rongqing kneeling on one knee. Fat guy, I'm stunned. Old Saw pinched the fat guy's shoulder and then tried to look into the private room. But at that moment, the door was tightly shut. What happened? The fat guy was still immersed in the pain of not winning that Blue Eyes White Dragon. I beg you, you might not believe it, but I just saw our Jiangqing third master kneeling to someone. What did you say? This finally pulled the fat guy back from his infatuation with the cardboard cutout. I said, I just saw the prince's grandfather, Li Rongqing, third master, kneeling to someone. I don't believe it. Do you think I would believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes? I absolutely don't believe it. Who is third master Li? How could he kneel to someone? Besides, a man's knees are worth gold. I would never kneel to anyone. I hope I was just seeing things, so let's check again later. So, the two of them ordered a spot outside and waited for the people in the private room to come out. At this moment, inside the private room, Yi Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Lin Jingshan were all startled by the scene before them. Only Yi Qiu remained unfazed. Sitting in the upper seat, his gaze was somewhat languid. Even upon seeing Li Rongqing kneel before him, there was little emotional fluctuation in his pupils. It seemed he had long since grown accustomed to such things. Mr. Yi, I beg you to sell that introductory guide to refining the essence and marrow to the Li family. Lin Jingshan, who had been standing by, was now in a state of shock, unable to speak. He knew Yi Qiu was indeed mysterious, and he was certainly capable. Just take the soul returning pill, for instance. It was something beyond scientific explanation. However, even so, the Li family was the foremost aristocracy in Jiangcheng. Li Rongqing was also the richest man in Jiangcheng, a prominent figure throughout the entire Xia country. Compared to him, Lin Jingshan, a mere local tyrant of Linjiang district, was nothing more than a small fry. Regarding the introductory guide to refining the essence and marrow, Lin Jingshan had initially maintained a skeptical attitude. However, seeing Li Rongqing's demeanor now, he understood. That book, which Yi Qiu had used to prop up a chair leg, was definitely genuine. Lin Jingshan felt a bit dazed. After years of struggling in the business world, he had finally established a foothold. Now, he could fully sense the awe emanating from Li Rongqing. And all of this was to persuade Yi Qiu to sell him that book used to prop up a chair leg, not as a gift, but as a sale. This meant that Li Rongqing might spend a hefty sum today to acquire that book. Just thinking about it made Lin Jingshan's scalp tingle. On the other side, Li Xicheng could only describe his feelings with a single phrase: what the hell? He once coveted Yi Xiao's beauty. Thankfully, he had discovered the truth before he could make a move. He had thought that today his grandfather would merely make a symbolic visit and then offer a high price for the book, but he never expected the old man to be so sincere. The tyrant of Jiangcheng, in front of a young man who looked barely over 20, was so humble. Inside the private room, the atmosphere began to feel a bit strange. No one dared to speak before Yi Qiu opened his mouth. This tension lasted for about 2 minutes. Finally, Yi Qiu said, "Get up. How much do you want to pay for it?" To be honest, Li Rongqing's kneeling was unexpected, even for Yi Qiu. It was just a worthless book. This so-called impressive master Li from the internet had actually knelt down. Yi Qiu looked at Li Rongqing and suddenly felt that this person's face seemed familiar. Unfortunately, after living for over 10,000 years, even with a sharp memory, he couldn't recall trivial matters clearly. Li Rongqing felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. As long as Mr. Yi speaks, anything that the Li family can afford is fine. The price Li Rongqing offered would definitely be the best. He didn't mention a price himself but wanted Yi Qiu to state it. As long as he could obtain this book and present it to his ancestors, he would be willing to offer all the Li family's assets. Yi Qiu thought for a moment but found it to be a problem. So he tossed the question to Yi Xiao beside him. Yao, you say, how much do you want? Consider it your pocket money. Yi Xiao was suddenly called out, snapping back to reality from the shock of Li Rongqing's kneeling. She truly didn't know the value of such a thing, but seeing how much the old man valued it, she finally raised her hand, spreading her 5 fingers. Before she could speak, Li Rongqing excitedly exclaimed, 500 million. Alright, Siqing. Immediately transfer 500 million to Miss Yi Xiao's bank card. Yi Xiao was stunned. She only wanted 5 million. After all, in her eyes, selling a book for 5 million was already quite good. But who would have thought that Li Rongqing would open his mouth and ask for 500 million? Seeing Yi Xiao's expression, Li Rongqing thought he had set the price too low and hurriedly said, Miss Yi, are you not satisfied with this price? No problem, Siqing. Transfer another 500 million to Miss Yi Xiao's bank account. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao quickly waved her hands. No, Grandpa Li, 500 million is already a lot. It's more than enough. She was not dissatisfied at all. It was just that this price had shocked her too much. Yi Qiu, who was nearby, witnessed the whole scene. He saw no trace of greed in Yi Xiao's eyes, nor any hint of impurity. Although this broken book was not worth much, since Li Rongqing wanted it, he would sell it to him. Li Rongqing had already said such words. If it were some greedier people, they would have started asking for sky-high prices by now. And Yi Xiao, her soul's color, she remained so pure, untouched by any dust. Seeing his sister like this, Yi Qiu felt quite good. Back in the other world, he had taken in quite a few disciples, some of whom initially had a relatively pure white soul color. But gradually, those whites became tainted with impurities. Some even chose to oppose him for a divine secret manual. Yi Qiu felt a bit sad about this. After all, a dog raised for hundreds of years would be loyal, yet some of his disciples turned out to be ungrateful. So, during a certain assassination mission against him, he killed that person, reducing them to ashes, allowing them to return to their original purity. Just as Yi Xiao finished speaking, her phone chimed with a text message notification. She looked at the 500 million that had appeared in her account balance, her head feeling a bit dizzy. Once upon a time, she was just an 18-line small streamer worrying about next month's living expenses and rent. Ever since her brother came home, her life had undergone a tremendous change. It's been given to you. Seeing that Yi Xiao's money had arrived, Yi Qiu also placed the crumpled book he had taken from under the stool on the table. Li Rongqing finally got what he wished for, seeing the true form of that entry guide to refining essence. And this book looked exactly like the tattered version that their ancestor treasured. The ancestor manifested. Li Rongqing was overwhelmed with gratitude as he received that entry guide to refining essence. He rubbed the cover, feeling as if he had obtained a peerless treasure. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It should be the food, Lin Jingshan said. At this time, Li Rongqing also sat down opposite Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu glanced at him, feeling somewhat puzzled. He was sure he had seen this person before. Unfortunately, he just couldn't remember when or what had happened. The dishes ordered by Lin Jingshan were very much to his taste. Yi Qiu also rarely found them delicious. Although these dishes did not contain spiritual energy or power, they tasted better than those things. After the meal, Yi Qiu called out to Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, "Let's go home." However, Yi Xiao was preparing to pack up the leftovers. Lin Jingshan said from the side, "Yao Yao, if you still want to eat, I can order new ones for you. You don't need to take these." Yi Xiao smiled and replied, "No need, Grandpa Lin, there's still so much left here. I'm just responding to the national call to save food. You know how scarce food was during the virus outbreak last year. So I'll take it back for a midnight snack or heat it up for lunch tomorrow." A few words from Yi Xiao caught Yi Qiu's attention. Virus outbreak? Yes, last year, it started from somewhere, and the entire summer country was in deep trouble. Fortunately, the national policies were good, and the people cooperated, so the virus issue was resolved quickly. As long as it's resolved, Yi Qiu nodded. Yi Xiao's health and safety were his top concerns at the moment. After the waiter finished packing, Lin Jingshan pushed open the door to the private room. Lao Sa and the fatty, who had been waiting not far from the door, immediately perked up when they saw the door open. "Fatty, they're coming out." Lao Sa patted the fatty, who was still busy arguing online with those malicious bidders. He looked up and saw Yi Qiu and the others walking out of the room. "Who's that guy? He's so handsome, can he eat that?" The fatty was definitely not jealous. He cared more about inner beauty and interesting souls. Lao Sa didn't expose him and said, "You should watch the news and scroll through Douyin more often. His name is Yi Qiu, he's Yi Xiao's brother, the rumored immortal cultivator." Tisk, immortal cultivator? I think he's just a late-stage Chinibu with no hope. The fatty, a deep-seated otaku, rarely engaged with anything in the real world, so he didn't know much about Yi Qiu. Lao Sa chuckled, "Fatty, Yi Xiao will be live streaming tonight. You'll see for yourself if you come with me, but you'll need some luck to catch it." "What do you mean? Is it like going to a May mountain to see the Buddha light, needing luck to see it?" "Ha ha, it's not that hard to see the Buddha light." However, Lao Sa looked at his brother, Li Siqing, who was acting like a complete fool, utterly shattering his worldview. The usual young Master Li was gone. Now, following a group of people, was Li the fool. Moreover, He had been staring at that private room. Aside from the waiter, no one else had entered. Inside were Li Rongqing, Lin Jingshan, Li Xiqing, and Yi Qiu along with Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. He remembered seeing Li Rongqing kneeling, standing next to Lin Jingshan, and Li Rongqing couldn't possibly kneel to his own grandson. So, there could only be one answer. Li Rongqing was kneeling to Yi Qiu. Knowing this truth, Lao Sa felt 1,000 exclamations racing through his mind. What kind of person could make Li Rongqing kneel? Lao Sa felt he had discovered something monumental and hurriedly dragged the still-preparing fatty away. At this moment, Yi Qiu had returned home with Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. On the way, the two girls bought quite a few things. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu sat in the car, recalling Li Rongqing's appearance. Unfortunately, even as the girls shopped until dark, he still couldn't remember who Li Rongqing resembled. Over here, Li Rongqing returned to the ancestral home, holding the precious guide to refining essence and marrow. As soon as he entered, he rushed towards the place where his ancestor was in seclusion. Father! Father! Li Rongqing's tone was filled with immense excitement as he began to knock on the door. Inside, Li Haohan frowned upon hearing him. He scolded sharply, "Didn't I say not to disturb me, not to disturb me? As the head of the Li family, don't you know the family rules?" Li Rongqing didn't care about family rules at all right now. His voice was as excited as it could be. "Father, today, I obtained the complete guide to refining essence and marrow." After Li Rongqing finished speaking, there was silence inside. He found it strange and was about to knock again when the tightly shut door suddenly opened. "What did you say?" Standing before him was an old man with gray hair and beard. He looked to be over 100 years old, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp, as if time had left no mark on him. This was the benefit he gained after reading the incomplete guide to refining essence and marrow. Li Rongqing saw his ancestor whom he hadn't met for 10 years. Although his hair had turned gray, he looked exactly the same as he did a decade ago when he was in seclusion. His voice, demeanor, and appearance had not changed at all. "I found the complete guide to refining essence and marrow, Father," Li Rongqing said, hurriedly presenting the crumpled book. Li Hanhai was initially taken aback. After taking the book, flipping through it, his expression began to change. A minute later, the skepticism and seriousness on Li Hanhai's face transformed into deep shock. His eyes widened, unable to tear his gaze away from the book. After a while, he raised his somewhat withered left hand and gently placed it on the wrinkled pages, feeling it. Li Rongqing noticed that his usually stern father had reddened eyes. "The ancestor has manifested! The ancestor has manifested!" Li Hanhai exclaimed repeatedly. "This is heaven's blessing for the Li family. Is our martial family finally going to rise again?" At this moment, Li Hanhai's emotions reached a state of exhilaration. Li Rongqing, standing by, could clearly feel his father's excitement and joy. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, paying any price to acquire this book was the right decision. If he hadn't seen the remnants of that book in his father's study, he might have missed this opportunity. He would have regretted it for a lifetime. "Rongqing, where did you get this book?" Li Hanhai knew that the Li family did not possess this book. The one passed down through generations was merely a handwritten copy. The one he held now was the true original. Li Rongqing, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, said, "The story is like this." He told Li Hanhai about seeing Yi Qiu in the livestream and how he had stumbled upon the guide to refining essence and marrow. Upon hearing this, the excitement in Li Hanhai's eyes intensified. Could it be? Could he have appeared? Li Rongqing was puzzled. Could it be that Yi Qiu had some connection to the Li family? "Come with me." Li Hanhai carefully tucked the book away and then led Li Rongqing toward the basement of the ancestral home. Along the way, the servants who had just started working at the Li family ancestral home were astonished to see Li Hanhai. The head of the family was showing such respect to that elderly man. Who was that elderly man? At that moment, they heard other elders say, "You don't know? This is our Li family's ancestor, who has been in seclusion for 10 years. I thought I would never see the ancestor emerge in my lifetime, but unexpectedly, I saw him today." The speaker's tone was filled with excitement. After all, Li Hanhai was the faith of the entire Li family. He was the master. Li Rongqing followed Li Hanhai into the basement of the ancestral home. There were many items that had been sealed for over 100 years. "Wait here," Li Hanhai said, then walked toward a corner. Finally, he opened a box in the corner and took out a painting. "This is..." Li Rongqing approached, his gaze landing on the painting. Undoubtedly, it was an ancient painting. Even if Li Rongqing didn't understand antique appraisal, he knew this painting was hundreds, if not thousands, of years old. This is a painting passed down from the ancestor. The person in this painting is the master who taught the ancestor the way of refining essence and marrow. The ancestor seemed to have referred to him as Master. Li Rongqing looked at the painting, his face filled with shock. He was not shocked that the ancestor had a master. he was shocked to see. In that painting, the ancestor was kneeling respectfully in front of a young man, seemingly pleading for something, and that young man looked vaguely familiar. When Li Rongqing finally realized who the young man resembled, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Li Rongqing's finger trembled as he pointed at the young man in the painting. The young man in the painting bore a striking resemblance to Yi Qiu. What's wrong? Father, this young man looks just like Yi Qiu. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Li Hanhai's mood surged like a tidal wave. You mean that Yi Qiu looks very much like the person in the painting? They are about the same age? Yes. Li Rongqing nodded vigorously. The history of the Xia kingdom is long and profound, and its development in the arts of painting and calligraphy is truly astonishing. Although the techniques of that era had not reached the level of today, it was indeed evident that the person in the painting bore some resemblance to Yi Qiu. But after so many years, he still maintains that appearance. Could he be a descendant? No. Li Hanhai directly denied Li Rongqing's view. He stared intently at the painting, his tone excited. That Yi Qiu you mentioned should be the master of our ancestor back then. Father, then this master. Rongqing. Li Hanhai put away the painting scroll, his tone becoming serious. In our Li family, there has always been a legend that our ancestor suddenly disappeared while on the way to fight the Xiongnu. Strangely, no one could find any trace of him. Just when the entire camp was in a state of chaos, our ancestor suddenly reappeared in the camp. Then, leading his men, he directly flattened the Xiongnu king's lair. Li Hanhai looked at Li Rongqing. Do you know why this happened? I don't know. Li Rongqing knew a bit about this legend. It was something left by the ancestors. By their generation, after the Republic of China period, it had almost been forgotten, and now, it was being brought up by the ancestor again. In the past, the Li family had been a family of military generals for generations in the Xia kingdom, and all of this was due to the generosity of the master back then, which laid the foundation for the Li family. It was precisely because of the master's bestowed refinement that the Li family achieved its glory. I just learned from you that the master seems to have a younger sister now. Let me tell you, from now on, when the Li family sees her, they must treat her like a respected aunt. Whatever she says must be followed without question. Even if she wants the Li family, then the Li family belongs to her. Li Hanhai pondered. No, how could the master's sister look down on our small Li family? I think even if she wanted to be the queen of this world, the master could easily help her achieve that. Rongqing. You must understand, those who have received the master's grace are not just our Li family. In this vast world, the Li family is merely a drop in the ocean. Listening to Li Hanhai's words, Li Rongqing felt numb all over. Fortunately, Sichen knew how to be discreet. He had also noticed Yi Qiu's uniqueness. If Sichen were still as reckless as before, causing trouble everywhere and provoking the master, just thinking about it sent chills down Li Rongqing's spine. Rongqing, find a time, I must go there. At that moment, on the other side, Yi Qiu had returned home with the two young beauties. Because they had spent a long time outside today, Yi Qiu perfectly missed the scheduled broadcast time. The fan group was already in an uproar. AIT's account was even crashing because of her. Yao, if you don't start the broadcast soon, I'm going to send you razor blades. Yao, I heard that recently there are medical school experts who specifically use scalpels to poke at late-starting pigeon streamers like you. You should think carefully. Yao, I'm coming to your house with my 40-meter-long knife. Yi Qiu looked at the several fan groups that had already exploded. Sorry everyone, I just got home. I'll start the stream after a quick shower. What? Yao is taking a shower? Come on, just stream the shower, I don't mind. The upstairs is quite heavy on taste. You like watching streamers shower too? Putting aside the flirty talk and actions, our Yao's looks are still strong and impressive. If she doesn't talk, just looking at the photos can do the trick. Yao, please stream the shower. Yi Qiu's face darkened. What are you all thinking? No way. Be careful or I'll send you bombs. Alright, since there's no shower stream, how about you let your brother stream for a bit? Exactly. Excited, hurry up and take a shower, let your brother come and stream. You can leave now. Yi Qiu turned around and found Yi Qiu in the living room. He seemed to be watching a replay of the European Cup. Who would have thought her brother was interested in football? Yi Qiu didn't want to disturb him, so she said, my brother is watching TV. How about I turn on the camera and then go take a shower, to tease you a bit? Okay, you can go. Goodbye, no need to see me off. Hurry up, just looking at you is annoying. Don't block my view of my brother. Yi Qiu, forget it, I'll just go take a shower first. Later Yao will draw 2 lucky viewers from the stream to Sweetly Trio for some chicken dinner. How unlucky. Please don't draw me. I don't want to be drawn either. Yi Qiu felt that this world was devoid of love. Her brother was the best. No matter what her request was, he would agree. This must be what they call familial love. After Yi Qiu opened the stream, she left. The speed at which people entered the stream was rapid. In just a minute or two, tens of thousands had already arrived. As soon as the viewers entered the stream, they saw Yichio sitting on the sofa watching TV not far away. They also noticed that he was watching the hot European Cup that had been trending these days. Wow, who would have thought, even cultivators like football can he predict the score? I think he can. I think he can too. The number of viewers in the stream kept increasing, breaking 1 million in just half an hour. The popularity surged straight to the homepage. Some curious newcomers took a look but found it quite strange. Clearly, the popularity was so high, yet there was nothing in the stream, just a man watching TV on the sofa. Could it be that so many people came to the stream just to watch that man watch TV? Are they crazy? Perhaps feeling the sensation of being watched, Yichio suddenly turned his head, his gaze landing on Yi Xiao's camera. That glance startled many viewers sitting in front of their computers. I don't know why, but I feel a chill inside after being looked at by my brother. Me too. I feel like he knows we are all watching him, right? Isn't that obvious? The camera is right there. How could he not know? Yichio glanced at the camera and then looked away. He continued watching the European Cup football match on TV. Only then did the viewers in the stream breathe a sigh of relief. Did you notice? It seems like my brother is holding something in his hand. I saw it too, but I don't know what it is. I wish the camera could zoom in a bit. He seems to be weaving something, right? No way. A big man can weave such delicate things? Don't underestimate men. I can do embroidery. Impressive. Wait, you all pay attention. A comment in the live stream suddenly caught everyone's attention. Everyone was staring intently at Yichio. They suddenly realized that he had stopped weaving and placed something on the coffee table in front of him, then got up and left without a word. It looked like a bracelet? It certainly seemed so. Just as everyone was trying to figure out what Yichio had placed on the coffee table, a golden light suddenly emanated from the bracelet. Accompanied by the appearance of the light, the bracelet began to move on its own. After a burst of golden light, a second identical bracelet appeared on the coffee table. I was completely dumbfounded. I was like, what the hell? Enough with the confusion and shock. I've been stunned for days. This must be cloning technology. What the hell? Cloning technology can clone a bracelet. I think this is a replication ability. The first bracelet has the ability to replicate, so it created the second one. That makes sense. While the viewers in the live stream were discussing the function of the bracelet, another burst of golden light appeared on the coffee table. Then, 2 bracelets turned into 3. What the hell is this? No need to be surprised. It's just that. Can you give me a try? The live stream was extremely lively. They watched in awe as the original single bracelet on the table transformed into a pile, and the number kept increasing. Until Yichio returned. He looked at the pile of bracelets, which could possibly number in the thousands, and frowned. It seems this blessing spell needs some adjustments. After saying that, he waved his hand. In the next second, all those bracelets floated up and fixed themselves in midair. Amazing! This guy is incredible. Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer with a super rocket and commented, although Mr. Yichio can't see my tip, I'm still happy to do it. 10000 Building tipped the streamer with a super rocket and commented, I know this is magic, let's give Mr. Yichio a round of applause. After 10000 Building, a flurry of applause comments appeared. The audience in the live stream had long been accustomed to the extravagance of these 3 big shots. Almost every word they said was accompanied by 100 super rockets. Just what kind of family can afford this kind of spending? Treasure House tipped the streamer with a super rocket and commented, I wonder if Miss Yi Xiao can see the comments. I want to buy a bracelet. Speaking of buying things, it seems like the fever-reducing pills that were listed before have disappeared. Wasn't there also a guide to refining essence yesterday? That book shouldn't have sold out, after all. It's such a precious item. Li Xiqing had just entered the live stream when he saw these people discussing the guide to refining essence. He had already heard his grandfather recount the cause, process, and result of the matter yesterday. Now, seeing Yichio was like seeing his super idol. However, speaking of that guide to refining essence, he still wanted to show off a bit. He first sent dozens of super rockets. That guide to refining essence? Only the young master and the seller probably know where it is now. As soon as he opened his mouth, it felt a bit pretentious. Only he and the seller know where it is. Doesn't that mean he is the buyer? It seems that young Master Li has succeeded, Has young Master Li pursued Yi Xiao? So he could buy that guide to refining essence from her brother? Damn! Li Xiqing, don't mess with our Yao Yao. If this is true, my worldview would be shattered. Li Xiqing was feeling a bit smug when he suddenly saw a figure appear in the distance of the live stream camera, so he hurriedly sent a few rockets. Damn! What am I thinking? I only said I knew where that book was, and you all started spreading rumors about me? Let me emphasize 1,000 times, I am not a scumbag, nor will I be one to Yi Xiao. To put it in your words, Wouldn't it be better for me to find those pretty streamers in the dance area who can flirt and play? Why do I have to look for this gamer who eats while playing? Li Xiqing had just clicked send. At that moment, he heard Yi Xiao's voice. Ah, does young Master Li see me the same way they do? Yi Xiao's voice carried a hint of grievance. Seeing this, Li Xiqing was almost scared to death. He hurriedly explained. No, Yao Yao is the best, a tech streamer. The #1 beauty streamer on the platform. No one expected that the usually arrogant and aloof prince of Jiangcheng, who treated beauties like toys, would actually be flattering a small female streamer. Of course, Yi Xiao was no longer a small streamer. As soon as she went live, her popularity skyrocketed like a rocket. In the entire streaming world, it was hard to find another Yi Xiao like her. Alright, then I'll take your word for it this time. Yi Xiao smiled and no longer made things difficult for Li Xiqing. At last, Li Xiqing let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, my life is saved. My sister is being slandered. Instant kill. My sister is being slandered. Instant kill. Just now, he seemed to see Ichio walking over. If he saw the barrage, he would definitely be doomed. Sure enough, just as Li Xiqing's barrage flew by, Ichio walked over. At this moment, he was holding a blue rope in his hand, looking like something he had just been fiddling with. He handed one to Yi Xiao. Then, he walked over to Lin Xiaoxiao. This is for Xiaoxiao, Ichio said, handing another one to Yi Xiao for her to give to Lin Xiaoxiao. Are you going to stream tonight? Ichio asked, looking at the computer and the constantly scrolling barrage. Yes, but it seems they prefer watching you. Yi Xiao showed an awkward but polite smile. Although it was already late at night, it was precisely at this time that the number of people in the live stream increased. Most of them were night owls. Plus, there were those reckless bald heads, along with the night owl champions, the nighttime cultivators. Yi Xiao's livestream was simply bustling. After getting used to these people, she was no longer as flustered as when she first became popular. How about you say hi to them, brother? Yi Xiao noticed that the viewers in the livestream really liked Ichio, so she suggested. Hearing this, Ichio just nodded at the camera. However, this nod made those night owls particularly excited. The aloof older brother actually greeted us. Haha, interesting. I want to see a cultivation livestream. It's been a long time since I saw the immortal up close, and seeing him like this is simply breathtaking. Sigh, if I had even 1/10 of the immortal's looks, would I still worry about not finding a girlfriend? Why look for a girlfriend? Your left and right hands are your best girlfriends. If you want to become an immortal, do you still want to find a girlfriend? A group of people in the live stream enthusiastically discussed cultivation matters. Just then, the barrage suddenly became a bit off. Yao, go check the group. Streamer, go look at the fan group, something happened. Yao, someone is slandering you, and by the way, young Master Li, what do you have to say about this? Damn, which bastard did this? Yao, you should go take a look. Yi Xiao looked at the continuously scrolling barrage in the livestream, puzzled, and picked up her phone. Then she opened the first fan group. As soon as she entered, she received countless messages. Gamer Yao, someone took a photo of you and Li Xiqing dining at a 6-star restaurant in a private room. Take a look, is this true? Below this message was an attached image. It was just when she, Li Xiqing, and Lin Xiaoxiao entered the private room. Because Lin Xiaoxiao was seated more to the right and was also on Yi Xiao's right side, she didn't appear in the photo. So, it was obvious that someone had done this on purpose. Yao, check the trending topics, we'll find a way to help you get it removed. Another one. Yi Xiao logged into Weibo. At a glance, she saw her and Li Xiqing's names appearing in the top 10 trending topics. Goodness. It wasn't surprising for Li Xiqing. This guy often made the trending list, almost like he had a natural traffic generating quality. He would almost always trend whenever he changed girlfriends, even when he went on trips or out to eat with them. And then, when he broke up with a girlfriend, he would trend again. He was a man living in the trending topics. It wasn't surprising for Li Xiqing to trend, but this time he was with Yi Xiao. The content was roughly, the young master of Jiangcheng has changed girlfriends again. It turns out to be the newly popular internet host Yi Xiao. Such a title had absolute heat. Yi Xiao clicked in and saw the photo of herself and Li Xiqing entering the private room. The comments section was already in an uproar. I knew there was something off about Yi Xiao's sudden rise to fame. This must be the young master trying to promote her and deliberately crafting her persona, and that so-called cultivator stuff was probably prepared long ago. With the photo out, it should be solid evidence. I thought Yi Xiao was a decent host. Li Xiqing spent quite a bit in her livestream, and she didn't seem to care. Who knew? She's just like those other internet celebrities. These comments were clearly from paid commenters and marketing accounts stirring the pot. It was Yi Xiao's first encounter with such a situation. She panicked for a moment but quickly regained her composure. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Yi Xiao noticed his sister's bad expression and walked over to ask. Yi Xiao bit her lip and said, "It's nothing. Someone is spreading rumors about me and young Master Li online. It should be resolved soon." What rumors? Yi Xiao frowned slightly and asked. At that moment, Li Xicheng, who was still in the livestream, felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. It's over. It's really over. At this time, Yi Xiao had already seen the comments and false images on Weibo. The viewers in the live stream saw it too. Yi Xiao, who usually seemed lazy and lackluster, suddenly changed his demeanor. Yao Yao, wait for me. After saying that, Yi Xiao walked to the window and jumped down. What the hell? Is he crazy? Call an ambulance. Someone's going to get hurt. Even if his sister was being slandered, he shouldn't think like this. Yi Xiao was startled and didn't bother to put on her shoes. She ran towards the window. She looked down but saw no sign of Yi Xiao. At that moment, her phone rang. Yi Xiao picked it up. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Yao Yao? Yi Xiao remembered that he had seen Yi Xiao fill in her phone number by chance. He should be right. Hearing Yi Xiao's voice, Yi Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Yi Xiao replied lightly with 2 words and glanced at the side. There had just been a man there, but Yi Xiao had already sent him back to nature. I'll be back in a bit, Yi Xiao said. Okay. Yi Xiao was still in shock. She had seen her brother jump out of the window, but he was actually fine. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted after hearing the conversation between Yi Xiao and Yi Xiao. Old brother, 666. I'm back to my youth. Jumping down from a dozen floors and still fine? Wow, that's too strong. Strong-willed, is this what it means to be a cultivator? I want to take him as my master. Enough said, I still feel excited and trembling right now, and all I want to say is one thing. Brother Li Xicheng is getting beaten up. The viewers in the live stream of Li Xicheng getting beaten up were all shocked. After about 2 minutes, the door opened, and Yi Xiao walked straight in, holding 2 cups of milk tea. On his way back, Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao both said they wanted milk tea, so after dealing with that person, he bought 2 cups on the way. As for why he didn't teleport home, there's only one explanation. He was lazy. Whether it was teleportation or various high-level spells, or any top-notch spiritual tools, or god-level skills, he had long since grown tired of them over the past 10,000 years. This time returning home, the purpose was to spend time with family. All things considered, he felt that living in this world was not too bad so far. Brother, where did you go just now? Yi Xiao hurriedly approached, checking if he was hurt anywhere. Yi Xiao handed over the milk tea and said, "Didn't you say you wanted milk tea when you got home?" Seeing that Yi Xiao was safe and sound, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she returned to her seat, she received a private message from Li Xicheng. Yao Yao, I found the person who spread the rumors, but when I rushed to his house just now, he was already gone. He probably ran away out of guilt. At that moment, Li Xicheng appeared in the spot where Yi Xiao had just been standing. The television in the room was still playing the European Cup football match. There was even unfinished takeout on the coffee table, but there was no sign of the person. Li Xicheng hurried over for another reason. Someone had told him that this person not only spread rumors about Yi Xiao online but was also preparing to kidnap and extort her. They had even prepared the tools for the kidnapping at home: hemp rope, an axe, tape, and drugs. It seemed he was truly tired of living. Fortunately, they discovered it in time. Just then, another call came in on Li Xicheng's other card. He took a look, and his heart sank. It was his grandfather. "You little brat, aren't you coming back? Just wait until I skin you alive." As soon as he answered the phone, he was met with a barrage of scolding. Li Xicheng had never been scolded like this in his life. "Grandpa, I understand. I'll be back right away." After arranging for his subordinates to guard that room, Li Xicheng hurriedly drove back home. Li Rongqing stood in the living room, furious. Seeing Li Xicheng just returned, he swung his solid wooden cane directly at Li Xicheng's back. "You little brat, I told you not to be useless. Let's see if I don't beat you to death." Li Xicheng didn't dare to retaliate or run away. He just took a few hits. "Grandpa, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I was wrong." Humph. Li Rongqing thought that he had some merits, so he finally stopped. He sat down in a chair, took a sip of the hot tea beside him, and his anger finally subsided a bit. He also knew that this matter was caused by those with ulterior motives. People in their circle never feared making things bigger, but if it weren't for his grandson always trending on hot searches, things wouldn't have turned out this way. "Grandpa, I went to find that rumor monger right away, but for Weibo and those big platforms online, I still need your help. Don't worry, I'll handle those." He looked at Li Xiqing with a look of disappointment. You, usually not learning anything good, just messing around, now you regret it, huh? I can only pray that the master doesn't pursue this matter, otherwise, even if there are countless Li families, it won't be enough to quell the master's anger. Hearing this, Li Xiqing felt a wave of fear. He hurriedly logged into the platform account and entered Yi Xiao's live stream. He found that Yi Xiao was drinking milk tea, and her mood seemed quite good. Seeing this situation, Li Xiqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as master doesn't pursue the matter, getting beaten up today was truly worth it. Ha, Yao, the trending topics on Weibo and those news articles have disappeared. I noticed that too. Who could it be? Could it be some big shot from the livestream? Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, Treasure Pavilion has deleted all controllable rumors, as for the rest, we don't know who it is. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, Treasure Vault. 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, 10,000 Treasures Building. The three big shots have come out to claim it. I wonder if there are more. But why was Yao with young Master Li that day? Seeking answers. I know Yao was definitely not being kept by young Master Li. After all, how could he be worthy of our Yao, right? The comments are filled with a desperate desire to survive. At this moment, someone in the livestream named Complaints suddenly spoke up. This person is an emperor and bought special effects while typing, which caught a lot of people's attention. Let me tell you, I happened to be there that day. Yao didn't go alone with Li Xiqing. That day, there was also Li Sanyi, Lin Jingshan, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Yao's brother. I happened to know Li Xiqing and was planning to ask him what happened, but I didn't expect the photos I took could serve as evidence. If you want to see them, join the fan group. I can testify, I was there too. After this person spoke, Yi Xiao saw a photo in the group of Lin Jingshan and Li Rongqing respectfully bringing Yi Qiu into that private room. My god, what did I just see? If you haven't joined the group, hurry up, it almost shocked me to tears. Why is Li Rongqing so humble in front of my brother? Li Rongqing? Are you talking about that Li Sanyi from Jiangchen? Are you sure? Of course, who else could it be? At this moment, the viewers just wanted to shout out that the person who could make the Jiangqing overlord Li Rongqing so humble is the first one. The way he looked, he was just a step away from hugging someone's thigh. So, does anyone know why Li Rongqing would act like this? I don't know either. Idiots, if you don't know, just ask Yao, she was also there, right? Thus, Yi Xiao's live stream room exploded instantly. Yao, beautiful girl Yao, can you tell us why Li Rongqing acts like a grandson in front of your brother? I advise you to watch your tone, grandson? What the hell? Don't force me to take action. The one speaking was clearly Li Xiqing. He could be a bit cowardly in front of Yi Qiu and Grandpa, but in front of these random talkers, he struck back without hesitation. Although what that person said was the truth, after entering the private room, there were even more unexpected actions that they could never have imagined. If these people knew that Grandpa even knelt before Master, the internet would probably explode. But the authority of the Li family is not something these live streamers can offend. The biggest boss on Weibo takes action. At the same time, on Weibo and some entertainment platforms, those big accounts with millions of followers suddenly started to frantically clear Yi Xiao and Li Xiqing's names and presented other photos. It was a back photo of Lin Jingshan, Li Rongqing, and Yi Qiu. Although it was a back photo, not as good as the one posted by that netizen Complaints, it was still certain that this was them. Sure enough, the internet may have no memory. Just seconds ago, those netizens who were spreading rumors about Yi Xiao had now turned into the side cursing the rumor mongers. They certainly wouldn't feel any sense of wrongdoing. Not only does spreading rumors have no cost, but expressing opinions online, as long as it doesn't cause too much impact, also carries no responsibility. Some even released the photo that Complaints had posted in the comments section. Everyone who saw that picture was shocked. A young man in his 20s. In terms of age, qualifications, or influence in Jiangcheng, he was far inferior to Li Sanyi. Yet, when Li Sanyi was in front of him, he was so respectful. Even everyone could see humility in his eyes and expression. Under such shock, everyone began to open Baidu, wanting to search for information about this person. Aside from the previously popular young cultivator on Douyin, there was no other news. There wasn't even a mention in the encyclopedia. Those who didn't often watch live streams only knew that this person was the older brother of a Douyin streamer named Yi Xiao. What was originally just a matter within the streaming circle had now spilled over into the outside world. What is this society now? There are still people who believe in the existence of cultivators. I think you guys have been scammed too little? Recently, all the phone calls are just scam prevention alerts. Are you all deaf? It's all preset stuff, then shown to you like a sleight of hand or magic, and you idiots are being fooled around. I said, only people with low education and low IQ would watch such nonsense live streams. The one who said only low educated and low IQ people watch live streams, show us your education, Xingda or Jingda? Ha, I studied abroad, went to a prestigious university overseas, and I look down on these third-rate schools in the country. Studying abroad makes you noble. Is foreign air more fragrant? Or do you love eating foreign people's shit? Get lost. One person's comment derailed the conversation and sparked public outrage. The anger quickly turned towards the one who claimed to prefer foreign countries, saying that only foreign universities were prestigious. That foreign-loving dog, if you love your foreign father so much, why are you begging to come back to get vaccinated? Why not get your foreign father's vaccine? Brothers, I just checked. This idiot went to some kind of diploma mill in the country. Even if he graduated, that diploma is useless. Oh, so that's how it is. I really thought he was some top student from somewhere. The netizens were very supportive, and in just about 10 minutes, the foreign-loving dog's information was thoroughly investigated. It turned out he was just a guy living off his parents' hard-earned money, comparing himself with a bunch of rich second-generation kids every day. Perhaps his most humble side was exposed. Soon, everyone noticed that he had disappeared, seemingly having deleted his account. At this moment, everyone remembered what they should really be focusing on. However, when they logged back into Weibo and those headline platforms, they found that all related content about Li Rongqing's extreme humility in front of Yichio had completely vanished. Meanwhile, Li Rongqing was also somewhat surprised. He was just about to take action. How did it all disappear? Could it be that some big shot intervened again? Li Xiqing was also confused and called to ask his grandfather, "Grandpa, why has it disappeared?" It really was gone. Just moments ago, there were news articles about Yichio, and during the time everyone was attacking that foreign-loving dog, it had vanished. It was as if it had never appeared at all. I don't know, I was just about to take action, and the Weibo management has already contacted me. I'll ask him later. Li Rongqing made a call, but he received this response, "San, we also don't know what's going on this time, but according to the higher-ups, this was personally handled by our big boss, so the subordinates are also unclear." I see. The influence of Weibo in the entire Xia country goes without saying. Almost every time there is a hot event, Weibo is the first to break the news. Whether it's national affairs or the trivial matters of entertainment stars, as long as you pay attention to Weibo, you will definitely know about it at the first moment. So, the influence of Weibo is evident. But this time, the boss actually stepped in directly. What on earth is going on? Could it be that the master knows the boss of Weibo? Li Rongqing began to feel puzzled. However, after this incident, the name Yichio was etched in the hearts of many. Meanwhile, Yichio also witnessed the entire process of the event. Many viewers in the livestream had just engaged in a heated argument. It must be said that these people's fighting spirit was surprisingly high. Now that things had calmed down, they all returned to prepare for Yixiao's livestream. Of course, it couldn't be said that it had calmed down, rather, it had been directly suppressed by someone. As for who it was, those who knew the ins and outs were tacitly aware. Yao Yao, you still haven't answered our question. Why did you go out to dinner with Li Xiqing? I mean, no offense, just pure jealousy. Oh please, I won't be jealous. I just think, when did young Master Li's taste become so poor? After this brother finished speaking, the cheerful atmosphere in the live stream returned. Yi Xiao, what's wrong? Do you all think I'm not worthy of young Master Li? At this moment, Li Xiqing and Li Rongqing were both watching the live stream, and they were in the same living room. As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, Li Xiqing felt a murderous gaze shooting towards him. So, with the speed comparable to those single dogs who have been single for over 20 years, he hurriedly typed a long line of text on the screen. I said I'm not interested in Yi Xiao. Are you all blind? Yi Xiao saw the barrage and twitched her mouth. How much does Li Xiqing dislike her? Just look at that tone, he really seemed angry. This made Yi Xiao fall into self-doubt. Was she really not worthy of Li Xiqing? At this moment, Yi Qiu, who had been watching the game, also came over. Bro, is there something wrong? Tomorrow I plan to go fulfill the wishes of those two benevolent spirits we talked about last time. Come with me. He thought Yi Xiao liked those things since she watched horror game live streams every day. Two benevolent spirits? Yi Xiao was almost about to forget that matter, but now that Yi Qiu suddenly brought it up, a sense of fear surged within her. Normally, the viewers in the live stream already made her play horror games, which was enough torment. Now her brother brought it up again. Yi Xiao suddenly felt a chill down her back, as if something was blowing at her. But, after all, it was her brother's invitation, and with him around, she felt much more at ease. So, Yi Xiao agreed. However, she suddenly smirked and shouted towards the second floor. Xiao Xiao, come down quickly. I have something to tell you. Lin Xiaoxiao was playing games in her room upstairs and didn't hear Yi Xiyao's voice. When she saw the voice prompt pop up, she walked downstairs. Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a very cool nightgown. As she came down, the hem of her dress swayed, looking quite sexy. Yao Yao, what's the matter? Didn't my brother capture 2 benevolent spirits last time? He said he would go help them fulfill their unfinished wishes tomorrow. Benevolent spirits. What is Lin Xiaoxiao most afraid of? That's right, ghosts. Ever since last time, she had been constantly self-hypnotizing herself to believe that there were no such things as benevolent or malevolent spirits in this world. She was almost about to forget it, and now this girl brought it up again. Can I not go? Lin Xiaoxiao decisively refused. No, Yi Shio said with a mischievous smile, I just asked my brother, and he said that the benevolent spirits have already disappeared. Now they are just helping them fulfill their wishes, and we won't see those things again. Yi Shio was also scared, but she was still willing to go out with Yi Qiu. Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, then glanced at Yi Qiu beside her, and finally nodded. Alright, then I'll go with you. Finally, Lin Xiaoxiao was dragged in too, and Yi Qiu looked satisfied. Earlier, the viewers in the live stream naturally heard Yi Qiu speaking. The bullet comments went wild. Yao Yao, take us with you. Yao Yao, do an outdoor live stream tomorrow. Yi Xiao, outdoor live streaming is so troublesome, I have to hold the camera. Yao Yao, if you don't do an outdoor live stream tomorrow, I'll send you 100 pounds of blades. Streamer, you better think it through. I have many colors of sacks here. Pick one for yourself? My 40-meter-long knife is already thirsty. Streamer, think carefully. Everyone, don't threaten Yao Yao. She's a girl, just go straight for the punch. Yao Yao, if you say that, you'll lose us. Plus, if you go out to live stream, you might even rack up some hours. Then you won't have to stream at night. Yi Xiao thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. If she went for outdoor live streaming, even if she was just walking, it would still count as time. She wouldn't have to sit in front of the computer racking her brain about what to stream today. She wouldn't have to work hard to show off her skills to everyone. Yi Xiao, seems pretty good, right? Right? The best choice for racking up hours is to go outdoors. Even if you take your brother fishing and just sit there for hours without moving, we won't say anything. Damn! Yi Xiao shouted in her heart. Is outdoor live streaming really this enjoyable? Yao Yao, if you don't want to lose me, hurry up and do an outdoor live stream tomorrow. Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and left a message. Streamer sister, if you do an outdoor live stream tomorrow, our Treasure Pavilion will provide food for the whole day. Treasure Vault tipped the streamer a super rocket and left a message. Yao Yao, just say what you want to eat. The Treasure Vault has it covered for tomorrow. 10,000 Treasures Building tipped the streamer a super rocket and left a message. I remember the day the old brother said the task target is at Junlinipin, so let's choose our 10,000 Treasures Building. We have a stake in a Michelin 3-star restaurant over there. Here we go again. The iconic scene in Yi Xiao's livestream has appeared. I wonder if any of the 3 big shots will get picked by Yao Yao this time? Yes, after all, they've been fawning for so long, sending so many super rockets, and it seems like they haven't bought a single thing, right? Exactly, I'm dying of laughter. Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and left a message. As long as the love is enough, I believe one day I can move the streamer's sister. Treasure Vault tipped the streamer a super rocket and left a message. Yao Yao, look at me. 10,000 Treasures Building tipped the streamer a super rocket and left a message. It's not just fawning, I just want to give Yao Yao some gifts. After saying that, they sent another 100 super rockets. The other 2 big shots quickly followed suit. Those streamers who came to Yi Xiao's live stream out of curiosity were going crazy with envy at this situation. If only their live streams could be like this one day. What no one knew was, in this live stream, there was a person, the extraordinary brother who once dominated the platform's tipping leaderboard. Ever since a group of big shots appeared in Yi Xiao's live stream, the extraordinary brother had disappeared. It even seemed like his account had been cancelled. Some people had asked Ruo Ruo, and even the female streamer who the extraordinary brother liked the most didn't know. She even seemed to have a not-so-good tone. At this moment, the extraordinary brother was using a small account, lurking in Yi Xiao's livestream. But after watching for an hour, he still couldn't figure anything out. This girl neither knows how to dance nor gives benefits to her fans and bosses, and playing games is just a side dish. What's so interesting about this kind of streamer? Fifan Gu is somewhat wealthy. He just wants to know what exactly makes young Masterly come to this live stream to give gifts. Just now, he saw some strange words in the bullet screen. What? Spirit, benevolent spirit, evil spirit, ghost catching, drawing talismans, it all sounds eerie. So, Fifan Gu finally couldn't help but send a bullet screen message. Fifan tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, "New here, I want to know why so many big shots are sending gifts. What's so special about the streamer? This question led to a flood of explanations in the bullet screen. Of course, it's because the streamer is naturally beautiful and charming. What other reason is there for sending gifts? If you like it, just send it, though it can't be ruled out that some people in this livestream want to flatter her. Alright, stop talking nonsense. The real reason is that Yao Yao's live content is excellent, and we really like it, so we enjoy tipping. Newcomer, don't compare yourself to them, just come to watch the livestream on time tomorrow, and whether you want to stay after watching is up to your own judgment. Fifanga thought what this person said made sense. Whether it's worth it, he'll know after checking it out tomorrow. Late at night, a beauty entered my room. Late at night, a beauty entered my room. Yi Chou returned to his room, just about to put Little Green back into the space when he sensed someone outside the door. A thought swept through. It was actually Yi Shiyao. Then came a knock on the door. Brother, can I come in? Yi Shiyao was still quite cautious. At such times, she certainly couldn't just enter a boy's room, even if it was her own brother. After Yi Chou agreed, she pushed the door open. As soon as Yi Shiyao entered, she saw the giant green caterpillar. Brother, can you take that thing somewhere else? This is the larva of the hell moth. It's just not grown up yet. You'll definitely like it when it grows up. The hell moth ranks high among flying mounts in the other world, and almost all girls would go catch one. Of course, if you're lucky enough to encounter a mutated one, that would be even better. The mutated hell moth appears in different colors, looking not only rarer but also more beautiful. This one is still in the larval stage. He plans to feed it some spiritual liquid and see what kind of hell moth it becomes when it grows up. That's what Yi Chou thought. But Yi Shiyao didn't know. She had lived in this world for 20 years, and her education and worldview had followed the norms of this world. In fact, she wasn't much different from Yi Chou. He had spent tens of thousands of years in the other world, and the more than 10 years in his original world could be ignored. Besides retaining memories of his closest relatives, everything else had long become vague. His worldview had long been changed. Fortunately, now that he was back, he was slowly getting used to life here. Especially with his sister and Lin Xiaoxiao by his side, Yi Chou felt pretty good. Brother, how could I possibly like caterpillars? Have you ever heard of a girl liking caterpillars? This isn't a caterpillar, Yi Chou wanted to explain, but seeing Yi Xiao's scared expression, he picked up Little Green and placed it in the next room. Alright, you came to find me so late. What's the matter? Yi Chou glanced at the time hanging on the wall. It was already 3 in the morning. Does this girl really sleep this late every day? But it didn't matter. After giving her that pill last time, she could stay up as late as she wanted. Yi Chou asked this. Yi Shiyao then hesitantly said, brother, can I sleep in your room tonight? I can just sleep on the floor. Please, brother. Just a moment ago, when she was going upstairs to her room, she glanced at the window where Yi Chou had exorcised the spirit that night, and a chill ran down her spine. Yi Shiyao felt a bit scared. After all, that thing was meant to scare people in human understanding. Why? Even her own sister, Yi Chou, found it a bit inappropriate. Don't ask why, I just want to sleep in your room tonight. Yi Shiyao plopped down on the floor and pulled out a blanket from somewhere. Then I'll just sleep in the living room, Yi Chou said, preparing to leave. But at that moment, another person appeared at the door. It was Lin Xiaoxiao. At that moment, she was holding a pillow and dragging a blanket similar to Yi Xiao's behind her, standing at Yi Chou's door. When she saw Yi Chou suddenly open the door and Yi Xiao already making herself comfortable on the floor, she revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Hi. Yi Chou looked at the two sisters in front of him, who were fidgeting with their fingers. He really couldn't understand why they wanted to sleep in his room. Brother, don't worry, we promise we won't do anything, and Xiaoxiao brought a curtain, so we can just hang it up. Yeah, Yi Chou, I won't do anything either, don't worry. Lin Xiaoxiao was afraid of ghosts. She was genuinely scared. Just now, Yi Shiyao had brought up that incident, and now it was 3 in the morning, which was quite terrifying. So without thinking, she directly knocked on Yi Chou's door with her luggage. She didn't expect that Yao Yao would also be here. In the end, Yi Chou agreed. He helped the two of them set up a curtain in the middle, and only then did the two sisters feel at ease to sleep. The next day, Yi Shiyao surprisingly started her livestream at 10 in the morning. Since she had given a heads up the night before, as soon as she turned on the camera, the backend showed that tens of thousands of viewers had already entered the live stream room. Yao Yao, you're not on time. So, how many blades do you want today? Yi Shiyao had just put on light makeup. It must be said that she, like Yi Chou, was absolutely stunning, rivaling even first-tier stars. Those popular flower actresses were nothing compared to Yi Shiyao. What a pity. Such a beautiful girl was actually a foodie and clumsy. Yi Shiyao, stop sending me blades. And those who said they would tie me up with a sack, be careful, my brother will come after you. After saying this, Yi Shiyao ground her teeth at the camera, pretending to look fierce. But little did she know, this had no deterrent effect on them at all. Yao Yao, I woke up at 8 and have been waiting for you. My heart hurts. What's 8? I woke up at 5 just to wait for Yao Yao to start streaming. Do you think someone like Yao Yao would start streaming at 5? Hee, you fake fans. I've been guarding the live stream room since Yao Yao ended her stream last night, and I haven't closed my eyes. The comments in the live stream room started to get more and more outrageous. Yi Shiyou yawned. She looked around and said, "Huh? Where's my brother?" Upon hearing the word brother, the viewers in the live stream room fell silent, waiting for that figure to appear on the screen. Yi Shiyou suddenly remembered something and said to the viewers, "Hee, this is my first outdoor live stream. I've never done it before, so if there's anything I need to pay attention to, please let me know." There's nothing to pay attention to, just point the camera at your brother. Just don't move the camera away from your brother, or the system will determine that you're streaming passively. Yi Shiyou, what does that mean? Aren't you all here to watch me? It's up to you, but I'm just watching your brother and taking a look at the streamer. Yao Yao, as an old fan, I still want to watch you, but since you're not playing games today, there's no way to show off your skills, so I'll just watch your brother. The comments are merciless. Yi Shiyou is used to it. With a sigh, she picked up the camera and walked towards the living room. At that moment, Yi Shiyou was sitting on the floor, surrounded by several strange items. Yi Shiyou walked over and pointed the camera at those items, curiously asking, "Brother, what are these? Powerful greens? Powerful greens? They're talismans for warding off evil spirits, and some consolation prizes I got before." Oh, Yi Shiyou leaned in to take a closer look. She didn't recognize the symbols drawn on those talismans, but they must be similar to the previous spirit-repelling talismans. However, seeing these items always led her thoughts in that direction. Yi Shiyou shook her head, shifting her gaze to the so-called consolation prize. What use does this consolation prize have? It just looked like an ordinary vegetable. It's for strengthening the body. Eating it can roughly increase your strength by 2 or 3 times. Really? Yi Shiyou exclaimed. Could there really be legendary powerful spinach in this world? In cartoons, Popeye becomes incredibly strong every time he eats spinach, easily defeating the villains and winning the girl in the end. Of course it's true, Yi Shiyou replied seriously. If he remembered correctly, this should be the consolation prize given by the system when he signed in back in the day. The first time he ate it, he almost threw up because it was just too awful. However, he also saved his life because of this consolation prize. After all, the other world is not as safe compared to this one. At first, there weren't many of these greens, but later when he could exchange them directly in the system, he didn't care much anymore. He had just discovered these long-forgotten greens while organizing a warehouse in his space. Speaking of which, these things held quite a sentimental value for him. He had intended to throw them away, but Yi Shiyou saw them. That's how their earlier conversation happened. The viewers in the live stream started to increase, and everyone was listening to their conversation. Wow, good thing I woke up early this morning, or I would have definitely missed this. Is it this exciting so early in the morning? This thing is called Powerful Greens? It's all thanks to my brother. This is really impressive. The spinach from Popeye has come out. This isn't spinach, this is just greens. This is spinach, we just call it spinach here. We call it greens here. Don't worry about what spinach or greens it is, bro. Give me a bundle. You can't even buy a single leaf, and you want a bundle? Dream on. And just wait, Yi Shiyou's live stream specialty is coming soon. Just as this person's comment ended, sure enough, in Yi Shiyou's live stream, rows of super rockets shot up. Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer with a super rocket and commented, "Streamer sister, our Treasure Pavilion wants to buy these greens. I wonder if we can talk." Treasure House tipped the streamer with a super rocket and commented, "Yao Yao, beep 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 beep." 10,000 Treasures Building tipped the streamer with a super rocket and commented, "Yao Yao, don't mind those two insincere guys. We want to offer 1 million for these powerful greens. Of course, the price is negotiable." Wow, 1 million for a bunch of greens, and who knows if it's real or not. Only these big shots would dare to spend money like that. By the way, what about the people who bought the fever-reducing pills before? They were $10 each, and I didn't manage to grab any. I bought one and have been keeping it, not daring to eat it. Looking at the current prices of things in Yao Yao's livestream, it's still cheaper to go to the big doctor for injections and medicine. Don't think about it, almost all of them were snatched up by Manhwa. Speaking of which, Manhwa has the best vision, able to see business opportunities in advance. Whether it's hype or real, anyway, the small fever-reducing pills that used to cost 10 yuan each in Yi Shiyou's livestream are now being traded for 11,000 each on a second-hand platform. Sigh, the small pills you once ignored are now out of your reach. Yi Shiyou was amused by the barrage of comments. She squatted down, picked up a handful of vegetables to look at, and then asked Yi Shiyou, "So if I eat it, can I lift Xiaoha?" Yi Shiyou thought of the day when Yi Shiyou effortlessly lifted Xiaoha over his head with such grace. Suddenly, she felt she could do it too. Yi Chou glanced at her, calmly shook his head. You can't. Ah, why not? She felt this answer seriously dampened her enthusiasm. You yourself are quite weak, even if your strength multiplies several times, it won't increase by much. Yi Chou thought for a moment, not wanting his only sister to be unhappy. So he pointed to a fitness brochure of a female muscle trainer on the coffee table and said, if you want to become like that, I can help you. Yi Shiyao, thank you so much, then I'll just be a soft girl. As soon as Yi Shiyao finished speaking, the comments in the livestream turned into vomiting emojis. Ugh, Yao Yao, sweetie, that kind of sound doesn't suit you. Babe, don't hurt my ears. Yao Yao, come look at me. I've been asking since last night, and you still haven't replied. Woo woo, what reply? Yi Shiyao finally saw this comment. It was, why did you go out to eat with young Masterly? Of course, I really didn't mean anything. I was just curious. This matter has already passed. After the rumors from yesterday, there was no news about it online at all. I don't know if the heat has died down or if it was controlled. Yi Shiyao smiled and said, actually, it's nothing. The story is like this. My brother had a beginner's guide to refining essence and cutting marrow, and then it seemed like old Masterly wanted it, so he came to find my brother. What? Nanny, I'm shocked. Old Masterly wants to buy that beginner's guide to refining essence and cutting marrow. Doesn't that mean the book is real? Everyone knows that the Li family has always been quite interested in the secret arts of the Xianmen. It is said that 10 years ago, the ancestor of the Li family, Li Hanhai, went into seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 10 years. Now that old Master Li suddenly seeks Yi Xiao's brother to buy this book, it means the authenticity of this book. Yao Yao, can you tell us how much it sold for? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. At this moment, I can hear the sound of 3 big shots crying. How are the 3 big shots from the treasure pavilion, the treasure hall, and the Wanbao building? I want to interview the 3 big shots about their feelings at this moment. Knowing that Li Xiqing took Yi Xiao to a 6-star hotel private room for dinner was actually for that book, young Master Li has completely been forgotten by the viewers in the livestream. The wishes of the kind spirit, at this moment, they are more concerned about the fact that the beginner's guide to refining essence and cutting marrow was actually bought by old Master Li. Li Xiqing was also awakened by a ringing phone. He picked it up and saw it was his good buddy who often played with him. Hey, what's up? Hurry up and get up. Yi Xiao has already started streaming, and you're still not up. Li Xiqing looked at the time. He didn't expect Yi Xiao to start streaming so early. He thought the earliest would be in the afternoon. Without washing his face, he directly grabbed what was beside him and entered the live broadcast room. Young Master Li, the Emperor, entered the live broadcast room. Usually, big shots like Li Xiqing on the leaderboard would have a notification when they entered the live broadcast room. The viewers erupted in excitement upon seeing Li Xiqing enter. Prince, I heard that Sandy bought that guide on refining essence and marrow. I wonder if our treasure pavilion has the honor to take a look. Little nephew, it's been a long time since we arranged for your grandfather to meet up. Little Li, I remember the last time you bought an antique from Wanbao building for your girlfriend. I've got a friendship price for you. Li Xiqing didn't expect that as soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he would become the center of attention. He was furious about the casual way others disclosed personal information. He angrily shouted, which bastard let that slip? Just wait, I'll make you pay. Yao Yao, don't worry, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him. Li Xiqing unleashed some beautifully crafted language. Just when he thought that Yi Xiao would find him handsome after hearing his domineering words, the live broadcast room suddenly filled with strange comments. Young Master Li, danger, danger, big danger. Li Xiqing was dumbfounded. He had only cursed once, how was that dangerous? At that moment, a call came in urgently. Damn, Xiqing, I think you should pack up and leave quickly. The one who let that slip just now was Yi Xiao. What did you say? Li Xiqing was instantly petrified. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Before Yi Xiao could process what was happening while walking, he hurriedly changed his tone. It's nothing, just some small matters. If everyone knows, then they know. It won't be a secret anymore. After saying that, Li Xiqing patted his chest. The next second, he received several private messages. Treasure Pavilion, Prince, can I arrange a time with your grandfather to observe that guide on refining essence and marrow? Of course, if that's not possible, I have a screenshot I want to show your grandfather. He attached a screenshot of Li Xiqing cursing the informant in Yi Xiao's live broadcast room. Before he could respond, the Treasure Pavilion and Wanbao building also chimed in. The content was similar. They all threatened him with the earlier comments' screenshots. Li Xiqing's face was filled with black lines. These guys were really shameless. He was utterly exasperated. Damn! Li Xiqing cursed inwardly. They wanted to see the guide on refining essence and marrow? No way! He would rather go home and get beaten than let the ancestral secrets of the Lee family be seen by others. So, he ignored these people, turned off private messages, and re-entered Yi Xiao's live broadcast room. At that moment, Yi Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Yi Qiu were walking towards another building in the Junlin Ping community. Those two benevolent spirits were originally the owners of the 10th floor of this building, one big and one small. The big one was a woman, and the small one was a girl. Because the husband wanted to divide the property for his ex-wife's son and failed, they were silenced, and their bodies were hidden in the freezer of that apartment. The freezer was in a hidden space only they knew about, so the police searched many times but couldn't find it. The two benevolent spirits have been lingering in the Junlin Ping community, not only because their wishes remain unfulfilled but also because their bodies are trapped here, unable to leave. Therefore, they hope I can help restore the truth and return the house to their living parents. As Yi Qiu walked, he explained to Yi Xiu and Lin Xiaoxiao. This was all information he had learned from the two benevolent spirits. Yi Xiu held up the camera, and Yi Qiu's voice also reached the live broadcast room. This should have happened 2 years ago. Damn, if it's really like what my brother said. I suddenly remembered that more than a year ago, there was a man in Junlinipin who reported that his wife and daughter suddenly didn't come home. Later, they investigated the matter, and many missing person notices were posted, but unfortunately, no one could be found, and there was no trace in the surveillance footage. Could it be that incident? I also recalled that this was the case that had so many people involved but remained unsolved. I knew that later the man registered them as missing. 2 years ago, this matter wasn't discussed much online, so it just faded away. But who would have thought it was like this? Sigh, that man was crying heart-wrenchingly in the interview video. He really didn't seem like someone who would harm his wife and daughter. How could it be? So, one shouldn't judge a person by their appearance. Hey, don't tell me you guys believe what the streamer said just because they said it? What if it's just their speculation? The one who sent this barrage was Fei Fanggo. He had clicked into Yi Xiao's livestream early on. Seeing so many big shots in the VIP section next to the livestream, he didn't dare to say anything. Now, hearing Yi Qiu say this, he finally couldn't help but send a skeptical barrage. He actually said it was some benevolent spirit that told him, such supernatural nonsense. And there are really people who believe it. Many people have been tricked out of a lot of money by those fake Taoists pretending to be gods. How can this group of online friends be so forgetful? Even young Master Li fell for it. Fei Fangge thought that if there was a chance today, he must expose the scam of this livestream on the spot. So, he spent money to hire a professional fraud examiner to sit with him, just to reveal the scam later. Last night, Fei Fangge did some research on Yi Xiao's livestream. He checked a lot of information. Things like immortal cultivators and alchemists. In short, it was all very mysterious. He personally wouldn't believe in these, so he stayed in the live stream all night. He wanted to see what kind of person would dare to flaunt the title of an immortal cultivator to deceive people in this day and age. Today, it was the day for Fei Fangge to rid the world of harm. Bro, if the body is really inside, should we call the police first? Yeah, Yi Qiu. Didn't you say that the benevolent spirit wanted to leave the house to the parents? So we definitely have to take this step. If the murderer hasn't been judged, there can't be justice. The victim's parents also don't know the truth. And in the end, the house might not end up in the victim's parents' hands. Yi Qiu originally wanted to go directly and kill the murderer. But in the end, he agreed to the two girls' suggestion. Later, after returning from a world where he lived for 10,000 years, it was the first time he saw the judgment method of this world. Immortal Lord, I am your superfan. After Yi Qiu agreed, Yi Xiao prepared to take a taxi to the police station with the two girls to call for help. However, before the call could be made, a questioning voice came from beside them. What you just said is true. Yi Qiu looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a woman in her early 20s standing in front of them. This beauty had a doll-like face, big eyes, and particularly long eyelashes. Due to the weather, a few strands of bangs were sticking to her forehead. The only puzzling thing was that her expression while looking at the three of them was filled with excitement and anticipation. I was just next to you guys and heard what you said. Aren't you looking for an enforcer? That's me. After saying this, the little beauty took out a badge from her chest. The badge had her name and number printed on it. Xu Mingyue, number 0059? Yi Xiao read those words aloud, a gaze full of curiosity. Is it really possible for such coincidences to exist in this world? They were just thinking about finding someone, and that person appeared right in front of them? Both Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao were somewhat skeptical. At that moment, the barrage in the live stream began to flood the screen. Oh, isn't this the girl who went viral before? I heard she's an ambassador or something. Yeah, I saw her in that firefighting video. It seems she accidentally burned her hair while cooking, and now she has short hair. Did she cut it all off? Ha ha ha, what a cute girl. Why does she want to be a law enforcer? You don't understand, even though she's a bit useless, she could be a mascot. In today's society, people seem to be more tolerant of beautiful and pleasing things. Yi Xiao saw that the barrage recognized this girl and looked again at the law enforcer's badge, finally believing her words. By the way, you are the immortal lord, right? I know you, and I'm your fan. Look at this. Chu Mingyue leaned directly in front of Yi Qiu, took out her phone, and pointed at the screen, saying, I'm a fan from the Immortal Lord's Support Club. By the way, can you sign something for me? This was the first time Yi Qiu encountered a girl with stars in her eyes since returning to this world. He could even feel the intense admiration and awe deep within her soul. Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch their lips. Could she be the legendary fervent cultivator? But why? Why is she still a law enforcer? Let's move on. Yi Qiu frowned. He seemed unaccustomed to Chu Mingyue's enthusiasm and turned to walk toward the building. Chu Mingyue stood still, not moving. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao thought the law enforcer girl might have been hit hard, so they walked over to comfort her. After all, she was so cute that anyone would want to show concern if they saw her wronged. Miss Chu, are you okay? Before Yi Xiao could finish her sentence, Chu Mingyue suddenly looked up, hands over her chest, her watery eyes filled with shining stars. Whoa, is this the immortal lord? This is too cold. Just like the rumored cultivators, the girl was full of admiration. Ignoring Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, she took off running toward Yi Qiu, who had already walked ahead. Immortal lord, wait for me. Yi Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao, am I being possessed by this girl? No more talking. If I saw my brother, I would definitely be crazier than her. What's the group number for that fan support club? I want to join. Private chat, I joined a few days ago, and there are quite a few girls in there. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, both tall, quickly caught up with the two in front. Inside the elevator, Chu Mingyue was still looking at Yi Qiu with admiration. Yi Xiao was a bit curious. It's strange, a girl like Miss Chu shouldn't be into those popular handsome guys, right? Why would she like cultivation? Hearing this, Chu Mingyue's expression suddenly became serious. What are celebrities? Can they be eaten? I'm not interested in sissies, and I don't love chasing stars. Isn't cultivation more appealing? Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Girl, your expression and behavior when you saw Yi Qiu were pretty much the same as chasing stars. But fundamentally, there is still a difference. They were sure that even if an old man over 100 years old stood in front of Chu Mingyue, she would still react the same way. The elevator quickly reached the 10th floor. The four stood at the door of the residence. Chu Mingyue curiously asked, is there someone inside? Yes, Yi Qiu replied. He had already checked and knew that there were people in this apartment today. Wait a moment, let me get something. As they were about to knock on the door, the three suddenly saw Chu Mingyue pull out a mini handgun from her chest. This. Yi Xiao was a bit suspicious, wondering if this girl could pull out something even more surprising from that place. No wonder she's a law enforcement officer, she's quite the wild card. How can that place be like Doraemon's pocket, able to pull out anything? I can pull out something big too. What's wrong with you? Oh my god. Kai-che, if the live stream gets reported and shut down today, I won't let you off the hook. Yes, it's not easy to have an outdoor live stream today. And the camera is almost aimed at my brother. If it gets shut down, just wait to die. It's true, Yi Xiao's face is pretty, but I'm already tired of looking at it, bro. The immortal master has been standing at the door without entering. Is he considering performing a wall-passing technique for us? Or is he going to open the door with his mind? Looking forward to it. I prefer the wall-passing technique over mind opening. Yi Xiao is quite on point. From the beginning until now, the camera has been focused on Yi Qiu. The audience satisfaction is skyrocketing. Just then, Yi Qiu also began to raise his right hand. Here it comes. Is it the wall-passing technique? Or mind-opening? Wall-passing technique. Mind-opening. Bro, just kick the door open. That's so cool. What does your brother Nyozi know? The immortal master must have the demeanor of an immortal master, noble as an immortal master. How could he just kick the door? Li Gongzi, emperor, rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and commented, Yao, step back 2 steps. I'm afraid the shockwave will hurt you, a sycophant? Oh my god, this is so. As Li Xiqing finished sending the gift, under the gaze of over 1 million viewers, Yi Qiu raised his hand, extended his index finger, and pressed the doorbell on the security door. The man who killed his wife and daughter ding dong, the doorbell rang. Soon, the four heard movement from inside. Chu Mingyue held the mini handgun with both hands, staring at the door, her legs trembling slightly, her voice shaking as she spoke. Immortal Master, that person inside won't know we're here to catch him, right? Not sure. After signing in for 10,000 years in another world, he still hadn't obtained anything like mind reading. so he didn't know what the other party was thinking. Of course, many times, such things don't require mind reading. Just by observing a person's facial expressions, demeanor, and actions, one can understand. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao looked curiously at the nervous big-eyed girl in front of them. They were curious about how she managed to get into the law enforcement position. Soon, there was movement at the doorknob. The doorknob twisted twice, and then the door opened, revealing a man dressed neatly in a suit and leather shoes. The man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite refined, as if he was just about to go out. Upon seeing Yi Qiu and the other three, a glimmer of darkness flashed in his pitch-black pupils. "May I ask, you all?" He glanced at the camera in Yi Xiao's hand as he spoke. "We're here to do business." Yi Qiu said a few words indifferently, a glint flashing in his lazy eyes as he walked towards the living room behind the man. "Stop!" The refined man suddenly blocked Yi Qiu's path, coldly saying, "This is my home, isn't it inappropriate for you to barge in like this? If you don't leave now, I'll call the police." "Call the police? I'm a law enforcement officer. The one who comes when you call the police is also me." Saying this, Xu Mingyue pulled out her ID badge from her chest again. "Law enforcement officer?" The man's expression froze for half a second. The next moment, he still asked sharply, "I haven't killed anyone, nor have I committed any crimes. Even if you are a law enforcement officer, you can't break into a private residence." "What do you mean by not killing anyone and not committing any crimes? If you haven't done anything, would I come to your house?" After Xu Mingyue finished speaking, she hurriedly followed Yi Qiu, who had already walked inside. "Did you guys just see that?" The policewoman said something about murder, and that man's expression changed a bit. "I saw it. He must be nervous because he did something wrong. 2 years ago, I suspected he killed his wife and daughter, but I couldn't find any evidence. I think today, the truth will finally come out. This man looks so gentle, I didn't expect him to be a murderer." "Come on, the result isn't out yet. How can you be so sure that man is a murderer?" Brother Extraordinary's alternate account is called Fanfei. Right now, he just wants to argue. He wants to prove that this livestream is just a bunch of scams. Is what the immortal master said fake? Go check your brain. That guy named Fanfei, just wait to be slapped in the face. Hat, if that man really killed his wife and daughter today, I'll eat 10 of Old 8's special burgers. Bro, I'm following you, waiting to see you get slapped in the face. What if there's no live stream then? Everyone go follow this brother who's going to eat Old 8's special burgers. There's going to be a good show today. The man looked at Yi Qiu, who had walked into the living room, and coldly followed. "You are trespassing. You still have the body frozen over there, right?" Yi Qiu said calmly, then pointed to a wall in the living room. "What nonsense are you talking about? That's just a wall, and how could a freezer fit there?" Yi Qiu didn't respond. He walked straight towards the wall. Xu Mingyue closely followed behind, looking like a little fangirl. She glanced at the wall, then walked to the side, her face full of confusion. "Immortal Master, this wall is so narrow, can a freezer really fit there?" At that moment, Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao also walked over. Yi Xiao held the camera and walked around the wall twice. Next to the wall was a guest room filled with useless clutter. Suddenly, Yi Xiao seemed to think of something, her eyes shining. "Wait, look, the width of the outer wall is completely disproportionate to the space of this guest room." After she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxiao and Xu Mingyue rushed over. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately noticed the problem with the white wall. It was a visual misconception that made people think the wall was that narrow, but with careful observation, one could find that the actual area was different from what they saw. "It seems like that. Good job, Yao Yao, you've learned to observe and reason. I remember there was an episode of Conan when I was a kid that had this principle, right? Now that you mention it, I remember too, it really is like that." Young Master Li, Emperor, tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, "Yao Yao is amazing." Someone started to flatter again. "I really don't believe he's not interested in Yi Xiao." "If you don't believe it, just pull a few. I said I'm not interested, so I'm not interested." "Do you need to manage that?" Li Xiqing treated Yi Xiao and those water friends as two different styles. Yi Xiao was currently immersed in the joy of reasoning. "Brother, this is the place you were talking about, right?" Yi Xiao turned around, excitedly pointing at the wall in front of her. But she was shocked to see that the man, who had been silent, had somehow taken out a handgun. The dark muzzle was equipped with a silencer. He aimed it directly at Yi Qiu's head. Yi Xiao's pupils suddenly dilated at the sight. She didn't care about the camera in her hand and rushed towards Yi Qiu, wanting to push him away. Unfortunately, her speed was still too slow for the bullet. There was a muffled bang. The bullet shot towards Yi Qiu's head. The gunshot echoed. But the bloody scene I expected did not occur. Yi Qiu was still standing there, unharmed. That shot just now seemed like it was a blank. He walked over to support Yi Xiao, who almost fell over from the force of her charge. "Yao Yao, are you okay?" I'm fine." Yi Xiao stared blankly at Yi Qiu. "Brother, you're okay. I'm fine. Yi Cho remained calm, his tone very lazy. Impossible. At that moment, a voice, almost driven mad with rage, echoed in the room. The four turned around and saw the man aiming his gun at Yi Cho again. His eyes were bloodshot. The voice became increasingly distorted. That shot just now must have missed. Now that you've discovered my secret, I can't be blamed. Just consider it a sacrifice for my wife and daughter, and let you all die here. Ha ha ha. Hey, I advise you not to be too smug. Do you really think that by killing us, you can escape the law's punishment? Let me tell you, we are live streaming right now, and over 1 million viewers know you are a murderer. What? The man's hand holding the gun trembled. You are actually live streaming. He had thought that the woman with the camera was just filming, but he never expected she was live streaming. Humph, even if I'm found out, you all will die today. With that, he pulled the trigger again. This time, he was sure he was aiming at the man who sent chills down his spine. But, after the gunshot, the man still stood firmly in place. Not even a bullet could be found. The man looked around in shock, and a faint voice reached his ears. Are you looking for this? After Yi Cho spoke, his raised right hand paused in midair. He slowly opened his fist. 2 bullets fell from his palm and landed on the floor with a clink. What the hell? My youth is back. No, my youth is right here in this live stream, catching bullets with my bare hands. I love it. By the way, is there really someone in this world who can catch bullets with their bare hands? Are you blind? Didn't you just see that? Do you still think that the bespectacled man was just acting with my brother? Ah, gifts incoming. Young Masterly, Emperor, sent a super rocket and commented, Yao Yao is the cutest, Yao Yao's brother is the best. Goodness, now I've licked 2. Get lost, I'm sincere. After Li Xiqing sent the bullet screen and gifts, he hurriedly sent the recording of what just happened to Li Rongqing. Li Rongqing watched it, tears streaming down his face. Master, this is Master. I never expected that the Master, whom the Li family has revered for generations, would appear again. This must be told to my father immediately. With that thought, Li Rongqing headed towards Li Hanhai's room. On the 10th floor of a certain building in Junlin Ipin, not only were the viewers in the live stream shocked, but even Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Shiyou were frozen in place. Only Chu Mingyue was different. Master, you are so cool. Can you teach me that move just now? Mingyue will definitely not be lazy. Chu Mingyue seemed very excited, almost kneeling before Yi Qiu to pay her respects. She had complete faith in Yi Qiu's abilities and his identity as a cultivator. The man was equally shocked. His eyes widened, fixated on the 2 bullets that had fallen to the ground. In that instant, decades of worldview collapsed. The silenced pistol in his hand fell to the ground in fear. Chu Mingyue was quick to react, rushing over to snatch the pistol and then returning to Yi Qiu's side. Master, Mingyue is always ready to heed your commands. At that moment, Yi Qiu, in Chu Mingyue's eyes, was no different from a deity in the heavens. She restrained her inner excitement, aiming the mini pistol at the man, doing what she had to do. Yi Shiyou was not idle either, pointing the camera at the man. The viewers in the live stream were cheering. Bro, you're amazing. I suddenly want to watch Stephen Chow's Kung Fu again, after seeing your moves. My childhood dreams of martial arts and fantasy don't feel like dreams anymore. The Rulai Divine Palm I bought for $10 is still at home. Am I going to be amazing too? How did you just catch that bullet? I couldn't even see that move. I'll check the replay later. The new guy upstairs, the replay hasn't been available in Yao Yao's live stream for a long time, you know, but a lot of people probably recorded it. Just ask the brothers in the chat. What brothers? Call me fellow cultivator. Ha, that's fine. I watched the replay. It was pretty much like the moves of the Fire Cloud Evil God, even faster. I'm from the Physics Research Institute of Jing University. If anyone has the video, send it to me. I want to study the bro's hand speed. The comments were still flooding the screen. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyue had already called someone to break down the wall. The man was under control. The wall in the living room was quickly smashed open. Yi Shiyou recorded the entire process. Behind the sofa, the enforcers also discovered the socket and wires used to power the freezer. After the freezer was found, the body that had been frozen for 2 years finally saw the light of day. Yi Shiyou was still holding the camera. Suddenly, she heard 2 voices nearby. Little girl, thank you, sister. Bro, I think I just heard. Yi Cho nodded, his gaze falling outside the window. Faintly, he could still see 2 shadows dissipating into the air. Perhaps the victims had found redemption. At the moment the true culprit was found and the truth revealed, Yi Shiyou suddenly felt no fear. Even if those 2 voices were not an illusion, her heart felt comforted. The mother and daughter who were victims should be able to go to another world now. I hope they can be happy in that world. The case of the wife and daughter being murdered and their bodies hidden in a freezer quickly gained traction online. The trial process, which originally would have taken 6 months, was expedited due to the outcry from netizens. Various departments worked overtime. Finally, a day later, the official Weibo of the Jiangchun High Court announced the verdict. The murderer was sentenced to death for his heinous actions, to be executed immediately. At home, Yi Shiyao was watching the recorded trial with the viewers. While looking at the verdict, she noticed something. It says here that the murderer has long suffered immense pressure because of his real name. She glanced at the murderer's real name. What's wrong with this name? It seems pretty normal to me. Yao, you might not know, but that name is from a small village. Maybe his parents just thought it was a joke and named him casually. No matter how casual, it should be somewhat okay. Yeah, it seems pretty similar. Everyone had questions. At that moment, a viewer named I Want to Eat Yao suddenly spoke up. You guys might not know, but that name, if translated into our language, is pretty much like Morong Balong. Damn, I'm laughing so hard. In the middle of the night, laughing like a pig. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Brothers, I'm sorry, I really couldn't hold it in. Morong Balong, now that you mention it, I totally get it. Ha 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 ha. The live stream was filled with laughter and joy. At this moment, someone suddenly brought it up. Feifei, bro, I just saw you. What happened to the promise of eating 10 of Old 8's secret burgers on the live stream? This is the flavorful chapter 1. Where there is one, there is two. A beginning, followed by countless followers. In the live stream, many people started to tag a user called Fanfei. Yi Xiao also noticed and began to ask, what's going on? Why are you tagging him? After saying that, she casually clicked on Fanfei's profile. Oh, a newcomer who just registered a few days ago. Yao, remember that day when you went to find the murderer? This guy said that if that man was the murderer, he would eat 10 of Old 8's special burgers. He was just in the live stream, and now he's gone. Yi Xiao, I think you guys are making it too hard for him. He might have just said it casually, and you want him to eat 10? It should be at least 20. As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, the people in the livestream were practically laughing hysterically. Moreover, she even took the initiative to private message Fanfei. Hello, when are you going to livestream eating Old 8's special burgers? After 2 days of lurking in the livestream, Fifengu had already fallen in love with Yi Xiao's channel. The Wang Jingza is fragrant law was vividly reflected in him. In just 2 days, he had climbed into the top 5,000 on the fan leaderboard. You have to know, there are quite a few big shots in Yi Xiao's livestream. To reach the top 5,000 in just 2 days shows a certain level of skill, and it's still growing. Fifengu was now in a dilemma. He had fallen in love with Yi Xiao's livestream, just like some things that make you feel restless if you don't check them for a day. He even dreamed of Yi Qiu teaching him how to fly with a sword. You have to know, Fifengu had a fantasy of being a hero when he was a child. The platform requires real name authentication, and he had already changed several accounts, and for now, he didn't have any other authenticated accounts. He didn't want to spend money on the platform either. So, in the end, to be able to send gifts and watch live streams in Yi Xiao's channel in the future, Fifengu replied, I'll start streaming in a bit, but Yao, don't over-promote it. Yi Xiao laughed so hard she was shaking. Okay, I definitely won't promote it. About half an hour later, a message came from Fifengu. It seemed he had started streaming on the platform. Yi Xiao just happened to click in, and the audience in the live stream immediately tuned in. Here it comes, the highly anticipated Old 8's special burgers. To be honest, after all this time, Fanfei was the first person I had seen who kept his promise. I think Fanfei is really a man. Go, Fanfei, you got this. Unlike those who ate feces or did handstands in the bathroom, who knows how many accounts they've switched, there are quite a few who like to set challenges for themselves. Unfortunately, very few actually fulfill their promises. So when Fifengu said he would keep his promise and eat 10 Old 8 special burgers, everyone got excited. After all, aside from seeing Old 8 live stream eating this stuff, no one had really seen anyone else eat it. Soon, a man wearing sunglasses and a mask appeared in Yi Xiao's live stream. Hello everyone. So this is Fanfei. In the video, there was a slightly chubby man in front of him with 10 already made Old 8 burgers. Although he was wearing sunglasses, the viewers could still feel his somewhat desperate gaze. Bro, come quick and take a look. Yi Xiao hurriedly called out to Yi Qiu. Such a funny scene definitely needed to be shared with her brother. What to look at? Yi Qiu put down what he was holding, and in the next second, he appeared beside Yi Xiao. Wow, the speed of this brother. No wonder he's a celestial master. Truly impressive. Such speed should not be wasted delivering takeout. Haha, what status does a celestial master have? Delivering takeout? Yi Qiu's gaze also lingered on the barrage of comments in the livestream, and then he spoke lightly. Yao asked me to hurry, so I naturally have to be a bit faster. The brother complex is confirmed. Look at how relaxed he is. Could he possibly be even faster? Isn't that just stating the obvious? Flying with a sword, is that fast or not? Whoa, the Immortal Master is actually interacting with us, it's amazing. I really hope the Immortal Master can interact with us more in the future. By the way, are there any wife fans in the live stream? Yes. Raise your hand. Raise. Wait, there are several guys upstairs? Guys can be wife fans too? What? Can't a guy be a wife fan? Just as the live stream began discussing whether men could be wife fans, the voice of Flying Brother finally came through again. Dear viewers, because I made outrageous claims in Miss Yi Xiao's livestream, I am now fulfilling my promise. After saying that, he picked up the first hamburger, pulled down his mask, and suddenly stuffed it into his mouth. The dark, stinky fermented bean curd sauce, along with some bits of stinky tofu, immediately dribbled out from the corners of Flying Brother's mouth. This is a live stream with a flavor. Damn, I can already smell it. What should I do? I feel like I'm about to throw up. Yi Xiao sent a super rocket and commented, Flying Brother is awesome. Since Yao Yao tipped, I should tip a little too. After all, Flying Brother is truly courageous. I'll join in. At the beginning of Yi Xiao's stream, many people started tipping Flying Brother. Having been on the live streaming platform for so many years, the money he received in tips was no less than 20 million, and this was the first time he was tipped. Is this what it feels like to be tipped? So, he put even more effort into eating the hamburger. He couldn't let Yi Xiao down, nor could he disappoint the viewers in the live stream. So he shouted, "Ali give. I'll go first." With that, another secret little hamburger from Lao Ba went into his mouth. The viewers in front of the live stream were practically boiling with excitement. They all sent barrage comments and gifts to cheer him on, until they watched in awe as Flying Brother finally finished all 10 secret little hamburgers from Lao Ba. Ugh, after finishing the last bite, Flying Brother might have been a bit overwhelmed and started to gag. Everyone urged him to hurry to the bathroom. However, he waved his hand. This is my promise. If I don't keep my promise, how can I call myself a real man? As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the live stream were moved to tears. Many even directly became fans. Just then, someone named Penny Pinching Wife suddenly raised a question in the live stream. Why does Flying Brother's home decor look exactly like Extraordinary Brothers? Even the calligraphy on the mural behind him is identical. A major social death scene. A major social death scene, damn. Now that you mention it, I think so too. I once saw Extraordinary Brothers livestream by chance, and the background looked just like this. I'll go look for the replay. The people sending barrage comments seem to have come from that female streamer named Ruo Ruo. They were also deeply attracted after seeing Yi Xiao and didn't want to leave. They even started guarding the livestream every day, turning into loyal fans. Yi Xiao saw the barrage starting to flood with the words Extraordinary Brother and asked, "Who is Extraordinary Brother?" Yao Yao, have you forgotten? Extraordinary Brother is the one who was competing with you for the title of the most beautiful female streamer of the month. Damn, how did that female streamer's top fan come to Yao Yao's stream? Extraordinary. Flying. It's definitely Extraordinary Brother. Damn, this is a major social death scene. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to laugh until I throw up. Extraordinary Brother. So, does that mean Brother Fifan is also a fan of our immortal lord now? Yi Xiao? Shouldn't it be that he was captivated by my charm and became my fan? Yao Yao, stop daydreaming. I just took a look at Brother Fifan's donation messages, and almost all of them are about the older brother, not much related to you. He probably ate the secret little burgers from Lao Ba for the older brother. Seeing Brother Fifan's name mentioned by so many people, Yicho finally took a careful look at the live stream room. He found a man with a pale face sitting motionless in front of the computer. What's wrong with him? Yi Xiao suppressed a laugh. Maybe he's doubting life because of social death right now. That makes sense. Since Brother Fifan could donate so much money in that Ruoro's live stream, he should be considered a successful person in reality. Not only did he eat 10 of Lao Ba's secret little burgers tonight, but he was also directly exposed. Even in front of millions of viewers, he was revealed to be the big shot who had once run away from being the number one in Ruoro's livestream. If there were any standards for social death scenes, then Brother Fifan's current situation should be one of them. Is that thing really delicious? Yichio looked at the 10 empty plates in front of Brother Fifan and the remnants of some black unknown liquid at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but frown. Yi Xiao burst out laughing. Brother, how could that thing be delicious? If it wasn't delicious, he wouldn't be eating it so earnestly. Because he said in my live stream before that if that man was really a murderer, he would eat 10 of those little burgers. Now that the truth has come out, he's here to fulfill his promise. Of course, there are very few people who can face themselves and keep their promises like this. You know, in my live stream, those who said they would live stream eating shit, those who said they would unfollow and come back as dogs, and those who said they would live stream standing on their heads to go to the bathroom. there are at least thousands of them, but those guys never keep their promises. This brother Fifan is really a man. Li Gongzi, Emperor, donated a super rocket to the streamer and commented, I think Yao Yao is right, brother Fifan is really genuine. The simps are at it again. I remember he even went to Ruoroa's livestream to challenge brother Fifan that day. There's nothing we can do, our Yao Yao's charm is just too great. At this moment, brother Fifan in the livestream also spoke, sorry, there was indeed some misunderstanding before, but after watching Miss Yi Xiao's livestream these days, I found it really interesting. I will be a regular from now on, and I hope everyone won't mind. No, brother, come often in the future. It seems you understand the goodness of our Yao Yao's livestream? Brother Fifan nodded heavily, then wiped the black unknown liquid from the corner of his mouth. Yes, these days I've realized, what's so good about women who pose and preen? I want to pursue my childhood dreams, I want to realize my immortal fantasy. Brother Fifan seems to have regained his composure now. He has also accepted the fact that his identity has been exposed. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he spoke to the camera, by the way, I wonder if Miss Yi Xiao has WeChat, can I add her? This is probably an old habit of his that often occurred in other female streamers' live streams. Danger. Brother Fifan, danger. Some people are alive, but they are actually dead. Brother Fifan, you are really courting death. Li Xiqing, sitting in front of the computer screen, silently gave a thumbs up to brother Fifan for being awesome. The only one who could talk to Yi Xiao like this in front of Yichio was probably him. Sure enough, Yichio's voice suddenly came from the livestream. Yao Yao, why is he adding you on WeChat? I don't know. At this moment, seeing the extraordinary comments in the livestream, Fei Fangu suddenly reacted and hurriedly said, No, that's not it. I recently brought back a batch of skincare products from overseas, and the girls should all like them. I just wanted to ask Miss Yi Xiao if she wants to buy some too. Buy some? Yi Qiu tilted her head, her expression indifferent, her dark eyes filled with a lazy demeanor. Fei Fangu quickly changed his tune. Not buying, just giving them to Miss Yi Xiao. I have plenty here, whatever amount you want. By the way, it seems Xiao Xiao has run out too. I'll give her some too. Let's send it together. It's no big deal. Fei Fangu beamed with a smile. He generously sent a considerable amount of skincare products to the two girls. These were all high-end items, some even limited editions that required reservations, and some were originally intended to please Ruorua. The viewers from Ruorua's previous live stream knew this. At this moment, they couldn't help but laugh. Poor Ruorua. Feeling sorry for Ruorua for 10,000 seconds. Just yesterday, before I left the fan group, I heard that Fei Fangu had blacklisted Ruorua on the day young Master Li came to challenge her. Ruorua, take care. Once Fei Fangu left, Ruorua's live stream popularity would probably drop by 80%. It is well known that the competition in the live streaming industry is quite severe. If a small streamer loses a big boss, it's almost over for them. However, this situation did not exist in Yi Xiao's live stream. Fei Fangu had just officially launched and immediately sent dozens of rockets. He became more assertive in his speech. From now on, I hope the brothers will take care of me. After saying that, Fei Fangu also closed the livestream. He still wanted to watch Yi Xiao's livestream and didn't want to miss any exciting content. Although his own livestream's popularity had already exceeded 1 million, with online viewers reaching hundreds of thousands, these things were truly insignificant in Fei Fangu's eyes at that moment. Everything was just fleeting clouds. Yao Yao, you're popular again. Yao Yao, you're popular again. Fei Fangu retired after achieving success, but he still trended the next day. Fei Fangu's 10 special burgers from Laoba surged onto the trending list. The ranking kept climbing. These special burgers from Laoba were something that many netizens dared not try. Occasionally, 1 or 2 small streamers would eat them for attention, but they ended up in the hospital. Today, such a bold person appeared? Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention. Who is Fei Fangu? So impressive. I would call him Laoba's second generation. I remember he's a rich guy on the Douyin live streaming platform, never stingy with rewards, super rockets, carnivals, who knows how many female streamers he has gifted. Just don't know why he thought of this. It seems it's because Fei Fangu got a result in Yi Xiao's livestream and immediately gained popularity, so he could only trend. Who is Yi Xiao? You don't know this? If you don't know, go watch the livestream. Yao Yao, quickly check Weibo, you're trending again. Yi Xiao was still in the shower. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came from outside the bathroom. What do you mean I'm trending again? The shower head sprayed water onto her hair, and Yi Xiao closed her eyes, reaching out to find the shampoo. From yesterday's livestream, that Fei Fangu became popular because of the instant collection in your livestream, and then you became popular too. Put. Really? Can this really bring her popularity? Clearly, it was Fei Fangu eating the burger, doing everything, yet somehow she became popular? Yi Xiao squeezed shampoo into her palm and slowly rubbed it into her black hair. Pure white bubbles immediately appeared between her fingers. Really, hurry up and wash up. Come out and see. The trending topics are all talking about you now. What are you saying about me? After messing with her hair for a while, she picked up the shower head again and started rinsing the foam out of her hair. I said you have a fairy brother. Yi Xiao sighed. As expected, they were all here for her brother. But that's fine. At least now, her brother was a bit different from when he had just come home. Xiao Xiao, help me grab my clothes. After dawdling in the bathroom for half an hour, Yi Xiao shouted towards the door. She had forgotten to bring a change of clothes when she came in. Lin Xiaoxiao happened to be nearby and brought the clothes over, peeking through the crack of the door to take a glance at her good friend's figure. TSK, I have to say, Yao Yao, you are simply a beauty of the world. A beauty of the world. Shut up. Yi Xiao shyly hurried to put on her clothes and then walked out of the bathroom. Xiao Xiao, who doesn't know you're the campus belle of our university? How could I possibly compare to you? To be honest, Lin Xiaoxiao not only had good grades but was also beautiful and had an amazing figure. In the past, everyone used to say that God closed a door on Lin Xiaoxiao but opened many windows. After the Lin family took Lin Xiaoxiao back, the classmates at school were all lamenting. This was more than just opening many windows. It was like tearing down the whole house, leaving it open air. By the way, you just said I was trending. Let me see. Look, it's still on the hot search. Lin Xiaoxiao handed over her phone and then started helping Yi Xiao dry her hair. Yi Xiao took a look. Goodness. The topic about her, the sister of the fairy brother Yi Qiu, had already surged into the top 10, and it seemed the heat was still increasing. At noon, Lin Xiaoxiao began preparing lunch. This girl was simply versatile. She could do everything. The perfect wife material. She was beautiful and cooked delicious food. It was just unknown who would be so lucky in the future to marry a goddess like Xiao Xiao. Since there was a live stream event at noon, Yi Xiao also planned to go live while eating, discussing with her fans not to overly promote Yi Qiu. If they were targeted by certain relevant departments, it would be a troublesome matter. But she didn't know that Yi Qiu didn't need any promotion at all. Meanwhile, someone was already blocking those troublesome matters behind the scenes. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly finished cooking. There was braised pork, boiled fish, steamed pork with rice flour, mapo tofu, spicy diced chicken, and 2 stir-fried vegetable dishes, along with a vegetable soup. However, when Yi Xiao picked up her bowl and chopsticks, she noticed one of the stir-fried vegetable dishes looked somewhat familiar. Xiao Xiao, what dish is this? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at it and smiled. Oh, this? Yi Qiu gave it to me, saying it was useless to keep it, so we should stir-fry it to eat. He said it tastes pretty good. Brother, is this the big leafy vegetable you showed me that day? Yi Xiao picked up a leaf and put it in her bowl. Time was a bit tight. The live stream event was about to start, so she could only eat while live streaming. Yeah, I grew more because it looked much better than the vegetables around here. I see. Yi Xiao was busy with the live stream. She picked up a bit of each dish and walked over to the computer. She set down her bowl and chopsticks and casually opened the live stream. In just a second or two, thousands of people flooded in. Immediately, the online viewer count began to skyrocket. Yi Xiao sighed. In this situation, she had almost gone from surprise, shock, disbelief, to getting used to it, and then to numbness. Damn, right off the bat, she saw people eating? Yao Yao, where's your ladylike image? Her scalp tingled. She really wanted to see what the fairy was like at the dining table. Streamer, move aside. What does it look like when a fairy eats? Curious. Yi Xiao, when I eat, you say I'm not ladylike and tell me to step aside. Is my brother that good looking when he eats? After saying that, she directly picked up a piece of vegetable leaf and stuffed it into her mouth. You are different. Yao Yao, what are you eating? I've never seen this kind of vegetarian dish on my family's farm. Yi Xiao saw the comments and held up a piece of vegetable leaf in front of the camera. Is this what you mean? My brother gave it to me, saying it's called powerful greens. Eating it can give you 3 to 4 times your strength, but there are limits, of course. Powerful greens? Could it be like the spinach that the main character in Popeye eats? Can it be the same? That guy turns into Popeye after eating spinach, while an ordinary person can transform after eating powerful greens. There's a fundamental difference. Yao Yao, can you show us a few moves? Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, I saw this powerful greens that day, but the streamer didn't showcase it much and got busy with other things. Do I still have a chance today? Eating person, eating spirit, eating person, eating spirit. After Treasure Pavilion sent the rocket, the Treasure House and the 10,000 Treasures building must follow suit. These 3 big shots are simply in sync. Yao Yao, does eating this powerful greens really work? Yi Xiao, I don't know, how about I go out later and show you how to uproot a willow tree? Goodness! The audience in the livestream nearly burst out laughing at Yi Xiao's words. In other cute girls' livestreams, they either dance or sing, or they showcase some other talents, or occasionally reveal something everyone wants to see. But in Yi Xiao's livestream, not only are those things absent, even playing games is painfully bad. I really don't know how she managed to live before. Now that she finally wants to show her talent, she starts with uprooting a willow tree? Impressive! Yao Yao, when you perform later, remember to wear a skirt. Going without anything underneath is best. I think what the older brother said makes sense. Yeah, in this hot weather, it's really uncomfortable for a girl to wear jeans. A skirt is the most comfortable. Plus, I heard going without is in vogue now. Yao Yao, you shouldn't fall behind. Yi Xiao, what the hell? I'm just going to wear sportswear. Not listening to the elder's advice leads to trouble. At this moment, Yi Xiao also picked up a bowl and grabbed a lot of powerful greens, then looked at Yi Qiu and asked, "Brother, if I eat this much, can I uproot a tree?" Yi Qiu, who was eating, looked up. His gaze swept over Yi Xiu. Then he said, "It depends on how big the tree is. Then after we finish eating, let's go check out the community's greenbelt." After finishing the meal, Lin Xiaoxiao also came over and said, "Hee, I've eaten quite a bit too. I want to try it as well." The viewers in the livestream watched Yi Xiu eat the greens. Yao Yao, you said this is your first time eating this. Will there be any side effects? From what they see in those fantasy novels, things that supposedly increase the eater's strength several times usually have side effects. After all, every medicine has its poison. Yi Xiao glanced at the comments and continued stuffing the greens into her mouth. This stuff is so delicious, if there are side effects, I'll accept it. After saying that, she fully embraced the spirit of eating. One bowl of rice went down, and she surprisingly asked for another. My goodness, it's the first time I've seen such an eating-capable female streamer. Of course, aside from those fake Big Eater broadcasts. Yi Xiao, I just ate 2 bowls of rice. Can I really eat more? I just think rice is so delicious that every time I eat it, I sincerely thank Grandpa Yuan for allowing me to have a full meal. Yi Xiao wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and continued. When I was a child, I often went hungry. Having a bowl of rice was already great. Besides, rice is so much better than those foreign junk foods like hamburgers and pizzas. Rice! Yi Xiao declared that she would cheer for the rice of Xia country. Seeing her genuine emotions, the viewers in the live stream sent a flurry of gifts. Yes, those foreign things are just trash. It's fine to try them occasionally, but I really don't understand those who flaunt their Western dining experiences all day on social media, and those fake socialites who have to split the bill for a Western afternoon tea and then show off. Nowadays, these people, our Chinese cuisine is profound and extensive, with 8 major culinary traditions, truly better than those so-called noble Western dishes. Mainly, they are made from the same ingredients, but Western food is just more expensive. I really can't understand those idiots who worship foreign things. In fact, if we talk about Chinese cuisine, our state banquet is not inferior to those so-called high-end Western meals. Take one of our state banquets, our Sichuan dish boiled cabbage, for example. The ingredients and processes are incredibly complex. By the way, sometimes you can go and see how boiled cabbage is made, and you'll understand. No, everyone has their own preferences. If I like Western food, you can't say I'm worshipping foreign things. Dude, you misunderstood. We criticize those who think that eating Western food and going abroad makes them superior. You can like whatever you want, but it shouldn't be so misguided. So, Yi Xiao originally planned to stream some of those mini-games first, but now the live stream had turned into a discussion about various delicious cuisines. Yi Xiao expressed that she is also a huge fan of Chinese cuisine, especially hot pot. Yao Yao, you can go out now. At that moment, Yi Qiu's voice suddenly came from behind. The group that had just been discussing food immediately changed the topic. What? Go out? Is the older brother going out now? Yes, didn't I just say I would show you a trick, like pulling up a willow tree? I'm going out to find a willow tree. What the heck? Are you serious, streamer? Yao Yao is amazing. The streamer looked at her figure. Aside from being a bit better in the front, she'd probably weighed around 80 pounds. If she could really pull up a willow tree, I would also go and eat 10 of Old Ba's secret mini burgers. Brother, I advise you to be cautious with your words. The bullet screen is from Extraordinary Brother. Sure enough, he came to watch Yi Xiao's live stream on time. Brother, I remember you, Yi Xiao said as she logged into the streaming platform and switched her equipment. She also grabbed the camera and started walking towards the greenbelt downstairs in the community. In a community like Junlinipin, the greenery is very well done, with almost a 70% greening rate. The 3 of them walked downstairs, and there was a patch of greenery planted with quite a few trees nearby. Yao Yao, are you really going to live stream pulling up trees? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, holding the camera for Yi Xiao, a bit puzzled, because this is just too bizarre. She had grown up, and since the live streaming industry became popular, she had never seen a female streamer actually go outdoors to livestream pulling up willow trees. Yeah, isn't this to try that strong vegetable? Yi Xiao rolled up her sleeves and walked directly onto the lawn. Bro, how about this one? Yi Xiao pointed to a small tree about the thickness of Yi Chou's arm. It didn't look very big, but it had been planted for several years. It would indeed be quite difficult to pull up. Yi Chou took a look and shook his head. No way. Even if you gave Yi Xiao 10 times the strength, she still couldn't pull up this tree. You should know that a tree rooted in the ground requires an unimaginable strength to pull it out. Yi Xiao was immediately puzzled. Brother, didn't you say that eating the powerful green vegetables can increase one's strength several times? This tree is as thick as your arm. I should be able to pull it up, right? Think about it, even Lu Zhishan pulled up a willow tree before. I don't believe it. I've increased my strength several times, and I'm not as strong as Lu Zhishan. Yi Xiao pulled up the willow tree. Lu Zhishan? Yi Chou indeed had such a character in his mind. He was a heroic figure from one of the 4 great classics of the Xia Kingdom. However, searching through his memories from 10,000 years ago, it seemed that he had encountered someone named Lu Zhishan while traveling in another world. He even received some guidance from him. But later, he never saw or heard anything about that person again. Even if he can do it, you can't, Yi Chou said calmly, but Yi Xiao didn't believe it. She rolled up her sleeves and took a not-so-standard horse stance in front of the tree. Ha! With that shout, a beauty streamer, a platform female host, was actually about to start pulling the tree. Yi Xiao gripped the trunk tightly. Then she exerted all her strength. But, even though she was using all her might, the tree in front of her remained completely still. What was going on? Yi Xiao was a bit confused. After trying several times, she turned back to look at Yi Chou. Brother, this powerful green vegetable must be expired. Impossible, it's fresh, it was just picked this morning, Yi Chou replied. Then he pointed to a small sapling beside him. About waist high, you can try that one. Yi Xiao took a look, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Even Lin Xiaoxiao beside her couldn't help but laugh. The carefree viewers in the live stream went wild with laughter. Ha 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 filled the entire live stream. Damn, Yao, you might as well switch to being a comedy streamer. I can't take it anymore. One day I'm going to die laughing in your live stream. A solid proof of a food streamer. To be honest, I wouldn't watch if it weren't for you in the Dayun Society. I laughed so hard I almost vomited. Yao's heart was broken. Brother, you are my dearest brother. It's okay, we all know you're a soft girl. How could you pull that tree up? I told you she couldn't do it, but you didn't believe me. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket with a message. Come on, streamer sister, you can do it. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket with a message. Streamer sister, it's okay if you can't pull it out. Just let your brother do it for you later. Wanbao Building sent a super rocket with a message. Yao, a cute girl like you isn't suited for that kind of thing. Give it up. Yi Xiao saw that Lin Xiaoxiao was laughing, and her little face turned red. Then brother, can you pull it up? I can. Yi Chou spoke lightly, as if he had long since become indifferent to life and death. Or perhaps he didn't care about anything in the world. Wow, here it comes. Brother is about to start. I'll say awesome first as a salute. Go, brother. Aoli give. Brother is awesome. Immortal, I believe you can do it. As soon as they saw Yi Chou's handsome figure, the live stream became extremely excited. Even some lurking viewers started to send comments. At this moment, some people began to express their disbelief that Yi Chou could pull that tree out. You might not know how much strength it takes to pull that tree, right? I don't know. As long as my brother is awesome, that's enough. I don't need to know. The immortal is forever a god. Immortal, I want to give birth to your monkeys. Brother Yi Chou, I want to give birth to a bunch of monkeys for you. Brother Yi Chou, I want to give birth to monkeys with you every day. What's going on? Are female fans really this shameless now? Who asked you to care? The viewers are already going crazy. But the viewer who spoke up in rebuttal seems to still be unconvinced, expressing his opinion amidst countless comments like Immortal Master is awesome and Bro is amazing. You all only know how to read books. You probably don't even know that Lu Zhishan pulling up the willow tree is an exaggerated expression. I just happened to make a science video about it. You can go check it out. The conclusion reached is that if Lu Zhishan could pull up the willow tree, then his one-handed strength would be 54,468 pounds, which is 272 times that of the early Gui Jing and 54 times that of Captain America. Assuming a Tyrannosaurus rex has an average weight of 9 tons, with a maximum of 14 tons and a bite force of 90,000 newtons, then Lu Zhishan's one-handed output would be 260,000 newtons, which is double the bite force of a T-Rex and 3 times its average weight. I think even Thor's hammer would be nothing in front of him. Do you think that's possible? This bro seriously made a science post. The comment took several attempts to finally get through. Lin Xiaoxiao was also a bit curious and clicked on that science video, and in the end, she was truly shocked. Yao Yao, it seems you really can't perform the willow tree pull. Yi Shiyao walked over and also finished watching the science video. Instantly, she felt relieved. It wasn't that she was too weak, it was just too difficult to pull up a tree. Just then, she saw Yichio slowly walk up to the tree they had just pulled out, extend his right hand, and firmly grip the trunk. Then, he gently pulled, and that tree, which had been rooted here for several years, was effortlessly pulled out like a radish popping up from the ground. Clap clap clap, Yi Shiyao was once again slapped in the face. The live stream room erupted. My excited heart is beyond words. Brother Yi, you are my youth, my dream. Immortal Master is amazing. If we go by that bro's science, doesn't that mean the Immortal Master equals 272 early Guijings and 54 Captain Americas? One punch could easily crush A.T. Rex. That should be about it. The bro responsible for the science responded. But at that moment, his hands were trembling as he typed. Some comments in Yi Shiyao's live stream automatically converted to voice. Some of these were just heard by Yichio. He slowly set down the tree in his hand and calmly said, "Just now when Yao Yao was pulling the tree, I went to check on the story of Lu Jishan. According to the description, this tree is still different from that tree. So everyone, don't make wild guesses. Brother Yi, even if there is a difference, it can't be that big. I believe whatever my husband says. I wonder if this bro's strength is also due to eating the powerful vegetable. I did eat it, but that stuff is already useless to me." He had long surpassed the strength that could be gained from eating the powerful vegetable. After all, no matter how much the powerful vegetable could double a person's strength, there is still a limit. Author's note: the above conclusions about Lu Jishan's strength come from the videos made by the knowledgeable creators, Yu Xian and Xia Yuangyu. If you're interested, you can check them out. Lightness skill, walking on water, doesn't exist. Lightness skill, walking on water, doesn't exist, Yichio had just finished saying. The next second, the viewers saw him gripping that tree and suddenly thrusting it back into the spot from which it was pulled out. The viewers: Yi Shiyao, Lin Xiaoxiao. Yi Shiyao took the camera and walked to the spot where the tree had grown. The ground that had been turned up when the tree was pulled out seemed to have been impacted by an extremely powerful force, and now it was all caved in. Wow, Brother Yi is amazing. Can a tree replanted like this even survive? Shouldn't you be more concerned that the Immortal Master could insert it so deep? It's really impressive. Even if machines were used for planting, they couldn't dig that deep, right? However, if that's the case, we still don't know if that powerful vegetable actually works. Of course it works. The Immortal Master said it works, so it works. At this moment, Yichio also patted off some dirt left on his hands and walked over. He nodded. Indeed, having Yao Yao pull out such a tree is quite difficult. If you really want to see it, Yao Yao might as well try moving some stones, Yichio said with a smile. He could tell that Yi Shiyao wanted to play. Lin Xiaoxiao was also very curious. Since they both wanted to play, they should find the simplest way to do it. Move stones? Yao Yao can probably lift a stone weighing about 200 pounds now. Really? I find that hard to believe. With Yao Yao's little arms and legs, a 200-pound stone in front of her would probably crush her. After eating the powerful vegetable, this weight is nothing. As he spoke, Yichio glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on a stone in the center of the artificial lake that weighed about 200 pounds. That's the one. The three of them went to the side of the artificial lake. But that stone was in the middle of the lake, and there were no boats around, so it was impossible to transport the stone to Yi Shiyao unless she swam over. Yao Yao, swim over. It's so hot, it would be nice to swim over and cool off. Of course, I suggest Yao Yao change into a swimsuit, something like a bikini. I prefer the tight-fitting ones. I like the ones with slits. I think Yao Yao is like a brother to us. She could just wear a pair of shorts. Why bother with a swimsuit? Young Master Li, Emperor, tipped a super rocket and left a message. Yao Yao, pick any swimsuit from the Li family's mall. It's on me. No way, no way. Could there really be someone who likes to see the streamer in a swimsuit? To be honest, just thinking about it, I think I'm okay with it. Sorry, but I'm not. Yi Shiyao, no matter if you guys are okay with it or not, I'm not swimming over. Just to move a big stone, she would have to get wet, and there are plenty of other stones around. She looked around. She found that there really weren't any stones around that were the same size as the one in the middle of the lake. They were either too small or too big. The small ones were boring, and the big ones were too heavy for her to handle. Yi Shiyao decided to find a way to get directly to the platform in the middle of the lake and try it out over there. After eating the powerful vegetable, she really wanted to test her limits. "Brother, why don't we find a small boat or something and go over directly?" Yicho waved his hand. "No need, you guys wait for me here. I have a feeling my brother is going to show off. I'll go first. My brother is amazing. Will it be like I imagined? Guys, I have a feeling the lightness skill is coming. I'm so excited. My childhood martial arts dream is about to come true. When will my brother perform sword flying? I want to see flying mounts more than sword flying." Yicho took a step forward, and with an extremely smooth motion, he stepped onto the stone pillars surrounding the artificial lake. Immediately after, under the gaze of millions in the live stream, no one saw the lightness skill pose they were eagerly anticipating. Yicho glanced at his feet. The next second, he jumped directly off the stone pillar. "Forget it. My brother is performing a fancy dive." "Ha, after all that talk, my brother just wants to swim over? But how is he going to bring that stone back? So disappointing. Swim, are you blind? Hurry up and watch the live stream." Some people were about to make a few comments in the chat, but suddenly, they saw a head appear in Yi Xiao's camera. Then, the camera zoomed in. They saw Yicho standing steadily on the water's surface with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of sinking at all. "What the hell? Bro, are you a ninja from Konoha village? Tell me, which ninja school did you graduate from? How much was the tuition? I'd sell everything to go." "Damn, Chakra? This is insane. Bro, you're just too awesome. I thought you were going to do some light skill to walk on water, but you just stood on the surface. I can do that too. I control the chakra in my body, condensing it at the soles of my feet, and then slowly adjust my center of gravity. It's simple. I can do it too, but unfortunately, I have a tailed beast sealed inside me, so my own chakra is sealed as well. Once I break the seal, I'll give it a try." Yi Xiao, holding the camera, was also stunned. She looked at Yicho's feet, confirming that it was indeed an artificial lake, with no place to step on. "Bro, Yicho turned back as he was about to walk towards the center of the lake. "What are you doing?" Yi Xiao pointed at his feet. He glanced down and then looked up at her, saying, "The shoes won't get wet, just the soles will." Yi Xiao was a bit speechless. Was that what she meant? She wanted to ask, "How can you walk on water, bro? Could it be that during the 15 years you disappeared, you really went to some mountain to learn skills?" Lin Xiaoxiao was directly shocked into silence. By the time the two girls came back to their senses, Yicho had already placed a 200-pound stone steadily in front of them. "What's wrong?" Yicho asked the two. Yi Xiao swallowed hard. "Bro, where did you learn this move?" She wanted to learn too. She had seen it in anime before, not only walking on water but also on tree trunks. So cool. What Yi Xiao didn't know was that at this moment, her words echoed the sentiments of millions of netizens. "Yao Yao, you did great. I also want to know where to learn it. I'd sell everything to go to school." Yicho was puzzled. "Learn? Isn't this something you just gradually figure out? Invisible showing off is the most deadly. I admit, I was shown up this time. Bro, you're amazing, showing off without even trying. I admire you. Are you starting a tutoring class? I'll be the first to sign up." Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer with a super rocket and commented, "Streamer sister, can I book a meeting with your brother?" Treasure House tipped the streamer with a super rocket and commented, "I will always support the streamer sister's brother. I also want to meet your brother. I wonder if I have that honor." Treasure Hall tipped the streamer with a super rocket and commented, "Yeah yeah, Treasure Hall recently got a batch of new goods. Definitely something you haven't seen before. Come by when you have time." Extraordinary himself tipped the streamer with a super rocket and commented, "Indeed, after watching the dance area and the rookie area for so many years, it turns out the game area is the best." Ever since he entered Yi Xiao's live stream room, Extraordinary Brother felt like he had opened the door to a new world. Now, looking back at those dance area streamers posing and preening, he suddenly found them dull. How could those things compare to bro? Isn't this water walking amazing? Yao Yao, give it a try. Yichio placed the stone on the ground. It looked as easy as casually dropping a small stone. Even his expression didn't change. Yichio handed the camera to Lin Xiaoxiao, then stepped forward to prepare. The host should give up. How could a girl lift that? Isn't that what bro's strong green vegetables are for? Because the popularity of the livestream was so high, new fans kept pouring in. What's going on? Is that female streamer really going to lift that stone? No way, or maybe that stone is made of foam. Someone said this, and Yichio slowly walked forward, his fingers transforming into claws as he suddenly plunged them into the stone. Then, he pried off some fragments from the surface of the stone. This is a real stone. This scene left the newcomers who had just entered completely stunned. What the hell? What's happening? The barrage below quickly reminded them. Bro, don't mess around. It's true, I was shocked too just now, but once I thought about it being the immortal lord, I felt relieved. Newcomers, don't worry, as long as you stay in this livestream, you'll see even more explosive stuff. Is this guy's finger made of iron? So, this Game Zone's live stream is actually a female streamer lifting stones? Give it up. You can't lift it. That stone must weigh around 200 pounds, and the female streamer looks like she's only over 80 pounds. There's no way she can lift it. Most of those posting these comments were newcomers. They were ready with their keyboards, hands poised above the keys, planning to start mocking as soon as Yi Xiao failed the challenge. At this moment, Yi Xiao stood in front of the stone. Her expression was calm, but there seemed to be a hint of tension on her delicate face. She placed her hands on either side of the stone. Suddenly, with a strong effort, she actually lifted the stone that weighed a full 200 pounds. The moment Yi Xiao lifted the stone, she was shocked herself. No way! Is this for real? Yao Yao is amazing. The streamer is incredible. At this time, some newcomers had just entered. They saw the tags on the home page. Beautiful streamer, beauty, game streamer, your little cutie, voice actor, and other similar tags. They thought it was just a cute soft girl and wanted to tease her a bit, but who knew they would walk in and see Yi Xiao lifting a 200-pound stone? These new viewers were completely stunned. What the hell is going on? Is this really my little cutie? A beautiful game streamer, actually lifting a stone outdoors, and such a big one at that. I'm not seeing things, am I? Diamond Barbie? Just my type. I love this. Those people were all dumbfounded. This was the first time. They didn't know when the Game Zone streamers started doing these kinds of things. At this moment, Yi Xiao also set the stone down. The live stream was filled with gifts. Yi Chou also heard some comments being read aloud. He glanced at the stone and said, if it were any heavier, Yao Yao probably wouldn't be able to lift it. In fact, even without eating the strength-enhancing vegetables, it would still be quite easy. After hearing the older brother's words, someone who had just gone downstairs to try it was already in the hospital. Don't worry about it. After Yi Chou finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was holding the camera nearby. Xiaoxiao, do you want to give it a try? Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback but still shook her head. Brother Yi Chou, I'll pass. She had indeed eaten the strength-enhancing vegetables. But this was Yao Yao's live stream. She was just here to watch. Yi Chou nodded. Then he easily lifted the stone again, stepped onto the water, and walked to the center of the lake, placing the stone down. Ah, the invisible show-off is the most deadly. Looking at that carefree back, I was deeply attracted. What the hell is this live stream for? Of course, it's for me to stream games, Yi Xiao said, brushing off the dust from her hands and speaking to the camera. No, it's for us to admire the older brother. Streamer, move aside, you're blocking your brother. Am I dreaming? Just now, a cute girl lifted a 200-pound stone, and now that older brother is walking on water with the stone? Are you guys performing acrobatics? Did you set up wooden stakes in the lake or something? The newcomers should stop comparing. The streamer girl must have eaten a powerful vegetable grown from her brother's seeds, which multiplied her strength several times, allowing her to lift the stone. Little yellow bike, please stock the powerful vegetable. I want some too. The money is ready. When will the streamer stock it? Yi Xiao glanced at the little yellow bike in her live stream room. It had been a long time since she last sold the fever-reducing pills. Xiao Xiao had found the Lin family's logistics company to handle the deliveries, but she wasn't sure if they could deliver vegetables or anything. This powerful vegetable is delicious, but its effects aren't permanent. Yi Chou also noticed the frenzy among these people. How long does the effect last? Yi Xiao asked, catching on quickly. It lasts until you excrete it. The effect of the powerful vegetable disappears then. If that's the case, wouldn't those who are constipated benefit? How careless. I just went to the hospital to treat my constipation a few days ago. Otherwise, I could have lasted 7 or 8 days. 7 or 8 days. Is that even human? A werewolf. Everyone looked at Yi Chou, and it seemed he indeed had the intention to sell this powerful vegetable. So, they all began checking their bank account balances. You hit me. You hit me. If I can really grab some powerful vegetables, it would definitely be a profit. At this moment, after finishing her performance, Yi Xiao packed up her streaming equipment and started preparing to go home. On the way, Lin Xiaoxiao felt an itch on her arm. Turning her head, she found a mosquito. At that moment, the mosquito had already gorged itself on blood but still greedily refused to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her hand and, with a smack, unhesitatingly ended the mosquito's life. Looking at the bloodstain in her palm, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. Yao Yao, did you bring wet wipes? I was in such a hurry when I came down that I only brought the streaming equipment. Yi Xiao replied. Lin Xiaoxiao had a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder. Seeing the bloodstains on her palm and arm made her feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, a damp handkerchief was handed over from the side. Lin Xiaoxiao looked and found it was Yi Qiu. I only found this for now. make do with it. Lin Xiaoxiao thanked him, then took the damp handkerchief and wiped the bloodstains from her palm and arm. Lin Xiaoxiao finally felt comfortable. She prepared to return the handkerchief to Yi Qiu but heard him say, "This thing is useless, just throw it away later." "Ah, okay then." Lin Xiaoxiao actually quite liked this handkerchief. The silk fabric felt very nice to the touch and even had a cool sensation. It was much better than those international brands she had seen. At that moment, she opened the handkerchief and took a closer look, discovering it resembled silk. Meanwhile, a new account suddenly appeared in the live stream. It was a user named Silk Road. "Streamer, can you show me that handkerchief your friend is holding?" Yi Xiao heard this comment. She then moved the camera in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. "Is this what you mean?" Yes, that's it." The user Silk Road seemed very excited, sending several comments in a row. At this time, some viewers also recognized his identity. "Wow, that's Boss Zhang." "Which Boss Zhang?" A popular science blogger on Douyin who often educates us about the history of silk development in ancient times. Boss Zhang seems to be a precious silk collector, right? I remember he once got a complete plain silk zen robe from somewhere. Since Boss Zhang has appeared, could it be that the handkerchief the brother took out has some hidden secrets? This user named Silk Road is said to be a wealthy second generation who enjoys researching the history of national silk. His affection for silk goes beyond mere liking. He also enjoys promoting some of his country's traditional culture abroad. Previously, he held a silk exhibition in the Sun Kingdom. It is said that the ticket sales from that exhibition nearly surpassed those of high-end fashion shows. Therefore, Boss Zhang has quite a following on Douyin. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. After watching for a while, everyone noticed that Boss Zhang had actually gone offline. "Let's disperse." Boss Zhang might have gotten dizzy. He probably misjudged something and just exited. I bet he went to look up information. Want to make a bet? Ha ha ha. What kind of person is Boss Zhang? You know he's a science popularization video creator. It's just a handkerchief. Does he really need to look up information? About 2 minutes later, the Silk Road returned to the live stream. "Boss Zhang, what were you doing just now?" "Looking up information and also asking a senior I knew from the history department about this handkerchief." "No, this silk has quite a history. Quite a history." Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao saw the comments and immediately focused on the handkerchief. It did look exquisite, no doubt about that. But as outsiders, they couldn't tell if it had any significance. In our Xia country, we have yin brocade, shu brocade, song brocade, and zhuang brocade, collectively known as the 4 famous brocades, and the beautiful woman was holding the yin brocade from these 4. I know this. There was an auction for yin brocade in the L Kingdom before, and it seemed to have sold for an 8-digit price. Ugh, just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. So, the yin brocade from the 4 famous brocades is being used by this guy to wipe his hands? He probably has no idea. This is outrageous. Silk Road tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, "Sister streamer, may I ask your brother if he can sell me this piece of yun brocade? Of course, the price will definitely not cheat you. A piece of incomplete yun brocade can be auctioned for 8 digits, and this piece in front of me. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle." Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, "I also like this yun brocade. How about we do an auction? Highest bidder wins?" Treasure Vault tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, "I agree, an auction is definitely fine." Wanbao Building tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, "How can we Wanbao Building be left out of such matters? Yao yao, moi, Wanbao Building is already out of the game. Poor Wanbao Building. If one doesn't court death, one won't die." Young Masterly, Emperor, tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, "How can my Li family be left out of such matters? Just in time, my grandfather is also a lover of national treasures, and his birthday is coming up. I need to find a gift for him. Here we go, this group of big shots is starting. This is insane." Silk Road, Sister Streamer, "I would like to buy this piece of yun brocade for 50 million. I wonder what you think." 50 million. He opened with 50 million. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't even dare to think that she just wiped her hands with 50 million. "You are mistaken, this is indeed yun brocade, but it is not as precious as you imagine." Goodness, the guy spoke. Yun brocade is a general term for this entire series of silk products, and this piece is just a semi-finished product. Compared to a real finished product, it falls short by a lot. Yi Qiu glanced at the yun brocade in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. He said lightly, "This isn't worth much." "Then what about the real finished product?" Yi Xiao asked. Hearing this, Yi Qiu looked at Yi Xiao. "A few days ago, when you spilled milk tea on your computer desk during the livestream, I used this to wipe the table. I have to say, this is a level of showing off that has hit me hard. Invisible pretentiousness is the most lethal. This wave has really caught me off guard. This isn't high-level Versailles, what is it? Is the finished product, which is even more precious than the semi-finished cloud brocade worth 50 million, really being used by my brother to wipe the table? No more words, my brother is amazing. Watching a live stream is more thrilling than anything else. This is really impressive. I have to admit, this celestial being is the #1 show-off in history. At this moment, someone in the live stream started sending gifts. Silk Road, host, do you still have that tablecloth? I'm willing to pay 100 million to buy it. Treasure Pavilion, Mr. Zhang, the defective ones are worth 50 million, and you're offering 100 million for a complete one? Isn't that a bit too much? I'll offer 200 million. Live stream audience. The three of them are still on the way. The live stream has already started the bidding. Silk Road, I think you shouldn't be a representative of your esteemed shop, right? As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take away what others cherish. I hope everyone can show some mercy. If that's the case, I'll bid 220 million. Treasure Pavilion, Mr. Zhang is right, but you know, we at Treasure Pavilion have always liked to collect these genuine items. 230 million. Young Masterly, Emperor, I'll bid 250 million. When Li Xiqing learned that there was a complete item, he was thrilled. If he could win the bid and give it to his grandfather would absolutely love it. Moreover, spending a large sum to win it would also be a personal favor to the Li family. It would also be a gesture of goodwill towards Yiqiu. Silk Road, this young Masterly should be Xiqing from the Li family in Jiangcheng, right? If you really want to participate in the auction, I think it's better to have your grandfather come in person. After all, the following amounts might be beyond your capacity. Young Masterly, Emperor, sorry, since I dare to bid, I have the money. I'll take 250 million. At this moment, in the live stream, Brother Extraordinary initially wanted to join the bidding as well, but seeing the skyrocketing 9-digit price, he backed down. In the end, he could only send a few super hot gifts to support Yi Xiao's live stream. Treasure Pavilion also likes to collect treasures. 300 million, we'll take it. Wanbao Building, it seems I was muted for a while, and it took a long time for the admin to unmute me. Wanbao Building bids 350 million, hoping no one will compete with me. Silk Road, hey, can't you all just let me have this? Fine, if you don't compete this time, I'll give each of you a free appraisal opportunity in the future. Looks like Mr. Zhang really wants that cloud brocade this time. I heard before that a wealthy person once asked him for an appraisal, and the appraisal fee alone was several million. What if it turns out to be fake? It seems they don't charge for fakes, but to think that just a piece of fabric could sell for over 100 million is truly astonishing. What's so astonishing about this? Just look at those foreign luxury goods. They sell for such high prices, millions and tens of millions at auctions, and there are so many fools buying them. But now I understand why they don't buy our own luxury goods. It's because those sycophants can't afford them. Indeed, just a piece of fabric, and it's directly auctioned for 350 million. How many people can afford to play like this? Although there are no shortage of wealthy people in Xia country, there are really only a few who can casually spend this much money for fun. At this moment, Yi Xiao finally arrived home. Earlier in the elevator, the network was poor, causing her to miss most of the bullet comments. Now that she's back home, she finally caught up. She was utterly speechless. The piece of fabric her brother gave her, these people actually drove the price up to 350 million? Even if it's cloud brocade, it shouldn't sell for such a price. After fixing the camera, she went to the bedroom to find that piece of fabric. She remembered that she later took it to the room to wipe the nightstand. Sure enough, Yi Xiao found the cloud brocade at the nightstand. After returning, a group of viewers finally saw her on camera. Is this the cloud brocade you were talking about? Yi Xiao held the piece of cloud brocade in front of the camera. The barrage instantly erupted. Yes, this is it. That person from the Silk Road seemed very excited, continuously sending gifts in the chat. Little sister streamer, could you part with it and sell it to me? Yi Xiao remained silent. She always had a feeling that this group of people was deliberately raising the price to please her brother in order to buy the piece of cloud brocade. If she really sold it, even if they met later, she might not be able to speak or act as freely. After all, they had thrown 350 million at her. You have to know that in the usual streamer circles, streamers are very polite to the top givers and those who frequently send gifts. So, Yi Xiao ultimately decided to take the piece of cloud brocade back for herself. Alright, my brother said this cloud brocade isn't worth that much, so don't bid anymore. This thing is staying with me, not for sale. After saying this, Yi Xiao took the piece of cloud brocade back. As soon as she said that, Boss Zhang was so furious he could have pounded his chest and stomped his feet. It was all those reckless bidders' fault. He thought, if he had privately messaged Yi Xiao and settled the price in secret, would that piece of cloud brocade already be in his hands? Unfortunately, everything was now just a fleeting thought. I'm dying of laughter, a bunch of big shots fighting over it for so long, and in the end, the streamer just says one sentence and it's all gone. Yao. Why do I feel like those rich folks are about to spit blood right now? At this moment, the viewers in the live stream saw Yi Shiyao walking towards the bathroom with the cloud brocade. Suddenly, someone felt something was off. Wait, what is she going to do? She's not going to wash the cloud brocade, is she? It's over. The rich folks are probably really going to spit blood. Is the streamer having some kind of problem? She's actually going to wash the cloud brocade. Alright, she really is going to wash it. The rich folks are done for. The live stream could no longer see Yi Xiao's figure, but some sounds could be faintly heard. When President Zhang saw the still image in the live stream, he almost had a stroke. It was one thing not to be able to buy it. Now that girl was actually washing the cloud brocade? Just as those around him were preparing to call a family doctor for President Zhang, a familiar voice suddenly came from the live stream. This thing can't be washed. As the voice fell, everyone saw Yi Qiu's figure appear in the live stream. Right behind him was Yi Xiao. Everyone's gaze fell on the piece of cloud brocade in Yi Xiao's hand. Seeing that the cloud brocade was still intact, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Wow, this live stream is so thrilling. I also think, if you have a weak heart, don't watch. Or prepare some quick-acting heart-saving pills. Brother, if this cloud brocade is dirty, can it be washed? Yi Xiao looked at the cloud brocade in her hand, somewhat puzzled. Yi Qiu nodded. Then she asked again, if it can't be washed, how do we make it clean? Yi Qiu's gaze also lingered on the piece of cloud brocade, and after a 2-second silence, he said, just throw it away. Reckless behavior. Do you think President Zhang is still alive? President Zhang, done for. None of them are as good as Sicheng. Everyone thought Yi Xiao's action of going to wash the cloud brocade was already bold enough. No one expected that Yi Qiu's words would directly break the defenses of many. Yao, the person is already waiting by the trash can under Junlin Ipin building. Today, I came to pick up trash. Let's see who will still look down on trash collectors in the future. I might as well move next to Yao's house by the trash room, picking up trash every day, and who knows, I might become a billionaire in the future. Fortunately, Yi Xiao wasn't a fool. Although she knew that those people were most likely trying to please her brother, which was why they kept bidding like this, she also understood that the cloth in her hand was indeed not an ordinary rag. At that moment, Li Siqing secretly sent a private message to Yi Xiao. Young Master Li, Emperor hello, Miss Yao, I am Li Siqing. Last time, my grandfather bought that introductory guide to washing the marrow from your brother, but there are still many parts one don't understand. So this time, my grandfather wants to ask you if you could mention it to your brother and guide us a bit. At this time, Li family ancestral home. Li Hanhai looked nervously at his great-grandson Li Sicheng. How is it? Any reply? Great-grandfather, I have already messaged Yao, but I don't know when she will reply, Li Sicheng replied. Li Rongqing, who was beside him, finally cast a satisfied glance at Li Sicheng. This kid is only useful at times like this. However, he was much better than his old man in this regard. Just as Li Rongqing was pondering whether to scold Li Luo a bit, he heard Li Hanhai's voice filled with disdain. One old, one big, not as good as one small. You all have been in this society for so many years, yet you are not as good as this child Sicheng. I really don't know what you've been doing. Upon hearing this, Li Rongqing immediately wilted. Forget it, after all, he is the ancestor. If he wants to scold Li Luo, he should wait until the ancestor is not around next time. Li Luo, who had been silent all along, now tugged at the corner of his mouth. What is going on? Being scolded by his old man was one thing, but now he was also being scolded by the ancestor. In short, he was the one getting scolded the most in the whole family. He used to be a domineering CEO that countless people wanted to be, the standard male protagonist in novels. How did he end up in such a miserable state here? Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to offend either of the two in front of him. Meanwhile, Sicheng had a heavy responsibility, needing to observe Yi Qiu's movements in Yi Xiao's live broadcast room. So, even if he had 1,000 words to say, in the end, it could only turn into a sigh. After waiting a while longer, Li Siqing still did not receive a response. Li Hanhai was getting anxious. Although the guide to washing the marrow had the word introductory in it, there were some parts that he simply could not comprehend. As expected, it was the master's item. It made sense for it to be so profound. That said, Li Hanhai's desire to cultivate only grew stronger after obtaining this guide. Still no reply? No, Li Siqing shook his head. I'm getting ready to go out. I must personally seek an audience with the master now. After Li Hanhai finished speaking, he picked up the cane beside him. Although he was old, he looked vigorous and did not seem like a centenarian at all. Li Siqing was taken aback by Li Hanhai's action. The ancestor actually wanted to visit in person after a month. Recalling the last time his grandfather saw Yi Qiu and directly knelt down, Li Siqing had a premonition that this time wouldn't be much different. After all, he was the master. At this point, Li Siqing had long since thrown aside any scientific reasoning. To him, he believed more in every story passed down through the generations of the Li family. Then ancestor, wait a moment, the little son. Life is going pretty well with that person. Humph, they are just a bunch of blind fools. The goods of the Li family are all top quality. If they still look down on them, let them roll back and fend for themselves. After Li Hanhai finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the door. He wanted to seek an audience with the master now. He had to figure out what went wrong with washing the marrow. For hundreds of years, the Li family had been suppressed by the Bai family of Rongqing, all because there was a highly respected martial general on the Bai family's side. The descendants have far surpassed those martial arts families in their martial arts achievements. Now, as long as he finds his master, in a month, at the National Martial Arts Competition, the Li family will shine brightly in this regard once again. Just thinking about the fact that Yi Qiu still exists in this world makes Li Hanhai feel indescribably excited. Sikhan, do you know where Master is living now? In the Junlin Yiping community. Sai, having Master live in such a place is really a bit of a shame for him. After Li Hanhai finished speaking, a wave of guilt surged in his heart. He walked ahead. By the way, bring that painting from home. The painting Li Hanhai referred to was the one that Li Rongqing had shown to Li Sikhan and his son, depicting the Li family's guardian beast, the silver wolf. Upon hearing this, Li Sikhan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that this time the ancestor wanted to ask Master to gift the silver wolf to the Li family? But he remembered that Master had said before that the silver wolf was meant to guard Yi Xiao. He couldn't help but wonder how the ancestor would feel after knowing this. Also, the gift from Master must not be lacking. You guys don't need to bring money, Master doesn't care for that. It's best to find something more innovative. If we can make Master happy this time, the Li family might just become the most powerful family in Blue Star in the future. The most powerful in Blue Star? Upon hearing this, Li Sikhan couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Yi Xiao's brother. Is our Li family's master really that powerful? The ability to cultivate immortality indeed shattered his worldview. But to say that the Li family could become number one in the world, those big shots in front are still suppressing them. Although he didn't quite believe it, Li Sikhan still held a humble attitude and went to the Li family's treasure warehouse to start searching. At this moment, Yi Xiao had just seen Li Sikhan's private message. After the last incident of cleansing the marrow, she had gotten to know Li Sikhan somewhat, so she would generally reply to his private messages. After all, she probably received tens of thousands of private messages a day, and if she replied to each one, she would never be able to stop. Yi Xiao, young Master Li, I still need to ask my brother about this matter. After all, the person you are looking for is also him. As soon as this message was sent, Li Sikhan replied instantly. This made Yi Xiao almost think he had been staring at his phone the whole time. Young Master Li, Emperor okay, no problem. I'll wait for your reply. By the way, Miss Yao Yao, what does your brother usually like? What does my brother like? What does my brother like? Yi Xiao tilted her head and thought for a moment, only to suddenly realize that as a sister, she actually didn't know what her brother liked. At this moment, Yi Qiu was teaching Lin Xiaoxiao some tea brewing techniques nearby. Yi Xiao glanced over, then turned away, murmuring, could it be that my brother likes tea? What? Yao Yao, did you just say your brother likes brewing tea? Or does he like tea leaves? No wonder there is such a precious teapot. Smart people have already started to take action, while foolish people are still here sending bullet comments. Since you said that, does that make you a foolish person too? As soon as Yi Xiao said this, those big shots in the livestream also received the news. What? The Immortal Master likes drinking tea? I heard the Immortal Master likes brewing tea. Yi Xiao said her brother likes teapots. The host's sister just said in the live stream that her brother really likes chrysanthemum tea. I heard someone say that my idol, my favorite, Yi Xiao's brother Yi Qiu, he likes chrysanthemum the most. Likes chrysanthemum? I have some here. I didn't expect that my brother actually shares the same hobby as me. These words spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and eventually became absurd. A very strange trending topic also appeared in the top 100 on Weibo. The topic of the Immortal Master's sexual orientation, while not particularly high in discussion, has indeed made it to the trending searches. Moreover, the level of discussion seems quite high. Li Siqing also received intel from Yi Xiao. It turns out that the master enjoys drinking tea. So, Li Siqing called the procurement department. Hello, prepare 10 pounds of the best pu'er, the best lamengfang, the best silver tips. Li Siqing wanted to say more, but the voice of the procurement manager on the other end stammered. Well, young master, currently we only have some of our own stock. The Li family doesn't deal in tea, so it's not the best. I just asked over at Mingcha, and it seems all their tea has just been booked. Booked. Li Xiqing couldn't believe it. Yes, just now, it's all gone, and now the high NT on those online trading platforms has skyrocketed in price. What on earth is going on, young master? I understand. See if there are any channels to get what I want. I need results in 10 minutes. Li Xiqing hung up the phone, cursing under his breath. How did these people know that the master liked tea? Just now, Li Xiqing happened to be out of the live broadcast room, so he missed Yi Xiao's content. However, Yi Xiao did reply to him in the end. I guess my brother likes tea. Such a sentence. Unfortunately, the speed of typing couldn't keep up with the speed of voice transmission. Li Xiqing was ultimately late. In fact, he originally wanted to address Yi Xiao as Aunt Master, but the young girl wasn't pleased, so he had to call her sister Yao Yao. Just then, Li Xiqing received a private message from a certain pavilion, which contained just a picture. The picture showed several boxes of high-end tea. Li Xiqing really wanted to curse. 10 minutes later, the procurement department finally called. The Li family truly lived up to its name, managing to get the goods Li Xiqing wanted even at this time. He took a photo and sent it to the certain pavilion. Poof, you all thought you could outsmart me, but in the end, I still got what I wanted? After the tea was packaged, Li Xiqing walked to Li Rongqing's study. Behind the study was a hidden compartment filled with antiques and calligraphy that Li Rongqing had collected over the years. Seeing the master's ethereal demeanor, perhaps he would like a certain item? So, Li Xiqing walked to one of the safes. He entered the password. Let me think. The password is Chilio Lingu Lulu Liojo. After entering the password, the safe opened. Inside was actually a large blue and white porcelain plate. This item had cost Li Rongqing over 100 million to acquire, and countless people admired it, but in the end, it belonged to the Li family. Even now, many still coveted this blue and white porcelain plate. Carefully wrapping the plate, Li Xiqing exited the hidden compartment. Yi Xiao played 2 rounds of games that night. Strangely, the viewers noticed that since she had eaten the powerful green vegetable, her gaming skills had actually improved. Of course, this didn't include those games that required skill. At most, her hand speed had just increased a bit. After 1 round, the viewers in the live broadcast room teased her about eating while playing, and she bared her teeth and cursed a couple of times before turning to get some water. While drinking water, her phone kept flashing with private messages. Li Xiqing's message was among them, just as she saw it. Sister Yao Yao, I'm all set here. May I visit your brother now? Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Qiu, who was still discussing tea with Lin Xiaoxiao. My brother seems to still be busy. No problem. Whenever he has time, we can come visit. But please let him know first. How does that sound? Li Xiqing estimated that he had never chatted so humbly with anyone in his life. That anxious and fearful look, if this chat record screenshot were to be released, it would definitely go viral. After all, he usually chats with others like a lord. But with Yi Xiao, he had turned into a grandson. The contrast was simply too great. Yi Xiao thought for a moment and replied, alright, but I haven't asked my brother if he's willing to meet your grandfather. Actually, the one coming over this time is my great-grandfather, my grandfather's father. I wonder if that's convenient. What? The father of Li San. Yi Xiao had always been a small streamer. She had never been in contact with any wealthy families, and even some minor tycoons would flaunt their wealth in front of her. The only person she was close to was Lin Xiaoxiao. Their backgrounds were similar, and their looks were comparable, but Yi Xiao's academic performance was a bit lacking. So, Yi Xiao had never heard of the Li family's ancestor. After all, Li Hanhai had been in seclusion for 10 years. 10 years ago, Yi Xiao was only 10 years old. She quickly opened a search engine and found that there really was an ancestor of the Li family named Li Hanhai. If calculated by Li Rongqing's current age, this ancestor of the Li family should already be over 100 years old. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned. I'll ask my brother first. After sending a message to Li Xiqing, Yi Xiao walked over to Yi Qiu. Brother. At this moment, Yi Qiu was teaching Lin Xiaoxiao how to play Go. The black and white pieces were beautifully arranged on the table. Yi Xiao didn't understand it at all and directly said, Li Xiqing said that the ancestor of the Li family wants to meet you. Who is Li Xiqing? Who is Li Xiqing? Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu looked up. Who is Li Xiqing? Yi Xiao. Lin Xiaoxiao. Brother, are you serious? Li Xiqing had sent so many gifts in the livestream, it should be over 1 million by now. He was always lurking in the live stream room. Whenever something happened, he was always the first to run to the front. If he knew that Yi Qiu didn't even know his name, wouldn't he just spit blood and die? Do you remember the old man who knelt down to buy the guide to washing the sutras and cutting the marrow last time? Li Xiqing is his grandson. Oh, I remember now. It's that guy. Last time he caused a scandal with Yao Yao, making her get dragged into the narrative. So, brother, will you meet them? Sure. Yi Qiu nodded. Last time he was so focused on Yao Yao that he completely forgot about this matter. This time, having him come over was just right to discuss how to resolve that incident. Brother, they want to know when you have time. Li Xiqing, who received Yi Xiao's affirmative reply, was so happy that he almost jumped up and danced at home. Great, really great. They actually agreed. If that's the case, wouldn't this be his achievement? In front of his great-grandfather, he would be more impressive than his father and grandfather. Li Xiqing was still in a state of excitement when he saw Yi Xiao's message. When are you coming over? Li Xiqing immediately stopped his dancing and replied, we can come anytime, as long as it's convenient for you. Yi Xiao passed this message to Yi Qiu. Then let's do it tomorrow morning. Alright. Yi Xiu informed Li Xiqing of the time. Li Xiqing also began to prepare. After all, this was the first time the ancestor of the Li family would meet Yi Qiu. It was also the first time the descendants of the Li family would meet their master. Li Hanhai put on the custom tang suit he had treasured for many years. Yi Xiao still hadn't completed her live streaming hours, so she had to stream for another 2 hours. She started a game of PUBG. From time to time, she heard various questions from Lin Xiaoxiao. It seemed like Go was really fun. She also wanted to play a bit. So, Yi Xiao's eyes twinkled. Intentionally, she sent out a head, then her expression turned fierce, as if she was extremely angry. The viewers in the livestream were used to Yi Xiao's antics and didn't suspect anything else. Seeing the host unhappy, they began to send gifts. Brother Fifan even directly tossed out a few rockets. Fifan rewarded the host with a super rocket and left a message. Yao Yao, don't be angry, okay? We should be able to win the next round. Stay steady. But, amidst Yi Xiao's fierce and pained expression, as soon as Brother Fifan sent the gift, the livestream went black. The host has gone offline. Please come back at the next time slot to watch. Such familiar subtitles appeared on Yi Xiao's live stream screen again. This is toxic, right? Guys, Yi Xiao has gone offline again. I'm done. I just sent her gifts to comfort her. Who knew it was all an act? Is there still love in this world? You're fine. Just look at Brother Fifan. He sent out 8 super rockets, and before the barrage even ended, the person had already gone offline, and Brother Fifan didn't even say a word. Brother Fifan isn't silent. He's already on the verge of tears. He had wanted to take advantage of those big shots not being around to brush up on his presence, to get a bit familiar. Who knew this would happen again? But, Yao Yao really has personality. Unlike those hosts who only know how to dance, he likes it. Sigh, unfollowed. I'll follow again when she comes back to stream. Heh, I won't come back to watch. Those who said they unfollowed and won't watch again, I remember you all. Aren't you going to set a goal for yourselves? The one speaking is Brother Fifan. Ever since he took out 10 of the old 8 secret mini burgers in one go last time, his appetite hasn't been great, and he even developed some after effects. Just seeing burgers makes him want to vomit. He must let others try the taste of the old 8 secret mini burgers too. Alright, let's go, let's disperse. This woman going offline like this must mean there's food or something fun. We'll just have to wait until tomorrow to come back. Yi Xiao is no longer live. The audience in the live stream scattered. Other hosts on the platform finally breathed a sigh of relief. Over here, the online popularity rankings finally returned to normal. Usually, whenever Yi Xiao was live, her popularity in the rankings was directly 1 digit higher than others. After she went offline, it looked neat again. The hosts were all relieved that she wouldn't be stealing traffic. They set a time. The next morning, a whole row of luxury cars appeared downstairs at Junliniping Community. Each car was accompanied by 2 bodyguards. The scene directly made the manager from the Junliniping sales department rush over to receive them, rolling and crawling. Usually, the manager, who looked down on others, was now almost kneeling. Mr. Li, you all, none of your business. We're going up to find someone. Li Luo brushed the manager aside and then cleared a path for Li Rongqing and Li Hanhai behind him. Just now, Li Luo felt his confidence returning. That domineering CEO who ruled the business world, the group that made countless beauties secretly mourn, only now could he regain his former confidence. Recently, his status at home had been getting lower and lower. Even Li Xiqing was now above him. All of this was because Li Xiqing loved playing on the live streaming platform, which conveniently allowed him to get to know that female host. The manager initially only saw Li Rongqing, and he was already in awe. Until he saw the biggest one in the Li family, Li Hanhai, the whole person froze. The ancestor of the Li family has come out of seclusion. This is big news. The fact that Li Hanhai was in seclusion wasn't a secret in the high society circles, and now, after 10 years of seclusion, such an act was simply like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The news directly shook the elite circle of Jiangcheng. Has the Li family's ancestor come out of seclusion? Yes, he's currently at the Junliniping Community. Is he planning to buy a house there? That shouldn't be the case, he probably wouldn't be interested in Junlinipin. I heard before that he went into seclusion to study some secret techniques passed down through generations in the Li family. Now that he suddenly comes out, could it be that he has succeeded? Within the elite circles of Jiangcheng, opinions varied widely. On the side of Rongqing, the Bai family also received the news promptly. "Great-grandfather, I heard that the ancestor of the Li family has come out of seclusion today," said a girl who looked about 17 or 18, with her hair tied in a ponytail. Her face was spirited, and her gaze was resolute. It seemed that Li Hanhai's emergence from seclusion was significantly related to her. "Master, just call me Hanhai." "What? That old man has come out of seclusion?" Bai Chen, who was in the ancestral hall offering incense to the Bai family's ancestors, suddenly turned his head. Bai Ningxuan, dressed in the uniform of the dojo, looked exceptionally spirited. The Bai family was a martial arts family. However, the martial arts techniques of the Bai family had become vastly inferior compared to those of their ancestors by the time of Bai Chen. Bai Ningxuan was the only descendant of the Bai family and also the heir of the dojo. Yet, there were many in the collateral branches who opposed this, arguing that a girl should not be the heir of the dojo. This matter had always been a source of concern for Bai Ningxuan. Although the Li family was no longer a martial arts family, they still had some connections with the Bai family. Now, upon hearing that Li Hanhai had come out of seclusion, a flicker of an unclear expression passed through Bai Chen's aged yet sharp eyes. "Yes, someone just told me they saw Li Hanhai enter the Junlinipin community," Bai Ningxuan said respectfully, her phoenix eyes filled with anticipation. If the ancestor of the Li family had come out of seclusion, did that mean the Li family would send someone to participate in the national martial arts competition a month later? If someone from the Li family participated, the Bai family would surely send someone with a legitimate bloodline as well. Then, she would have the opportunity to prove herself. "I understand. Ningxuan, you can go down now," Bai Chen said, waving his hand to dismiss her. Once Bai Ningxuan left, he finally stood up, raised his head, and looked at the names on the plaques of the Bai family's ancestors. At the very top was Bai Ling, the ancestor of the Bai family. They had grown up hearing legends about their ancestors. The once prosperous Bai family had become what it was today by his generation, and thinking that the last hope of the Bai family rested on a girl, Bai Ningxuan, made his eyes begin to moisten. Sigh, I wonder if letting Ningxuan participate in the competition is a good thing. A sigh escaped him. The door of the family ancestral hall closed. On the other side, Li Xiqing had already brought Li Hanhai, Li Rongqing, and Li Luo to Junlinipin. He had already inquired about the floor number and building of Yi Shiyao and the others. "Young Master Li, do you want me to come and greet you?" Yi Shiyao sent a message to Li Xiqing. After all, it was a visit from a centenarian. Shouldn't she go out to welcome him? Li Xiqing saw the message and immediately replied, "No need, no need. Just rest at home. We'll be there soon." Just as he finished speaking, the four of them were already standing at the door of Yi Xiao's house, followed by several bodyguards in black carrying gift boxes. He pressed the doorbell, and the door opened quickly. "Young Master Li, and Mr. Li, and Third Master." Yi Xiao looked at Li Hanhai, momentarily unsure of how to address him. Li Hanhai immediately recognized that this was Yi Qiu's sister, so he spoke in a humble tone. "My name is Li Hanhai, you can just call me Hanhai as my master uncle does. As for those few, there's no need for you to be too polite with them." The mention of master uncle left Yi Xiao completely bewildered. What on earth is a master uncle? After Li Hanhai finished speaking, he gave a glance to the three people beside him. Seeing this, the three hurriedly said to Yi Xiao, "Yes, master uncle, you can just call us by our names." Suddenly being addressed this way, Yi Xiao tugged at the corner of her mouth. Although she felt it was strange, she still invited them into the living room. As soon as they entered the living room, Yi Xiao noticed that the atmosphere around Li Hanhai had completely changed. It had transformed into one of immense respect and admiration. "By the way, master uncle, what about my master?" "Master?" Yi Xiao, who usually enjoyed watching mindless romantic fantasy dramas, thought that if this person called her master uncle, then the master must be her brother Yi Qiu. "Are you talking about my brother?" Yi Xiao smiled and said, "He just went back to his room. I don't know what he's doing. Should I go call him out now?" Just as Yi Xiao was about to go upstairs, Li Hanhai hurriedly stopped her. No, Master Uncle doesn't need to disturb the master, we can wait here." Li Hanhai's attitude was simply extremely humble. Seeing his firm stance, Yi Xiao decided not to think about going upstairs anymore. The bodyguards were left outside. Li Hanhai stood in the living room like that. He stood, and the three behind him could only stand still, not daring to move an inch. "Old man, why don't you all sit down for a while?" Yi Xiao said, gesturing for them to sit by the redwood coffee table. But when Li Hanhai heard Yi Xiao call him old man, he panicked completely. "Master Uncle, just call me Hanhai. I can stand here waiting for the master. Yi Xiao's forehead was covered in black lines. No matter what, she couldn't bear the title of master uncle either. Moreover, the other party was a centenarian. She wanted to say something more, but Li Hanhai's resolute attitude made her give up directly. At that moment, a female voice suddenly came from the room next door to the living room. Xiaoha, hurry up and come eat. As the voice fell, a long-legged beauty appeared, holding a bowl of dog food, leading a silver wolf that stood over 2 meters tall out of the adjacent room. Li Hanhai was the first to see the silver wolf. In that instant, his eyes widened, and the somewhat murky pupils began to shine with light. This is. Li Hanhai leaned on his cane, trembling as he walked towards Xiaoha, who was already standing in the living room. His tone was excited, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. This, you mean Xiaoha? It's Yaoyao's pet husky, you can just call it Xiaoha, old man, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile while holding the dog food. Li Hanhai stood in front of Xiaoha in a daze, closed his eyes, as if he were brewing something. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. Immediately after, he actually knelt down in front of Xiaoha in front of everyone. Hanhai, I am fortunate to finally meet the guardian beast, the silver wolf. Following Li Hanhai's actions, Li Rongqing, Li Luo, and Li Xiqing also knelt down. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Xiaoha, was completely petrified at that moment. She almost dropped the dog food she was holding. Yi Xiao was no better off. The ancestor of the Li family, the richest in Jiangcheng, was kneeling and bowing to a husky. He couldn't have gone mad. Kneeling to a dog. Old man, you all should get up first. Lin Xiaoxiao stood together with Xiaoha. The entire family was kneeling on the ground, looking as if they were bowing to her. Lin Xiaoxiao wondered if she was dreaming or perhaps had a fever. That would explain such a jaw-dropping scene. Li Xiqing was so scared he could almost wet himself. What are you all doing? At that moment, a lazy voice instantly pulled everyone's attention back. Li Hanhai turned his head and saw Yi Qiu already in the living room. After speaking, Yi Qiu walked over to Xiaoha, took the bowl of dog food from the petrified Lin Xiaoxiao, and led Xiaoha to its usual corner. Be good and listen, and you'll get good things to eat. After saying that, he patted Xiaoha's leg. Li Hanhai thought the silver wolf would be angry, but to his surprise, it whimpered and lowered its head to look at Yi Qiu in a submissive manner, tongue out. Indeed, truly worthy of being the master. Master, are you really the master? Li Hanhai was in tears, kneeling down and not getting up, turning to kneel before Yi Qiu again. Only then did Yi Qiu focus his gaze on Li Hanhai. Who are you? Master, I am Li Hanhai, a descendant of the Li family. My ancestor's name was Li Guang. I wonder if the master remembers him. Li Guang. Yi Qiu frowned slightly, as if he was trying to recall. After all, he had taken in far too many disciples in this other world, as many as tens of thousands. Remembering each name, especially those with lower qualifications, was indeed a rather tedious task. While Yi Qiu was still pondering, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao were both shocked. Li Guang. Li Guang was a powerful general in ancient Xia. He was the general of the brave cavalry, leading over 10,000 riders out of Yanmen to fight the Xiongnu, getting injured and captured. It was rumored that Li Guang had died midway, but he suddenly reappeared, returned to the central plains, and subdued the Xiongnu so they dared not offend again. Lin Xiaoxiao murmured, even somewhat in disbelief. If what Li Hanhai said was true, and the ancestor of the Li family was indeed Li Guang, then why would they call Yi Qiu master? How could a modern person like Yi Qiu possibly be related to Li Guang? Lin Xiaoxiao was truly bewildered. At that moment, Li Hanhai, with his back to Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao, had red eyes, as if he had 1,000 words to express. But Yi Qiu remained silent for a while before saying, I don't remember. He truly did not recall having a valiant general named Li Guang among his disciples. Perhaps, at some point, one of his disciples had taken in a disciple named Li Guang, but who could say for sure? Although he said this, Li Hanhai still respectfully knelt on the ground. You can get up. I heard from Yao Yao that you have something to discuss with me? Yi Qiu walked over to the tea table and sat down, then tossed a small handful of tea leaves into the teapot and filled it with water. Although Yi Qiu did not acknowledge himself as the master of Li Guang's ancestor, Li Hanhai was convinced that this was the master. He stood up, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. After saying that, he took out the guidebook on refining one's essence and marrow. Master, there are some parts of this book that I really can't comprehend, so I wanted to come and ask you for guidance. Yi Qiu took a look and found it was the same book he had previously used to prop up a chair leg. He took the book, opened it, and then glanced at Li Hanhai. Come over and pour me a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, Li Hanhai was overjoyed and hurried over, picking up the teapot to pour a cup of tea for Yi Qiu. However, after filling the cup, he did not drink it. Instead, he continued, You drink it. Me. Li Hanhai pointed at himself in surprise, he had never felt so humble in his life. Yes, Yichio nodded indifferently. Thank you for your generous gift, master. After saying that, he drank the cup of tea in one go. After seeing Li Hanhai finish that cup of tea, Ichio handed him the Introduction to Refining Essence and Cutting Marrow guide again. Take another look. Li Hanhai respectfully accepted the guide, and this time, as he looked again, his eyes lit up, and his expression became excited. What is going on? Great-grandfather, grandfather, father, what happened? Li Xiqing, Li Luo, and Li Rongqing hurriedly stepped forward. They saw Li Hanhai holding the guide with both hands, flipping through the pages non-stop. I understand everything. In the next moment, Li Hanhai directly knelt on both knees, his face full of excitement. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Just a moment ago, after drinking the tea given to him by his master, he suddenly understood the content that had previously baffled him. The other 3 members of the Li family were also stunned. He understood it just like that. A matter that had troubled their ancestors for so many years was suddenly understood because of a cup of tea. What on earth is going on? Yichio said nothing but shifted his gaze to Li Xiqing. Is he Li Xiqing? As soon as these words were spoken, whether it was Li Xiqing himself, Li Hanhai, or Li Luo and Li Rongqing, they all shivered. Li Hanhai hurriedly put away the Introduction to Refining Essence and Cutting Marrow guide. Yes, he is the current heir of the Li family, Li Xiqing. Oh, Yichio responded with a simple oh, without expressing any opinion. But even that single oh made Li Xiqing's heart race. He couldn't fathom what his master was thinking. Clearly, he looked to be about the same age as himself, but the moment he met Ichio's gaze, he felt as if he had been completely stripped bare, with no secrets left. That almost penetrating gaze made him feel a bit frightened. Master, may I ask if you have any instructions regarding Xiqing? Li Hanhai asked humbly, bowing. It's nothing, just wanted to ask why there are rumors about you in Yao Yao. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Li Xiqing was stunned on the spot. It's over. The master still remembers what happened last time. What rumors? Li Hanhai turned his head, looking at Li Xiqing with a serious expression. At that moment, Li Luo suddenly stepped forward and said, Great ancestor, the situation is like this. Recently, Li Luo had not had many opportunities to show himself, and his spotlight was almost completely stolen by that little brat in his family, making him feel increasingly low at home. That little brat had previously boasted in front of him about successfully arranging a meeting with Yi Shiyou and the master. Humph, now he knows the severity? He childishly told Li Hanhai about Li Xiqing's flashy dating life and the rumors with Yi Shiyou. After hearing this, Li Hanhai's face turned even redder with anger. Li Xiqing. The 3 words were almost squeezed out between his teeth. Li Hanhai understood why Yichio suddenly brought this up. It was obvious that the master was unhappy. His own sister was rumored to be involved with a little brat. This was something no one could tolerate. Great-grandfather, I was wrong. Great-grandfather, it's all my fault. And master, please forgive me. I didn't expect things to turn out this way, but I really didn't want to have any rumors with Yao Yao. No, I mean, Miss Yichio. Li Xiqing was almost scared to death, hurriedly kneeling in front of Yichio to explain. Moreover, I don't like this type of Miss Yichio at all. Yichio, I feel offended. Making it so Li Xiqing can never have a girlfriend for life. Li Xiqing noticed that his words seemed to make Yichio unhappy again, so he quickly changed his tone. No, how could I not like such a beautiful master uncle? As soon as these words were spoken, Yichio's gaze swept over him again. Li Xiqing was startled. No, I mean, although she's good looking, I don't like her. Shut up! Li Hanhai interrupted Li Xiqing with a single sentence. Did this foolish great-grandson not know that it was best to keep quiet at a time like this? Li Hanhai slapped the back of Li Xiqing's head, then looked at Yichio. Master, my great-grandson is being foolish. Please don't take it to heart. But Yao Yao. Yichio only said 4 words. Li Xiqing was so frightened that he hurriedly said, Master, don't worry. I know what to do and what to say in the future. Li Rongqing also stepped forward, saying, Master, all of this is because this brat Xiqing has been messing around with those internet celebrities, which has caused our master uncle to be slandered. Rest assured, from now on, our Li family will definitely not let Xiqing mess around anymore. If he still doesn't listen, I will make sure he never gets a girlfriend for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Yichio merely nodded lightly. Li Xiqing, however, was wailing in his heart. If he couldn't casually date a girlfriend, what would he do about his future needs? Was the heir of the richest family in Jianqing really going to have to do that? Meanwhile, Yi Shiyou and Lin Xiaoxiao were covering their mouths and secretly laughing. Not letting Li Xiqing flirt with those internet celebrity streamers was probably the biggest punishment for him. After all, Xiqing used to love flirting with internet celebrity female streamers the most. Now that his fun had been taken away, he he didn't know what he would do in the future. Seeing that Yi Chio was no longer pursuing the matter, Li Hanhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked at the little husky eating high-quality dog food beside him, asking, "By the way, master, that's Silver Wolf. Great-grandfather, that's a husky, named Little Ha," Li Siqing reminded him. So, Li Hanhai quickly corrected himself. Right, that Little Ha. I wonder what its origins are. At this moment, after being punished, the atmosphere in the air improved a lot. Yi Chio, for once, did not find it troublesome and instead explained to Li Hanhai, "I encountered it in the dark forest, it looked fine, so I took it in as a pet." Has master seen this painting? After Li Hanhai finished speaking, he gestured for Li Rongqing behind him to present the painting that had been passed down through the generations of the Li family. When Li Hanhai unveiled the painting in front of everyone, Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao were somewhat surprised, because the animal in the painting looked almost identical to Little Ha. Even the patterns on its body were quite similar. Of course, the Little Ha in the painting looked majestic and imposing. It seemed to be the king of all beasts. Meanwhile, the one at Yi Xiao's home, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed more like a husky. Moreover, it appeared to have gained some weight. That imposing aura had long since disappeared. Yi Chio stared at the painting. This is indeed Little Ha. The silver wolf in the painting was indeed Little Ha. I remember that for a while, Little Ha was borrowed by one of my disciples, but his name wasn't Li Guang. However, he said he wanted to use Little Ha to train his new disciple. Could it be? Upon hearing this, Li Hanhai's eyes lit up. Could it be that master's disciple's disciple is our Li family's ancestor? I don't know. Yi Chio sighed. 10,000 years. Not too long, not too short. That world was so vast that in the first 500 years, he hadn't seen a single person. That kind of loneliness was something an ordinary person could hardly bear. Fortunately, there was still the system. It was only then that he managed to get through that period. Later, he took on some apprentices, and many disciples and grandchildren appeared. At first, he could remember their names and faces, but as more and more people came, he could only rely on his feelings to determine whether they were his disciples. It's okay, at least I know that the guardian beast of the Li family is truly related to you, master. Li Hanhai's tears streamed down his face. Today might be the most exciting day of his life. By the way, master, last time I heard Siqing say that you like drinking tea, so I prepared some for you. And this is a blue and white porcelain plate that my Li family acquired at an auction. I wonder if it suits your taste. As Li Hanhai spoke, he took out the premium tea leaves and the blue and white porcelain plate worth $500 million. When the blue and white porcelain plate was revealed, Lin Xiaoxiao was directly shocked. Ah, this is the one. The blue and white porcelain plate that was auctioned abroad. It even made it to our country's official news. It was said that a patriotic person bought it, but I didn't expect it to be the Li family. Lin Xiaoxiao indeed had a wealth of knowledge. The moment she saw the blue and white porcelain plate, she had already confirmed its identity. That's right, Miss Lin knows quite a bit. Well, I usually like to study some random things. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled shyly. Then, they heard Yi Chio ask, Xiaoxiao likes this? It's okay, I just think these things that contain the essence and historical culture of the Xia country are very interesting. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say she wanted it. Yi Chio didn't immediately say he would give it to her. This thing could stay at home, and whenever she wanted it, he would give it to her. Just leave it there. Yi Chio noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao was quite interested in the blue and white porcelain plate, so he put it away. Li Hanhai's biggest concern was resolved. He didn't know if it was because of the cup of tea he drank, but he looked much younger. Master, before I leave, I have one more request. Speak. The people staying at home, Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao, seemed a bit uncomfortable. Yi Chio planned to send them away quickly. If the wealthy families in Jiangqing knew that someone was actually dissatisfied with the Li family's presence at home and wanted to send them away, their jaws would probably drop in shock. The people they usually begged for help from were, in Yi Chio's eyes, a nuisance? Such a thing. It could only be written in novels, right? Li Hanhai's attitude was sincere, and his tone was humble. Master, I want to let in. No, let Xiaoha take a photo with our Li families for generations. I wonder if. Sure, it's just a photo. Just let Xiaoha pose properly. Li Hanhai never expected Yi Chio to agree so readily. He immediately knelt down, overwhelmed with gratitude. Flag was quickly collected. The 4 generations of the Li family left with a satisfied photo of them with Xiaoha. Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luxury cars came and went in rows, and by the time the boss arrived, Li Hanhai had already left. Where are they? As soon as the boss got out of the car, the manager rushed over. They just left. I didn't dare to keep them. Sigh. There's nothing we can do now. Do you know why they came? The manager shook his head. I don't know. But I heard that the ancestor of the Li family took others to a certain residence home in the community. Find out which one it is. By the way, once you find out, from now on, you all have to serve me carefully. If you make them unhappy one day, just pack your things and leave. Yes, I understand. The manager nodded hurriedly. The boss of Junlin Ipin was also looking into the distance, in the direction where the Li family had left. If it were just Li Rongqing coming over, he wouldn't need to be so flustered. But now that the Li family's ancestor, Li Hanhai, has arrived, this matter must be given special attention. In the evening, Yi Xiao was half an hour late to start her stream because she was having dinner. The viewers in the chat had long been unable to wait, constantly tagging her in the group. When Yi Xiao finally started the stream, she was still holding a custard tart. Don't you all eat dinner? She looked in surprise at the rapidly increasing number of viewers in the stream. It had just started, and the number had already surpassed 100,000 in just about a minute. The growth rate that followed was even faster. The foodies have been confirmed. Yao Yao, is the custard tart delicious? I think she probably forgot to stream because she was too busy eating. How infuriating. I came early to wait for her. Yao Yao, I finally waited for you. Woo woo. On nights when I miss you, I wish your brother could be by my side. On nights when I miss you, I wish Xiaoha could be by my side. The person upstairs is quite bold. Aren't they afraid of being crushed? Yi Xiao looked at the barrage of comments, mostly about missing her brother. Then there were comments about the long-legged beauty Lin Xiaoxiao, and even some about Xiaoha, and about Yi Qiu, that green caterpillar. But there were none about missing Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao huffed, and instead of opening the game she usually played, she opened the shopping app, ready to go on a shopping spree. These days just happened to be the summer sales. Even though she wasn't short on money now, getting a little more savings wouldn't hurt. After all, who can resist the temptation of free stuff? What's going on? As Yi Xiao opened the shopping app, she was surprised to see that everything on her wish list had been fulfilled, and there were people continuously gifting her games. Most of them were viewers she had played games with before. Wow, thank you everyone for the games. Alright, then hurry up and thank your brother for us. She thought the chat would be filled with comments like, no need to thank, of course I would gift Yao Yao since she's so cute, go Yao Yao, and so on. Who knew it would turn out like this? Yao Yao, we gifted you games because we want your brother to experience it and see how the immortal plays games. Don't think too much about it. Li Gongzi, Emperor, sent a super rocket and left a message. Yao Yao, this is for you. I hope you can be happy. TSK, this sycophant really is tireless. I haven't seen any gossip about him lately, and there aren't any internet celebrities around him. Could he be serious? I don't know, but how could he be worthy of our Yao Yao? I've told you all countless times, I don't like Yao Yao. Yi Xiao looked at the stream, and it turned into that kind of rhythm again. By the way, I've always been curious, why has Yao Yao been popular for so long and still hasn't signed with a guild? I find it strange too. Usually, those guilds would rush to fawn over a streamer like Yao Yao, right? Maybe she has already signed, but they just haven't finalized the deal yet. Yi Xiao also saw the comments and felt a bit puzzled. I don't know either. Some small guilds approached me before, but then they just disappeared. I don't know what happened. Could it be that they looked down on our Yao Yao? Are you out of your mind? How could they not want Yao Yao with this level of popularity? They can only come to fawn over her. Li Gongzi, Emperor Hehe, you guys don't know, do you? I know. If you know, hurry up and spill it. Quick, say it. Hubby, please tell me. I really want to know why no one has come to sign Yao Yao. Since Li Gongzi knows, it must be something significant. In this circle, there is one thing everyone tacitly understands. That is, Li Xiqing is a bit of a scumbag, and he loves to play with internet celebrity streamers. But the gossip that spills from his mouth is absolutely genuine. He hasn't had a scandal yet. Since Li Xiqing said he knows, it's highly likely that he really does know. Li Xiqing, the emperor, begging me, are you? Kneeling to beg me? You're not worthy to know. If I tell you, you'll have to bark like a dog on the spot. Just as Li Xiqing sent this message, Yi Xiao happened to turn around to get some water. As soon as his message disappeared, she said, really? Then why is that? Ha ha, laughing so hard I'm about to spit. Waiting for the prince to bark like a dog. It would be best if he went live like Brother Fifan. So, will the prince say it or not? Why bother? Ever since the Brother Fifan incident, don't you all know you can't just stand around in Yi Xiao's live stream? Hurry up. I want to hear the barking. The chat was already filled with laughter. But since it was Yi Xiao asking, he had no choice but to respond. The key was that Yi Xiao missed his earlier message and didn't know the situation, so she asked again. Young Master Li, if you know, just tell everyone. Li Xiqing almost spat blood. In the end, he could only resign himself to fate. Young Master Li, the Emperor, this isn't really a big secret. You just need to know one thing. It's not that no one wants to sign with Yao Yao, but that no one dares to sign. Got it? Not really understood. I get it. Alright, got it. Hurry up and bark like a dog. Yi Xiao was a bit confused at this moment. No guild dares to sign her? Is there some risk in signing with a guild? It's fine, anyway, I've signed with the platform, so it doesn't matter whether there are guilds or not. Moreover, she heard from others that many guilds exploit the labor of streamers, and many streamers sign with guilds just to get recommended positions and resources. But she right now doesn't need the platform's resources or recommended spots at all. A blue and white porcelain plate used to hold peanuts. Indeed, nowadays, no matter which platform Yi Xiao streams on, she is an absolute top-tier streamer. She naturally attracts traffic and doesn't need promotion or resources. There are even people specifically looking for her live stream. With the popularity Yao Yao has now, aren't there quite a few people from other platforms trying to poach her? This question is actually quite sensitive. However, Yi Xiao still answered. Indeed, there are quite a few, but I still prefer the Douyin live streaming platform. Yi Xiao thought back to when she first became popular. At that time, many platforms had already privately messaged her asking if she wanted to switch jobs. They even said they would pay a penalty for breaking the contract and would offer a high signing fee, and the profit-sharing issues could be discussed in the contract. In this circle, almost no one enjoys such treatment. However, she had been streaming on the Douyin platform from the very beginning, probably for several years now, so she had feelings for it. The platform's CEO happened to be watching the live stream at that moment, and upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, he was instantly moved to tears. The next second, he called his subordinates. You all must give Yi Xiao the best promotional resources. The homepage and the top spot must always be reserved for her. Although the subordinates hurriedly agreed, they were secretly grumbling. Yi Xiao doesn't even need the platform's promotional resources now. Besides, when hasn't she been number one on the homepage? When hasn't she been number one in searches? As long as she's streaming, no one can take that top spot from her. After all, to take the first place, either the platform has to provide resource support, or one has to spend money. But looking at Yi Xiao's popularity, it directly increased by a whole digit. Even if one spends money, it would be a total loss, and it's very likely to backfire. She had bought almost all the games she wanted. Yi Xiao also logged out, preparing to try a new game. This game had been out for a while. She had played the first generation, and now the second generation was released. The story is about the male protagonist escaping from a nightmare. Yi Xiao both fears and loves playing this kind of horror game. However, before she even started, she saw a comment in the barrage saying, Yao Yao, look behind you. What is that? What is it? Just as she was about to play the horror game, this happened. She hurriedly turned around but found nothing. The one on the coffee table. That big plate. Yes. Yao Yao, quickly show us what that is. Seeing the comments, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, so it was about that blue and white porcelain plate. She thought these guys had seen something. She patted her chest and turned back. At this moment, there were also some peanuts on the blue and white porcelain plate, probably placed there by Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao took out the peanuts and then patted the plate. Is this what you were talking about? Oh my! Isn't this the blue and white porcelain plate that was auctioned off for 500 million before? How did it end up with Yao Yao? I heard it was bought by an entrepreneur from the summer country. Yao Yao isn't an entrepreneur. This must be fake, right? But it doesn't look fake at all. At this moment, she should tag these big shots. Treasure Pavilion, Treasure House, Wanbao Building. These places collect rare treasures and also some antiques. They definitely wouldn't lack the existence of such blue and white porcelain plates. I think you don't need to tag the experts. If it were a real blue and white porcelain plate, it would have been well preserved long ago. How could it still be used to hold peanuts? That's true. At this time, Yi Xiao also heard Yi Qiu's voice beside her. Yao Yao, did you see the peanuts I put here just now? Brother? Yi Xiao held the blue and white porcelain plate. They wanted to see this, so I took it out. Oh, that's fine. After Yi Qiu finished speaking, he found another plate and put the things in his hand inside it. Amazing, using a blue and white porcelain plate to hold peanuts? Is this something a person would do? It's not surprising. To an immortal, what is a blue and white porcelain plate? After all, it's just a fake decorative item. I've seen plenty of fake ones like this. We have a bunch in our store, all modern industrial shoddy products. The one sending the barrage is a merchant who often live streams appraisals on the platform. He frequently appraises small antiques from people's homes for his viewers. So far, there have been successes and failures, and people's evaluations of him are mixed. Hey, isn't that the antique expert? Are you here to see the immortal too? Someone in the live stream recognized him and immediately started teasing. Usually, you appraise so many things. Why not appraise this blue and white porcelain plate in Yao Yao's hand today? Waiting to see. No need to appraise. It was already said that this is fake, a defective product of modern industry. The antique expert claimed he was impressive, able to tell the authenticity with just a glance. However, Yi Xiao said, no, this is real. What did Yao Yao just say? I said this is real. How could something given by the ancestor of the Li family be fake? Li Gongzi, the Emperor Yao Yao was right. This blue and white porcelain plate is indeed real. No fakes here. What an international joke. How could the richest man in Jiangqing possibly give a fake blue and white porcelain plate? Moreover, it was given to the master of the ancestor of the Li family. Although Li Xiqing said this, the barrage felt he was just going through the motions, acting like a sycophant. So no one paid much attention. The antique expert also began to mock. Li Gongzi, when it comes to playing internet celebrity games, I can't compare to you, but when it comes to appraising antiques, I must say, you definitely don't know as much as I do. This antique expert seemed very confident in himself. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, "What fake? This is the real blue and white porcelain large plate, and it's exactly the one that sold for $500 million at the last auction. Don't come here and mislead others if you don't understand anything. Hiss, the big shot has arrived. Is what you said true, big shot?" Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, "This is a genuine article. Another big shot has authenticated it?" Wanbao Building sent a super rocket and commented, "Our professional appraisers at Wanbao Building have already verified it. It is indeed the same as what the Treasure Pavilion said, the blue and white porcelain large plate worth $500 million. The antique dealer was instantly slapped in the face. He was not happy, so he sent a barrage. Hee, I know you big shots like to defend this streamer, but some things are really true, and false is false. The real cannot be fake, and the fake cannot be real. If it really is a blue and white porcelain large plate, could she possibly use it to hold peanuts?" As soon as this barrage appeared, suddenly, from Yi Xiao's microphone, Yi Qiu's voice came through. "Yao Yao, today that Li family's Han Hai said, how much is that blue and white porcelain large plate worth? Everyone, don't use violence. Familiar formula, familiar taste. I am the prophet. The brother is going to show off again." "Prophet? Cut it. You are all wrong. That's not showing off. That's just an ordinary life. Brother, that's Li family's ancestor, old master Li Han Hai, seems to be worth 500 million. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was binge-watching a drama beside her, added, "Wrong, Yao Yao, it is indeed 500 million, but it's $500 million. As soon as this was said, Yi Xiao suddenly panicked. She had several sets of Junlinipine houses in her hands. $500 million, is that a lot? Yi Qiu was speaking the truth. He didn't think that amount of money was much, after all, it was given by someone else. Many times it's like this. If you spend a lot of effort to get $20,000, you would certainly think $20,000 is a lot. But for someone who can casually get $200,000, that $20,000 indeed doesn't count for much. Yi Qiu remembered that last time, it was also this Li family person who bought a broken book and also gave 500 million. So, that blue and white porcelain large plate is just average, right? Li Han Hai. No way. Could it be the one I know? There is only one Li Han Hai in Jiangcheng, and that's the one from the Li family. There are quite a few big shots hiding in Yi Xiao's livestream. As soon as they heard the name Li Han Hai, they all popped up. Yao Yao, the Li Han Hai you mentioned, is he the father of young Master Li? Yi Xiao nodded, yes, it's him. He came to my house today to give this blue and white porcelain large plate, and he also brought some tea. Oh my, didn't Li Han Hai go into seclusion? I'm telling you, don't doubt it. The ancestor of the Li family has been in seclusion for 10 years. Many people have sought him out before, but he has never paid attention. This time, he came out specifically for my brother. What does that represent? Yi Xiao was opening voice barrages at home. Yi Qiu could also hear some of it. He sat down in front of the coffee table and glanced at the tea sent by the Li family. He came to seek advice. Seek advice? Everyone was confused. What could Li Han Hai want to seek advice from Yi Qiu about? Yi Xiao chuckled. By the way, wasn't there a beginner's guide to refining essence and cutting marrow last time? That was bought by the old master of the Li family, but he seems to not understand it, so he specifically came to find my brother today. Awesome. So it really was the Li family that bought that book. Young Master Li, Emperor, just a small matter, don't admire me too much. I'm just a legend. Now I want to interview the three big shots about their feelings. Treasure Pavilion, Treasure Vault, Wanbao Building. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, small matter, small matter. Although I regret not being able to buy the beginner's guide to refining essence and cutting marrow, I believe I will have another chance later. The Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and left a message. Did Miss Yao Yao not say last time that she wanted to put the mighty greens on the shelf? I wonder when the little yellow bike will be available. Our Treasure Pavilion is always ready. The Wanbao Building sent a super rocket and left a message, waiting quietly as well. There aren't many mighty greens available right now, but if everyone likes them, I can have Yao Yao put them up later. In fact, The popularity of the mighty greens was something Yi Qiu had not anticipated. After all, in that other world, it could only be considered the most ordinary kind of item to enhance physical strength. He had only received it from the system when he first woke up in that world. At that time, he truly had nothing. He couldn't see a single person. There were plenty of wild beasts around, and those beasts seemed mutated, not only much larger in size but also significantly stronger. If it weren't for those mighty greens, he probably would have died in that world long ago. Later, as he signed in at different places, he obtained more and more items, and the mighty greens were forgotten. Now, seeing how much these people liked them, he reflected on his past self from 10,000 years ago and seemed to understand their feelings a bit. However, he was curious about where these things actually came from. Are you stupid? Big Brother is an immortal. Of course, he got them from some special space. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu recalled not long ago when Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiu were summoned for questioning by the relevant authorities. Suddenly, he said seriously, these grow from the ground, they just used some special seeds. How could something like space possibly exist? I suggest you all watch Close to Science on the national channel. The barrage fell silent. Wait, I remember Big Brother clearly said before that he had a space, and it couldn't even be found. Did I remember wrong? I remember too. That candy treasure also came out from the space. And our little Ha. Get away, little Ha is mine. At this moment, several super admins suddenly entered Yi Xiao's livestream. The tone of the barrage immediately began to change. You all must be dreaming. How could such things exist? Be careful of being reported for promoting supernatural nonsense. I think Big Brother is right. We should believe in science. No more talking, I've turned on the TV. I'll just watch Close to Science for dinner tonight. After the super admins left, the barrage in the live stream finally returned to normal. I wonder how many mighty greens there are. I really want to grab some, but I'm afraid I won't be able to. I must get some. As long as I get the mighty greens, I will definitely deal with that rich second generation who stole my girlfriend. Humph, just because you have money, you think you're amazing. Upon hearing this barrage, Yi Qiu suddenly frowned. Although the mighty greens are good, I still don't recommend everyone resort to violence. Okay, I'll listen to the Immortal Lord. But Immortal Lord, that guy has already been cuckolded. What should I do? Yi Qiu thought for a moment, picked up a short iron rod in front of him, and casually squeezed it, turning the iron rod into scrap. I think violence is not good. It's better to just make him disappear. After saying this, the iron scraps in his hand fell into the trash can with the air. I admit, showing off still has to be my big brother. I think the Immortal Lord is right. That guy has been cuckolded. How can you endure that? When it comes to showing off, the Immortal Lord is the best. The key is, he showed off, and I didn't even find it annoying. The key is he has that strength. While everyone was sympathizing with that guy with the green hat, a barrage appeared. Hee, that green hat just now was Zhang Feng, right? Don't you know it was your girlfriend who came to seduce me? You have no ability and still blame it on me? Just wait, I will also grab the mighty greens, and then we can set a time and place for a showdown. I am your aunt, bring 1,000,000 to use. The two water friends were arguing more and more fiercely. Yi Xiao saw that the situation was not right, so she had the management temporarily ban them. Babies, don't argue in the live stream, okay? By the way, where did that antique old relative go? Why is he gone? Didn't he say this must be fake? I don't know, maybe he got scared after being slapped in the face by a few big shots. So, from now on, it's better not to set yourself up in this live stream. It's almost instant karma. Yi Xiu was still live streaming when her phone on the table suddenly vibrated. She glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly. Yao, is that a call? Go answer it. Let your brother come to the live stream. Yes, hurry and answer the phone. At that moment, Yi Qiu happened to walk by. He saw Yi Xiu ignoring the vibrating phone. Yao, your phone is ringing. Ignore it. Yi Xiu's voice was a bit cold. Yi Qiu had been home for a while, and this was the first time he had seen such a sister. He scanned the room and saw the caller ID on the phone screen. Aunt? It should be a relative. He had very few memories of those relatives, so few that he didn't even remember their names or appearances. Even if he met them, it would probably feel like encountering a stranger. But looking at Yao's expression, she seemed unhappy. The phone continued to vibrate. Yi Xiao irritably reached over and hung up. Within 2 seconds, it rang again. Yi Xiao continued to hang up. 2 minutes later, another unknown call came in. Yao, should I help you answer it? Yi Qiu said, looking at Yi Xiao's phone. Hearing this, Yi Xiao shook her head. Brother, don't answer, just ignore it. It's fine, whatever it is, I can handle it. After saying that, Yi Qiu picked up Yi Xiao's phone and pressed the answer button. Hello. An indifferent voice came through the receiver. The person on the other end seemed surprised to hear a male voice and paused for 2 seconds before responding. Where's Yao? let Yao Yao answer the phone. The voice was sharp and even a bit harsh. Yi Chou frowned slightly. What do you want? I can tell her the same. At this moment, Yi Xiao wasn't in the mood to stream. She had started a game of PUBG and had just parachuted down at the airport when she got eliminated. The viewers in the livestream could vaguely hear Yi Chou's voice. Hee, you must be Yao Yao's boyfriend, right? Let Yao Yao answer the phone. I'm her brother. After Yi Chou said this, the other side almost exclaimed in surprise, Yi Chou. Yeah, it's even better that it's you. Recently, have you guys been running some kind of immortality scam to make money? I see it's quite popular. Since you're making money, as Yao Yao's guardian, having taken care of her for so long, I naturally have the right to share in some of the profits. Recently, Ant is a bit short on cash, so just transfer 5 million to me first. Guardian? Yi Chou glanced at Yi Xiao, seemingly asking what was going on. Yi Xiao bit her lip and remained silent. After all, she was still live streaming. Family matters should be resolved on their own. Yes, after your parents passed away, we became your guardians. Back then, where did you, as the older brother, run off to? Really inconsiderate. But it's good that you're back now, making money, so you should repay our nurturing kindness, right? I understand, Yi Chou replied. However, he vaguely sensed that something was off. But looking at Yao Yao's expression, he guessed he was close to the truth. With Yi Chou's response, the other side was pleased. Got it. That's good to know. I'll send you the account and password later, and you can just transfer the money to us, okay? 5 million doesn't seem enough. Let's make it 10 million. Sure, give me the address, and I'll personally deliver it to you. Upon hearing that Yi Chou would personally deliver it, the other party became even happier. It seemed this nephew was quite foolish. The two of them were marketing so well, it looked like they would have good days ahead. Yi Xiao's aunt had already begun to fantasize about buying a villa after receiving the money. No, first let Yi Xiao hand over the house in Junliniping, then buy a villa and luxury cars. After all, they were just two juniors, they wouldn't dare do anything. The address is right. We are a bit in a hurry here. Why don't you come over now? This address seemed somewhat familiar, but she really couldn't recall. All right, Yi Chou agreed without hesitation. The other party was even more excited, almost to the point of screaming. Then Yi Chou, hurry over, it's best to take a taxi, I'll cover the fare. This little money, your aunt can still afford. Yi Chou replied with one word and then hung up the phone. Over here, Yi Xiao was also distracted during the live stream, sending countless gifts. Fortunately, the viewers in the stream had long been accustomed to her behavior, but they still noticed that Yi Xiao was somewhat different from her usual silly self. What's wrong with Yao Yao? Don't guess, it's a girl's heart. Young Master Li, Emperor, sent a super rocket and commented, why is Yao Yao unhappy? Tell me if there's anything. I'll definitely help you solve it right away. Yao Yao, I can solve what young Master Li can't. How about I offer myself? Upstairs, danger, danger. Don't worry, this is my secondary account. Just for chatting, it's fine. Your main account should be Liangshan Heroes, right? I saw it once before. Yi Chou's cool voice suddenly came from Yi Xiao's livestream. Ha, bro, you're amazing. You even know this. The immortal is indeed omnipotent. With that bro causing trouble, the atmosphere in the livestream instantly became lively again. However, midway through, Yi Xiao suddenly said, by the way, the live stream duration should be about up. I originally said I would stream a bit longer. How about we let God decide whether I stop or continue? God decides? Roll a dice? Draw lots? If it's random, I suggest using points to decide. Let's draw lots. Yi Xiao said, taking out two small paper balls. One says stop streaming, and the other says continue streaming. I'll mix them up and draw one. Whatever I draw is what it is. Without waiting for the viewers in the live stream to react, Yi Xiao casually mixed them up and drew one. When she slowly opened the paper ball in front of all the viewers, her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Treasure, it's stop streaming. It seems even the heavens want me to stop streaming. Goodbye. As her words fell, Yi Xiao's livestream went black, leaving only the words, the host has stopped streaming. Please come back next time to watch. Li Xiqing has played it. I want to play it too. Li Xiqing has played it. I want to play it too? What the hell? I'm really done. How many times has this been? According to my calculations, it should be the third time, right? No, it must be more. Hasn't this woman suddenly stopped streaming during her live broadcasts at least 4 or 5 times? Damn, I've been tricked. Let me tell you, those two paper balls definitely both say stop streaming. Continuing to stream? Impossible. Whoa, I feel like my pure and innocent heart has been greatly impacted. Is there anyone to comfort me? No. Goodbye. I'm kneeling. it's the first time I've seen such a stop streaming. New here? Yi Xiao didn't just pull the plug on you directly, which is good. The old fan said, just get used to it, let's disperse, come back tomorrow. A reminder to those who want to unfollow, don't bother, you'll just come back with a new account to watch anyway, and in a few days, the main account will be back. The water friends wailed in despair. Yi Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the broadcast was over. Over here, Yi Qiu also walked over. He asked, Yao Yao, what was that person about? Brother, what did she say on the phone just now? Yi Xiao was a bit worried. After all, that person was someone whose greed was insatiable, sickeningly so. They had finally managed to break free from her family, and now she was calling again. Nothing much, just asked me to give them 10 million. As expected, Yi Xiao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Brother, did you agree? Yeah. Yi Qiu nodded. I'll personally deliver it to them later. No, brother, you don't understand, they are wolves that can never be satisfied. They have no bottom line at all. Little Ha beside them? Why do I feel like I'm being targeted? But they clearly seem well fed, and it seems they've even gained weight recently. It's fine, I'll go take a look first. Yi Qiu smiled and ruffled Yi Xiao's hair. Don't worry, I won't suffer any losses. But brother, Yi Xiao wanted to say something more when Lin Xiaoxiao also walked over. Yi Qiu, Yao Yao is right, if it really is your aunt calling, you shouldn't go. In the past, if something happened, could you tell me? Looking at his sister's expression and Lin Xiaoxiao's hesitance, Yi Qiu sat down on the sofa and spoke lightly. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to speak. Yi Qiu, I grew up with Yao Yao, so I know about these things. Since Yao Yao isn't saying anything, I'll speak up. Lin Xiaoxiao walked to Yi Qiu's side. When Yao Yao was only 5 years old, because of your family, something happened. She was then adopted by your aunt, who was a relative. Yao Yao was too young at the time, and you, Yi Qiu, had also gone missing, so all of Uncle and Auntie's inheritance was taken by Yao Yao's aunt. They claimed it was to raise Yao Yao well, but in reality, sometimes Yao Yao couldn't even get enough to eat. Yao Yao developed a stomach illness because of this. In short, after they adopted Yao Yao, they not only didn't give her a single penny, but they also took all of Uncle and Auntie's properties and other assets for themselves. They didn't pay a dime for her schooling from elementary to high school, and when Yao Yao went to college, they even kicked her out. What's this address? Yi Qiu recited the address that the so-called aunt had given him over the phone. Upon hearing it, Lin Xiaoxiao became excited. This is originally your family's place. Yi Qiu, they've long taken the house that belongs to you and Yao Yao. Yeah, I know. Yi Qiu nodded. Yi Qiu, if you go, don't give them money, make sure to teach them a lesson, help Yao Yao take revenge. Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her fists and waved them in front of her. With Yi Qiu's strength, those people would definitely suffer. Okay. Yi Qiu smiled, then gently patted Yi Xiao on the head before turning to leave the room. The moment he closed the door, the aura around the young man completely changed. It was a chilling, murderous presence that seemed to plunge everything around into death. His gentleness was reserved only for his loved ones. As for those so-called relatives, his aunt? Sorry, they were unworthy. Over here, in a certain community in Jiangcheng, Yi Xiao's aunt, Zheng Shufang, was still excitedly looking at houses on her phone, while her husband, He Yangji, was checking out luxury cars. Their son, He Hui, was currently on the lookout for a suitable internet celebrity. Honey, what do you think of this house? By the river, with a river view apartment, and it's also very close to Junlinipin, so it will be convenient to find Yi Xiao later. Let me take a look. He Yangji leaned over to take a look, frowned, and shook his head. Shufang, your status is different now. Why would you even consider such a house? I think we should just have Yao Yao buy us a unit at Junlinipin. No, we should buy 2 units, one for us and one for shall we? After all, he's getting married. He can't be without a house, right? We need to maintain our family's reputation. You're still amazing, husband. Then I'll go check out the apartments at Junlinipin, Zhang Shufang said, directly closing the previous page. She turned around and clicked into the official website of Junlinipin. In the past, people like them wouldn't even have the courage to open such a website. Just one bathroom in this place probably costs more than their entire apartment. Nowadays, Yi Xiao is making money, and they are naturally soaring high as well. Wife, what do you think of the car I picked? He Yangji leaned over too. Zhang Shufan looked at it, confused. I don't understand, but just pick the expensive one, go for the most expensive. Alright, then I'll choose the most expensive. By the way, since Yao Yao is in college now, she won't need much money, and Yi Qiu should also find a job. Let her give us all her live streaming earnings. Let's leave 2,000 for Yao Yao. She's a college student, 2,000 a month is plenty. The couple was planning their beautiful future. Their son, Hui, was also considering which internet celebrity to support when he got the money. He had always envied Lee Si-chung. He fantasized about one day being able to choose from those beautiful streamers just like Lee Si-chung, to have those beauties come to him. And this dream was about to come true. What's Lee Si-chung? Once I get the money, I'm going to play with all the women you've been with before. Just the thought of being able to flirt with the female streamers Lee Si-chung had dated made Hui completely excited. This was all thanks to his deceitful cousin. He planned to join that brother-sister duo in their con game someday. After all, there are still so many fools in this world. Just like those so-called big shots. Can't they see such obvious fraud? It's like those people who make videos claiming to have aliens. It's all fake. I'm here to send you to the sky. I'm here to send you to the sky in Jiangcheng. In a certain community in Linjiang district, it was already late at night, and the night breeze was chilly. Yet, there were still quite a few people on the streets. Some were out for a night run, and some non-mainstream little delinquents were gathering in the square. For some reason, they had managed to defeat the square's ever-victorious general, the square danceantes. At this moment, the song Feng Wu Jiu Tian echoed through the quiet square. The swirling cement gray infused the air with a hint of the Shamate aristocracy's vibe. There were also couples out at night wanting to do something in the park. Sure enough, in a small park, listening to the music of the Shamate aristocracy, a young couple was sweetly whispering to each other on a bench. The boy's gaze was firm, while the girl shot him flirtatious glances. Just as they were about to kiss, a sharp cold wind swept by. This gust made the boy shiver, and the earlier heat completely vanished without a trace. He shivered a couple of times, his mind blank. The girl maintained her previous posture but waited a long time without receiving a kiss from her beloved. Curiously, she opened her eyes. To her surprise, the man was so cold that tears and snot were streaming down his face, and he even started to sneeze. What the hell? The girl pushed him away. You're not sick, are you? The boy looked innocent. No, Hua, I just caught a chill. Achoo. With that sneeze, everything changed. Snot flew directly, flinging far away, and finally dropped right in the middle, bouncing a bit, still quite elastic. The man sniffed and sucked the snot back in. No, Hua, let me explain. I don't want to hear it. You're disgusting, Jotong. Let's break up. Goodbye. After the girl finished speaking, she coldly turned and left the small park, leaving the boy standing in the cold night wind. Behind him, the music of Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens still echoed. But even so, it couldn't compare to the bone-chilling cold from earlier. In the community, 26th floor, brightly lit, Yi Xiao's aunt and uncle were still choosing their favorite luxury houses and cars. Accompanied by the dynamic music in the room, these few people were having a blast. Good days are coming. So comfortable. Starting tomorrow, I'm young Master He. The three were all fantasizing about a bright future. Zhang Shufan had her eyes on two top luxury apartments in Junliniping. He Yangji had his sights set on a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Hui had already opened the Emperor recharge page, planning to treat himself to an Emperor toy first, although the money hadn't arrived yet. But the three were already almost feeling the days of living in luxury apartments and driving luxury cars. So comfortable. Laughter occasionally echoed in the room. Hui couldn't wait any longer, borrowing over 100,000 online, and sending a lot of super rockets to a female streamer. Just then, the doorbell rang. The three paused their actions. He's here. He finally came. He finally came. This was the sound of excitement. The three jumped off the sofa and chairs simultaneously, running towards the door. They opened the door. Before them stood a tall, thin young man. He squinted his eyes and looked at the three. The most primitive sixth sense of humanity made Hui feel an unprecedented fear, so he was the first to turn around and prepare to escape. But he had just taken one step out. He was grabbed by the neck by the other party and lifted up. You are Yi Chio. Aren't you here to deliver money? Hui struggled and asked. I'm here to send you to heaven. Accompanied by a voice filled with amusement, Yi Chio tightened his grip on Hui's neck slightly. There was no sound of cracking. Then Hui turned to dust, directly dissipating into the air. In the end, the dust seemed to fly into the night sky with the wind. He looked at the other two. See, didn't you just go to heaven? Yi Chio didn't wait for the two to finish speaking. Without hesitation, he directly sent the two of them to heaven as well. The surroundings became quiet. Only then did he finally examine his surroundings. This was his home. The home from 10,000 years ago. It had just been occupied by these people. When he first arrived in that world, such things had happened before. The house given by the system was occupied by a group of powerful guys, but after signing in for a few days, he went back and wiped out their entire clan. Following the few remaining memories, Yi Chio arrived at a room. This room had now been turned into a storage room, with thick dust covering everything inside. He moved his fingertips. The dust in the room vanished. He squatted down, picked up the picture frames that had been thrown to the bottom, and stored them one by one into his space. After taking away everything that originally belonged to that home according to his memory, Ichio was ready to leave. However, just before he left, he discovered, in that storage room, there was actually a small tripod left behind. And this small tripod was definitely something that only existed in the other world where he had lived for 10,000 years. On the way back, the square was still filled with flying cement, and the music of Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens resonated throughout the night sky. Of course, there were also the sounds of security chasing people away. This world is quite interesting. Brother, Yichio, you're back? When Yichio returned home, Yi Xiao hurriedly welcomed him. Are you okay, brother? Xiao, how could Yichio be anything but fine? Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Yichio shook his head and then pulled out a bag from somewhere. I brought some things back. When Yi Xiao looked inside the bag, her eyes turned red in an instant. Brother, what is this? I brought it back for you. When the siblings had trouble, he had a system in another world, but his sister had nothing in this world, so all he could do was meet her every need and protect her. Thank you, brother. Yi Xiao looked at the family photos, and her earlier bad mood improved significantly. By the way, where are my aunts? Yi Xiao suddenly remembered that Yi Qiu had just come back from that family that devoured people without spitting out bones. Sent them to heaven. He spoke frankly. However, the two sisters didn't think too much about it. That night, Yi Xiao hugged the photo frame and slept soundly. In her dreams, she saw her parents and dreamed of their family living happily together. The next morning, Yi Xiao opened the group chat and found that her phone had crashed due to all the messages. After a struggle, she finally got in. It was all insults and protests against her. Xiao, when you ended the stream last night, those two paper balls were definitely the end of the stream, right? You didn't continue streaming at all. Don't play dead. We already noticed you went from online to invisible. I bet 100,000 that those two paper balls are definitely the end of the stream. If it's not the end of the stream, I'll eat shit. Li Hanhai's invitation. Li Hanhai's invitation had become a common occurrence in Yi Xiao's live stream, where everyone scrambled to grab things to eat. After all, in the end, they would almost always be slapped in the face. Nowadays, aside from Extraordinary Brother, no one had fulfilled their promises. Even Li Siqing's promise to bark like a dog had been tricked away. Xiao, as compensation, take more pictures of your brother in Xiaoha for us to see tonight. Even if your brother is busy, taking a picture of Xiaoha would be fine, right? I really want to pet a dog. At this moment, Li Siqing saw what the viewers were saying and immediately became inflated with pride. I'm different from you guys. I even took a photo with Xiaoha. As soon as Li Siqing finished speaking, a bunch of question marks appeared. Then, a photo of Li Siqing with Xiaoha was posted in the group. Damn, it's actually real. This can't be true, right? I think so too. The photo that Li Siqing took was indeed real. It was from the day he came to ask Yichio for help, and before leaving, Li Hanhai made the request. Since he knew it was impossible to get the silver wolf, getting a photo was still a win. However, Yi Xiao noticed that 3 people were missing from the photo. Li Hanhai, Li Rongqing, and Li Luo were all absent. So, Li Siqing was just showing off. No, if you don't believe me, ask Xiao. Li Siqing swore in the group. Yi Xiao also said, that day, he did take a photo with Xiaoha, but there were 3 other people in the picture. Wow, it's real. I'm so envious. Envy is tearing me apart. Xiao, when can we take a photo with Xiaoha? Yi Xiao looked at these people talking and felt a bit helpless. When did Xiaoha's popularity become so high? Even Li Siqing, the young master of Jiangcheng, was flaunting his photo with Xiaoha. Yi Xiao got up. The photo frame she received last night was placed next to her live stream computer, and some were stored neatly in her room's cabinet for safekeeping. Lin Xiaoxiao ran over at noon. She wanted to invite Yi Qiu to lunch, unsure if he had the time. This was already the second time. However, in Xia country, it seemed customary to invite someone to a meal while discussing matters. Many significant issues were settled at the dining table. Brother Yi Qiu, let's go together this afternoon. It seems the Li family wants to thank you for the celebration of our ancestors' return, Lin Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. Yi Qiu thought for a moment. Wasn't it just the person who had given him a cup of tea? In the end, he agreed. In the afternoon, Huanggalu Restaurant. This was one of the best restaurants in Jiangcheng. Generally, those who could afford to dine here were not ordinary people. However, today, the place was completely booked. Li Hanhai didn't invite many people, just the Li family and the Lin Jingshan family. After all, if too many were invited, it could provoke the ancestors' displeasure. But only Li Hanhai, Li Rongqing, Li Lu, and Li Xiqing knew about Yi Qiu's identity. Lin Jingshan was aware that Yi Qiu was not ordinary but did not know his relationship with the Li family. The number of people at this gathering was not actually that many. However, the luxury cars outside were quite eye-catching. Many passers-by couldn't help but stop to see who was inside. After all, just booking Huangdalu would require a considerable amount of money. Booking Huangdalu, impressive. Anyone with such status must be a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. I have relatives who work as chefs at Huangdalu. They said today is a family banquet to celebrate the Li family's ancestors' return. Wow, that ancestor of the Li family is still alive? To ordinary people, this low-key ancestor might have passed away long ago. After all, he was at an age where he could depart at any moment. Are you stupid? If Li Hanhai died, wouldn't the Li family issue an obituary? Outside Huangdalu, many people lingered for a few minutes after seeing the row of luxury cars. Some took photos, some chatted briefly, and then left with a sigh. At that moment, a group of people suddenly saw an elderly man with white hair walking out from the door. He appeared spirited, showing none of the frailty expected at his age. Not only that, but everyone could even feel the somewhat formidable aura surrounding Li Hanhai. Who is this? He looks to be in his 80s or 90s, yet he seems so energetic. This is Li Hanhai. Look at him. It seems he's come out to greet someone. Ha, no way. In terms of seniority and influence, who in Jiangcheng can compare to Li Hanhai? There's no way he's out to greet anyone. I think he's just out for some fresh air. I agree. Who is Li Hanhai? You all should consider this. He is the father of Li San. In Jiangcheng, he might be the only one who can disregard Li San's face. After seeing him today, I really want to know how he stays fit. Li San is already that age, yet this ancestor of the Li family is still so spirited. You'll know when you have money. Many people had only heard of Li Hanhai but had never seen him in person. So when someone spoke up, they all gathered around. Everyone wanted to see what this powerful figure in Jiangcheng looked like. After waiting for a while, they only saw Li Hanhai standing in place, gazing down the distant road. He stood there for half an hour. The onlookers grew a bit bored and left in numbers. Still, some remained, eager to see if this ancestor of the Li family was indeed waiting for someone. After all, many of them had placed bets earlier. Some said he was waiting for someone, while others believed he was just getting some fresh air. Some even said that Li Hanhai came out because he had been in seclusion for too long and hadn't seen the sky of Jiangcheng, which is why he stood there waiting. After waiting for a while, those bored people suddenly noticed that Li Hanhai's expression had changed. Immediately, the indifferent face that had been cold suddenly showed signs of ecstasy and panic. Following Li Hanhai's gaze, they saw a large vehicle smoothly approaching. It finally stopped at the entrance of the Yellow Crane Tower. Could it be that Li Hanhai is really waiting for someone? The question is, who could make him so excited? Let me tell you, no one in Jiangcheng can make Li Hanhai bow and wait respectfully. I mean, I know some secrets about Jiangcheng. If Li Hanhai is really here to respectfully welcome someone, I'll chop off my head for you to sit on. No way, bro, are you serious? Ancestor, hello. Ancestor, hello. I'm not joking, I'm confident. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. The speaker spoke with conviction, his face full of confidence, as if he knew all the secrets of the wealthy families in Jiangcheng. At that moment, a young girl stepped down from the vehicle. The girl's long legs made the people around her drool. Ancestor. Lin Xiaoxiao politely greeted Li Hanhai. Li Hanhai nodded in response. See, I told you, it should just be a favored junior. Before the person finished speaking, everyone saw Li Hanhai suddenly bend at a 90-degree angle, as if afraid his old back would break, and respectfully performed a grand bow. Ancestor, you have arrived. Most people couldn't hear what Li Hanhai was saying, but they could feel the reverence emanating from him. They first saw a young beauty get out of the car. Before they could recover from their shock, they saw a young man step down as well. As the young man got out of the car, Li Hanhai lowered his head even more. What the hell? No way. The Emperor of Jiangcheng is really here to pick someone up. And why is he so humble? Who on earth is it? This is truly shocking. I've never seen anything this exciting in my life. If Li Hanhai can treat someone like this, it shows how noble the other person's status is. So who is it? Does anyone know? I don't know. I've never seen them. Hearing this, someone walked over with a look of disdain at the group. That's Yi Xiao and her brother. Don't you all recognize them? Don't know, Yi Xiao? When did Jiangcheng get a Yi family? Most of this group were people who were busy with their work, hardly having time to watch live streams, news, or scroll through Weibo and Douyin, only focused on making money. Of course, they would gather for parties, but those were just small gatherings of white-collar workers with a bit of taste. So not knowing Yi Xiao was somewhat normal. Didn't you see the trending topics on Weibo recently? Or the trending topics on Douyin? I don't have time to watch those things. Alright, then let me tell you, Yi Xiao is currently the hottest streamer on Douyin. No, she should be the hottest across all platforms. Her brother is suspected to be a cultivator and often shows some flashy moves in the live streams. A cultivator? No way, do you really believe that? Hee, believe it or not, I'm a fan of the Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord, I love you. Finally seeing the real person today, of course, one had to express their admiration. Unfortunately, those corporate drones would never believe in cultivators. After all, those things were just fairy tales, completely unprovable. It was better to work hard, make money, and support their families. But what left them incredulous was that Li Hanhai was so humble in front of him. Could it be that the ancestor of the Li family was also deceived? On this side, someone started making a report call. Hello? Is this the police station? Yes, there are people here openly promoting supernatural powers and chaos. You'd better come take a look. I think many people have already been deceived by them. After hanging up the phone, the reporting journalist stood at the door waiting. If he could get the headline today about the Li family's ancestor being deceived upon his return, it would definitely attract countless views. He was just waiting to rush in with the police and catch them red-handed. Li Hanhai respectfully led Yi Xiao and Yi Qiu inside. It was only then that someone at the door remembered. By the way, didn't someone just say that if Li Hanhai was going to welcome someone, he would chop off his head for us to sit on? Where is he? Haha, right, I heard that too, but now we can't find him. How boring, daring to say but not to act. At this moment, the one who had been boasting earlier had already slipped away. He was sweating profusely, fearing that someone might chase after him. What a joke! Brother! Such things are fine to joke about, but how could he really chop off his head for them to sit on? Over here, Yi Qiu followed Li Hanhai into the yellow crane tower. The decor here was even more in line with the tastes of cultivators than the last time. The antique-style decoration was surrounded by high-quality mahogany. It was clear that a lot of effort had been put into the decor. Inside the spacious private room, the younger generation of the Li family were all flattering each other. It was just hard to tell how many of them were sincere. When they saw that Li Hanhai had finally arrived, the group of younger ones hurriedly stood up and respectfully made way for the central position. However, the next moment, Li Hanhai pulled out a chair for Yi Qiu to sit in. This scene shocked the younger branches of the Li family. They all internally shouted, "What the hell? No way? The ancestor actually gave a young person his seat. Am I hallucinating?" Although the expressions on their faces didn't change much, their hearts were in turmoil, flipping like waves. This is really terrifying. What the hell is going on? Ancestor, what's happening? That young man, could he be an illegitimate child of the Li family? These people thought of everything, but not one dared to ask. They all waited for Li Hanhai to introduce. Only Li Xicheng glanced proudly at those clueless relatives. A bunch of fools. How could you casually know the identity of our ancestor? You side branches aren't even qualified. Meanwhile, after sitting down, Li Hanhai looked at all the younger members of the Li family. This is our Li family's ancestor. You all just need to call him ancestor. What? I peed. What the hell is this? The psychological activities of the younger generation around the dining table could only be described as extraordinary. The young man in front of them, who was about the same age, or even younger than some of them, was actually their ancestor. Ancestor? What does that even mean? Some even nearly dropped their wine glasses in shock and disbelief. Even some from Li Rongqing's generation were so surprised they almost shouted out loud, "Aren't you going to greet the ancestor?" Li Hanhai scanned the surroundings, and his expression began to grow serious. "Hey ancestor, hello." The elder sitting next to Li Hanhai was the first to stand up, respectfully bowing deeply to Yi Qiu. Following him were the young people beside him. "Ancestor, hello. Ancestor, hello." About 30 people, one by one, stood up and respectfully bowed deeply to Yi Qiu. By the time Li Xicheng finished his greeting, Li Hanhai finally nodded in satisfaction. The wealth code of the Li family's younger generation. These guys were somewhat perceptive. Li Hanhai was quite pleased with their performance today. However, he never considered how these descendants would dare to defy him, their ancestor. After all, he had just emerged from seclusion. Naturally, they had to treat him well. Although he couldn't understand why they had to address a seemingly 20-year-old young master as such, he still followed Li Hanhai's words and greeted him obediently. Of course. Besides Yi Qiu, Li Hanhai also brought along about 30 descendants of the Li family to greet Yi Xiu. As a young girl, Yi Xiu had never encountered such a scene before. She was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, having experienced quite a few stimulating events recently, she quickly regained her composure. "Brother, I still feel a bit unaccustomed. Yi Xiao whispered to Yiqiu. It wasn't just the younger generation of similar ages. Even Li Luo and Li Rongqing's generation, including their fathers and grandfathers, all called Yi Xiao Ant Master. Upon hearing this, Yiqiu gently patted Yi Xiao's head and said, "You'll get used to it. This number of people is nothing. There used to be thousands bowing and greeting me." Yi Xiao, Li Xiqing, sitting nearby, happened to hear this. As a descendant of the Li family, he believed it wholeheartedly. Of course, Li Hanhai had no doubts about Yiqiu's words. His feelings of admiration and reverence deepened. "Alright, everyone has probably chatted enough. Let's eat first. If you have any matters, just bring them up now to avoid any trouble later." He was busy studying the guide to refining and purifying, with no time to deal with trivial matters. Upon hearing Li Hanhai's words, an elderly man with white hair stood up and said, "Ancestor, we have a batch of goods in the Aries district that we haven't secured yet, and we might need some funding. What do you think?" Li Hanhai, upon hearing this, immediately frowned. "You can't even secure this little thing, and you still have the face to be called a member of the Li family?" Helpless, the old man could only sigh and dared not speak further. With the first one, the other descendants of the Li family also fell silent. They had come to this family gathering hoping to receive some financial support, but the outcome seemed less favorable than they had imagined. No one spoke up again. At that moment, Li Xiqing suddenly spoke. "Great-grandfather, I want to invest in the Douyin live streaming platform. Since Ant Master is live streaming there, I want to provide her with the best resources." "Approved. Ask Rongqing how much you need." Before Li Xiqing could finish his sentence, Li Hanhai had already nodded in approval. Li Xiqing smiled. The surrounding descendants of the Li family were left in shock. He just agreed like that. So simple? And he could just ask for it? This ancestor was being too biased. However, the clever Li family members noticed that when Li Xiqing was requesting funds, he specifically mentioned Ant Master. Could it be that the entry point was here? The next moment, someone spoke again. "Ancestor, we at Jiliangchuan want to buy some high-quality rice from northeast China, which we will supply directly to Ant Master. She is young and beautiful now, and she can't eat inferior rice." Li Hanhai nodded. "Good. Ancestor, we want to enter the beauty industry in Jiangcheng. Girls around Ant Master's age should love beauty the most, I think." Li Hanhai, "Okay, Ancestor." Li Hanhai, approved. From Li Xiqing onwards, it seemed that the younger generation of the Li family had unlocked the code to wealth. Almost every time Yi Xiao or even a mention of Yiqiu came up, this ancestor would agree to anything. At this moment, those younger members who initially didn't understand began to realize. So it turns out, the master and the grandmaster were truly their lucky stars. From now on, no matter what happened, they had to treat the two of them like deities. Soon, the staff at Huangdalu began serving the dishes. Each person bringing out the food was a head waiter, and even the manager personally got involved. The goal was to catch Li Hanhai's eye. If Li Hanhai took a liking to someone, it would undoubtedly be a promising opportunity. Once the dishes were served, the younger members of the Li family became clever. They didn't touch their chopsticks until Yiqiu and Yi Xiao did, not even daring to sip water. "You all eat," Yiqiu said. Only then did Li Hanhai pick up his bowl and chopsticks, preparing to serve himself. Yiqiu casually picked up a piece as well. After tasting it, he frowned. Li Hanhai had been paying close attention to Yiqiu's every move, and seeing him frown made him feel alarmed. "The ingredients are good, but the flavor is a bit off," he remarked. This was a spicy chicken dish, a famous Sichuan dish that Yiqiu quite liked, as he enjoyed spicy food. However, this spicy chicken was not very authentic, even less so than the one Lin Xiaoxiao had made last time. "Take it back and redo it," Li Hanhai said, looking angrily at the manager and the chef beside him. The chef, frightened, hurriedly turned to head back to the kitchen but was stopped by Yiqiu. "Wait." Yiqiu glanced at the chef and suddenly asked, "You used an earthen stove, right?" The chef's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Yes, how did you know?" "I could tell." Yiqiu smiled and stood up. "Take me there." It had been a long time since he had used an earthen stove. He remembered that when he first arrived in that world, he had made an earthen stove at home and had caught quite a few wild animals to eat. At that time, there were no chickens, so he had to use free-range chickens instead. After all, he had once received a guide to all the recipes of the Summer Kingdom during a sign-in, and just a glance was enough to learn them. However, to become proficient, he had to cook those dishes regularly. So far, he had mastered several dishes, including his favorite Sichuan spicy chicken. The chef nervously led Yiqiu to the back kitchen. A quick glance revealed that it was almost open air, with several earthen stoves around, steaming hot. "Give me the knife." Yiqiu extended his hand, leaving the chef and the group of younger Li family members stunned. "Master, what are you going to do?" "Make spicy chicken." Yichio's intention to personally make spicy chicken was something no one had expected. Even Yi Xiao was completely shocked at this moment. She thought for a moment, should she start a live stream now? The viewers would probably be quite curious about how her brother cooked, right? Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of Huangdalu, several police cars had inexplicably parked there. Plainclothes officers looked over and whispered, "A tip-off just told me that the guy promoting supernatural nonsense went in. He should be brainwashing people right now. Let's wait 10 more minutes before going in and catch them in the act. Then we'll see if they can still talk nonsense." In the group chat, Yu Xiao asked, "Who wants to see my brother live stream cooking? Raise your hand." The next second, the chat exploded with 999 responses. How rare, is this the benefit we've been waiting for? Yi Xiao, what? Isn't the benefit me, the pretty girl streamer, performing a dance for you? Forget it, hurry up and start the live stream. I want to see my brother cook. Watching my brother cook is even better than watching Yi Xiao dance. What dish is he making? Yi Xiao, you'll know once you see it. After saying that, Yi Xiao also took out her phone and started a live stream. She tried her best not to let the camera capture the Li family members. The lens was only focused on Yi Xiao, who was already standing in front of the earthen stove. Get me a chicken. What's going on? This isn't right. I can't get in. You all are acting strange. Did I think too much? Why is it that as soon as I arrive, my brother wants to find a chicken? I don't know what kind my brother likes. I can help you find one, it just depends on your taste. Can you all think of something good? This chicken is not that chicken. Yao already said my brother wants to cook, so it must be a chicken that can be eaten. I'm still young, please tell me, besides edible chickens, what other chickens are there? Kids should go study hard and watch Happy Sheep, not live streams. Yi Xiao, enough already. If this goes on, my live stream will get banned. Don't say you can't watch cooking. In the future, you won't even be able to see my brother daydreaming. With Yi Xiao's words, the atmosphere in the live stream suddenly shifted. At this moment, the chef from Huangdalu also brought over a chicken. It was just a hen. Making spicy chicken is better with a hen. Yi Xiao signaled the chef to put the dry firewood under the earthen stove. Originally the head chef of Huangdalu, at this moment, could only play the role of a helper. The manager saw that Yi Xiao seemed to want to start a fire and hurriedly took out a lighter to help. In this situation, anyone with eyes could tell. As long as you get a chance, it's a win. So he would spare no effort, looking for any opportunity to make Yi Xiao remember his name. The manager approached with the lighter, but halfway there, Yi Xiao called him to a stop. What are you doing? Yi Xiao glanced at the manager who was about to light the fire. I'm lighting the fire. Although the person in front looked like he was only about 20, the manager felt a surge of fear inside. That's not how you light a fire. The manager was a bit confused. Could it be that he wanted to drill wood to make fire? The manager took 2 steps back, giving way. At this moment, Yi Xiao also walked over. He slightly raised his right arm. Suddenly, he rubbed his thumb and middle finger together in the air and snapped his fingers. Accompanied by the sound of the snap, the earthen stove, which was stuffed full, immediately burst into bright red flames. Moreover, the flames showed a tendency to grow stronger. Everyone on site? The barrage in Yi Xiao's livestream went crazy. So cool. Damn, this is too cool. I'm in love. A snap of the fingers can light a fire. This action is simply perfect. A man is most charming when he is serious about his work, and a man like an immortal who seriously lights a fire is simply my ideal type. Such a simple action of lighting a fire not only impressed the male fans but also made the female fans shout to become his wife fans. Those who claimed they wanted to have Yi Xiao's children were no longer surprising. But it makes sense. That action just now was simply explosive. A snap of the fingers can create fire, although magicians can do it too. For some reason, when it's in Yi Xiao's hands, it's just so captivating. This trick is called remote ignition, right? Brother, this posture of lighting a fire is worth learning from. No wonder he told that arrogant manager to get lost. It turns out my brother has a more convenient way to light a fire. The manager was stunned. The shocked expression was written all over his face. What? How is this even possible? The manager rubbed his eyes, seemingly trying to see if he was dreaming. But the sparks dancing in the earthen stove indicated that this was not a dream. This is all real. The young man actually snapped his fingers in mid-air and ignited the firewood. At this moment, Yi Xiao had already walked over to start selecting peppers and some seasonings. Hearing the manager's astonishment, he turned around and said seriously, "Isn't this something anyone with hands can do? It doesn't even require much. It's practically something you can do with just 2 fingers. I don't understand why these people are so surprised. This is nothing compared to what I've been through. Among all the show-offs throughout history, only my brother can truly claim that title. Having hands is enough, and damn it, it really is. Last time I fell for this nonsense, and now I'm still stuck with a cast." This having hands is enough only applies to my brother, it's ineffective for us. These peppers aren't spicy enough, Yichio said, popping a pepper into his mouth and chewing a couple of times. The head chef immediately panicked. There's a spicier one over here that we haven't used yet. Bring it over, let me see, Yichio said, waiting for the head chef to fetch the spicier pepper. He then addressed everyone. For this spicy chicken, the key is the peppers first, then the quality of the chicken, followed by the knife skills, the cooking time, and finally the seasonings. As he spoke, he even began preparing the hen that had just been brought over. I have a feeling my brother is about to show off again. What will it be this time? Will he turn the hen into chicken meat with just one slap? I think it's possible. I want to see it. I'm looking forward to it. Not just the viewers in Yi Xiao's livestream, but also the chefs at Huangdalu, along with Li Hanhai and the younger generation of the Li family, were all focused on every move Yichio made. That earlier snap had truly shocked everyone. And now, with such an important task as killing a chicken, there would surely be an even more impressive display. Everyone held their breath, as if the next second Yichio would reveal an unexpected maneuver. They were all fixated on him. Yi Xiao's camera was also aimed at Yichio. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yichio took the knife he had just sharpened, bled the hen, and then placed it into the boiling water. Immediately after, he grabbed a pair of tongs and began to pluck the feathers. Isn't this just the way they process chickens at the market? Brother, no offense, but my dad does it this way too. Let's be real, not just at the market or with your dad. I think almost everyone in the country who knows how to kill a chicken does it like this. Is he about to show off again? Yichio's actions once again left everyone dumbfounded. At this point, he sat down on a stool and placed the chicken back into the boiling water for a while. Afterward, he took it out and began to pluck the feathers one by one. As for the tongs, they were used to pull out the tiny feathers. Seeing him leisurely plucking feathers like an old man, everyone present couldn't help but disconnect him from the earlier man who had snapped his fingers to ignite the fire. Yichio just sat there, slowly plucking the feathers. Once the area was covered in feathers, he finally stood up and placed the fully plucked hen on the cutting board. As soon as he did, the viewers in the livestream and those present perked up. Here it comes. It must be starting now. It's time to show off his knife skills. I believe my brother's knife skills are absolutely extraordinary. I'm looking forward to it. Those kitchen knives don't do him justice. My family specializes in selling knives and can custom make one for him. The comments were lively, and everyone was filled with anticipation. However, they saw that Yichio didn't perform any aerial cuts on the chicken. He didn't toss the chicken into the air and then break it down. He didn't even execute a godly move to dismember the chicken in one slice. He pressed the already processed chicken down with his left hand, while holding the freshly sharpened kitchen knife in his right. As he began to cut, he softly said, "When making spicy chicken, remember not to rush. No matter the step, you must calm your mind and handle it slowly." As he spoke, he started his actions. Each step automatically generated in his mind. This is the power of the system's signed recipe. Even someone who has never cooked before can follow the recipe and master it, resulting in a dish that is absolutely exquisite. The onlookers found Yichio's cooking method somewhat boring. Some viewers who had initially been full of anticipation were now sighing in the live stream. But suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise, "My God, look over there!" Everyone was startled, realizing the voice came from the head chef. The head chef had been standing beside Yichio with a humble learning attitude from the beginning, paying close attention to every move Yichio made. Until now, the previously unremarkable knife skills had shocked him. He saw that on the cutting board, every piece of chicken was the same size, and even the bones were just right, not too much, not too little. As Yichio's speed increased, everyone could only see a blur. In less than 3 minutes, an entire chicken had been cut into evenly sized pieces, neatly arranged. Wow, is this guy a perfectionist or what? Every piece of chicken is exactly the same size. How did he do that? Just a moment ago, someone said his knife skills might not be great, and now they must be eating their words. Clap, clap, clap. Oh my, look at that head chef. He's gone over there. What's he doing? Looking for trouble? Master, can I weigh 2 pieces of chicken? The head chef asked cautiously. Yichio put down the knife. With Yichio's consent, the head chef carefully picked up 2 small pieces of chicken and placed them on a scale meant for weighing small amounts of food. The result? Identical. The weights of the 2 pieces of chicken are exactly the same. Not a bit off. My God, the head chef's eyes widened. After being a chef at the Yellow Crane Tower for so long, it was the first time he had seen someone hone their knife skills to such a level. Even if practice makes perfect, this level is just too terrifying. This guy is amazing. Amazing to the max. Right now, I can only say 666 and nothing else. Flowing chicken, ironclad brother, This operation I would call the strongest chicken slaughter in history. Li Gongzi, Emperor, rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and commented, I'm on site, and I'm already moved to tears by Yao Yao's brother's knife skills. What? Li Xiqing is on site? Yao Yao, is Li Xiqing just bragging? Since Yi Xiao's camera was always focused on Yi Qiu, everyone hadn't seen Li Xiqing or the other members of the Li family. Yi Xiao also saw Li Xiqing's reward. After thanking him, she smiled and said, yes, he's here. What's going on? Li Xiqing can't be getting lucky, right? Getting lucky my foot, it's just a meal. How many times do you want me to say it? Being looked down upon in front of Li Xiqing. I have to say, Yi Xiao found this feeling quite strange and wonderful. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, streamer sister, can you bring the camera a bit closer? We at the Treasure Pavilion also want to admire the perfectly symmetrical chicken. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, sister Yao Yao, if possible, can we buy the knife your brother used? 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, Yao Yao, I wonder if I have the honor to eat the spicy chicken made by your brother. Is 10,000 Treasures Building dreaming? They might not have woken up yet. Buying a kitchen knife is more realistic, and you still want to eat spicy chicken? With that brother's professional quality, I think even a Michelin 3-star chef would have to kneel. Comparing to Michelin 3 stars? Sorry, I don't like those flashy molecular cuisines. Our authentic cuisine from the Great Xia is the best. Yes, traditional Xia cuisine and molecular cuisine are incomparable. I also don't understand what's so good about molecular cuisine. It's expensive, and I was lucky enough to try it once, and it was terribly unappetizing. Over here, Yi Qiu placed the processed chicken into a bowl. Then he began to leisurely cut the chili peppers with scissors. I almost thought the brother was going to show off his knife skills again. Me too. But seriously, my grandma also sat on the balcony cutting chili peppers like this. Perhaps sensing the curious gazes around, Yi Qiu said, chili peppers are the soul of spicy chicken. In traditional spicy chicken, the peppers should be cut into irregular shapes to enhance the flavor. A whole bowl of chili peppers was quickly cut. Yi Qiu had also prepared the other seasonings in advance. He first heated oil in a large pot over the earthen stove and added the spices. When the oil reached a certain temperature, he added the dried chili peppers. Just as Yi Qiu was watching the heat, ready to pour in the chicken, the door behind the kitchen was suddenly slammed open. Everyone, raise your hands. We received reports from the public that someone is gathering here for a pyramid scheme presentation. Get down on the ground. You call this a pyramid scheme? You call this a pyramid scheme? The leading police officer first aimed his gun at a group of people. Then he took out his identification and walked towards Yi Qiu in the center of the crowd. Pyramid scheme? What the hell? What pyramid scheme? The police officer walked up to Yi Qiu. After lowering his gun, he finally realized. In front of him was a young man around 20, holding a bowl of chicken, seemingly ready to pour it into the iron pot on the earthen stove. The pot was already filled with spices. The aroma made him swallow. Yi Qiu was also startled. The camera directly aimed at the leading police officer. What's going on? Why are the police here? I just heard him say pyramid scheme? What the hell? Where's the pyramid scheme? I hate pyramid schemes the most. If I see a pyramid scheme, I'll kill it on the spot. Didn't he just say that Yao Yao and the others were involved in a pyramid scheme? Did I hear wrong? But Yao Yao and the others are clearly watching the brother make spicy chicken. Is teaching spicy chicken also a pyramid scheme? At this moment, Yi Qiu had already placed the chicken into the iron pot. The fragrance of the stir-fried dried chili, combined with the other spices, was simply stimulating everyone's taste buds. Li Hanhai, standing nearby, couldn't help but start swallowing. I really want to eat. However, Li Hanhai's gaze suddenly turned cold. He leaned on his stick, taking 3 steps in 2, and walked directly in front of the leading police officer. Are people nowadays so irresponsible? Just casually calling it a pyramid scheme? When did my Li family's family gathering become a pyramid scheme? At this moment, the leader finally snapped back to reality from the aroma of the spicy chicken. You are. Which district are you from? Linjiang district? Li Rongqing also stepped forward. Even if he didn't know Li Hanhai, how could he not know Li Rongqing? The overlord of Jiangcheng, Master Li San, the richest man in Jiangcheng. In Jiangcheng, with a word from the Li family, there was almost nothing they couldn't do. No, I'm from this area. The leader realized that not only was Li Rongqing around, but there were also other members of the Li family, and these people were all prominent figures often seen on financial channels. None of them were easy to mess with. And at this moment, these people had already surrounded him with cold expressions. Third Master, I didn't know it was you. You didn't know it was me? Are you saying that if you knew it was me, you wouldn't dare to come in? Are you implying that even if you know there's a problem, you would still cover for me? Li Rongqing's expression was icy, and he spoke in a tone that was almost murderous. The police officer immediately trembled with fear. He looked behind Li Rongqing, only to find that the people who had barged in with him had vanished without a trace. Damn! The leader wailed inwardly. This group of cowards just abandoned him like that. I'm asking you a question. Li Rongqing's face was cold. Today, our Li family's ancestor has come out of seclusion and invited distinguished guests to gather at the Yellow Crane Tower. How did it turn into a pyramid scheme here? Which of your eyes saw us engaging in a pyramid scheme? At this moment, Yi Xiao was still live streaming. The viewers were also surprised to discover that this was actually a family banquet of the Li family. Holy crap, this is the Li family's family banquet. Li Hanhai, could it be that legendary ancestor of the Li family who has been in seclusion for 10 years? Hiss, my god, that ancestor of the Li family. A legendary figure. And then, the brother from the Li family banquet was invited and showed off his culinary skills, only to be mistaken for a pyramid scheme site. What the hell is going on here? Brothers, there's a good show to watch. Boring, I prefer watching the brother make spicy chicken. Just now, watching that chef made my mouth water. Me too, it's late at night here, torturing people. Have some sympathy for the overseas viewers, okay? Whoa, I also stayed up late wanting to watch the immortal livestream, and I haven't eaten my hometown's food in a long time. What I eat here is all pig food, not even as good as pig food. I'm having a hard time. Hee, it's still better in the country. I can eat anytime. Spicy chicken, ginger rabbit, braised pork, dry fried intestines, pot wrapped meat, sauerkraut pork steamed dumplings. There are just too many. I'm hungry. That person reading the dish names, how cruel. At this moment, the police officer seemed to realize his mistake. He was almost stuttering. No, it's not like that. Third Masterly, let me explain. Third Master, and the ancestor. Surrounded by so many big shots, he was just a small fry. What kind of sin had he committed? No, it's all that snitch's fault. If it weren't for him providing false information, how could he have thought this was a pyramid scheme? He was just about to speak. At this moment, a spicy aroma suddenly spread around. The fragrance exploded like a flavor bomb, instantly filling the kitchen with the exquisite scent of spicy chicken. The stir-fried dried chili, mixed with spices and perfectly diced chicken. Looking at that drool-worthy color, it made one want to rush over and take a big bite immediately. Even some people from the Li family shed tears of emotion just from smelling this aroma. This smell is really too fragrant. At this moment, Yi Qiu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. The method for making spicy chicken is actually very simple. Follow my steps, and you can do it too. As he spoke, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. The spicy chicken in the pot was quickly and steadily plated. Looking over, that plate of spicy chicken seemed to emit a dazzling golden light. The brightness attracted everyone's taste buds, almost uncontrollably wanting to go over and taste it. And that police officer finally came to his senses. This was clearly a demonstration of how to make spicy chicken. How could it possibly be a pyramid scheme? Is there really such a thing as a pyramid scheme like this? Damn reporters! I'm hungry. I just want to fly back to Xia country right now and have a serving of spicy chicken. Although I can't eat the spicy chicken made by the immortal himself, I would be satisfied with buying something else to eat. Smart people have already started ordering takeout, while foolish people are still waiting to watch food streams. Yes, takeout, takeout. Once the first person took the lead, there was a second, then a third and fourth. In just 10 minutes, the number of spicy chicken orders in major cities across Xia country surged by tens of thousands. Besides that, there was suddenly a short supply of chicken in the big supermarkets. Of course, it wasn't just chicken. Live chickens also began to sell well, and the orders for slaughtering chickens in the markets were completely filled. What the hell is happening? Those who were unaware of the truth thought this was like the price surge of pork, and they rushed to clear out all the chicken products from the supermarket. I wonder if the master is interested. It's ready. Just as everyone was still immersed in that unbeatable flavor, Yi Qiu's voice pulled them back to reality. What, do you want to try some too? Yi Qiu smiled at the police officer. The officer swallowed hard. He did want to. If he could have a taste, he would even be willing to give up his job. But did he have the right to do so? He still didn't know how Master Li would deal with him. How could he dare to taste this spicy chicken? So he shook his head. But with that shake, Li Hanhai's stern voice came over. What do you mean? Do you look down on it? Or what? The officer panicked upon hearing this. He quickly shook his head. No, I don't look down on it. I really want to eat. Want to eat? Then see if you have the qualifications. At this moment, Yi Qiu handed the plate of spicy chicken to the chef of Huangdalu, who treated it like a treasure, carefully holding it as if afraid of making the slightest mistake. Take it in, it's time to eat. With Yi Qiu's words, the younger members of the Li family respectfully followed him toward the private room. Yi Qiu looked at the live stream. It's time to eat, I'll stream for you later. I bought several new games these days, so come watch me then. Teacher Ma's Skin Swallow rewarded the streamer with a carnival and left a message. Yao Yao, how about you don't stream games tonight and let your brother stream cooking dinner instead? Is that okay? Thanks to Teacher Ma's Skin Swallow for the carnival reward. Thanks, Skin Swallow. After Yi Qiu read it out, she felt something was off, but still said, this is my live stream. Of course, you should watch me. Alright, I'm going to eat now. Those of you who haven't eaten should hurry and eat. Just after she finished speaking, someone didn't have time to send a bullet screen before realizing that Yi Qiu had already ended the stream at lightning speed. Yi Qiu then returned to the private room. After all, eating with the Li family wasn't suitable for streaming at this moment. Yi Qiu made a plate of spicy chicken. The younger members of the Li family surrounding the table kept their eyes glued to that plate of spicy chicken. After sitting down, Yi Qiu glanced at Li Hanhai beside him and asked, "Where's that police officer?" Li Hanhai quickly replied, "Master, I just sent him to find the reporter who provided false information. Once he finds them, I will definitely punish both of them severely. You can rest assured, Master." Yi Qiu nodded. These small matters could be left to Li Hanhai to handle. In the private room, all the younger members of the Li family waited respectfully for Yi Qiu to speak. Li Hanhai was also serving him respectfully by his side. The manager and the chef watched from the side, nearly dropping their jaws in shock. That was the ancestor of the Li family. Just a casual stomp could shake the entire Jiang city, yet now, this humble appearance made people believe it. "Aren't you going to eat?" Yi Qiu asked when he saw these people hesitating to pick up their chopsticks. "Master Ancestor, you moved first, so they dared to move. There are no such rules, just eat." As Yi Qiu finished speaking, the younger members of the Li family finally picked up their bowls and chopsticks. However, everyone's first target was that plate of bright red spicy chicken. Just getting a bite would be satisfying. Yi Qiu picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece. Not bad. It tasted similar to what he used to make. It seemed that as long as one mastered the recipe, the food would always taste good. By the way, Master Ancestor, Li Hanhai himself wasn't eating much, constantly paying attention to Yi Qiu and Yi Qiu. "If there's something, let's finish eating first." Seeing that Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao were focused on their meal, Yi Qiu didn't want to discuss other matters at this time. "I was negligent. Please don't blame me, Master Ancestor." Compared to other family banquets among the wealthy in Zhangcheng, this family gathering didn't have too many people. They were all from the Li family. After finishing the meal, everyone wore a satisfied expression. This feeling completely stemmed from that plate of spicy chicken. The portion was a bit small, so the younger members of the Li family even finished all the peppers inside. After this meal, who knows if they would feel like their behinds were on fire when they got home. After the meal, probably because of Yi Qiu's words last time, Yi Qiu was called to drink tea again. The fragrant tea lingered in the air. Just by smelling it, one could tell these tea leaves were quite expensive. "Master Ancestor." Yi Qiu sat in the high seat, and the younger members of the Li family didn't dare to make any moves. "Master Ancestor, soon the National Martial Arts Conference held every 4 years in Xia country will take place in Jiangcheng. I wonder if you are interested." Martial Arts Conference? Yi Qiu thought for a moment. In the other world where he had lived for 10,000 years, it seemed that there was a similar martial arts event every 100 years. He had participated when he had just arrived about 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, the opponent was too weak, and he resolved it in one move. After that, he never participated in those boring events again. However, it was said that his disciples were quite enthusiastic about it. Yi Qiu remained silent. Suddenly, Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao asked excitedly, "The martial arts conference, is it the one with many experts? I heard you can even see ancient martial artists on site. I wonder if it's true. Yao Yao, do you want to go?" Yi Qiu noticed Yi Xiao's very interested expression, so he asked, "Brother, there are legendary ancient martial artists, of course, I want to see. But this competition has never been live-streamed, you can't see it on TV, only the results are announced every year. I wonder what it will be like this time. If Master Uncle doesn't mind, you can live-stream it with your account," Li Hanhai hurriedly said. After all, he was also one of the investors for the martial arts conference. In previous years, no one live-streamed not because they didn't want to, but because the organizers were too laid back and didn't lack that little money. Now that Yi Qiu wanted to live-stream, let her do it. Li Hanhai would never miss such a key moment to please her. Really? Yi Qiu was a bit excited. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was with her, felt the same. Lin Xiaoxiao was very interested in these things, especially after seeing Yi Qiu uproot the tree directly last time. She became even more curious. Perhaps there were many things in this world that they had never discovered or known about. Of course it's true, as long as Master Uncle likes it, you can live stream however you want. Then let's go see it when the time comes, brother. Yi Xiao looked at Yi Qiu excitedly. There was a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Yi Qiu could never refuse Yi Xiao's request. Although he personally found it quite boring, he still nodded. Alright, we'll go see it then. Yi Qiu agreed. Li Hanhai was even more excited. At this moment, Yi Qiu glanced at Li Hanhai again and noticed that he had changed somewhat since their last meeting. He raised his eyebrows slightly. You must be close to succeeding in your cleansing and refining, right? The last time Li Hanhai came to his house, he still carried some murky energy, but now, that murky aura was almost dissipated. This meant that Li Hanhai had entered the right track of cleansing and refining. However, whether he could ultimately succeed still depended on his personal willpower. Upon hearing this, Li Hanhai trembled, nearly kneeling before Yi Qiu. I must also thank the ancestral master for that cup of tea. That's the awakening tea. It just helps clear your mind a bit. So far, it seems to be working well. These words exploded in Li Hanhai's mind like fireworks. Awakening tea. How precious it was. He never expected the ancestral master would bestow such a thing upon him. Could this not prove that the ancestral master valued him and the Li family greatly? Li Hanhai felt a surge of emotions, but he did not know that it was merely a pot of tea Yi Qiu casually brewed, coincidentally given to him when Li Hanhai came seeking help. In summary, Li Hanhai was overthinking. Rest assured, ancestral master, my Li family will never let down your good intentions. The Li family, generation after generation, will always look to you as our guiding star, no matter what happens. Regarding Li Hanhai's passionate expression of loyalty, Yi Qiu felt a bit bewildered. He had indeed taken on many disciples in that world, but he couldn't quite remember the one named Li Guang, even though he felt a sense of familiarity when seeing the Li family members. Perhaps he had given him some pointers at some point. However, at least these people were currently of some help to Yao Yao. In the end, Yi Qiu simply responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Li Hanhai was immensely excited, nearly moved to tears. Alright, let them get back to their own business. There's no need to stay here. Yi Qiu noticed that as long as he remained silent, the younger members of the Li family didn't dare to make a sound. So he spoke up, allowing them to do what they needed to do. On the other side, the police who had rushed into the Yellow Crane Tower to catch someone had now been driven out and were assigned by Li Hanhai to find that reporter. If they couldn't find him, according to the Li family's style of doing things in Jiangchang, he would be finished. By the end, there would probably be nothing left. At the entrance of the Yellow Crane Tower, the parking lot across the street was now completely empty. All the cars that had come earlier had been driven away. The policeman, Lu Jing, had just recently become the team leader and had thought he could dismantle a pyramid scheme this time, but instead, he was slapped in the face as soon as he entered. Seeing the empty parking lot, Lu Jing cursed under his breath. What a bunch of ungrateful wolves. They had urged him to take the lead when rushing in, but once inside, they were the fastest to escape. He cursed that these guys would have children without skin on their backs in the future. Lu Jing walked to the roadside, initially intending to hail a taxi. After a moment's thought, he decided to call that reporter directly. Hello. As soon as the call connected, an excited voice came from the other end. Team leader Lu, do you need a reporter right now? I'll be there in a minute. Just wait for me a few minutes. The reporter probably hadn't even watched Yi Xiao's livestream and had no idea what was happening inside. So when he received Lu Jing's call, his face was filled with excitement. Yes, I need you right now. Very much so. Hurry over. Lu Jing suppressed the urge to curse and calmly urged him to come quickly. Team leader Lu, I have a few things to take care of here, but it will be resolved soon. Can you wait a few minutes? On the reporter's side, there seemed to be the cries of small children in the background. Accompanying them were the shouts and curses of women. If you want to make the headlines, if you want to be on the news, hurry up and get over here, time's running out. Lu Jing was already feeling down, and now his mood was even worse. What he regretted the most was not having the chance to eat that spicy chicken. Since walking out of the Yellow Crane Tower, the thing he couldn't let go of was the spicy chicken. He had been on duty since morning, and now he hadn't eaten a single bite, at most just drank a bottle of water. Even at this moment, the taste of that spicy chicken still lingered in Lu Jing's nostrils. He could smell it, but he couldn't eat it. This made him even more restless. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't make it in 5 minutes, don't even think about the headlines. After Lu Jing finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He lit a cigarette in the small park next to the Yellow Crane Tower and sat down, waiting for the reporter to arrive. In the smoke, he seemed to see that spicy chicken again. Sigh. When would he have the chance to taste that spicy chicken? 5 minutes is neither short nor long. Lu Jing finished one cigarette. From a distance, he saw a guy with a shifty look carrying a camera walking over. Lu team, I'm here. The reporter's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Jing. It seemed that Lu team had come successfully. Otherwise, How could he be sitting here leisurely smoking? The reporter approached. Lu team, haha, is there any reward this time? Reward? Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, then lifted his hand and directly struck the reporter on the head. What other reward do you want? How about I reward you with death? Let me tell you, with your operation, I might lose my job. Lu team. What? What happened? The reporter was completely confused, the pain on his head making it even harder for him to react. What happened? Lu Jing snorted coldly. You said those people inside were engaging in pyramid schemes, brainwashing, right? Yes. They were promoting supernatural nonsense, which is against the rules, right? And it really looked like a pyramid scheme. Looked like? Lu Jing clenched his fist, wishing he could smash this idiot reporter's head. So you think it looks like a pyramid scheme, and you report a false case, making us go in and arrest people? Lu Jing was furious. Because of this idiot, he almost got caught up in it. Someone who could make the ancestors of the Li family serve him respectfully. He almost treated him as the head of a pyramid scheme to arrest. If he really did, it would have been a disaster. Jiangchang would probably be finished. Lu team, what is going on? What is going on? They were having a meal inside, making some spicy chicken, and you tell me this is a pyramid scheme? Come on, tell me, how is making spicy chicken a pyramid scheme? I personally went in to expose him. The reporter was also completely baffled. He had come joyfully, wanting to take credit, then planned to get a headline and maybe some extra bonuses. But now, how did things turn out like this? Lu team, they are a pyramid scheme. Lu Jing was so angry that he punched the reporter in the face. I'm the one who's going to die. The reporter lost 2 front teeth from the punch, and the camera he was holding fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. My lifeline. He was leaking air from his mouth. Although his face was bleeding from the punch, he still looked painfully at the camera that had smashed on the ground. This was the high-end product he had bought with 2 years of savings. He had used it for less than a week. Now, without even capturing any explosive headlines, it was gone like this. Lifeline? To be honest with you, no one inside the Yellow Crane Tower today is easy to mess with. This matter is definitely not over. Does Li Hanhai know? The ancestor of the Li family. Today, he invited distinguished guests for a meal, and they went in to have spicy chicken, but it turned into a pyramid scheme here? Just wait, don't think your life is safe. I reckon even that part of you down there is going to be gone. The reporter was startled upon hearing this. Captain Lu, the distinguished guest you mentioned, it wouldn't be that young man, would it? Who else could it be? Captain Lu, that's exactly what I'm suspicious about. You're saying a young man? What kind of capital does he have to make a business giant like Li Hanhai bow down? What status does the Li family have? And what status does he have? So, the people of the Li family must have been brainwashed by him long ago. As for Yi Qiu, the reporter had done some research. After all, he was quite popular online now. Unlike those corporate drones, he kept an eye on the headlines all the time and knew quite a bit. However, he thought to himself that any fool would know those things were all prearranged, just to show. What remote control? Anyone who knows a bit of magic can pull it off. There are even magicians who can make someone float in midair. Some can even decapitate someone and put their head back on. What giant husky? With today's advanced internet technology, even videos can be manipulated. It must be an illusion. I'm currently looking for that video from back then, but I can't find any recordings online. As long as I can get a recording, I can definitely find his flaw. While the reporter was thinking, he said, and what about spirits and such? That's obviously just promoting supernatural nonsense. Captain Lu, don't you understand? That's a pyramid scheme, and now the entire Li family has been deceived. Lu Jing looked at him, silent. The reporter thought he was starting to believe. So he hurriedly added, really, Captain Lu, San Yi and the others should still be inside, right? As long as you take me in, I'll personally expose that pyramid scheme leader's plot. Then you'll know it's just a scam. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's mouth twitched. This guy really was determined to walk into the lion's den. He had originally planned to deal with this troublemaker and then report to San Yi. But now this guy was throwing himself into the line of fire. Are you sure you want to go? The reporter's expression was fierce, his eyes filled with malice. Of course I want to go. He's a fraud, a pyramid scheme. How can someone like me, who promotes justice, let him continue like this? Lu Jing let out a cold laugh. This guy was finished. Not only was he malicious, but he was also self-righteous. In reality, he was just a fool. Smart people know that if it were really promoting supernatural nonsense, it would have attracted attention long ago. But Yi Qiu has been live streaming for so long without any issues. What does that indicate? It indicates that it's all been tacitly approved. I don't even know which company the stupid reporter is from. He's really causing a lot of trouble. Starting today, as soon as he steps through that door, he probably won't be able to come out again. Even the company he works for will be implicated. Lu Jing looked at his confident demeanor, feeling no sympathy at all. Alright, since you want to go in and explain, then come with me, Lu Jing said to the reporter. Upon hearing this, the reporter was so happy that he even forgot about the camera on the ground. Just a moment ago, he had filmed a video of a pregnant woman arguing with another woman. As long as he edited the video properly, it would turn into a clip of the pregnant woman throwing a tantrum. Such a controversial video would definitely make headlines. Although the outcome might lead to the pregnant woman having a miscarriage or other issues, those were not within his consideration. He originally wanted to use this video to make money, but now, as long as he can expose the scam of that female streamer named Ji Shio in front of Lee San, does he still need that little bit of money? Then he would be the savior of the Lee family. The reporter thought this and even discarded the video footage in the camera. He directly followed Lu Jing towards the Yellow Crane Tower. At this moment, in the hall of the Yellow Crane Tower, the younger generation of the Lee family was playing their own games. Although Yi Chio was still there, he was no longer as reserved as at the beginning, because a young granddaughter had taken the initiative to invite Yi Shio and Lin Xiaoxiao to play board games together. Seeing that Yi Shio and Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to be in a good mood and having a great time, Yi Chio couldn't help but smile. However, Li Xiqing, from the younger generation, had no chance to join the games. It was almost all girls. The male beings had all been sent to the other side to entertain themselves. Li Hanhai respectfully stood by Yi Chio's side, occasionally asking about the matter of washing the marrow and cutting the bones. Sometimes Yi Chio would reply with a sentence, sometimes just a word. But even if Yi Chio only nodded or shook his head, it would excite Li Hanhai. Just then, Yi Chio suddenly spoke again. A guest has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hanhai also looked towards the entrance of the hall. At first, he saw no one. After waiting for about a minute, he saw the police officer who had barged in earlier, now leading a tall, thin man with shifty eyes towards them. You again? Li Xiqing, who was closer to the door with a few of his cousins, immediately recognized the identity of the police officer. Your Highness, I'm just bringing someone over for you. Lu Jing, seeing Li Xiqing, hurriedly smiled and said. Li Xiqing looked back. Who is this? He didn't look like a good person. Before Lu Jing could introduce him, the reporter hurriedly stepped forward, grinning. Li Xiao, I'm Zhao Xiang, a reporter from Guangying Entertainment. Here's my business card. Zhao Xiang handed over his business card, but it was swatted away by Li Xiqing. Reporter? Are you the one who reported us for holding a pyramid scheme? Goodness. His great-grandfather was furious and ready to kill, and this guy just walked right in? Sigh, not in great shape tonight. Took me a whole 3 hours to write this chapter. Had some issues during the day and kept thinking about it. Good night, Baldies. Love you all. We must believe in science. We must believe in science. Li Xiqing's words also caught the attention of the other members of the Li family. After Lu Jing brought the person over, he wisely took a few steps back, trying to minimize his presence. However, Zhao Xiang, upon seeing Li Rongqing, immediately lit up, as if he had seen his fortune god. He hurried over. San, I have something to tell you. Slap, slap, slap. Just as Zhao Xiang reached Li Rongqing, he received several slaps to the face. He was momentarily dazed by the blows. Raising his hand to cover his reddened face, he asked in confusion, San, did I do something wrong? Something wrong? Li Rongqing snorted coldly. Then, a chilling voice sounded from behind him. Which entertainment company's reporter? Zhao Xiang looked and saw that, at some point, Li Hanhai had stood behind Li Rongqing. At this moment, Li Hanhai's expression was extremely cold. Old man, you must believe me, I can prove that man is a fraud. He is deceiving you. Zhao Xiang pointed at the high-seated Yi Chio and said to Li Hanhai. As soon as these words came out, the younger members of the Li family couldn't help but gasp. Hiss, this guy really dared to say that. Did he not know who that person was? Yes, if I had known, I wouldn't have been looking for death like this now. Li Hanhai was so angry that veins were popping on his forehead. He gripped his cane, wishing he could smash it directly onto Zhao Xiang's head. At that moment, Zhao Xiang thought Li Hanhai was angry because Yi Chio had deceived him, so he became even more confident. Old man, I know you find the things you saw in the live stream unbelievable, but these things were all pre-arranged by them. Just give me some time, and I can do it too. Zhao Xiang wanted to continue speaking, like that thing about taking objects from a distance. Shut up, Li Hanhai interrupted Zhao Xiang sharply. Take him away and let him taste what it means to anger the Li family. Li Hanhai didn't give Zhao Xiang a chance to explain at all. Several bodyguards in black moved forward to drag him away, but Zhao Xiang still refused to give up. He shouted towards Li Hanhai, Old man, you have to believe me. We must believe in science. Believe. Before Zhao Xiang could finish his words, he saw behind Li Hanhai. Yi Qiu waved his hand, and a teapot the size of a palm suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, right before his eyes, the teapot disappeared. We must believe. Zhao Xiang didn't get to say the last two words, science. It was unclear whether he couldn't say it or if he simply didn't want to say it anymore. As Zhao Xiang was taken away, occasional screams could be heard. Lu Jing trembled at the sound. He had intended to sneak away, but was directly called out by Li Sicheng. Stop! Lu Jing was startled by the shout. He stiffly turned his head and cautiously asked, Crown Prince, is there anything else you need? Zhao Xiang is doomed. Don't think your matter is settled just like that. Crown Prince, this is all Zhao Xiang's fault. I'm also wronged, and I brought him here at the first opportunity. Great-grandfather, how should we deal with this guy? Li Sicheng looked at the trembling Lu Jing and asked Li Hanhai. He brought reporters here, which can be seen as making up for his mistakes. I'll leave him to you. How you handle it to satisfy the master is your business. Li Hanhai was actually giving Li Sicheng a chance to please Yi Qiu. After all, he was the heir of the Li family. Of course, he had to be taken care of. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the master seemed to have some opinions about Sicheng, but those opinions didn't carry much malice. So Li Hanhai called Li Sicheng to deal with Lu Jing. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you go back comfortably. Li Sicheng looked at Lu Jing, revealing an evil smile. Lu Jing's final fate was somewhat better than Zhao Xiang's. After all, he had made some contributions. After spending a day at the Yellow Crane Tower, Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao felt quite good. There was good food and fun activities. Yi Xiao was happy, and so Yi Qiu was happy. The younger generation of the Li family was even happier. Today, they had flattered their way into securing several projects and some large investments. Of course, all of this had to be credited to Yi Xiu. Without her, they wouldn't have had today. So when it was time to leave, the younger members of the Li family were all extremely enthusiastic. Master Uncle, I will definitely bring people to support your live stream. Master Uncle, I will take the #1 spot in your live stream from now on. No one can compete with me. Someone started boasting, unaware that the #1 spot in Yi Xiao's livestream was currently held by a new account opened by Li Hanhai. Was this guy trying to compete for the #1 spot with the ancestor? Li Sicheng heard this and merely twitched his mouth. If one seeks death, then so be it. He wouldn't remind them later. In Yi Xiao's live streaming room, the top 10 on the leaderboard were almost always fixed. The first place was always Li Hanhai's account, followed by those 3 bosses who had to bring 100 super hot comments every time they spoke. Although there would be some changes in the subsequent rankings, the top 10 would hardly change. Those who knew understood, and those who understood got it. As they were about to leave, Li Hanhai once again expressed his desire to meet Xiaoha. Yi Qiu was in a good mood, so she agreed. The most important thing was that Yao Yao was happy. On the way back, the Li family intended to send the 3 of them home, but Yi Qiu refused. Lin Xiaoxiao had driven over herself and actually enjoyed driving, so they didn't let Li Hanhai personally take them home. Once everyone finally left, the owner of Huanghe Tower wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously. Boss. The manager felt weak all over at that moment. This was the first time Huanghe Tower had received such esteemed guests since its opening. Is there still that spicy chicken made by that distinguished guest earlier? The manager understood what the boss meant as soon as he heard it, but he could only shake his head. No, the people from the Li family didn't even spare the oil residue on the plate. Sigh. The boss looked up at the night sky, seemingly regretting something. Although he wasn't present when Yi Qiu made the spicy chicken, he could still smell that aroma. Just a whiff was enough to linger in his mind. I hope they will come again. Lin Xiaoxiao parked the car, and the 3 of them went straight into the elevator. When they opened the door, they saw Xiaoha looking extremely excited, rushing towards them. Open the door, the community is sending warmth. Yi Xiao started her live stream as promised. She didn't even notify the group. Just as she turned on the camera and the live room, she saw a few strange figures rushing in, followed by dozens of carnival comments. This is the carnival for thanking the Master Uncle's little fan. What the heck is this? Master Uncle. If it were said privately, it would be fine, but with so many people in the live room, this was really too bizarre. And it didn't end there. Next, even more similar comments flooded into the live room. What's going on today? Is everyone secretly forming a family without me? Master Uncle, is this calling Yao Yao? And the older brother is the master, right? Wow, I like this title. I want to call it that too. The viewers in the live room saw the notification that Yi Xiu was live and hurriedly rushed in. At first, there were fewer people, so maybe their comments could still be seen by Yi Xiu. But as more people joined, wanting her to see their comments became a matter of chance. The same went for the voice broadcast comments. It was all like a lottery. Winning or losing was all up to fate. So, this group of viewers followed the trend and made their comments all messy. Master Uncle is my favorite. Master Uncle pulls up the willow. Master Uncle is strong as mountains and rivers. Master Uncle is a real man. And so on. Yi Shiyou was somewhat speechless. However, she couldn't control the situation. The new fans continuously pouring into the live room were also curiously commenting. What the heck is Master Uncle? I just didn't see Yao Yao for a while. What happened? Ha ha, Yao Yao has turned into an old witch now. Huh, like the Tianshan child ant? Please explain? I also changed it. No matter what, just following the trend. Master Uncle, can I have a legendary romance with you? Upstairs, Extraordinary tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, what's going on? Can someone tell me what exactly happened? As soon as he entered the live room, he was completely bewildered by the screen full of Master Uncle comments. Yi Shiyou happened to see the bullet comments from Brother Fifan. She was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but she still said thank you. Just then, a name appeared in the live stream, Shirshu Zhu Yongyuan's little brother Siqing, Emperor. From now on, Yaha will be my Shirshu Zhu. It's that simple, so don't take advantage of it, okay? After all, you can't just call her that. Isn't this Li Siqing? This is Li Siqing. Only he could come up with something so flashy. And he's the Emperor. It's not surprising that Li Siqing changed his name, but what's strange is that he actually chose such an embarrassingly ridiculous one. No one could make sense of it. Even his good buddies were confused. Siqing, what's wrong with you? Old Flashy, you wouldn't understand. After all, your level hasn't reached mine, and she really is my Shirshu Zhu. Absolutely authentic. Hee, since that's the case, how about I become your Shirshu Zhu's husband? The moment this old Flashy sent out the bullet comment, the live stream screen was already filled with question marks. Of course, there were even more of the character for danger. Just one character already indicated the old Flashy's current predicament. Li Siqing looked at the bullet comments from the old Flashy, his mouth twitching, and he was silently praying for him. Old Flashy, just go to heaven in peace. I'll burn some paper money for you with the fat guy. The old Flashy usually just liked to boast and show off. This time, he treated it like something he usually did in other streamers' live rooms. He never expected everyone would react this way. What's wrong? Siqing, is there something wrong with what I said? Shirshu Zhu Yongyuan's little brother Siqing, Emperor, no problem, your words are fine, but you might have a problem soon. Old Flashy, don't blame me for not reminding you, I've been watching the old guy's live stream lately. Have you heard of a creature called Sister Complex? If you haven't, I suggest you check out Yuan no Kaze. No, I suggest you watch Zetsuin no Tempest. Clearly, the fat guy was also in the live stream today. He just happened to witness the old Flashy digging his own grave. Over here, the old Flashy was still puzzled, just about to send a bullet comment when the doorbell rang. He put down the keyboard and walked towards the door. Although he knew it was probably nothing, he still took a peek through the peephole. He saw a delivery worker in a uniform standing outside. Who are you? I'm from the community delivering warmth, here to bring you a bottle of purified water. He heard someone say from outside the door. Upon hearing this, the old Flashy felt relieved. So it was just the community delivering warmth. He really overthought it. It was all because of Siqing and the fat guy comparing what kind of dangers might happen, making him so nervous that he thought something really was going to happen. So, without thinking twice, the old Flashy opened the door. Unfortunately, he didn't even finish saying thank you when everything suddenly went black. By the time he realized what was happening, he found himself stuffed into a sack and thrown into the trunk of a car. What the hell? What kind of warmth delivery is this? This is kidnapping. The old Flashy panicked. Could it be that what Li Siqing said earlier was true? Is there really such a terrifying sister complex in this world? After the old Flashy was taken away by the community warmth deliverers, inside the room, the computer screen was still flashing with bullet comments from the live stream. Why isn't the old Flashy talking anymore? Where's that guy who was digging his own grave? Old Flashy, where are you? It's over, he probably already left. Rest in peace. May there be no sister complex in heaven. Farewell, brave soul. A group of people in the live stream mourned for the old Flashy, but as one of the parties involved, Yi Shiyou had no idea what was happening. What's going on? Why are you all mourning? Indeed, someone had just teased her. However, she glanced back at Yi Shiyou, who was fiddling with his new phone. Brother is still at home. So that old rascal, no matter what happens, should have nothing to do with brother, right? Yao, you don't understand, this is called a hero's departure, never to return, we are just sending him off. By the way, Master Uncle, I heard that today the Immortal Lord made a spicy chicken dish. I wonder if we still have a chance to see the finished product. Yi Shiyou, it's gone. Li Siqing is feeling pretty good right now. Master Uncle's forever little brother Seeching, the Emperor Hehe, how could you bunch of cattle and horses have the chance to eat the spicy chicken made by Master Uncle himself? But I'll tell you, I had some, ha ha ha, Yao Ge, let it go, don't argue with a hen. Yao Ge, let it go, don't argue with a hen, hee, the hate is coming, but Yao, even though we can't eat the spicy chicken made by brother, how about you make a portion instead? Someone started to set the tone. I thought Yi Xiao would politely refuse, but unexpectedly, she stood up directly, rolling up her sleeves as if she was ready to get to work. You're right, after watching brother make it today, I also want to try making it. I wonder how it tastes. Watching Yi Qiu make spicy chicken really stirred her blood. Almost every cell in her body was clamoring to try it herself. Since you all have this request, as a fan-loving streamer, of course, I will satisfy you. Fan-loving? Not really. If you really loved your fans, you would turn the camera to your brother. I thank you. Yao, I know it's not good to say this, but I still hope you understand what it means to love your fans. Yi Xiao got angry. What? Are you looking down on me? Of course not. Just don't want your brother and your best friend to have to clean up the mess later. Most of the comments were urging Yi Xiao to recognize herself. However, there were also some comments that clearly showed a lack of intelligence. Master Uncle, I believe in you, go for it. Master Uncle, you are the best. Go for it. Once Master Uncle makes a move, you'll know whether it's good or not. I will always be a fan of Master Uncle. Oh, then this fan, do you know when Yao's birthday is? As soon as this question came out, the guy who had just claimed to be Yi Xiao's fan forever fell silent. This comment happened to be read aloud. Yi Qiu was busy fiddling with the phone that Li Hanhai had just given him. It was said to be the best domestic brand and currently the best-selling brand. The phone had a foldable screen, embedded with hundreds of diamonds, and engraved with Yi Qiu's name. It was clearly a custom model. Yao's birthday. Yi Qiu searched through his memories from years ago. For some reason, aside from family matters, everything else had become blurry to him. If he remembered correctly, in a little over a month, it would be Yao's birthday. By then, Yi Qiu turned his head to look at Yi Xiao, who was friendly interacting with her viewers. By then, he would give Yao a 6th grade golden elixir. Just right. There were still materials in the space for refining a 6th grade golden elixir. At this moment, Yi Xiao still hadn't given up on the idea of making spicy chicken. Yao, let it go. Yao Ge, let it go, we won't argue with a hen. Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, I'm late, but our Treasure Pavilion will always support Miss Yi Xiao. We are willing to pay a high price to buy your spicy chicken, I wonder. Treasure Vault tipped the streamer a super rocket and commented, Yao, the doors of the Treasure Vault will always be open for you. We have an authentic rural stove here, and the spicy chicken cooked on it should have even more flavor. At Wanbao Tower, a viewer rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and left a message, Yao, there's a hotel next to Junlin Ipin that is shares from Wanbao Tower. They just finished repairing the earth stove over there. If you want to show off a bit now, you can go over. Yi Xiao's live stream room was buzzing. Those 3 big shots had sent quite a few gifts, but she hadn't managed to buy anything, and the Li family had snatched it all away. What a laugh. But why hasn't Jue Yingxian made a move yet? Logically, they should also be joining in. I don't get it, but I have a feeling that Yue Yingxian is plotting something big. Yi Xiao looked at the 3 big shots. For some reason, she suddenly felt they were quite pitiful. The gifts sent from her livestream could be said to be countless. Almost every time, without saying a word, it was 100 super rockets. Oh right, the strong greens you wanted before. My brother said a couple of days ago that they seem to be almost ripe. Yao, I want to buy. I suggest we limit the purchase directly, otherwise, we can't compete with the big shots at all. They can clear everything out in an instant. Speaking of strong greens, I wonder how those 2 who said they wanted to spar offline last time are doing. Ha, are you talking about the one who got cheated on? Yeah, and the other one said he was seduced by that guy's girlfriend. I also want to know, are they still around? These viewers really know how to stir the pot. They're here, just waiting to buy strong greens to deal with that scumbag. Ha, just you? You don't even know who's doing what, just wait for me. Don't run when the time comes. What a sin. Yi Xiao looked at the 2 who were about to start arguing again in the livestream. Stop arguing, or I'll directly ban you. You won't even get a chance to buy strong greens. As soon as she said this, the 2 immediately obediently stopped their quarrel. Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She really wasn't good at handling these things. Then she turned around and called out, Yi Qiu, brother, what's up? Before the words even left her mouth, Yi Qiu, who had been sitting on the sofa, was suddenly in front of Yi Xiao in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiao had already gotten used to such scenes. Some new fans in the livestream were still in shock. Old fans had already started proudly sending bullet comments. Everyone, don't be surprised. this is just my brother's basic operation. Yes, basic skills, don't be shocked, or you might just wet yourself next time. Brother, that teleportation just left me stunned. Brother, last time you said the strong greens were all ripe. Almost. Then I'll put some on the little yellow cart later? Actually, this was also Yi Xiao giving a benefit to the viewers in her livestream, especially those bosses. They were asking to buy every day, sending quite a few gifts, but up until now, they hadn't bought a single one. It's quite pitiful when you think about it. Deserving of sympathy. How many do you want? Yi Qiu had no objections to Yi Xiao's words, no matter if she wanted to give them away or put them on the little yellow cart. As long as she wanted them, he would give them to her. After all, those strong greens were growing very well. The aura and soil in the space were much better than in this world. How many do you want? To be honest, Yi Xiao hadn't thought about this question yet. She looked at the livestream. Babe, how many do you want? Babe? I'm not greedy, I just want one bundle. I'm not greedy either. Give me 10 pounds. I want 50 pounds. Give me 100 pounds. Yao, if it's convenient, I want 10 carts. I don't know. Yi Xiao, she glanced at the one who wanted 10 carts, and it just happened to be one of those 3 big shots who had been clamoring to buy things. My brother got lost, his name is Yi Qiu. My brother got lost, his name is Yi Qiu. She didn't even know how many strong greens there were, and these people came in asking for 10 or 100 pounds. Even more outrageous was this guy asking for 10 carts. Can you guys give us a little leeway? 10 trucks, who can handle that? If I had money, I'd also get 10 trucks. Yi Xiao was speechless. Even if you want to buy that many, my brother doesn't have them here. Right, brother? She turned to look at Yi Qiu. 10 trucks? If it's a truck, that's quite simple. The space is just too vast, and the growth cycle of the sturdy vegetables is extremely short. Getting 10 trucks is still very easy. This Versailles-style competition. Is my brother serious? 10 trucks? Is there really that much? Brother, 10 trucks. Where are you going to get that many sturdy vegetables? Moreover, if there really is that much, who knows how much money could be made from selling them? It should be no less than 500 million, right? Yi Xiao was a bit dazed. Space planting. Yi Qiu said it casually. He then picked up a bag of chips from Yi Xiao's desk, preparing to go back to the living room to continue studying the latest phone. Impressive. My brother is really amazing. Space planting. 666. Incredible. But Yao is the one suffering. She just said it was impossible to have 10 trucks, and now she's immediately slapped in the face, by her own brother no less. Ha ha ha. Hey, 10 trucks are still quite simple. Damn, this nonchalant show-off, I really can't learn that. A man who holds the planting space, how impressive is that? Yi Xiao was still frozen in place. She was thinking, does her brother even know how much 10 trucks are? Because Yi Xiao felt that her brother might have been learning from some hermit for years, completely detached from this world. Brother, 10 trucks. Not the kind of truck Xiao drives, but those trucks several meters high, one truck can hold tons of. Yi Qiu raised his head at this moment. I know, even without 10 trucks, I can produce 1,000 tons. Yi Xiao. Awesome. Indeed, I was too superficial before, talking about 10 trucks. Can trucks match my brother's style? Ha ha ha, I just feel like the streamer has been insulted invisibly again, right? King of Versailles. No one else but my brother. I wonder what Yao is thinking now. Although she has been hit twice in a row, fortunately, it's not a direct dimensional blow, so Yi Xiao can still hold on. Being able to give some benefits to the viewers in the livestream is also very good. Brother, after selling those sturdy vegetables, what do you want to buy? Yi Xiao asked. After all, they are all his things, and the money from selling them should rightfully go to him. The logistics costs on Xiao Zhao's side will also be given to her. Yi Qiu responded. His expression was serious. I have no use for those things. If you like them, keep them. Buy whatever you want with the money, just manage it yourself. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao was touched. The viewers in the livestream were bewildered. The country owes me a brother. I really want a brother like that. Ugh, the one in my house is simply useless, only knowing how to play with a paper figure every day, not doing anything serious. A paper figure wife is still a wife. Enough of that. When will the distribution happen? I don't want a husband. Just give me a brother who looks exactly the same. Looking at my brother like this, he really seems uninterested in that money at all. Yi Qiu looked at the phone screen. After a pause, he said, by the way, the money from selling that beginner's guide to washing the marrow, you should hurry up and spend it. Are you waiting for it to get moldy? Listen to this. What kind of talk is that? Versailles talk. But I'm really curious. How much did that guide sell for last time? The Li family's offer must have been high. Sure enough, after someone mentioned this, Li Xichen came out to show off. However, he was also responding to Yi Xiao's request. no longer the previous one who stole the spotlight. Young Master Li, the emperor, you don't need to guess anymore. It's a price you can't afford anyway. It's just 500 million. Li Siqing originally wanted to show off, but he heard Yi Qiu casually say, "It's just." What kind of talk is that? Just. What do you mean by just? Anyway, I only have 1,000 yuan for living expenses each month. Anyway, Yao Yao just casually gained 500 million. So envious. It seems that the Li family has really invested heavily this time. Li Siqing, who was interrupted while trying to show off, didn't dare to say anything. He could only flatter in the live stream. Being able to spend 500 million to buy the guide to washing the marrow and cutting the bones, we've already made a profit, okay? You have no idea of the value of that book. Although that book might just be a transitional aid for Yi Qiu during his beginner phase, but for Li Hanhai, who has studied washing the marrow and cutting the bones for so many years, it was like rain after a long drought. His savior, Treasure Pavilion, rewarded the streamer with a super rocket and left a message, "Hey, I can also do 500 million. The Treasure Pavilion and Wanbao building also expressed that they could do it too. Unfortunately, it had already been snatched by Li Hanhai. Yao Yao, if you like something, you must buy it, understand? He owed his sister too much. In the future, he just wanted to compensate his only sister well and let her live a happy and joyful life. Thank you, brother. Yi Xiao smiled sweetly. Her brother really spoiled her too much. The viewers in the live stream saw this and couldn't help but tear up. I seem to remember that when I was young, I also had the surname Yi, and my brother also went missing. I wonder if it's, how come you're just like me? My brother also went missing, and after reporting it, I still don't know where he is. My brother also has the surname Yi, coincidentally named Yi Qiu. Upstairs, you must be Han Feier, right? I'm your older brother Han Rang. I'm at home right now. When did I become a missing person? You even changed your name? Who are you? Sorry, I'm not Han Feier, I'm Yi Feier, thank you. Laughing so hard. My name is Yi Luo, and I also have a brother who went missing. Have you seen my brother Yi Qiu? Goodness. Just after Yi Qiu finished speaking, a group of people suddenly appeared in the live stream claiming to be relatives. Enough already. I don't mean anything else, I just want to find my brother. Your brother is right at home, Han Feier, you better wait for me. Let's see if I don't confiscate your milk tea and anime today. Yi Xiao saw this barrage and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I guess no one expected that biological siblings were watching her live stream together. Here's a benefit for you. I won't say more. This time I'll put 1,000 plants on the little yellow cart, and the price for each plant, let my brother decide. Yao Yao, why do I have a feeling that my brother will set a ridiculous price? He won't set it at 100,000 or 80,000, right? I can't take out that much money for now, and then no boss will buy it. I don't know, I really lost a lot last time not being able to buy the little yellow bean pill. This time I must grab it no matter what. Luckily, I've been constipated lately. I must get the big leafy vegetables. Yes, I was supposed to go to the hospital, but I postponed it with the doctor. Yi Xiao looked at the barrage and chuckled. Don't worry, I've said this is a benefit, so it definitely won't be too expensive. Rest assured. With Yi Xiao's words, the viewers finally felt relieved. Yi Qiu also heard the words benefit, so he said, how about we set the price the same as the antipyretic pill last time? One price? Yi Xiao was also a bit surprised. After all, the antipyretic pills were basically given away for free, only 10 yuan each, while this big leafy vegetable was also a one-time item, but it was worth more than the antipyretic pills. Okay, brother, you say so. In Yi Qiu's eyes, whether it was the small fever-reducing pills or the current powerful vegetables, they were all things that had been eliminated long ago, shortly after he first went to that world 10,000 years ago. If these things could help Yao Yao increase her popularity, it wouldn't matter if he gave them away. My brother said, it's the same price as the fever-reducing pills. By the way, those of you who bought the fever-reducing pills, aren't you going to give me some feedback on the effects? The reason she sold those fever-reducing pills was that she had used them herself, and they were indeed effective. Moreover, the one called Wanatang also came to say that after their assessment, there were absolutely no issues. It was just that she didn't know if the friends who bought the pills had tried them. After all, nowadays, the purpose of live streaming was no longer for money. The Li family had given her 500 million, which was enough for her to live extravagantly for a lifetime, plus other sources of income. With the current gifts and popularity income from her live stream, Yi Xiao was practically a little rich woman. However, she wouldn't give up live streaming. Initially, she started streaming to make money, but later she developed some interest, especially those friends who had accompanied her for several years, who stayed loyal when she wasn't popular. Yi Xiao had seen it all. Alright, darlings, in the past, you all rewarded me, this time I'm giving you benefits directly. With Yi Xiao's words, the live stream room instantly erupted. 10 yuan per plant. This way, even ordinary people could buy them. But, here comes the problem. Yao Yao, what if someone buys 1,000 plants at once? The friends in the live stream felt that those rich people on the leaderboard could definitely do such a thing. Yi Xiao had already guessed this. Don't worry, one address and one verified account can only buy one plant. I've helped you like this, you must grab it. Rest assured? What a joke. Do you think you can outbid those big shots like this? Dream on. Just wait for the little yellow cart to go live. If you want to buy, Yao Yao, hurry up and put it on the shelf. The news about Yi Xiao selling powerful vegetables in her livestream spread like wildfire. The already extremely popular live stream room now had its popularity soaring to nearly 8 digits. You have to know, there had never been such high popularity on the Douyin live streaming platform, and those that did were either big-name stars or officially supported. Now, the level of popularity in Yi Xiao's live stream room was unmatched by anyone on the Douyin platform. The popularity was far ahead of the second place by a street. Besides that, Yi Xiao's own account followers had grown from just a few tens of thousands as a small streamer to over 30 million now. The live streaming platform was now treating Yi Xiao like a revered ancestor. I'm dizzy, which big shot is spreading the news everywhere? It's this live stream's big shot. Hello, streamer sister, I heard there are powerful vegetables here, so I joined as a member. I suggest Yao Yao change it so that only those with fan badges can grab. It's very easy to get a fan badge in Yi Xiao's live stream. Just send a 1 yuan gift. Once this was said, the live stream room was instantly flooded with fan badge gifts. Goodness. Yi Xiao glanced at the statistics in the background, and at that moment, she had already received tens of thousands of fan badge gifts. Everyone, don't be so anxious. Just because there aren't any this time doesn't mean there won't be next time. My brother said, 10 trucks are a simple matter, which means there are still. Yi Xiao feigned regret. How about this? For those who don't grab it later, I'll dance for you here. Refused. Letting her brother dance is fine, after all, he dances better than you. Yi Xiao? You've never seen my brother dance, how can you say he dances better than me? My brother has a mysterious space, do you? And I also want to know what exactly is in those places in the Shadow Forest, and what my brother has experienced. Clearly, many viewers have already taken Yi Xiao's experiences as a story, and it's an extremely refreshing story. Sigh, although there weren't many people in the live stream before, at least there were quite a few cute fans supporting me, but now you all have changed. Yi Xiao pretended to wipe her tears. Stop pretending, move the camera a bit, I want to see my brother. Yi Xiao looked at the barrage of comments insisting on seeing Yi Xiao and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Goodness, she used to be diligent, working hard every day to play well, always thinking about how to become stronger. She would also try to please most of the viewers in the live stream. But the popularity gap now is not just a little, it's like the difference between one star and the entire Milky Way. She knew. Everything she has now is thanks to her brother's achievements. Alright, I'll go contact the logistics for you. These things must be sent through a reliable logistics company. Currently, Xiaoxiao's is not bad. However, the shipping speed is a bit slow. She also said it would be best to find another one to collaborate with. By the way, do you have any good logistics companies to recommend? I want to send it to you as soon as possible. Guangfeng, this logistics company is good, not to mention the speed is fast. The service attitude is also nice. I think Lingtong could work too, but unfortunately, it's just too slow. Yeta, I'm an employee of Yeta, highly recommend our company. What the heck? There are actually Yeta employees in the live stream. This is something Yi Xiao didn't expect. Yao, there's another logistics platform that's faster than Guangfeng, has better service than Lingtong, and has more gay guys than Yeta. Want to give it a try? Book recommendation segment, recommend a friend's dog food story, rebirth live streaming with the School Bells Dog Food Daily, by Qingzi, pure dog food, sweet love, sickeningly sweet, Shensun is reborn, back to his freshman year, just starting school, and is confessed to by his childhood friend and school belle, Song Xiaoxiao. What to do? Of course, he accepts her, unexpectedly awakens the dog food system, and from then on embarks on a daily life of sweet, sickening, dog food. Song Xiaoxiao has a little trouble. Why is her boyfriend so versatile? Games, doctor, dancing, singing. He can do it all. Every time the live stream accidentally exposes her boyfriend, the whole internet is shocked. So your boyfriend is the real big shot. The author will appear in the comments section. Just click on the avatar to see. Soul reviving pill? That's nothing. Soul reviving pill? That's nothing. What logistics? I guarantee I'm definitely not interested in those gay guys. Guozheng Logistics, actually you don't know. The people behind this logistics are not ordinary, but it's quite difficult to cooperate with them. After all, this logistics usually only does official document delivery, you know. So what's up with the gay guys? Ah, did I say that? Did I? You did. Just scroll up, isn't that what you said? That's not me, it might be my sister who said it. She's a fujoshi and likes these things. Alright, then let's choose this one, how about it? Old flirt, Emperor host, this company isn't one you can just collaborate with if you want to. Young Master Lee, Emperor huh? How did this guy who was sent warmth by the community come back so quickly? But he's not wrong, this logistics company indeed won't casually collaborate with just anyone. I've heard of this too, when I was in a lawsuit, the court sent me a summons through this logistics company. The company is good, but their attitude is quite arrogant. I haven't heard of them collaborating with any company yet, right? Can Yao Yao really negotiate it? Yes, wanting to collaborate with Guozhang Logistics is as difficult as climbing to the sky, after all, they have connections. Yi Xiao listened. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I don't know, should we try another place? Since we can't cooperate with this one, switching to another is fine. Xiao Xiao understands these things better, we can ask her later. Ask what, brother? Yi Xiao looked at Yi Qiu, who had suddenly appeared beside her without a sound. The next moment, she saw him reach into his pocket and pull out a white card with a golden edge. Did you just mention Guozhang Logistics? Is this it? Yi Xiao, the live stream? No way, her brother actually has a business card from Guozhang Logistics? Are you sure? It looks just like a business card. Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment before taking the pure white card with the golden edge from Yi Qiu's hand, then read the words on it aloud. Guozhang Logistics Limited Liability Company. Person in charge, Ding Jun. Contact number, 138-8888. She didn't read the phone number completely, after all, it was the boss's number. It definitely needed to be kept confidential. Wow, it's really the president of Guozhang. I really want Ding Jun's business card. But how does her brother have Ding Jun's card? Yeah, brother, how do you have this business card? Last time I went home to get the guide to washing the sutras and cutting the marrow, I ran into some things on the way, and this person gave it to me. Last time? Yi Xiao thought for a moment. Could it be the time when the Li family invited us to dinner and bought the guide to washing the sutras and cutting the marrow? Yeah, I got delayed a bit on the way, making you wait for a long time. Yi Qiu said lightly. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. Waited for a long time. They only waited for 10 minutes. Could it be that her brother's round trip plus running into the president of Guozhang Logistics and getting his business card only took 10 minutes? Brother, did he say anything to you at that time? What if he just left a business card without any intention of cooperation? It was better to ask clearly. He said that if I had any requests, I could just call him directly. He remembered that the man had said something like that. Although he couldn't recall many things from 10,000 years ago, he still remembered what had happened recently. Hiss, just call if I have any requests. That's the president of Guozhang. Young Master Li, Emperor, don't even mention my dad. My grandpa doesn't have that kind of treatment either. Old complainer, Emperor, I think it might only be your family's ancestor who could get them to give you some face. After all, even if the Li family is wealthy, they are just a merchant family. On the other hand, Guozhang is directly connected to the state. The people behind them are different, and there's no comparison. Brother, why would he give you a business card? The viewers in the live stream were curious. Li Xiqing was also curious, as were those bosses secretly watching the live stream, hoping to snatch good goods or take the opportunity to flatter. It's nothing, I just gave him a soul returning pill. Wow, this is really nothing. The phrase it's nothing is used well here, directly showing her brother's disdain for the soul returning pill. The master of Versailles, without a doubt. A soul returning pill, just hearing the name makes it clear it's a good thing. I really want one. Only someone sick would take that. Are you sick? Yi Qiu was puzzled. It was just a very ordinary first-level soul returning pill. Why did these people like it so much? He didn't understand what was so surprising. To him, it was like seeing an injured spirit beast on the roadside and casually saving it. Although he wasn't sick now, it could be bought just in case. Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and left a message. Looking to buy, looking to buy, looking to buy. Please, streamer sister, let your brother put the soul revival pill on the shelf, or I can come over personally. Treasure Pavilion tipped the streamer a super rocket and left a message. Sister Yao Yao, if I can get a soul revival pill, my Treasure Pavilion will grant any request. 10,000 Treasures Building tipped the streamer a super rocket and left a message. 10,000 Treasures Building is willing to pay any price for a soul revival pill. This 10,000 Treasures Building is going to kill me with laughter. They say they'll pay any price every time. I bet their integrity is gone. Yi Qiu heard the barrage announcements from several big shots in the live stream. It's not that I can't sell it, just that I don't have that many materials at the moment. His space was left behind after the system departed, forming a small world of its own, which he still hadn't fully explored. If he wanted to get the materials, he would have to go in and search for them. Of course, it would be even better if those things could be found in this world. If he found the materials, he could ask for a live stream while refining pills. Yes, it's been a long time since I saw him refine pills. I miss that little pill furnace. That's not just any little pill furnace, Yicho said, reaching out with his right hand, and that palm-sized pill furnace appeared in his palm. This is an ancient divine object. Although it looks small, it can contain everything. Here we go. It's always enjoyable to hear him brag. You don't understand, this isn't bragging. I believe in the immortal Lord. The immortal Lord. Online dating requires caution. As long as I have the materials, I can refine it. Yao, can you ask your brother what materials are needed? Young Masterly, Emperor, yes. I want to know what materials. My ancestor used to like collecting those rare flowers and herbs. What if there really are some? Brother, what materials do you need to refine the soul revival pill? Yi Xiao turned her head and asked curiously. I have the basic materials, but the only one I'm missing is a cat's eye. Cat's eye? Yi Xiao was shocked. The soul revival pill actually requires a cat's eye? That's too cruel. Kittens are so cute. Yi Xiao is a cat lover. She can't help but want to pet every cute one she sees. As soon as she heard cat's eye, she got excited. Brother, cats are so cute. How can we hurt them? With Yi Xiao saying this, some people in the live stream started joking. Bunnies are so cute. How can we eat bunnies? Egg tarts are so cute. How can we insult egg tarts? Bunnies are so cute. Then let's have one braised, one with ginger, and one spicy rabbit head. I want 5 spice. I also love eating rabbits. Rabbit heads are so delicious. It's said that people in Sichuan eat hundreds of millions of rabbits a year. Cat's eye? Yicho glanced at Yi Xiao, then heard some announcements from the livestream. It's not the kind of cat's eye you think. Not? Yicho nodded. This cat's eye is a type of spiritual herb. The flower's stamen looks very much like a cat's eye, so it's called cat's eye. Oh, I see. Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She really thought they were going to use a cat's eye to refine pills. That would be too terrifying. If we find it, refining it will be very simple. Yicho said, walking over. What kind of pill do you want? The youth-preserving pill? It's also very simple to refine. Yi Xiao's eyes widened when she heard this. Youth-preserving pill. Yes, eternal youth. Is it really possible for that to exist? Yi Xiao felt it was a bit fantastical, although her brother himself was quite fantastical. Yicho nodded. Of course it exists. This is just a second-tier pill. It's simple to refine, just that the time to wait for the pill to form is a bit long, and since I refined it, the effect is much better than what others can refine. Their conversation was directly heard by the viewers in the live stream. The youth-preserving pill. Damn it! I feel so light and airy, just like in those immortal cultivation novels. If I had a beauty-enhancing pill, who needs cosmetics? I've already spent hundreds of thousands on skincare every year. Immortal Master, please, put the beauty pill on the market. Sisters, it's our turn now. If I had a beauty pill, I could save a lifetime's worth of skincare money. That would be amazing. If the Immortal Master could sell me a beauty pill, I would be willing to bear his children. Sister, are you sure you're not trying to take advantage? Step aside, she's just here to take advantage. Perhaps every girl loves to dress up and wants to look beautiful. When Yichio mentioned the beauty pill, all the girls in the livestream went wild. They were crazy for the beauty pill. Some even said they would sell their houses to buy one. The most outrageous one said that whoever bought her a beauty pill, she would marry. It was simply too crazy. That girl who wants to pledge herself. What do you think of me? Bro, don't be fooled. That's just a guy. I flirted with him at the neighboring streamer's place, and after a year of online dating, I found out he was a guy when we were supposed to meet. Damn it! Even if he is a guy today, I'm still going for it. Otherwise, all the gifts I gave this year would have been for nothing. This brother has a story to tell. Please, start your speech. Begin your story. Bro, I support you. A real man should be with a man. What's so good about women? This big brother must be something. I support you too, go for it. Yi Xiao felt a bit sorry for this brother. After a year of sincere feelings, it turns out he's a man. That's just too tragic. Just hearing about it makes one feel pity. So, dear viewers in the live stream, did you see that? Be cautious with online dating. Don't trust others easily, and don't casually send gifts to those girls online. You might end up losing both money and love. You could even be left with nothing. Yao, I've been scammed before too. Sigh, let's not talk about it. I used to play games and met a girl who said she was a flight attendant. We even video chatted and I believed her, but in the end, I sent her tens of thousands worth of gear and pets, and it all turned out to be for nothing. I also have. Damn, I didn't expect there to be so many kindred spirits in the live stream. Bro, do you also? Young Master Li, the Emperor Hana, you guys are just too weak. This young master has never had such a situation because it's always those girls coming to flatter me. Old flirt, the Emperor, come on. Not long ago, you were just tricked by an internet celebrity. Sorry, I let it slip. Don't hit me. I'm out. See you. What's going on? Our Jiangcheng prince, young Master Li, who wanders through the flowers without touching a petal, has also been tricked? Old flirt, if you wanna gossip, hurry up. Here comes the gossip. It's always young Master Li feeding us other people's gossip, but who would have thought that one day we could actually hear his own gossip? That old flirt seems to be gone. He hasn't been sent warmth by the community again, has he? Yi Xiao also wanted to know what gossip there was about Li Xiqing, but when she looked, old flirt had indeed left the livestream. After all, before her brother returned, Li Xiqing was the Prince Charming in countless girls' hearts in Jiangcheng. They would do anything to have a romance with him. Although this romance was purely for benefits, they still wanted to throw caution to the wind and dive in headfirst, wanting to say those two words, but in reality, most internet celebrities who sought out Li Xiqing were after the hype. After all, Li Xiqing represented popularity, and having popularity meant money. For streamers and internet celebrities, what they needed most was hype and publicity, and Li Xiqing just happened to fit the bill perfectly. At this point, does it really matter if one puts in their true feelings? What they pursue is merely profit. Of course, Li Xiqing himself doesn't mind. After all, it's all just a game, and any way to play is fine. However, now that everyone hears that Li Xiqing has actually messed up, they are all very curious. Curious. I'm just a curious little baby. I can't help but wonder what kind of woman could possibly outsmart the prince. I can only say, impressive. Li Xiqing expresses, I still can't escape your schemes. Young Master Li, the prince, what do you know? How could I possibly be outsmarted? I just don't want to stoop to her level. I'm also very curious, what's the scoop with young Master Li? At this moment, Yi Xiao saw that the one called Lao Sa had returned, and since Li Xiqing had also spoken, she chimed in the livestream. As soon as Yi Xiao spoke, the viewers in the livestream knew they were safe. Lao Sa, seeing someone backing him up, spoke candidly. A while ago, he had gifted a female internet celebrity over 100,000 in presents, only to later find out she was someone he had previously flirted with, and he had even fawned over her. No more. I believe in a few days you'll have your scoop. Impressive. Aside from Yao Yao, I haven't seen the prince fawn over anyone else. This means that female internet celebrity must have some charm. But what I find the funniest is that when young Master Li was giving gifts, he didn't even recognize who she was? Should I say he's face blind or what? The people in the livestream continued to tease Li Xiqing. After all, with such a juicy story, everyone loves to indulge. Moreover, the story's main character is the Prince of Jiangcheng. Yi Xiao was enjoying it immensely. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao also came down from upstairs. She seemed to have finished her own tasks. Yao Yao, I've already arranged the logistics company on my side. It just depends on how you're doing with your contacts. It turned out that Lin Xiaoxiao had been busy with this matter in her room. Xiaoxiao, we've already decided to collaborate with the Guozhang Logistics Company. What? Guozhang? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's face was filled with shock and disbelief. She rushed down from the second floor in 3 steps, standing in front of Yi Xiao. Yao Yao, are you sure it's really Guozhang? That Guozhang? Yi Xiao nodded. It's the one you're thinking of. Wow, Yao Yao, you're amazing. How did you manage that? In fact, before Yi Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao had already tried to contact someone from Guozhang Logistics, but she couldn't even meet the person in charge. After all, she was the granddaughter of the district overlord of Linjiang district in Jiangcheng. However, for Yao Yao to negotiate a collaboration with Guozhang is simply unbelievable. Actually, it wasn't me, it was my brother. Yi Xiao told Lin Xiaoxiao everything that had just happened, including the big scoop about Li Xiqing. However, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed uninterested in Li Xiqing. What she was interested in was how to get Yi Qiu's fresh vegetables quickly into the hands of the viewers in the livestream. Brother Yi Qiu, can I take care of this matter? Lin Xiaoxiao asked Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu set down the alchemy furnace in his hands. You can handle it. I'm not familiar with that person, but he said he could fulfill any request I have. Wow, any request? For the president of Guozhang to say such a thing, Brother Yi Qiu is truly impressive. Yi Xiao looked at her best friend's face full of admiration, feeling as if her best friend was about to become a fervent fan of her brother. Lin Xiaoxiao was always decisive in her actions. Once a decision was made, she would act immediately. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao had already gotten through to the president of Guozhang on the phone. Hello. A steady voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the line. This was the first time Lin Xiaoxiao was talking to such a big shot, and she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Hello, my name is Lin Xiaoxiao. I got your number from a gentleman named Yi Qiu. I have some matters I would like to discuss with you. I wonder if this is a convenient time. Lin Xiaoxiao was very polite. The other party was taken aback for a moment but suddenly asked, sorry, I don't know who this Yi Qiao is. Ha! Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit puzzled. She looked at Yi Xiao, Yao. He says he doesn't know brother Yi Qiao? Doesn't know? Yi Xiao was also confused. Then, looking at Yi Qiao, she said, brother, the head of Guozhang, should be called Ding Jun, right? He says he doesn't know you. I didn't tell him my name, Yi Qiao said. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao suddenly realized. Then, she continued, that is, the man who gave you a soul-returning pill not long ago. Is it him? Before Lin Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, the tone on the other end of the phone had completely changed. I'm sorry, I truly apologize. I didn't know you were the wife of that benefactor. I'm really sorry. Wife? When Lin Xiaoxiao heard these two words, her delicate little face instantly turned red. I'm not. Whatever the benefactor needs, just say it. As long as it's something I, Ding Jun, can do, I will definitely not refuse. Lin Xiaoxiao's explanation was interrupted by Ding Jun's excited attitude. She didn't know. During this time, Ding Jun had been waiting for Yi Qiao's call. After all, saving the old man's life was equivalent to saving the entire Guozhang. Currently, Guozhang couldn't function without the old man. It's just that we might need to send some things to friends across the country, actually just the water friends from the live broadcast room, so we want to cooperate with you. No problem, absolutely no problem. When do we sign the contract? You can set the terms. I can even give up any benefits. Lin Xiaoxiao. She hadn't even said anything, and he had already agreed to everything and made such concessions. Is this the power of brother Yi Qiao? He could make the head of Guozhang go this far. Truly worthy of being brother Yi Qiao. Lin Xiaoxiao was the administrator of Yi Xiao's live broadcast room and knew almost everything that happened in the room. Usually, she saw the water friends constantly sending various impressive comments like awesome, 666, bro, you're amazing, and immortal master. She hadn't experienced it personally. But now, after talking to Ding Jun, even Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to say those two words to Yi Qiao. I don't want to try hard anymore. I don't want to try hard anymore. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly arranged a time to meet and discuss the contract with Guozhang. She planned to take Yi Qiao with her. However, the other party also hoped that Yi Qiao would come along, as the old man at home wanted to personally express his gratitude to Yi Qiao. In short, they really wanted to see Yi Qiao's strength again. After a hurried meeting last time, they hadn't had the chance to see their benefactor again. This time, they didn't want to miss the opportunity to meet Yi Qiao in person after finally getting the call. Brother Yi Qiao, Guozhang said they hope you can come over to take a look, and then we can discuss the contract. I won't go, you can decide directly. He wasn't good at discussing contracts. He was very reassured to leave these matters to Lin Xiaoxiao. Moreover, he had things to do himself the next day. The next day, Yi Qiao left early, even earlier than Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao. Lin Xiaoxiao took Yi Xiao into her imposing car, which seemed a bit out of place compared to the two beautiful women. Yao, that day my grandfather asked me to see if you have a favorite car or if there are any new limited editions recently. If so, he will gift it to you, Lin Xiaoxiao said while fastening her seatbelt. Yi Xiao sat in the passenger seat, hurriedly waving her hand and shaking her head. Xiaoxiao, no need, your grandfather has already given me a house. Oh, you don't know, if you can accept his gifts, he would be the happiest. Last time you accepted the house, he immediately invested several 100 million in Junlinipine. The purpose was to improve the property services here, so that you and brother Yi Qiao could live more comfortably. Yi Xiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, she still shook her head. No need, I have money now and can buy a car myself. You can come with me to choose one later. That works. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, stepping on the gas as they drove towards their destination. Meanwhile, Yi Qiao had directly arrived at the Ling mountain range, the northernmost part of Xia country. It took at least 2 hours by plane from Jiang City to the Ling mountain range. At this moment, Yi Qiao was already standing at the peak of the Ling mountain range. It was perpetually covered in snow, with ice crystals blanketing everything. There were even legends that beneath these ice crystals lay ancient viruses and all sorts of frozen prehistoric creatures. If these ice crystals were to melt, the ancient viruses and those frozen creatures would revive and reappear in this world. By then, humanity would likely face endless dangers. After all, those were things the scientific community had never encountered. Everything was unknown. At this moment, Yi Qiao looked at the ice crystals beneath his feet. When he returned to this world, he had placed something in this location, and he was here to retrieve it. The spot he stood on faintly revealed some transparent crystals shining with dazzling light. These things were extremely beautiful, but unfortunately, they were of no use to him. What he wanted was buried 100 meters deep beneath these ice crystals. Yi Qiao stood firmly at the top. Looking at the hard ice crystals beneath him, he transformed one hand into a palm, which emitted a visible white mist. With a single strike, a loud rumble echoed. The entire ice mountain seemed to be torn apart by a powerful force, and energy waves spread out from the mountain. In the distance, the sound of a roaring avalanche instantly followed. Watching the ice crystals that had already cracked, Yichio took the opportunity to jump down. After retrieving the item he had placed here, he glanced back at the sparkling crystals. These crystals were a type of stone, somewhat resembling ice essence, but lacking the spiritual energy that ice essence required. Yichio initially didn't want to pay them any mind, but suddenly, he thought of the necklace around Yi Xiao's neck and the bracelet on Lin Xiaoxiao's wrist. Those shiny diamonds were somewhat similar to this. So, with a wave of his hand, he casually took a piece and put it into his space, then leaped off the 100-meter-high ice cliff. Looking at the endless white snow mountains, he moved, leaving only an afterimage behind. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao had also arrived at the place they had agreed upon with Ding Jun. This location was in a bustling area of Zheng City's center. When Lin Xiaoxiao parked, it indeed attracted a lot of onlookers. After all, it was not unusual for beautiful women to drive luxury cars, but a stunning beauty like Lin Xiaoxiao, with an incredible figure and long legs, driving a big car was a striking yet pleasing combination. The two sides had arranged to meet at a business club in Zheng City. Many successful individuals in Zheng City would discuss cooperation plans here. Of course, in such a high-end business club, one could see many beautifully dressed women at any time. In the past, there were almost only beautiful women. Now, there were also quite a few handsome young men. After all, there were really many young men who didn't want to work hard. Lin Xiaoxiao also spotted a familiar young man at first glance, so she smiled and said to Yi Xiao, Yao, look, it's that guy, the one who scolded you before. I didn't expect him to come here looking for a rich woman. Is it him? Yi Xiao glanced in the direction Lin Xiaoxiao pointed, but she couldn't remember his name. She sighed, I also want to find a rich woman to support me. Aren't you a little rich woman yourself? Lin Xiaoxiao teased. With her current assets, Yao could definitely be considered a little rich woman, after all. Not many people have over 500 million at the age of 20. But I heard that some rich women's hobbies are quite special. Oh, in what way are they special? Yi Xiao, not very familiar with this aspect, asked. Well, I saw some gossip before. Some rich women like something called rich woman happy balls and rich woman happy brushes. In short, their hobbies are quite unique. Rich woman happy balls? Rich woman happy brushes? What are those? I'm not too sure either. I heard there's something even scarier called rich woman happy nails. That sounds pretty scary. As Yi Xiao spoke, she saw a middle-aged woman dressed in gold and silver walk up to the internet celebrity young man. Soon, he was taken away in a car. Let's pray that this rich woman doesn't like to play those games. Yi Xiao shrugged and followed Lin Xiaoxiao into the Hailan Business Club. As soon as they entered the club, someone came to greet them. Excuse me, are you Miss Lin Xiaoxiao and Miss Yi Xiao? Yes, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded generously. She was dressed in professional attire today, her hair neatly tied up, looking very fresh. Yi Xiao looked similar. Just as they responded, a middle-aged man was helping an elderly man walk excitedly toward them. Excuse me, you must be Miss Lin Xiaoxiao, and this is Miss Yi Xiao. The speaker was Ding Jun, the president of Guozheng. The elderly man beside him, with white hair, kept looking behind the two girls. Elder, are you looking for my brother? Yi Xiao noticed the elderly man's gaze and asked with a smile. At this moment, Ding Jun hurriedly introduced, this is my father, Ding Lui. I'm sorry, he really wants to meet his benefactor. After all, that was the person who saved him from the gates of hell. Hello, Grandpa Ding, Lin Xiaoxiao said politely. Ding Hui nodded at the two girls, my benefactor. My brother has some matters today, so he couldn't come, so he sent us, Yi Xiao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ding Hui showed a hint of regret on his face. However, he quickly recovered, looking at Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao with gratitude. It's okay, you're the benefactor's sister, so you must be my benefactor's daughter-in-law? Ding Hui said, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao. As soon as he said this, Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned red, and she hurriedly shook her head to deny it. No, I'm not Yi Xiao's daughter-in-law, I'm Yao's best friend. Yi Xiao beside her couldn't help but laugh a little. Xiaoxiao is my best friend, so she's practically my brother's sister too. So that's how it is. I'm sorry, we didn't know and called you randomly, really sorry. It's fine, let's go discuss the contract now, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. The most important thing for this visit was to help Yao negotiate the logistics company's cooperation. Lin Xiaoxiao always prioritized this matter. Alright, then follow me, we've already reserved a spot. In the private room, 3 or 4 waiters respectfully served tea and water. There were even some sweet treats that Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao liked. I thought you girls would like these, so I had them made. I don't know if they suit your taste. thank you, these are all delicious. Then, Miss Lin, this part should be your responsibility, right? Yes. Since Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the Lin family, Lin Jingshan had intensified her training in this area. So now, she handled these matters with ease. Mr. Ding, this is a document I prepared last night regarding our requirements. Please take a look. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was about to take out the document, Ding Jun waved his hand directly. Mr. Ding, is there something wrong? Miss Lin Xiaoxiao, feel free to state any requirements you have. We will meet all your needs. It is truly our honor to collaborate with you. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback by this statement. Is this really the notoriously difficult to sign with Guozheng Logistics? The one that almost all bosses have begged and pleaded to sign with? This is way too easy to sign, and they are casually asking for requirements. However, Lin Xiaoxiao knew that this was definitely due to Yi Qiu's influence. So, are we settled then? Yes, I just reviewed it. In fact, this is also an opportunity you provided Guozheng to collaborate with you, so Guozheng should be thanking you. Thank you so much. This is truly an honor for Guozheng Logistics. Thank you. This is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Does the Ding family really want to collaborate with them this much? After all, it's Guozheng. Lin Xiaoxiao worked in this field and had been exposed to it since her time in the Lin family, so she understood Guozheng better than others. Many people in the circle wanted to collaborate with Guozheng, including big shots from the capital, but none had succeeded so far. Could it be she was going to be the first? Just thinking about it made her feel a bit lightheaded. I have to say, Lin Xiaoxiao was happy about the opportunity to collaborate with Guozheng Logistics. This not only meant that Yi Xiao's products would circulate more safely but also allowed her to train her own abilities. It was truly beneficial in every way. The two quickly finalized the contract. Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao signed it. Thus, the collaboration with Guozheng was officially established. Yi Xiao excitedly sent a message in the group. I have good news to share. What good news? If it's not about my brother, I'm not interested. Is it that the Immortal Lord is going to livestream? What is the good news? Yao. Yi Xiao, actually, it's nothing much. Remember I mentioned we were going to stock up on Dali vegetables? Well, we found a logistics partner. It's the Guozheng Logistics you all mentioned. We've already finalized it. Wow. I must be hearing things. Guozheng Logistics? Yao, if you had eaten a few more peanuts, you wouldn't be this drunk. That day, I think I heard Manager Xiaoxiao on the phone. Could it be that was when the deal was made? Yi Xiao, yes, we finalized it yesterday, and today we signed the contract. Don't worry, your products will be safely delivered in the future, free shipping, and if you're not satisfied, you can return them. This is indeed good news. Yao, I want to know how to buy it. We can't compete. Yi Xiao, we can discuss that later, but each person can only buy one for sure. That's fine too. It's not easy to finalize a deal, so during tonight's livestream, I'll give you some benefits. She felt that after live streaming for so long, she hadn't really given everyone much benefit. This time, she might as well make it a bit more generous. Yao, what benefits? I won't be like those streamers, asking for some original price of 8,888 for a phone, and now giving us a benefit at 188? I might as well just watch my brother a bit more. I'm not interested in such benefits. I'll give you 8888. I want to see the Immortal Master. Don't even mention 8,888. As long as Yao lets us see the Immortal Master more, 88,888 is fine. Alright. Yi Xiao realized she had completely lost her charm. Whether in the live stream or the fan group, everyone wanted to see Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, of course, I'm not talking about that kind of benefit. I meant I could dance for you or something. I'm leaving the group, sorry. Does anyone want to be an admin? I'll step down. Yao, it's fine. They don't watch me, they watch you. But after watching, I hope you can move the camera to your brother. Yi Xiao was directly triggered. Oh, I was actually planning to showcase some strong vegetables for you. Yao, you dance the best. You're a fairy. Don't worry, as long as you dare to dance, I'll dare to record it and keep it. Ling Mountain? Nothing to be surprised about. Awesome, one dares to dance, and one dares to record. The atmosphere in the group was quite good. By the way, did you see the news? There was an avalanche at Ling Mountain, and an iceberg split in half, but there was no earthquake. Damn, you saw that news too. I saw it. They say the investigation team has already gone there, and there should be results tonight, plus a live stream. I think someone must have successfully broken through there. Or maybe they discovered some technique? It should be some immortal friend who successfully broke through. Now that you mention it, I really want to go see it. At this moment, Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao had already finalized the contract with the national government and were on their way home. Yi Xiao, what are you all talking about? Yao Yao, check Weibo's trending topics, something big might have happened. Something big? Yi Xiao was a bit curious, so she exited and opened Weibo. As soon as she logged in, she saw the news push. Mysterious ice crystals discovered inside Ling Mountain, initially appearing to be diamonds. Ice crystals? What is that? If it's a live stream, I can check it out tonight. However, the more discussed topic about this news was why the entire iceberg suddenly cracked. Weibo was buzzing with opinions. Major influencers hurriedly bought tickets to Ling Mountain today. News media also began to rush there with their best equipment. Yi Xiao scrolled through the comments on Weibo. She found that most were doubting whether this was the emergence of an immortal. This is really ridiculous. Let me tell you, I have an uncle who is a Taoist. He told me that today there will definitely be an immortal emerging at Ling Mountain. Just wait, you will definitely see it in the future. I have an uncle who is a monk. He said that it's a divine manifestation, not an immortal, and he also said it's best for everyone not to go. If something happens, you'll bear the consequences. I have an aunt who specializes in studying those mysterious arts. She said that what's happening at Ling Mountain is because there's an ancient tomb inside the mountain, and after it was robbed, the owner of the tomb got angry. Those tomb raiders will definitely pay the price. You guys are really something. One uncle is a Taoist, another uncle is a monk, and an aunt studies mysterious arts. Can I say my grandpa is an immortal? Believe it or not. My classmate said the most likely scenario is that someone comprehended some powerful technique there and just happened to test it at Ling Mountain. My aunt said. Yi Xiao looked at the various claims online, from aunts and uncles to classmates, and found it all quite absurd. She put down her phone and looked at the scenery retreating beside her. She wondered if her brother had finished his business today and how it had gone. When she got home, Yi Xiao saw Yi Qiu's shoes placed at the entrance, so her brother was already home. As she entered the living room, she saw Yi Qiu jump down directly from upstairs. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao had long since gotten used to this kind of situation. It wouldn't be surprising even if he jumped down from dozens of floors. In Yi Xiao's view, her brother had probably spent the 15 years he was missing in seclusion with some enlightened master, learning all sorts of skills. However, with the current strict regulations and the government's tight control, if they talked about supernatural phenomena in the livestream, they would definitely be invited for tea. Just recently, she and Xiaoxiao had already been invited for tea. Fortunately, they were allowed to return after a brief explanation. The livestream could continue as normal. In any case, no matter who Yi Qiu was now or what he had become, as long as he was her brother, that was enough. Thinking this, Yi Xiu approached him. Brother. Yi Qiu, brother. Lin Xiaoxiao saw Yi Qiu. Although he was already in his 30s, for some reason, he still looked as handsome as he did in his 20s. Remembering what old Master Ding had said earlier that day, Lin Xiaoxiao's face couldn't help but flush. You're back. Brother, we finalized the deal today. From now on, Xiaoxiao will be responsible for the handover with the Guozhang Logistics Company, Yi Xiu said, her delicate face full of excitement. Sorry for the trouble. Yi Qiu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, but Lin Xiaoxiao's mind was filled with the word wife. Seeing Yi Qiu, her entire face turned red. And no, it's nothing, Yi Qiu, brother. This is what I should do. There will be more to do in the future. Yi Xiao took a break, changed into a set of home clothes, and then sat down in front of the computer. To celebrate the contract signing, Lin Xiaoxiao generously ordered 20 pounds of crayfish. Usually, the two of them would eat over 10 pounds, and with Yi Qiu added, 20 pounds should be fine, right? It was around 10 o'clock at night. Yi Xiu was a bit late for her livestream. Although people in the group were still urging her, the frequency was lower than in the past few days. Yi Xiu was a bit curious. The moment she started the livestream, people flooded in. The three big shots were always punctual. Then came a group of bosses from the leaderboard. Babies, did you miss me? Yi Xiao smiled, seeming in a great mood. Miss you, miss your brother, miss the immortal. Yi Xiao, my brother is in the living room. I'll have him come over later. I'm still a fan-loving streamer. Just as Yi Xiao spoke, the doorbell rang. The crayfish Lin Xiaoxiao ordered had arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao had gone to take a shower, so Yi Qiu stood up and walked towards the door. My brother went to get the takeout. Oh my, they actually let the immortal go get takeout. I'm curious how an immortal gets takeout. Yi Xiao saw the comments and directly lowered the camera, aiming it at Yi Qiu who was going to get the takeout. So exciting! The immortal is getting takeout. He's coming. Wait, my brother just went to get some takeout. Why are you all so curious? Of course, Yao Yao, we're not only curious about how the immortal gets takeout, but I'm also curious if such an immortal needs to use the bathroom. You upstairs don't know, right? Immortals definitely don't need to use the bathroom. I think so too. After all, fairies don't use the bathroom either. While he's getting takeout, you're discussing the bathroom, is that okay? Yi Xiao, you win. The audience in the livestream was exceptionally excited. Until Yi Xiao, dressed in casual homeware and wearing a pair of flip-flops, appeared in the video. I think, a celestial being should look like my bro. His outfit reminds me of a certain Taoist priest, hee. You mean the one who doesn't want to be a proper Taoist and instead wants to go home to inherit a billion-dollar fortune, right? Yi Xiao remembered the mention of the Taoist and suddenly recalled what happened at Ling Mountain during the day. She looked at Yi Xiao, who was holding takeout in both hands, and suddenly asked, "Bro, do you know about the Ling Mountain incident?" Ling Mountain? Yi Xiao was puzzled. It's just... Yi Xiao explained the situation at Ling Mountain to him. Yi Xiao fell silent for a moment. Suddenly he said, "Isn't this just a small matter? There's nothing to be surprised about." "Xiao, did your brother go out today?" "Hey, no wonder he's a cultivator. He's just different from us mortals, staying calm in the face of such events." "Yeah, we've been discussing it for ages, and the Celestial Master doesn't even bat an eye, so full of himself." Yi Xiao wasn't live streaming a game right now. Instead, she had opened the official live stream of Guesher in her own streaming room. Watching a live stream in the streaming room? Sure, no nesting dolls allowed, but I just like being in Xiao's streaming room. The reporters from Guesher had already arrived at the scene, and from the live stream, it was clear that the place was packed with people, mostly influencers and reporters. After all, who wouldn't want to rush over to get first-hand hot news? Most people in this industry are like that. At this moment, the voice of a Guesher reporter came through the streaming room. "We have now arrived at the foot of Ling Mountain, but Ling Mountain is extremely dangerous, and only the members of the advance team can reach the top. Later, I will connect with the advance team members to let everyone know about the situation inside Ling Mountain as much as possible." "Xiao, are you watching this too?" Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to have finished her tasks and walked over, taking the small crayfish from Yi Qiu's hands while asking, "Yeah, everyone was talking about it in the group during the day, and I just happened to check it out tonight." Lin Xiaoxiao had always been very interested in these matters. After seeing it today, she had searched for a lot of related information. At this moment, Yi Qiu was sitting upright beside the coffee table, taking out the small crayfish. He heard Lin Xiaoxiao say, "It said that the incident at Ling Mountain was not caused by tectonic movement but by a force coming from the top of the mountain that split Ling Mountain in half." However, even though that's what they say, no one can confirm exactly what happened. "Are you talking about the Ling Mountain in the far north?" Yi Qiu had been listening to the two discuss and realized that the Ling Mountain they were talking about was the one he had visited in the morning. Could it be that my bro has been to Ling Mountain? Just look at him, he definitely has. I can guarantee it. Could it be that the splitting of Ling Mountain was his doing? It's possible. At this moment, in the video, the Guisha reporter had already connected with a member of the advance team, who seemed to have reached the top of Ling Mountain. They were among the first to ascend. Using the most advanced nanoprotective technology, their clothes kept them warm without being cumbersome. The equipment they carried was even more impressive. On the other side of the video, as far as the eye could see, it was a field of ice crystals. "Hello, may I ask what the situation is over there?" The reporter shouted loudly against the cold wind. The wind on the other side was so strong that it was hard to hear the response. "This is the advance team. We have now reached the top of Ling Mountain, and so far, we can only confirm that Ling Mountain has split. What exactly happened will have to wait until we go in further to find out." The members of the advance team braved the wind and snow, moving the camera to the cracked area. Probably, everyone saw a massive fissure that directly split Ling Mountain apart, its depths unfathomable, with the nearest point being several hundred meters away. Today was probably the first time in a long while that another livestream had higher viewership than Yi Xiao's. Currently, across all streaming platforms, no matter where, it was all about the national broadcast. Countless people were focused on the specifics. Why had Ling Mountain suddenly changed like this? What was inside Ling Mountain? These were all unknowns for everyone. "Wow, this is so thrilling," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly. Yi Xiao also moved the live stream camera to the coffee table position and began her eating broadcast. For her behavior of slacking off to extend her streaming time, the viewers didn't have much objection. After all, just being able to see Ichio satisfied them. Moreover, some viewers had already started speculating whether this was Ichio's doing. This idea received affirmation from quite a few people. "Bro, don't you think it's really mysterious? A whole Ling Mountain just cracked open like that." "Not really," Yi Qiu responded blandly. Moving mountains and seas was no problem for him. He had merely split a small hill, yet he hadn't expected it to attract so much attention. Yao, give it up to your brother. This is child's play, and this incident might actually be your brother's doing. Ha ha ha. Although many believed these speculations, the majority still did not. They believed Yichio was definitely not simple. But Ling Mountain was far from Jiang City. Even by plane, it took several hours, let alone a round trip. So most of what these people said was likely just talk. Yichio was also watching the video. The news reporter inside looked extremely excited, as if they had discovered something remarkable. The video footage began to move along with her enthusiastic voice. Everyone, the advanced team members have just reached the interior of Ling Mountain, and it is said that there has been a major discovery. Let's stay tuned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, over here, we've discovered some beautiful ice crystals. It seemed the cold wind was even stronger on the team's side. As they spoke, the surrounding wind howled. Ice crystals. They say they found ice crystals, but we still don't know what they are. Let's wait and see. The national broadcaster's reporter was so excited that words failed her. Because before arriving, experts had already said that this time Ling Mountain cracked open, there would definitely be some things that humanity had yet to discover. Not just those legendary ancient viruses. There were even more ancient creatures that had never been heard of. Scientists were already on their way. This time, they planned to set up camp directly at Ling Mountain to thoroughly study the reasons behind the crack and the marvelous, undiscovered things inside. Ice crystals? Do they mean crystals? Yi Shio asked, puzzled. Probably not. Who knows what they are? There are currently no pictures or videos. Let's wait and see, Lin Xiaoxiao said, her hands trembling with excitement as she peeled shrimp. The livestream chat was in an uproar. Yao Yao, ask your brother if he went to Ling Mountain today. It's possible. Didn't Yao Yao say her brother went out for business today? Who knows, he might have gone to Ling Mountain. Probably not. It's highly likely that a fellow cultivator figured out a big move and ended up splitting Ling Mountain. That theory sounds plausible. I think it's plausible too. Let's search the entire internet for clues about that fellow cultivator who figured out the ultimate move. High price. Women only slow down his check-in speed. The viewers in Yi Xiao's livestream were all desperately seeking clues about that fellow cultivator at a high price. And at this moment, news came in again from the live broadcast. A reporter from Guesher held a microphone, his voice nearly hoarse. They found it. They discovered it. It's a mysterious crystal never seen before. This crystal is harder than diamond and even more beautiful. The advanced team members are unable to retrieve this mysterious crystal with ordinary tools. Our experts have also arrived at the scene. In just this moment, aside from Guesher's live broadcast, countless internet celebrities were also live streaming at the foot of Ling Mountain. Some even brought in locals to conduct impromptu interviews. It must be the mountain god. The mountain god of Ling Mountain has appeared. You must not go up there, or you will face divine retribution. An elderly local woman was being interviewed by an internet celebrity. From her excited demeanor, it seemed as if the mountain god truly existed. Brothers, I'm going back into the village to interview other locals and ask about the mountain god. Please support me with a double tap 666. Thank you for your support. After the internet celebrity finished speaking, he led the elderly woman into the village. There were many others just like him. Though different people, their actions were quite similar. Each person had a local elder by their side, and everyone was asking the viewers for a double tap 666. However, despite this, most people still preferred to watch Guesher's live broadcast. After all, only Guojia had reached the mountain top first and discovered that mysterious ice crystal. The strength of Guesher was something those internet celebrities could not compare to at all. Yi Shio was not interested in those double tap 666 streamers. Her own livestream was continuously broadcasting Guesher's coverage. She turned to Yi Shio and asked, "Brother, they're asking if you went to Ling Mountain today." To be honest, since the siblings recognized each other until now, Yi Shio was filled with confusion. Some things, in the current situation, were better left unsaid. It might even affect her brother. For this, she chose to play dumb. After all, things would naturally work out when the time came. Yi Cho peeled a small crayfish and then put it in his mouth. He glanced at the barrage in the live stream. Calmly, he said, "I didn't go." "Oh, I see." Yi Cho's answer was what Yi Shio had already anticipated. After all, in half a day, to travel from Jiang City to Ling Mountain, split Ling Mountain, and then return, even if her brother was amazing, he shouldn't be able to achieve that, right? Sigh, I knew it. Although the immortal was powerful, splitting Ling Mountain was impossible. Nonsense, did you forget what the immortal said before? Moving mountains and seas is no problem for him. So what's splitting a mountain? What's that? This person was a fervent fan of Yi Cho, and he remembered almost every word he said clearly. At this moment, many people also recalled that Yi Cho indeed said that before. These comments were just broadcasted by the live stream's voice. Yi Cho peeled another small crayfish and dipped it in garlic sauce. Did I say that? He looked serious, as if he really hadn't said such a thing. It's okay, I have a recording. I never expected I would have a day to slap the immortal's face, haha. Young Masterly, Emperor, what did you say? Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented? Jewel Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented? Treasure House sent a super rocket and commented? Bro, danger. What gives you the courage to slap the immortal's face? I don't know if he's my brother, I just know he's a big shot. This big shot is done for. Just wait to be warmed by the community of big shots. Who dares to say they slapped the immortal lord? I think he's the first. Since the immortal lord said he never said it, then he definitely never said it. Don't spread rumors, okay? Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. No rumors. Yes, don't spread rumors about me. Yicho pouted and picked up a small crayfish. So cute. What's going on? Why do I feel like the immortal lord is a bit cute? Yes, I'm in love. When you like someone, even the crayfish shells in their hands are adorable. The girls usually call him husband out of habit. Even Yicho didn't know when he had gathered a group of female fans. I'm not interested in love. Yicho said this with a serious face. A whole 10,000 years. In those 10,000 years, what hadn't he seen? Several disciples had been chased for over 1,000 years because they were too sentimental. And he had seen the Empress of another world. He had traveled with the destined princess to many places and met the guardian spirits in the dark forest. In those 10,000 years, Yicho had seen too many women. But no matter how stunning or voluptuous they were, the only thing on his mind was to find his family. In Yicho's subconscious, women only affected the speed of his sign-ins. Talking to women was not as useful as gaining some valuable information and powerful techniques from the system every day. Now he had finally returned to this world. Moreover, living a simple life with Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao wasn't bad at all. It's a pity that the damn system that had been with him for 10,000 years didn't know where it had run off to. Had it retired? Or was it out causing trouble for others? Yicho had no way of knowing. Beside him, Lin Xiao Xiao listened, her eyes dimming slightly for half a second, but she quickly perked up again. So cold. This is the immortal lord. Heartless and loveless. This is my immortal fantasy. Come on, in the world of immortal heroes, immortals can get married. And not only that, they can marry several. What about those tragic immortal novels you women read? They don't exist. Although the immortal lord said he was not interested in love, that doesn't stop me from being a fan. It has the flavor of tragic immortal novels. Yi Xiao looked at the barrage and couldn't help but laugh. Enough already. My brother is a bit special, but he's still a normal human. As long as he's a normal human, he will have emotions and desires. I just think my brother hasn't met someone he likes. In reality, although Yi Xiao said this, she selfishly didn't want Yicho to find a sister-in-law. If he found one, would he still spoil her like this? Yi Xiao didn't know the answer, but Yicho knew. The answer was, of course, no. As long as the soul of a brother complex ignites, it will never be extinguished. My flying sword is on a limit today, can't come. My flying sword is on a limit today, can't come. By the way, you've been saying that the Spirit Mountain split was done by my brother. Do you remember when my brother went out for skewers with Yao Yao? I remember. For Yao Yao to win, my brother showed us a trick. The popularity of the livestream wasn't as high as it is now, right? Damn, I just remembered. Could it be that this time my brother really used sword control to go to Spirit Mountain? Sword control? Yi Xiao saw the barrage in the livestream. How could she not know that her brother had performed sword control for everyone before? I'm getting nostalgic. Is my immortal dream really about to come true? Riding the wind with my sword, exterminating demons between heaven and earth. With wine I'm carefree, without wine I'm still mad. Oh my, I can see the scene. It's ringing in my mind, so exhilarating. Drinking rivers dry, then drinking the sun and moon. 1,000 cups won't get me drunk, only I, the wine sword immortal. Whoa, it's all full of memories. My carefree brother, is Yicho really my carefree brother? Wake up, girl, the big brother might be a carefree brother, but you are not his linger sister. Ah, mine is already starting to stir. But if the big brother drinks and then flies with his sword, does that count as drunk driving? Damn drunk driving. You just ruined the mood I had finally built up. Thanks, bro. I was squatting and your words made me laugh so hard I almost shat myself. Those immortal dramas you guys talk about, many parts aren't like that. Suddenly, the Spirit Mountain cracked open, revealing mysterious ice crystals inside. Then, thinking about the appearance of immortals, the viewers in the live stream were still in a state of excitement. Yichio's words immediately caught everyone's attention. Bro, what are real immortals like? Yi Xiao asked. Yichio glanced at the live stream, seeing the excited expressions of the national media reporters and the members of the advance team struggling to obtain a piece of ice crystal inside the iceberg. Cultivators are actually quite similar to you. How is that possible? Cultivators must be different from us, just like the big brother is different from us. I'm just a little bit different from you, everything else is the same, Ichio said. Can I understand that little bit as a billion little bits? It's really Schrodinger's little bit. This is really a billion little bits. When can I also reach in and pull out a Dan furnace? That's just a little bit away. I'm just like you, watching the live stream here, so there's not much difference. When Ichio said this, everyone seemed to feel that there was indeed a bit of reason in it, but they still felt something was off. At this moment, it seemed that the national media had discovered something incredible. Dear viewers, our experts have been escorted into the Spirit Mountain. After verification by the experts, those ice crystals are even more precious than diamonds. However, the difficulty of mining them is too great. There are no tools that can extract them. Scientists are now preparing to transport specialized mining equipment, and we will wait for further reports. Things more precious than diamonds. Now those foreigners must be envious and jealous. Who knows? They might even discover new elements inside. There have already been reports abroad, and many foreigners are saying they want to cooperate with us. Cooperate my ass. When they discovered new organisms before, the International Biological Association directly rejected our Xia country from participating, and now they want to come over and ask for cooperation? They can go eat shit. We are civilized people. Let's not curse. Just screw their ancestors 18 generations. Is that thing really that hard? It looks like an ice column. I didn't expect it to be so hard, Yi Xiao also exclaimed. Lin Xiaoxiao was relatively calm. It's probably a new element. We just have to wait for the scientists to name it. Is it really hard? Yi Qiu heard the two girls talking in the barrage in the live stream. I don't think it's that hard. When he left, it looked nice, and he casually broke off a piece, planning to give it to Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao as some kind of jewelry. Bro, look, the official said that the machines used so far can't break it, and even the electric drill can't break it. It must be very hard. It's fine, I think it can be broken directly. Big Brother is awesome. I can only express my feelings with 666. But this crystal is indeed beautiful, similar to some special crystals he had seen in another world. The only difference is that this crystal is almost transparent. I wonder when they will be able to get a piece to study properly. Fellow cultivators, should we form a group to fly over and take a look? By the way, should we bring back some of that mysterious ice crystal for Yao Yao? Someone started role-playing in the live stream. Instantly, it resonated with many people. Fellow cultivator, you go ahead. My flying sword is from out of town, so it probably won't arrive today. I'm a local from Ling Mountain, so when you all come over, remember to fly a bit higher. The road to Ling Mountain nearly scraped the bottom of my flying sword. Today, my flying sword is restricted. I can only go tomorrow. It's fine, I can take a flying sword. But if I do, will my fellow cultivator get jealous? That fellow cultivator is quite fierce. Unlike me, I can only feel heartache. I said long ago that someone would definitely fly with a sword, but you all didn't believe me. How infuriating. Now it's all exposed, right? If it were 1,000 years ago, this ice crystal might have piqued my interest, but now it's of no use. Fellow cultivators, feel free. I won't participate. I'm laying my cards on the table. I won't pretend anymore. This Ling Mountain is where I cultivate, and it's now useless. Fellow cultivators, there's no need to investigate further. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, I, from the Treasure Pavilion, am willing to offer 10,000 spirit stones to buy a flying sword. If anyone has one, please message me. Rare Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, I, from the Rare Treasure Pavilion, am willing to offer 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you have one, please contact me. 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, 10,000 Treasures Building is buying back old flying swords. If you have one, please contact me. You all are too much. I've already obtained the items from the things on the snow mountain. They're already in my bag. Pohaha Yi Xiao looked at the barrage in the live stream and burst out laughing. Yi Qiu saw her happy expression and asked, Yao Yao, do you like that ice crystal? No one could possibly have the ice crystal in advance. Of course I like it, she exclaimed. Which girl could resist such a beautiful ice crystal, even more stunning than diamonds? Yi Xiao must like it. Brothers, I have a feeling that my older brother is definitely going to start showing off. I felt the same when he said that, just waiting. What do you think he will do? Of course. Yi Qiu, if you like it, Yao Yao, I'll go get you some. It's nothing. As long as you like it and are happy, that's all that matters. Yi Qiu, Yao Yao, these ice crystals are nothing. The spirit stones I have are even more beautiful. Yi Xiao didn't have much expectation, because this thing is just too rare. In the video, those professional advanced team members couldn't even get a single ice crystal. Although my brother could uproot a tree directly, it doesn't mean he could get a piece of such an ice crystal. So, Yi Xiao smiled and said, you all guessed wrong. My brother will probably buy it for me, and it won't be what you all think. Rare Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, Miss Streamer, if you like it, once we can get the goods here, we from the Rare Treasure Pavilion will directly gift you a finished product. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, the Treasure Pavilion can also gift Yao Yao. As long as you like it, we will do whatever it takes to help you get it. 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, you all talk a good game. Are you sure you can get your hands on this? Hee hee, Yao Yao, to be honest, my 10,000 Treasures Building is much stronger in this regard than they are. If you like it, just come to us. The three big shots started a gift spamming war in the live stream. However, their only goal was to flatter Yi Xiao. After watching Yi Xiao's live stream for so long, smart people have realized that directly flattering Yi Xiao is useless. He completely embodies the sentiment of I only have eyes for my sister. Of course, he is also quite nice to his sister's good friend, Lin Xiaoxiao. Aside from that, he seems uninterested. So, everyone knows, the key to wealth is Yi Xiao. 10000 Building sent out a super rocket and left a message, what's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head? Things like this, which are regulated by the state from the very beginning, you won't be able to get your hands on. To be honest, besides me at 10000 Building, there shouldn't be any other company that can obtain it. Of course, if someone does get it, I'll just turn upside down and go to the bathroom. As 10000 Building typed, everyone could almost feel his arrogance. At this moment, the viewers also noticed that Yi Qiu, who had just been peeling crayfish next to Yi Xiao, had suddenly disappeared. Xiao, where's your brother? Where did the immortal master go? He probably went to the bathroom. Nonsense! The immortal master doesn't go to the bathroom. Everyone was still curious about where Yi Qiu had gone. Then, the viewers saw in the live stream a tall, thin man wearing a loose t-shirt and equally loose shorts, with somewhat messy hair and a calm expression, walking over. What caught everyone's attention was not the man himself, but the large, glaring ice crystal he was holding in his hand. What? What is this? This can't be the mysterious ice crystal from the news broadcast, right? It really looked like it. Xiao, didn't you just say your brother had never been to Ling Mountain? Yi Xiao also looked confused. After all, the ice crystal in Yi Qiu's hand was twice the size of those in the video. Its dazzling brilliance completely overshadowed the ice crystals found by the advance team. Bro, so awesome. So awesome. I almost peed myself. Remember to wear a diaper. Bro, didn't you say you hadn't been to Ling Mountain? Yi Xiao stared at the ice crystal that Yi Qiu had casually placed on the table, her eyes wide. Lin Xiaoxiao was so shocked that she forgot to put the peeled crayfish in her mouth. The ice crystal was casually placed on the coffee table, appearing even more dazzling under the lights. At this moment, in the Guosher live broadcast, it seemed they had finally obtained a small piece of ice crystal. In the video, the excited voice of the female host from Guosher could be heard. We did it! In this dark night, we finally did it! Our scientists, using the most advanced cutting technology, have finally obtained a small piece of the mysterious ice crystal. The viewers in the live stream were, of course, also watching Yi Xiao's live broadcast. Then, they looked at the large chunk in front of Yi Qiu. Ah, this. The Guosher female host turned the camera to the scientists present. A man in his 50s was holding a fist-sized piece of ice crystal with immense excitement. Although it was small, it was enough to cause a sensation worldwide. This is just the first piece. I believe we will obtain more. Later, we will hand the ice crystal over to professional experts, and then all we have to do is wait for the identification results. The large chunk in front of Yi Qiu shouldn't be. It should be glass, right? Are you blind? That's definitely the kind of ice crystal. Look at the characteristics on it. It's exactly the same as what Guosher described. No way, no way, no way. Do you really think that's the ice crystal found in Ling Mountain? It sounds mysterious, but really, it looks so similar. This is no longer a matter of resemblance. Even a blind person would know that's the mysterious ice crystal. Bro, when did you go to Ling Mountain? Yi Xiao complied with the viewer's request and moved the camera in front of the ice crystal. I didn't go to Ling Mountain. Yi Qiu denied it without changing his expression. Then how do you have this thing? What kind of joke is this? If you haven't been to Ling Mountain, how could you possibly have this kind of ice crystal? Moreover, the ice crystal was surrounded by a cool, chilly aura. Even a fool would know this is the kind of mysterious crystal. Yi Xiao's question really caught Yi Qiu off guard. Just now, he saw a few people who looked like internet police enter the live broadcast room. He had been back in this world for quite some time, and he was clear about many things in his heart. After about 10 seconds of silence, Yi Qiu suddenly turned his head and looked at the little Ha who was lying down with his eyes closed. By the way, did you guys feed little Ha today? If I'm not mistaken, my brother is trying to change the topic. It's fine, haha, who cares how it came about? As long as my brother is awesome. Go for it. The man who has nothing to do with trending topics. The man who has nothing to do with trending topics has quite a few brain-dead fans in Yi Qiu's live broadcast room. What are brain-dead fans? they blindly believe in their idol. Whatever Yichio says is what it is. However, there are still some rational fans and some analytical fans. No, I have relatives who are internal employees of Guisher, and I just called to ask. They said that so far, no one outside the advanced team has obtained such ice crystals. I also have relatives who are internal employees, and he said, bullshit. Rumors stop with the wise. Yao Yao, look, you're trending. What? Yi Xiao nervously opened her Weibo. So far, it's okay. She is only in the 10th position on the trending list. A certain streamer's live broadcast room unexpectedly featured a mysterious ice crystal sample. Currently, the trending topic has a heat of 5 million. But, every time Yi Xiao refreshed, the heat doubled. After refreshing 2 or 3 times, the heat shot up to first place. 30 million. It even pushed down the originally trending topic from Guisher. Besides that, there were also other trending topics about Yi Xiao continuously climbing the list. At this moment, Yichio had just taken that thing out for less than 10 minutes. The trending topic had already caught up. At this very moment, in a luxury mansion in Kyoto, a middle-aged man with a beard was sitting on the sofa, watching the new song from his new album on the television. Beside him was his wife. This time it should be fine, right? Wang Feng smiled as he wrapped his arm around his wife's waist, his eyes full of joy. It should be fine. As long as the heat from Guisher goes down, our heat will come up. I've already contacted Weibo in advance. No matter what happens in the entertainment circle next, they will keep the #1 trending spot for you. Don't worry, he will still give me this little face. That he naturally referred to the boss of Weibo. Wang Feng was tired of the issue of being #1 on Weibo's trending list. Several times when he was about to release an album, explosive news would appear, and the trending topic that should have belonged to him was directly given to someone else. Even those trending topics had uncontrollable explosive heat. This time, after much negotiation, he finally got the Weibo boss to relent. In any case, once the heat from Guisher goes down, it would be time to see him perform. After losing the trending spot several times, this time he absolutely had to take advantage of the Ling Mountain incident to stand up. He had been holding back for so long, this time he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. So Wang Feng directly opened a bottle of 1982 red wine, preparing to share it when he climbed to the #1 trending spot tonight. The sound of his new album's title song played in his ears. Wang Feng was just about to taste the 1982 La fight with his wife when her phone rang. Hello? Hello, Sister Z. You need to check Weibo's trending topics. On the other end of the phone was her little assistant. Z curiously opened Weibo, and the homepage pushed the trending topic about the ice crystal appearing in Yi Xiao's live broadcast room. She hurriedly clicked into the trending list. The first trending topic had already surged to 38 million, while the second trending topic from Guisher was about to be surpassed by another trending topic about Yi Xiao. Behind these two trending topics, there was also the word explosive. It was simply the top of the top. What's wrong, dear? Wang Feng noticed that Ziyi's expression was a bit off, so he asked, honey, you should just go see for yourself. Ziyi didn't want to discourage her husband any further, so she let him check it out himself. When Wang Feng heard Ziyi's words, his heart sank. That bad premonition shot straight to the top of his head. Could it be? Wang Feng put down the La fight in his hand and opened his Weibo. When he saw the trending topic that was impossible to drop from the top, his face darkened. What the hell? Wang Feng was so angry he wanted to curse. But why did the name Yi Xiao sound so familiar? Good grief! He remembered that once before, his trending topic had also been snatched by this internet celebrity. This was really frustrating. After all, he was a first-tier star. How could he possibly be outdone by a small internet celebrity? What on earth was going on? A mysterious ice crystal appeared in the streamer's home? Ha, that must be fake. The national media was still mining it. How could it possibly end up in the hands of a small streamer? Besides, he had also seen the news. That kind of ice crystal couldn't be obtained without a cutting machine brought by experts. It was obvious that this was a deliberate fabrication to hype things up. Why was there still such popularity? Wang Feng couldn't make sense of it at all. Now, his trending topic wasn't even ready, and it was already dead in the water. Honey, didn't you say you had contacted the boss over at Weibo? He also said he would definitely give me. Can you ask him what's going on? Ze immediately called the Weibo boss. But, after many attempts, all she got was a busy signal. Damn! Wang Feng couldn't help but curse. Was this guy deliberately not answering the phone? Honey, should we just go buy it? The traffic on Weibo could always be bought, but the price was quite unfriendly. Many popular stars directly booked a whole year of trending topics with the official team. That's why people often saw certain stars trending for the smallest things. For example, not long ago, a young star got a cut on his finger while filming and even called an ambulance. Such things left the audience speechless. Wang Feng glanced at the current #1 trending topic, which was almost hitting 40 million. How much would that cost? It was likely that this new album hadn't even sold much, and buying a trending topic would wipe him out. Wang Feng was practically in tears. Well, forget it, we can postpone it for 2 days. But you already said on Weibo that you would post after midnight tonight. Ziyi looked at Wang Feng, and instead of a sad expression, she was covering her mouth, almost laughing. Honey, have you noticed that every time you're about to release a new album, there's always big news stealing your trending topic? Wang Feng, upon hearing this, suddenly thought about it. It was true. Damn it. Every time he was about to succeed, something would go wrong. This wasn't what he wanted. Wang Feng looked at Yi Xiao's trending topic that shot straight to 40 million, feeling envious to death. Even if the Weibo boss agreed to give him the top spot today, it probably wouldn't even reach 10 million in the end. This was really infuriating. It was too terrifying. Out of curiosity, Wang Feng and his wife sat on the sofa together and opened the Douyin livestream, finding Yi Xiao's live room. He wanted to see how a mere internet celebrity could have such popularity that even first-tier stars envied. Wanbao building, girl? Wanbao building, girl? What's going on? As Wang Feng and Ziyi just entered the live room, they didn't see any mysterious ice crystals at all. They only saw one man and two women gathered around the tea table eating crayfish. Moreover, this Yi Xiao's livestream was actually broadcasting the national channel's live feed. What the hell is going on here? Wang Feng was dumbfounded. Could it be that this person spent a fortune to buy trending topics? But to achieve such popularity, the money spent. Z looked at the live stream and was also stunned. Are they messing with them? Just a broadcast, and it's the national channel's live feed, yet it can have 40 million in popularity. No way. She had to call the Weibo CEO to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, if broadcasting someone else's livestream could also trend, it was simply outrageous. So Wang Feng used his secondary account to send a gift and then posted a comment asking, "New here, just wondering why I haven't seen that mysterious ice crystal?" There were quite a few people asking such questions. Yi Xiao saw it and replied, "What mysterious ice crystal? My livestream only has crayfish right now. Tonight, it's my brother's first eating broadcast, let's watch him eat. Yeah, it's making me hungry too. I should order takeout to try some. By the way, our crayfish is in season right now. If you want to eat, come to my place, I'll treat you for free. I run a crayfish shop, and to thank everyone for their help during the virus outbreak, all fans with an 18-level badge can come to my shop to eat crayfish." Wang Feng saw these comments. Hearing Yi Xiao say there was no ice crystal, he was instantly dumbfounded. This can actually be #1 trending? Are these people all idiots? He was unconvinced. If the content in this livestream could make him feel interested, or if there really was that mysterious ice crystal, then he would be convinced. But right now, just this eating broadcast of crayfish, he couldn't accept it. Honey, should I ask again? Z also watched the content of the livestream and felt a bit strange. Could it be that Weibo is acting up tonight? No need. Wang Feng shook his head. Regardless of whether Z asked or not, the result was clear. The first time they didn't answer the phone, the other party had already made their attitude clear. If he called again, it would be a bit unreasonable. Moreover, looking at the current popularity and situation, even if the official stepped in, there was almost no chance of it going down. When he entered the live stream earlier, he only saw the eating broadcast and didn't see any ice crystal, so this kind of misleading hype, where the audience didn't see what they wanted, would probably cause the popularity to drop quickly. Wang Feng thought, this was just a hype, and a very successful one at that. However, he didn't leave Yi Xiao's live stream. After a while, he saw a comment tagging a very familiar name. Wanbao, big shot, didn't you say that no one could produce that kind of ice crystal except you? If someone does, Wanbao's boss would directly stand on his head in the toilet. Wanbao? Is it really that Wanbao? Wang Feng curiously clicked into Wanbao's profile and found that it really was. That was one of the top treasure shops in Xia country. Not only did they have things they had never even heard of, but their assets were also shockingly substantial. And such a big shot was actually one of the top 3 in this livestream's VIP list. Wang Feng was a bit dazed. If it was really hype, how could such a big shot still exist? Out of curiosity, he clicked into the VIP section of Yi Xiao's livestream. Good heavens! This sight left him so shocked he couldn't speak. Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Vault. Not to mention the one suspected to be from the Li family, Li Xiqing. Everyone in this livestream knew it was him. Even more outrageous was that this livestream actually had a full 200,000 VIPs. In other livestreams, having 10 to 20,000 viewers is already impressive, but this livestream has directly reached 200,000. When did live streaming become more profitable than being a celebrity? Wang Feng thought to himself, almost considering going into live streaming. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were still incessantly tagging Wanbao. Big boss, do you remember the last time with Brother Fifan? If Brother Fifan can keep his promise, 10000, such a big name, surely doesn't want to ruin its reputation over something like this. Kangbage sent a super rocket and commented, show us the courage you had when you first confronted us. Zenbage sent a super rocket and commented, bro, hurry up, don't let Miss Yao Yao down. Fifan, although you're a big boss, I believe that if you say something, you should keep your promise. Otherwise, how can you call yourself a man? Exactly, yes. Finally, under the pressure of the livestream, 100 finally spoke up. 100 sent a super rocket and commented, this matter was caused by me. I will take responsibility. Let me do whatever you want, but please don't mention our boss anymore. I'm about to be buried alive. The one speaking was probably the person in charge of managing the 100 account. They were likely crying somewhere now. But I'm a girl, and I'm doing a handstand in the bathroom. What the hell? What's going on? You're actually a girl. Yes, I've always been the one managing the 100 account. If you don't believe me, you can come to our store and see. It's fine, I'd love to see a girl doing a handstand in the bathroom. Upstairs, reported, you guys dare to say you don't want to see it? To be honest, I really want to see it. Me too. Yichio looked at the lively livestream, hearing Yixiao complain, how could a girl possibly do a handstand in the bathroom? So he spoke up, let's skip the handstand in the bathroom. Yao Yao is also a girl, and he didn't want to see that kind of scene. 100 sent a super rocket and commented, whoa, Immortal Lord. I love you, Immortal Lord. How about this? I'll perform a handstand while drinking Coke for everyone. That works. Accepted. Sigh, I still prefer watching a handstand in the bathroom. Get lost. That night, several groups of people came to Yi Xiao's livestream. There were original fans, newcomers who came in after seeing the trending topic, reporters looking to stir up trouble, and of course, the police who had been wanting to invite Yi Xiao and her family for tea but were stopped by higher-ups. Going to Lingshan to livestream, simply put, it means that Yi Xiao, this internet anchor, has someone backing her. So before they could take action, they were already stopped. There had been quite a few reports during this time, all reporting that Yi Xiao was promoting supernatural phenomena in her livestream. But these reports sank like stones, receiving no response at all. Now that they came in to watch the livestream, they were curious to see if there really were mysterious ice crystals after seeing the trending topic. However, by the time they entered, the livestream had already turned into an eating broadcast. The newcomers in the livestream who didn't see the ice crystals thought this was just a paid hype, and they believed that this trending topic was bought with money by Yi Xiao. With such popularity, it must have been riding on the coattails of the mysterious ice crystals, and the netizens were furious, with countless reports flooding in on Weibo. But what shocked everyone was that no matter how many reports were filed, the trending topic just wouldn't go down. Yet those keyboard warriors who thought they were clear-eyed believed they were right. Today's trending topic relied on the power of money. As long as you spend money, you can get whatever you want. As long as you have money, even a year-long trending topic isn't a problem. Compared to that, this streamer named Yi Xiao is nothing at all. Even if she has a bit of popularity, it will quickly fade away. After all, Wusher was the first to arrive on the scene, and there's no way anyone could reach Lingshan before the advance team. Even if someone secretly followed, let's not mention how dangerous Lingshan is with its snowstorm. Those mysterious ice crystals, which are harder than diamonds, cannot be easily obtained. So, the news about Yi Xiao's hype is nothing but a deception. But the problem is, no matter how many reports are made, it's useless. In the end, those clueless keyboard warriors concluded that this streamer named Yi Xiao must have connections with Weibo's backend. At this moment, there were only 3 people left in Yi Xiao's livestream eating crayfish. The comments in the livestream, however, painted a different picture. They were almost all sycophantic remarks. So awesome. Awesome to the max. I love you. These comments flooded the screen. Wang Feng was still in the livestream. He thought it was simply ridiculous. Is eating crayfish now considered impressive? What's the point of this livestream? Didn't they say there were ice crystals? This is clearly just an eating show. Are they messing with us? But no, I really thought someone had gotten the ice crystals in advance. Come on, my primal power is about to go out of control. Who told you there were mysterious ice crystals in this livestream? Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. What can we do if Weibo's trending topics are written like this? Isn't it better to just enjoy watching a beautiful girl peel shrimp? Why do they have to keep bringing up all these strange things? Bro, speaking of which, can that ice crystal be sold to me a little? I want to make a necklace for my goddess. Aren't you Fei Shue from the next livestream? Yi Xiao recognized someone familiar. This was also a streamer from the Douyin platform. Back when Yi Xiao wasn't famous, they had played together in a duo. At that time, Fei Shue had much higher popularity than her, and although Yi Shio was bad at games, Fei Xue never complained. In the end, she helped Yi Shio win a game. Ha ha ha, you caught me. You came over with your main account. It's impossible not to be recognized. Yi Shio thought to herself. Your goddess you mentioned, it wouldn't be the little dance goddess from the dance area, would it? Yi Shio remembered that Fei Xue often donated to a dancer called Little Mengxian. Almost all the money earned from her hard work streaming each month went to Little Mengxian. Unfortunately, while Little Mengxian had feelings, she remained indifferent, and overall, the two were quite ambiguous. She just said she liked her. In reality, it was Little Mengxian who couldn't bring herself to buy anything in Yi Xiao's livestream. After all, those things aren't something just anyone can buy, and if she got rejected, that would be so embarrassing. In the end, she could only choose Fei Xue, who had previously collaborated with Yi Xiao, from her backup options. So, when Fei Xue heard Little Mengxian's request, she immediately came to Yi Xiao's livestream without a second thought. That's how the earlier scene unfolded. But this, Yi Xiao's expression was troubled. After all, so many people had said there were no ice crystals, and the internet police were also in the livestream. She didn't know that these internet police just wanted to see the ice crystals for themselves. The newcomers understood even less. Didn't they say there were no ice crystals at all? That it was all hype? Why were the two of them even communicating now? And talking about selling? What on earth is going on? In their eyes, Yi Shio was trampling on the viewer's intelligence, and it was a harsh trampling at that. But unfortunately, there were so many fools in the livestream ready to be fooled. It's not worth mentioning those who just come to freeload, but those who send gifts are even more exaggerated. Countless streamers desire the treatment that was unexpectedly achieved by a girl who talks nonsense. Jealousy has completely clouded their judgment. Many streamers even created alternate accounts to become keyboard warriors, constantly battling with the viewers in Yi Xiao's livestream. Among them was even a newcomer from the dance area who had previously been robbed of the top spot by Yi Xio. Yi Xio was still in a difficult position. At this moment, Yi Xio spoke up. We'll go to the site later, and if possible, I'll bring some back for you. He noticed that his sister and Xiao Xiao seemed very interested in Ling Mountain while watching the national livestream. Since that was the case, he would take them to see it. Wow, brother! Yi Xiao turned around in surprise. Really? You're going to take us there? Yi Xiao nodded. Yao, other internet celebrities have already brought their gear over. Won't it be too late for you to go now? How could it be late? Didn't you see that the scientists brought tents and even mentioned plans to stay at Ling Mountain for a year and a half? Lin Xiao retorted. What do you mean late? The real protagonists always appear last. Yi Xiao chuckled. Suddenly, she added, by the way, Fei Xue, if we can get that kind of ice crystal this time, I'll give you some. She had received a lot of care from Fei Xue when she wasn't popular, which is why Yi Xiao agreed so readily. Just then, the long-absent Lao Sa sent a barrage of comments. Dude, are you sure? That little cute god? The one from the dance area? The one with 180,000 fans? A couple of days ago, he even asked me to introduce her to Sichen. Yi Xiao, what's your ID number? Yi Xiao, what's your ID number? This. Love is a light, green to the point of panic. If you want to live well, you have to have a bit of green on your head. As we all know, green is the color of health. Lao Sa complained, you guys can stop it. Didn't this dude just say that little cute god is just a goddess, not a girlfriend? Where's the panic coming from? How sad. Goodness, that knife you stabbed. Is this the fate of a simp? A simp ends up with nothing. Your goddess, his lover. Brother, let me give you some advice. Everything on the internet is fake. It's very deep water here, you can't grasp it. Brother! Hey, I'm talking to you. Enough already. Although Yi Xiao also felt a bit awkward, it was really hard to say anything in this situation. At this moment, Fei Xue spoke in the livestream. I know about this matter. She just wants young Masterly to teach her how to become a successful internet celebrity. After all, young Masterly has quite a bit of experience. Sigh, it turns out the kids in my gaming area are so naive. My heart aches. Lao Sa complained. Brother, I advise you to wake up. This woman is just treating you as a backup. I think it's unreliable. If Yao gives you a piece of that ice crystal, you might as well keep it for yourself. This thing is so mysterious. It might have some great use in the future. Lao Sa's words resonated with everyone in the livestream for the first time. Lao Sa is right, but I don't think Li Siqing is any better. That little cute god probably just wants to use you to get a piece of ice crystal and then show off in her friend circle, trying to attract rich guys. After all, there are so many rich second-generation kids. I haven't seen any who can get an ice crystal yet. By the way, Fei Xue, my brother is taking me to Ling Mountain tomorrow, and he's going to find a way to get some ice crystals. I'll share some with you then. Yi Xiao smiled awkwardly and said. Everyone knew what kind of reputation Li Xicheng had in Jiangcheng and even the entire Xia country. Countless internet celebrity female streamers flocked to him, either wanting to ride on his popularity or genuinely hoping to marry into a wealthy family. He welcomed them all. However, it seemed to have improved recently. There were no new girlfriends around him. He spent every day in Yi Xiao's livestream. He didn't speak as confidently as before. Perhaps it was because there were too many big shots in Yi Xiao's livestream. Yao Yao, I want it too. I also. Treasure Pavilion, Yao Yao, after you get it, come directly to the livestream to auction it off. Highest bidder wins. Treasure House, I support this. Wanbao Building, I believe Yao Yao can definitely do it. If this time my brother and Yao Yao can't get that mysterious ice crystal, I'll just livestream eating shit. Really? Are you serious, big shot? Sister? Don't worry, we can definitely get it. This is a sure thing. Many people in the live stream were watching, usually pretending to be clueless, but in reality, they understood everything. Yi Qiu had already taken out such a large chunk of that ice crystal. This time, he personally brought his sister and her best friend to Ling Mountain. How could he possibly return empty-handed? In short, when the time comes, all they had to do was shout 666. Hee brother, when are we leaving tomorrow? Yi Xiao asked Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu glanced out the window. He wanted to say they would leave right now, but considering the two girls, he finally said lightly, tomorrow. Okay, then I'll go buy the tickets now. Lin Xiaoxiao took out her phone and started entering the information for the three of them. By the way, Yi Qiu, what's your ID number? Yi Qiu, Yi Xiao. She had forgotten. After her brother came back, he hadn't gone to get an ID or anything. Moreover, at his current appearance, would anyone really believe he was 33 years old? I don't have an ID. Even if he had one before, it seemed to have been lost long ago. In that vague memory, after he woke up, the only thing that could prove he was Yi Qiu was that household registration book. He used that book to remind himself not to forget his family, not to forget he had a sister left in the original world. What do you need an ID for? Yi Qiu said this. The actual meaning was that having an ID wouldn't be faster than flying directly, so it was useless to have one. Of course, just these few words, when heard by the viewers in the livestream, took on a different flavor. Immortal Lord, this immortal lord doesn't need to take planes or trains. I fly directly on my sword. I really want to know the speed of sword flying. I've been thinking of making a popular science video about it. Truly the immortal lord, a flying sword roaming between heaven and earth, so carefree. Be careful not to get fined for speeding. But brother, you still need to hang a sign first. Treasure House. But, streamer sister, why doesn't your brother have an ID? A big shot asked with 100 super rockets. Yi Xiao looked and found that most people in the livestream really didn't know why Yi Qiu didn't have an ID, so she repeated what had happened before. My brother actually disappeared for 15 years and just came back home recently. This is something the old fans know. As soon as this was said, the gifts in the live stream flooded the screen. The money from those big shots was like it was nothing, crazily throwing gifts. The female streamer named Ruo, who had been lurking in Yi Xiao's livestream, was also dumbfounded. What the hell? Can selling a sob story bring in so many gifts? She originally thought that Fifan Gu had blacklisted her because she was too twisted to make him enjoy himself. Unexpectedly, the other party was just putting on a sad act, and yet there were so many gifts. She keenly noticed that among the bosses sending gifts, there was also her former top boss, Brother Fifan. She checked Brother Fifan's comments, most of which were, "Bro, you're amazing. The immortal master is so handsome," and similar remarks. So, she had lost to a man? Ruo felt like crying without tears. What if she also created a backstory about losing her brother since childhood? Then find someone to play her brother. With that thought, Ruo made up her mind and exited Yi Xiao's livestream. What should we do now? Yi Xiao looked around slightly anxious. Without an ID card, let alone taking a flight, there was no way to operate anywhere that required real-name ticket purchases across the country. I'll ask Grandpa now. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up the phone, preparing to call Lin Jingshan. Just as she was about to dial, Yi Xiao's phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number, but it was a local one. Hello. Since changing her phone number, not many people knew her private number. Hello, is this Miss Yi Xiao? Yes. It's like this. We are from the Linjiang District Police Station. If you have time now, you can come here to process your ID card, and we will try to get it done before tomorrow morning. Yi Xiao? Goodness. What time is it now? It's almost midnight. The Linjiang Road Police Station is calling, and it's about processing her brother's ID card. How is that possible? Yi Xiao thought it was a scam and hung up the phone. Yao, who is calling so late? Lin Xiaoxiao had just connected with Lin Jingshan. Grandpa said he is trying to find a way right now. It's a scammer, saying we can process the ID card now and get it by tomorrow morning. Just think about it, it's impossible. She remembered that when she went to change her ID card before, she had to wait a long time. However, Lin Xiaoxiao found it a bit strange. Even if it was a scam, they wouldn't ask you to go to the police station. Yao Yao, let me take a look at that call. Before Yi Xiao could pass her phone, the ringtone rang again. She picked it up and saw. Goodness! This time the caller ID had changed directly to the Linjiang District Police Station office. Could it be that the previous call was really from the police station? Hello? Yi Xiao answered the phone. The voice on the other end quickly came through. Hello, Miss Yi Xiao. I apologize for using my personal phone to notify you just now. We are indeed from the Linjiang District Police Station. Yi Xiao listened to the voice on the other end, almost on the verge of tears. So you mean, I can really process my brother's ID card now? Yes, absolutely, you can come over now. No, do you want us to come pick you up? No need, we can go by ourselves. After asking about the necessary documents to bring, she hung up the phone. Xiao, it really is the police station. Oh my gosh, it's actually real. Lin Xiaoxiao also found it hard to believe. At this moment, Lin Jingshan called as well. Hello, Grandpa? Xiaoxiao, I just asked someone, and they said the police station has already notified Yao Yao. Is that true? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Xiao, her face full of smiles. Grandpa, it's true. Someone has already notified Yao Yao. I'll take Yao Yao and brother Yi Qiu over later. That's good. Lin Xiaoxiao hung up the phone. At this time, Yi Xiao also began to prepare to set off. However, her livestream was still on. I bet it was definitely some big shot in the livestream room who did that. Sure enough, as soon as the Immortal Master said he didn't have an ID, the police station called. The livestream room is simply a den of hidden talents. Does young Master Li, the Emperor, know who it is? Young Master Li, the Emperor, I'm still confused. Indeed. Just now, when Li Xiqing heard Yi Qiu say he didn't have an ID, he immediately called Li Rongcheng. The old man received the call, but nothing had been arranged yet. Yi Xiao had already received a call asking her to take Yi Qiu to get his ID. Who on earth is this? Could it be that some big player is peeking in on the livestream? Treasure Pavilion, Hidden Treasure Pavilion, and 10,000 Treasures Building, come out and claim it. Treasure Pavilion, although I'd love to help, this isn't really my area, so it's not me. Hidden Treasure Pavilion, yes, it's me, just kidding. 10,000 Treasures Building, I'm also wondering who it is, who took away my chance to do something for the Immortal Master. I think it's more like they took away your chance to grovel. What do you mean grovel? This is clearly a form of respect for the Immortal Master. The viewers in the livestream, including those big shots, were all guessing who was behind the scenes making Yi Qiu get his ID right now and be able to pick it up early tomorrow morning. In any case, such a thing would be nearly impossible to accomplish unless it was someone from the authorities. And to get to this point, the clever ones probably have already guessed some things, but just haven't confirmed them yet. Buddies, I'm going to accompany my brother to get his ID now, so I'll end the stream for tonight. Damn, I was scared by this woman's ending operation before. I thought she was going to pull off some fancy ending again. Me too, it scared me to death. When her hand reached out just now, I thought she was going to shut down the computer directly. Yao Yao, tell me, who is that woman named Xiaobo? Heroes see alike. Yi Xiao looked at the barrage of comments, a few black lines appearing on her forehead. Come on, do you really not trust me that much? I've always ended the stream normally before. Normally? Are you sure it's normal? Unplugging the internet cable? Pretending to have a heart attack? Then shutting down the computer after being reported for gaming? Lying about going to the bathroom, only to sneak back and shut down? And making 2 ending notes and then saying it was a draw? Yi Xiao. She never expected that this group of viewers would be so hard to fool. She didn't think they would still remember these things. So, she forced a smile that was awkward but not polite and said, "Oh, everyone, don't mind these details. Anyway, I'll be streaming again the next day, right?" As she spoke, she threw the shells of the crayfish on the table into the trash can. Alright, that's it for today. Thank you all for your understanding. If it were any other day, the viewers would absolutely not allow Yi Xiao to end the stream so early. But today is different. Today there's really something important. Yi Qiu needs to get his ID. Only with an ID can he take a flight and bring Yi Xiao to Ling Mountain for a livestream. To them, Yi Qiu taking Yi Xiao to Ling Mountain is practically like going back to his hometown. After all, on the internet, there are countless rumors about cultivators in various Ling Mountains, truly endless. There are even people who wrote a whole 100,000 words to prove that there are indeed cultivators in this world. And in that paper, it mentioned Yi Qiu. It's just that this article hasn't been seen by most people yet. Seeing the viewers so obedient tonight, Yi Xiao felt relieved. The three quickly got ready. Lin Xiaoxiao was in charge of driving, heading straight to the police station in Linjiang District. The women arrived at the Linjiang District police station. The three of them saw a few people waiting at the door from a distance. The person standing at the front was someone Lin Xiaoxiao recognized. Wasn't he the top leader here? From far away, that person came over. Miss Yi Xiao, Mr. Yi Qiu, please come this way. Yi Xiao had never met this man, and Yi Qiu certainly didn't know him either. Although Lin Xiaoxiao had encountered him before while accompanying Lin Jingshan to a banquet, it was just a casual greeting. They couldn't be considered familiar. The process of applying for a new ID card was very comfortable. In less than half an hour, all the procedures were completed. What was originally supposed to take a whole day or several days, running around to multiple places, was resolved in just half an hour. Back at home, Yi Xiao didn't start a live stream again. Brother, when are we leaving tomorrow? It's up to you guys. Yi Qiu was preparing to go upstairs. He could leave at any time since he didn't even need to sleep. But over the years, he still tried to maintain a normal schedule. Only in this way could he feel more like a human. What about Xiao Xiao? I'm fine with anything, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. She usually liked to get up early to exercise, so it didn't matter to her whether it was early or late. Then, Yi Xiao suddenly chuckled. Let's say after 12. Book the flight a bit later. She wanted to sleep in. Upon hearing this, both Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao revealed a hint of indulgence on their faces. They had known for a long time. The girl asked this way because she actually wanted to sleep in. Then I'll go back to my room. After returning to her room, Yi Xiao didn't sleep. Instead, she took out her phone and started sending red envelopes frantically to her fans in the group. Babies, I have good news for you. My brother's ID card is ready. Bro, awesome. As expected, the Immortal Master is as steady as a rock. What do you mean? The one upstairs? Sorry, I was wrong. I misspoke. After typing this, the person sent a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan. Many people didn't know that, regardless of the chat software, it was possible to send such large red envelopes as long as you verified it. Wow, thank you, boss. Boss, send more. Yi Xiao saw this and pouted. I just sent so many too, and you didn't even thank me. Yao Yao, when is your brother leaving tomorrow? Yi Xiao, this friend, shouldn't you say, Yao Yao, when are you guys leaving? Sorry, I only care about the Immortal Master. Yao Yao, I hope you have some self-awareness. Li Xiqing, Group Admin Yao Yao, it's okay, I'll see you off tomorrow. Prince, danger, danger, danger. Li Xiqing, pfft, not seeing you off, I'm just going to send you a little way. Yi Xiao, ah ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Laughing so hard I peed. The prince's admin is gone, didn't you notice? Laughing so hard I threw up. Yi Xiao, thank you very much. By the way, Yao Yao, if there are extra ice crystals later, I want to buy some. I want some too. But it should be hard to get, after all, even experts with professional machines can only get a tiny piece. Hee hee, did you not see or are you blind to the big chunk the Immortal Master got? Watch your words, where's the big chunk? I can't see anything in the live stream. Right, nothing at all. Let's just watch the Immortal Master perform. Although it was already late at night, Yi Xiao's fan group was incredibly lively. After Li Xiqing stepped down, many people were waiting to take his place. After all, once you became a dog admin, you could mute quite a few people. In the real world, things that one wouldn't dare to do in front of the big shots can be done without restraint in Yi Xiao's livestream. Moreover, many people who have interacted with Li Xiqing and the old lecherous fat guy discovered that these rich second-generation individuals, who are usually hard to approach, are actually not as difficult to get along with as rumored. On the contrary, they are quite easygoing. It's those who pretend to be wealthy who tend to have a bigger attitude. After getting familiar with people like Li Xiqing in the group, conversations became more harmonious. Of course, that old lecher who often receives warmth from the community is also a fool. Yao Yao, why don't you start streaming from the moment you set off tomorrow? It would be perfect to record something. And you know how outdoor streaming is. Yi Xiao was lying in bed, preparing to play a couple of rounds of Honor of Kings, when she saw a comment from a viewer. Sure, I'll just keep filming myself then. Can we refuse? Then maybe you shouldn't stream at all. I've already taken my pants off, and you're showing me this? Going to sleep now, I'm going to bed. You all should sleep early too. I have to get up early tomorrow to prepare things. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she closed the fan group and then launched the game. However, the group was still buzzing with activity. I bet this woman is definitely not sleeping. I bet a pack of spicy strips. It's not even 3 o'clock yet. She can't possibly be sleeping. Li Xiqing, brothers, look at this. Li Xiqing posted a game screenshot in the group, showing that Yi Xiao was currently in a game. Women, as far as I know, when we guys tell our girlfriends we're going to sleep, they fall asleep in a second, but women are different. When a woman says she's going to sleep, it means she's about to start playing another game, just like my girlfriend. However, the last time my long-distance girlfriend called me and said she was going to sleep, she was actually eating spicy strips while we were on the call, screaming because it was too spicy. Cheated. Bro, I think you'd better check on your girlfriend to see why she's eating spicy strips in the middle of the night. Yeah, we can only help so much. Hey, to live a good life, you've got to have a bit of green. Bro, the last speaker was that guy Fei Shue. When Yaya goes to Lingshan, you should ask her for some ice crystals. Yi Shio unintentionally gave a few kills to the other party and then got reported. After that, she cursed and quit the game. The next day, when Yi Shio got up and went downstairs, she saw Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao already waiting in the living room. Yi Qiu was watching a popular Xinxia drama. Lin Xiaoxiao was preparing breakfast nearby. Yao, you're awake. Yi Xiu walked over and saw a table full of sumptuous breakfast. She couldn't help but hold Lin Xiaoxiao's little face and exclaimed, "Ah, such a good woman. Which guy will end up with her in the future?" After a simple meal, the three of them went downstairs and headed to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Yi Xiu also responded to the viewers' requests and started the livestream. The immortal doesn't ride a flying mount to Lingshan? Are you stupid? That's still a green caterpillar, and it has to wait 100 years. Many people had seen that green little meatworm before and knew that Yi Qiu had mentioned it was the larva of a hell butterfly, which would become a beautiful flying mount when it grew up. Bro, that thing should have evolved into a hardened pupa by now. Hee, I wonder when we'll get to see the hell butterfly. I'll find a way to make it evolve early. Yi Qiu had a cup of coffee in front of him, looking calm. It seemed normal to say such things while live streaming. Brother, let's forget about that thing. Yi Xiu was still thinking about how terrified she had been the first time she saw that green caterpillar. Lin Xiaoxiao had also been quite scared at the time. Why? Yi Qiu was puzzled. After all, the hellish dark butterfly was the most beloved flying mount for women in that other world, and if it were to mutate, it would be even more precious. It was something that couldn't be sought after. How could his sister not like it? The accumulated understanding over 10,000 years made Yi Qiu unable to comprehend Yi Xiao's thoughts. Brother, don't you think that bug looks really scary? Not really. Back when he was in the other world, others had said it was very cute. The viewers in the livestream were rarely hearing Yi Qiu talk so much, and they all started to agree. Yes, it really is very cute. I've never seen such a cute little bug. What is cute? Some new viewers probably didn't understand what those people were talking about. After all, it had been a long time since Yi Qiu last mentioned the hellish dark butterfly. The number of people in the live stream had already multiplied several times. The immortal's flying mount, the hellish dark butterfly. Are you kidding me? Talking about flying mounts? I think you're really dreaming. In this situation, I can only say two words. Ha! Although it was already the second day, but the trending topic from last night about Yi Xiu had not cooled down, and since she was currently live streaming, the popularity of the stream was still high. It even firmly held the first place, and there was no way to pull it down. Who exactly is this Yi Xiu? A daughter of Weibo? Or did the Weibo boss pull some strings? Damn it, today I was supposed to boost my idol's ranking, but the heat has been stolen by this unknown 18-line streamer. Spent money, right? Pulled some strings, right? Daughter of Weibo, right? It started last night, and I thought it would cool down today, but it looks like it will continue. I don't understand why they buy such trending topics. There's nothing substantial when you click in, I just reported it. Most of these keyboard warriors had never watched Yi Xiao's livestream, or they hadn't seen those videos of Yi Qiu going viral on Douyin. But, today, when they entered Yi Xiao's livestream with the intention of criticizing her, they found the title mentioned Ling Mountain. What? This streamer is actually going to Ling Mountain herself? But it seems a bit late to go now. They originally thought it was just hype, but now it seems she was really going to Ling Mountain. At this moment, they could see 3 people waiting at the airport. Fine. They would wait and see what this 18-line streamer would come up with. The waiting process was a bit boring. Lin Xiaoxiao went to buy 2 cups of cola and a bottle of mineral water. Just as Yi Xiu was about to reach out to take it, someone suddenly bumped into Lin Xiaoxiao from behind, causing the cup of cola in her hand to spill all over Yi Qiu. Ah, brother, the cold liquid was about to drench Yi Qiu completely. But, in the next second, it was as if time around everyone had stopped. Before the 2 girls and the culprit, along with the viewers in the livestream, could react, the cup of cola that was supposed to spill had now safely landed in Yi Qiu's hand. Of course, not a single drop of the ice water or ice cubes had spilled out. Yi Xiu was still in a position as if she wanted to pull Yi Qiu away, and Lin Xiaoxiao's hands were still suspended in midair. The person who bumped into Lin Xiaoxiao was now completely in a state of speechless shock. "Are you okay?" Yi Qiu placed the cola on the table, then looked at Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, calmly asking. These 3 words finally brought the two back to reality. "And no, it's nothing." Lin Xiaoxiao stared at the cola cup that Yi Qiu had set on the table, filled with water. In her clear, dark eyes, there was a mix of admiration and shock. At that moment, Yi Xiao also came to her senses. "I'm fine too, brother, are you okay?" At this time, the live stream room erupted. Just a moment ago, they had seen Yi Qiu, in the blink of an eye, take the cola cup into his hands, then put all the spilled ice and cola back into the cup. The new viewers, who had initially prepared to throw some insults, even had their lines ready. But when they witnessed this scene, all their words turned into just 2 characters. "Awesome, bro, what's this trick called? Can you teach me?" "Coach, I want to learn too." "You guys really want to learn everything but can't learn anything. But I want to learn too. It should be pretty simple, right? Just take the cup and put the spilled cola and ice back in. You think that's simple?" Yi Qiu sat in his chair, watching the barrage of comments in the live stream. He raised an eyebrow. "It really is quite simple. Our simple is genuinely simple, but the immortal's simple? That needs a whole new definition. Yes, it's simple, really simple. Just simply uproot a tree, simply obtain ice crystals that even scientists need professional equipment to acquire, and a big chunk at that. This is really simple." The Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, "I'll simply send a gift too, hoping Brother Yao Yao can simply give us a chance to buy ice crystals from the Treasure Pavilion." At this moment, those who had been ready to type insults were now intimidated. "It really is impressive. That move just now, it must have taken at least 10 or 8 years of practice to master, right? It seems like this bro really has skills. Trading integrity for a flying mount, trading integrity for a flying mount. There's really nothing to criticize. Ever since watching this bro's live stream, everything else seems dull in comparison." The haters who had wanted to insult him were now almost split in 2. Just from Yi Qiu's move, he had gained quite a few fans. However, even so, there were still many trolls waiting for Yi Qiu and the others to reach Ling Mountain before they started their insults. Just the 3 of them. Even if they reached the foot of Ling Mountain, whether they could make it to the top was still a question, let alone getting those ice crystals that even experts couldn't manage. So, they were just waiting to see the show. At that time, these 3 would definitely find an excuse to leave. Besides those haters, Ruoro, the female streamer who had previously interacted with Yi Xiao, was also in the livestream. She had been overshadowed by several big names on the rankings. At first, Ruoro was quite upset, but after seeing Yi Qiu's performance, even she was confused. Suddenly, she felt that this streamer's brother was really too damn handsome. Ruoro didn't even want to stream anymore. She wanted to stay in Yi Xiao's livestream to watch Yi Qiu, so she had just sent a few rockets. As soon as she sent the rockets, someone noticed her and tagged Fei Fan. "Fei Fan, bro, your Ruoro is here. She came in and sent a few super rockets. Is this a show of force?" After all, many of the bosses in Ruoro's livestream had been attracted by Yi Qiu. If it were just Yi Qiu attracting them, that would be fine. 2 girls could just fight it out. But no, this group of brothers was all attracted by a man, and they were in the livestream every day sending gifts. As a somewhat cute girl, Ruoro thought this was just ridiculous. It must be a show of force. I can't wait to see the drama. This early in the morning, it's really exciting. The 2 female streamers are about to fight. Brother Fifan is currently in Yi Xiao's livestream. Not only him, but also the bosses from Ruoro's previous livestreams are present, and now seeing Ruoro here, it's inevitably a bit awkward, so they all choose to remain silent. Of course, except for the straightforward Brother Fifan. "Ruoro, I've given you quite a few things before, so you don't need to act like this now, right?" Ruoro was suddenly taken aback, looking completely confused. "Did you get it wrong? I came to watch Xianzuan's livestream. What does it have to do with Fifan and the others? Xianzuan, I want to have your baby. Ha 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 ha. Brother Fifan is being overly sentimental, right? Still, my Xianzuan is impressive. Even former rivals are drawn in. Goodness, I'm just amazed. Not only did he steal someone else's boss, but now he's also brought the main character over." Brother Fifan didn't expect Ruoro was actually here to watch Yi Qiu, and she openly said she wanted to have a child with Yi Qiu. Reflecting on his past infatuated self, he suddenly felt a bit disheartened. But it's fine. Since they are all fans of Xianzuan, then they are all friends. After Ruoro appeared in the livestream, the boarding announcement at the airport rang out. "Alright, I'm boarding now. I'll start the live stream again when I arrive in Biancheng. The flight from Jiangcheng to Biancheng takes about 3 hours." Yi Xiu ended the live stream and, along with Lin Xiaoxiao, headed directly to the boarding gate with Yi Qiu. However, they didn't notice that a sneaky figure had been following them onto the plane. On the plane, Ling Xiaoxiao had booked a business class seat. They could have boarded early, but to wait and stream a bit longer for their viewers, they only went in now. Yi Qiu sat in his seat, looking at the clouds outside. If riding a flying mount, it would probably be about this high too. Brother, have you not flown in a long time? Yi Xiao noticed Yi Qiu staring out the window, which seemed like something someone who just boarded a plane would do. Yeah, it's been quite a while. It's been at least 10,000 years, but flying mounts are similar to planes, and they can even be faster than planes. Then brother, when your flying mount grows up, let me and Xiaoxiao ride it, okay? Yi Xiao said half jokingly, half seriously. Yi Qiu took it seriously. If you're eager to ride, I'll help you get one in a while. Brother, you're so nice. Yi Xiao felt delighted inside. Ever since her brother returned, her life had improved. Besides that, almost every day felt like a lucky day, and she was very happy every day. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. The plane soon arrived at Bianqing Airport. As soon as the three got off the plane, Yi Xiao received messages from viewers urging her to start the live stream. What's wrong? Do you miss me that much? It's only been 3 hours since we last saw each other, and you're so anxious. Yi Xiao opened the live stream, and a big smile appeared in the live room. Oh my gosh, how unfortunate. Can you move your face away? I want to see my brother, or at least Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiao, see Xiaoxiao? You must be dreaming. Xiaoxiao is mine. Yao, give it up. Girls can't have babies with girls. Girls can only have babies with boys? Yao, have you arrived? I recommend a place next to the airport that serves guobao rou. It's absolutely delicious. Yi Xiao, we're here. I'll basically be live streaming for you all now. Mwah, got it. So can you put the camera on my brother? The three walked out of the airport. They went to the restaurant recommended by the viewers and ordered guobao rou, and it was indeed as delicious as they said. Yao, was that the first time Xianzuan flew on a plane? I want to know how Xianzuan felt. How does it compare to riding a flying mount? I want to know too. Flying mounts must be incredibly cool. It was okay, but flying mounts are a bit faster. Yi Qiu was eating guobao rou when he heard the barrage of comments from the viewers. Whoa, my dream is to ride a flying mount just once. Isn't a flying mount basically a convertible plane? Damn convertible plane, it should only have a chassis, no need for an engine. Just thinking about it makes me feel so cool. At first, people riding a flying mount might not get used to it and could have some adverse reactions. Yi Qiu recalled when his disciple first rode a flying mount and ended up vomiting on the back of the golden eagle. As a result, he almost got thrown off from thousands of meters in the air. And also, when using a flying mount, you need to take some special low-grade pills. Motion sickness pills. More like flight sickness pills. Hearing his brother say this, I'm even more interested in flying mounts now. What should I do? I'm willing to give up all my principles for a chance to ride a flying mount. The slap in the face came too quickly. I really want to see what that hellish dark butterfly looks like. It looks pretty good. Yi Qiu said while looking at the comments. This hellish dark butterfly of mine should be a mutated species, just like buying skins in your games. It's particularly rare, only one among tens of thousands. Now that my brother mentioned it, I want to see it even more. Besides appearance, is there any other difference between the ordinary and the mutated ones? There is, but the difference isn't significant. It's just that these mutated flying mounts are a bit faster than the ordinary ones. I want to know how much faster exactly. It's just a bit faster. After Ruoro entered this live stream, the atmosphere changed. In the past, those viewers would send her gifts, but now she was sending gifts to Yi Qiu. Now she heard about some really good-looking flying mounts. For a female streamer like Ruoro, especially one who isn't very bright, she immediately believed it and even planned to find a way to buy one from Yi Qiu later. However, at this moment, a few people with high-level special effects entered Yi Xiao's live stream. At first glance, Ruoro was surprised to see they were all from the same dance area as her. Could it be that these people were all victims like her? Sure enough, among those who came, Ruoro recognized one or two. The one named Xiaoxia was her former competitor. They often competed for the title of the most beautiful female streamer, relying on their respective bosses. Ruoro relied on extraordinary brother, and now that person had switched to this immortal brother. As for Xiaoxia, she relied on a boss known as the strongest. Ruoro didn't see the strongest in the live stream. She didn't know why Xiaoxia was here today. As soon as Xiaoxia entered, someone noticed her. After she greeted them, she began quietly listening to Yi Qiu boast. No, wait, she was listening to Yi Qiu explain some things about flying mounts. Looking at the extremely enviable popularity, Xiaoxia had to admit she felt a bit sour. It was said that the one who had been competing with her for the top spot, Ruoro's boss, had run away, and even came to this livestream. She found it amusing just thinking about it. So, when someone greeted her, Xiaxia sent a comment. "Hello everyone, don't pay too much attention to me, I'm just here to watch the livestream. But my identity is different from those who have been robbed of the top spot." The phrase robbed of the top spot sounded quite harsh. It was clear she was mocking Ruoro. "This is the Immortal Lord's livestream. Please leave." Ruoro was a bit angry. Why did this woman have to chase her here? No way. Does watching a livestream now require your approval? My boss isn't like some people, who are fickle and even had their top spot taken by a man. So embarrassing. Ruoro felt a bit indignant. But what Xiaxia said was indeed the truth. Before, when Ruoro found out that Fifan had blocked her, she couldn't understand it. But after spending some time in Yichio's livestream and seeing his skills, she figured it out. Not only did she understand, but she also fell in love with Yi Xiao's livestream. Now, she didn't even want to stream herself. Instead, she ran to watch Yi Xiao's livestream. So she no longer blamed Fifan for anything. After all, he had given her so many gifts before. How could Ruoro still hold a grudge against him? It was just that she couldn't comprehend it at first. What is Xiaxia? I've never heard of her. Ruoro sent quite a few gifts in Yi Xiao's livestream, and the recent comments showed that she had clearly become a die-hard fan of Yichio. So the people in Yi Xiao's livestream were quite protective of her. The conversation had already started. "I haven't heard of her either. Seems like she's from the dance area." TCH, what's so great about the dance area? Just a bunch of women posing. I'd rather watch Ultraman. Digga. I like 7. Of course, the original. You guys are all kids. Probably haven't even seen the original. I also like Taro. Once there's the first, there's the second. The atmosphere in the livestream suddenly changed, and everyone started talking about their childhood. A few minutes later, Fifan also appeared. Fifan, oh, Xiaxia? Didn't you guys see that super popular video before, where a group of people kidnapped a beautiful streamer, only to find out she was an ugly monster? Then those idiots let her go. That's this Xiaxia. What the hell? Really? Ha ha ha, that one, looking for Xiaxia? As soon as Fifan spoke, everyone knew whether it was true or not. Ruoro was moved to tears when she saw Fifan come out to help her. Fifan, thank you. Fifan, no need to thank me. This has nothing to do with you. I just don't want this trash to dirty my Immortal Lord's livestream. Xiaxia had hardly ever watched Yi Xiao's livestream. Ruoro, look at this. This was your former number 1, isn't it embarrassing? Unlike me, my Denaigu would never treat me like this, he spoils me. Ruoro was quite angry, but she held it in. Just as Fifan said, this is Yi Xiao's livestream, and she still wanted to watch the Immortal Lord here. Just then, a special entry notification suddenly appeared at the top of the livestream. The strongest Deny, Emperor, enters the livestream. Who is this? The strongest Deny. I call this the most showy. So impressive. Xiaxia saw this and immediately got excited. She hurriedly sent a comment. Denaigu, are you here to find Xiaxia? As soon as Xiaxia sent this comment, the viewers saw this person called the strongest Deny directly sending dozens of super rockets to the livestream. The strongest Deny, Emperor, sent super rockets and commented, I've been watching with a small account for several days. Immortal Lord, I love you. Ruoro, Yi Xiao, Xiaxia, Yichio, Fifan. The comments seemed to fall silent for a second. The next second, laughter filled the entire screen. Ha! This is too fast for a slap in the face. Really, in Yaoyao's livestream, there's no way to avoid all kinds of face slapping. I wonder what Xiaxia is thinking right now. I'm dying of laughter. Yichio, why do you like me? Yichio, why do you like me? This Xiaxia got slapped in the face directly, but she still wanted to save some face. Denaigu, what's wrong with you today? Come back and let Xiaxia dance for you. There are benefits tonight. The strongest Deny, Emperor, who are you? Watching the game is way more interesting than watching the Immortal Lord. Get lost. Xiaxia was stunned. Ruoro was also stunned, but her mood was delightful. As expected, this Xiaxia's top supporter was also snatched away by Yi Xiao's livestream. Xiaxia was directly devastated. Everything was fine yesterday. How did it turn out like this today? Brother Deneo even said he would help her secure the number 1 spot for the most beautiful female streamer next month. Brother Deneo, is it because Xiaxia's dance isn't pretty? The strongest Deneo, the Emperor, 2 lumps of fat swinging around every day. The body is uncoordinated. What's there to look at? Admin, don't let this person's words affect my mood. I want to see the Immortal Master show off. I love you, Immortal Master. The people in the livestream room nearly laughed themselves silly at Deneo's words. This ability to turn against someone really only applies to Deneo. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched even more. If she remembered correctly, just yesterday, at the top of the livestream, she saw this Deneo giving gifts to Xiaxia, and now it had turned into this. Who are you? Men. Before Xiaxia could even wait for an admin to mute her, she was ruthlessly driven away by Danao. No one expected it. Danao had once been Xiaoxia's #1 supporter. Before leaving, she even left a message. Fine, today I lost. I never thought I would lose to a man. If Danao had fallen for Yi Xiao, Xiaoxia could have accepted it, because Yi Xiao was indeed in the beauty zone, and her offline looks were said to be quite stunning. But Danao had fallen for a man. Xiaoxia directly questioned her life. In the end, she left the live stream room in tears. After Danao, even other female dancers in the streaming area faced the same situation. Yi Xiao watched this dramatic scene in the live stream room and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Xiaoxiao was also trying to hold back her laughter. Only Yi Xiao was somewhat confused. If it were a group of women saying they liked him, that would be somewhat normal. After all, that's a normal human feeling. But, in Yaoyao's live stream room, it was almost all rough men, and he noticed that he seemed to be even more popular with this group of rough men. Every day, he might receive countless confessions from thousands of men. Just thinking about it made Jicho feel a bit nauseous. Although he had no interest in love, having so many men confessing to him was just too damn bizarre. By the way, why do you all like me? Yichio suddenly said. Just that one sentence. It was exactly 10 words. The live stream room instantly erupted. The immortal master is charming and handsome, looking like a celestial being descending to earth. I've never seen such a handsome man. Of course I like you. Yicho glanced at the person who sent that comment. His mouth twitched. A man. The immortal master is my youth, my fantasy of immortal heroes, flying on a sword, riding mounts. It's simply exhilarating. I love you. Yichio looked again. A man. Young Masterly, the emperor, of course I must like you. How could I not like you? Li Sicheng. Yichio recognized him, the one who had rumors with Yao Yao before. So he asked, are you still spreading rumors with anyone recently? Upon hearing his name called, Li Sicheng jumped up from his seat as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Young Masterly, the emperor, no, absolutely not. I'm not interested in women anymore. Master, you can rest assured, I'm no longer interested in women. Yichio's expression darkened even more upon hearing this. Not interested in women anymore? Forget it. He didn't want to deal with this fool Li Sicheng any longer. At that moment, Fei Fan also sent a comment. Fei Fan, I think you all should know that Miss Yi Xiao's livestream is simply unique in the streaming world. There's no other like it. I'd been in the live streaming game for so long, watched so many women, and in the end, I still feel that women aren't that appealing. Bro, your thoughts are very dangerous. But I also think those women who pose and preen aren't that attractive. Looking at women is not as good as cultivating immortality. The strongest brother, the emperor, let me share my thoughts. I've been in the live streaming circle for many years, and this is the first time a live stream has made me feel like I'm about to transcend. This feeling was absent in the live streams of those women before. If you were to ask me to go back and watch them now, sorry, I can only say 4 words, utterly boring. Brother Danao seems to be a true fan. I'm ashamed, I only just discovered the Immortal Lord's livestream. If I had found it earlier, that would have been great. Yichio looked at Brother Danao's comment, even more puzzled. Transcendence? What does that mean? Treasure Pavilion, Brother Yao Yao is the only god. The doors of our treasure pavilion are always open for you. Treasure Hall, you can choose anything from the treasure hall at will. Wanbao Building, Immortal Lord. I love you. I have no words. Spit it out. No way. Wanbao Building is a girl, right? Is it a girl? The worker from Wanbao Building, today it's not my account. It's our boss. Incredible. Wanbao Building is amazing. I won't deny it, the flirtation still belongs to Wanbao Building. Yichio didn't want to listen to these men's heartfelt confessions anymore. He directly interrupted their comments. Yao Yao should have just been streaming some daily activities, sometimes even playing games. How did it become so exaggerated in front of these people? Alright, let's go check out the foot of Ling Mountain first. The three didn't delay their journey. They rented an off-road vehicle on the way and headed straight for their destination. The driver was a local and quite genuine. Let me tell you, you guys are late. You look like internet celebrities. At the foot of Ling Mountain, if you go now, don't even think about setting up a tent. You probably won't even have a place to stay. Is it really that terrifying? Lin Xiaoxiao thought of the crowds she saw on the live stream. She didn't expect there to be so many people. Of course, on the first day, there was already no space at the foot of the mountain. Those ghost houses took the opportunity to raise their prices. Staying one night costs $1,000, but a monthly rate is 100 cheaper. What should we do then? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Before the driver could recommend his guest house, Yichio spoke up. We won't stay in a guest house, nor will we stay at the foot of the mountain. Is it starting? No doubt. It's that familiar feeling. Young man, heed my advice. Looking at the confused expressions of Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, Yichio continued, we're going straight to the mountain top to get ice crystals from inside the mountain. Brother, you're amazing. You didn't let me down. This day, this land, this universe, no one can stop you from showing off. The driver laughed upon hearing this. I say, young man, you probably don't know how dangerous it is to get to the top of Ling Mountain, right? Starting from halfway up, it's all year-round snow, and much higher up, it's already turned into ice blocks that can't be broken even with a chisel. You can't guarantee their safety, especially since you're bringing two young ladies along. Besides wanting to make some money, the driver genuinely wanted to persuade Yi Qiu and the others. After all, many climbers had died on Ling Mountain over the years. Most ignored the power of nature, thinking that being human meant they could look down on natural forces. In the end, death was their price. It doesn't matter, Yi Qiu said lightly. The driver thought he was crazy or that he was taking the two girls to their deaths? Or maybe these were three people doing some extreme challenge livestream. Definitely not normal people. Even if you don't care, you have to consider these two girls. You can't put them in danger. On that snowy mountain, you can't guarantee their safety at all. The implication was clear: if you want to seek death, don't drag the two girls along with you. Really, listen to your uncle's advice. I'm a local here and I won't deceive you. With your gear, you really can't go to Ling Mountain. Even the experts come prepared with all sorts of high-tech equipment, and I've heard there have been accidents. You guys are in shorts and short sleeves, and this girl is even wearing a dress. Do you really think you're going on a vacation to Ling Mountain? The driver spoke earnestly, not wanting Yi Qiu to take Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao up the mountain. It's fine, big brother, don't worry, Yi Qiu has a sense of proportion, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. She believed that Yi Qiu was not someone who lacked judgment. Since he said it was no big deal, it must be no big deal. In any case, she trusted Yi Qiu. Yi Xiao also smiled. Big brother, don't worry, he's my real brother. How could my brother possibly harm me? The driver saw that it wasn't just Yi Qiu who was like this, the two girls were the same. In the end, he could only give the three of them a deep look, shake his head, and focus on driving. He had already said what he needed to say. If they didn't listen, there was nothing he could do. Of course, apart from Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, the viewers in the livestream were even more convinced by Yi Qiu's words and were very much looking forward to what he would do when he went up the mountain. By the way, this big sister, what's the name of your livestream? Are you going to livestream your trip to Ling Mountain? The driver suddenly thought of something and continued to ask. As long as he kept an eye on it, he might be able to notify the police in time if something went wrong. Looking at these young people, they were the flowers of the motherland, and the future of the country depended on them. How could they casually lose their lives on the snowy mountain? Since they weren't listening to advice, he could only keep an eye on the live stream. You can just search for Yi Xiao on the Douyin live streaming platform. I'm live streaming right now, Yi Xiao said with a smile. She had always used her real name for her live stream. Since her name sounded like a stage name, she simply used Yi Xiao. So you're live streaming on Douyin? Ha, I usually have nothing to do and scroll through Douyin, so I'll go follow you later, the driver said. How could this driver not know about the immortal master and Yao Yao? With Yao Yao's popularity, I really don't believe he hasn't come across her while scrolling through Douyin. What's there not to believe? There are so many people across the country. How many people do you think are in my livestream? It's impossible for everyone to be watching me. Moreover, there was an unspoken issue that everyone was aware of. Although Yi Xiao's livestream was indeed extremely popular, everyone in the industry knew that some of the data was fake. It was just for show. Just like some live streaming platforms, even newly signed hosts would show tens of thousands of viewers as soon as they started streaming. Those numbers were provided by the system. Furthermore, Douyin recommends videos and live streams based on personal preferences, so it's normal for someone not to have seen my live stream. But I dare bet that after this driver brother watches, he will definitely find it appealing. Even if I, Wang Jingzi, jumped down from here, I wouldn't watch Yi Xiao's live stream. Oh my, it's really appealing. I'll bet too. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips. Okay, Yi Xiao, right? When we arrive, I'll follow you. Do you need me to send some gifts? No need, just come and take a look later. The driver was quite talkative. Along the way, he kept recommending various tourist spots in Dian City. I thought you guys were internet celebrities, so there must be a lot of people watching your live stream. It would be great if you could help us promote it a bit. Actually, Dian City has more than just Ling Mountain. There are many other great places to visit. Amidst the driver's chatter, after more than 2 hours, the three finally arrived at a stopping point at the foot of Ling Mountain. Looking around, there were tents everywhere. There were even people who had come in RVs. It was simply too lively. Young man, are you really not considering what I said? As he was leaving, the driver still wanted to persuade Yi Qiu. However, he did not get the answer he wanted. In the end, he could only sigh and step on the gas, driving away. In the wind, there lingered the driver's parting words, "I will definitely visit your livestream." Standing at the foot of Ling Mountain, a casual glance around revealed influencers with cameras, some from Douyin's livestream platform. High-traffic streamers from other platforms had also arrived. However, the fastest were those specialized outdoor streamers, who had rushed to the scene as soon as they saw the news. And just as the driver had said, there was hardly a spot to set up a tent or rest. Except for the area near Guisher, no one dared to move. Almost every inch of ground that could be stepped on was nearly gone. So many people from across the country, including some from neighboring countries, rushed here after seeing the news. The usually quiet foot of Ling Mountain was suddenly in chaos. The dense crowd, if viewed from the mountain, looked just like ants. Yi Shiyou held up the camera. The viewers were excited. Finally here. It's about to start. Yao Yao, are you guys setting off right now? I believe in brother Yi Chiu. I believe in brother Yi Chiu. I don't know. I'll listen to my brother, Yi Shiyou said, looking at Yi Chiu. Yi Chiu gazed into the distance. Because there were so many people, the once desolate foot of Ling Mountain had almost become a bustling tourist spot. The air around had also become much murkier. Let's head up directly. Don't we need to prepare anything? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Yi Chiu shook his head, no need. But, if we just go up like this, don't we need to bring food? Exactly, brother, I want to bring some snacks. Goodness, I can't believe it, climbing a snow mountain with snacks. Alright, buy whatever you want. Yi Chiu thought, since there really weren't any snacks in his space that Yao Yao liked, letting her bring some was fine. No way, if we go up Ling Mountain, even if the Immortal Master is fine, Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao probably won't be able to handle it. At this moment, someone called Climber spoke up. Climber, I'm a professional in this area. If you're just going to livestream, I suggest you stay at the foot of the mountain. If you don't hold a sense of reverence for nature, the consequences could be unimaginable. Oh, isn't this the big shot from the outdoor zone? Why are you here today? It's a big shot. I often watch his science videos. Climber, recently, have you been to Ling Mountain? Climber, no, I couldn't go due to work issues, but Ling Mountain is definitely not a place for ordinary people to climb. Streamers should heed my advice. Ordinary people indeed can't go up, but my brother is not an ordinary person. The Immortal Master is amazing. I actually think so too. After all, Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao are not immortals. Didn't a marathon incident just happen recently? It's better to be cautious. Usually, in the livestream, everyone watches Yi Chiu show off various skills. Among these people, some are half serious and half joking, while some genuinely believe that Yi Chiu is an immortal who can cultivate, and some just come here for fun. After all, Yi Xiao's livestream is really joyful. Not only is this female streamer quite silly and funny, but her brother also makes everyone incredibly happy sometimes. During the day, people work or attend classes. Those who work do their jobs. By night, everyone is exhausted, and Yi Xiao's livestream just happens to bring them joy. Originally, those who watched female streamers to satisfy their needs began to switch to Yi Xiao's livestream. As long as she smiled, those needs were basically forgotten. So, watching live streams is all about happiness. Of course, there were also some who lingered in Yi Xiao's livestream, waiting for him to slip up so they could make a story out of it. After all, that kind of popularity is something everyone envies. The kind of heat that others dream of achieving was easily attained by Yi Xiao, which is quite infuriating. Yao Yao, you should buy some professional climbing gear. I know, it's so cold up there. I definitely need to wear something thicker. Yi Xiao wasn't unaware of the dangers of snow-capped mountains. Over the years, many professional climbers had gone missing after being trapped by heavy snow. For safety's sake, everyone started reminding Yi Xiao, then let's go buy some food and warm gear together later, and we also need to get some stuff to start a fire, Lin Xiaoxiao said. At that moment, Yi Xiao, who had been gazing at the peak of Ling Mountain, finally turned around. Yao Yao, do you want to climb up there yourself? He had just heard Yi Xiao's intention, and it seemed like she wanted to try climbing Ling Mountain herself. Yi Xiao looked at the live stream. Hey, everyone, do you want to see a beautiful girl climb a mountain? No, thanks. Just go. Not interested, it's boring. Watching the older brother is fine, but watching you is a no-go. Xiao Xiao is okay, after all, her long legs are famous. System, as expected, the dad who spoke inappropriately has been muted by the admin. Serves him right. Hey, you guys better not tease my Xiao Xiao. Whoever teases her is dead. Yao Yao, then how about we don't tease Xiao Xiao, but tease you instead? Yao Yao, who said we want to tease you? Yi Chiu's voice floated lightly into the live stream. Young Master Li, Emperor Danger, Big brother, you're dead. Old complainer, Emperor finally, it's not my turn to be warmed by the community. That one seems to have left the live stream already. I have to say, the action is really fast. Must be a newcomer, not knowing how to establish themselves in Yao Yao's livestream. Watch me, Yao Yao. You are the most amazing streamer in the world. Don't worry, my wife and kids will always support you. Yi Xiao saw this comment and smiled as she said thank you. Then the viewers in the livestream saw Yichio's previously serious expression finally soften. This brother really knows how to have fun. Bro, I think everyone prefers watching climbing. If they just went straight to the top, it would be quite boring. I think so too, Lin Xiaoxiao said. I've never climbed a snow mountain before. Me neither. I used to just stay at home and stream. Never had the chance to go out and explore, so this is a good opportunity. Then let's go climb up. Hearing this, Yichio nodded at the two girls. Climber, bro, are you serious? You really want to climb up? Yi Xiao, serious. More real than pearls. Lin Xiaoxiao, with Yichio here, I think it should be fine. Yichio, easy. The word easy, though only 2 characters, is definitely the most pretentious I've ever seen. I have a feeling this is going to backfire. I believe in the immortal, how could it backfire? Young Master Li, Emperor Yao Yao, do you need my family to provide some professional warm clothing and equipment? I remember there's a mall in Biancheng. You can just go pick it up. Yi Xiao hadn't spoken yet. Yichio walked over and said, no need, just go straight up. Straight up? Oh, no wonder he's the immortal, wanting to climb a snow mountain in summer clothes. I think that's feasible. Bro, isn't it really cold up there? Shouldn't we buy a few sets of warm clothes? Climber, host, as a professional in this field, I want to remind you that on a snow mountain like Ling Mountain, your warm clothes are useless. If you encounter a blizzard, you could very well freeze to death up there, so you must think it through. The climber spoke earnestly. Yi Xiao saw his anxious expression, and it seemed he was about to jump out of the screen to stop them from going up the mountain. However, Yichio said, just follow me. That's all it takes. The live stream room instantly erupted. Let's go. Yichio turned around and stepped towards the entrance of Ling Mountain. Although it was still early, the viewers in the live stream had already been waiting. Some even kept their computers on Yi Xiao's live stream every day, just to see Yichio. Although the platform also provided recommendations, Yi Xiao didn't need them at all. As long as the live stream was active, it would always be in the top position for popularity. It was simply more effective than any platform recommendation. So, Yao Yao, aren't you all going to take a break before setting off? My brother said to just follow him. The 3 arrived at the entrance at the foot of Ling Mountain. However, it had already been surrounded. The staff from Guisher were guarding the front. For your safety, Ling Mountain is now closed. Unless you are a qualified national professional with sufficient equipment, you cannot go up the mountain. The guards at the entrance looked at the 3's attire, short sleeves and shorts, and even one in a dress. They immediately found it ridiculous. Do these internet celebrities really not think when they want to gain popularity? No matter how much they want to be famous, they shouldn't risk their lives. Even the scientific research teams and advanced teams have to make a lot of preparations before daring to enter Ling Mountain. These internet celebrities must really have lost their minds. This is also why the state chose to forcibly block all entrances at the foot of Ling Mountain, otherwise, ambulances would be unable to park. Yi Xiao looked at the sign held by the Guisher staff and said nothing, retreating with Yichio. Brother, those people are from Guisher. I didn't expect them to block the entrance. Let's go in from another place, Yichio said. However, Lin Xiaoxiao turned back to glance at the staff members still watching them. I'm afraid there are guards all around. Not really, Yichio replied calmly. He had just used the system to scan with his divine sense. Aside from the guarded entrances, there were other places to access Ling Mountain. Although Yichio could easily take the 2 girls to the top of Ling Mountain, he saw Yichio and Lin Xiaoxiao excited to climb, so he let them be. After all, as long as they followed him, nothing bad would happen. There are other entrances too. Wow, really? Brother, how do you know? Yichio, how do you know? Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously. This should be Yichio's first time at Ling Mountain, so how did he know there were other entrances? Divine sense. Amazing. Divine sense scanning. Love it. Love it. What can a celestial master do? Aside from having children, they should be able to do anything. You all are wrong. I think as long as the older brother wants, having children isn't impossible either. Yi Xiao was also a bit confused. Divine sense? Could it be that her brother really can scan? Let's go. I'll take you there. Yichio walked ahead, and Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao followed. The viewers in the live stream were also extremely excited. Following a celestial master, you just know it's going to be good. Sure enough, Yichio eventually led the 2 girls to another spot at the foot of Ling Mountain. You wouldn't believe it, but there really weren't any Guisher people guarding this side. However, it was almost impossible to go up from here. No wonder the Guisher people weren't guarding this place, because ordinary people simply cannot go up. Bro, is it here? Yi Xiao looked at the straight mountain face in front of her, where only about 10 meters high was a relatively spacious foothold. Could it be that her brother wanted them to jump up? Yes, come over. Yi Xiao obediently walked over. He then looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you come too. Ha, me? Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at herself. Yes. Yi Qiao nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao also walked over. Before the two could react, they felt their waists being wrapped by an arm. What was the immortal master going to do? It should be riding the clouds. While the viewers in the livestream and Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't reacted yet, the two felt their feet leave the ground. Immediately after, a wave of dizziness hit them. In the next second, they had already reached the foothold 10 meters above. What kind of operation was this? Yi Xiao held the camera, and just now, the camera had also shaken a bit. When the view in front of the lens became clear again, the viewers saw that the three of them were now standing steadily in the place that had just been deemed impossible to reach. Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. The immortal master is just too amazing. If I'm not mistaken, the brother just directly took the two girls and jumped to a height of at least 10 meters, right? No need to say anything else, it's just impressive. I also saw it. Is this even something a human can do? It's really not something a human can do. The immortal master is an immortal, not really a human. If not a human, then what is it? Yi Xiao steadied herself, listening to the increasingly outrageous barrage voice reports in the livestream, her face full of black lines. How is my brother not a human? You guys are the ones who aren't human. Yi Qiao had also let go of Lin Xiaoxiao by this time. His face was as calm as if nothing had happened just now. I just jumped up casually. If I didn't jump up, I wouldn't be able to continue climbing the mountain. Yao Yao and Xiaoxiao are girls, it's nothing for me to help a bit. This little distance doesn't count as distance, Yi Qiao said. The viewers in the livestream then saw him jump down again, pick up the pocket that Yi Xiao had dropped below, which contained snacks, and then easily leap back to his original spot. This process was incredibly smooth, and the series of actions flowed like water. It was just as Yi Qiao had said earlier. This little distance really didn't count as distance. Seeing this, the viewers' hearts were shattered. 1,000 what the hell and wow surged through their minds. The live stream was quiet for 2 seconds. Then, countless wow comments flooded the screen. Damn, this is too impressive. The immortal master's idea of distance, a 10-meter high platform, indeed doesn't count as distance. So how high does it have to be to count as distance? Goodness. This 10-meter high place is nothing in Yi Qiao's eyes. Look at his nonchalant demeanor. It's as if he just casually walked on flat ground. I'm shocked for 10,000 years. You're shocked? I'm shocked my mom for 10,000 years. Excuse me, this is not something we humans can do. Who said that? Yi Qiao suddenly said, I am human, and one day you will find such things very easy. The immortal master should participate in the Olympics high jump. He would definitely dominate. What do you mean participate in high jump? Just participate in all events and sweep all the gold medals. Wouldn't that be glory for the country? Heh, a bunch of people are really superficial. How could the immortal master have time to participate in those activities? It's very simple, not difficult at all. It's very simple, not difficult at all. My wife didn't let me hand in my rations tonight just to watch the immortal master. It's comfortable. I'm envious. It seems I also need to recommend the immortal master to my girlfriend. The barrage was still thick, completely blocking Yi Qiao's figure. Almost needed to adjust the settings to see the content of the live stream. Let's go. We should go up from this side. It shouldn't be too difficult. Yi Qiao pointed to a snow-covered mountain path ahead. If you don't want to go, just tell me. The journey up there is indeed a bit troublesome for you right now, but it's fine. First, eat this thing. It should be no problem. After saying that, he reached into his pocket and took out a few pill-like objects. Is this a Dan medicine? The Dan medicine I've been thinking about has finally appeared. What is this? Yi Xiao walked over and picked one up, placing it in her palm. Upon closer inspection, there was a faint silver line on it, which looked unexpectedly beautiful. A barrage of comments urged Yi Xiao to bring the camera closer, and she complied. Yi Xiao's latest domestic brand, with an incredibly high cost-performance ratio, had pixels that far exceeded some foreign models. The camera focused on the Dan medicine. The viewers in the live stream could see even the details of the lines clearly. Could it be the legendary one-pattern Golden Dan? Just one pattern, so the level should be relatively low. However, with Yao Yao's equipment, the details were truly perfect. This should be the latest camera from a promising domestic brand. Speaking of the machine, let's not talk about it. Civilization is you, me, and him. I think you have a wicked heart. I'm truly kneeling. Immortal master, I want to learn alchemy. But what use is this Golden Dan? Is it the same as the little fever-reducing pill from last time? Regarding the little fever-reducing pill, many people still hadn't seen any feedback online, so they didn't know how effective it really was. But even so, if Yi Xiao listed the fever-reducing pill, it would definitely sell out immediately. This can keep you warm. Warm? Yi Shiyou was currently in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, and I must say it was indeed a bit cold. She tried swallowing the Dan medicine. After about 2 minutes, a wave of warmth surprisingly surged from head to toe. I'm really not cold anymore. Yi Shiyou's eyes sparkled, and she was very excited. No way, just one Dan medicine, is it really effective? Looking at Yao Yao's appearance, it seemed she really wasn't cold. I don't believe it. It might just be temporary, it should wear off after a while. However, as soon as this Dan medicine appeared, the excitement surged again. Some viewers who were originally watching the livestream in the national broadcast room also came to Yi Xiao's livestream. What is this? 3 people in short sleeves and shorts challenging Ling Mountain? Are they trying to kill themselves again? Hurry and call an ambulance. It feels like something will go wrong soon. Who knows the host? Quickly advise her. If this continues, someone will get hurt. Just give up. I've already advised them before, but it was completely useless. Now, I can only keep an eye on the live stream and watch the changes. The person speaking was a new fan. They didn't have a fan badge and hadn't sent gifts, but they had registered for quite a while. Yi Shiyou casually glanced at their profile. I am the experienced driver. A driver? Could this be that driver from before? I didn't expect he really came to the live stream. Lin Xiaoxiao also took a Dan medicine and swallowed it. After eating it, her face changed. I'm really not cold anymore. She had been wearing a dress. Although they were still at the foot of the mountain, the air was still cold. However, after taking that Dan medicine, she felt warm all over, as if soaking in a bathtub. Seeing that both had taken the Dan medicine, Yi Qiu then strapped Yi Xiao's backpack, filled with snacks, onto his back and led the way toward the mountaintop. Wow, it really began. The brother is going to hike up Ling Mountain with 2 sisters. Climber, don't worry, based on my years of climbing experience, they will give up within 10 minutes. After all, nature is not so easy to conquer. Climber, why do you say that? Climber, didn't you notice? There's no road ahead at all. No, we can still see a path. Climber, an amateur is just an amateur. If you look closely, it seems like there's a path on the opposite side, but in reality, not far ahead is a sheer cliff. Without professional tools, they can't possibly get past it. The viewers watched the comments from this professional climber. Upon closer inspection, they found that just ahead of the 3, there was indeed no path, only a chasm that was a full 3 meters wide. Below the chasm, Yi Shiyou took a shot with the camera. It was not just 100 meters, but at least 20 or 30 meters high. If someone fell, they would either die or be severely injured. This guy has some skills. Professionals are different. Climber, of course, you don't see how many peaks I've climbed and how many hardships I've endured. This kind of chasm can only be handled by professionals like us. The climber was still pondering how to post a scientific comment when the scene in front of him changed, and the comments in the live stream suddenly turned into 2 words. What the hell? Damn. Awesome. Impressive. Respect. You're amazing, bro. 6666. Young Masterly, the Emperor, sent a super rocket and commented, Master Ancestor is handsome. The Treasure Pavilion, the Rare Treasure Pavilion, and the 10,000 Treasure Building also sent gifts, while the other bosses in the livestream went wild, spamming the screen. At that moment, the viewers saw in the live stream a young man in a short-sleeve shirt, looking just over 20, casually punch and break a tree that required 3 people to hug. The branches fell with a loud crash. Immediately after, before the viewers could react, the second tree, the third tree. In less than a minute, 5 fresh tree trunks were neatly placed over the 3-meter-wide chasm. What the hell just happened? At that moment, the climber could only think of 1,000 what the hell. He never expected that just after he confidently posted a professional commentary in the livestream, he would be slapped in the face the next second. Yi Xiao looked at the path that was securely laid across the chasm and stepped on it without hesitation, successfully crossing over. When she returned to the ground, she pointed the camera at herself. The viewers immediately saw a big smiling face. Then they heard her say, "Did someone just say it was impossible to cross this chasm? I don't know, it seems pretty easy to me. Climbing is not as good as infrastructure building." Lin Xiaoxiao also walked over along the tree trunk. Then she lightly said, "It seems really easy here. Climber, big shot. What do you think? How do you explain this? This is called a slap in the face." The slap came too quickly. Yi Qiu walked at the back. "Yao Yao, that punch from the Immortal Master just now could probably knock a cow away." "Not just a cow. Didn't you see when the Immortal Master effortlessly pulled up a tree? That kind of strength could directly rip apart a T-Rex's mouth." "I'm new here. When did the Immortal Master pull up a tree? What did I miss?" "There's no replay, but some viewers have recorded it. Just message them privately." "Is this the kind of strength you get from eating strong vegetables?" Speaking of strong vegetables, everyone suddenly remembered that Yi Xiao had promised them strong vegetables, which still hadn't been put on the shelves. Yao Yao, when will the strong vegetables be available? I'll put them on the shelves as soon as I get home. Yay! Excited! I'm ready. My 20 years of being single isn't just bragging. For 30 years of being single, whether it's my left hand, right hand, or both, I'm better than you all. The brother upstairs is amazing. 30 years of being single and solving it all by himself? We'll have to see my golden right hand then. I don't know why, but I feel a bit sorry for them. But what I envy the most is the immortal master's strength. It's just too strong. Yi Qiu climbed down the tree trunk. Then he smiled. It's not some special power, nor is there any special method. You can do it too. These trees are quite old and can break easily. Damn, we can do it too. I can. My eyes are fine now, but my body and hands are not. Yi Qiu continued to walk up with the camera. The altitude wasn't high yet, and the air wasn't too thin, so the two girls didn't feel tired at all. They even chatted and laughed along the way. Before they knew it, it was already dark. The popularity of Yi Xiao's livestream didn't decrease. In fact, it was on the rise. It's dark now. Yao Yao, did you bring a tent? Or should we rest for the night and set off tomorrow? I also think it's a bit dangerous to go up the snow mountain now. Why not use those logs to build a simple wooden house? Climber, naive, building a wooden house isn't that easy. They don't have the tools, and it's already dark, so they can't see anything. What the hell is this? The climber's comment was sent as a voice message. So, without realizing it, he directly sent out what he wanted to say. In the video, Yi Qiu was carrying a giant log on his shoulder, as if he were casually carrying a piece of foam of any weight. He then inserted the giant logs into the ground covered with a thin layer of ice. Immediately after, he brought his fingers together with one hand and quickly shaved the log. One side of the log became smooth and shiny, almost indistinguishable from machine cutting. He repeated this several times. The viewers in the livestream saw Yi Qiu, within just a few minutes, use the giant logs to enclose a piece of land that was neither too big nor too small. Neatly placed on the ground below were logs. At this moment, Yi Qiu's mind was filled with the skills he had obtained from signing in at the System.By craftsmanship. Not to mention building a house, he could even build a palace by himself. The walls were up, and next was the roof. The viewers in the livestream were dumbfounded. Is this something a human can do? So awesome. Building a house on the spot, bro, you're amazing. If I had this skill back then, would I still be moving bricks on a construction site? We're both studying civil engineering. Why is my bro so outstanding? I was a bit sleepy earlier, but now I'm suddenly wide awake. Is my bro going to do some infrastructure work now? Late at night, Yi Qiu was busy by himself, while Yi Qiu held the camera, pointing it at Yi Qiu. After all, there was no computer now. Even if she had skills, she couldn't showcase them, nor could she play ranked matches to show off her moves to her fans. So she could only show everyone her brother. Lin Xiaoxiao was beside her, holding a bright flashlight, intending to shine it for Yi Qiu. But then she heard Yi Qiu say, "Xiaoxiao, you can go rest, I can see. The immortal has night vision, identification complete." Isn't this basic operation? Just basic operation, nothing to be too surprised about. Yi Qiu's speed was fast. The surrounding wooden walls were inserted into the ground one by one, and once completely fixed, the fans began to discuss how he would secure the roof. After all, building the roof was a technical job. But who knew that the people in the livestream hadn't even started yet? Yi Qiu casually lifted a long log with one hand, without aiming, and threw it onto the fixed wooden walls. After repeating this a dozen times, a perfectly standard wooden house roof was completed just like that. Incredible! This is really building a small wooden house in minutes. Damn, I'm really impressed. Old Ju doesn't build blocks this fast. Don't even mention you. It takes me a day or two to build infrastructure in the game, and this is done in the blink of an eye. After throwing the last piece of carved wood, Yi Qiu finally dusted off his hands and said to Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao, "Alright, let's stay inside for the night." In truth, he didn't mind. But considering Yao Yao and Xiaoxiao, it was better for them to rest for a while since they hadn't had a break since morning. Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao excitedly walked into the small wooden house. The fresh scent of wood filled the air. However, inside the wooden house, there was no light except for the glow of their phones and a flashlight. "Brother, can you find a way to make it a bit brighter in here?" Yi Qiu asked Yi Qiu. Hearing this, Yi Qiu stepped into the newly built wooden house. He glanced at the roof and then moved his right hand. In the next moment, a bright, fist-sized pearl appeared in the palm of his hand. The brilliance of the pearl was dazzling, instantly blinding the viewers in the livestream. What the hell is this? This light just blinded my eyes. Is this the legendary night pearl? A night pearl this big must cost a fortune. As someone who studies antique appraisal, this night pearl is worth at least 100 million. Yi Qiu listened to the barrage of comments in the livestream and casually tossed the pearl aside, saying, "This pearl was given to me by someone before. It's not worth much. Now it's just right to use for lighting. Let's make do with it for now." What a make-do, 100 million night pearl, and you say to make do? Mark that make do for the exam. Marked. The wooden house was quite warm, although there were 4 ventilation openings. For some reason, it didn't feel cold at all. The night pearl was placed in the center, illuminating the entire wooden house. Yichio felt puzzled listening to the comments in the live stream. He didn't understand what was so interesting about building a wooden house. If they wanted to see ice crystals, that could be a reason, but it was still early to head to the mountaintop. These people seemed like they wouldn't sleep, practically guarding the livestream for 24 hours. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao casually found 2 blankets from their backpacks and then walked in front of the camera. Aren't you guys going to sleep? Yi Xiao looked at the still overflowing comments in surprise. Yao, you can't end the stream tonight. Yes, streamer, please don't end the stream. I also suggest not ending it. After all, it's quite dangerous on the snow. In reality, although Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao seemed fine and felt good, the viewers were still worried, especially the driver from earlier and that climber. Because one lived at the foot of Ling Mountain and the other climbed year-round, they understood the terrifying power of nature the best. These 3 clearly had no professional knowledge. Although nothing was happening now, and Yi Qiao indeed had some skills, the higher they went, the greater the danger and the more unknown risks there were. It wouldn't be surprising if something unexpected happened. Many challengers had been frozen on this Ling Mountain. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, such beautiful girls, couldn't just disappear like that. It would be too much of a pity. Therefore, the viewers in the live stream all hoped Yi Xiao wouldn't end the stream. Yao, please don't end the stream tonight. If you do, I'll unfollow. Your threat is useless. I just hope Yao won't end the stream so I can see more. Yao, as long as you don't end the stream tonight, you'll be the most beautiful female streamer in the world. Yao, Yi Xiao, what's going on with you all? Did you take the wrong medicine tonight? Usually, they would tell her brother to let her be, but tonight they all wanted to see her. How strange. You all usually want to see my brother, right? No one likes to see my charming face? What's going on tonight? Yao, you've misunderstood us. Look at what this live stream room is called. It's Yi Xiao's live stream. Who else would we come to see besides you? Young Masterly, the Emperor, that's right. Yao, I will always like you. At this moment, Yi Qiao walked over. What did you just say? Young Masterly, the Emperor Master Ancestor, it was Old Saw who was using my account just now. How could I say such a thing? Is that so? Yi Qiao glanced at Yi Xiao's live streaming equipment. Just one glance made Li Xicheng hurriedly spend money to send 50 super rockets. Old Saw happened to not be around tonight, so Li Xicheng successfully shifted the blame. So, while Old Saw was in his room playing games with friends, he suddenly heard that familiar knocking and speaking. Open the door, we are from the community, here to bring warmth. Old Saw? What the hell is going on? He had just been released, and now they are coming again. What the hell is happening? Old Saw didn't understand until the moment he was taken away, who he had offended day by day. It's simply ridiculous. Li Xicheng was relieved. The viewers in the live stream were still persuading Yi Xiao. Yao, tonight I want to see your benefits. Yi Qiao? Then, the second person to be sent warmth appeared. Yao, how can you say that? You have always been the most beautiful girl in my heart. Don't worry, I came to the live stream just to see you. Extraordinary. Yao, you don't know. I used to watch those dance streamers posing every day, but after watching you, I realized there are actually such beautiful female streamers in this world. Let me watch a little longer. Yi Qiao? The third person to be sent warmth also appeared. Several more viewers were sent warmth until they could no longer be seen in the live stream, and only then did Yi Qiao finally walk to the other side of the small cabin, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to rest. After a whole day of busyness, Yi Xiao was also a bit tired. Lin Xiaoxiao had long fallen asleep. She glanced at Yi Qiao and the already sleeping Lin Xiaoxiao. By the way, my equipment is almost out of battery. Although I don't want to end the stream tonight, the battery doesn't allow it. As Yi Xiao spoke, she began to organize her equipment. The viewers watched the pile of power banks in her backpack, and the corners of over 1 million viewers' mouths couldn't help but twitch. Is this just nonsense? Fine, she just wants to end the stream. She originally wanted to say something else, but suddenly the live stream went dark. Oh no, there's a power outage here. Sorry, I have to end the stream now. Goodbye. As Yi Xiao's voice fell, the viewers saw that familiar scene. The familiar black screen and the familiar words. The streamer has ended the broadcast. Please come back to watch another day. Damn, this woman has ended the stream again. Ending the stream, she ends it at the drop of a hat. She completely doesn't take us seriously. No way, I still want to see how the immortal sleeps. Immortal doesn't need to sleep. No way, I'm so worried here. I hope she can stream on time tomorrow. The climber could only sigh at this moment. Sigh, I hope so. I can't rush over, otherwise, I would have brought them down the mountain long ago. I'm an experienced driver, there's nothing we can do. In this situation, we can only pray that they can stream tomorrow, otherwise, we really have to call for rescue. After ending the stream, Yi Xiao took out the night pearl she had hidden earlier. The room immediately became bright. Although the howling blizzard could be heard outside, for some reason, staying in this wooden cabin felt completely warm. Brother, I have another blanket here, do you want it? When they went up the mountain, she and Lin Xiaoxiao had originally bought some warm items, but they turned out to be useless. Although it wasn't cold now, she still felt that covering herself with a blanket would provide a greater sense of security. Yi Qiu sat cross-legged. Although his eyes were closed, he was aware of everything happening around him. Hearing Yi Xiao's voice, he shook his head. No need. The two sisters were fast asleep, and Yi Qiu closed his eyes to rest. What they didn't know was, a rescue team had already set out towards the location of the three. The incredible incident log of Ling Mountain. This rescue team was called by that enthusiastic driver. It belonged to the local rescue team of Ling Mountain, which often dealt with adventurers who got trapped in the snow-capped mountains. After receiving the message from the driver, they rushed over. Their purpose for going up the snow mountain this time was twofold. First, to persuade Yi Qiu to take the two sisters away from the snow mountain. Second, to educate the three young people about the dangers of such actions. However, early the next morning, when the rescue team arrived at the small cabin, it was already empty. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white, with no signs of anyone having left. Just as the rescue team was calling the driver to explain their situation, the live stream of Yi Xiao, which the driver had been closely monitoring, suddenly started. The first thing they heard was Yi Xiao's incredibly excited voice. Babies, do you miss me? Isn't it a surprise that I'm streaming so early today? The driver quickly greeted the rescue team and turned back to watch the live stream. In the live stream, Yi Xiao was holding a camera, her face beaming with a smile. Beside her were Lin Xiaoxiao, still in her dress, and Yi Qiu, in short sleeves and shorts. The three stood in a location that was hard to identify, with visible snowflakes occasionally drifting around them. Yet, neither Yi Xiao nor Lin Xiaoxiao showed any signs of feeling cold. The experienced driver asked, "Where are you guys right now?" He was puzzled. The three clearly hadn't left Ling Mountain and were still on the mountain, so how could the rescue team not find them? "We're at the top of the mountain," Yi Xiao said with a smile, casually moving the camera to show everyone the surrounding scenery. What the hell is going on? It's ridiculous. They were at the foot of the mountain last night, and now, after just one night, they're at the top? And in the midst of a blizzard at the summit, they're still wearing short sleeves and a long dress? Am I dreaming? Brother, you're not dreaming. I was so shocked I stood up and bumped into the table, almost cracking an egg. Just hearing about it hurts. Brother, I mourn for you. That's not the point, okay? The focus should be on Yao Yao's live stream. Right, Yao Yao, how did you get to the top of the mountain? You shocked me for 10,000 years. You were at the foot of the mountain last night, and it said that even without obstacles, it takes several days to climb from the foot to the top. They made it in one night? Young Masterly, the Emperor, don't get excited. You need to know who this is. This is my Grandmaster, so it's normal for such things to happen. Extraordinary, no need to say more. I believe the immortal can definitely do it. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, last night, Yao Yao must have used some method to get the three up the mountain quickly. My initial guess is that it might be a pill that enhances physical strength, or perhaps a special skill. Of course, it's also possible that it's the flying mount everyone has been thinking about. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, I personally believe they indeed used some special method. Let's have Yao Yao decode it for us later. Wanbao Building sent out a super rocket and left a message. Can I now pre-order a hellish dark butterfly? We at Wanbao Building are willing to pay any price to acquire a hellish dark butterfly. Old Saw, damn it, what bad luck. I don't even know who messed with me yesterday, and now the community is coming to offer warmth. I just got back. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Old Saw, you should ask the prince yourself. Didn't we rest for a bit last night? Then we set off early this morning, and it wasn't long before we felt we reached the mountaintop. Yi Xiao's Versailles speech made the viewers feel like they were seeing another Yi Qiu. After all, the siblings did have some resemblance. So, Yao Yao, why didn't you live stream when you set off? You promised to stream the whole journey. The viewers felt particularly upset for missing the most important moment. Yi Qiu spoke up. We set off after resting well in the morning, and Yao Yao's power bank was running low. Any questions? None. Hee, of course not. Based on the experience of watching the live stream during this time, almost all the old-timers in the chat knew that Yi Qiu was a total sistercon. No matter the situation, Yi Xiao's feelings always came first. Actually, we got up quite early this morning, thinking you all were still sleeping in, so I didn't start the live stream. But I felt like we hadn't walked long before we reached the mountaintop. It's really a bit unbelievable. Even Yi Shiyao herself found it a bit strange. Clearly, they had heard it would take 3 to 4 days, so how did they arrive after just 1 or 2 hours? And there were no signs of altitude sickness along the way. In short, to sum it up, this trip was relatively easy. Listen, is this even something a person would say? Yao, my account has always been logged into your live stream, so as long as you start streaming, I get a notification, so don't worry about me not being there. Ha, no one would log off while Yao is live streaming, right? No, my computer is on 24 hours a day. How could I miss every moment of the immortal Lord? Don't even mention logging off. I've been guarding the live stream room 24/7, okay? You fake fans. The viewers in the live stream were utterly shocked by how the three of them reached the mountaintop overnight and found it so easy. However, Yi Xiao also said she didn't know. Sister Xiao was too busy filming the beautiful scenery at the mountaintop to respond. As for the immortal Lord, Yi Chou turned back and simply said, "The road to Ling Mountain is just like that. You'll know when you walk it yourself." Just like that? That way? Climber, I've been to Ling Mountain once before. The road up isn't exactly difficult, but it's definitely not easy either. I'm an experienced driver. Sorry, my perspective was too narrow. At this moment, the driver finally recognized the truth. When he was persuading that young man in the car, both he and the two beauties beside him were serious. They thought going up Ling Mountain was very simple, and it really was very simple. Originally, he thought this old brother was trying to show off in front of the beauties, but now he realized he wasn't bragging at all. To go from the foot of Ling Mountain to the top overnight is simply absurd. It could be listed in the incredible events of Ling Mountain. Who is the king of traffic? Who is the king of traffic? The driver was completely shocked at this point. He was still holding the phone that was in contact with the rescue team, and at this moment, the voice of the rescue team came through the phone. "Sorry, old Zhao, we haven't found anyone, but right now there's a blizzard here, so we can only temporarily hide in that little cabin. It's really good to have this little cabin, otherwise, we'd probably all die here today." "I understand. I'm really sorry. This whole thing is my fault," the driver thought, filled with regret. He had to blame himself. If he had believed what that young man said and trusted those two little girls, he wouldn't have gone to find the rescue team. In that case, the rescue team wouldn't have been trapped on the snowy mountain at this moment. The driver recalled that little wooden cabin, his heart full of shock and emotion. He had always wanted to save those three people, but who would have thought that in the end, he should have been the one to be rescued? Looking at Yi Shio in the live stream, smiling without a hint of coldness, the driver took out his phone, steeled his heart, and directly donated 20,000. At that moment, the system suddenly sent a notification. "I am the veteran driver, sent a super rocket and left a message. I am willing to call the immortal as my eternal god." Immortal? Ha? Isn't this the veteran driver? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Yes, just a moment ago, he was still saying it was dangerous. "I am the veteran driver. I didn't understand the immortal before. I was ignorant and underestimated the immortal. Now I'm just sending a gift to apologize. Hee hee, as long as you know." It was still morning. Yi Shio had just started her stream, but the popularity was already skyrocketing to the top. You have to know, the other side had been streaming for 2 whole nights. This suicidal, reckless streaming was all to maintain the popularity and heat in the live room. Because according to the platform's rules, once the stream ended, the heat and traffic would be settled, and the next time they went live, they would have to start all over again. Some streamers, after finally gaining some popularity, definitely wanted to hold on to it. But Yi Shiyao was different. As long as Yi Shiyao started streaming, it was peak time. At this moment, the live streaming platform's popularity had already risen. However, on Weibo, the heat regarding the overnight incident at Ling Mountain hadn't surged yet. Because today, for some reason, the entire Weibo trending topics were dominated by a major scandal in the entertainment industry. From 1st to 10th, and even beyond, the gossip about this young star was simply everywhere. Keywords like Mei Luo exposes Zhang Yufan were currently ranking first with explosive heat. Even the national broadcast's Ling Mountain exploration livestream didn't have as much heat as this gossip. Not only first, but even 2nd, 3rd, and 10th were all about this little king's scandals. At this time, many netizens were still rushing forward. Countless brand partners were also releasing announcements about terminating contracts with this former young star. Hundreds of cooperative brands turned to foam overnight. And all of this was just because that internet celebrity named Mei Luo exposed some unsightly dark sides of Zhang Yufan's entertainment career. This matter was fermenting more and more. After all, it involved moral issues and social impact. So the heat remained high, and even if they wanted to withdraw, they couldn't. Netizens also picked up their keyboards to express their opinions. It's really disgusting. If this can still be washed clean, then I really have nothing to say. I'm unfollowing, waiting for the solid evidence later. This guy is finished, even the best PR team can't save him now. Deserved it. I always thought he wasn't a good person. I once read Zhang Yufan's fortune. He would definitely have trouble this year. I even privately messaged him to pay attention to his personal life, but who knew he wouldn't listen? Now look at him. Some netizens, seeing this comment, curiously clicked on this blogger's profile. Upon clicking in, they were shocked. The Weibo post from 2 years ago was pinned and completely predicted Zhang Yufan's current situation. Impressive. Could this also be an immortal? No, this should be a Taoist. Shouldn't it be a celestial master? Also, is it true what those girls said about Zhang Yufan being small? Putting everything else aside, the netizens attacking him for being small really have no shame, because he simply can't prove anything. There is a way. Just learn from Captain America Chris. Isn't your focus a bit strange? Countless netizens' criticisms plunged Zhang Yufan into the most difficult moment of his life. The termination of his endorsement contract, in a way, also meant that this matter was indeed real. Some onlookers were not in a hurry. To be honest, even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't save him now. No, there is still a way. If Zhang Yufan wants to withdraw from the trending topic today, I have 3 suggestions for him. First, since Zhang Yufan is not from Beaver Country, let him infiltrate Beaver Country and rescue the daughter of our patriotic entrepreneur Meng Meng. Second, Zhang Yufan should directly address the historical issues left over in our country. Third, another way is to invent and manufacture a lithography machine right now to solve our current needs. That's it. There's no saving him. Don't even talk about clearing his name. He can't even get this trending topic down. Even if Weibo's official account intervenes, there's nothing they can do about this trending topic. It's outrageous. My phone has been pushing this news all day. I've had my fill of gossip. If this trending topic can go down, I'll live stream myself eating shit. This time I won't argue with you, because this kind of heat really can't go down. Even money won't help. Zhang Yufan's scandals were flying all over the internet, with various big stories emerging one after another. The essence of humanity is to love gossip. Even the aunties who usually only know how to eat sunflower seeds and dance in the square put down their seeds, stopped their dancing, and sat comfortably on their sofas at home, munching on the gossip about this young star. It was at this moment, while everyone was indulging in gossip, that a trending topic began to slowly rise. Climbing Ling Mountain overnight started with about 200,000 in heat. With Yi Xiao's live broadcast and a few words from Yi Qiu in the live room, the heat began to soar. 300,000. 500,000. 1 million. In just 5 minutes, the netizens hadn't even reacted yet. This trending topic had directly reached a full 10 million in heat. Even Zhang Yufan's second trending topic was directly overshadowed. At this moment, some people began to notice the sudden dark horse. This can also be number 1 trending? What the hell is this? Many netizens saw the suddenly emerging dark horse trending topic. Most people just saw such an unremarkable trending topic and completely couldn't understand what was happening. Some, curious, clicked in. The first thing was Yi Xiao's Douyin live link. Out of curiosity, these people clicked in. As soon as they entered the live room, they saw Yi Xiao's big face. Hey, everyone, wait a moment to check out that ice crystal. Don't rush. Yi Xiao was standing at the mountaintop. Below was the cracked area, and a path had already been made down, presumably by the advanced team. I have to say, they are really impressive. How long has it been? They actually made a path here. Immortal Master, you're trending again. A viewer in the live room hurriedly reported the situation. Yi Qiu asked calmly, what's wrong? Is it strange to be trending? To be honest, I really can't learn this kind of Versailles from the Immortal Master. Even if you want to learn, you have to have the strength for it. At this moment, more and more viewers filled the live room. Some had just woken up, while others had just seen Yi Xiao's broadcast and rushed over from other live rooms. There were also those who saw the trending topic coming from the portal. After a while, the trending topics on Weibo have increased again. Is it strange to be trending? With 2 top-tier topics like this, they even pushed down the birthday post of Zhang Yufan's friend. Moreover, the popularity of these 2 keywords has surprisingly started to rise gradually. What's even more outrageous is that this has only been a few minutes. That trending topic about climbing Ling Mountain is already approaching the peak popularity of the Zhang Yufan incident. What on earth is going on? The onlookers, still in shock, were instantly bewildered. What the hell is this trending topic? It must be Zhang Yufan buying trending topics. Sisters, charge ahead, don't let the first stop. The other side has started buying trending topics, everyone pay attention. Isn't Weibo official just disgusting? Such a big deal, and they still allow others to buy trending topics? As a result, Weibo's official account also got dragged into the top 20 trending topics. Over here, the Weibo staff were just as confused. They hadn't done anything, yet they were directly dragged into the trending topics. This is just ridiculous. So, Weibo officially released a statement, saying they wouldn't seek trouble for themselves at this time. Unfortunately, the enraged netizens didn't buy it at all. The popularity of climbing Ling Mountain kept rising. About an hour after Yi Xiao started her livestream, it actually surpassed the first trending topic about Zhang Yufan's scandals. Seeing this situation, everyone was stunned. In this case, another trending topic actually pushed Zhang Yufan's down. At this moment, in Zhang Yufan's studio, the head of the studio stared blankly at his phone, looking at the current #1 trending topic, his face full of question marks. Who the hell is this? They were already overwhelmed with work, trying every possible way. They had even discussed money with Weibo, but the other side just wouldn't remove the trending topic. Now, this climbing Ling Mountain has directly shot up to #1. Is heaven really helping Yufan? Watching the other two trending topics also start to rise, the studio was practically ecstatic, but they also felt very puzzled. Logically, Weibo wouldn't help them. Even those so-called friends they usually contacted weren't willing to help Yufan now. At this moment, a dark horse trending topic suddenly appeared. It was simply unbelievable. The netizens were also losing their cool. I really have a crow's mouth. I just said no one could surpass this popularity, and now it's actually here. I got slapped in the face, I thought. That guy who just said he would eat shit, your Weibo has been blown up. No way, this thing can actually be #1 trending? Even the people in the studio were puzzled. How did the #1 trending topic get snatched away so suddenly? If it were any other time, they would definitely go crazy if such a high popularity trending topic was taken from them, and they would find hired commenters to attack the one who bought the trending topic. But now it's different. Zhang Yufan's studio was trying to find a way to remove the trending topic, and now suddenly one came along and directly pushed them down. Is heaven really helping him? The viewers in Yi Xiao's livestream also noticed. Because there were just too many people rushing in to complain, as soon as they opened their mouths, it was all about buying trending topics and hiring commenters. Yi Xiao was about to go down into the mountain to find ice crystals when she saw these comments and was instantly bewildered. What's going on? What's happening? How did it change like this in just a moment of not paying attention to the livestream? Young Masterly, the Emperor, what? Are you all here to cause trouble? Where did you useless people come from? Go back where you came from. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented? Hired commenters? Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented? What do you mean by hired commenters? Let me see for myself. The Wanbao building sent out a super rocket and commented, I'm just Yao Yao's water army. What are you going to do about it? If you have the ability, go find someone to send you a few thousand super hot water army too. At this moment, people from Zhang Yufan's studio also entered Yi Xiao's livestream. As soon as they came in, they were hit in the face by 300 super hot comments. Moreover, Jinbao Pavilion, Sangbao Pavilion, and Wanbao Building. All of these are the properties of those rumored big shots. Why are they all in this livestream? He glanced at the name of Yi Xiao's livestream, then saw the barrage. Suddenly, he seemed to remember that not long ago, there was a particularly popular young man in the realm of immortality on Douyin. Could it be referring to this Yi Xiao? He was already exhausted from cleaning up after Zhang Yufan every day and hadn't paid much attention to this matter before. But today, he realized how terrifying the popularity of this livestream was. However, the whole immortality thing was just a gimmick. No way. Can you tell me what exactly is going on? Yi Xiao had been live streaming since morning, her phone doing nothing else, her heart focused entirely on those mysterious ice crystals. Yao, it's nothing major, just that a guy who is like a chicken in lipstick has crashed, and now the ex-girlfriends of that scumbag are all hammering him. It's just that the trending topic of the Immortal Lord surpassed that of the Golden Needle Mushroom, and now some clueless people think you are buying trending topics, so they came to attack you. I hope everyone can be a bit rational. This livestream really hasn't bought trending topics and doesn't even disdain to buy them. You've all seen the big shots on the list, right? If you really don't believe it, please take a little time to watch before you start hurling insults, okay? The Immortal Lord is live on Gusher. Many who entered Yi Xiao's live stream to curse were met with even more backlash from the water friends in the live stream. The people from Zhang Yufan's studio stared at the live stream, their eyes wide open. On the studio side, Zhang Yufan was also in a daze. What on earth is going on? His trending topic had actually been pushed to 4th place. Could it be that the Weibo officials were really starting to help him remove the trending topic? If that's the case, that would be great. Seriously, who is it? Stealing our brother's trending topic. You must be seriously ill. I'd rather my idol not have this kind of trending topic. Today's fans are really scary. Zhang Yufan also saw quite a few similar brainless comments online. At this moment, he really wished he could jump out of the computer screen and smash those brainless fans' heads to see if they were filled with glue. Still fighting for trending topics at this time? It was simply foolish behavior. Zhang Yufan at this moment just wanted those idiots to be banned quickly. He also hoped that the trending topic that didn't know what was going on would be suppressed soon. After all, the internet has no memory. Once this matter blows over, he could still stand up like before. So Zhang Yufan kept praying that Yiqiu's trending topic would never drop. Just maintain it like this. And at this moment, Yi Xiao's livestream was in chaos. Those netizens who were unhappy about Zhang Yufan's trending topic being pushed down all came in, picked up their keyboards, and started to attack. They didn't even watch the live content or ask about the specific situation. The administrators were exhausted from banning, having broken 2 hands. A lot of new people came today, all here to see the mysterious ice crystals, right? For those who came in and started attacking, Yi Xiao directly ignored them, just arranged for a few more bans. For those who were somewhat rational, Yi Xiao patiently explained the nature of the live stream over and over again. I'm just an ordinary game streamer. I don't know about the things you mentioned, but if you don't mind, could you watch for a while before leaving? Yi Xiao smiled and said. After all, she was a streamer. How could such a small matter stop her? The barrage voice automatically filtered out those inappropriate keywords, so Yiqiu didn't hear the insults that came into the livestream. At this moment, he was looking towards the interior of the mountain. Inside, it was already filled with the advanced team and later experts. Tents had been set up on the ground, and some equipment had even been brought in. One had to admit, the national power of Xia country was truly formidable. Alright, now I'm going down with my brother to find those ice crystals for you. It's a live broadcast all the way, Yi Xiao said to the live stream. Just then, a sudden exclamation rang in the ears of the 3. You guys, what's going on? Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw a young and beautiful girl holding a microphone, her face showing shock as she looked at Yiqiu and the others. This girl was Liang Bing, a reporter from the National Vision. Liang Bing looked at the 3, her almond-shaped eyes filled with disbelief. Quick, 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 bring them some warm clothes. Liang Bing reacted faster than the group behind her and hurriedly said to them. She took a heavy cotton coat and rushed over to drape it over Yi Xiao. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Why are you dressed so lightly? What on earth is going on? Liang Bing was live streaming at this moment. Seeing Yi Xiao and the others left her utterly stunned. To be clear, they had the safest and best official route, along with various auxiliary machines, to reach the mountaintop at this time. And these 3, 2 of them were girls, looking no more than 20 years old. One was a young man in his 20s. They actually made it to the mountaintop. Most astonishingly, they were all dressed in short sleeves and shorts, and one girl was even wearing a dress. Liang Bing hurriedly handed the cotton coat to Yiqiu, but he responded with 5 words. Thank you, I don't need it. How could you not need it? Do you know what the temperature is around here? At this temperature, you could easily freeze to death, Liang Bing said, preparing to drape the coat over Yiqiu. But Yiqiu stepped back again. I'm not cold. These 3 words shocked everyone, including the group of staff behind Liang Bing and the viewers in the National Vision livestream. Not cold? This person must be out of his mind. Saying he's not cold at the top of Ling Mountain? He must have a problem. Ah, I see. This is the Immortal Lord. Then there's no problem. The Immortal Lord will be fine. If the Immortal Lord says he's not cold, then he's not cold. Many viewers in the National Vision livestream had seen Yi Xiao's broadcasts and recognized Yiqiu. Upon seeing him, they all relaxed. Since it was the Immortal Lord, there must be no issues. But that was just part of them. Others who saw it simply couldn't believe it. Who the hell are these people? Wearing short sleeves and shorts in such sub-zero temperatures, living well in the cold? They also like to wear shorts and skirts in winter. Truly impressive. And look, they seemed completely unfazed by the cold. I'm in awe. They must be abnormal. Liang Bing stared blankly at the cotton coat in her hands, then looked at Yiqiu. She realized that this man really seemed not to be cold. How could that be? In a place like this, the human body cannot maintain a constant temperature. One would quickly freeze to death. How could they 3 look like they were on a picnic in the mountains? And how did they get up here? Thinking of this, Liang Bing suddenly remembered. She exclaimed, You guys, how did you get up here? The staff behind her had a face full of black lines. Bing Bing, are you a bit slow to react? It was only at this moment that they realized something was off. When Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao saw Liang Bing, they were also taken aback. The official reporter from Guisher had actually come up, and they just happened to run into her. Did this mean they were on Guisher's official live broadcast? Yi Xiao suddenly felt a bit nervous. After all, Guisher was different from them, the internet streamers. Aren't you cold? And how did you get up here? We blocked all the roads leading up the mountain to prevent ordinary people from coming up out of curiosity and causing unnecessary consequences. The official blockade of the mountain entrance was for a reason. After all, many internet celebrities lacked professional knowledge and specialized equipment. Relying solely on a desire to go viral, they headed towards the peak of Ling Mountain, and the consequences were usually not pretty. Natural disasters. Being suddenly called out, Yi Xiao felt not only nervous but also a bit at a loss. Miss? Liang Bing looked at Yi Xiao holding the camera and guessed she might be a streamer, so she asked her. We came up like this, but we've already blocked all the entrances, and we haven't received any reports about anyone breaking through. Liang Bing, being an official reporter, had a way of questioning. Yi Xiao was caught off guard by her two questions. What could she say? They had been at the foot of the mountain last night, and this morning, after leaving with her brother for a short while, they had already reached the peak. We set off last night and found another entrance to the mountain at the foot of Ling Mountain, and we just arrived not long ago. You set off last night? Liang Bing exclaimed, her voice breaking in shock. Yes, we set off last night. Miss, are you really not joking with me? Liang Bing pointed the microphone at Yi Xiao. A group of people behind her, carrying professional live streaming equipment, also aimed their cameras at Yi Xiao. At this moment, many viewers in Yi Xiao's live stream saw this scene. Yi Xiao, Yi Qiu, and Lin Xiaoxiao stood to one side, facing the shocked Guosher staff and the beautiful Liang Bing. At this time, Liang Bing's microphone was directed at Yi Xiao. Our Yao Yao has made it big. Amazing, she actually made it onto Guosher. She should be the first and only one among streamers, right? Indeed, she was the first among internet celebrities. In contrast to Yi Xiao's nervousness, the viewers in the livestream were exceptionally excited, even feeling a sense of pride as if they had a daughter coming of age. However, this thought was only kept to themselves. No one dared to say anything in the live stream. They all understood that as soon as someone spoke up, they would definitely be sent to warmth by the community. The one who had been sent to warmth the most in the live stream was Lao Sa. Since he appeared in Yi Xiao's live stream, he had lost count of how many times it had happened. Among those, a few times were instigated by Li Xicheng. Brave Yao Yao, don't be afraid of difficulties. Yao Yao, just say it. It's fine. Although they couldn't figure out the situation, all they wanted to say was, Immortal Lord, amazing. Miss? Liang Bing continued to press for answers. This question, combined with her innocent face, was simply irresistible. Yi Xiao thought for a moment and then said to Liang Bing, how about this? Let's go inside the mountain and talk in detail. It was a bit dangerous at the peak, surrounded by cliffs. Liang Bing readily agreed. After all, the wind and snow were mixed at the top of the mountain, and the howling wind made it hard to hear, so the live broadcast effect wouldn't be very good. Therefore, under the guidance of the official staff, Yi Xiao, Yi Qiu, and Lin Xiaoxiao followed them into the mountain. This place was not Yi Qiu's first visit. However, this lively feeling was a first. Tents had already been set up around, and everyone was busy with their own tasks. It was just that, when they saw Yi Qiu and the two girls, everyone stopped in their tracks in their work. Their eyes were filled with shock. This, wearing short sleeves and shorts in the snow? They couldn't be seeing this wrong, could they? Liang Bing hadn't forgotten her purpose, but just as she was about to speak, she received a message from the staff behind her. Bing Bing, something's happened. Liang Bing turned to ask, what happened? What's going on? The staff brought over a phone. Just now, the headquarters called and said there was an incident in Fangzhou. There's been a major flood today, and countless people are trapped, with some even missing and presumed dead. As the staff spoke, their voice choked with emotion. For those of them in the news, besides reporting special events, they should also stand on the front lines when their compatriots are in distress, bringing the latest news to the nation. Upon hearing this, Bing Bing's eyes instantly turned red. Yi Xiao's matters were immediately cast aside. Let's go. We need to head down immediately. However, the staff shook their head. It's too late to go now. The city of Fangzhou has turned into a water city. Currently, millions of residents are at risk of being submerged. Then what should we do? Bing Bing bit her lip, her eyes filled with regret. If she had known, she wouldn't have come to Lingshan. Before coming, she had received news of heavy rain in Fangzhou, but almost everyone had taken it lightly, and she was no exception. And now, that city was facing immense danger at every moment. There's nothing we can do now but wait for news from headquarters. The staff tightened their grip on the phone, their eyes filled with deep pain. Yi Xiao noticed this. Back in her live streaming room, what happened? Yao Yao, Fangzhou is flooded, and many people have already died. My hometown is in Fangzhou. I hope my family is safe. Those who can do something, please help. Young Master Li, Emperor, we've been doing that. We've already dispatched our rescue team, just got off the plane and are heading to the disaster areas. Old Seo, Emperor, our family is the same. I'll update you on the situation shortly. Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion has already sent over 1 billion in supplies. Gem Pavilion. The Gem Pavilion is the same. Wanbao Building. Yao, don't worry, when our compatriots are in trouble, how can we not help? We will do our utmost to assist. Yi Xiao's live streaming room was filled with many big shots. They all started to chime in. Even some who usually stayed silent appeared at this moment. Extraordinary. Yao, I'm in Fangzhou right now. Don't worry, I'm here with people for the rescue. Yi Xiao looked at the situation in the live room, tears instantly blurring her vision. Thank you all. Yao, there's no need to thank us. We are all children of the Summer Nation. When our compatriots are in trouble, we must lend a hand. It seemed that Liang Bing had also received some news. It was said that many rescue teams from various major cities were conducting rescue operations in Fangzhou, but many people are still trapped in the subway. The subway lines have been completely submerged. They are in imminent danger. The staff reported the current situation. Yi Xiao was extremely anxious. Yi Qiu looked at everyone and suddenly walked over to Yi Xiao. Yao, I need to step away for a bit. There's something I need to do. Brother, what is it? It's nothing. You and Xiao just wait for me here. Okay. Yi Xiao nodded. For some reason, when Yi Qiu said this, her tense heart suddenly relaxed a little. If only her brother was going to help those trapped. With a united will, Yi Qiu gave a few instructions and turned to leave the interior of Lingshan, heading towards the mountaintop. Liang Bing and her group barely grasped the situation. They noticed that the figure that had been at the summit suddenly vanished. What's going on? Liang Bing exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she tried to see what was happening above. She had clearly seen the man's silhouette just moments ago. How could he have disappeared so suddenly? Before she could react, the staff called again. Bing, there's news. Not only has the local fire brigade arrived in Fangzhou, but there are also many spontaneous rescue organizations and supplies. Upon hearing this, Liang Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for everyone. At that moment, in Fangzhou, official media reporters had also arrived at the scene. Fei Fangu was positioned right in Linsheng, and as soon as he learned about the situation, he immediately brought his rescue team over. Seeing the city completely submerged, deep sorrow reflected in his resolute eyes. Everyone, be careful and put your training into practice. Fei Fangu personally joined the effort, appearing quite professional. However, unlike others, he started a live stream. The long-dormant Douyin account finally reappeared before everyone's eyes. Yao, please broadcast my live stream for now. We can directly relay several at once. It seems Li Gongzi has also started a live stream, Fei Fangu said in Yi Xiao's live stream room. Yi Xiao complied. The viewers in the live stream once again saw Fei Fangu's figure. For some reason, at that moment, Fei Fangu seemed even more magnificent in my eyes. Yes, tears welling up. Fei Fangu is amazing. No more words, Fei Fangu is a real man, true to himself. I truly admire a man like Fei Fangu. I support you. A group of people noticed that the one sending these comments was the beautiful streamer Ruo, whom Fei Fangu used to shower with gifts every day. What's going on? The tides have turned, huh? Fei Fangu has really made it. As Yi Xiao began the broadcast, she also spotted the link to Li Xichen's livestream. At that moment, the Li family was sending various emergency supplies to Fangzhou. Accompanying them was the Li family's ancestor, Li Hanhai. Ancestor, how can you go? Li Rongcheng advised as he was about to leave. Unfortunately, he received a roll of the eyes in response. Humph, look at you, where's the demeanor of a Li family warrior? You still haven't learned the basics of the washing essence and marrow method I gave you. Truly useless. Li Hanhai snorted. After Yi Qiu served him a cup of tea, he successfully grasped the essence of the washing essence and marrow method. He then passed this knowledge on to the descendants of the Li family. Currently, the only one with some understanding was Xichen. Thus, this time, Li Xichen also joined the front line of flood relief efforts. Unexpectedly, the usually unreliable and flirtatious guy turned out to be so useful at a critical moment. My impression of the prince has changed. The prince is a good person too. I love him. Always loved my husband, come to me. I just checked. You're a guy, right? What's wrong? Can't a guy be called the prince husband? I'm going to call it husband. At that moment, Li Xichen, with his lower body completely submerged in water, nearly stumbled from being startled by the voice broadcast in the live stream. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Sorry, I'm not interested in men. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. This heavy rain had left him drenched in sweat. However, this was the first time. Besides Fei Fangu and Li Xichen, Lao Sa also brought Fatty to the scene. Many of the bosses from Yi Xiao's live stream room had come, almost all self-funding to bring a lot of supplies. The sky was still gray at that moment. The rain continued to pour harder. The ground was completely flooded, even submerging the vehicles. The bus was forced to stop at the roadside, and the passengers on board dared not get off. Below was the fierce current, capable of sweeping away even an adult with ease. Liang Bing watched the rescue efforts, her heart still in turmoil. As long as everyone had not been rescued, she could not relax. Bing Bing, we just received the latest news that the subway line 5 is completely filled with rainwater. A staff member's anxious voice reached her ears. There are still people on the subway, and the water level is almost up to their chests. What should we do? Liang Bing was extremely anxious, but now, apart from praying for her fellow citizens affected by the disaster, she had no other way. Yi Xiao turned on the live stream speaker. Many people gathered around at this moment. Originally, Liang Bing and the staff from Guoshi were here to prepare for an interview on how to extract the mysterious ice crystals. Yi Xiao also planned to have her brother bring some ice crystals back. Now, both of their live streams had turned into broadcasts of the disaster situation in each other's regions. In the face of disaster, humanity's most primitive nature was unleashed. Everyone supported and helped each other. Aid was continuously arriving. Some entrepreneurs even came to the disaster area to carry out rescue missions personally. What is the situation of the citizens on Line 5 now? Is there any latest news? Whether it was Liang Bing or other staff members, they were all closely monitoring the situation of the people inside the Line 5 subway. Yi Xiao's livestream was broadcasting the efforts of Fei Chuan, Li Xichen, Lao Sa, and some other volunteers. They were also collecting information online to provide to these individuals. This way, they would not be searching for the affected people aimlessly. But the rain was getting heavier. The ferocity of the flood had far exceeded people's imaginations. The sounds of fire trucks mixed with the rain, each beat striking at everyone's hearts. Not good. Citizens on Line 5 are saying that the water level has reached their chests, and some shorter citizens are almost completely submerged. This news was a terrible blow to everyone. It was truly difficult to carry out rescues. While everyone was tense, waiting for the rescue team to come up with a reasonable method to save people, someone was surprised to discover that the water level, which had not yet reached their waists, seemed to be slowly lowering. What's going on? The water level is dropping. It's true. The water level is really dropping. Not just one person, but the second, the third. Those still struggling against the flood simultaneously noticed that the water level was indeed decreasing, and it was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh my God, is this a sign from heaven? Everyone is really going to be saved. Dragon sucking water, a wonder of the world. Dragon sucking water. A wonder of the world was also noticed at this moment by the citizens trapped inside subway line 5, who found that the water level was continuously decreasing. Some people who had to stand on tiptoe to breathe could now return to a normal standing position. Finally saved. At this moment, the only thought in the minds of those trapped in the subway was, they finally didn't have to die. When the flood reached their chests, many had already begun to consider their wills. No one expected that in their moment of despair, they would truly be rescued. And at this time, the soldiers and citizens fighting on the front lines against the flood finally had a chance to rest for a moment. The sky remained gray. Suddenly, someone let out a gasp. Look, what is that? Following the direction of the voice, everyone could see a strong light emerging from the white, misty sky. The source of this strong light resembled a gigantic pearl. At that moment, the floodwaters of the entire Fangzhou urban area formed a massive water column, shooting straight towards that light source. It looked much like the dragon-absorbing water that one usually sees. However, unlike the dragon-absorbing water, these floodwaters surged into the sky, ultimately being absorbed by that pearl. What on earth is happening? Is it the dragon-absorbing water? That water column looks even more terrifying than a regular dragon-absorbing water. Look at the water level. As the pearl continued to absorb the floodwaters, the water level in the urban area began to drop at a visibly rapid pace. Countless trapped individuals were rescued. Whether by official teams or volunteers who had come together to help, their work became significantly easier at that moment. My God, is this really heaven helping us? This strange phenomenon naturally caught the attention of the officials. Experts on site began to explain. This is the dragon-absorbing water, but we still need to investigate where all that floodwater has gone. This is a natural phenomenon, and we will later provide a special report to explain the principles. No way, I know about the dragon-absorbing water, but it can't possibly absorb all this floodwater, right? And where did all that water go after being absorbed? Many netizens were clearly skeptical. They would rather believe that heaven was helping than accept this as a mere natural phenomenon. Moreover, all that floodwater is concentrated in one place, right at that light sphere. Could it really be heaven helping us? With the danger lifted, many people took out their phones to capture the strange sight in the sky. Fifan and Li Xiqing also witnessed the spectacular scene of the dragon absorbing water. The diameter of that water column, even from a distance, was at least over 10 meters. It was truly a wonder of the world. Wow! Yao Yao, what is that thing in Fifan's livestream? Hearing the barrage of comments, Yi Xiao turned her gaze and saw the strange sight in the center of Fangzhou urban area. This must be the dragon-absorbing water, Lin Xiaoxiao said as she walked over. She enjoyed studying these strange astronomical phenomena, so the moment she saw Fifan's video, she believed it was the dragon-absorbing water. Because, aside from the dragon-absorbing water, even experts couldn't find any other reasonable explanation. This should indeed be the dragon-absorbing water, but this was the first time she had seen such a thick one. It was indeed very thick. With that diameter, it couldn't be less than 10 meters. This must be the stabilizing needle of the sea. Not bad. I think it's not as thick as mine. How thick is yours? It's for girls. Only girls can see it, not for guys. Admin, please mute this, thank you. Come on, I just said my fingers are thicker. Why mute me? I strongly protest. After a round of jokes, the viewers in the livestream also noticed that under the effect of the dragon-absorbing water, some areas of Fangzhou urban area were already able to see the ground. Although everyone was still unclear about what exactly was happening with the dragon-absorbing water, at that moment, they just wanted to cheer. And those who thought they would die in the subway, upon seeing this scene, all had tears in their eyes. This must be nature showing us compassion. Yes, nature punished us once, and now it's taking back the punishment. From now on, we must take good care of the environment and treat our shared home well. That saying is really good. Green mountains and clear waters are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. The people in the disaster area, upon seeing the dragon-absorbing water taking away the floodwaters, felt hope rekindled in their hearts. Yes, as long as they have hands, hope will not be extinguished. Even though the flood has damaged their homes, they can still rebuild. The diameter of the dragon's water absorption is getting larger. The flow of water on the ground is decreasing. Soon, everyone will be able to safely go out onto the streets, and everyone spontaneously picks up tools to start clearing the mud from the streets. Just at the moment when the dragon finally absorbs the last drop of floodwater, someone seems to have seen a shadow flash by in midair. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly see it. Even with professional equipment to adjust the footage, only a blurry shadow could be seen. Extraordinary Brother had always pointed the live stream camera at the brightest spot at the top of the dragon's water absorption. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of the netizens in the live stream. What the hell was that just now? I don't know what it was, whether it was a bird or a person. I just know that when that shadow flashed by, the glowing orb disappeared, and the dragon's water absorption also vanished. I recorded the screen. I just played the video at dozens of times speed, and that was definitely a human shadow. Really? A human shadow? In midair? Can I see the video? Yi Xiao was also so shocked that she couldn't speak. When she saw the slow-motion video made by the netizens, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. This, Xiao, let me see. Lin Xiaoxiao walked over, extremely interested in these matters. So, is this shadow what took away the orb that created the dragon's water absorption? I don't know, they said it just looked like a round glowing light, but what it actually was, no one knows, Yi Xiao said. This is just ridiculous. Fellow immortals, rest assured, that was a sea-stabilizing pearl I sent over. It just absorbed the flood from Fangzhou City, so there's no need to be surprised. That shadow is my ancestor. Where is that ancestor now? Was that shadow just now you? The flood has been completely absorbed. The atmosphere in the livestream finally became a bit more relaxed. No, it was my celestial beast that absorbed the water. Stop arguing, that was a treasure from my home. I just found it and used it, nothing special. Goodness, are they starting to learn? Although these people are showing off in the livestream, many viewers still feel they haven't grasped the essence of Yi Qiu's show-off style. That kind of nonchalant arrogance, casually saying a few words that shock everyone. Now that's real impressive. Ha ha ha, isn't that something we all have? Fellow immortals are still too low-key. So, what exactly is that thing? What is that glowing sphere? Currently, no one can answer that. At this moment, the viewers in the livestream also remembered Yi Qiu, who had said he would be away for a while. Xiao, when will the immortal return? The first second I think of the immortal, the first day I think of the immortal, I am always thinking of the immortal. Yi Xiao looked at the barrage. My brother just said he would be gone for a little while. I don't know how long that little while is. As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, Yi Qiu's voice came to her ears. Xiao, are you okay? This voice immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Yi Qiu noticed that everyone, including the staff here, had their eyes focused on him. He raised an eyebrow and walked forward. Brother, where did you go just now? Nowhere, just felt a bit hot, so I wandered around for a bit, Yi Qiu said casually. Hot? In this snowy mountain, you tell me you're hot? Truly worthy of being an immortal, your physique is different from ordinary mortals. Aside from the friends in the livestream who were familiar with Yi Qiu, the staff present also heard his words. Liang Bing was the first to rush forward. How could it be hot? It should clearly be cold. Could it be that your physique is different from ours? That's why you're wearing short sleeves and shorts in this snowy mountain. Liang Bing could only convince herself this way to obtain a more scientific explanation. Indeed, there are many people in this world who are out of sync with others. From the moment they are born, their bodies have some differences from the norm. Liang Bing remembers. She once saw a newborn baby at the Imperial Capital Academy of Sciences who could spontaneously ignite after birth. Moreover, even when flames appeared around, the baby was completely unharmed. Although its skin was enveloped in flames, astonishingly, those flames, which could ignite surrounding objects, did not scorch the baby's tender skin at all. Liang Bing had interviewed quite a few people with similar special physiques. Among them, she was particularly impressed by a little boy who had 2 pupils. This little boy even predicted that, in the near future, Blue Star would face a catastrophic crisis. However, after saying these words, the little boy left this world forever. My physique is indeed a bit special, Yi Qiu said. Immortal, I don't even know how special it is. In short, it's just a little different from yours. Yes, just a tiny bit. The immortal is amazing. Strolling around on a snowy mountain at sub-zero temperatures, I would call my brother the #1 in the amazing world. I see Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao, and I feel like maybe I can too. You can't. Give it up. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, so, the little pills that the immortal gave to Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao, I wonder if they will be available for sale. They probably won't be available for a while, Yi Xiao replied. I still have a lot of powerful vegetables to put on the shelves, so I probably won't have time to deal with anything else. Powerful vegetables? The conversation between Yi Xiao and the friends in the stream reached Liang Bing's ears. What are powerful vegetables? It's the vegetables my brother grows. If she told Liang Bing that after eating the powerful vegetables, one's strength would be top-notch until the next time they relieved themselves. I see. Liang Bing couldn't say much now. After all, the streamer named Yao Yao was still broadcasting the latest rescue situation. Stop discussing. If you want me to see, that figure is my ancestor himself. Suddenly, Li Xiqing's dog-like voice came from Yi Xiao's livestream. Think about it, besides my ancestor, what other cow or horse could achieve this level? Li Xiqing had completely come to believe that Yi Qiu was a cultivator, influenced by Li Hanhai and Li Rongcheng, because during this time, he had benefited a lot from the guide to refining one's essence and marrow. The greatest effect on him was probably that his stamina improved, so when he was with the girl he liked, he wouldn't break down so quickly. Even Li Xiqing himself was greatly puzzled at this moment. Could it be that refining essence and marrow could wash away his own problems? Although still a bit confused, Li Xiqing was focused on researching this every day when he returned home. Even if a beautiful woman approached him, it would just be a fleeting encounter. He had promised his great-grandfather not to seek out those boring fake internet celebrities, but that didn't mean he would refuse those who came to him. Since they were coming to him automatically, there was no reason for a man of Li Xiqing's age to refuse. Of course, those with strong willpower were exceptions, like Yi Qiu. There are also those who have particularly high demands, because according to their requirements, they might as well just spend money to buy a doll. At least, a doll can be washed if it gets dirty. Additionally, those who have no interest in women are also excluded. Li Xiqing has already felt the benefits of refining his essence and marrow. If it weren't necessary, he would almost want to retreat like his great-grandfather did. So now, Li Xiqing just glanced at the slowed-down video and directly confirmed that it was Yi Qiu. Prince, don't be fooled by your usual second-rate appearance. You really come through at critical moments. The viewers have been watching Yi Xiao's live broadcast. Li Xiqing, the prince of Jiangchang, had already been soaked in the flood for 2 hours. I also think that's the immortal lord. After all, the immortal lord just said he was going out for a walk. No, just now the immortal lord was on Ling Mountain. You all know how long it takes to get from here to Fangzhou City. He has to come down from the mountain and then take a plane to Fangzhou City. It would take at least 10 to 20 hours, right? How could he possibly have walked there and also brought the flood away in such a short time? He simply can't stop. This brother, are you new? Who do you think that is? That's the immortal lord. Traveling thousands of miles is a piece of cake. For some reason, those who had come to Yi Xiao's live broadcast room from the beginning felt a particular sense of pride at this moment. Saying this felt incredibly satisfying. It was as if they were bragging about their own awesomeness. And tonight, because of the live broadcast from the national channel, quite a few newcomers really came to Yi Xiao's live room. The old fans felt very proud seeing the confused expressions of those newcomers. Just basic operations. The Immortal Lord's basic skills are not to be underestimated. Stay in this live room a bit longer, and you'll discover a new world. At this moment, Fei Fan and Li Xiqing also received news. Yao Yao, I've prepared the supplies here and am ready to withdraw. I'll go back and watch your live broadcast properly, hee. In the video, Fei Fan was covered in mud. Although he looked a bit disheveled, his face was full of smiles. Ruarua, who had been watching the live broadcast, felt as if something in her heart had been touched upon seeing this scene. She had always thought of Fei Fan as just her boss, her cash machine. Their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. But today, now, after seeing Fei Fan's appearance, Ruarua felt a little moved. So he's actually this handsome. Li Xiqing was also wrapping things up. The Li family directly donated 200 million in supplies and 500 million in relief funds. They ranked in the top 5 on the donation leaderboard. Fei Fan's personal ability was also impressive. He brought several million worth of supplies. At this moment, Li Hanhai also appeared in Li Xiqing's camera. The netizens were utterly shocked. Wow, Li Hanhai went too. How old is that old man? He actually went to help with disaster relief. The Li family is really impressive. No more talk, I'll buy more of the Li family's products in the future, and I'll only go to the Li family's mall to watch movies. The ancestors are just too awesome. In reality, Li Xiqing intentionally pointed the camera at Li Hanhai. This was even a request made by Li Hanhai himself. Because Li Xiqing said that Yi Qiu might be watching, Li Hanhai wanted to be on camera no matter what. At this moment, Li Hanhai stood straight on the muddy road, holding dozens of pounds of supplies in one hand, easily tossing them onto the truck used for transporting supplies. 1 bag, 2 bags. In just a few minutes, the supplies piled up beside him had already been thrown onto the truck by Li Hanhai. Moreover, his series of actions flowed as smoothly as flowing water. It really doesn't seem like something a man over 100 years old could do. Incredible! Has Li Hanhai taken some kind of stimulant? He just can't stop. Wealthy people are different. Even at 100, his body is still in great shape. This must be due to regular exercise, right? I've seen some female celebrities in their 60s or 70s who still look like young girls, but that's because they've had surgery and regularly get various hyaluronic acid injections. Their bodies aren't as healthy anymore. Although netizens are praising Li Hanhai and the Li family, in reality, Li Hanhai is doing all this just for one person. At this moment, he felt nervous, even sensing that his heart was about to leap out of his mouth. I wonder what my master thinks of my performance. Li Hanhai thought to himself. The moment the dragon was seen sucking water in the sky, he knew it must be his master who had arrived. Later, after seeing that video from Xiqing and the blurry figure, Li Hanhai was even more certain that the dragon sucking water was indeed the work of his master. Yi Qiu also glanced at Li Hanhai, not saying anything unnecessary. Yi Xiao smiled at the camera. Thank you for your hard work. Let's find a place to rest for now. As for Li Xiqing, that was a different story. It was rare for someone like Li Hanhai to personally bring the younger generation of the Li family to the scene to face the disaster. The old folks over there were about ready too. Those following the Li family were preparing to leave Fangzhou City together. Over here, on the snow-capped mountains, Liang Bing finally let out a sigh of relief. Only by knowing that there would be no more floods in the urban area of Fangzhou City could she feel at ease live streaming this mysterious area from Lingshan. As for the clothing of Yi Qiu and the others, Liang Bing no longer felt troubled. After all this time, they really didn't seem to feel cold at all. Perhaps they were just some people with special constitutions. Liang Bing knew this but didn't tell anyone else. Because, currently, the situation in Xia country showed a kind of rejection towards those with special constitutions since birth. She had once interviewed a little girl who had been bullied through soft violence just because she was different from others. Liang Bing was afraid that the people around would reject Yi Qiu and her group, so she didn't plan to disclose their special constitutions. The flood disaster in Fangzhou City had come to a halt. Things were gradually getting back on track, and the affected areas had received support. This time, in the face of such a natural disaster, Liang Bing witnessed the love among people and the unity of the Xia people when facing danger. These are the beautiful qualities passed down from ancestors over thousands of years. Although there are occasionally some bad news, when truly facing disaster, everyone stands on the same line. By the way, Miss Yi, what brings you to the top of Lingshan this time? Liang Bing suddenly remembered the question she wanted to ask Yi Xiao earlier. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Wow! No wonder she is an official reporter from Guoshi. She hasn't forgotten this. So, she could only smile and say, Miss Liang Bing, as you can see, I am a live streamer, and I came to Lingshan to live stream for my fans. After saying this, she raised the live streaming equipment in her hand. After getting to know Yi Xiao a bit, Liang Bing realized that this smiling girl was the live streamer whose popularity had surged to the top of the trending searches, even overshadowing Wisher's live broadcasts. But how did these three people achieve such popularity? How about this? Thanks to you, Miss Yi, I'll ask the person in charge here if you can have a tour. Wow, really? Thank you, Bingbing's sister. In fact, Yi Xiao didn't need the approval of these people at all. If he wanted something, he would get it. But Yao Yao seemed to quite like that female reporter, so he let them go. With Liang Bing's help, Yi Xiao quickly obtained the permission to freely explore the interior of Ling Mountain. However, this permission was completely unnecessary. That shadow is not me. Yi Xiao's live stream began as usual, but at this moment, the viewers in the live stream were exceptionally excited, not only because they had just witnessed the unity and cohesion of their compatriots from Xia country, but also because they were about to see the mysterious ice crystal that had been mentioned before. At this time, Yi Xiao's live stream was still ranked first on the Douyin platform. Various banners and recommended spots were constantly appearing. She was practically the #1 person on Douyin. Some even said that Yi Xiao was the beloved daughter of Douyin. After all, such popularity was simply that of a chosen one. Even the official promotion couldn't reach such a level of explosiveness. Yao Yao, you can wander freely inside the mountain? Some newly joined viewers were unaware that Yi Xiao had already received permission from the national broadcast. Yes, just now Bingbing's sister said we can explore here freely, as long as we pay attention, she replied. In fact, when Liang Bing went to inquire, the experts just waved their hands, saying, as long as you don't cause trouble, you can explore however you like. They didn't believe that a few internet streamers could take the ice crystal away. Even they had only obtained a small piece, relying on advanced equipment, so they needed to fully focus on researching this ice crystal and had no time to deal with any internet celebrities. Because they were too busy and didn't believe Yi Xiao and the others could do anything with the ice crystal, they let them be. Over here, Yi Xiao had already brought Yi Xiao to stand in front of several pieces of that ice crystal. These ice crystals were surrounded by visible cold air, seeming to freeze a hand upon contact. Yao Yao, can I ask you something quietly? That dragon-absorbing water just now, was it done by your brother? Yi Xiao looked confused. Dragon-absorbing water? What dragon-absorbing water? My brother was right here at Ling Mountain. How could he have gone to Fangzhou City? No! You all hurry and check the trending topics. Someone has dug up that the figure seen during dragon-absorbing water is the Immortal Lord. What the hell? Where? The viewers quickly opened Weibo. Sure enough, dragon-absorbing water and Immortal Lord were dominating the homepage. It was a video, accompanied by some enlarged images. Then someone cut out screenshots of Yi Xiao from the livestream and overlapped them with the blurry figure. The result was astonishing. That figure remarkably resembled Yi Xiao. Damn, it really is the Immortal Lord. Ha, I said it was the Immortal Lord long ago. What's so surprising about that? Just basic operations of the Immortal Lord. No way, do you really think that in such a short time, he could go to Fangzhou City and do something like dragon-absorbing water? The official meteorological station had already released results, stating that it was a natural phenomenon, and as for why a human figure appeared, it should be a mirage. What the hell, a mirage? Yao Yao, that shadow is definitely the Immortal Lord, right? You ask me, I don't know either, Yi Xiao said helplessly, looking at the group that was about to start arguing. Then she looked at Yi Xiao. Brother, they all say that shadow is you, come take a look. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao walked over in the direction of Yi Xiao. He looked at the video from the live streaming equipment and immediately spotted a shadow that flashed by in midair. Yi Xiao was silent for 2 seconds. Just at the moment when the viewers were eagerly anticipating, he calmly shook his head. Not me. Sigh. What a disappointment. Just because the bro said it wasn't him, does that mean it really isn't? You all know he's just being modest. A celestial being is a celestial being, doing good deeds without seeking recognition. This spirit is something we should learn from. Yi Xiao glanced around the live stream room. His gaze was lazy. He spoke as if he had no energy. Where do you think these celestial beings come from? You're overthinking it. After saying that, he walked towards a nearby ice crystal. Yao Yao, is this one okay? Yi Xiao pointed at a chunk of ice crystal as thick as his arm, looking at Yi Xiao and asking, goodness, is this one okay? It implies that this one might not be good enough. Perhaps it would be rejected. Impossible, this thing even experts need large machines to cut through. It's not something that can just be taken by a celestial being's word. In today's live stream room, there were quite a few viewers who came from Guisher Bingbing's side. They all knew how difficult it was to mine these ice crystals. How could it be as simple as just saying you want it? Moreover, the official team was not far away. If anything big happened, this livestream would be over. After all, this was happening right under the official's nose. I also think this one won't do because it's not thick enough. Get lost. Even if it's not thick enough, it's still better than yours. With one person leading, the live stream room started to go off track. The little train began to run wildly. It only stopped after Yi Xiao called for a halt. You guys, you know how many newcomers are here today. Can you give them a good impression? What if there are cute girls? The more girls, the better. Hee hee, let the girls see how amazing I am. Come on, stop it. Yi Xiao was truly speechless at this. Yao, you should know that there's usually no chance to see any perks in your live stream. Now that there are new girls, they must be quite excited. What do you mean? Yi Xiao was confused. Could it be that these guys were blaming her for not giving perks? But she had mentioned giving some perks, yet the bullet comments were all forget it, not interested, leaving, too painful to watch, and now they dare to blame her for not giving perks? That's just ridiculous. Except for some viewers who thought this way. For example, Li Xiqing and the like, they were so scared when they heard the word perks that they almost lost their nerve. Young Master Li, the Emperor, what are you all joking about? Do you dare to look at Yao Yao's perks? I certainly don't dare to look. Watching the prince act like a sycophant in the live stream every day, only now realizing that he actually has no interest in the streamer. How much disdain can one have for the streamer? Not even daring to look at the perks. Does the prince think our Yao Yao isn't good enough for you? The old lecher who had been lurking in the live stream finally seized this opportunity after several days of hiding. Just now, he finally figured out why he had been frequently receiving warmth from the community lately. It turned out the culprit had always been right beside him. Old lecher grumbling, the Emperor Xiqing, you really don't like Yao Yao's type, huh? I'll introduce you to another type another day. I've decided, I want this thicker one. I've decided, I want this thicker one. The old lecher's account also counts as an emperor, so the live stream room would prioritize broadcasting this bullet comment voice. As soon as the voice fell, the viewers in the live stream room saw a figure suddenly appear beside Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao looked at the camera, his expression not revealing much, but just looking like this made Li Xiqing on the other side of the camera feel a chill run down his spine. He was panicking inside. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problem with his words, but now that old rascal had said something, it felt like there was an issue. Plus, those people in the live stream were making a fuss. Not long after, while watching the live stream in his room, Li Xiqing heard a knock at the door. Who is it? Li Xiqing asked. This was his home. It couldn't possibly be someone from the community delivering warmth, right? Moreover, this was his bedroom, and outside was the corridor of the Li family villa, so those community folks couldn't come in. Li Xiqing called out again. The knocking stopped for 2 seconds. After about 10 seconds, thinking the person had left, he turned back to continue watching the live stream. But suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Open the door, I'm your father, here to talk to you about something. Li Xiqing. Li Xiqing got up and went to open the door. However, the moment he opened it, he found not just his father standing there, but also his grandfather Li Rongqing and great-grandfather Li Hanhai. The three of them stood at the door of Li Xiqing's bedroom, especially Li Hanhai, whose old face looked like it was about to freeze. Li Rongqing wasn't much better off. On the other hand, Li Luo felt a bit schadenfreude. That little brat had been so smug in front of him for so long, and now he was finally in trouble. He had also been watching the live stream. One could only say that old rascal had done well. Xiqing, come with me. Li Hanhai's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion, but Li Xiqing knew he was definitely angry, and very angry. So this time, he was being sent warmth by his own family. Li Xiqing hesitated for a moment, but a glare from Li Hanhai softened him. Originally, he should have been dragged away, but he could only obediently follow along. In the live stream. Why isn't the young master speaking? I have a feeling the young master is also being sent warmth. This is so funny. Isn't this what they call, when you come out to mix, you will eventually have to pay it back? Old rascal complaints, Emperor, this is called those who do evil will perish. Several times before, he had been tricked by this plastic brother, and as a result, he had always been sent warmth. Finally, he had a chance to deal with this little brat. He definitely wouldn't let it go. Yi Xiao didn't care where Li Xiqing had gone. She looked at Ji Qi beside her. Brother, that one is thick enough, let's use it. Yao, you're also not right. What do you mean thick enough? I want to see. I mean that ice crystal is thick enough. It can be taken down and used to make something for you, right? What are you all thinking? As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, she saw the messages in the live stream announcing that those who had been driving earlier were banned by the official moderators. See? I told you to drive less usually, now look. Isn't it hard not being able to speak? Yi Qi listened to Yi Xiao and led her and Lin Xiaoxiao to the mysterious ice crystal. Then let's go with this one. Is it starting? So excited. I'm so nervous I can hardly breathe. Are you male or female? If you're female, I can provide on-site artificial respiration services. If you're male, forget it. I can too. I really don't believe anyone can break this ice crystal. In the ice livestream, it's not like they don't know, it's impossible. No matter how powerful this guy is, something that even requires professional large equipment to cut off a small piece, you tell me it can be broken directly? Are you really treating us like fools? I don't believe it either. Should we start a betting game for those who don't believe? Someone in Yi Xiao's live stream started speaking. Yao, please start a betting game, whether successful or failed. We can just place our bets here. On the Douyin live streaming platform, in situations like this, one can place a bet. The items for betting are props accumulated over the years from watching live streams on the platform. If the free props run out and one still wants to continue, they can also spend money to buy some for betting. In no time, the people in the live stream began urging Yi Xiao to start betting. I've never done it before, let me take a look. Yi Xiao hurriedly called over Lin Xiaoxiao, who had always been the administrator of Yi Xiao's livestream and was well-versed in such matters. She skillfully opened a betting round. Can the host's brother break the ice crystal or get a small piece of it? As soon as the bet was placed, the next second, the bettors on both sides began a tug-of-war. Besides those who firmly believed Jiqiu could do it and those who believed he couldn't, there were also some who were just watching. Hurry up! 1 minute to close the betting. Yi Xiao didn't want to wait long. After a minute, she decisively clicked to close the betting. After the betting ended, she glanced at the difference between the two sides. To Yi Xiao's surprise, 2/3 of the people believed Jiqiu could definitely do it. The remaining third were mostly new accounts, who hadn't spent much time in the livestream. Brother, I want this one, Yi Xiao said to Jiqiu. Jiqiu nodded lightly in response. He stood lazily in front of the ice pillar. Suddenly, he grasped the ice crystal with his right hand and just moved it slightly. A crisp crack echoed. Under the gaze of millions of viewers in the livestream, the object hailed by experts as the hardest ice crystal discovered so far was directly broken by Jiqiu. Not only that, he just stood there as if he hadn't exerted any effort at all. The ice crystal, which required professional large-scale equipment to cut, was simply broken like that. Yao, here you go. Jiqiu handed the ice crystal to Yi Xiao, who then held the ice pillar and shook it in front of the live stream camera. How about it? Did you all guess right with your bets? Yes, it was right, but I was still mesmerized by my brother. So damn impressive. I thought that even if he was a celestial being, he would at least have to exert some effort. But how did he just stand there and break it like a toothpick? I have no words. All I want to say is that the celestial being is incredibly awesome. Every impressive move by the celestial being is like a knife stabbing into the hearts of those who don't believe. Celestial being. The devoted fans end up with nothing in the end. At this moment, those who had just bet that Jiqiu couldn't break the ice crystal were truly dumbfounded. Suddenly, the milk tea in their hands didn't taste good anymore. Newcomers, you can't blame yourselves. It's normal not to know the power of the celestial being. From the moment you raised doubts, you had already lost. Damn it, all the gifts I've saved for so long are gone. Who told you to go all in? Isn't this the time to go all in? But I meant betting on the celestial being able to break it. Ha ha ha. The live stream was filled with wails. That couldn't have been a coincidence, right? Yes, it could really be a coincidence. Breaking one doesn't prove anything. The main thing is, how can it be proven that it is that kind of ice crystal? They should at least come over to verify it themselves before knowing if it's the reported ice crystal. Yi Xiao looked at the audience in the live stream, who were still stubbornly denying it. Alright, it doesn't matter if you don't believe it, haha, but everyone is welcome to stay in my livestream. Even if the audience didn't believe her, she didn't care. Yi Xiao seemed to remember something. Oh right, is Fei Shui here? How much do you want? Yao, what kind of outrageous words are these? Asking how much? Just having a small piece of this stuff is already impressive, okay? Yao, you've learned badly. Why have you been making such precise statements lately? If Guosher over there knew that Yao directly asked others how much they wanted, wouldn't they faint from anger? Guosher probably wouldn't, but those experts who worked hard to move a lot of large equipment would. Ha, I actually want to see what happens. At this moment, Fei Shui also came out. He had just gone to the bathroom and didn't hear what Yi Xiao asked. What's going on? Why are there so many messages for me? He just returned to see a bunch of messages, including one from Yao, just asking how much of this ice crystal you want. How much? Even Fei Shui was shocked at this moment. He originally thought a small pendant would be enough, but who knew he would see Yi Xiao holding an entire piece and waving it in front of the camera. This big ice crystal was directly shoved in the faces of the viewers in the live stream. Wow, this is way too thick. I didn't notice it from afar, but now I see I can't even hold it with one hand, let alone one hand. We girls probably need two hands. Impressive. How big were those that the officials painstakingly cut off? The size of a little girl's fist. You see for yourself. How much do you want? I'll have my brother get it. Oh my god. What a statement. Yi versi xiao, yi versi qiao. Well, at least Xiao Xiao is relatively normal. Fei Xue was also taken aback by Yi Xiao's sudden move. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, just give me a little bit. A little bit? Yi Xiao asked. Fei Xue, yes, just a little bit. So, Yi Xiao looked at Yi Qiu, brother, Fei Xue said he just wants a little bit. Yi Qiu nodded and walked to the other side. Yi Xiao's camera followed him. The viewers focused their eyes, and before they could react, Yi Qiu had already broken off the ice crystal in front of him, which was about 20 centimeters in diameter. He used his hand. With his palm holding it, he just gently broke it. The ice crystal, rumored to be many times harder than diamond, easily fell into Yi Qiu's hand. This is a little bit. This is a hell of a lot. What little bit? Immortal Lord, I also want a hell of a lot. Yi Qiu ignored the barrage asking for a little bit of ice crystal and directly asked Yi Xiao, Yao Yao, is this enough? Yi Xiao then asked Fei Xue, who was still in the live stream. Fei Xue, is this enough? No response. Yi Xiao continued to ask, Fei Xue? After calling several times, she finally saw Fei Xue's account speak. Enough. Enough. Just now, Fei Xue was shocked by Yi Qiu's action. Is this a little bit? He gave way too much, okay? At that moment, Fei Xue suddenly received a private message from Xiao Mengshan. Xiao Mengshan, Fei Xue bro, where are you now? Are you live streaming? Fei Xue, no, I'm watching the live stream. Xiao Mengshan, oh, I also want to watch the live stream, but I didn't see your stream. Do you want to duo with me later? If it were before, when Xiao Mengshan came to find him, Fei Xue would definitely agree without hesitation, even excitedly, and then do his best to carry Fei Xue to rank up. But now, Fei Xue looked at the huge ice crystal still in Yi Qiu's hand. He fell silent, because just now, he saw Xiao Mengshan's account in Yi Xiao's live stream. Xiao Mengshan, Fei Xue brother, are you not here? Fei Xue, I'm here. Xiao Mengshan, then shall we duo? Fei Xue, no, I probably won't duo queue with you anymore. You should go find Li Sicheng. Fei Xue thought for a long time and recalled Yi Xiao's words. After much deliberation, he made a significant decision and said these words to Fei Xue. If it were in the past, he would never have done this. But now, the situation was already different. Yi Xiao had said, any man, a normal man, after silently giving so much and still not receiving any response from the goddess, or even being kept hanging, should just say goodbye. Otherwise, he would truly be a licking dog. One must know that a licking dog will end up with nothing. In the end, Fei Xue took Yi Xiao's words to heart. Even now, when he saw or heard the voice of the little goddess, he felt nothing at all. Little goddess, brother Fei Xue, what's wrong? Did I upset you? Fei Xue, didn't I tell you? Go find Li Sicheng and don't contact me again. At this moment, Li family's mansion. Achoo! Li Sicheng had just been dealt with by 3 7 wolves belts and was now sneezing repeatedly. If this was called sending warmth, he would rather not have it. Looking at the 7 wolves mark on his thigh, Li Sicheng felt pain just thinking about it. Damn old flirt. How dare she trick him? He would definitely make her pay for it later. Achoo! Another sneeze. Li Sicheng rubbed his nose and cursed. Could it be that some girl who admires me is thinking of me again? He returned to his room. He didn't even dare to sit down. When his gaze fell on Yi Xiao's livestream, he couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide open. Such a thick one. He wanted it too. Yi Xiao was still seriously showcasing the ice crystal she was going to give to Fei Xue, and her livestream was extremely popular. It had reached a level she never expected. The head of the Douyin platform and the staff were also watching Yi Xiao's livestream at this moment. Their faces all showed an expression of extreme excitement. This was simply a miracle. A miracle in the live streaming world. Because Yi Xiao's popularity and heat were so high, it reached a level that was hard to believe. The live stream was bustling like never before. This was the first time on the Douyin live streaming platform. Such popularity and heat that surpassed national broadcasts made all the streamers envious. Yao Yao, we also want ice crystals, please, we beg you. Yao Yao, by the way, I just saw Bing Bing's livestream, and it seems they brought the person in charge over here. What should we do now? Suddenly, someone in the comments said this. Yi Xiao noticed and her mind jolted. She was still holding a mysterious ice crystal in her hand. If it was seen later, how would she explain it? She wasn't afraid of being discovered, just didn't want to have to explain a lot later. Before Yi Xiao could find Yi Qiu, she heard Liang Bing and her staff behind her exclaiming in astonishment. Oh my goodness, what the heck is going on? They all looked at the thick ice crystal in Yi Xiao's hand, their eyes filled with disbelief. Liang Bing was quick. She hurriedly jogged to Yi Xiao and began to closely examine the ice crystal in her hand. Miss Yi, could this be? Liang Bing's face was full of shock. She had seen this mysterious ice crystal before, but it was only a small piece, and that was obtained with great effort by experts. But now, the large piece in Yi Xiao's hand was simply beyond their understanding. No, this is just a toy that looks a lot like an ice crystal, not that thing. Yi Xiao lied without a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness. Liang Bing and the staff behind her also fixed their gaze on the clearly broken spot nearby, their lips twitching slightly. Did this Miss Yi really think they were all fools? Impressive, Yao Yao. Your ability to lie with your eyes wide open is almost on par with the Immortal Lord, but still not as good as the Immortal Lord. However, Yao Yao is right. Isn't that just a toy, not some ice crystal? Yes, what I saw was also a toy. Where would ice crystals come from? The old fans in the live stream began to react, while the new fans looked completely bewildered. What the hell does this mean? Just a moment ago, they were praising the Immortal Lord and wanted to snatch up that ice crystal, and now it's just a toy? Are these people really brainwashed by the streamer? Whatever the streamer says, they believe it? Young Master Li, the Emperor, this is a toy. Once Yao Yao takes it home, I plan to let the Li family's company see if they can mass-produce it. Crown Prince, what's the point of mass-producing this thing? Just this, a thick stick, and you want to mass-produce it? You don't understand, there will still be people who buy this kind of thing, like some lonely women whose husbands are not home. Damn! Someone seal this. This is ridiculous. You can even think of that? Is this something a person would do? Young Master Li, the Emperor, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? But Miss Yi, are you really sure this isn't a mysterious ice crystal? Liang Bing tried to steady her mind, because as a reporter for the National Vision, she knew better than anyone how difficult it was to obtain a mysterious ice crystal. Yi Xiao was just a young lady. There was no way she could break an ice crystal. After all, even large specialized equipment found it hard to break. Not just Liang Bing. The fans in Liang Bing's livestream were also waiting for Yi Xiao's answer. They didn't believe there could be someone with immense strength in this world, so they hoped Liang Bing could provide them with the truth. These people were completely different from those in Yi Xiao's livestream. In their eyes, everything could be explained in the most scientific way. They thought that Yi Xiao's series of actions were all prearranged, and then they would act it out during the livestream. Today, Bing Bing happened to be live streaming. They wanted to see what these guys were really up to. Now, this live stream has been stealing our Bing Bing's popularity, and now they don't know how to explain it. In front of the officials, they wouldn't dare to lie. Let's see how they explain it later. That was clearly a lie. You saw the expressions of the National Vision staff, right? They would definitely call someone over soon. Just wait. I just don't like this Yi Xiao. Why does she have such high popularity when she does nothing every day? Other streamers work hard every day, thinking about what content to stream to make the audience happy. Why doesn't she have to do the same? Exactly. Take my idol for example. He gets up at 4 or 5 in the morning and practices for over 20 hours without stopping, sometimes even skipping meals, continuing to practice even when he has a fever of 40 degrees. That kind of dedication is what a streamer should have. Yes, I've never seen Yi Xiao work hard. She's either eating or sleeping every day. How can that be? In Liang Bing's live stream, many people were waiting for the officials to start investigating Yi Xiao. After all, this kind of ice crystal is currently under the jurisdiction of their officials. If it was taken away like this, it would definitely be investigated. Miss Yi? Liang Bing asked again when Yi Xiao remained silent. I have to say, Liang Bing's ability is really impressive. She didn't press for answers but instead smiled and asked in a calm tone. Yi Xiao chuckled. Then she said, "It's like this. Bing Bing." Before Yi Xiao could finish her sentence, a voice came from behind. This voice interrupted their temporary conversation. Liang Bing turned around, and the person was the head of their inspection team. He was a middle-aged man, around 40, wearing black-rimmed glasses and dressed in specialized warm clothing. He hurriedly jogged over, holding a phone that was playing a live stream of Liang Bing's broadcast. "Mr. Luo, what's the matter?" Liang Bing asked curiously. The man approached Liang Bing, glanced at Yi Xiao, and then said, "Bing Bing, it's nothing. Our leader called and said that Miss Yi Xiao can do whatever she wants. She's one of us." Liang Bing was shocked upon hearing this. One of us? Liang Bing's mouth fell open, looking at Yi Xiao in disbelief. If Mr. Luo said that, it meant that Miss Yi was indeed one of their official people and had some connection to the state. But what was going on? Liang Bing was confused. Of course, Yi Xiao was even more bewildered. When did she become one of them? Could it be that the state had secretly recruited her? But that couldn't be possible. At that moment, Luo Yu also walked up to Yi Xiao, smiling as he extended his right hand. "Hello, you must be Miss Yi Xiao, right? I'm Luo Yu, the captain of this scientific expedition team, and I'm responsible for the ice crystals you're holding." As soon as Luo Yu said this, Both the viewers in Yi Xiao's livestream and Liang Bing's livestream were shocked. What he said was simple and easy to understand. The ice crystals in Yi Xiao's hands were real. That meant Yi Xiao had indeed broken those mysterious ice crystals with his bare hands. At that moment, the viewers in Liang Bing's live stream, who had been arguing just moments ago, fell silent. After all, nothing is more real than being directly slapped in the face by the official. Incredible, Yao Yao is actually one of the higher-ups? This just shows that our Yao Yao is well-rooted. Heh, I thought we were done for. Don't worry, with the immortal lord around, do you think Yao Yao could be in trouble? Now, our little treasure has a backer. Occasionally, some voice comments popped up in Yi Xiao's livestream. Over here, Luo Yu also heard some of them intermittently. But inside, he was extremely anxious. Just a moment ago, they had seen Yi Xiao's livestream. When they saw Yi Xiao break that mysterious ice crystal in one go, Luo Yu felt like he was collapsing inside. He even doubted whether he was seeing things or if he was dreaming. You have to know, they had put in a tremendous effort to obtain just a little bit of ice crystal, and this man had just casually broken it. This was truly not strong in terms of damage, but extremely insulting. As the leader of this scientific expedition team, Luo Yu naturally felt embarrassed. Just as he was about to approach Yi Xiao, he received a call from above. They repeatedly emphasized that when dealing with Yi Xiao and Yi Xiao, he must maintain a good attitude and must not let them feel any displeasure. Luo Yu was puzzled at first. Wasn't it just a live streamer? Why was she receiving such attention from above? Moreover, from the tone of the call, it seemed they were very cautious, almost afraid of offending Yi Xiao. Then, the earlier scene unfolded. Alright, Miss Yi, if you like, feel free to wander around here. If you need anything, just let me know. Why do I feel like this guy named Luo Yu is acting a bit like a sycophant? Be careful of the water meter. Be careful of the warmth. What I said is clearly the truth. Indeed, from Liang Bing's previous description, they also knew that this man named Luo Yu held a significant position. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to handle these matters at this time. But Luo Yu's words were almost reminiscent of the early Li Xiqing. They suspected that this guy might really turn into a second-generation Li Xiqing later on. Well, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now, Luo Yu said respectfully to Yi Xiao, but his eyes kept glancing at Yi Xiao. It was him, the man who had directly snapped the ice crystal in half. Yi Xiao also politely greeted him. Just as Luo Yu was about to leave, a voice filled with anger suddenly came from behind him. Who are you? This shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Old Zhang? Luo Yu was surprised. Wasn't he supposed to be treating someone? How did he come out? The middle-aged man called Old Zhang walked over to the group. These things are not for you to touch. His face was filled with anger. That shout had also caught the attention of the staff inside the ice mountain. Teacher Zhang, just 30 years old. In the eyes of the employees, he was not an easy person to get along with. Not only was he irritable, but he was also particularly harsh on them. The key was that they had no way to resist. Used to being oppressed, they never expected he would come too. How tragic. The staff present felt that their good days were over. Old Zhang wanted to rush forward but was hurriedly stopped by Luo Yu. Old Zhang, let's go back first. I'll explain later. Miss Yi Xiao is not an outsider. Not an outsider. Not an outsider? Old Zhang paused upon hearing this. Yes, really not an outsider. Come, follow me. Let's go to the tent and talk slowly. After all, it was Luo Yu. Even with a cold face, Old Zhang still nodded. However, as he was leaving, he shot a proud glance at Yi Xiao. It was because of that glance. As he left, the previously calm interior of the mountain suddenly stirred with a gust of cold wind. The force of this cold wind was strong enough to make one feel unsteady. After a whoosh of wind, the scene returned to calm. But it was perhaps too calm. Old Zhang was still being pulled by Luo Yu. Why aren't you leaving? Didn't you say you would tell me what was going on? He frowned, looking at Luo Yu beside him. But he noticed that Luo Yu's expression was increasingly off. He seemed to be holding back something. At this moment, the surroundings were also silent. Just silence, nothing but silence. Until finally, someone in the crowd let out a chuckle. That laughter was just the beginning. The next second, more laughter erupted from the crowd. Old Zhang felt increasingly uneasy. Because Luo Yu was now pointing at his head, laughing as well. Old Zhang, I'm sorry, I really. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang finally reacted and reached up to touch his own head. The result was an incredibly shiny surface, and on that shiny surface, a few sparse hairs were slowly swaying in the cold wind. He panicked, his gaze shifting. Finally, he discovered his wig had actually fallen into Liang Bing's hands not far away. Liang Bing was also stunned, and all of this was not only witnessed by the staff on site. Additionally, all the viewers in Yi Xiao's and Liang Bing's live streams saw it too. Ah, This, a large-scale social death scene? I laughed my ass off. I laughed so hard I almost threw up. He's beyond saving, having lost his right to choose a partner early on. Ha. Is this old guy here to be funny? This is just a god-level bald head. He can't be a programmer from the official side, right? Now it's book recommendation time. This is a book by Egg Tart's friend, Little Orange. Everyone go support it. Love you all. Dog food. I, who signed in, was exposed by the reborn campus beauty, author Orange. You can't get enough of it. Dog food. Live exposure. Double rebirth. Diabetics beware before taking graduation photos. The campus beauty Xiaoyue. She suddenly asked the reborn Qin why. Would you like to be her boyfriend? Ding dong, the host activates the sign-in system, and as long as he signs in with Xiaoyue, he can receive rewards. Xin why, of course I choose to accept. From then on, he lived a sweet, tragic, dog, sick, food, crazy life. Every time he was exposed by Xiaoyue's livestream, her eyes would light up. Hubby, how come I never knew you were this amazing? Later, Xin Hui found out that his girlfriend was also reborn. We're all human, no difference. At this moment, old Zhang was completely petrified. His baldness had always been a secret known only to him, but just now, that gust of wind seemed to deliberately expose him. It blew his wig right off. This kind of large-scale social death scene left old Zhang speechless. Many newcomers who were usually bullied by old Zhang were now trying to hold back their laughter, but the atmosphere around them clearly showed how happy they were. Compared to the audience at the scene, the viewers in the live stream were much less restrained. That bald head was just like a light bulb. It could probably be used as a lamp at night. Do you remember that luminous pearl the immortal master took out that day? I think this head could compete with that. No, this head still has a few hairs. It's much worse than the luminous pearl. Let's just call him Brother Lightbulb. I think Wig Brother sounds better. Liang Bing was stunned for a while, and when she finally came to her senses, she looked at the greasy wig in her hand, screamed in fright, and threw the wig away. My heart aches for our Bing Bing. Bing Bing, hurry back and wash your hands. I recommend our hand soap. It's really effective and absolutely won't leave any grease behind. You guys are really going to make me die laughing. The bamboo shoots on the mountain have all been taken by you. Compared to the scene, the live stream is just full of joy. After all, everyone originally thought old Jean was a man with thick hair. He's not that old, and he looks decent. Now that this has come out, many women across the country have seen old Zhang's bald head. Ah, so that's what he looks like. Good thing I didn't agree to a blind date before, otherwise, who knows what problems the future kids might have. Yeah, after all, baldness can be hereditary. My next blind date seems to be him. Looking at it now, let's just forget it. The person who introduced him even told me he works at the Academy of Sciences, with a bright future ahead. So tragic, really so tragic. Old Zhang was still in a state of petrification. No matter how Luo Yu called him, he didn't respond. In the end, Luo Yu had to call the staff, and a few people carried old Zhang into the tent. After old Zhang left, everyone present couldn't help but laugh out loud. The staff happily returned to their posts to get busy. After all, there was still a lot to do. Liang Bing also couldn't stand the greasy wig that had fallen into her hands, so she quickly walked towards a place to wash her hands. The staff behind her followed. In the end, only Yi Qiu and the other two remained in this place. Poha Puchi Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back and burst into laughter on the spot. Brother, did you see that just now? Did you see? That guy called old Jean was simply going to make me die laughing. The last time she laughed like this was when Brother Fifan had a social media disaster. But Brother Fifan is a real man. This time, he not only helped with the support for Fangzhou City but also donated a lot of supplies. I laughed so hard too. Lin Xiaoxiao rarely laughed like this. Yi Qiu walked over and casually broke off a piece of ice crystal for Yi Qiu. As long as you're happy. Yi Qiu was happy. Of course, she was happy. This time she came over, not only did she easily get the ice crystals, but that gentleman named Luo Yu also said she could take as much as she wanted. Doesn't that mean no one would care how many ice crystals she brought back? Moreover, she had just witnessed such a scene. This trip to Ling Mountain was definitely worth it. Look, how many more do you want? I'll go get them. Yi Qiu said to Yi Xiao, feeling good seeing his sister so happy. How many do you want? I'll go get them. Just grab a few casually. Damn, this is really top-tier Versailles in modern times. I would call my brother a top-tier Versailles expert. I already have quite a few, just grab a dozen more. Too many would be hard to bring back, Yi Qiu said. The viewers in the live stream were reacting. Yao, my health is already low, don't make me bleed again. Saying casually a dozen more is really something. The sister of the Versailles Emperor, the Versailles Princess. Mainly, I'll give some to Fei Xue first, and then take some for you guys as benefits for the livestream. When the time comes, watch my livestream, and consider the surprise for a lottery. Yi Xiao could feel that her fans really loved these ice crystals. She and Xiao Xiao would keep some, and the rest would be just right as benefits for them. What do you think? I'm a fan-loving streamer. Love it, love it. I just like this fan-loving streamer. So when the streamer goes back, there will be a lottery for both the powerful vegetables and these mysterious ice crystals, right? I'm going to explode the lottery. Yi Xiao continued her live stream. Yi Chou also walked towards those ice crystals. His pace was slow. He walked around a bunch of ice crystals, seemingly selecting something. Is my brother here to stock up? How much is it per pound? Not stocking up, just picking some better ones. Yi Chou rubbed his chin, his gaze sweeping over the group of ice crystals. Ah, we can only watch. The immortal has already started stocking up, that's the difference. No, actually, you guys are only a little bit different from me. There's not much of a difference, Yi Chou said. He was a person too. When he first arrived in the other world, he was weak and relied on the system to gradually reach the peak. So, he believed he was no different from these people. What do you mean there's not much of a difference? The two words too big need to be examined. We are all human, of course, there's no difference, Yi Chou added. I actually can't refute that. Young Masterly, the Emperor, we are human, the ancestor is right, but some people are really dogs. Li Xiqing's implication was clear. Everyone knew who he was talking about. Probably even now, the 7 wolf marks on him hadn't disappeared yet. Old complainer, the Emperor Xiqing, count how many times you've tricked me. I just tricked you once and you call me a dog. No love left. Is this enough? Yi Chou casually broke off the ice crystals while selecting. In just under 5 minutes, a neat pile of about 20 thick and long ice crystals was already arranged in front of Yi Xiao. Enough, enough, it seems like it's a bit too much. You just take it. You just take it. So are we going back now? They had spent quite a long time on Ling Mountain, and Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao felt there wasn't much fun left in this place. So they both nodded. Let's go back. However, there's a saying, it's easy to go up the mountain but hard to come down. Brother, are we going back the same way? When Yi Xiao asked, Liang Bing had just finished washing her hands and walked over. Her small hands were red from the cold, clearly having exerted quite a bit of effort. Miss Yi, are you going down the mountain? Yi Xiao nodded. We got what we came for, so we're heading back. Upon hearing this, Liang Bing finally noticed the neatly arranged ice crystals in front of Yi Xiao. Liang Bing, what is this? Yi Xiao, my brother helped me get these ice crystals. Liang Bing, this. You managed to get so many in the short time I was gone? Yi Xiao, yes, Miss Liang, do you want one? As she spoke, Yi Xiao picked up a thick, long ice crystal from the ground and handed it to Liang Bing. Is it really okay? Liang Bing hesitated, looking at the thick, long ice crystal being offered to her. Yi Xiao smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with it. My brother can get more, and you shouldn't blame us for taking so many, you should thank us instead. Upon hearing this, Liang Bing was instantly filled with black lines. So many. They never thought Yi Xiao could break so many ice crystals. Just take it. Yi Xiao continued. Liang Bing glanced at the ice crystals on the ground and then at the one Yi Xiao was offering. Just take it, don't be polite. Yi Xiao leaned a bit closer. For some reason, I now have a sense of déjà vu, like when the neighbor's aunt gives me local specialties. The last time the neighbor's aunt brought a jar of pickles to my house, it felt just like this. I remember receiving dried radish from Aunt Wang next door, and it was the same. Oh, not to mention the aunt from the neighboring community who, to introduce me to her daughter for a blind date, directly gifted me a big piece of cured meat. Cured meat? Dude, are you from Sichuan? Yes, but that cured meat was really something else. So delicious. You're the one who took my mom's cured meat and then stood me up on the blind date? Is there a show to watch? Yi Xiao was still persuading Liang Bing to accept the thick, long ice crystal and didn't have time to watch the live stream. You're Zhang Auntie's daughter? Ha, you ate my family's cured meat and then stood me up? So you're that kind of person, I'll tell my mom. Hey, don't. The comments were all about the gossip, but that don't was also the last thing said. Alright, probably went to resolve the matter. I really want to know what happens next. Ha. What happens next? What happens next? Yi Xiao leaned over. Liang Bing finally agreed to take the ice crystal. Yao, it was like this. After reading the viewer's explanations, Yi Xiao burst out laughing. Ha. This might be called self-inflicted suffering, but to be fair, Sichuan cured meat is really too delicious. Yi Xiao said this in one breath. Some big shots who had been lurking in the live stream also got a key piece of information. Yi Xiao likes Sichuan cured meat, and she said it was too delicious. So, not long after, a farmhouse in Sichuan was visited by countless men in black clothes and sunglasses in a short period, and their only request was to buy the most authentic Sichuan cured meat at a high price. Of course, these are all stories for later. Miss Yi, thank you so much. Liang Bing held the thick, long ice crystal with both hands, her face filled with excitement. She actually managed to possess such a long ice crystal. This was something she had never even dared to dream of. It's nothing, let's head out first. Wait, are you going back by yourselves? Liang Bing asked. Do you want to wait for our team to go back together? After all, the way down the mountain is really difficult. Yi Shio hadn't answered yet when Yi Chio spoke up. No need, we can go back by ourselves. Then, okay. Liang Bing looked at Yi Chio with some regret. She had been thinking of interviewing this mysterious gentleman on the way, but it seemed there would be no opportunity now. However, she got Yi Xiao's WeChat before leaving. As long as she had a way to contact her, there would be plenty of chances in the future. Moreover, she thought Yi Xiao seemed like a very easygoing person, her smile like a little sun, making her very likable. Yi Xiao bid farewell to Liang Bing. The two girls had formed a friendship during this trip to the Spirit Mountain. She turned back, just about to ask Yi Chio how he was going to take those ice crystals, when her eyes widened. Brother, where are the ice crystals? I've already put them away. We can just leave, Yi Chio replied calmly. Yi Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao, live stream viewers? Brother, when did you put them away? Just now. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Chio, and couldn't see any sign of him having stored the ice crystals, and he didn't have any boxes or anything in his hands. I see, it's space. Yes, it's definitely space. Space? The new fans in the live stream looked confused. Right, it's space, a standard feature for cultivators, no need to be so surprised. Sigh, when will I also have a spatial item? It exists in dreams. It can't even exist in dreams. Let's go. Yi Chio walked over, leading Yi Shio and Lin Xiaoxiao towards the exit. As they left the base, the staff all looked at the three of them. Luo Yu had finally come out from old Zhang's tent. It had taken a lot of effort to deal with this guy. He had originally wanted to see Yi Chio. At this moment, he saw Yi Chio walking towards the mountaintop with the two girls. Ha! They didn't take any ice crystals with them? Luo Yu noticed that the three of them were empty-handed, not carrying anything, just waving their hands as if they were leaving without a trace. As expected, those ice crystals can't just be taken away easily. Luo Yu immediately felt more confident. After all, he had been quite frustrated when he first saw Yi Chio casually break the ice crystals. Now it seemed Yi Chio wasn't that impressive after all. Even if they were allowed to take some, they probably wouldn't be able to carry much. Thinking this way, Luo Yu felt much more at ease and led his group towards the place where Yi Chio and the others had just been. If it were brother Yi Chio. If it were brother Yi Chio. Luo Yu led his group, saying as they walked, I said earlier, no matter how powerful they are, they can't possibly get too many ice crystals. In terms of strength, our research team's experts are not bad either. By the way, let's get the equipment over later. I saw some thicker ice crystals today, let's see if we can get some. Ha, what's wrong with you guys? At this moment, Luo Yu turned back to look at the staff behind him. He noticed their faces suddenly looked a bit off. One of them pointed ahead, their eyes nearly popping out. The others had similar expressions, mouths agape, jaws almost dropping to the ground. Luo Yu felt puzzled. He frowned and turned to look in the direction the staff were pointing. When he saw the scene before him, he was completely stunned. What the hell? What the hell happened here? Luo Yu hurried over, his face filled with despair as he looked at the ice crystals that had been completely broken apart before him. He had come here before and saw that there were quite a few high-quality ice crystals, thick and long, with beautiful shapes. He had been thinking of ways to cut these ice crystals down intact, and today he had come to check the situation, but he never expected to see such a scene. The ice crystals that had been perfectly fine were all gone. The ones he had his eye on were now reduced to nothing but scraps. Luo Yu spread his hands, staring at the scene before him. He felt like he might really be dreaming. Or maybe he had been in the snow-capped mountains too long and was starting to hallucinate. What on earth happened here? Luo Yu let out a howl to the sky. He could never have imagined he would see such a sight. Those ice crystals had been perfectly fine, right? And now they were all gone. What remained were only some shorter pieces, which paled in comparison to those thick and long ones, like a small witch compared to a great witch. Could it be that guy named Jicho took them away? Someone stepped forward and voiced their thoughts. However, Luo Yu immediately dismissed it. Impossible. I just saw them. The three of them weren't carrying anything. There's no way they could take away so many ice crystals. Moreover, you all know how difficult it is to obtain these ice crystals. They even had two girls with them. No matter how capable Yichio is, how could he possibly take all those ice crystals in just a few dozen minutes? Right now, we need to figure out how these ice crystals disappeared. Luo Yu bit his finger, starting to think about something. Could it be that there's a problem inside the snow mountain again? Is something strange about to happen? For now, That was the only guess he could come up with. Luo Yu was immersed in his own reasoning. He even speculated about the possibility of aliens. At that moment, a staff member approached him with a phone in hand. "Boss, don't bother me. I think I'll find out what happens soon." "No, boss." The staff member directly held the phone screen in front of Luo Yu's eyes. "Look at this." "What's the use of looking at this? Does this tell us where those ice crystals went? If this is useful, I might as well jump off this snow mountain." The crowd, Luo Yu also noticed the change in everyone's expressions. "What's wrong? Why does everyone look like that? What happened?" "Boss, I just said to let you see this." Luo Yu huffed. Then his gaze fell on the phone screen. "Isn't this Yi Xiao's live stream?" He knew a bit about Yi Xiao's live broadcasts, but he had never had the time to watch. This was the first time he was seeing it. At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice came from the phone. "Ah, you guys are asking about those ice crystals? I'll make it up to you when I get home. Since each one is so thick and long, it's definitely a big benefit." "You're asking how many there are?" "I'm not too sure, but I just took a look, and it seems to be about 20 or 30. Yeah, it was all done by my brother." Yi Xiao said some more, but Luo Yu could no longer hear her. He stared blankly at the remaining scraps of ice crystals, and suddenly a tear rolled down his cheek. So they really did take them. When he said they could take whatever they wanted and browse around, that was all for show and to save face. If they really took them casually, what would they use for research? He had been certain that Yi Qiu couldn't possibly obtain so many, but now, everything he saw felt like a huge slap, hitting Luo Yu hard in the face. Sigh. Forget it, forget it. Since it has been mentioned above and emphasized, let them be. Boss, about what you just said. I didn't say anything. Hurry back to work. Are you all just getting lazier by the day? After saying this, Luo Yu returned the phone to the staff member, then with a cold expression, went back into the tent. At this moment, on the other side, Yi Qiu had already taken Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao down from the mountaintop. "I now feel that everything I heard before was a lie, like how it's easy to go up the mountain but hard to come down. That's all fake." Yi Xiao felt that coming down was quite easy. It didn't feel like she was stepping on thick, slippery ice at all. "Xiao, stop bragging. It's just because the Immortal Master made some adjustments to your shoes." "What did the Immortal Master do for you just now, Xiao?" "I don't know." Yi Xiao shook her head. "Anyway, after using that thing, I feel like I'm walking on flat ground. I really want to know. I really want it. Is the one you want in front a guy or a girl? If it's a girl, I can satisfy you. If it's a guy, forget it." "Shut up." "No, bro, isn't that gender discrimination? What's wrong with guys? Can't guys want something? If any brother wants it, just come to me. I guarantee to satisfy you." "Get lost, you gay. Reject the gay. Spit it out." "Okay, I don't like gays either, but if it's the Immortal Master, I can still accept it." "Hey, my brother is definitely 100% straight. Don't mess with him." Yi Xiao looked at the comments, her lips curling. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was walking behind Yi Qiu, also heard this. She looked up at the tall figure of Yi Qiu, who was much taller than her. Reflecting on how long they had known each other and lived together, she remembered every single thing that had happened very clearly. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced. If it were brother Yi Qiu, what kind of corporal punishment would it be? What kind of corporal punishment? Lin Xiaoxiao just thought about it and quickly shook her head. "What's wrong with you, Lin Xiaoxiao? What are you thinking about?" She steadied her mind and followed Yi Qiu down the mountain. The three of them quickly descended. The speed was almost unbelievable. However, when they were nearing the foot of the mountain, they spotted a white figure lying on the ground from a distance. It looked like a weak little animal, lying motionless not far away. "What is that?" Yi Xiao pointed her camera in that direction. "I don't know. Could it be a snow wolf from the snow mountain?" "A snow wolf would be great, Xiao. Why not take it back to be friends with Little Ha?" "Are you sure? Little Ha being friends with a snow wolf?" Of course, Yi Xiao had no such plan. "Are you kidding? Who raises wolves at home?" "True, Little Ha is a husky, and this is a snow wolf. They definitely wouldn't get along." The viewers felt a bit regretful. After all, they finally encountered a snow wolf, but couldn't take it back. At this moment, Yi Qiu spoke up. "That's not a snow wolf." "Ha? Not a snow wolf?" Yi Xiao curiously looked over and then followed Yi Qiu in that direction. When she got closer, she gasped. "It's a person." The figure lying in the snow, covered with a blanket full of snow, turned out to be a person. Moreover, it seemed to be a woman. Yi Xiao cautiously squatted down and pulled back the blanket. At this moment, the appearance of the person in front of her made her eyes widen. "Ah, this isn't that." That little police flower Chu Mingyue. Lin Xiaoxiao helped Yi Xiao say what she wanted to say. Yes, it's that little police flower. She looked very cute when we encountered her during the murder case in the neighborhood, but unfortunately, she seemed a bit dazed. But how did she end up here? One person came to the snow mountain without bringing anything. How bold could she be? Yi Xiao was stunned. Yi Qiu stood still, glancing at Chu Mingyue. She followed us since we got on the plane. Yi Xiao? Lin Xiaoxiao? Live stream audience? I know this little police flower. She's a super fan of the Immortal Master. She probably wanted to follow them up the snow mountain but ended up getting stuck at the foot of the mountain all alone. In reality, this place isn't far from the foot of the mountain, and the danger level isn't high. A professional climbing team could easily reach here. However, it was clear that Miss Chu Mingyue didn't have any knowledge about climbing snow mountains. That's why this scene unfolded before them. Fortunately, they encountered Yao Yao. Otherwise, this little police flower would definitely have died here. I remember that initially, we were supposed to take another route, right? It was the Immortal Master who said to go this way. Did I just discover something? No matter what you discovered, I have to say, the Immortal Master is amazing. I see this as a case of a fan going too far. Luckily, this little police flower is just an enthusiastic fan, not really a stalker. Hurry up and save her. Chu Mingyue felt like she had a long dream. In the dream, there were her deceased parents and the Immortal Master. The Immortal Master told her that there was a way to bring her parents back to life, and she was so happy, but when she rushed over to hug the Immortal Master, he disappeared. Not just the Immortal Master, even her parents, whom she had finally seen, were disappearing. Chu Mingyue began to panic. Tears streamed down her face. Her body started to feel cold and stiff, until suddenly, a bright light appeared in the dim sky, and the bone-chilling cold around her began to warm up. But the heat was rising. It was almost unbearable. A pleasant voice reached her ears. Bro, what did you give her? She looks so hot and in pain. Look, she's sweating. Just an ordinary little pill. Yes, I also think it's quite ordinary. If the Immortal Master says it's ordinary, then it is. No rebuttals allowed. The Immortal Master's voice? Chu Mingyue jolted awake, struggling to open her eyes. What came into view was Yi Xiao's beautiful face. Of course, if this young lady didn't speak during the live stream, she would be a quiet beauty, even more attractive than many streamers. If she spoke, that would be another story. You're awake. Yi Xiao looked at Chu Mingyue, her eyes filled with a sense of relief. What happened to me? Chu Mingyue asked. Oh, we found you at the foot of Ling Mountain. You had already fainted and were buried in the snow, Yi Xiao said lightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyue's face instantly turned red. How embarrassing. The Immortal Master must know about it. He must know she had chased after them, intending to see how they climbed the mountain, but unexpectedly, trouble arose shortly after leaving the foot of the mountain. So humiliating. Well, it's good that you're fine now. Let's head back to Jiangqing together later, Yi Xiao said generously, knowing the girl was feeling shy. Chu Mingyue could only lower her head and mumble an mm. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she jumped up from the bed and grabbed Yi Xiao's arm with both hands. Yao Yao, you're not live streaming right now, are you? You're not live streaming, right? If her superiors saw her like this, it would be disastrous. And, with so many fans in Yao Yao's live stream, this was simply a social death scene. Would she have any image left after this? Yi Xiao was stunned for 2 seconds, then revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Finally, she turned her head and pointed to the live streaming equipment not far away. It's live streaming. Chu Mingyue, it's over, she's done for. This time, it's really over. At this moment, several accounts with official certification badges appeared in the live stream room. These accounts were the official ones from Chu Mingyue's workplace. Officer Chu is fine. We'll wait for you to come back. Smile, scheming. Oh no, my poor little police flower. As long as you're okay. As for punishment, I can personally come to help you with corporal punishment. Doghead, I want to know what kind of corporal punishment you're talking about. Doghead, are there many kinds of corporal punishment? I didn't even know. Innocent face. Hey, you all seem off. But I want to say, if there's such a thing, count me in. I will definitely be merciless. Just after these comments were sent, the next second, they all received a private message from the official account of the Jiangqing police station. Moreover, the content of the private message was quite similar. After a while, Yi Xiao's live stream room no longer saw these accounts. Today, I'm going to indulge in wild consumption. At this moment, Chu Mingyue, Yi Xiao looked at the young girl in front of her, her mouth twitching. If anyone was almost chased to the point of losing themselves while pursuing their idol, it would be Chu Mingyue. She looked at the live stream room and said, I have to remind you all, chasing stars requires caution, you know? Never blindly chase stars, or you'll regret it later. Not chasing stars, just wanting to follow the immortal to cultivate. What's a star? Can you eat it? Recently, I've been chasing stars. Our country's Olympic athletes are all my idols. Today, Xia country has already won 4 gold medals. Amazing. I really want to know if the immortal personally participated in the Olympics. Would they sweep all the gold medals in every event? That's a must. Xu Mingyue still needed to rest, and since she felt she couldn't face the viewers in the live stream room, Yi Xiao had to leave the tent set up by others with the live streaming equipment. At this time, it was already evening. Seeing that Yi Xiao still wanted to stroll around, Yi Qiu agreed to the suggestion of returning home a little later. In the evening, Yi Xiao was still diligently live streaming. However, at this moment, her live stream was actually a rebroadcast. But strangely, not a single person in the live stream room spoke out against it, nor did anyone say they would report it. Simply because Yi Xiao was currently rebroadcasting a sales live stream from the domestic brand Hongxing Shining. In this natural disaster, this domestic brand with a market value of only 300 million directly donated 50 million. So, such a spirit also moved all the people of Xia country. So now, everyone has flooded into the Hongxing Shining live stream room, which has been packed, with countless people buying things. Yi Xiao was also watching the live stream. By the way, she quickly snatched up quite a few pairs of shoes. However, the live stream room couldn't avoid the presence of a few nitpickers. With such high popularity, why haven't we seen your donations? The person next door, Tao Tao, donated 1 million. Yes, even if the popularity isn't as high as Tao Tao's, even if it's just a few tens of thousands, it's still the thought that counts. Indeed, our Tao Tao is the kindest. Yi Xiao was solely focused on shopping and didn't pay attention to these comments. The comments from the new accounts wouldn't be converted into voice. But that doesn't mean the wealthy viewers in Yi Xiao's live stream room didn't see them. Young Master Li, Emperor, where did this cow and horse thing come from? Go back where you came from. Does this new account dare to run wild in Yao Yao's live stream room? Li Xiqing was always someone who spoke his mind. The prince's Mandarin is quite beautiful. Ah, this damn Mandarin. Profound and extensive. Indeed profound and extensive. No driving allowed. Old complaints. Emperor, where did these idiots come from? Treasure Pavilion, sent a super rocket and left a message. Treasure Pavilion has donated 100 million in the name of Miss Yi Xiao. The receipt is below. Treasure Vault, sent a super rocket and left a message. Treasure Vault has also donated 100 million in the name of Miss Yi Xiao. If you want the receipt, message me privately. 10,000 Treasures Building, sent a super rocket and left a message. Our 10,000 Treasures Building is the same. Besides our own donation, we also donated so much in Yao Yao's name. Li family of Jiangcheng, the Li family has also donated 200 million in the name of Miss Yi Xiao, hoping our compatriots in Xia country can get through this tough time. Yi Xiao was still busy shopping, but suddenly she saw a flood of gifts filling the screen, along with those messages. Treasures, what are you all doing? Yao Yao, some people are saying you didn't donate. When Yi Xiao saw this, she finally understood what was happening. So she smiled and said, I donated a long time ago, maybe the system hasn't caught up yet. As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, someone in the live stream exclaimed, Wow, you guys, look at the donation ranking on the hot search. Let me check. I looked, and I'm back. As expected of our Yao Yao, she didn't let us down. Yao Yao, the immortal. Who the hell dares to say anything against Yao Yao in the future? Just wait to get shot by me. I have a 40-meter big machete ready at any time. Those who just criticized Yi Xiao's account also noticed something was off. They switched out and took a look at the donation list trending on Weibo. The first place was Yi Xiao. Besides those big shots representing earlier, Yi Xiao, Yi Qiu, and Lin Xiaoxiao together donated 500 million. 500 million. For ordinary people, that's an astronomical figure. Many were curious about who the 3 people donating 500 million were. So, one after another, more people came to Yi Xiao's livestream. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yi Xiao's livestream was broadcasting the official livestream of Red Star Flash. What's going on? Isn't this the livestream of the host Yi Xiao? Why is it broadcasting Red Star Flash? The host is shopping, please do not disturb. At this time, Yi Xiao was also in an immersive shopping mode. All that could be heard in the livestream was another host saying, Everyone must consume rationally. Buy only what you like, don't just buy randomly. And don't buy too much. 1 pair of these shoes is enough for 1 person. Yi Xiao, I don't care, I'm going to buy. So her hands sped up the ordering process. The beautiful host of Red Star Flash, come, let me show you the details and craftsmanship of these shoes so everyone can see clearly. First of all, we use pure Xinjiang cotton to produce. Netizen, stop rambling, hurry up with the link. The details don't concern us. Young lady host, no. Our boss also hopes everyone can consume rationally. Don't be impulsive. Yi Xiao looked at the live stream, smiled, and said, what is rational consumption? Today I'm going to consume wildly. Yao Yao is awesome. Wild? How wild can it be? Look at Yao Yao now, does she still look like a lady? She's definitely wild to the extreme. Young Masterly, Emperor Yao Yao, take me along for the wild consumption. Old complaints, Emperor, what is rational? Can it be eaten? I'm going wild today. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and left a message. Tonight is destined to be a wild night. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and left a message. Haha, my boss told me, tonight watch me perform. The more I buy, the more my bonus. 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and left a message. Wild consumption? Learn something. With one sentence from Yi Xiao, the viewers in the live stream went crazy. At this moment, more were using two devices to squeeze into the live stream of Red Star Flash. The dog-licking mode is online. The young lady in the Hongxing Flash live broadcast room is now on the verge of tears. Today, the netizens are just too enthusiastic. The goods in the warehouse are completely insufficient. She really didn't expect that domestic brands could sell to this extent. Anchor young lady, thank you all for your support today. But everyone must consume rationally. Only buy if you need it, otherwise, it's just wasting money. Li Gongzi, Emperor, I just came from Yao Yao's live room, can you please mind your own business? Am I bothering you by spending my own money? I'm buying today. Anchor young lady, wait a moment, I'll introduce this product again. Old Sealeaso, Emperor, stop talking, I want it. Anchor young lady, Yi Xiao, bring out more goods. I'm waiting for them. This is the first time Yi Xiao has shopped like this. It feels as if something within her has awakened. She is getting more and more excited. She directly calls for Yi Qiu. Brother, which pair do you like? Yi Qiu glances at the shoes his sister is frantically ordering and casually says, is it a domestic brand? Of course. It must be a domestic brand. Yi Xiao replies with a smile. Then, Yi Qiu casually points to one pair. This one is okay. Sneakers. He hasn't worn them in a long time. Previously, he wore the star-chasing shoes, but later put them away. After returning, he wore the casual shoes Yi Xiao bought before. This is the first time he is buying such an authentic domestic brand. Alright, the one the Immortal bought, I'll buy it out. I didn't expect the Immortal to be so patriotic. No wonder he's my idol, love it. This is the right way to chase stars. Yi Qiu only said 2 sentences. The young lady in the Hongxing Flash live broadcast room is busy again. One could say that they haven't stopped all day. Of course, besides Hongxing Flash, there's another store that was also sold out. That's a budget milk tea shop, which has been attracting customers with its affordable prices for many years. A regular cup of lemonade, if it were from another milk tea shop, would cost at least 9 yuan or even more. But this Shui Wang milk tea shop only charges 4 yuan. And this time, they also donated over 10 million in supplies and money, receiving unanimous praise from netizens. Yi Xiao was thirsty, so she ordered a cup of Shui Wang milk tea. Looking at the Shui Wang milk tea in her hand, she suddenly thought of something and said to Yi Qiu, by the way, brother, did you know that this Shui Wang milk tea had a problem before? They found a cockroach inside. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu suddenly frowned. He hates cockroaches. I didn't know. Aside from matters concerning Yi Xiao, he didn't want to know and couldn't be bothered to know. Everything revolves around his only sister, Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao didn't care about Yi Qiu and continued, today I saw a joke. There was a Douyin user who said she saw a comment on a video saying, so what if there's a cockroach in Shui Wang milk tea? I'd still buy it. And then someone commented below, what's a cockroach? Even if there's a snake in Shui Wang milk tea, I'd still drink it. And do you know what happened next? In the end, someone commented, if there really is a snake inside, you still can't afford it. Ha ha ha. Yao Yao, stop with the nested dolls. I saw that video too, haha, it really made me laugh. But it's even funnier when that young lady tells it. Did the Immortal laugh? Yi Xiao looked at the barrage and shifted her gaze to Yi Qiu's face. Unfortunately, Yi Qiu did not smile. No, the heat in Yi Xiao's live room is rising. She just saw the news that the young lady donated 500 million. Such a caring young lady really deserves to be popular. Go for it, young lady. In the future, I will often come to your live stream to support you. Many people come to thank Yi Xiao in her live stream. However, there are still quite a few trolls. What does 500 million even mean? Is live streaming really that lucrative now? Doesn't anyone check? Can a 20-year-old girl possibly have 500 million? Do you believe that? I certainly don't. By the way, you should check out Mr. Wang Fuchang's live stream. He's a real big shot, and the Fuchang group has also mentioned that they must find out about Yi Xiao's donation amount this time. Who is Wang Fuchang? Yi Xiao has stopped competing for goods and has exited the Hongxing Shining livestream. Just in time, she saw these few bullet comments. However, the Fuchang group is quite familiar. She remembered that the Fuchang group is indeed very powerful, ranking among the top in the entire Xia country, though just outside the top 1,000. You idiots, how much have you donated? Show your receipts. Keyboard warriors only know how to be trolls online. I, a player from Zuan, am here to confront you bastards today. Yao Yao has gotten into trouble with Wang Fuqiang. What to do? This guy is not easy to mess with. Don't be afraid, those who are tough online are often meek in reality. There's nothing to fear. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Yi Qiu heard some unpleasant voices. He had originally planned to leave but now walked towards Yi Xiao. It's nothing, brother, just someone is standing up for me. Standing up? Yi Qiu frowned. Is someone bullying you? Not exactly bullying. At least, she wasn't in any real trouble. It was just a few people making a fuss online. However, Yi Qiu only said a few more words, and those words didn't add up to much. The next second, a familiar yet strange figure appeared in the live stream. Li Hanhai had just logged in to send some gifts and saw Yi Qiu talking to Yi Xiao. What a perfect opportunity to hitch a ride. What's Wang Fuqiang compared to this? Just get lost, Li Hanhai thought to himself. The next second, he switched to full-on sycophant mode. Jiangchengli family, Emperor, if anyone in this livestream has any doubts about the source of Miss Yi Xiao's donation amount, feel free to come to me, Jiangchengli family. I, Li Hanhai, will have a good talk with you in front of your face. What the hell? Is this the real deal? Amazing, even the ancestor of the Li family has come out. This account can't be fake, right? I'm so shocked I could vomit. Li Hanhai. That Li Hanhai. I'm so scared I could pee my pants. Li Rongqing is the boss of Jiangcheng, and Li Hanhai is the boss's father. So impressive. I thought that account was just the Li family steward taking care of things. Who knew it was the real deal? Who is Li Hanhai? People in the livestream might not know Wang Fuqiang, but they absolutely cannot not know Li Hanhai. The entire Jiangcheng is basically under the Li surname, and now, he's actually stepping up for Yi Xiao. Li Xiqing was already sycophantic, and now Li Hanhai is here too? No more words, 1,000 words can only be condensed into 4. Yao Yao is amazing. After saying this, the fanatical supporter Li Hanhai disappeared from the livestream. After a while, Yi Xiao suddenly saw someone in the livestream say, "Awesome, brothers, I just heard that Li Hanhai went directly to that Wang Fuqiang's livestream." I saw it too. Yi Qiu was also in front of his phone. About 10 minutes later, his phone received a news alert. Wang Fuqiang of Fuqiang Group, suspected of fake donations, fraudulent donations, selling counterfeit products, and exceeding factory wastewater discharge standards, is now under investigation. In just 10 minutes, the Wang Fuqiang who was just boasting is now gone. Even a fool could guess who was behind this. However, Li Hanhai did a good deed without seeking recognition. After sending 100 super rockets to Yi Xiao's livestream, he logged off. At this moment, Wang Fuqiang was like an ant on a hot pan. He called his former friends, but none answered. Damn it! He was so angry that he threw his phone and cursed. A bunch of ungrateful little bastards. These guys used to flatter him every day when the Fuqiang Group was thriving, constantly fawning over him. Now that the group was in trouble, not a single call could get through. Every time he tried, it was always turned off. Wang Fuqiang couldn't understand. He had only hammered a network anchor, so why was it like this? Just when he was feeling hopeless, his phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw it was from the Regulatory Bureau. Wang Fuqiang, this time you've hit a brick wall. Think about the future of the Fuqiang Group, you're done for. After saying this, the other party hung up directly. Wang Fuqiang still couldn't understand why so many people were protecting that network anchor. She was just an anchor. Later, he learned that besides the Li family, there were also forces from Kyoto and many from the underworld that had taken action against the Fuqiang Group. In Yi Xiao's livestream, the viewers burst into laughter upon seeing this news. Is this it? Just this? The immortal master said he hadn't even started, and it was already over. I knew that Wang Fuqiang was no good. There were still quite a few people supporting him in his livestream. By the way, he had previously slandered our domestic brands, claiming he would support brands from the stick country. I didn't like him from that moment on. The stick country is the country I find most disgusting. Not only do they steal our traditional culture every day, but they also claim in international forums that we plagiarize their culture, as if the universe belongs to them. Yao Yao, what is the stick country? When Yi Qiu crossed into another world, this term didn't exist yet. It's the country next door that looks like a worm. They often criticize us online, saying we plagiarize their traditional culture. As Yi Xiao spoke, she also ended the live stream. This time, the duration of the live stream was equivalent to many days of her previous ones. They said outdoor live streaming was an easy way to rack up time. It was all a lie. After logging off, Yi Qiu also left Yi Xiao's tent. 3 girls slept in this tent, while he was in another tent alone. After returning to his tent, he took out his phone and checked the situation regarding the stick country stealing the traditional culture of the Xia country. There were also reports of the stick country launching a strong attack online, claiming Hanfu was theirs. This matter had caused quite a stir. Early the next morning, Xu Mingyue was already waiting at the entrance of Yiqiu's tent. She was nervously fiddling with her fingers. Finally, she could see the immortal master again. When she woke up yesterday, she was still groggy and embarrassed herself on the spot, so today she had to greet the immortal master properly. Just as Xu Mingyue was struggling with how to greet her idol, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Is there something? She turned around and was surprised to find it was Yiqiu. Xu Mingyue was a bit taken aback. She hadn't slept all night, thinking about how to explain to her leader when she got back. So she had come to wait at 5 in the morning and hadn't left, but the immortal master was outside. Did the immortal master go out last night too? Immortal master, do you remember me? This was the first time Xu Mingyue was alone with Yiqiu, and the excitement of being alone with her idol made her so nervous that she stumbled over her words. I don't remember. Xu Mingyue, is there something? Yiqiu asked. The young girl in front of him, he truly did not remember. It wasn't that he had a bad memory. He hardly paid attention to anyone other than Yao Yao. After spending 10,000 years in another world, if he had to remember every passerby in his life, he would truly be exhausted. Of course, he didn't want to admit that he was simply too lazy to remember. Xu Mingyue, and no, it's nothing. I just wanted to thank the immortal for saving me yesterday. It's a small matter. As long as it was something Yao Yao wanted to do, he would naturally help. After Yiqiu finished speaking, he nodded at Xu Mingyue and returned to his tent, leaving the police flower sister alone in the cold wind outside, feeling disheveled. Xu Mingyue stared blankly at the closed tent. After about a minute of silence, she suddenly looked up, hands covering her chest, with an expression of admiration. As expected of the immortal. So cold, so heartless, it's just too handsome. Immortal. It seemed that Xu Mingyue was not at all discouraged by Yiqiu's earlier attitude. Instead, she became even more excited. She took out a small notebook and began to write and draw in it. The immortal is a very serious person, but it is precisely his seriousness that shows his maturity and steadiness. This is what a real man should look like, she wrote, her eyes sparkling with stars. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was Yiqiu. Oh, Sister Mingyue, what are you doing here? She said she hadn't seen Xu Mingyue since getting up early, and it turned out she had come to her brother's tent. Yiqiu didn't remember Xu Mingyue, but Yiqiu did. This police flower sister who could pull out various props from her chest. Although a bit dazed, she was definitely a loyal fan of her brother. Yiqiu even followed Xu Mingyue's Douyin account and found that it was almost all videos about Yiqiu, which could be described as a fervent fan. There were even some small details about Yiqiu that she hadn't noticed herself, but Xu Mingyue did. For example, Yiqiu didn't like to eat green peppers. Yiqiu had never thought that her seemingly perfect brother would actually dislike green peppers. Isn't this just like Crayon Shinchan? How could she still find it somewhat cute? I want the immortals. I want the immortals. Of course. Also, where Yiqiu liked to sit when getting in the car. What habits he had when he got up in the morning. Which teapot he preferred to use when drinking tea. And the actions he took while brewing. And so on. This was simply meticulous observation. Therefore, Yiqiu had always had a good impression of Xu Mingyue. After all, she could feel that this police flower girl truly admired her brother. Xu Mingyue turned around and stuffed the small notebook back into her chest. I wanted to thank the immortal for saving me. Unfortunately, the immortal didn't remember who she was at all. Sister Mingyue felt wronged. As a seasoned fan of Yiqiu, she was not remembered by her idol. But isn't that how cultivators are? They have no emotions towards anything around them. Cold, heartless. This is the immortal. Hearing this, Yiqiu glanced at the tent and smiled. I just happened to be calling my brother for a meal. Let's go together. Upon hearing this, Xu Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it okay? Can I eat with the immortal? Yiqiu was startled by her expression. After a second of being stunned, she smiled and said, of course, and it's breakfast made by Xiaoxiao. It tastes really good. So, at Yiqiu's invitation, Xu Mingyue, this little fan of Yiqiu, finally realized her dream of having a meal with her idol Yiqiu. At the dining table, Xu Mingyue was rarely shy. You should know that when she was at the unit and in the army, she was the top eater. Don't be fooled by her small stature. Her appetite was anything but small. However, everyone knew where all that nutrition went. Yiqiu noticed that Xu Mingyue was staring at Yiqiu without eating, so she asked, Sister Mingyue, why did you come to Lingshan with us? Upon hearing this, Xu Mingyue paused with her chopsticks in her mouth. She chuckled softly, her gaze flickering. are you also wanting a piece of ice crystal? Yi Xiao asked. After all, everyone's focus on this trip to Lingshan was those ice crystals. But to everyone's surprise, Xu Mingyue shook her head. I'm just curious about how the immortal master climbs the mountain. Yi Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao. Yi Qiao, so, this girl came just to see how her brother climbs the mountain? Yi Xiao thought that if Xu Mingyue weren't such a cute, sweet, and adorable little police flower, and a loyal fan of her brother, she would have definitely said something to her. The meal was quite enjoyable. At least, Xu Mingyue was very happy. So happy that she even forgot about having to go back and face punishment. By the way, Sister Mingyue, do you want to see the ice crystals? After finishing the meal, Yi Xiao smiled at Xu Mingyue. After all, this little police flower had gone through so much effort and almost froze to death on the snowy mountain. She had to show her those beautiful ice crystals. I'll have my brother bring one out for you later. Yi Xiao thought Xu Mingyue would jump up in excitement. But unexpectedly, she suddenly leaned in and whispered in Yi Xiao's ear, if I don't want those ice crystals, can you give me something else? Yi Xiao? This little girl actually wants something else? What could be more precious than ice crystals? Just a little bit of those could probably sell for a lot of money. What do you want? Yi Xiao thought that this Miss Xu Mingyue had quite the appetite. Then she heard the other party whispering in her ear, if possible, I'd rather have a bath photo of the immortal master, Yi Xiao? The question mark was written all over her face. She looked at Xu Mingyue, momentarily at a loss for words. The Xu Mingyue in front of her raised her right hand, placing it behind her head, smiling with a silly expression. Yi Xiao felt a bit speechless. I might not have a bath photo, but I do have regular photos. Upon hearing this, Xu Mingyue immediately deflated. If it was just regular photos, she already had plenty of those. She could just take screenshots from the videos. She wanted a special one that no one else had. Seeing Xu Mingyue's disappointed expression, Yi Xiao suddenly had a bright idea. How about I help you try when we get home? A bath photo of her brother would definitely be interesting. The little police flower perked up immediately. Thank you, Yao Yao. I love you, Yao Yao. Yi Xiao was suddenly hugged, her chest pressed against two soft, huge cotton candy-like mounds, making it hard for her to breathe. She finally understood why Xu Mingyue's chest was like Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket, able to pull out anything from there. This place was truly turbulent. After the meal, Yi Xiao still invited Xu Mingyue to take a look at the ice crystals, even though the girl showed no interest at all. Inside the tent, Yi Xiao first tagged everyone in the fan group. Yao Yao, all members, my darlings, live stream in 2 minutes. Coming. Waiting. I thought you weren't going to stream today, Yao Yao. In fact, there was no need for Yi Xiao to tag everyone at all. Her live stream room has thousands of viewers constantly on standby, never logging off, watching 24 hours a day. They are afraid of missing any moment of Yi Qiao. The fans in the chat excitedly opened the live stream. After about a minute of waiting, the previously black screen suddenly lit up. The first thing they saw was a thick, long ice crystal. Yao Yao, is this your idea of a morning show? This is an ice crystal. What are you thinking? I think this size suits me just fine. This size is about the same as mine. Starting off with something like this so early? You guys should be careful, don't get too carried away. Yi Xiao moved the ice crystal aside and pointed the camera at herself. Why the ice crystal? I want to see the ice crystal. I'm tired of this face. I want to see the immortal lord. Yao Yao, move aside. No, I just tagged you all to come watch my livestream. What do you mean by this now? I'm angry. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, Miss Yao Yao, can you move the camera to the immortal lord? Just a little bit. Treasure House sent a super rocket and commented. 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, I'm different from them. I just want to see Yao Yao. Hey, Yao Yao, your camera is tilted. Wait for me, immortal lord. Is there even a need to learn this? Yi Xiao, I refuse. Sending gifts is useless. But Yao Yao, once you take this thing back, you can't process it. The viewers have seen it before. Even experts need high-end cutting machines to cut it down. Although the immortal lord can break it, it doesn't mean it can be processed. Yi Xiao, that seems to be true. She turned back. Brother, can you process this? Yi Xiao asked. Yi Qiao heard this and walked over. He looked at the ice crystal in Yi Xiao's hand. I can. He remembered that when he signed in, he seemed to have learned a book on carving techniques, which were directly transmitted into his mind. Yi Xiao didn't have much hope, but she didn't expect to get a positive answer from Yi Qiao. Brother, you actually know how. When did you learn it? Is there even a need to learn this? Yi Qiao looked puzzled. Isn't it something you just naturally know how to do? Yes, the eyes learned, but the hands are useless. The eyes learned, that's learning. The immortal lord doesn't need to learn, the hands just naturally know how. I learned, and now I only have one hand left that can still be used. Give it to me. Yi Qiao reached out, and Yi Xiao obediently placed the ice crystal in his hand. Chu Mingyue and Lin Xiaoxiao also curiously leaned over, especially Chu Mingyue, whose big eyes sparkled with excitement. The viewers in the livestream were thrilled to see Yiqiu sitting in front of the camera, as if they had reached a climax. The gifts poured in wildly. "Whose is this?" "It's Fei Xue's." "Fei Xue, what do you want?" "I'll have my brother make it for you right now," Yi Xiao asked the livestream. Fei Xue was so excited, it was as if she had won millions. Her fingers trembled as she typed, "Make a pair of bracelets, 2 earrings, a ring, and a necklace." The size of this ice crystal is more than enough to make these items, even more than sufficient. Little Mengchen was also in the livestream, and upon hearing that Yiqiu was going to make a set of accessories for Fei Xue, she was practically going crazy with excitement. Although Fei Xue had already said they were fine now, she felt that as long as she softened her stance, given how much Fei Xue had valued her in the past, she would definitely change her mind. Besides, if it could really be made, it would be the first in the world. Little Mengchen, no, we don't need the bracelets, make 2 more necklaces instead. "Who are you?" "Fei Xue's former partner." Little Mengchen, no, Fei Xue and I were just having a spat. "Fei Xue, who are you?" "I made some jewelry for my mom. Does that have anything to do with you? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Acting like my mom?" Ha 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 ha. That slap in the face came too quickly. Fei Xue is amazing. Fei Xue's words are quite sharp too. "I'm a fan now. A good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already passed." "Well done, bro." Little Mengchen saw Fei Xue's barrage and was so angry she couldn't speak. In the end, under the beautiful language attacks from the viewers, she could only leave the live stream. Of course, before leaving, she privately messaged Li Xicheng. "Little Mengchen, Your Highness, what happened just now was all a misunderstanding. Tip, you have been blocked by the other party, please add them as a friend to send a message." Little Mengchen never expected that she had been blocked by Li Xicheng. She heard that Li Xicheng liked her type, didn't he? Why did all those internet celebrities succeed? But she didn't. Little Mengchen couldn't figure it out. There was no way to add Li Xicheng, so she could only cry and return to her own live stream to complain. "I don't know what's wrong, Fei Xue just won't pay attention to me. After watching the live stream, why don't you understand why he won't pay attention to you? Sorry, I just came to your live stream today to tell you that I'm unfollowing you." The one speaking was a big shot on Little Mengchen's leaderboard. He had sent gifts worth tens of thousands. "Unfollowing? Huh? What are you watching a beauty live stream for? Isn't it just about measuring 2 lumps of flesh? Compared to Xianzuan, it's all trash, right? Isn't Xianzuan great? Let's send gifts to Xianzuan. I'm leaving to watch Xianzuan. Bye." Little Mengchen was stunned. It felt like the sky had fallen. What on earth is happening? She just rejected a Fei Xue, and now all her fans are gone. Thinking about the missed opportunity with Fei Xue, Little Mengchen cried directly. Compared to her already cold livestream, Yi Xiao's side was on fire. "Is this all I need?" At this moment, Yi Xiao weighed the ice crystal in his palm. "Fei Xue, yes, just this. Sigh, envy makes me feel like I'm splitting apart. I really want the jewelry made by Xianzuan personally, but how is Xianzuan going to make it? Even if he can break it, it doesn't mean he can carve it. Don't worry about Xianzuan's matters, just watch." Yi Qiu heard the barrage, his eyelids flickered, and he reached out to take out a small knife. This knife looked similar to a utility knife. The blade was very thin. It didn't seem like something that could carve the ice crystal. "Ah, is Xianzuan really going to use this to make jewelry?" "Yes, this will do." Yi Qiu nodded. The next second, the viewers in the live stream only saw his right hand move, and before them was just a shadow. Even when slowed down in a recording, Yi Qiu's movements were unclear. In this scene, not only Yi Xiao sitting next to Yi Qiu, but also Chu Mingyue and Lin Xiaoxiao, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily speechless. The barrage on the screen had disappeared. If it weren't for the online viewer count and popularity above the live stream being real, perhaps no one would believe there were people in this live stream. Yi Qiu lowered his head, looking at the ice crystal in his hand. His movements showed no sign of stopping. The techniques kept surfacing in his mind. He just looked at the ice crystal, and his right hand began to move on its own. This almost immersive carving looked like art to others, although it was too fast to understand. After about 5 minutes, it seemed the viewers in the live stream finally snapped out of their shock. The barrage started to flood the screen again. "What the hell? Wow, I can't believe it. What just happened to me? How did I unknowingly get attracted by Xianzuan?" "Me too. I just stared at Xianzuan, unable to look away, not even wanting to move my hands. I just wanted to see it last forever." Sometimes, carving is also a form of art. Many traditional crafts of the Summer Kingdom are exquisite artistic treasures and a cultural heritage passed down through generations. Yi Qiu's series of operations just now was a manifestation of thousands of years of cultural accumulation in the Summer Kingdom, merely a glimpse of brilliance that captivated everyone, making them unable to extricate themselves. Yao Yao, you spoil me just like my mom does. Every cut Yi Qiu made, though seemingly ordinary, completely drew everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, a pair of crystal-clear ice bracelets appeared before everyone. Let's make a pair of bracelets first. My goodness, this is too exquisite. Observant viewers noticed that the pair of bracelets Yi Qiu completed had intricate carvings on them. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the patterns were blooming carnations, but the designs on the two bracelets were different. One featured a lily. Carnations are the most suitable flowers to give to mothers, and lilies are also quite fitting. Seeing this, Fei Shui was so moved that she cried out loud. Ah, I'm so envious. Yi Qiu took a break for about 5 minutes, just enough time to sip some tea, before picking up the remaining ice crystals to carve. This time, he didn't stop but directly completed all the remaining components. The earrings were shaped like ginkgo leaves, and the necklace was in the shape of a teardrop, which, if looked at closely, had a lotus flower carved within the teardrop. How Yi Qiu managed to do this, no one knew. These were all requested by Fei Shui herself. Damn, not only can I get something personally carved by the immortal lord, but I can even customize it? What kind of treatment is this? The viewers were so envious they felt like jumping out of the screen to give Fei Shui a good beating. After all, this kind of thing was even harder than winning 5 million. Once Yi Qiu finished carving everything, he handed it over to Lin Xiaoxiao. This entire set of jewelry didn't even need to be deliberately polished or smoothed out. Yi Qiu completed what would take others countless hours with just a utility knife. With just a utility knife, he effortlessly cut through ice crystals that experts couldn't even slice. This was simply a divine being descending to the mortal realm. Alright, I'll have Xiaoxiao send it to you later, Yi Shiyao said with a smile. Now, Lin Xiaoxiao was almost entirely responsible for these matters, so she felt very reassured handing it over to her. Brother, are you tired? Do you want to eat some fruit? Yi Shiyao handed an apple to Yi Qiu. Not tired, just a bit of arm exercise, Yi Qiu replied, taking the apple casually. A bit of exercise? Got it, I'll try it too. After trying, my right hand is useless. Yi Qiu heard the barrage of comments and took a bite of the apple. Your current physical condition definitely won't work. If you have the help of the powerful green vegetables, it might be possible, but it also depends on the person. Right, the powerful green vegetables. Yi Shiyao suddenly remembered the powerful green vegetables she promised everyone. As soon as the viewers in the livestream heard the words powerful green vegetables, it was as if a widow saw a single strong man rushing over to chat with him. The excitement was simply beyond words. Powerful green vegetables. Powerful green vegetables. Hurry and put them on the shelves. Yao Yao, I can't wait anymore. I've already taken my pants off, just waiting for the powerful green vegetables to be available. Recently, I've been binge eating just to get constipated, hoping the effects of the powerful green vegetables would last longer. No need to be so troublesome, just get a piston. The brother upstairs is amazing. Yi Xiao opened the back end and casually found a picture of green vegetables online to upload. Next was the price. However, at this point, she paused. By the way, what was the price I mentioned last time? Did she say it before? Seems like I never said it before. No way, Yao Yao, you can forget this? People get old, memory isn't good, but I was thinking about this disaster area reconstruction. As long as you are currently in the disaster area for rescue, just provide me with proof from the administrator, and once verified, I will directly give you 5 big strength vegetables. I think this should be useful, right? Envious, though very envious, but Yao Yao is right to do this. I support Yao Yao. Hee, then let's consider the other things as a benefit, 100 yuan each. After Yi Shiyao finished speaking, she turned to Yi Qiu. Brother, what do you think? As long as you like it. Those things, to put it simply, were just transitional items he used during his beginner phase. If we were to rate the big strength vegetables, they would probably be auxiliary items. You can give away as many of those broken vegetables as you want. Broken vegetables. Here it comes, the classic Versailles from the immortal master, but I just love this flavor. That's inevitable. If it were someone else, it wouldn't even be possible to be so humble. Then I'll put them on the shelf now. Yi Xiao was no longer a streamer just trying to survive. Now, it was purely a hobby, and since those fans seemed to really enjoy watching her brother, Yi Xiao would continue. After all, having so many people who like her brother is truly a good thing. By the way, let me remind you, each person can only buy up to 2. My brother said there are plenty, so you don't need to create small accounts or devices to grab them. My little yellow bike will be frequently stocked. After all, good things should be shared. See how good I am to you. Babe, am I not a fan-loving streamer? Not just loving fans. Yao Yao, you spoil me just like my mom. Yao Yao, you spoil me even more than my grandma. Yao Yao, you spoil me like an elder in my family. No, Yao Yao spoils me more than my mom. Yi Xiao? Although these people were indeed praising her, why did it sound a bit off? Alright, I've put up 5,000 vegetables, but I set a time limit. You can start bidding after half an hour. You don't need to worry about shipping. Xiao Xiao has already contacted them. The National Logistics Company can deliver even to those remote mountainous areas, or even if you're in some deep mountain retreat, they can deliver to your door. Yi Xiao was right. The reason why National Logistics became the leader in the logistics industry is because of their delivery locations. In the vast Xia country, as long as human footsteps can reach, National Logistics can deliver the mail. Excited heart, trembling hands, let's see if I can get some when I make my move. Young Masterly, the Emperor first, reserve 10 at 11,000 each, message me for sales. Li Xiqing's operation left the live stream audience dumbfounded. It hasn't even started, and the price of the big strength vegetables has already skyrocketed? Yi Xiao looked at the excited faces of the viewers in the livestream and could only start useless persuasion. You don't need to rush, there will be plenty more in the future. My brother said there are really a lot. Yao Yao, even if there are more, it won't be enough for us to share. Your livestream has several million people. My brother said the reason there aren't many now is that they haven't been planted on a large scale yet. In the future, I guarantee each of you will get at least one. A battle royale? I've participated in one before. A battle royale? I've participated in one, no way. Really? Really, more real than pearls, ha ha ha. Yi Xiao said with a smile. What she said was the truth. My brother said this stuff isn't worth much, and the growth cycle is very short. As long as you want it, I'll have my brother plant more, so everyone don't need to worry. Although Yi Xiao indeed said this, the viewers in the livestream truly believed her, but they still stayed by the little yellow bike, waiting to snatch those 5,000 big strength vegetables. After all, experiencing something early and experiencing it late feels fundamentally different. And in reality, at this moment, the ones lurking in Yi Xiao's livestream the most are still those online streamers. Just the fake review streamers alone number in the thousands. These fake review streamers are just waiting to buy the powerful green vegetables and then start riding the wave of popularity with their fake reviews. After all, regarding the effects of the powerful green vegetables, only Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao have tried them, and no one really knows how they are. With over 1 million people, there are bound to be some who don't believe it. Just like now, there are still people who don't believe in the existence of aliens. Yi Xiao made a comment about playing PUBG. In the end, she didn't fire a shot and made it to the last two. During the final circle, Yi Xiao was stunned. What's going on? Where are they? I was just about to go all out. Where are they? They must be cheating. The final circle was very small. Yi Xiao looked around and indeed didn't see anyone. At this moment, the bullet comments started mocking her. Electronic sports don't require vision. Maybe her dynamic vision is great, but her static vision is 0. Bro, are you new here? I see you're overestimating her, whether dynamic or static, her vision is 0. Is this really a streamer from the PUBG section? Is this really a gaming streamer? Yi Xiao, what do you mean by that? I've at least won a chicken dinner myself, okay? I think Yao Yao, you should find someone to play with you, otherwise, just watching is exhausting. Don't talk about chickens, let's keep it civil. Bro, watch your words. Watch my words? I think you guys are the ones with bad intentions. Yi Xiao also understood what the viewers meant. Since they said that, it must be that person humiliating her. She gritted her teeth, squinted her eyes, but just couldn't find the last remaining person. Just as Yi Xiao was about to start shooting wildly, Yi Xiao walked up beside her and casually pointed at the computer screen. Is it this one? Following Yi Xiao's well-defined and good-looking finger, Yi Xiao actually saw a person hiding in the grass. It really is. After seeing that person, Yi Xiao raised her gun without hesitation, ready to take them out. At that moment, the other party seemed to have realized her intention. Both fired at the same time, but Yi Xiao's action was several seconds faster. By the time the other person reacted, they were already gone. Yi Xiao looked at Yi Xiao's hand resting on the mouse, her eyes wide open. Bro, you can play this too? Yi Xiao retracted his arm and said, I played before, got thrown into the dark forest with a bunch of people. Yi Xiao, the viewers in the live stream? Immortal, tell us more. Hearing this, it feels like the Immortal has experienced a real battle royale. I'm already pumped up. Yi Xiao rarely reminisced about the past. After finally recalling, he sat down and slowly said, back then, we were thrown into the dark forest with 200 people, but in the end, only one person could leave. Hiss, just listening to it gives me goosebumps. So thrilling. I don't want to be human anymore. I want to participate in such activities. In Yi Xiao's memory, the scenes from that time appeared. In reality, it was a selection by the system. It was just 10 days after he crossed into another world. 200 people, and the winner would permanently receive a heaven-defying sign-in system, and the equipment they had was what they obtained from signing in during those 10 days. To be honest, during that battle royale, Ichio truly realized the cruelty and harshness of human nature. So who won in the end? Stupid fool? Stupid idiot? Right. Immortal, just stand there and tell us who won. Just as the fans were verbally attacking that person, Ichio spoke again. I won. He had indeed answered that silly question seriously. Live stream. Yi Xiao. After a moment of silence, the Immortal Lord is still impressive. I was about to ask that too, but someone beat me to it. Ha, I also wanted to ask. To be answered seriously by the Immortal Lord is simply an honor. Just a moment ago, we were calling that questioner a fool, and now they've started to turn into sycophants. So, damn, can you all stop being so double standard? Yi Xiao looked at the barrage of comments, feeling both amused and exasperated. By the way, there are 5 minutes left. Remember to buy things from the little yellow cart. The time she set was almost up. Don't worry, Yao Yao, even if I forget to cook for my wife, I won't forget to grab the big leafy greens. Even if I forget to make brown sugar water for my girlfriend, I won't forget to grab the big leafy greens. Bro, your perspective is too narrow. Worrying about my wife and girlfriend while grabbing big leafy greens? Heh, women only affect the speed of my fingers. At this moment, although many people in the livestream were still sending comments, appearing calm and peaceful, in reality, a storm was brewing. Some pulled out their best equipment, and some even rushed to subscribe to the most expensive broadband. There were even people who called their whole family to help grab purchases. At this moment, there were millions of fans waiting in Yi Xiao's livestream for the little yellow cart. After all, $100 is something anyone can come up with. As the countdown began, Yi Xiao felt a bit nervous. She stared intently at the remaining quantity. When it disappeared in the last second, that 5,000 quantity actually turned to 0 in just 1 second. This is ridiculous. Someone must be cheating. Li Gongzi, Emperor Hihi, I grabbed one. Damn, it's really infuriating how some people can win at life so easily, even grabbing things so effortlessly. Li Gongzi, Emperor no choice, who told me I'm handsome? Yi Chou glanced at the livestream, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, Li Siqing, you can give your share to someone else. Li Gongzi, Emperor no way, master. Yi Chou, no way about what? Li Gongzi, Emperor master, I meant I don't want to give it to others. Don't worry, I'll draw someone later to give it to them. Whoa, I want to see the Immortal Lord destroy a nation. Whoa, I want to see the Immortal Lord destroy the big leafy greens of Li Siqing. Old complainer, Emperor Ha, laughed to death. Who told you to show off? Isn't it better to quietly make a fortune like me? Yi Xiao, old complainer, you should contribute yours too, if you don't want to be sent warmth. Old complainer, Emperor okay, Yao Yao, laughing to death. This might be what they call the joy of mentally challenged children. If you didn't grab it, don't worry, new stock will be up soon. Okay Yao Yao, my dad will always stay for the big leafy greens. Alright, I'll log off now. I'll live stream for you again tonight. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she didn't wait for the fans to respond and directly ended the stream. This woman is quite quick. Women can be quick, but men cannot. Sigh, I wanted to see the Immortal Lord a bit longer. No choice, I'll watch again tonight. Yi Xiao closed the live stream. She tidied up her things and then left the tent with Yi Qiu. Around 3 in the afternoon, the three of them arrived at the familiar Jian city. Xu Mingyue was taken back by a few big shots from her workplace, and before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Yi Xiao about the promise she made. Yi Xiao twitched her lips and nodded. Only then did Xu Mingyue leave with peace of mind. Back home, Yi Xiao had just sat down on the sofa, ready to enjoy the air conditioning and check her phone. As soon as she opened her phone, she saw the messages exploding. The administrator messaged directly. Yao Yao, something happened. Something happened. What is it? Seeing the administrator so anxious, it must be a big deal. Yi Xiao also clicked into the group. What's going on? When they saw Yi Xiao finally appear, someone in the group said, Yao Yao, this morning the jewelry that the Immortal Master carved was put online by some guys from the Korean country, and they said it was plagiarized from them. Again with the Korean country. Yi Xiao was furious. Just a couple of days ago, she heard about how during the Olympics, people from the Korean country didn't follow the rules and intentionally hurt others. Now this happened. It was simply disgusting. Show me the link. After Yi Xiao said that, the link appeared below. She usually kept some games from the country with a good life open while browsing the internet, so she could directly access the post. Don't be fooled by Yi Xiao's appearance. She was a top student in school. Although not as good as Lin Xiaoxiao, she still took several language electives, and perhaps Yi Xiao had a talent for languages, as her grades in those subjects were excellent. So the Korean characters were completely no problem for her. Yi Xiao finished reading the post. She also saw the images posted in that thread. wasn't that just the video of her brother showcasing the carved piece to his fans this morning? This is ridiculous. Can they really spy and post it on an international website? How can this be tolerated? What can be tolerated by others, Yi Xiao cannot tolerate. These Koreans are so shameless. How can they say my immortal master plagiarized? Damn it, I'm getting on a plane right now to find their leader. Yi Xiao, however, I really haven't browsed their site much before. I just took a look, and it was simply eye-watering. Do you know what I saw? Yi Xiao held her phone, squinting her eyes, with a face full of disdain. Yao, hurry and wash your eyes. What did you see? Yi Xiao, besides stealing our culture and forcefully claiming heritage, there are also idiots from the Korean country saying that only people from their country are the best in the world. I'm about to throw up. Ugh. Seeing those brainless comments, Yi Xiao was simply furious. Yao, you don't understand. People from the Korean country said that the Buddha and Jesus are from their country. Damn, the universe belongs to them. Darwin's theory of evolution should be overturned. In fact, the Korean country is the origin of the universe. Yi Xiao didn't want to look anymore. She really didn't know what these people had in their heads. Yao, you don't know. People from the Korean country also like to invent things. It's said that traditional Chinese medicine was invented by them. Dog head, right. The atomic bomb was also originally invented by the Korean country. Yi Xiao, don't worry, those idiots from the Korean country are just delusional. Yao, keep it low-key. Be a lady. Yi Xiao stated, I've always been a lady, but these people actually say my brother plagiarized their culture. She was so angry her head hurt. Yao, what's wrong? Just after placing those ice crystals in Yi Xiao's room, Yi Qiu noticed that his younger sister seemed a bit off. Yi Xiao saw Yi Qiu and rushed over with her phone. Brother, I'm here. Look at this. Yi Xiao held the phone in front of Yi Qiu. These people say you plagiarized their traditional culture. Yi Qiu? After calming Yi Xiao down, he took the phone and sat on the sofa. What does this mean? It's like this. Yi Xiao recounted the content of the article word for word to Yi Qiu. During the process, she noticed that her brother's expression didn't change much, but it felt a bit different. That's it. By the way, those people from the Korean country also stole our festivals. The most ridiculous thing is that the country of sticks actually succeeded in applying for heritage status. This is just absurd. I'm going to take a look, Yi Qiu said, standing up and walking towards the door. Yi Xiao looked at him and curiously asked, Brother, where are you going? To the country of sticks. Before Yi Xiao could respond, he had already disappeared at the door. Yi Xiao could only sit back on the sofa. The group chat was still exploding. After all, this involved Yi Qiu. Yao, don't worry. I heard that those big shots on your list have taken action. This definitely won't just end like this. My brother just said he was going to the country of sticks. Yao, why didn't you say you were going with him? You should go live with him. Oh my, the immortal master is personally going to the country of sticks. This is the rhythm of destroying a country. Damn it, I really want to see the immortal master live stream the destruction of a country. Whoa, I want to see the immortal master destroy a country. Yao, is it too late to call the immortal master now? Yi Xiao thought for a moment and then dialed Yi Qiu's number. Brother, where are you now? On the other end of the line, there was a harsh sound of wind, whooshing, as if it was very strong. Could it be that he was in a car? In the country of sticks? Yi Xiao was stunned. From the time her brother left home until now, plus the time she spent chatting in the group, it had only been a little over 10 minutes. How could he already be in the country of sticks? Kneeling. After a while, there was some static on the line. Then a strong explosion sound came through. Yao, I'll call you back in a bit, Yi Qiu said before hanging up. At that moment, the friends in the group suddenly sent messages. Yao, it seems something happened over in the country of sticks. It seems that during a military exercise, all the fighter jets had problems and exploded in midair. Explosion? Hearing those two words, Yi Xiao recalled the explosion sound that had just come from the phone. Could it be that her brother was at the military exercise base just now? That's why there were explosion sounds around. Yao, where is the immortal master now? Is he going to destroy a country? Yi Xiao smiled awkwardly. Destroying a country is a bit much. After all, it's still a big country. Yao is right, there are ordinary citizens, and those people are innocent. What innocent? I don't see a single good person in the country of sticks. Bro, that's too absolute. Look at our Xia country, we have traitors too. Recently, haven't they been calling for us to report spies? They even said there's a reward of 500,000 for successful reports. I swear, just looking at my roommate makes me think he looks like 500,000. I see, no wonder my roommate hung me up yesterday and made me admit I was a spy. His eyes were shining with who knows what. Now that you mention it, I also think my roommate has issues. What should I do? Yi Xiao, so, I think you all look like 500,000. She chatted in the live stream for a while and then sent a message to Yichio. Brother, are you still in the country of sticks? Yichio replied almost instantly. When will you be back? She was still a bit worried about Yichio's safety after the explosion incident just happened. No matter how strong her brother was, if he encountered an explosion, I'll be back by dinner time. Hearing this, Yichio looked up at the wall clock. Goodness, that would be in 2 hours, right? Then I'll tell Xiao to get dinner ready first. Wait for you to come back, okay, brother? Okay. Yichio hung up the phone and then went to help Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao liked to have the TV on while working, usually playing news programs. Yichio walked over with a bowl of milk from the living room, preparing to take it to Xiao. A male voice suddenly reached her ears. If it were just a male voice, it wouldn't be surprising. If it were just a male voice speaking Korean, that wouldn't be strange either. But what was strange was the content. Yichio turned her head and looked at the large television screen. On the screen, an old man over 50 stood in front of countless reporters, saying to everyone, "We, the Bangzi Nation, will absolutely no longer steal any traditional culture from Xia country, and today, as the leader of the Bangzi Nation, I stand here to apologize to all the people of Xia." After he finished speaking, he unexpectedly knelt down right in front of all the reporters. Clang! Yichio's mouth dropped open in shock, and the bowl of milk in her hand fell to the ground. As the milk spilled at her feet, she finally came to her senses. Xiao, seeing this, hurried over to lick up the milk that had fallen on the ground. After all, the owner had said before that dogs must be frugal. If they weren't, they would go hungry. Yichio felt the gentle touch on the top of her foot and finally regained her composure. When she looked closely, she realized it was Xiao licking her foot. Stop! Bringing Xiao to its territory, Yichio didn't have time to clean up the remaining milk on the floor and hurriedly sat down on the sofa. We, the Bangzi Nation, were wrong. On behalf of the entire nation, I apologize to Xia country once again. I have applied to remove the Duan festival from our Bangzi culture and return it to Xia country, and those who made inappropriate comments online will also be arrested and made to pay for their actions. Furthermore, regarding the incident where a citizen of our Bangzi Nation publicly slandered a gentleman from Xia country for plagiarism on a platform, we will take the most serious measures. The person who posted that has already been handed over to the embassy. Whether he lives or dies, how to deal with him will be decided by the people of Xia. Yichio was truly dumbfounded. The leader of a nation actually knelt like this. It wasn't just Yichio. At this moment, all the people of Blue Star were shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. This kneeling nearly paralyzed the entire Blue Star's internet. Only Xia country's internet was still running smoothly. Many netizens rushed onto Weibo, discussing the matter at the first opportunity. Shocking! Has this world really come to this? The leader of the Bangzi Nation kneels to apologize to the people of Xia. The Bangzi Nation returns traditional culture. The Bangzi Nation has backed down. This is a great relief. The trending topics directly dominated Weibo's hot search. After all, this was the leader of a nation, the person who held all the power in the Bangzi Nation. Now, in front of countless news media reporters, he knelt down to apologize and admit his mistakes, and his attitude was incredibly humble. This was simply big news. No, it was explosive news. Yichio watched the live broadcast from the National Vision TV station. The reporters had already rushed to the Bangzi Nation the moment they received the news. Even the capital was in an uproar. The searches were all about the crazy actions of the Bangzi Nation's leader today. The Bangzi Nation's apology directly provoked ridicule from everyone on Blue Star. People abroad, while enjoying the spectacle, didn't forget to throw in a few jabs, especially the country that was doing quite well. They had been longtime enemies of the Bangzi Nation, and now they had entered full-on mocking mode. Thus, netizens from both sides began to attack each other. Yichio comfortably sat on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, laughing as she watched the dogs bite each other. After she logged out, she found that her group chat had exploded. Yao, come out. This is too exciting, right? The Bangzi Nation actually knelt down? This must be the work of the immortal, right? It has to be the immortal. Yichio, I don't know. Anyway, my brother just went to the Bangzi Nation. It must be the immortal. Otherwise, how could that old guy specifically mention the immortal being accused of plagiarism? Extraordinary. At this moment, extraordinary, am already filled with tears. This must be the hot blood of a man. Extraordinary feels very regretful. Regretful for why I put my energy into those women back then. Until I met the immortal Lord. It was really too damn fragrant. The strongest. The immortal Lord is simply invincible. I, the children of Xia country, am proud. Yichio, hey, this matter might be someone else's. As soon as Yi Xiao sent this message, a voice came from the television. To express our apologies and remorse, our country will compensate Xia country with 10 trillion won, and additionally compensate the victim, Miss Yi Xiao, with 1 trillion won. Renowned double standards. What double standards? Yi Xiao was shocked. What is this operation? Why is she singled out? And the one being scolded is my brother. Why has the compensation target become her? 1 trillion won. Is this real? Yi Xiao was still in shock. The fans in the group were also so shocked that they couldn't even shout. Yao Yao is amazing. Directly getting 1 trillion won for free. Wow. Yao Yao is a rich lady, seeking to be supported. Yao Yao, I don't want much, just 100 million won will do. This money should belong to Yao Yao and the Immortal Lord. You all shouldn't think about it. Li Xiqing, Administrator Yao Yao, are you live streaming tonight? Yeah, the Immortal Lord almost wiped out the Korean nation today. Otherwise that guy wouldn't have come out to kneel and apologize. So when is the Immortal Lord coming back? Yao Yao, you must be tired. If the Immortal Lord isn't coming back, you don't have to stream tonight. Yes, Yao Yao, you've been streaming too long these past few days. We all feel sorry for you. Girls need to take good care of themselves. Don't work too hard. Your fans don't want you to be too tired. Yao Yao, I also think you're too tired. Look at you, your little face has slimmed down a lot. It's heartbreaking. Yao Yao, you don't even have to go offline tonight, just don't stream. Yi Xiao saw how much the fans in the group cared for her, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. So everyone cares about her so much. She then started typing. I'm touched. I originally planned to stream tonight when my brother comes back, but I didn't expect everyone to care about me so much, so I'll take a day off. What? The Immortal Lord can come back tonight? Yao Yao, refuse to go offline. If you don't stream tonight, I'll unfollow. Yao Yao, you've rested enough yesterday and today, right? It's fine to stream for a bit after resting for so long, right? What happened to the dedicated streamer? Still want to go offline? Yi Xiao? What the hell? Are these people toxic? Yi Xiao, just now you all told me to rest. Now you've changed your tune. Ha, men. Yao Yao, I'm a girl, but I also hope you stream tonight. Me too. Girl, what kind of joke is this? The Immortal Lord is going home. How can we miss the exciting moment? They can still ask the Immortal Lord what exactly happened to the Korean nation today. How could it make their leader kneel and apologize in front of reporters from around the world and compensate with trillions of won? Just thinking about such a thing makes one's blood boil. They must know the details. Treasure Pavilion, first time speaking in the group. Unfortunately, I can't send gifts, so I'll send a red envelope first. Treasure Pavilion's voice red envelope Immortal Lord is amazing. Click to convert to text. A row of voice messages came down. Yi Xiao didn't grab any. After all, such a second-rate slogan, she might as well skip it. Alright, I'll stream for you tonight. Just right. She also wanted to know what her brother did to the Korean nation. There's an old saying in Xia country. A man has gold beneath his knees, kneel to heaven, kneel to the earth, kneel to parents. Moreover, the old man's identity was still there. No matter how you put it, it was just too ridiculous. With this kneel, he directly brought down the dignity and status of the country. From now on, that country would never be able to hold its head high in the international arena. All that was left for them was to be a laughingstock. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she put down her phone and went to help Lin Xiaoxiao bring the prepared dishes to the table. Yao Yao, how long until brother Yi Qiu gets home? He should be back soon. Yi Xiao thought for a moment. According to what her brother said, it had already been 2 hours since then. It was just the right time for dinner. Just as Yi Xiao finished speaking, the sound of the door opening came from the entrance. The two sisters excitedly ran over. They saw Yi Qiu standing at the door with 2 cups of milk tea, ready to come in. Brother! Yi Xiao ran over excitedly, almost hanging onto Yi Qiu. Compared to Yi Xiao's casualness, Lin Xiaoxiao was more reserved. She quietly stood by, a smile on her face. Brother Yi Qiu, you're back. Yi Qiu nodded and handed the milk tea in his hand to Yi Xiao. I could have come back earlier, but the line at the milk tea shop was too long, and the ice hadn't melted. Brother, you're so nice. Yi Xiao took the milk tea, her face full of satisfaction. How could he be so nice? Yi Qiu looked at Yi Xiao, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Because you are my sister. Silly girl. Being good to your sister is just the way it should be. At least, Yi Qiu felt that after returning to Blue Star, the only meaning in his life was to treat his remaining family member well. However, at that moment, Yi Qiu suddenly recalled the broken little tripod he had found at his original home. In a daze, he felt that the accident back then was truly too unexpected. Brother, come eat first. Xiaoxiao made delicious food. After we finish eating, I want to ask you what you did. Okay. Yi Qiu came back to his senses and followed Yi Xiao to the dining room. Having gotten used to living with Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, he really felt something was missing if he didn't eat for a day. After dinner, Yi Xiao promptly opened her computer and logged into her live streaming account. As soon as she logged in, the number of viewers in the upper right corner began to skyrocket. Yao Yao, someone on Weibo said they saw the immortal lord go buy milk tea. Yi Xiao shook the milk tea in her hand. What? Are you talking about this milk tea? How infuriating. Jealous. I have already separated from my essence. I have already split into strands. Yi Xiao was also a bit curious about what her brother looked like when he went to buy milk tea, so she clicked on that trending topic. She almost burst out laughing at the comments. Let me see which little fresh meat it is. Buying a milk tea is such a big deal? Fans are blocking the way? Oh, it's the Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord is awesome. I love you, Immortal Lord. Let me take a look. These internet celebrities really think they are top tier? It's so crowded, isn't it annoying? What? It's the Immortal Lord. Bring out the glow sticks. Everyone shout louder. Haven't you eaten? Ktaha Yi Xiao looked at these double standards and laughed out loud. Yao Yao, where's the Immortal Lord? Where's the Immortal Lord? Excited heart, trembling hands, I clicked in and it wasn't my male god, the Immortal Lord. I've been waiting all day for this moment. Yao Yao, I won't let you sleep tonight. You're not right. What's not right? I want to stay up all night watching Yao Yao's livestream. What's wrong with that? Idiot. Yi Xiao, this guy, do you really want to watch me? He asked me to take them in, but I refused. He asked me to take them in, but I refused. Yao Yao, I don't know if he wants to see you, but I do. By the way, where is the Immortal Lord? Yi Xiao, my brother will come over later. Yi Xiao's livestream room was getting more and more lively, with more and more people. Every day there were new faces. Every day someone would ask who the Immortal Lord is. The viewers in the livestream were also willing to patiently explain to the newcomers every day. However, the most uncomfortable ones were Wang Feng and those streamers on Douyin. As long as Yi Xiao was live streaming, most of the traffic on the platform would be drawn to her. Whether it was the gaming section, the lifestyle section, or the beauty section, everyone would rush to watch Yi Xiao. And Wang Feng had already been overshadowed by Yi Xiao several times on trending searches. Now he was practically keeping an eye on Yi Xiao's updates to prepare for his new album. After about 5 minutes, Yi Xiao finally appeared in the livestream. Finally waiting for you. Good thing I didn't give up. Immortal Lord, I love you. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, Yao Yao, quickly ask about the situation in the country. Treasure House sent a super rocket and commented, I want to know too. 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, no need to think, it must be related to the Immortal Lord. I just want to know the details. After all, details determine success or failure. Yi Xiao had just started her livestream. With the influx of 300 super rockets, her gift income ranking was once again dominated by her. Brother, what did you go to the country for today? Yi Xiao turned her head and asked. Yi Qiu walked over to her, holding a bag whose contents were unknown. He finally placed the exquisite bag next to Yi Xiao. This is something from the country. I heard that you girls really like these. He remembered that while watching those strange and tragic love fantasy dramas, there was an advertisement in between that mentioned these things. He had also seen that Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao indeed liked to buy them. Since he had gone to the country, he thought he might as well bring some back for her. Yi Xiao took a look and found that it was actually a set of skincare products, and they were limited edition. Thank you, brother. Yi Xiao smiled as she accepted it. Goodness, after the Immortal Lord dealt with those idiots, he even acted as a purchasing agent? This purchasing agent seemed a bit extravagant. Besides Yao Yao, others couldn't afford it. By the way, brother, what did you do to that boss in the country? He actually made them kneel and apologize. Yi Xiao curiously asked. At the same time, she asked what everyone in the livestream wanted to know. I didn't do anything, just almost wiped out their country. Ha, what do you mean you didn't do anything? Almost wiping out a country is still something. The Immortal Lord is amazing. I just wanted to ask them what they meant, but someone insisted on stopping me. I had no choice but to send them to the West. Incredible. I can picture it now. I also have it. The Immortal Lord is like a god slaying gods and Buddhas. Why is it that just hearing the Immortal Lord say this gives me such a vivid image in my mind? We all feel the same. And then? Yi Xiao continued to ask. She didn't expect her brother to directly confront their leader and also sent a few to the West. This all sounded a bit unbelievable. Later, I just casually sent a few people, and they all knelt in front of me, constantly bowing and begging for mercy. I didn't even know what they were saying until I found a translator. What did they all say? They begged me to spare them and said that whatever I wanted was fine, even their country. They even said they wanted to give me their position and let me be the leader of the country. But I didn't need that. What would I do with that tiny place? From Yichio's tone and expression, anyone could sense his disdain for the other person's request. After all, he still preferred to be with his family. After hearing Yichio's words, Yichio was completely shocked. How could it be that he was going to give the position of the country's leader to his brother? What kind of people are these? No wonder he is the immortal lord. No wonder he is my husband. The earlier points should have some face. Isn't this all basic operations? So, brother, did you just leave afterward? Or, Yichio shook his head. No, I had that person help me check who posted, and then I intended to leave, but he insisted on apologizing and compensating me, so I had no choice but to let him give it all to you. After all, it was of no use to me. As soon as Yichio finished speaking, Yichio received a phone call. It was a woman asking about her account. After Yichio provided her bank account number, just 2 minutes later, her phone vibrated. She hesitantly picked up her phone. Opening the message page, she exclaimed, "Oh my, so many zeros after the account balance." She had just donated 500 million, and now not only had her balance not decreased, but it had even increased. Yichio finally experienced the joy of being wealthy. Looking at Yao's expression, it should be the condolence money that arrived. So many zeros, I admit I'm envious. By the way, Yao, can you ask the immortal lord what we should do if those little bastards in the country start spreading rumors online again or try to seize our traditions after he leaves? Yichio was sitting in front of the computer. He could see the bullet comments and hear them as well. He lowered his gaze, and his eyes suddenly darkened a bit. He continued, "Don't worry, from now on, no one in the country will dare to do anything bad to Xia country, of course. The same goes for those bad remarks. Since the immortal lord said so, then I can rest assured, Why, brother?" Yichio didn't understand. Why would they not dare? Yichio said, "When I left, I gave them a gift, so they won't dare." Yichio's words were somewhat euphemistic. However, the viewers in the live stream had already imagined 1,001 possibilities. Brothers, I bet this gift is definitely not simple. Isn't that obvious? When the immortal lord takes action, how could it be something simple? Based on my years of research on cultivators, the immortal lord probably placed some kind of curse on those guys. As long as they speak ill of us, they will die suddenly. This is completely plausible. I think there's another possibility, which is that the immortal lord told the country's leader that if anyone commits the same offense again, he would directly destroy the country. The audience in the live stream was now in an uproar. They could hardly control their excitement. Nowadays, if someone searches on social media platforms, they really can't find a single word insulting Xia country. Even if they deliberately search for keywords, they truly can't find anything from the Korean side. It's really a harmonious scene. Let's leave it at that. It's just a small matter. Yichio's expression was calm. It seemed that going to Korea today to give them a warning was really just a small matter. His nonchalant demeanor made the viewers in the live stream kneel and sing praises. "We'll continue carving later." Yichio asked Yichio to bring out 2 ice crystals from her room. Yao, what do you like? Wow, he's going to personally carve something for his sister. Yichio thought for a moment. Crawfish, buns, shrimp dumplings, braised pork, pot stickers, grilled oysters, grilled scallops, big abalone. Is this all food? This woman's mind, aside from her brother, probably only has food left. The viewers thought Yichio wouldn't agree. After all, these things had no real value. Even a large piece of ice crystal might be wasted. But who knew that after listening, Yichio had already started working on it. In just about 10 minutes, everything Yichio had mentioned was completely carved out by Yichio. After finishing, he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. "What about you, Xiaoxiao?" Lin Xiaoxiao didn't expect Yichio to mention her. Her little face flushed as she stammered. "For me, I'd like a panda." She really liked pandas, and how wonderful it would be to have a crystal panda carved from this ice crystal. All right, he also liked pandas. He remembered that in the space left by the dog system, there seemed to be several beasts similar to pandas. Those beasts were said to have once been the mounts of a war god, but he didn't know where they had gone now. He really couldn't do as he pleased in the dog system's space. If he could, he would have taken one to give to Xiaoxiao. Wow, Xiaoxiao likes pandas too. I like them as well. Pandas? Don't we in Sichuan all have one at home? Is that true? Don't lie to me. Of course it's true. Come see for yourself. While the friends chatted and laughed, Yichio had already completed a set of panda carvings. He carved them based on the most popular pandas at the moment, each one unique, clumsy, and cute. Their poses were all different. Lined up on the table, they looked incredibly adorable. What exquisite pandas! There was one that looked just like Kung Fu Panda, I really want one of those figurines. Dream on. Yao's dishes looked good too, even without color, they made me hungry. Truly worthy of the immortal lord, simply a genius. With this kind of skill, not to mention whether my hands could do it, I wouldn't even be able to see it. After all, Yichio's carving speed, in their eyes, could only be seen as a blur. Even if they wanted to see, they couldn't make it out clearly. The sentence that was brewing in his mind, "Coach, I want to learn carving," got stuck in his throat. Brothers, take a close look. The surface of these pandas is not smooth at all. Someone with sharp eyes finally noticed the difference in the panda carvings. This reminder made everyone realize the details. Wow! Looking closely, you can see the fine, dense fur on these pandas. The immortal lord is amazing. Enough with the nonsense. Isn't it basic to say the immortal lord is amazing? Is there ever a time when the immortal lord isn't amazing? After Yichio put everything away, he casually tossed the excess ice crystal into the trash can. I want those scraps too. What a waste. These things are useless. Yichio looked at the already carved ice crystals, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the voice broadcast in the live stream announced another message. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and left a message. Immortal Lord, may I ask what you plan to do with the remaining ice crystals? The Treasure Pavilion was eyeing those ice crystals. Yichio didn't speak but turned his head to look at Yichio beside him. Yichio also realized there weren't many of those things, and she couldn't think of a better way to handle them for now. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spoke to the screen. By the way, there have been continuous natural disasters in Xia country recently. I'll take out a portion of these ice crystals for charity auctions. You can auction them off, and all the proceeds will be donated to the disaster-stricken areas. Oh, and another portion will be used as rewards for our country's athletes who bring glory to us. What do you all think? I'll have my brother carve one for each athlete who wins a medal at the Olympics. Yi Xiao's decision won unanimous praise and support in the livestream. The Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and left a message. Yao is right, but even if you don't auction, we will donate. When the country is in trouble, how can we stand by and do nothing? Wanbao Building sent a super rocket and commented, I also support Yao. She is simply a fairy descending to Earth. Li Songzi, the emperor, I had thought of this idea before, just didn't say it. As soon as Li Xiqing's barrage ended, he felt an extremely oppressive gaze coming from the screen. Not long after, the sound of the Seven Wolves belt echoed again in the Li family mansion. Bro, what do you think? Yichio rubbed Yi Xiao's head. I think it's pretty good. Head patting. So envious. I also want to be patted on the head by the fairy. If I could be treated like that by the fairy, I would be willing to do anything. Being willing to do anything is basic, right? I'm different. If the fairy could treat me like that, I would rather be a dog. The guy upstairs is impressive. He's not even acting human anymore. Then I'll just be a panda. That way, I can be patted by the fairy and also be adored by Miss Xiao, who loves pandas. The little community in front is sending warmth. Oh no, this person's account went offline. Just as Li Xiqing, who had just been dealt with by the Seven Wolves, came in, he saw someone else being sent warmth. At this moment, he finally felt a bit better inside. He casually glanced at the barrage in front of him. Petting pandas? Head patting? He thought that person must have said something negative about Yi Xiao to be sent warmth, so he also commented, I also want to be patted like a panda by Yao. Brothers, the feast has begun. I'm sitting at the kids' table. What the hell? The fairy is amazing. What the hell? The fairy is amazing. Li Xiqing inexplicably got beaten up again. Yichio also took out the remaining ice crystals from the room, started cutting them, and carved them one by one. The shape of the medal was sculpted according to the gold medal style from the Summer Kingdom back in the day. Whoa, how can a celebrity like the fairy not be liked? Yao too. Our great Xia Kingdom is amazing. At this moment, Luo Yu, who was still guarding the area where Yichio had taken a lot of ice crystals, accidentally entered Yi Xiao's livestream. What is this? As soon as he entered, he saw Yichio using a utility knife to carve the ice crystal-like stick. The staff beside him explained, Director, this is Miss Yi Xiao's livestream. The fairy is currently making exclusive medals for the national athletes. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was confused. Exclusive medals? Using that. He pointed at the thick ice crystal in Yichio's hand on the screen, his face pale as he asked, Is this an ice crystal? Yes, it's the one next to you, the staff replied with a smile, turning around to give Yichio a gift. The fairy is amazing. Luo Yu coldly stared at the live stream. Yichio held the utility knife, his hand speed so fast it left only after images. In just a minute, a crystal clear, exquisite medal was completed. This. Luo Yu was completely shocked. He was so stunned that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was dazed for 10 minutes before finally coming to his senses. Hey, what the hell is going on? Breaking those ice crystals with bare hands was one thing, but now he was using an ordinary utility knife to carve something that even a hydraulic press would fear into a metal. This world is freaking fantastical, right? The staff who was pulled over by Luo Yu glanced at Luo Yu's phone screen and then calmly said, "Director, it's nothing. It's just the ferry's basic operation. You'll understand if you watch Xiao Yao's live stream more." Goodness, Luo Yu was directly furious. Is this really just basic operation? He was so excited that he stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and grabbed the collar of the staff member in front of him, lifting him up. "You tell me this is basic operation. Show me how to do the basics." "Director, I said this is the basic operation of an immortal. Us mortals obviously can't do it." Immortal. Luo Yu was so angry he was about to spit blood. This was a scientific research team. This guy kept talking about immortals as if it were nothing. Although Yi Chou's behavior was indeed very strange, it definitely had nothing to do with any celestial being. Luo Yu had spent many years in the Academy of Sciences and had seen quite a few people with special physiques. He concluded that Yi Chou was probably just one of those types. "Forget it. I see your brain is too slow to answer me anything. Relying on you is worse than relying on others. At least they won't be lost in the illusory online world like you." Luo Yu was so furious that he finally let go of the staff member. Then, he returned to the camp and asked a group of staff members who were resting over there, "Does anyone know what kind of person Yi Chou from Yi Xiao's livestream is?" As soon as Luo Yu's voice fell, a chorus of responses came from nearby. "We know, he's an immortal, an immortal." "Luo Yu, I'm exhausted." He was really exhausted. What kind of ridiculous people are these? Luo Yu wanted to curse. How could even these guys have fallen for it? "Director Luo, I didn't expect you to watch The Immortal too?" One person excitedly ran over, wanting to say something, but was shot down by a glare from Luo Yu. "I don't watch it. I just want to ask you why he can carve ice crystals with that broken knife." Luo Yu recalled how, at the beginning, their research team's vanguard had gone through countless hardships to finally reach the top of Ling Mountain. Then they entered the ice cave. In the end, they had expended tremendous effort to finally obtain a small piece of ice crystal. At that time, he was overjoyed. This could be a new element. It might even bring greater contributions to the country. But now, in the livestream, that man who looked to be just in his early 20s was using a utility knife to carve those incredibly hard ice crystals as if he were peeling a cucumber. Luo Yu's worldview had shattered. Something in his mind seemed to have collapsed. At that moment, he also heard the staff member's words. "Director, of course, the immortal can carve ice crystals. That's common knowledge. Common knowledge. Damn your common knowledge." Luo Yu had probably cursed more today than in the past year combined. "No, you all know how hard those ice crystals are, right? I personally led you to finally obtain a small piece of ice crystal, right? So why can he?" "Director, actually, this is nothing to be surprised about. If he couldn't do this, he wouldn't be an immortal." Luo Yu, he was about to completely lose control of his emotions. "Contact Yi Chou for me immediately." He turned to his assistant, who had been by his side for many years. At that moment, the assistant was also holding a phone, looking up at Luo Yu with a confused expression. "Director, how could a small person like me have the contact information of an immortal?" Luo Yu completely broke down. He had thought that Yi Chou was just someone with a relatively special status to those above. But who knew he had such popularity? This popularity had even seeped into every corner around him. Could it be that in the entire camp, he was the only one who didn't know about Yi Chou? No. Luo Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of someone. He hurried towards that tent. Before he even entered, he exclaimed, "Old Zhang, let me tell you that Yi Chou is definitely suspicious. And it's a big problem." As he spoke, he walked towards old Zhang, who was lying on the bed. What came into view was a shiny bald head that looked like a light bulb. Old Zhang was already awake, holding his phone, seemingly engrossed in something. He was extremely excited. Luo Yu thought he was looking at something inappropriate. Just as he was about to walk over to check, he heard old Zhang exclaim, "Damn, the immortal lord is amazing." Luo Yu, he felt like he was going to spit blood today. Old Zhang wiped his bald head, seemingly unconcerned about his image. While shouting amazing, he sent a few gifts before turning to look at Luo Yu, who had a face full of black lines. "Huh? Luo Yu? What did you just say? We must believe in science." Luo Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Zhang, still sporting his shiny bald head, was excited. "Luo Yu, let me tell you, that girl who came to us before, her brother is actually an immortal cultivator." At first, old Zhang was a bit skeptical. It wasn't until he saw the apology from the Korean and then Yi Chou cutting ice crystals that he was completely convinced. He figured he could only describe himself with a few words. "Oh my god, this is really good." Luo Yu wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at old Zhang. Old Zhang, who are we? Earthlings. Old Zhang was still scrolling through GIFs. The bald head was so shiny it almost blinded Luo Yu. No, I mean, what is our job? Oh, the scientific research team. Right, scientific research team. Science. Luo Yu kept emphasizing the word science. Old Zhang turned back, looking at him oddly. What's wrong? Did you lose your mind? No, old Zhang. I mean, we need to believe in science. As soon as Luo Yu finished speaking, a calm voice suddenly came from old Zhang's phone, which was on speaker. There is no such thing as immortal cultivation. You still need to believe in science. Luo Yu. Old Zhang, what's wrong? Luo Yu, why are you in a daze? I didn't say I don't believe in science. Of course, we must believe in science. After all, the immortal lord said so. Luo Yu had originally thought of 1,000 ways to persuade old Zhang to prove that science is correct. He wanted old Zhang not to believe that Yi Qiu was some immortal lord, but to definitely believe in science. But Yi Qiu's earlier words had completely broken his defenses. Yi Qiu actually said to believe in science? Is that really something he would say? He wanted to say something else, but he could only move his mouth, ultimately unable to utter a single word. Later that night, Luo Yu received a call from above. The gist was that he must find a way to get close to and please Yi Qiu. They only conveyed this idea, and the rest of how to please and get close was up to Luo Yu. That night, Luo Yu lay in bed, staring at the top of the tent, unable to sleep all night. Meanwhile, at Yi Qiu's home, Yi Qiu had already carved out the number of medals he had temporarily obtained. For some reason today, he suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. So did I. It was probably because the immortal lord was always in the live stream. As soon as someone sent a message in the chat, the viewers saw the camera in the live stream suddenly turn. Yi Xiao's familiar big face was right in front of them. Damn, what bad luck. Just said it felt great. You look just like my brother. I don't understand you all. Yi Xiao bared her teeth at the camera a few times, then turned the camera back to Yi Qiu. Look, today I'll show you enough. Brother rarely shows off a skill in front of everyone, and yet those guys are still not satisfied. It seems things will turn upside down in the future. However, Yi Qiu stopped his actions at this moment. Let's stop here for now. Yao Yao hadn't played any games tonight and had been watching him carve those ordinary ice crystals the whole time. Yi Qiu thought Yi Xiao wanted to stream, so he stopped his work. The immortal master has worked hard. Feeling sorry for the immortal master, after streaming for so long tonight, it's best to rest, otherwise, if you go bald, we'll all be responsible. Immortal master, go rest now, you're really too tired tonight. I'm so afraid you'll lose your hair. Get lost, how could the immortal master possibly go bald? Perhaps it was because they had seen old Zhang's bald head earlier, and the viewers inexplicably started to worry about Yi Qiu as well. Yi Xiao walked over, her tone a bit sour. No way, when I stream, you all never let me stop, and you even make me stay up all night. Why is it that when it comes to my brother, you all suddenly care so much? Why haven't I seen you care about me? Yao Yao, as a streamer, streaming is your job. Be brave, Yao Yao, don't fear difficulties, go for it. Yi Xiao sat back in her position. Alright then, I'll eat a couple of chickens first. Yao Yao, you eat first, I'll go grab a late night snack too. I'm hanging up the stream now. I'm logging off. Yi Xiao, meow meow meow. What the hell? This group of guys really knows how to get on my nerves. A bunch of double standards. Yi Xiao complained in her heart, but she wasn't really angry. Whether they liked her brother or her, it was the same. Old Zhan was also in the streaming room at this time. During the stream, he inquired a lot about Yi Qiu and checked some leftover videos and screenshots. After watching, he was shocked. 20 meters per second? Almost one-shot the Korean team? And flying mounts. Storage space, a guide to washing the marrow and cutting the bones, and that husky that was over 2 meters tall and looked like a wolf. Everything made old Zhang utterly obsessed. He was completely captivated. All his thoughts were on Yi Qiu. What research team? His youth had returned. He wanted to learn how to cultivate from the immortal master, fantasizing about wielding a sword, wearing a robe, flying through the sky on a sword. Just thinking about it felt thrilling. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao had already died in the city 3 times. After dying for the 4th time, she directly cursed and quit the game. Although Yi Xiao had died several times, it didn't stop some fans from sending gifts to encourage her. She glanced around and still thanked them. Thanks to the golden wheel that wants to crash into the golden wheel for the super rocket. What is this? Yi Xiao pouted. It's so hard to read. After thanking several waves of gifts, she saw that it was already 2 in the morning. And finally, after such a long time, she had a rare normal end to her stream. Babies, I'm logging off now, see you tomorrow. There will still be the immortal master tomorrow, right? Yi Xiao was too lazy to deal with those excessive guys anymore, turned off the computer, and went upstairs, directly lying down on the bed, finally closing her eyes. Soft, big bed. She hadn't experienced this in several days. Home is still the most comfortable. That night, Yi Xiao had a dream. She dreamed that her parents, who had passed away more than 10 years ago, had actually come back. The two suddenly appeared at the door, saying that although there had been an accident back then, they hadn't died, they just hadn't had the chance to see her. Seeing her parents, Yi Xiao couldn't help but cry. Yi Chou was in the next room. He could sense any little emotional fluctuation from Yi Xiao immediately. Yao Yao was crying? Yi Chou frowned. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that she had already fallen asleep, crying in her dream, but he could feel Yao Yao's joy. Yi Chou could know the scenes in Yi Xiao's dream, but he didn't do so. Since it was a dream that could make Yao Yao cry with happiness, it must be a good dream. The night was cool as water. Yi Chou gazed at the starry sky, occasionally catching sight of a shooting star streaking across the deepening darkness. At this hour, it seemed only a bald man would still be awake. "Brother, Wanatang is looking for you. Brother, Wanatang is looking for you. Yi Chou, all those powerful vegetables have been delivered to the buyers." Early in the morning, Lin Xiaoxiao, wearing glasses, hurried towards Yi Chou with a stack of documents. She was dressed in a white shirt, with 2 buttons undone, whether forgotten or unable to be fastened was unclear. Standing above, Yi Chou could easily see the scene with a slight tilt of his head. However, Yi Chou had no interest in such things. He withdrew his gaze and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, "Thank you for your hard work." It's not hard at all. "I'm just happy to help brother Yi Chou," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, adjusting her glasses. She was genuinely happy. The collaboration with the national government was going smoothly. They even provided her with a separate channel, ensuring that anything flowing out of Yi Xiao's livestream would be prioritized for inspection and delivery. This was the first responsibility she had taken on since returning to her family, and she hadn't expected it to be so successful. But all of this should be credited to brother Yi Chou. The powerful vegetables were quickly distributed to the buyers. Some resold them, some consumed them directly, while others kept them for display. Only Li Xiqing and Lao Sa, even if they managed to grab some, had no chance to be among the first to try them. After discussing logistics with Lin Xiaoxiao, Yi Xiao finally came downstairs around 10, still half asleep. She rubbed her eyes, clutching her phone, and walked straight to Yi Chou, saying, "Brother, someone from Wanatang just contacted me, saying they want to meet you." "Wanatang?" Yi Chou asked, puzzled. "I've never heard of it." Yi Xiao took a sip of hot milk, regaining some energy before continuing. "It's the person who bought the fever-reducing pills last time. It seems they did a lot of internal promotion." Yi Xiao was also confused. She received dozens of friend requests on WeChat daily, sometimes over 100. It was overwhelming. Most of these people were big shots she had only seen on TV or in the news before. Wanatang had added her as a friend a long time ago, back when her livestream was nowhere near as popular as it was now. In any case, these matters, though troublesome, needed to be communicated to her brother. "What do they want from me?" Yi Chou asked again, since this person was on Yao Yao's friend list. "It seems they want to ask about the fever-reducing pills. What's there to ask?" Yi Chou was even more confused. That kind of fever-reducing pill was basically the most basic thing in alchemy, something anyone could easily concoct. "I'm not sure either," Yi Xiao admitted, not understanding the fever-reducing pill herself, nor could she make it. Yi Chou thought for a moment, noticing his sister's troubled expression, and said, "Have them contact me." "Brother, are you really okay with this?" Yi Xiao suddenly stared at Yi Chou, her big eyes glistening as if they were speaking. "What do you mean by okay?" "I mean, have them contact you. Can you use WeChat now?" Yi Chou, was his sister looking down on him too much? "I can use it." Although he had only lived in this world for the first 18 years of his life out of over 10,000, and WeChat had only appeared after he left, as long as he wanted to learn, there was nothing he couldn't master. Chatting software should be the most basic operation, right? "Then I'll have him add you later." "Okay." Yi Chou nodded. Not long after, someone indeed sent a friend request. Yi Chou looked at the red dot. This was the first red dot on his WeChat account aside from Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. Compared to Yi Chou's calmness, the other party was not so relaxed. At this moment, the owner of Wanatang, Zhou Yuming, was sitting in front of his desk, staring intently at the WeChat window on his computer. Ever since he sent the friend request, his mood had been in a state of extreme tension. This feeling of tension was even greater than when he married his wife. It was even more intense than when he met his father-in-law back then. But now, adding a celestial master as a friend, he was sweating all over. Zhou Yuming was considering how to greet the celestial master if the request was accepted. What if it wasn't accepted? He was drenched in sweat, and the air conditioning in the office was set to the lowest temperature. Thump thump, Zhou Yuming could even hear his own heartbeat. He had never been this nervous in his life. He waited for about a minute. When he finally saw a new friend appear in the friend list, Zhou Yuming jumped up from his chair in excitement. He added me. He really added me. Oh my god. Zhou Yuming couldn't help but curse. But the next second, he started to feel nervous again. What should he do? What should he say? How should he greet him? What kind of communication style does the celestial master prefer? Zhou Yuming hesitated to speak and suddenly thought of Yi Xiao, so he sent her a message. Sister Yao Yao, how do you usually chat with your brother? Yi Xiao, just use your usual way of speaking. She was a bit surprised. Isn't Wanatang the largest pharmacy in Jiangcheng? It was said that many powerful figures in Jiangcheng had to give Wanatang some face, so why was their boss so humble? Alright, Zhou Yuming had no choice. After thinking for a moment, he realized that Yi Xiao had just turned 20 this year, and the celestial master looked to be just a bit over 20. The way young people chat should work. So, Zhou Yuming opened the chat window with Yi Xiao. He typed, "Hello, Celestial Master, I am Zhou Yuming, the owner of Wanatang." Yi Xiao looked at Zhou Yuming's emoticons and twitched his mouth. According to Yao Yao, this person was already in his 40s or 50s, yet he liked to use emoticons that little girls like Yao Yao use? What's the matter? Yi Xiao replied with 2 words. Unexpectedly, just these 2 words made Zhou Yuming scream in excitement. Zhou Yuming, Celestial Master, it's like this. I previously bought some fever-reducing pills from the streamer, and our Wanatang has long wanted to collaborate with you. Yi Xiao, what do you mean? Collaborate with him? Did these people want him to refine more fever-reducing pills? If that's the case, then forget it. Asking him to refine such trivial pills was simply a waste. Of course, unless Yao Yao wanted them. Yao Yao's break time, don't disturb. Zhou Yuming was getting more and more nervous. After living for so many years, it was the first time he couldn't type clearly. His 10 fingers were trembling. It's like this, Celestial Master, to be honest, we at Wanatang also have some skills in making these pills, but unfortunately, it's far from even 1/10,000th of yours. This time, we are looking to collaborate with you to obtain the formula for the pills, and then we at Wanatang will make them for you to check. If they pass, we will increase our investment, and the profits will depend on you, Celestial Master. Yi Xiao saw that Zhou Yuming had typed a lot. His gaze only lingered on a few words. Oh, you also have people who can refine pills? Zhou Yuming replied without daring to pause for even a moment. No, our Wanha Hall only has some techniques for making pills passed down through generations. Compared to refining pills, that's nothing more than a mayfly compared to a great tree. Generations. Yi Xiao was initially quite calm. However, upon hearing Zhou Yuming mention their family's generational techniques for refining medicine, he became somewhat interested. According to his understanding of the world he originally lived in, the spiritual energy here was thin, making it extremely difficult to cultivate or awaken any special skills. Therefore, in his eyes, the combat power of almost everyone here was nearly zero. The only person in front of him who could barely be considered a master with a combat power of 1 was Li Hanhai, who had successfully undergone the process of cleansing the marrow. And today, he actually heard this person say that there are others who can refine pills. Interesting. Really interesting. This blue planet seems to be far from the weak place he had imagined. Zhou Yuming waited for quite a while without receiving a reply from Yi Xiao. He was so nervous he could die. Did he say something wrong that upset the immortal? Was the immortal dissatisfied with the profit-sharing issue? But he had said that the immortal could decide the profit-sharing. Could it be that the immortal didn't want to share the formula for the fever-reducing pill at all? If so, he really had offended them. If he had truly offended the immortal, then Wanha Hall would be finished. If Wanha Hall was finished, then he wouldn't live either. Zhou Yuming's heart was in turmoil, his nerves stretched tight like a taut string, as if it would snap with just a casual touch. After waiting for about another minute, Zhou Yuming finally received the reply he had been eagerly anticipating. Yi Xiao only wrote a few short words. You contact Yao Yao directly. 7 words. Zhou Yuming looked at these 7 words, his heart blooming with joy, even happier than if he had secured an investment worth hundreds of millions. He wasn't a fool. He knew that when Yi Xiao said this, it definitely meant agreement. Asking him to contact Yi Xiao was also to confirm a time to meet. Zhou Yuming had never expected the process to go so smoothly. Of course, if he hadn't mentioned that someone from the Zhou family could make pills while speaking, the outcome would definitely not have been as favorable as it was now. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. Zhou Yuming expressed his gratitude several times. He had wanted to send a transfer red envelope, but then thought that would be too small-minded. Instead, he respectfully greeted Yi Xiao and, after receiving approval, switched screens to prepare to contact Yi Xiao. However, just as he opened the chat window with Yi Xiao, he saw Yi Xiao's window light up again. Zhou Yuming jumped and hurriedly clicked it open. He saw Yi Chio had written a few words. Yao Yao is having breakfast now, don't disturb her. Zhou Yuming, okay, I will message Miss Yi Chio when she is free. Yi Chio, don't message her at noon either, she will take a nap. Zhou Yuming, I understand. Yi Chio, don't message her after 8 in the evening either, she will be live streaming. Zhou Yuming, don't worry, Immortal, I absolutely won't send anything. Talking to Yi Chio made him break out in a cold sweat, his nerves taut, not daring to slack off in the slightest. After all, this was related to the future fate of Manhwa Hall. Whether Manhwa Hall could become the #1 pharmacy in the country this year depended on this opportunity. After giving his instructions, Yi Chio closed the chat window. Zhou Yuming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at what Yi Chio had just said. If Miss Yi Chio was still having breakfast, it meant she probably got up after 10. After finishing breakfast, it should take about an hour. So, he should be able to send a message between 11 and 12. Zhou Yuming felt a wave of fear at the thought of the message he sent to Yi Chio last night. Fortunately, the Immortal Master did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. After finally settling this matter, Zhou Yuming slumped into his chair like a deflated balloon. He was just too nervous. At that moment, the secretary entered with coffee. She immediately saw her exhausted boss slumped in the chair. Boss, what happened? This was the first time she had seen her powerful boss like this. It's nothing, don't mind me. Although Zhou Yuming was tired, he was extremely excited. As long as he confirmed the time with Yi Chio, he would be able to meet the Immortal Master in person. He thought for a moment and sat up straight. Go call Ling Ling and tell her I need to talk to her about something important. June Lin Ipin. It was already 11 o'clock, and Yi Chio had just finished her breakfast. Mainly, she had been watching the Olympics, cheering for the country's athletes from time to time, which is why it took her so long to eat. She could only take a few bites when a match ended and entered the commercial break. At this moment, she was lying on the sofa playing a mobile game. Just as she started, she saw a message from 10000. After Zhou Yuming told Yi Chio about his conversation with Yi Chio, he quietly waited. Yi Chio turned over and looked at Yi Chio, who was once again carving metals not far away. Brother, the boss of 10000 is asking when we have time. You decide. Yi Chio did not look up, his gaze fixed on the ice crystal in his hand. Yi Chio thought for a moment. In the end, she sent a message to 10000. How about the night after tomorrow? Since there shouldn't be any issues with work not being live streamed for a day, right? Anyway, even if the live stream started early, she could find a way to end it. Recently, she had learned several ways to end a live stream. She hadn't tried them yet. Zhou Yuming never expected that happiness would come so quickly. He originally thought that meeting Yi Chio would take at least half a month or a month, but unexpectedly, they could meet the day after tomorrow. He was so excited he wanted to scream. The feeling was comparable to about to meet a beloved idol, something that no language could describe. The whole internet knew about your constipation. The whole internet knew about your constipation and had set a time. Zhou Yuming began to arrange for people to do the work. This time, it was related to 10000's future status in Xia country, so there could be no mistakes. At first, Zhou Yuming thought that Yi Chio might be an extremely difficult person to get along with. After all, he was an immortal master, someone who could refine elixirs, a cultivator. Surely he should have some airs about him, but he was wrong. Although he hadn't spoken much with Yi Chio, he never expected the Immortal Master to be so easy to talk to. Once the arrangements were made, he felt relieved. He had watched quite a few of Yi Chio's live streams, and just thinking about Yi Chio agreeing to collaborate with 10000 made the corners of his mouth rise higher and higher. If they could really collaborate with the Immortal Master and obtain the formula for the fever-reducing pills, then 10000 would definitely have a significant status in Xia country in the future. After talking to Yi Chio today, Zhou Yuming felt he would wake up smiling in his sleep. After Yi Chio finished discussing with Zhou Yuming, she went to find Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao was extremely capable. She had only returned to the Lin family for a short time and was already able to handle things independently. She was the perfect person for this kind of task. Moreover, Yi Chio's live stream yesterday, where he carved crystals, had also gone viral. Even the WeChat system recommended his crystal carving. 10 years of honing, achieving today's brilliance. As long as the effort is deep, the ice crystal can be carved into a needle. Not only that, but it also reported on Yi Chio using ice crystals to carve Olympic medals. The Immortal Master is not only amazing but also patriotic, even creating exclusive medals for our Olympic athletes. Isn't that just fantastic? I love you, Immortal Master. I heard someone could carve ice crystals with their bare hands, but I really didn't believe it until I saw those pictures. All I can say is, Immortal Master is incredible. I don't know what to say, I can only give a thumbs up to the immortal master. Now everyone knows that Yi Chio can carve ice crystals with his bare hands. When Yi Chio went live at night, the stream even experienced a massive lag. The bullet comments filled the screen instantly, with 1 million viewers in a minute. These are things that no other streamer would even dare to dream of. What the heck? Why is it so laggy today? You must be from Mars, just check today's entertainment news to understand. I heard that even other countries are coming to the immortal master wanting to customize those ice crystal medals. How impressive is that? When Yi Chio opened the live stream, the first thing she saw was the discussion about her brother. Yi Chio happened to be nearby. He said, "Indeed, someone did approach me, seems to be from the Eagle country, but I refused because Yao Yao doesn't like it." Yes, Yi Chio really doesn't like the Eagle country. In fact, she dislikes it very much. I support the immortal master, he did a great job. In the past, it was always the summer country that needed the technology from the Eagle country, but now it's different. Since discovering that mysterious ice crystal, the summer country's status in the international arena has greatly improved. There's even a tendency to surpass the Eagle country now. Oh, they want ice crystals? Dream on. They even want the immortal master to help carve Olympic medals? Dream on. Treat them the way they treated us back then. Of course, we should treat them the same way. But given the shamelessness of the Eagle country, what if they use some underhanded tricks? Hearing this bullet comment, Yi Chio merely snorted lightly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Don't worry, they don't have that capability. If everyone had a level, then in his eyes, almost everyone is. The highest level person he has seen so far is Li Hanhai. So those so-called guys from the Eagle country can't do anything to him. I just love the immortal master. You want to flatter me, but I won't let you, and you can't do anything about it. The immortal master is still amazing. Brother, do you want to play a game? Yi Chio asked, sitting in her gaming chair, looking up at Yi Chio beside her. Yi Chio, at 1.8 meters tall, made her feel even smaller as she looked up. What? The immortal master plays games. What game is he playing? Recently, a historical-themed battle royale game was released. I recommend that. Yao Yao should have downloaded it. She can play it for the immortal master to see. When the immortal master plays, message me, I want to try my luck. But domestic games are so excellent, it's really amazing. I see those foreigners like to play it too. A heartfelt request, please let the immortal master play Eternal Calamity once. Brother, look, they all want to see you play. Yi Chio continued. However, Yi Chio shook his head. I won't play, I'll watch you play. Yi Chio compromised. She started playing, needing to customize her character, so while she was doing that, she was also watching the bullet comments in the stream. Suddenly, a few comments caught her attention. I wonder if any brothers managed to grab the powerful green vegetable. If you've eaten it, come out and share your feelings. I'm here, I grabbed it but haven't eaten yet. I ate it. I also ate it. I haven't eaten yet. I'm waiting to clear my system first to avoid waste. No worries, just hold it in, it will shrink back in. I've tried it. It's fine. Bro, you're amazing. How did you do it? Yi Chio looked at the increasingly strange live stream room and tugged at the corner of her mouth. Why do I feel like my live stream suddenly has a bit of a smell? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Yao Yao isn't talking about the smell of poop, is she? Wait a minute, I'll show you something interesting in the group later. The only store on a certain treasure selling pistons has sold over 2,000 items in the past few days. I get it. I understand. We all understand. Yi Chio knew what they were talking about. It's just the powerful green vegetables. If you excrete after that, the effect will disappear. It's almost a one-time use item, so these water friends are really going all out. You guys don't need to be so desperate. There will be plenty of powerful green vegetables in the future. Yao Yao, you don't understand. Who knows if we can grab them next time? Yeah, that's why I bought 4 or 5 plugs to switch around. This is really the first time in my life I'm grateful for my constipation. Compared to fighting for my girlfriend, if it weren't for the constipation, I might have lost. I'll see him try to steal my girlfriend again. Hee, Xiangzi, give up. Even if I'm not with him, I wouldn't be with someone known across the internet for being constipated for years. Get lost. Laughing to the point of vomiting. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard I might pee. Alright, after all this, how do you all feel after eating the powerful green vegetables? Is it really effective? How's the effect? For those in front, let me answer you. I can only express the effect of the powerful green vegetables in 4 words. That is, Immortal Master is amazing. Making a doghouse for Xiaohai Yi Chio is live streaming. Yi Chio is fiddling with those ice crystals beside her. As long as you have an idea of what you want to make, a simple image forms in your mind, and your hands will move on their own. This is probably the benefit of sculpting skills. After watching the Immortal Master carve those ice crystals for so long, I'm really curious. What makes that utility knife so amazing? If it's just that the Immortal Master is amazing, that's one thing, but but that utility knife. It's hard to believe that a single blade can carve ice crystals that even hydraulic presses fear. Can anything from the immortal master be ordinary? Yi Chou buried his head, not looking at the computer, but he heard the fans' questions. This is made from 1,000-year cold iron, so it might be relatively sharp. Relatively sharp. What is this relative to? Is it compared to 100-year cold iron? Just compare it to an ordinary fruit knife, Yi Chou said. Truly ordinary. Really ordinary. Every day, someone in Xia country wins a medal, so Yi Chou also makes those ice crystal medals while watching the news. I don't know why, but when the immortal master is seriously working, I think he's really handsome. Yi Xiao's camera shows half of her and half of Yi Chou sitting on a stool making medals. The female fans' gazes basically linger on that perfect, flawless handsome face. That profile is stunning. I'm drooling. God, this is the best profile I've ever seen. Nonsense, isn't the immortal master's front face good looking? Screenshot taken, tonight's dream male lead is set. Yi Xiao is playing a game, but when she sees those bullet comments, her expression twists a bit. It's not like, you female fans have inappropriate thoughts about my brother's body, but why are the men joining in too? Perverts, I get it. Yao, you're jealous, right? Yi Xiao, I'm jealous. At this moment, Yi Xiao's phone suddenly rang. After answering, it turned out to be a call from logistics. Bro, didn't we say we were going to make a doghouse in the yard on the top floor? It seems the materials have arrived downstairs, but they can't bring them up. Yi Xiao turned to Yi Chou and said, her house is exactly on the top floor of this building. When she has nothing to do, she often goes up to the rooftop with Lin Xiaoxiao. It's simply too comfortable. Recently, Little Ha seemed a bit melancholic. When Yi Xiao asked, Yi Chou told her that staying in such a small place every day made him feel like he was getting depressed. Goodness, even a dog can get depressed? So, at Lin Xiaoxiao's suggestion, the three of them decided to build a house for Little Ha on the rooftop. The rooftop is quite spacious. Building a doghouse is definitely not a problem. Yi Xiao then ordered some materials online, and after more than half a month, they finally arrived. She also went to listen and put down the ice crystal in her hand, saying, I'll go get it. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao didn't plan to be idle either, and followed Yi Chou into the elevator. Before leaving, Yi Xiao also took the camera with her. Hee, let me show you guys Little Ha's house. Xiao is really becoming more sensible. I think so too. We don't even need to remind her. Worthy of praise, Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, the host should have said it earlier. We at Treasure Pavilion have plenty of rosewood that can be provided for Little Ha to build his home. What the heck? A doghouse made of rosewood? Treasure Pavilion is really going all out. Little Ha is so big, does Treasure Pavilion really have that much rosewood? Treasure House sent a super rocket and commented, Xiao, actually, Treasure House has 100-year-old agarwood. If you need it now, we can send someone over immediately. Of course, we also have the best craftsman here, providing a one-stop service to make it easy for you, so Little Ha can move into his new home. 100-year-old agarwood, impressive. This treasure house is really pulling out all the stops. Wanbao Building sent a super rocket and commented, Sister Xiao, Wanbao Building also has a treasured divine wood that has been collected for many years. It is said that this divine wood is named Adam, a treasure tree from many years ago. If Xiao needs it, we can deliver it to you right away. Of course, Wanbao Building can also provide Little Ha with a few quality companions so he won't be lonely and can stay away from depression. To be fair, this really is comparing three families. If it were me, I would choose Wanbao Building. The treasure tree Adam, that's a legendary divine wood. I didn't expect Wanbao Building to really have it. I've already bought everything. I also asked my brother back then, and he said ordinary wood would be fine, and he would personally do it, so it should be no problem. Xiao, we want a live stream. The signal in the elevator isn't very good, but some bullet comments can still be seen. Soon they arrived downstairs, and the logistics staff were already waiting. When they saw Yi Chou coming down with two girls, some were surprised. Is it just you guys? Just a moment ago, when the logistics staff asked if they needed to find more people, Yi Xiao directly said no. They thought this girl had found a lot of people. After all, those materials filled an entire truck. Now looking at it, just 3 people, and 2 of them are girls. How is that possible to move all the materials up? Yes, just us, Yi Xiao smiled and then followed the logistics staff to the truck. The truck itself wasn't allowed to enter Junlin Ipin, but when the manager found out that it was for Yi Xiao, the attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Yi Xiao looked up at the truck that was packed full. Inside were the wood and some other tools and materials she had ordered. Miss Yi, may I ask what you are planning to do with so many things? The logistics staff asked curiously while handing the signing sheet to Yi Xiao. After all, this is Junlin Ipin, and I heard that homeowners are not allowed to renovate their rooms without permission. How come this girl bought so many materials? It looks like she's planning something big. Yi Xiao took the signature pen and signed her name on the list, casually saying, "Oh, this? It's for making a doghouse." The logistics staff? A few employees, including the driver sitting in the truck, were instantly dumbfounded. A doghouse? So, may I ask how many doghouses you plan to make? Yi Xiao replied, "Of course just one. Xiaoha should do something for himself." The logistics staff? 1 or 11? Seeing his confused expression, Yi Xiao added, "We only have one dog, named Xiaoha. Do you want to see him later?" "Oh, no need. We're busy delivering other things." "Missy, just sign for it, and we have a worker here watching over. The driver is also here, so I'll head to another place now. But Miss Yi, you'll definitely need to find a dozen people to help you with these. If you need, we have people in our company." "Oh, alright, but I don't think we need any help." Yi Xiao nodded, not keeping him. The man thought Yi Xiao meant she had already found someone, so he didn't continue to persuade her and turned to leave, because he was really too busy. This guy won't regret it later, will he? Absolutely will regret it. Damn, to be able to visit Xiaoha with Yao Yao. I wouldn't even dare to dream of doing that. This person might regret it for a lifetime, missing such a good opportunity. At this moment, Yi Qiu also walked up to the truck. He looked up at the truck that was at least 4 meters high. Is this all of it? The driver got out of the driver's seat and stood next to Yi Qiu, also looking up at the materials. "Little brother, when will your people arrive?" He was still busy delivering goods and couldn't wait too long. Yi Qiu glanced at him. "We don't have anyone." "Oh, you don't have anyone? What? No one?" The driver, with a cigarette in his mouth, almost choked, coughing a couple of times. He looked at Yi Qiu. "Little brother, if you don't have anyone, how are you going to move all this stuff up?" He remembered they hadn't hired any company staff to handle the moving. Moreover, even if a dozen people came, it would take a long time to move all this. Even though Junlinipin has a special elevator for transporting large items, moving so many things wouldn't be done in a short time. What on earth are they planning? Until the driver saw Yi Qiu leap up and directly jump onto the top of the truck in front of him. "Driver?" The figure that was next to him just now was gone. He gaped, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground, the glowing tip scattering sparks into the air. Time seemed to stand still. The driver was also frozen in place, unable to regain his senses for a long time, until a figure appeared beside him again. It was Yi Qiu. The driver stiffly turned his head, watching Yi Qiu jump down from over 4 meters high. Jumping down from above isn't strange, but jumping up like that is really strange. Did he encounter a fairy today? "If you're busy, I'll unload these things first, and you can just take care of your own business." That's not what I wanted to say. The driver was almost shocked to the point of stuttering. "I know you're busy, just give me 5 minutes, and I'll unload the live animals first," Yi Qiu said, then leaped again, landing steadily on the truck. The driver finally saw the whole process clearly this time. He opened his mouth wide, and the shock in his eyes deepened. At that moment, Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao also walked over. "Brother, I just asked the manager, and he said it's fine to leave it there for as long as we want," Yi Xiao said, holding the camera. The viewers in the live stream saw Yi Qiu standing on the car and immediately became restless. "Damn it! Why didn't I see how the immortal master got on the car? I missed it. What a pity. I shouldn't have agreed to let Yao Yao go ask that so-called manager." "What did you miss? What are you talking about?" Yi Xiao looked confused. "Yao Yao, look where the immortal master is now." On the car, Yi Xiao tilted her head, looking at Yi Qiu. "My brother said he would unload those things first." "Yao Yao, aren't you curious about how the immortal master got up there?" The viewers were simply amazed. This Yi Xiao must be naturally clueless. Just from the petrified driver beside them, it was clear that the immortal master had used an astonishing method to get up there. "Missed it! It's such a pity to have missed it." Yi Xiao looked at the barrage and shouted towards Yi Qiu, "Brother, how did you get up there just now?" Yi Qiu heard her. He leaped down from the car. Then he jumped back up. "This is how I got up." Yi Xiao looked at the live stream. "Did you see that? My brother got up like this. Loved it. Satisfied. Completely satisfied." Although it was indeed impressive, I think for the immortal master, that's just basic operation. There's really nothing to be surprised about. Ha ha ha, right? Look at that driver. He's scared out of his wits. The driver usually drives and is too busy to scroll through Douyin or Weibo. He doesn't even have time to watch live streams. He only occasionally checks the headlines for news. He had indeed heard of Yi Qiu, but he never expected that the internet sensation Immortal Master would be so close yet so far. The 3 actions Yi Qiu performed in front of him left him completely stunned. Before he could come to his senses, all the materials from the truck had already been moved to a nearby open space by Yi Qiu alone. These things must weigh several tons combined. Just now, the speed of the immortal master was simply like lifting foam boards. No, don't you really find it strange? Can one person really have such great strength? Is it because he ate some powerful vegetables? I rolled my eyes. To the newcomer in front, there are some things I don't even want to say anymore. If you want to know, go watch the episode where the immortal master uprooted trees. If he can uproot such trees, these wooden boards are absolutely nothing to Yichio. After staying in Yi Xiao's live stream for a while, many things that seemed absurd to ordinary people gradually became normal for those longtime viewers. Let's just move it up now, Yichio said, looking at the materials neatly placed on the ground, patting the dust off his hands. Xiao, take Xiaoha up to the top floor first, and tell it that I said it needs to contribute a bit of labor too. After all, this is a house prepared for it. Lin Xiao didn't know what Yichio was planning to do. She just needed to do as he said. Brother, why do you want Xiaoha to go upstairs? Yichio was also a bit curious. Yichio glanced at the rooftop location and said lightly, to help receive the materials. Xiaoha is amazing. Xiaoha is amazing. Yichio looked at Yichio, puzzled. Brother, are you really going to let Xiaoha help you receive these materials? She stared wide-eyed at the things on the ground. If it was just her brother being so impressive, that would be one thing. But Xiaoha is a dog. How could a dog possibly do such things? That's its own nest, of course it has to put in some effort, Yichio said matter-of-factly. Moreover, the quickest way right now is to let Xiaoha go get those materials. After all, when walking the dog, we also let it fetch things like frisbees. It's just right for training. It will be convenient when you walk it in the future. Just as he finished speaking, Yichio saw a fluffy big head popping out from upstairs. The look in its eyes was just as silly. Looks like it's here. Yichio also looked up at the head that was sticking out, the camera aimed at the rooftop. Wow, it's Xiaoha. I haven't seen Xiaoha in ages, I miss it so much. Could it be that Xiaoha is really going to fetch those materials today? What a heavy responsibility. Xiaoha. Many viewers, seeing Xiaoha's adorable appearance in Yi Xiao's video, couldn't help but wonder if this little guy could actually do it. Right now, it was lying at the edge of the rooftop, panting with its tongue out. Yichio saw Xiaoha and confirmed its position. He walked over and casually picked up a long and heavy wooden plank. Get ready! With that shout, Yichio waved his right hand upwards. With a whoosh by his ear, the wood was flung up to the rooftop with a powerful force. In the blink of an eye, the wood had reached Xiaoha's position. Yi Xiao's eyes widened, the camera in her hand aimed at the direction of the wood. As a fan-favorite streamer, she knew that these viewers definitely wanted to see Xiaoha catch the wood. Just as that big piece of wood was about to smash into Xiaoha's face, the next second, this little guy actually opened its mouth and firmly caught it. Immediately after, everyone saw Xiaoha turn around and disappear from view. About 20 seconds later, that little head reappeared at the edge of the rooftop. The driver, just coming back to his senses, was stunned again. What the hell is this? Is there really a husky that big in this world? From the first floor, that husky looked at least 2 meters tall, and as for its weight, let's not even mention it. Moreover, even if there was such a big husky, how could it help fetch wood? He was no longer just shocked. He was completely freaked out. The driver remained frozen in place. He couldn't even think anymore. The live stream room also fell silent for a moment, the comments disappearing for 2 seconds. Xiaoha is not bad, it's barely acceptable. Yichio glanced at Xiaoha lying at the edge of the rooftop waiting, giving a relatively good evaluation. Xiaoha seemed to sense its owner's praise and barked 3 times towards the floor below. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were all dumbfounded. Li Xiqing watched in disbelief as the guardian beast of the Li family in the screen actually went to fetch wood, and it seemed quite interested, his eyes wide. He hurriedly grabbed his phone and rushed out of the room. Grandpa, great-grandpa, come look at this. What are you shouting about? How old are you, still so easily startled? Can't you see I'm discussing something with your great-grandfather? Li Rongqing frowned as he saw Li Xiqing burst into the study. Li Hanhai also wore a serious expression. Li Xiqing gasped, no, grandpa, great-grandfather. Look at this. As he spoke, he handed over his phone. Li Hanhai took it and just in time saw the scene that everyone in the livestream had witnessed moments ago. This is, what happened? Father, is something going on? Li Rongqing asked curiously. You go watch the live stream yourself, Li Hanhai said sternly. Li Rongqing probably understood something. It must be Yi Xiao's live stream. So he took out his phone and opened the icon saved on his home screen. Li Rongqing clicked open and saw the scene of Xiaoha carrying the wood. This, isn't that their guardian beast, the silver wolf? Li Xiqing was also in a daze. He looked at his great-grandfather. He thought Li Hanhai would find it inappropriate to use the silver wolf as a tool dog. But unexpectedly, the next second, he heard Li Hanhai say excitedly, amazing, really amazing. Xiaoha is indeed our Li family's guardian beast. It can catch the wood thrown by the ancestor so accurately. Truly impressive, Xiaoha. Li Hanhai's face was full of excitement. He immediately sent Yi Shiyao 100 praises. Li Xicheng's mouth twitched twice. How did he remember? Not long ago, his great-grandfather saw someone say that the guardian beast silver wolf was as stupid as a husky, and it would be better to pick up wood and bring warmth to people. How did it change now? Even his eyes were full of admiration. Fine. Since his great-grandfather found it interesting, let him continue watching. Li Xicheng returned to his room and sat back in his place. At this moment, Yi Qiu had already thrown 10 pieces of wood. The driver was still in a petrified state. Xiaoha's condition was getting better and better, and its speed was increasing. Now it could complete a round of wood transport in just 10 seconds. Xiaoha should be able to go even faster, Yi Qiu said inadvertently while waiting for Xiaoha. Faster? Damn, with Xiaoha's efficiency, I dare bet it's even better than a human. I've heard people say that a person is not as good as a dog, and I never believed it. Until today, seeing the operation of this little husky from the Immortal Master, I really believe it. I'm actually not as good as a dog. That's the Immortal Master's dog, we can't compare. Xiaoha is awesome. Young Master Li, the Emperor of course, Xiaoha is awesome, you should see who it is. That's the Li family's guardian beast, the silver wolf. It's only right for it to be impressive. The wood in the Immortal Master's hand shouldn't be light. Throwing it like that, combined with the strength of the Immortal Master's hand, I can't imagine how strong Xiaoha's bite force is. Bro, I'm calculating it. Wait for me to give you the data. Who can give me the speed of throwing the wood? That would make it easier to calculate. Look at that driver, his face is completely pale. At least he didn't pee himself. I remember the first time I saw Xiaoha, I almost peed myself. Whoosh, 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 the sound of wood slicing through the air kept ringing in my ears. Each piece of wood was caught accurately by Xiaoha as it approached its face. I'm kneeling, I really can't compare to a dog now. Xiao Xiao, are you hot? Xiao Xiao, are you hot? It's making my scalp tingle. In the past, it was always Yi Qiu doing the flashy moves alone, but today, there's also Xiaoha. Those pieces of wood were thrown directly to the rooftop by Yi Qiu. Xiaoha caught each one accurately. The live broadcast effect was simply over the top. This one person and one dog combination in the live broadcast was far better than those domestic special effects films that spent a lot of money hiring top stars. Are you sure this isn't special effects? Special effects can't compare to the Immortal Master's awesomeness. Exactly, can those so-called special effects match even 1/10,000th of our Immortal Master? Xiaoha is also showing off. It's simply heavenly. I suspect this husky is also cultivating immortality. The Immortal Master's dog can't be simple, right? Young Master Li, the Emperor, let me tell you, Xiaoha is actually a divine beast. Don't doubt it. In the video, Yi Qiu was still throwing those pieces of wood up to the rooftop one by one. Xiaoha's cooperation was flawless. Soon, Yi Qiu threw all the wood up. After finishing, he walked over to the driver and patted his shoulder. Thank you for waiting so long. The petrified driver finally came back to his senses. He looked at Yi Qiu, only able to stammer a few words. Are you very busy? Then we won't keep you. Hurry up and go, Yi Qiu said, turning to leave. The driver watched the departing figure, extending his right hand as if wanting to grasp something, but he couldn't catch anything. The expression on his face was left with endless regret. He had always wanted to say to Yi Qiu, "Can I be your apprentice?" But when Yi Qiu stood in front of him, he was so nervous and excited that he couldn't say a word. In the end, all that was left was a missed opportunity. The wooden materials were all transported to the top floor, and Yi Qiu took Yi Shiyou into the elevator. The elevator stopped at the top floor. When the elevator doors opened, Xiaoha was already waiting outside. Seeing its extremely excited appearance, it seemed to be looking forward to the new home as well. Arriving at the spacious area on the top floor, the wood was surprisingly arranged perfectly, piece by piece. Is this something a dog can do? Forget about dogs, even humans would find it hard to accomplish this. The viewers looked at the arrangement of the wood, knowledgeable. You wouldn't be able to do this without a few years of obsessive-compulsive disorder. A blessing for those with OCD, Xiaoha. Yi Shiyou was also shocked to see Xiaoha. It turned out that Xiaoha was a dog with obsessive-compulsive disorder. No wonder after the milk spilled on the floor, Xiaoha insisted on licking the floor and her feet clean. Come help. Yi Qiu walked towards the wood and casually tossed a hammer to Xiaoha. Holding the hammer, it followed Yi Qiu to the side of the wood. With one hand, he scooped up a piece of wood, which landed steadily in his palm. The materials are limited, so I'll just make you one. After saying that, Yi Qiu held a piece of wood in one hand and a hammer in the other. He also tossed a piece of wood to Xiaoha. One person and one dog. And so it began. 10 minutes, half an hour, An hour passed. Under the gaze of all the viewers, a simple doghouse appeared before their eyes. Well, it was indeed simple. This doghouse was better than the villa back in my rural home. A cultivating dog, of course, is different from humans. What shocked the viewers even more was that part of the house was actually completed by Xiaoha itself. This was truly incredible. This dog had surpassed the divine. Now, some people in the livestream had started calling Xiaoha Brother Ha. The people in the livestream were astonished, but Yi Qiu's work didn't stop. After the house was built, it still needed some color and decoration. Lin Xiaoxiao had already brought up Xiaoha's bed and food bowl. Now that they were placed inside, it really looked like a house. By the way, she also made Yi Qiu a refreshing mung bean soup. Yi Qiu Gui, you've worked hard. Lin Xiaoxiao handed the mung bean soup to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu also walked over, and the camera happened to focus on Yi Qiu's neck. The camera's pixels were extremely high, even capturing the fine beads of sweat on his neck. Tempting. Yao Yao really understands us, knowing what we want to see. Of course, besides the female fans in the livestream, Lin Xiaoxiao could also see clearly from a close distance. Mixed with the male scent, it made her a bit dizzy. The charm of masculinity was instantly released. The level of stimulation. It was probably only the thick-skinned Yi Qiu who felt nothing. Lin Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned as red as a steam engine. Yi Qiu noticed and hurriedly asked, Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Are you feeling overheated? She looked up at the blazing sun. It was indeed very hot today. She had already had 2 large cups of iced mung bean soup and still felt a bit warm. Lin Xiaoxiao shivered. She quickly shook her head, blushing, No, I just suddenly felt a bit hot. At this moment, Yi Qiu also put down the glass he was holding. He was more than a head taller than Lin Xiaoxiao, and for some reason, this girl was sweating profusely. Her shirt was about to get soaked. The color underneath was faintly visible from Yi Qiu's direction. He could even see a drop of sweat sliding down her neck, directly falling into the bottomless abyss. Seems a bit hot, Yi Qiu said, shifting his gaze to the clear blue sky. Beside him, Xiaoha was also panting. Yi Qiu thoughtfully prepared some ice milk for it. If only it could cool down a bit, it's just too hot. Wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead, Yi Qiu said to the viewers in the livestream, Look, on such a hot day, I'm still working hard to stream for you all. I must be the most devoted streamer, right? Yao Yao, you've worked hard. I'm willing to help you with a massage. You're done for. The first person to send warmth today. I wonder if there will be a second. Young Masterly, the Emperor Hehe, that person must be an idiot. Even if it's a massage for Yao Yao, it wouldn't be your turn, right? What are you, a cow or a horse? Don't you look in the mirror and see yourself? Li Xiqing was still thinking, if there really was a chance to massage Yao Yao, wouldn't he have the best chance? But such thoughts had just begun to surface. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Xiqing, open the door. A familiar cold voice mixed with a hint of anger. Just as Li Xiqing was about to find a place to hide, the door was kicked open. The one kicking the door was his great-grandfather, Li Hanhai. Now that Li Hanhai had successfully undergone a transformation, kicking down a door was a trivial matter. In the end, only Li Xiqing's voice of admitting his mistake remained in the room. Yi Qiu ignored what the people in the livestream were saying and looked up at the sky. It's fine, it will cool down soon. Should we let Xiaoha stream? Yi Qiu always spoke lightly. He just gazed at the sky. He casually blurted out a sentence. The expression on his face was calm, without a hint of turbulence, as if saying, Have you eaten? I have. Such words. Brother, are you serious? Although the sun was blazing in the sky, almost scorching the skin, Yi Qiu still believed that if Yi Qiu said it would cool down, then it really would. Wait, just a few seconds. After Yi Qiu finished speaking, he turned and walked in front of Xiaoha's house, starting to paint. Besides the craftsmanship of Lu Ban and the art of carving, he was also a genius in painting. His mastery of color tones had reached the level of a top master. Just as Yi Qiu was brushing a board, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Soon after, a gentle cool breeze began to blow. Yi Qiu could also clearly feel the temperature around her starting to drop slowly. The clear sky began to show thick clouds. The sun was directly blocked behind the clouds, and the beads of sweat on her skin began to dry, feeling cool. People in Jiangqing's Linjiang district were already numb. They were kneeling. I was also there. Just a moment ago, it was blazing sun, making me want to run naked, and now it's cool to the extreme. I told you, it won't be hot soon. Yi Qiu continued to paint on Xiaoha's house with his brush. Brother Yi Qiu, it really isn't hot anymore. Lin Xiaoxiao felt much better now. The previous feeling of heat had completely disappeared, and she felt quite refreshed. Yi Qiu chuckled. Brother is amazing. When he says it's not hot, it really isn't hot. No, brother's in Linjiang district. Look at that cloud. Can you see something in it? Breaking news, I see it. It seems to be a glowing pearl. Ah, this. The pearl from the last dragon sucking water? Wow. Damn. I see it too. It really is the pearl from the last dragon sucking water. Yi Qiu put down the brush in his hand and glanced at the sky. What beads are there? As soon as he finished speaking, the beads that had been vaguely visible behind the clouds suddenly disappeared. Some people didn't even blink. The beads just vanished into thin air. Some viewers who were about to take out their phones to capture the moment were left dumbfounded. No way! Were their eyes deceiving them? Or were they seeing things? Just a moment ago, that bead was still in the sky, even visible to the naked eye. How could it really be gone the moment the immortal master said so? Gone. The bead was gone. What was going on? It disappeared right after the immortal master spoke. I can guarantee it was there just now. I have the video. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, "Don't you understand? That bead definitely belonged to the immortal master. And now it's been taken back." Jewel Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, "If I could, I would also want to have such a bead." Treasure House sent a super rocket and commented, "Just think about it. You couldn't even grab the powerful green vegetable, and you're dreaming of such a treasure? You must be dreaming." What? The Jewel Pavilion couldn't grab the powerful green vegetable? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. The big shot has flipped. I managed to grab it. Do you want me to sell it to you? No way. Do you really think it was the host's brother who did it? Because Yi Xiao's livestream had such a huge audience, the old ones didn't leave, and the new ones rushed in, so there were all these strange questions every day. How could he possibly control the weather? And that bead or whatever, it must be a scam. Pfft. Do you know about the dragon sucking water during the flood? If you don't know, go check it out. The immortal master is an immortal. Controlling the weather is basic operation, right? What a fuss. Never seen the world. Just don't say you came from Yi Xiao's livestream when you go out. That would be embarrassing. Immortal master, that bead is yours, right? Yi Qiu, without raising his head, replied, "No, I can't control the weather. When you have time, I suggest you study meteorology. Human skin is the best weather sensor. Just now, I sensed that the weather was about to change. There's no such thing as a dragon sucking water bead controlling the weather." Yi Qiu earnestly educated the viewers. These were things he had seen while playing on his phone recently. They were mostly reliable scientific content found online. Everyone should believe in science. Science shapes the future. Damn it, believe in science? I just don't believe it. What should I do? I just feel that it was the immortal master who did it. Feeling the weather with your body? I can do that too. I can sense the weather on my wife's face. Yi Qiu just smiled without saying a word. His hands didn't stop for a moment, and in just a few minutes, he had painted Little Ha's house. Alright, you can move in a couple of days. That's great. Little Ha now has his own room. Yi Xiao stood in front of Little Ha's doghouse, excitedly taking photos with her phone. Let's go. There's nothing else. After Yi Qiu said this, he led the two girls and Little Ha downstairs. Strangely, after Yi Qiu and the others went downstairs, the chilly weather that had just been there suddenly became extremely hot. The clouds that had been blocking the sun also disappeared completely as the three went downstairs. Damn it, look at the sun now. Can you really say this has nothing to do with the immortal master? As soon as the immortal master left, it started to heat up again. My skin can only sense the heat, not the kind of weather change the immortal master mentioned. Can your skin compare to the immortal master's? Give it up. Once inside the room, Yi Xiao felt instantly saved. It's so much more comfortable with the air conditioning. She switched to her computer for the livestream, not worried at all that her popularity would drop after going offline and coming back on. As long as she started streaming, the popularity would shoot up without stopping. By the way, everyone, I need to take a day off tomorrow. I have something to do. It's rare for Yao Yao to actually have something on her schedule. Yi Xiao smiled. Yes, so there won't be a live stream tomorrow. Yao Yao, you actually just want to slack off, right? Yi Xiao, what? I'm such a hard-working person, and you all say I want to be lazy. She rolled her eyes. How about we let Xiaoha do the live stream for you tomorrow? Xiaoha, meow meow meow? What a steal. This woman is really something. To slack off for herself, she actually wants a husky to help her with the live stream. It must be because she saw Xiaoha could help build houses today, so this woman has bad intentions. Although I also want to see Xiaoha live stream, I have to say, host, your operation is really something. The Zhou family has Ling Ling. The Zhou family has Ling Ling. Yi Xiao unexpectedly ended the live stream again, leaving behind 1 million viewers in the live stream room cursing. The next day, Zhou Yuming called early to inquire. They were ready for today's meeting at any time. This involved the future of Wan Yitang, and there could be no mistakes. Early in the morning, Wan Yitang's luxury car was already waiting downstairs at Junlin Yipin. The manager of Junlin Yipin had seen many luxury cars, but this was the first time seeing Wan Yitang's vehicle. You have to know, in Zhangchang, 100 Tang is a presence that all the wealthy families have to give some respect to. This 100 Tang's car seemed to be waiting for someone. It was unclear who they were waiting for. The manager didn't dare to approach and inquire, only secretly watching from the side, wondering what big shot 100 Tang was looking for today. Inside the car, Zhou Yuming was waiting inside. Today, 100 Tang had directly reserved a winery that was open all day. This winery is particularly famous in Jiangchang. Any wealthy family with some reputation has reserved a spot here. The winery is known for its wine. It is said that a bottle of grape wine was once auctioned for 5 million. This time, Zhou Yuming also spent a lot of money to reserve 10 bottles of grape wine from the owner of Konlan Winery. He just didn't know if Xian Zun would like it. After watching the live stream for so long, Zhou Yuming knew that Yi Qiu liked drinking tea, but he was sure he couldn't produce tea better than what Yi Qiu already had, so he could only focus on high-end wine. Before Yi Qiu expressed his opinion, Zhou Yuming was in a state of extreme tension. 100 Tang had been dominating Jiangchang for many years, and this was the first time he felt this way. Ling Ling, when you meet Xian Zun today, you must be polite, understand? Zhou Yuming reminded Zhou Ling, who was sitting in the back seat. She was the little girl from 100 Tang who could refine pills. She had long black hair, with the hair by her ears braided and tied with a light blue satin ribbon. The front was cut into an exceptionally cute bob, and her small face showed a nervous expression, her dark eyes sparkling. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Second uncle, what kind of person is Xian Zun? Zhou Ling, having spent most of her time in the pharmacy, rarely went out, and only used her phone when necessary, so she didn't know much about Yi Qiu. All she knew was that her second uncle was taking her to meet a very powerful person. She had heard that he could refine pills, and the little fever-reducing pills her second uncle had brought for her to study were refined by someone named Yi Qiu. Zhou Ling had always felt like an oddball growing up. When she first saw the fever-reducing pills, she was so excited that she couldn't express it. Before coming, she was so anxious and overly nervous that she forgot to check Yi Qiu's information. Now that they were at the door, Zhou Ling suddenly remembered that she had no idea what the person they were about to meet looked like. She took out her phone, feeling nervous. She opened her phone and searched for Yi Qiu on a search engine. The first thing she saw on the encyclopedia was the two characters, Xian Zun. However, the entry on a certain search engine seemed a bit forced. It stated that because Yi Qiu and Yi Xiu often used some impressive special effects in their live streams, fans referred to them as Xian Zun. Zhou Ling was puzzled. Special effects? A Xian Zun can truly refine pills. How could it be just special effects? She had a unique constitution since childhood, and the moment she saw that small fever-reducing pill, she realized there were people in this world even more powerful than her. Therefore, Zhou Ling also wanted to meet Yi Qiu. She even hoped he would take her as a disciple. Reflecting on the past, it had always been others seeking her out to be their disciple. This time, Zhou Ling finally understood their feelings. It was a thirst for knowledge. When she saw the edited image of Yi Qiu from the live stream, she was shocked. This Yi Qiu, could he be any younger? He looked like he was only a few years older than her. Second uncle. What is it, Ling? Zhou Yuming's situation was not much better than Zhou Ling's. After all, everything happening today would determine the fate of 100 Tang. How old is this Xian Zun? Zhou Yuming was taken aback. I don't know, but he is Miss Yi Xiao's brother, so he should be in his early 20s. He had once tried to investigate Yi Qiu's information, but for some reason, it seemed like everything about him was deliberately hidden. Aside from knowing he was Yi Xiao's long-lost brother, no one knew anything else. A Xian Zun so young. Zhou Ling's big eyes were fixed on the tall figure on the phone screen. She wondered if the Xian Zun would take her as a disciple. Ling, do you remember what I told you? How to greet the Xian Zun. You mustn't just casually address him because he looks young. I know, Zhou Ling nodded. She understood these things to some extent. In fact, ever since she was ostracized by her classmates due to her unique constitution, she had hardly attended school. All her studies were completed at home. Although she was only 15 now, she had already finished all the high school knowledge. After all, aside from studying, she spent almost all her time in the pharmacy researching prescriptions. Finding time to study was already quite good. The group waited at the entrance of Junlin Pin. Zhou Yuming didn't dare to message Yi Xiao to ask. After all, it wasn't the agreed time yet. He was just afraid of making a mistake and arriving too early. Zhou Ling was busy in the back seat checking various information about Yi Qiu. She had gone through all the video clips online. After watching, it almost overturned her understanding of the world. Her curiosity about Yi Qiu grew even stronger. About half an hour later, Zhou Yuming received a message from Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, Mr. Zhou, we are coming down soon, see you at the entrance of Junliniping at 9 o'clock sharp. Their agreed time was exactly 9 o'clock. Although Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao were sisters, they were always punctual. When they said they would meet at that time. Zhou Yuming quickly replied, no rush, Miss Yi, you can take your time coming down after you finish. We are already in the elevator, Yi Xiao replied. Upon seeing the message, Zhou Yuming's heart began to race. They were about to meet. Finally, he was about to see the Xianzun in person. His excited heart and trembling hands were almost completely out of control. The feeling was even more nerve-wracking than when he got married. You can just call me brother. While Zhou Lingling was still pondering whether Yi Qiu was easy to get along with, she heard Yi Xiao's cheerful voice beside her. Mr. Zhou. As soon as Zhou Yuming saw the three people walking from the entrance of Junliniping, he hurriedly got out of the car to greet them. Zhou Lingling, being clever, rushed over as soon as Zhou Yuming spoke. Miss Yi, hello. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Zhou Yuming's attitude was extremely humble, completely losing the demeanor of the owner of Wanhangtang. He didn't even dare to look at Yi Qiu, who was behind Yi Xiao. Just being close, he could feel the powerful aura of the immortal lord. Then let's set off now. Once we arrive, could you introduce me a bit? Yi Xiao was not one to procrastinate. Looking at Zhou Lingling, whose face was slightly flushed, she smiled and said, this little girl looked about 15 or 16, very delicate, like a fragrant lotus that had emerged from the mud untainted. At that moment, she was staring blankly at Yi Qiu, her eyes filled with surprise. The immortal lord. Although she had seen photos and some blurry videos, seeing the real person in front of her was truly astonishing. He looked so young, in his early 20s, and already called the immortal lord? Lingling? Lingling? Zhou Yuming called her twice before Zhou Lingling finally reacted. Ah, I'm here, uncle. Let's go, Lingling. By the time Zhou Lingling came to her senses, she had already become the last person walking. Yi Xiao and the others had already gotten into the car. When she got in, her seat was right next to Yi Qiu. Although the car was spacious, she still caught a faint scent of tea from Yi Qiu. The immortal lord likes to drink tea? Zhou Lingling was a bit curious. What kind of tea do cultivators like? Would the wine her uncle prepared still be useful? The car was not moving fast, slowly leaving the entrance of Junliniping. The manager, who had been peeking from the side, finally came out, his eyes full of surprise. It turned out that Wanhangtang was actually here to find Yi Xiao. Seeing that they were looking for Yi Xiao, the manager understood. After all, she was the major benefactor of Junliniping, and the owner had said that as long as Miss Yi Xiao needed anything, they must do their best to satisfy her requests. Even if they couldn't meet her needs temporarily, they had to find a way to make her satisfied later. The manager had been present several times during Yi Xiao's live broadcasts. So, if it was them, it really wouldn't be surprising. Upon arriving at Conlan Manor, the scent of wine could be smelled from afar. There's even a winery here. As soon as Yi Qiu got out of the car, he glanced around the manor. Just one glance, and he had completely understood the layout of Conlan Manor. He even knew how many barrels of wine were in the cellar. Yes, Conlan's wine is famous all over the world, Zhou Yuming said with a smile. He led the three into the manor, finally stopping at a well-arranged lawn. Several high-end chefs were already waiting here, ready to serve Yi Qiu and the others. These chefs, even inviting one would cost a lot of money, let alone today when Zhou Yuming directly invited experts from all the cuisines of Xia country. After all, he wasn't sure what type of dishes Yi Qiu liked. Moreover, he hadn't invited any Western chefs today. He was a regular in the live broadcast room and knew that Yi Qiu didn't like those things. The chefs stood in rows at their positions, waiting for Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao to order. By the way, Mr. Zhou, you haven't introduced us to this one yet. This is the girl I told you about from our Zhou family who can refine some simple pills. Her name is Zhou Lingling, and she is 15 this year. You can just call her Lingling, Zhou Yuming introduced. Yi Xiao was not shy at all, smiling as she looked at the pure little sister in front of her. Then I'll call you Lingling from now on. Lingling, shall we add each other on WeChat? Zhou Lingling didn't expect Yi Xiao to be so proactive. She instantly felt a bit nervous. Okay. After adding Zhou Lingling on WeChat, Yi Xiao smiled again. From now on, I'll call you Lingling, and you can call me Sister Yao Yao. Zhou Lingling nodded, her little face slightly flushed. She had spent almost all her time at home since she was little, with very few opportunities to socialize outside. Her family had taken various protective measures to keep her safe. Moreover, due to some past incidents, the Zhou family was even more cautious about her contact with the outside world. This was the first time she had met someone like Yi Xiao. That person called Lin Xiaoxiao is my best friend and has grown up with me. You can call her Sister Xiaoxiao. As for him, he is my brother Yi Qiu, the so-called immortal lord you all talk about. Yi Xiao thought for a moment, why don't you just call him brother like me and Xiaoxiao? Zhou Lingling was startled by Yi Xiao's words. Zhou Yuming was also quite shocked. Miss Yi, this is absolutely not acceptable. What kind of status does the immortal lord have, and what kind of status does Lingling have? How could she call the immortal lord brother? What right does the Zhou family have? What's unacceptable about it? Yi Xiao looked puzzled. She thought this little girl was cute and well-behaved, and surely she was a nice person, so calling her brother like herself shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Zhou Lingling was so adorable. Her situation was different from Chu Mingyue's. The police flower sister could be said to be a brainless fan. When she saw her brother, it was probably difficult for her to stay composed. Brother, what do you think? Yi Xiao turned her head, smiling as she looked at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu glanced at Zhou Lingling, a flash of light passing through his eyes. He was silent for 2 seconds but nodded, as long as you think it's good. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao laughed again. See, my brother said it's fine. Mr. Zhou, don't be so formal. Zhou Yuming was already sweating profusely. Now to have Lingling call the immortal lord brother. Miss Yi is really that bold. Alright, let's hear you call him. Yi Xiao teased. Zhou Lingling looked at Yi Qiu, her face completely red. She was nervous, so nervous that her mind felt a bit dazed, and all she could hear was a buzzing sound. After a long time, she finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Yi Qiu brother. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Lingling was so nervous that her palms started to sweat. This was the immortal lord, a super powerful immortal lord. Zhou Yuming was in a state not much better than Zhou Lingling's. He was even more nervous than her. It was already an honor for the Zhou family that the immortal lord agreed to come today. Unexpectedly, Lingling had such good fortune. Brother, are you going to take her as a disciple? Both of them nervously looked at Yi Qiu, waiting for his response. They heard Yi Qiu respond with a faint mem, and Zhou Yuming became even more anxious. What kind of attitude was this from the immortal lord? Was he dissatisfied with Lingling? Or did he really think she was good? Would the immortal lord think that Lingling was too weak right now and therefore look down on her, and then be unwilling to teach her any alchemy recipes? If that were the case, what should they do? Zhou Yuming felt that if he kept guessing, his head might really explode. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao both liked Zhou Lingling very much and pulled her toward the dining table over there. Now, only Zhou Yuming and Yi Qiu were left. Being alone with Yi Qiu made Zhou Yuming's heart race, his nerves at their peak. Speak, what is it? Just as Zhou Yuming was about to reach his limit, Yi Qiu finally spoke. He let out a sigh of relief. Then, he cautiously said, Immortal Master. It's like this, I think you've noticed that Lingling is different from others. Yi Qiu nodded slightly. His gaze fell on Zhou Lingling, who was being pulled by Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao to eat something not far away. He was surprised to see someone on Blue Star who still had some spiritual energy left in her body. Although it was very weak, she was indeed the only one he had encountered so far. Moreover, she could even refine medicine. With such talent, if there was still spiritual energy available for cultivation on Blue Star, her future alchemical abilities would definitely be impressive. Since Lingling could speak, she has been able to identify some herbs, and as she grew older, she could recognize even more. By the time she was in elementary school, she could actually refine some pills that we didn't even recognize. It was likely that her spiritual power had awakened, Yi Qiu thought. As for cultivation, he had never experienced it himself. He had always relied on the system's sign-in process and had never gone through the arduous journey of cultivation. Of course, in another world, he had seen many people fighting over a single pill to break through their bottleneck. If he were to provide Zhou Lingling with some useful guidance, he really needed to revisit the comprehensive guide on cultivation provided by the system. The encyclopedia had everything. It should be helpful to Zhou Lingling. Immortal Master, we came to you this time not only for the pill formula but also for Lingling. As ordinary people, we can't provide her with any help. She's just a little girl, completely clueless, like a headless fly. So, we still hope that the Immortal Master can give Lingling some guidance. I understand. Yi Qiu replied lightly. Zhou Yuming didn't know whether he had agreed or refused. His heart began to feel uneasy again. What if the Immortal Master refused? What would happen to Lingling in the future? Without the Immortal Master's guidance, Lingling would probably have to rely on herself to figure things out. Or perhaps, did the Immortal Master get angry just now? Because of his recklessness, did he decide not to guide Lingling anymore? Damn it! It was all his fault. Blaming himself for not being rigorous enough, he had made such an unreasonable request right after meeting the Immortal Master. It was all because he was too greedy. Zhou Yuming's face was filled with regret. Yi Qiu also sensed Zhou Yuming's gaze. He found the man utterly baffling, not knowing what he was thinking. The two were completely on different wavelengths, until Yi Xiao finally let Zhou Lingling go. As soon as she had a moment, Zhou Lingling walked over to Yi Qiu. She looked at Yi Qiu, stammering for a long time before finally calling out, "Brother Yi Qiu." Yi Qiu lowered his head, looking at Zhou Lingling, who only reached his chest. "Do you want the pill formula?" Suddenly being called out, the little girl was so startled that she shivered, even her hair standing on end. Yi Qiu didn't understand why. As soon as he appeared, these people seemed to feel an immense pressure. Was he really that scary? If it was about appearance, he shouldn't be that frightening, right? I'm just a bit curious. If Zhou Yuming was here for the Wanatang, then Zhou Lingling was truly just curious. She was curious about what ingredients were in the pill formula for that fever-reducing pill Yi Qiu had. What were the steps for refining it? I can give you the pill formula, but after you refine it, I want to see the results. After all, she was the first human he had discovered on Blue Star who contained spiritual energy. Even the previously Hanhai had only gained a bit of spiritual power after washing his marrow and refining his bones. And this little girl, she was born with it. Does this mean this blue planet seems to be a bit different from what we imagined? Yi Qiu was somewhat interested in Zhou Lingling, which is why he gave her the alchemy formula. By the way, he also took out a beginner's guide to alchemy. If you don't know what to do in the future, just take a look at this book. This was also something he obtained from the system's sign-in. It was somewhat useful for him in the early stages, but later on, the sign-in would directly upgrade him, making it easy to refine divine-level pills, and he would automatically acquire all the formulas. No matter if you were low-level or high-level, or even divine-level, all of it was stuffed into his brain by the system. So, the beginner's guide that was useful in the early stages was no longer of any significance. However, now he could give it to Zhou Lingling. Perhaps it would help her. After all, Yi Qiu had never experienced the arduous process of leveling up, so he really couldn't teach her anything. Zhou Lingling looked at the blue booklet Yi Qiu handed over. She was so startled that her eyes widened. A beginner's guide to alchemy. Something from a celestial master. This. Zhou Yuming was even more shocked, almost peeing his pants. He was the boss of 10000. Usually, he commanded respect in Jiangcheng, and everyone had to give him face. He didn't even need to look at anyone's expression and could even give others a hard time. Today, his little heart almost couldn't handle the suffocation. Now, seeing Yi Qiu casually take out a manual and hand it to Lingling, Zhou Yuming was dumbfounded. Along with the confusion, there was also wild joy. Lingling actually received a celestial master's favor. This was simply an enormous stroke of luck. Lingling, hurry up and thank the celestial master, Zhou Yuming urged. Only then did Zhou Lingling react, kneeling directly in front of Yi Qiu. Lingling thanks ye, the celestial master's favor. She was not good at communicating with others. Now, holding that beginner's guide, nervousness and excitement mixed together. Her heart was practically about to leap out of her throat. Just then, Yi Xiao walked over with Lin Xiaoxiao. As soon as she arrived, she saw Zhou Lingling kneeling in front of her brother, holding a blue booklet, her face full of excitement. "Brother, are you taking on a disciple?" Yi Xiao blurted out upon seeing this. "You think you deserve it? Taking on a disciple?" Yi Qiu looked at Zhou Lingling. Did this look like taking on a disciple? Yes. Otherwise, how could Lingling be kneeling in front of you like this? She could feel Zhou Lingling's joy. Just seeing that book made her realize it was likely that her brother had brought out something the Zhou family had longed for. In situations like this, she was already used to it. Yi Qiu was silent for 2 seconds. Taking her as a disciple is not out of the question. Really? Besides Yi Xiu and Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhou Lingling was completely stunned by this statement. Zhou Yuming was so happy he almost jumped up, even pinching himself hard to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Celestial Master. Do you really want to take Lingling as your disciple? Zhou Yuming had seen all kinds of storms in his life. Just one sentence from Yi Qiu made him so emotional he was on the verge of tears. At this moment, Zhou Yuming was practically overwhelmed with gratitude, tears, and snot flowing freely. This feeling was even more exciting than an ordinary person winning 100 million. Yi Qiu nodded. He had plenty of disciples. If he were to count, it would probably be over 10,000 by now. Up to now, the ones whose names he could remember were just a few. Most of them he couldn't even recall their names. However, if he saw them, they might look a bit familiar. Lingling, hurry up and call your master. No, I need to prepare the things for the apprenticeship right away. Zhou Yuming's excited hands trembled uncontrollably. When he took out his phone, his fingers struggled to press the correct keys. No need. Yi Qi looked at Zhou Yuming, who was so agitated he was almost unrecognizable, and said again, "It doesn't have to be so complicated." After saying that, he took out a thin white bracelet from his pocket. "Put this on." Zhou Lingling curiously took the silver bracelet, not understanding why Yi Qi was giving it to her. "Wearing this, you will be my disciple." Yi Qi initially wanted to specify which disciple she would be, but upon reflection, he realized he couldn't remember how many disciples he had taken in total. Most of them were collected as part of system tasks. Without completing tasks, he couldn't sign in, which was why he had so many disciples. Now, aside from Zhou Lingling, so he gave her a bracelet he had made himself. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Zhou Lingling finally regained some composure, hurriedly cradling the bracelet in her hands, then raised it high and bowed 3 times in front of Yi Qi. "Get up." After Yi Qi said this, he walked over to where the red wine was displayed. When he entered earlier, he had caught a whiff of the wine's aroma. He only glanced at it. Zhou Yuming rushed over. "Immortal, these are all prepared for you, but I don't know if you like them." Before Yi Qi could respond, Zhou Yuming had already called someone over to pack the bottles of red wine, each worth several million, and loaded them all into the car that was picking up Yi Qi and the others. Seeing Yi Qi leave, Zhou Lingling finally stood up. She wrapped the silver bracelet around her delicate white wrist. However, just as she was about to tie the bracelet, it unexpectedly melted into her wrist, leaving a faint mark. Soon, that mark disappeared. Zhou Lingling was a bit surprised, her heart racing. She was truly astonished. She never expected her master would give her something so extraordinary. Yi Xiao had happily played at the Konglan Manor all day. When the 3 of them were heading home, Zhou Yuming even personally drove them. "Follow the formula to make it, and show me when you're done. If it's up to standard, we can mass-produce it." The car was a 7-seater. Yi Qi and Zhou Lingling sat in the back seat. At this moment, his newly accepted disciple was diligently taking notes. In reality, he didn't have much to teach her. At most, he could provide some formulas and methods for alchemy. If he had to explain the secrets behind it, he could only say a few words, just have hands. For Yi Qi, it really was as simple as having hands. The formulas were ingrained in his mind, and his skillful alchemy techniques allowed him to produce top-grade pills without error. As for the process, it wasn't even within his consideration. Perhaps this was the benefit of having a system. Finally, based on Zhou Lingling's constitution, Yi Qi found her the most basic introductory guide. If it weren't for that guide on cleansing the marrow, it would have probably been used to prop up a table by now. Zhou Yunyun treasured it like a precious gem, carefully placing everything she received from Yi Qi into her bag. Zhou Yuming's driving skills were quite good. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of the Junlinipin community. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao got out of the car first. Zhou Yuming hurried over to open the trunk. Besides the red wine, the trunk also contained some fresh grapes, a specialty of Konglan Manor. These grapes were different from those bought outside. Both the aroma and sweetness were much more intense than other grapes. That's why the wine from Konglan could be sold at such a high price. Zhou Yuming was still waiting for Yi Qiao to get out of the car, while Yi Xiao planned to take some things out herself. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly darted out from the side. "Miss Yi, you've worked hard. I'm here to help you." Yi Xiao was startled. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the manager from the Junlinipin sales department. She had seen him many times before, but why was he acting so strangely today? "Manager, are you okay?" Yi Xiao thought something was wrong with him and instinctively pulled Lin Xiaoxiao back a couple of steps. The manager wore a fawning expression, his eyes squinting, the corners of his mouth turned up, presenting what he believed to be a perfect smile. "I'm fine, Miss Yi. I just saw you had too many things, so I'm here to assist you." "No, it's fine." Yi Xiao looked at the manager and shivered. Even if they needed help, it wasn't him they wanted. He looked creepy. Offering unsolicited help, he must have ulterior motives. Yi Xiao understood this much. The manager had no choice. Since Yi Xiao told him to leave, he had to retreat, ultimately slinking away. Zhou Yuming had just opened the door for Yi Qiao. He then walked over to the trunk. From a distance, he glanced at the manager, his eyes filled with disdain. He soon arrived beside Yi Xiao, respectfully lifting the bags of packaged wine. Finally, he shot a provocative look at the manager, as if to say, "You think you're worthy of carrying wine for Miss Yi?" The manager could only bite his handkerchief in secret. He had lost. Who told him the other party was the owner of 10000? But the owner of 10000 humbly carrying things for a girl. It was too surreal to comprehend. "She is my brother's little apprentice. She is my brother's little apprentice." After returning home, Yi Xiao immediately started a live stream. Even Lin Xiaoxiao was curious about why this girl was so enthusiastic today. Lingling said she wanted to see me live stream. Yi Xiao smiled. So that was it. It was the little apprentice that Yi Qiu had taken in today. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something amusing. Many people in the livestream chat had referred to Yi Qiu as Master Ancestor and such. If they knew that a 15-year-old girl was actually Yi Qiu's apprentice, they wouldn't know what kind of expression to make. Even she was a bit looking forward to it. As soon as Yi Xiao started the livestream, the popularity surged to the top. Why is Yao Yao streaming so early today? In the group, a moderator found it unbelievable. Yi Xiao streaming this early? And being so proactive? Something was off. Really off. Hee, I went out to play all day, and now I'm back home. As a fan-loving streamer, I have to give you some benefits. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she noticed a message on WeChat. Sister Yao Yao, how do I send you gifts? It was Zhou Lingling. Yi Xiao found it hard to believe. This girl didn't even know how to send gifts in the livestream? She was simply a rarity of the new century. You have to know, in today's society, other kids know how to surf the internet by the time they're 5 or 6. Elementary school students are even in online relationships. Middle schoolers are already showing off in games. Lingling was already 15, yet she had never watched a livestream. How was the Zhou family educating her? Could it be that Lingling had spent almost all of her 15 years in the pharmacy and with various prescriptions? No, such a wonderful youth couldn't be wasted like this. She had to teach Lingling how to connect with the world. Yao Yao, why aren't you talking after starting the livestream? Where's the fairy master? Where is the fairy master? Starting the livestream so early today must have some trick. After finally teaching Zhou Lingling, Yi Xiao then turned on the sound for the livestream. Isn't this just teaching a newbie sister how to livestream? What? A newbie girl? Little sister? Old lecher. Emperor, how young is this little sister? Yao Yao is only 20, right? If Yao Yao is calling her little sister, she must be very young. I like young girls, leave her to me. I'll take care of her. Not fat. Emperor, is she a loli? Yi Xiao twitched her mouth. You all tone it down a bit, she's only 15. Wow, 15. A high school student. Love it. Is she really? Not fat. Emperor, really? Yao Yao just said she's 15. How could it be fake? It must be true. Old lecher, Emperor is the little sister in the live stream? I want to make a friend, add her on WeChat or something. Extraordinary. Emperor, I want to too. Strongest. Emperor, I also want to add the little sister on WeChat. Yi Xiao, she just started live streaming and isn't very familiar yet. She should be here soon. And by the way, this little sister is my brother's disciple. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, especially those who had just been chatting wildly in the livestream. At that moment, they wished they could slap themselves. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world, and a few of them were simultaneously sent warmth. Fortunately, this time, because ignorance is bliss, they left for a while and then returned. Just then, Zhou Lingling's newly registered account appeared in the livestream. Lingling sent a carnival and left a message. Sister Yao Yao, I can give rewards now. What the heck? She's here. This girl named Lingling is the little disciple of the immortal lord? She doesn't even know how to give rewards. Could it be another cultivator? The viewers saw Zhou Lingling and really thought she might be another hidden cultivator. Wait a minute, let's take Lingling to play Eternal Calamity. Anyone want to join? Yi Xiao herself wasn't very skilled, so she asked the viewers in the livestream. After all, although these people often joked around in the livestream, many of them were actually experts. While Yi Xiao was playing the game, Yi Qiu happened to walk past her with several bottles of wine. The sharp-eyed viewers immediately spotted the empty blue bottles. Isn't that the empty blue wine? And looking at the packaging, it can't be the one I'm thinking of. Many people knew about the auction where a bottle of empty blue wine sold for millions. In fact, one of the bottles, unique in its kind, was auctioned for over 10 million. Everyone had seen that kind of wine packaging. Plus, no one dared to counterfeit it on the market, so as long as it was this kind of packaging for empty blue wine, a bottle would cost at least several million. And at this moment, Yi Qiu was directly carrying several boxes. What's even more outrageous is that to make it easier, he used a large bag from the market to pack those boxes together. Immortal Lord, is he going to stock up? What a big deal, in my opinion. Empty blue wine isn't even worthy of the Immortal Lord. I agree. When Yi Qiu set those things down and walked over, he heard the bullet comments starting to discuss how to brew wine to make it taste better. After listening for a bit, he couldn't help but speak up. For wine, it's best to use spiritual spring water for brewing. Caught up by that thing. And the technique for brewing wine isn't something you can learn overnight. So, brother, can you brew wine? Yi Xiao's eyes were focused on the game, but her ears caught Yi Qiu's voice. Of course, Yi Qiu said. Actually, It's quite simple. The brewing technique he got from the system's sign-in didn't give him any special feelings. He just knew that as long as he wanted, he could brew top-quality wine, even the legendary Peach Blossom brew. It's really simple. Am I lacking in technique? What I lack is spiritual spring water. Spiritual spring water or something. Just hearing it sounds like something that only appears in a world where spiritual energy has revived. It's impossible to exist on Blue Star. Who would have thought? Yicho said again. The spirit spring water isn't something we can't get. As long as certain conditions are met, the spirit spring water will appear. Immortal Master. I also want the spirit spring water. I think you want Mengpo's soup. The water from the Sanzu River. Do you want the spirit spring water? Ha! That water ghost doesn't even drink it. After all, most people want to retain their memories from their past lives when they reincarnate, so Mengpo's soup is really not something they want to drink. Come on, there are no ghosts in this world. Yes, no ghosts, but there are spiritual entities. Didn't the Immortal Master transcend 2 spiritual entities last time? That was a long time ago, so only the viewers who were in the live stream from the beginning would know. Most of the fans in Yi Xiao's live stream came after Yicho appeared on the national broadcast, and then after the mysterious ice crystal incident, they flooded in. At that time, there weren't so many benevolent spirits. At this moment, the old fans felt a sense of pride rising within them. No way, do you really believe there are ghosts in this world? Did we say there are ghosts? We said there are spiritual entities. Do you understand? Spiritual entities are not ghosts. Actually, there are ghosts in this world. I've recently been haunted by that thing. Yi Xiao was still playing games with Lingling. Just then, she saw this comment, and her attention was immediately distracted, leading her to give away a kill. After playing a few rounds, Lingling could already help her rank up. Yi Xiao was a bit scared of that thing, but humans, sometimes, are just so curious. The more afraid they are, the more they want to explore. Those horror games are simply a mix of being bad at them and loving to play. This comment instantly sparked Yi Xiao's curiosity. What happened? What happened? Hurry up and tell me how you got haunted? As she spoke, she grabbed a pillow from the side and hugged it. Yicho also heard the voice broadcast of the comments in the live stream. He then saw Yi Xiao's extremely interested reaction. It seems that Yao Yao really likes those things. If there's a chance, I should take her to see the real deal. After all, whatever his sister likes, he should try to satisfy her. Moreover, just going to see those spiritual entities is a small matter. As long as it's something Yao Yao likes, it has to be arranged. Yi Qiu had made up his mind. Over here, Yi Xiao was still listening to the viewer who had recently been haunted tell his story. It wasn't just her. Right now, as long as it's a supernatural event, it almost immediately becomes a hot topic, attracting a lot of discussion. The viewers were urging that person. What's going on, brother? Tell us. From what I know, many so-called supernatural events are actually some people's schemes. After all, don't you know that after that, they can't become spirits? Yuan Shuai, no, listen to me. Just recently, every time I undress at night, I can feel a woman's hair in my pocket. The key is, I don't even have a girlfriend. I don't go to those places. How could there be a woman's hair in my pocket? The more he spoke, the more airy it became. Yi Xiao became more and more excited as she listened. Although it sounded a bit scary, she really wanted to know what was going on. How about this? You can't explain it clearly here. Why don't you post a thread on the forum or a Weibo post, and we'll go see. If what this person said is true, then this matter would be interesting. Brother, you didn't offend some woman and then deliberately create this to scare yourself, did you? It's possible he's a programmer, staying up late and losing hair without realizing it, then blaming that thing for it. Haha, about why my hair is gone. I'm bald but haven't gotten stronger. Is that a thing? Yuan Shuai, no. I'm just a college student, and I study at Jiangcheng University. My hair is thick and short, I don't stay up late, and I don't play games. I usually just like to watch live streams. This is really strange. Have you encountered anything weird lately? Or maybe accidentally done something you shouldn't have? Yi Xiao recalled the horror movies she had watched. Some people got involved with that thing unintentionally. Yi Qiu listened for a while and walked over to Yi Xiao's side. As soon as the viewers in the live stream saw Yi Qiu appear, the tension that had just existed suddenly vanished. The Immortal Master is here. With the Immortal Master around, nothing is going to happen. Young Master Li, the Emperor Master, do you know what's going on? Li Xiqing sat alone in his room, feeling a chill behind him, and finally, like Yi Xiao, he grabbed a pillow to hold. He even added a blanket. After all, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Talking about this in the live stream really made people anxious. I'm an atheist. I analyzed it, and it should be that this brother offended some girl, and then the girl is deliberately messing with you. Honestly, did you cheat on someone? Yuan Shuai, no. My family has no money. How could I cheat on others? Other beauties don't even look at me, but I look okay. I have the potential to be a scumbag, so you're not wrong about that. Go die. You deserve to be haunted by ghosts. Damn, my little bit of sympathy is gone. Yi Xiao didn't care whether he looked good or not. She mainly wanted to know if this was true or false. You just said you're from Jiangcheng University, right? I'm from the nearby Science and Technology University. How about we find a time to meet? I want to see what that hair looks like. To be honest, Yi Xiao thought this was really strange. If she found a bunch of women's hair in her pocket while taking a shower every night, that would scare her to death. But her curiosity drove her to want to understand this matter. After all, listening to Yuan Shui, it really sounded like there was something to it. So exciting, of course, it has to be live-streamed. So exciting, of course, it has to be live-streamed. Yi Qiu was watching from the side. It seemed that Yao Yao really liked those things. He was thinking about whether to go out and find some to bring home. That would surely make Yao Yao very happy. At this moment, Yuan Shui also responded in the live stream. Yuan Shui, well, actually, when I first encountered this situation, I wanted to come to the live stream to find the Immortal Master. Unfortunately, there were too many people in the host's live stream, and I couldn't find an opportunity. Yi Xiao, you can private message me. Such a magical thing, I wouldn't miss it. Yuan Shui, I've private messaged you, but you've been ignoring me. As soon as Yi Xiao heard this, she immediately opened Yuan Shui's private message page, and sure enough, there were messages from him in the history. It roughly said that he had encountered some strange things recently. Yi Xiao recalled that she had indeed seen it before, but she had treated Yuan Shui as a scammer and ignored him, not expecting it to be true. This message was sent 3 days ago. If it had been any longer, the private messages would probably have been buried. Yi Xiao showed an awkward but polite smile. It's okay, knowing now is the same. I'll go find you first thing tomorrow morning. Remember to keep that hair for me to show my brother. Yuan Shui replied, I've already thrown it down the drain tonight. I didn't dare to keep the previous ones either. They all went down the drain. Yi Xiao? Then won't I not be able to see the hair tomorrow? After all, he only sees that kind of woman's hair at night. Then, how about tomorrow night? When do you usually notice those women's hair? Yuan Shui, around 10 o'clock, sometimes it's still wet. There's something sticky on it, dark and with a disgusting rotten smell. I really don't know who played this prank and put it in my pocket, or if it just appears there every night. Yi Xiao felt more and more mystified as she listened. This is simply a supernatural event. Send me your address privately, and I'll come find you tomorrow night, Yi Xiao said in the live stream. Hearing how terrifying the older brother sounded, I just checked my clothes pocket, and thankfully there was nothing inside. I also took a look and found a condom. So, is there a girl coming tonight to soothe my frightened little heart? System notification, Xiao Fan has been banned for 365 days for spreading information. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Serves him right. I also checked my pocket and found a bank card, so is there a girl who wants to have dinner with me? Xiao Fan too, it's not fair. Why was I banned and he wasn't? Yi Xiao, I don't know. Ask the system yourself. After settling things with that guy named Yuan Shui, Yi Xiao received his address. It just so happened to be in the Linjiang district as well. Jiangcheng is a first-tier city, divided into several districts, and Linjiang district is the largest, so it's not surprising to be in the same district. Since it's so close, that makes things easier. Yao Yao, remember to go live tomorrow night. Yes, such an exciting event definitely needs to be streamed. Don't worry, I'm so devoted to my fans. I will definitely go live. To be honest, even though the brother would be by her side, she wouldn't be scared. But she felt that having more people in the livestream would make her psychologically more at ease. By the way, what the Immortal mentioned about brewing wine, could it be that the Immortal has already brewed it with spiritual spring water? Yi Qiu nodded at the words. I tried brewing peach blossom wine, and it tasted pretty good. The legendary peach blossom wine. I really want to taste it. Yi Qiu didn't hide it and casually reached out, and a delicate wine pot appeared in his hand. The top of the wine pot was tied with a red satin ribbon. It looked very beautiful. Just so happens I still have some left. Saying this, he shook it in his hand a couple of times. The tinkling sound of water reached the ears of the viewers in the live stream. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, Immortal, please give me a chance to buy peach blossom wine from the Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, I beg the Immortal to sell peach blossom wine. 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, Yao Yao, can you ask your brother if he can open up a purchase for this bottle of peach blossom wine? Absolutely ridiculous. How long has it been for these 3 big shots? Don't mention the peach blossom wine. They probably didn't even get the last batch of strong greens. They sent plenty of gifts, but not a single good item was snagged. It's heartbreaking. I wonder if the Immortal will give them a chance. Even more ridiculous are Li Xiqing and the old flirt. Even if they got it, it's gone. Don't say anymore, I'm about to laugh until I pee. There's only this much peach blossom wine for now. When I have time later, I'll brew some more. Long live the immortal. I love you. Yi Cho's popularity is simply too high. Besides being mysterious, he is also very easygoing. With Yi Cho's response, the Treasure Pavilion, Treasure Vault, and 10,000 Treasures building finally felt relieved. This peach blossom wine is made from special peach blossom petals. In fact, the effect of the spiritual spring water is not significant. The most important thing is still the peach blossoms. Listen to this. What kind of talk is that? The spiritual spring water is not significant. If I could, I would like to take a sip of the spiritual spring water. Immortal, can drinking spiritual spring water grant immortality? Yi Xiao saw this barrage and chuckled. Do you think this is Tang Seng's meat? It grants immortality. However, right after that, Yi Xiao said, ordinary spirit spring water won't do. It can only extend life and enhance physical strength. But there are legends of spirit spring water that can grant eternal life. Yi Xiao, why does she feel like her brother is slapping her in the face every day? Still, the immortal lord is impressive. Looking at the immortal lord, he must have drunk spirit spring water before. The viewers were incredibly curious about this spirit spring water. The previous flying mounts were already amazing, and now spirit spring water has appeared. It was simply shocking enough to last them 1,000 years. Yi Cho put down the peach blossom wine in his hand. I've drunk it, but it felt just so. The dog system gave him some spirit spring water, claiming it could grant eternal life. It said that drinking it can grant eternal life, but who knows if it's true. I've only lived for a little over 10,000 years. Eternal life is hard to say. It's better for everyone to believe in science. Is this how the immortal lord usually is? New fans? We already knew the immortal lord had lived for over 10,000 years. There's nothing to be surprised about. Does this world really have immortals? Indeed, living for 10,000 years isn't much. Even Blue Star has existed for billions of years. My mere 10,000 years is nothing. Whether it's Blue Star or the world he once lived in, 10,000 years is just a small number. So, does this world really have immortals? Of course there are. Yi Chio nodded. I've seen quite a bit of information about immortals on Blue Star. Look, don't you notice that in different periods, there are people who look remarkably similar? Among them, there are indeed immortals, Yi Chio said seriously. The viewers in the livestream took everything seriously, while some treated it as a joke. The immortal lord is impressive. If only I could be immortal too. What's so good about immortality? Working every day? Not to mention the exhausting hustle for a living, sometimes having to work overtime until dawn. I don't like immortality. Well, as long as you're alive, you have to work, otherwise, just wait to starve. Work? I haven't worked a day in my life. Hiss, listen to this humble brag. During the conversation, Yi Xiao started a game of eternal return with Zhou Lingling. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly brought over a document. Brother Yi Chou, this document needs your signature. It's related to the national government. Yi Chou took the document and glanced at it. The content was mostly about some profit-sharing matters, nothing problematic. However, for the signature, Yi Chou glanced at the pen Lin Xiaoxiao handed over. He didn't take it but instead picked up the brush he had used before from the nearby table. Brother Yi Chou is going to use this brush to sign? Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. It was her first time seeing someone sign with a brush. But as long as it's the person's signature, whether it's a brush or a pen, it's valid. Yi Chou nodded. He hadn't used a pen much. He had been using a brush for 10,000 years, so he was more accustomed to it. The immortal lord is indeed the immortal lord, even signing with an ancient style. If she remembered correctly, this should be the brush the immortal lord used to draw talismans last time. It really is. Wow! If he signs with this brush, can that contract be kept at home as a talisman? Although Yi Xiao was playing a game, most of the viewers' attention in the livestream was focused on Yi Xiao. Occasionally, a few comments would float by in the livestream. Yao Yao is amazing. Yao Yao, keep it up. Yao Yao, you're the best. And other obvious fan comments. Yi Xiao's lips twitched as she finished a game. Fortunately, this time she had a big shot leading her, so she survived until the end. When she turned around, she happened to see Yi Xiao signing his name on that contract with a brush. Watching his movements, it was almost done in one stroke. Yi Xiao. The two characters fell. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up the document, her eyes fixed on those two characters, unable to regain her senses for a long time. What's wrong with Xiaoxiao? Is she stunned by the divine calligraphy of the immortal lord? I think it's possible. I want to see it too. Yi Xiao also noticed and walked over, leaning in to take a look. Just a glance. After seeing the two characters written by her brother, a refreshing sensation instantly surged to the top of her head. It was almost like a sudden enlightenment. What's going on? Has Yao Yao fallen too? Damn, I'm even more curious now. It's just 2 characters, your reactions are over the top, Yichio said with a smile, looking at the two. Only then did Ji Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao come back to their senses. Brother, how can your handwriting be so good? It's simply what? She couldn't find the words. That feeling was hard to describe. I just saw Brother Yichio's signature, and it felt like I understood something. Lin Xiaoxiao also came over to say. She felt her mind suddenly become clear, and her thoughts flowed smoothly. Yes, me too. Yi Xiao nodded eagerly. The viewers in the live stream became even more curious. Yao, now that you mention it, I really want to see the Immortal Lord's handwriting. Please, if I could see the Immortal Lord's handwriting in my lifetime, just one glance would satisfy me. Hello, streamer, I'm at the brink of death, and my last wish is to see the Immortal Lord's handwriting. Yi Xiao looked at those comments, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. That's a contract with the national government. It still needs to be kept confidential. She thought for a moment, but if you really want to see it, I can ask my brother. Just writing a character shouldn't be a big deal. Brother, they said they want to see what you write. As soon as Yi Chou put down the brush, he heard Yi Xiao's voice. He glanced at the rice paper on the table and then at the ink that hadn't dried yet. He nodded. Sure, what character do you want to see? If it was about writing seriously, he hadn't done that in hundreds of years. In the past, there were always people coming to his Cloud Summit Palace asking for characters. If he was in a good mood, he would write one, and if he was in a bad mood, he would make those people kneel outside for a few months. Now that his sister wanted to see it, he would naturally write. Yi Qiu said this and picked up the brush he had just put down again. Yi Xiao thought for a moment and felt she should ask the viewers in the livestream since it was them who wanted to see. What character do you want to see my brother write? Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, Yao, what character doesn't matter. The Treasure Pavilion wants to buy the character written by the Immortal Lord, is that possible? Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, Streamer sister, the Treasure Vault sincerely wants to purchase a character. 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, 10,000 Treasures Building is willing to pay any price to buy the Immortal Lord's work. Yao, just name a price, as long as we can afford it, it's no problem. Are they crazy? Yi Xiao looked at the screen filled with super rockets. It hasn't even started yet, and these big shots are already fighting over it? Jiangcheng Li family, Emperor, to be honest, our Li family also wants to purchase the true work of our ancestor. I wonder if there's an opportunity. This account from the Li family didn't even know who was using it. But when they spoke, it was truly humble to the extreme. Wait a minute, my brother just picked up the brush. How do you know if he writes well or not? It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad, the key is that it's produced by the Immortal Master. I would trade my entire lifetime of integrity for a single word from the Immortal Master. So what do you think the Immortal Master would write? How about the word kill? It fits the Immortal Master's power. What about the word sister? Those in the comments think the Immortal Master is quite suited for that word. The term sister complex is practically written on your face. Extraordinary, Emperor, you all are so superficial. I think a word like carving would be better. Write big carving? The Immortal Master wouldn't write that word. Then I think sun is also good. Green good mood. Green good mood, young Masterly. Emperor my master can write whatever he wants. Who are you to nitpick? Besides, someone like my master could never be as superficial as you. What sun or carving are you talking about? You wouldn't even think of it with your toes. The strongest, Emperor indeed, the Immortal Master could never be that superficial. I also think it should be a word like dragon. I think it might be something like spirit. Just as these people finished typing, Yi Chou also put down his pen. Alright. Hearing this, Yi Xiao also walked over with the camera, pointing it at the piece of rice paper on the table. Young Masterly, Emperor, just wait to see my master slap you in the face. It must be a particularly grand word. Just as Li Xiqing finished sending this comment, everyone saw the word Yi Chou wrote, the word knife at the top, with a BA below. Yi Xiao, if my 9 years of compulsory education weren't in vain and I could read, this word should be color, right? The graduation mark, this word is color. The most confused should be Li Xiqing. Just after saying Yi Qiu would definitely write a grand word, he got slapped in the face. The viewers in the live stream could even hear the sound of slapping. Young Masterly, Emperor, Crown Prince, come out and express your current feelings. Ha 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 ha. The Immortal Master is not only the top tier Versailles but also the top tier face slapper. How many times has the Crown Prince been slapped in the face, and it comes so quickly, it's killing me with laughter. Young Masterly, Emperor, as long as it's written by my master, it's a good word. No, that's not the word color. The Immortal Master wouldn't write such a word. This word absolutely does not read as color. It should be read as something else. It should be read as dragon, right? It's over. Someone is done for writing color and reading it as dragon? Yi Chio listened to the arguments in the live stream, with many people insisting it wasn't the word color. He was at peace. This is the word color. Yi Chio said 5 words, directly shattering some people's fantasies. The word color is actually not bad. It proves that the immortal master is also a person with feelings and desires. However, the immortal master is really impressive, able to write red characters with black ink. He must have used special ink. What? Isn't it green? You two are colorblind. It's clearly yellow. No, it's clearly purple. If you don't believe me, I'll take a screenshot and show you in the group. Young Masterly, Emperor, it should be blue. Who are you cows and horses trying to fool? Extraordinary, Emperor, why do I see it as black? Yi Chio was also looking at the color character in front of her. I see it as pink. The more everyone listened, the more mysterious it seemed. Looking at the color character in front of them, they were so shocked they forgot to send comments. This also led to Yi Chio's live stream being unusually quiet. Could it be that the few words written by the immortal master appear as different colors to different people? I can't believe it. If that's the case, then the immortal master is too amazing. Amazing plus, it's simply flying high. This wave really impressed me. Lin Xiaoxiao also walked over at this time. She curiously glanced at the color character and then exclaimed, "Wow, I see it as orange." The live stream erupted. Li Xiqing hurriedly called over Li Hanhai and Li Rongqing to take a look. As soon as Li Hanhai saw the character for color, he immediately got excited and slapped his thigh. Wow, wow, truly worthy of our grandmaster. Truly worthy of our grandmaster. The intricacies of this, only the grandmaster can comprehend. We ordinary people can only see the color, but we cannot fathom what this color represents. Upon closer inspection, I see red. Does this signify that our Li family will prosper in the future? Li Hanhai was unsure if his guess was accurate. He quickly logged into the Li family's account. Jianqing Li family sent out a carnival and left a message. Grandmaster, if you see red, what does it signify? The big shot had spoken. The viewers in the live stream were all waiting for Yi Chio to answer. Because everyone saw different colors, it was truly amazing. Red should signify prosperity, right? Waiting for the grandmaster to explain. This is simply thrilling. The grandmaster certainly won't let us down. The surprise may be late, but it has arrived. Yi Chio also heard the comment from the top supporter, Jianqing Li family. Seeing that he had sent so many gifts to Yi Chio, he said, different people have different omens, but red most likely indicates that good things will happen in the future. Of course, it doesn't rule out the small chance of bad things happening. Li Hanhai didn't really pay attention to Yi Chio's latter statement. It seems that good things are really about to happen to the Li family. Grandmaster, what if we see green? Someone asked again. It probably means you'll be in a good mood. I think it might not be a good mood. Green, the color of the grasslands. This brother, if you have a wife, you'd better pay attention to her lately. And you, the guy next door with the surname Wang, get lost. The grandmaster said it's a good mood, so it must be a good mood. The character Yi Chio wrote caused quite a stir. Someone took a screenshot of the character from the live stream and posted it online. Each person really saw a different color. The discussion about this character color reached a peak. I know this, I can do it. It's fake, just that the color you see each time is different. I also think it's fake. You guys weren't in the live stream, right? The grandmaster wrote it on the spot, and it was done on a computer. A bunch of fools. Some believed, while others did not. As for Yi Chio, he didn't care whether those people believed it or not. As long as Yao Yao was satisfied, that was enough. The live stream was still buzzing. Before long, someone sent a barrage of comments. Whoa, grandmaster, my wife really ran off with someone else. I just saw green. Pfft, brother, my condolences. This is really green. Yi Chio heard that person's comment. I think, even if you were cheated on, your mood should still be pretty good, right? It is good. That woman has been making me buy her bags since we got married. Whatever AIOA, DAO. I spent my entire month's salary on her bags, and last month's salary was delayed, and as a result, she ran off with someone else. Thinking about it, it's probably for the best. Now I have money to buy gifts for Yao Yao. Yi Chio looked at the barrage and laughed, breaking her defenses. You should just treat yourself to a good meal first. You don't need to buy me gifts. The building filled with ghostly energy. I have to say, this character is really amazing. I've been constipated lately, and I saw a poop yellow, and guess what? I just went. Ugh, stop talking. The live stream was suddenly filled with inquiries about what the colors they saw represented. However, Yichio didn't want to answer anymore. There were too many people asking, and if he answered, it would really be exhausting. Bro, what do you think it means that I saw this color? Yi Xiao finally spoke up to ask. What she saw was pink. Yi Chouwen narrowed his eyes and said, it doesn't mean much. If someone has been saying ambiguous things to you recently, remember to tell me that person's information. Yi Xiao replied, I see. Okay, brother. She felt that fans might mean bad luck in love? Brother wanted to protect her, which is why he wanted her to give him that person's information. That was probably the gist of it. She casually wrote a character, and then it went viral, across the internet, including Douyin. As soon as you opened it, it was the character Yi Chouwen had written. Yi Xiao was still live streaming. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly leaned over and said, Yao Yao, do you want to go have some skewers tonight? It's been a while. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately agreed without hesitation. She then looked at the camera and, without blushing or panting, said, sorry, my dears, I suddenly have something urgent to attend to, I can't not go. How about this? I'll hang this key here. If it turns to the top, I'll continue the live stream, and if it turns to the bottom, I'll end the stream. Let's leave it to fate. It should be quite fair, right? After saying this, Yi Xiao pulled out a small wooden sign from somewhere. A nail was driven into the sign, with live stream written on top and end stream below. Yi Xiao hung the key on the nail, then reached out to touch it. The key spun twice before finally stopping steadily at the end stream position. Yi Xiao, there's no helping it. It seems even the heavens want me to end the stream, so see you tomorrow. After saying this, in almost a second, the screen of Yi Xiao's livestream went black. Damn! This woman! What the hell does she mean by leaving it to the heavens? It's clearly leaving it to Newton. Newton isn't as ruthless as her. This woman's way of ending the stream is getting more and more extravagant. Damn! The live stream room was filled with curses. In the end, when everyone saw that Yi Xiao had really ended the stream, they could only curse and leave the live stream room. Those who were dissatisfied could at least say a few words in the fan group. Those who hadn't joined the group were left with a belly full of grievances. The next day, Yi Xiao had already contacted a college student named Yuan Shui early on. He was about to start his senior year, and now that the second semester of his junior year had ended, it was convenient to find someone since his family was also in Jiangcheng. After having breakfast, Lin Xiaoxiao drove towards Yuan Shui's residence. As soon as they arrived at the community Yuan Shui mentioned, Yi Chouwen heard some whispering discussions. Most of these voices came from the elderly in the community, who were gathered in various places discussing the gossip about the community or the surrounding area. Hey, did you hear? A girl jumped off the building in the next block not long ago. I heard she was only 20 years old. How could she be so desperate? Now I have to take a detour when buying groceries. They say when the ambulance arrived, some timid nurses cried out in fright. It seems she fell straight down and her brain splattered. Wow, talking about this in broad daylight is quite scary. Sigh, isn't this all the rage recently? My niece just happens to go to the same school as that girl who jumped. I heard she was dumped by a rich second generation, and that's what happened. Hey, some of these rich second generations are really not human. A good girl just like that, gone in an instant. These girls really don't know how to cherish themselves, and what's so good about the rich second generation? By the way, old Nyo, I heard your grandson is coming back to the country. My granddaughter is about to graduate too. Why don't we have them meet up one day? Sigh, that kid has already found a girlfriend abroad. Now the girl is pregnant, and they're getting married as soon as he returns. It makes me so mad that I can't eat or sleep well. These young people, one after another. Gossip is something that never ends. Yi Chouwen temporarily blocked out their conversations. He then looked up at the building where the incident had occurred, as mentioned by the elderly. He squinted his eyes, and a faint glimmer flashed in his pitch-black pupils. Indeed, the building was currently shrouded in a ghostly aura. He wondered if it had anything to do with the woman whose hair that Yuan Shui mentioned. After Yi Xiao contacted Yuan Shui by phone, he soon appeared at the entrance of the community. Immortal Master! Yuan Shui spotted Yi Chou at first glance and excitedly ran over, almost kneeling before him. The security guard nearby looked at him with a "you must be out of your mind" expression. There are so many people here, you should tone it down a bit, Yi Xiao said, pulling the corner of her mouth. Only then did Yuan Shui notice Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. Ah, Yao Yao and Miss Xiaoxiao, you both came too. Yi Xiao? What the hell? Hey, did you forget who you were contacting? Did Yuan Shui lose his mind after seeing her brother? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shui hurriedly smiled and apologized to Yi Xiao. Hee, I was just too excited to see the Immortal Master, sorry. How about I treat you all to lunch? No need, I'm going back to eat today, Lin Xiaoxiao had already decided to make a dish for her latest research at noon. She hoped Yi Qiu could taste it and then give her feedback. Yuan Shuai's attitude was humble. Then how about we go to my house now? Yi Qiu was about to agree, but Yi Qiu spoke up. No need, just say what you have to say here, keep it brief. After all, they would be coming back in the evening. Yi Qiu glanced at Yuan Shuai and noticed the ghostly aura surrounding him. This aura was identical to that of the building. Could Yuan Shuai be related to the girl who jumped? But he didn't look like a rich second generation. Alright, here's the thing. Immortal Master, please listen to me. Yuan Shuai led the three of them to the shade beside the community and began to recount the strange occurrences he had encountered recently. The building next to our community had an incident a while ago. I remember one day I passed by that building, and when I got home, I found my pocket was wet with hair, and it just started on the day of the incident. Yi Qiu listened, feeling both scared and curious. Do you know that girl who jumped? She asked. Yuan Shuai quickly shook his head. I don't know her. The air was thick with death, but you got entangled with it. Yi Qiu stared at Yuan Shuai, smiling faintly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shuai shivered. Immortal Master, am I really entangled with that thing? At first, he had only suspected it. After all, he had received a higher education and believed in science. Now that Yi Qiu said so, Yuan Shuai was completely shaken. Since the Immortal Master said it existed, it must be true. Those hairs at night. We'll check it out tonight. Let's head back first. After Yi Qiu finished speaking, he intended to take Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao back, as some things were not suitable to discuss in front of Yuan Shuai. This guy was already on the brink of death. Just as they were about to leave, they were called back by Yuan Shuai. Immortal Master, wait. Yi Qiu stopped, and Yuan Shuai hurriedly ran over. Speak. He knew Yuan Shuai had more to tell them. Yuan Shuai took a couple of breaths. Immortal Master, actually, someone has already died because of this before me. Someone has died. Yi Qiu exclaimed in shock. Did that person also have hair in their pocket every night when they got home? Yuan Shuai shook his head. I'm not sure, but I heard that after that girl jumped, the day after, someone died in the Linjiang district garden community. The garden community is completely in the opposite direction and it's quite far. If we say that someone passing by that building would get entangled, that doesn't really make sense, Yi Qiu pouted. Could it be that someone is really that unlucky, just passing by and getting caught up? What if that person just happened to die unexpectedly at that time? Lin Xiaoxiao added. But Yuan Shuai shook his head in a panic. No, it's not like that. The person who died was a rich second generation from our school. I heard he was the boyfriend of that girl who jumped. When the police found him, it seemed he was scared to death. His eyes were wide open, his face pale, as if he had seen something terrifying. Hearing Yuan Shuai say this, Yi Qiu felt that the situation was starting to become eerie. We understand, it's fine. You go back first. We'll come to find you at 8 o'clock tonight. You said that hair starts appearing in your pocket around 10 o'clock every night, right? Yeah. Yuan Shuai nodded, watching Yi Qiu and the others leave, choosing to wait at the entrance of the community. He really didn't dare to go home alone. As soon as he returned, he could hear a creaking sound, like joints grinding. That sound was reminiscent of Kayako from The Grudge. It was chilling. Fortunately, there were still quite a few people outside the community. As long as he didn't go home, that sound wouldn't appear in his ears. On the way, Yi Qiu turned to Yi Qiu. Brother, that Yuan Shuai, he really got entangled, right? Yeah. Yi Qiu nodded. The two sisters, Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao, instantly felt their hair stand on end. Ghosts. There really are ghosts. They had seen one last time, but that was a long time ago, and Yi Qiu was almost forgetting. Moreover, last time, brothers said they were two benevolent spirits, not very aggressive. So this time, could it be the legendary evil spirit? Brother, the one entangling Yuan Shuai, is it an evil spirit? Sort of. It wasn't fully formed yet, but when the time came, those around that building would probably suffer. Yi Qiu shivered again. These things really are. The more you fear, the more curious you become, and the more curious you are, the more you fear. But she still wanted to explore. Yi Qiu, do you have a way to solve it? Lin Xiaoxiao was worried about this. If they really encountered a powerful evil spirit, what would they do? Should we go home and draw a few talismans first? The cinnabar crystals from before haven't been used up, Yi Qiu hurriedly suggested. Yi Qiu, however, smiled and said, it's just an unformed evil spirit, no need to go to such lengths. Seeing Yi Qiu's calm demeanor, the two sisters finally felt relieved. After having dinner at home, Yi Qiu took out 2 talismans for Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao. You two take these and keep them on you. Yi Qiu took the talisman made with ordinary ink, very curious. Aren't talismans supposed to be stuck on the forehead? Is it useful to keep it on you? Those are just for TV. In reality, as soon as you have this talisman, it already takes effect. Oh, I see. Yi Xiao understood. Brother is really professional. Around the time the livestream was about to start, Yi Xiao picked up her gear and prepared to head to Yuan Shuai's house. The friends in the group had long been urging her. Yao Yao, hurry up and start the stream. You promised to do the ghost exorcising live stream tonight. I also want to see what that hair looks like. Yi Xiao, I'm coming. I'll be there at the agreed time of 8. Jiangchang is located in the southeast, so it gets dark before 7. Yi Xiao opened the live stream room and then took her equipment downstairs. Here it comes, my favorite part. Although it hasn't started yet, I still want to say, the Immortal Master is amazing. Yao Yao, aren't you and Xiao Xiao scared at all? Someone asked. After all, just hearing Yuan Shuai's description from that day sent chills down their spines. They were terrified. While doing haircuts for guests today, they thought of what Yuan Shuai had said. It was really nerve-wracking. In the evening, many people came to watch the live stream. When Yi Xiao saw so many people flooding into the live room, her fear diminished significantly. My brother gave me a talisman, so I'm not scared. It's okay, Yao Yao, if you're scared, my blanket is always open for you. Be careful, if there are ghosts tonight, they'll come to your blanket. Yi Xiao ground her teeth and responded to that comment. At that moment, Yi Qiu also walked over and said lightly, that's actually a good idea. It's over. Someone might not sleep a wink tonight. If you don't ask for trouble, you won't get into trouble. The one driving was still Lin Xiaoxiao, with Yi Xiao in the passenger seat and Yi Qiu in the back. Soon, the three of them arrived at the community where Yuan Shuai lived. As soon as Yi Qiu got out of the car, he saw Yuan Shuai rushing over from not far away. Is this guy really waiting here all day? Yi Xiao said curiously, noticing the exhaustion on his face. Immortal Master, you finally came. Yuan Shuai was almost going crazy with joy upon seeing Yi Qiu. Heaven knows how he endured the night. The eerie giggling sounds he wouldn't have heard a few days ago were now ringing in his ears again. It only stopped when Yi Qiu appeared. Yi Qiu glanced at Yuan Shuai, noticing the increasing pallor on his face. If I'm not mistaken, tonight should be her 7th night. After Yi Qiu finished speaking, Yuan Shuai froze in place, a chill instantly creeping into his heart. The Immortal Master is scarier than the evil spirit. The Immortal Master is scarier than the evil spirit. Seeing his reaction, Yi Qiu knew he had guessed correctly. It's still early. How about we grab something to eat nearby? When Yi Xiao got out of the car, she saw the barbecue shops and food stalls around the community. The foodie in her was unleashed. Even if an evil spirit appeared right in front of her, it wouldn't stop her determination to eat. Yi Qiu looked up at the stars in the night sky. If you're hungry, we can. Yuan Shuai was now just a humble guy. He had no right to voice his opinion. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and said, I think Yao Yao is right. It's better to eat well before working. Let me treat this meal. The four of them found a spot to sit down. The owner was a woman in her 40s, and when she saw Yuan Shuai, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Yuan Shuai, why are you still living here? Didn't you say you were moving? Hearing this, Yuan Shuai pursed his lips. Auntie, I'll move later. The owner said earnestly, you really have had the worst luck. That day, you went to watch the commotion with us, and we were all fine, but you ended up being targeted. I think you should quickly find a Taoist or something to perform a ritual for you. Yi Xiao set the live streaming equipment aside. While ordering food, she asked, Auntie, you were all there that day? The middle-aged woman nodded. Yes, the building is so close to our community. On the day of the incident, many people went to see what happened. Yuan Shuai was standing right next to me at the time. Who knew he would be so unlucky? The woman took the order list Yi Xiao had written and left. Before leaving, she urged Yuan Shuai to move quickly, saying it would be good for him and would also bring peace to the community. After all, among so many people, only Yuan Shuai had an incident. Many residents now ran far away when they saw Yuan Shuai. Even now, when they saw him coming, they all fled from the barbecue shop. The once lively barbecue shop suddenly became desolate. This aunt is truly genuine. She even dares to let Yuan Shuai eat at her barbecue shop. It seems the whole neighborhood is haunted? I'm currently hiding under the covers. Family, protect me. I'm also under the covers. I'm watching a horror movie. The guy in front watching the horror movie is a bit showy. With a celestial being around, what's there to fear? The barbecue at this shop is pretty good. I recommend you all come and try it. After Yi Xiao had about 20 skewers, she finally satisfiedly advertised this aunt's barbecue shop. When the aunt saw that Yi Xiao was actually live streaming and recommending her shop, she immediately got excited. Girl, tonight these aunties are treating you. Consider it your advertising fee for helping me promote. In reality, after Yi Xiao became popular, countless businesses sought her for advertising. Big brands, small brands, even international names. There were also luxury goods, all over the place. Some even offered millions for advertising, but unfortunately, she turned them all down. Tonight, she simply thought this barbecue shop was really delicious, which is why she casually mentioned it. However, just that one sentence made this aunt's barbecue shop the hottest spot in Jiangcheng overnight. Standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, Yi Xiao suddenly felt that what was once a bit warm had turned cold. Even the surroundings had become eerie. Yi Xiao slowly raised his head. The resentment around the neighborhood was palpable. Looking at the neighborhood shrouded in ghostly energy, it seemed that if they didn't come tonight, Yuan Shui would undoubtedly be doomed. Let's go. Yi Xiao patted Yuan Shui's shoulder. At that moment, he stood dazed at the entrance, his legs trembling, too scared to take a step. I'm scared. Yuan Shui, are you still a man? You're scared of this? Yi Xiao was live streaming. Everything tonight would be broadcasted. In the past, many foreign live streaming sites had reckless streamers broadcasting from haunted houses or legendary supernatural locations, and the popularity was off the charts. Tonight, Yi Xiao's livestream was just like that. The comments and gifts were flying everywhere. It was simply non-stop. Brave Yao Yao, don't fear the evil spirits. Go, Yao Yao. I support you. Why is Yuan Shui so timid? If you're a man, hurry up and go in. There's a celestial being beside you, and you're still scared? Yuan Shui also heard some comments in the live stream mocking him. At that moment, he really wanted to curse. If they had the guts, they should come and try it. That feeling of being surrounded by endless fear was truly worse than death. Damn it! Hey, hurry up. We don't even know where your house is. Do you want me to lead the way? Yi Xiao patted Yuan Shui's shoulder again. This pat nearly scared him into wetting himself. Yao Yao, can we not go in? Yi Xiao, meow meow meow. This is definitely fear. I've never seen a man so timid. I've heard that timid people have small. Well, I don't know if it's true. Then I must be the bravest one. Nonsense. Can your courage be bigger than mine? Not convinced? Show me. Yi Xiao, enough. Do you still want to see ghosts tonight? With one sentence from Yi Xiao, the cheerful atmosphere in the livestream suddenly cooled down. Right. What are they here for tonight? To see the evil spirits. Why are they almost tearing each other apart over who is braver in the livestream? Go, Yao Yao. Waiting. So, everyone is waiting. You lead the way. Yi Xiao raised her phone, pointing the camera at Yuan Shui. The viewers in the livestream finally got a clear look at Yuan Shui's appearance. At that moment, his face had turned several shades paler. Yao Yao. Yao Yao is not what you should be calling. Yi Qiu calmly uttered a few words. Yuan Shui was so frightened that he immediately changed his tone. Miss Yi. Yi Xiao, I'll take you in right now. Yuan Shui was quite shaken by Yi Qiu's earlier words. He even felt that those few words from the immortal lord were more terrifying than the strange sounds he had heard. Following Yuan Shui, the three finally arrived at his place. Standing in front of the door, Yi Xiao glanced at the time. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Do you have any hair in your pocket? As she spoke, Yi Xiao pointed her phone at Yuan Shui's clothing pocket. Yuan Shui's heart was already pounding, but he still steeled himself and reached into his pocket. However, this time, he did not feel that damp sensation. Nothing. Yuan Shui was shocked. There was actually nothing. If it had been before, he would definitely have found something by this time, but now his bag was completely empty. Yi Xiao also took a look at his pocket. Indeed, there was nothing. She looked at him suspiciously. You're not trying to trick us, are you? Hearing this, Yuan Shui immediately raised his hand. Yao. Miss Yi, I swear, I absolutely did not deceive you. There really was that sticky hair in my pocket before. This was no simple matter. It must have known the immortal lord was coming and got scared away. All I saw was a mosaic. The immortal lord is amazing. The immortal lord. Hurry up and open the door. Let's go in and take a look. It was only then that Yi Qiu, who had been silent, spoke up. Tonight was the 7th night, the day when the ghostly energy of evil spirits was at its strongest. She would not let this day pass. Moreover, Yi Qiu had already sensed that something was there as soon as she stepped into the building. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's words, Yuan Shui took out his keys and inserted them into the keyhole. He slowly turned the doorknob. With a click, the door opened. However, the moment the door opened, a strong, chilling aura rushed out. The sound of cackling echoed in the ears of the four. Even the viewers in the live stream heard the kind of sound Yuan Shui had mentioned. What the hell? What the hell is that sound? Kayako. I'm freaking scared. Bro, I was just squatting in the bathroom, and that sound scared the crap out of me. The pitch-black room was suddenly filled with a bloody stench. Damn, brothers, it looks like there's something wriggling in the room. I see it. I feel like I'm about to die right here. I can't see clearly. Yao Yao, turn on a light. Yuan Shui stood at the door, while Yi Xiu and Yi Qiu, along with Lin Xiaoxiao, stood behind him. Through the dim moonlight, they could see lumps of something wriggling in the room, and besides that, they could smell a nauseating stench. Ugh, what is that smell? Yi Xiao almost vomited. It smelled like rotten flesh, extremely foul. Just as she finished speaking, Yi Xiao handed her a talisman. Take this. Lin Xiaoxiao also received one. Of course, Yuan Shui did not have one. Let's turn on the lights first and see what it is. As soon as Yi Xiao got the talisman from Yi Xiao, the surroundings instantly became fresh. That nauseating smell completely disappeared. Yuan Shui trembled as he reached for the light switch on the wall. But when he touched the switch, he felt an extremely familiar sensation. Damp. Sticky. It even felt like it was still wriggling. Yuan Shui screamed and jumped up, and as he moved his hand, the room's lights turned on. When his gaze fell into the room, he was completely stunned. In the living room, the hair that should have been in his pocket was actually filling the entire room. Those hairs were also hanging with sticky substances. Upon closer inspection, they were all stained with blood and brain matter. Ugh, Yuan Shui couldn't hold it in and vomited. At that moment, Yi Xiao looked at him with a face full of disdain. What did you see? Why is all I see a bunch of mosaics? Lin Xiaoxiao also walked over and said, me too, although I can vaguely see something wriggling, but it's all mosaics. Damn, why is it all mosaics? I see the same thing. Brothers, did anyone see what's actually in the room? Tell me, I'm really curious. Why is the live stream all mosaics? Damn, I see the same thing, even when I change my phone. Yi Xiao looked at Yuan Shui, who was scared out of his wits, and gave him a pat on the back. Yuan Shui let out another scream. It's coming. She's really coming. Mom, I'm scared. Yi Xiao, are you crazy? Do I look like your mom? Yi Xiao was suddenly called mom by a man who was a year or two older than her, and she instantly broke down. Forgetting her ladylike demeanor, she kicked Yuan Shui right in the butt. Go in there. To her, the room was just a bunch of mosaics flying around. Walking in, she wouldn't see anything terrifying. Except for Yuan Shui. Yuan Shui fell flat on his face, and his face was instantly covered in that sticky stuff. He couldn't hold it in and squatted down to vomit again. Yi Xiao realized that even if she looked at Yuan Shui's vomit, it was still a pile of mosaics. This made her feel much better inside. So, what are these things? Yi Xiao asked Yuan Shui. It's all hair. Damn, the hair has turned into mosaics. Is this to prevent minors from losing sleep? Some things are not suitable for everyone to see, so I made some adjustments. So it was the Immortal Lord. The Immortal Lord is a warm-hearted guy, knowing that we girls are scared, thinking of us, love it. Boo-hoo, I confess my love to the Immortal Lord. That stinky man of mine knows I'm scared and still wants to take me to see horror movies, and after watching, he wants to take me to stay in a supernatural-themed hotel. Anyway, when I woke up the next day, it felt like a ghost was pressing down on me, and I was all weak, really terrifying. Girl, your boyfriend calls that romance. Some scenes are also not suitable for minors to watch. As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, someone in the live stream noticed that Yi Xiao's recommendation on the homepage had also changed to a warning like minors, please enter with caution. But the more such titles were written, the more people wanted to come in and take a look. Damn, isn't it minors prohibited? I thought it was some adult live stream, and I come in to see a bunch of dark mosaics? I was tricked, damn it. I took off my pants, and you show me a pile of mosaics. Damn it, are you making me jerk off to mosaics tonight? Yi Xiao looked at these nonsensical comments and was completely dumbfounded. This is a horror live stream. What did you think it was? Although the live stream was filled with mosaics, people still didn't leave, because they were also curious why those things had turned into mosaics, unable to see their true forms. Compared to the viewers in the live stream, Yuan Shui was not so relaxed. He couldn't see the mosaics in front of him. Instead, he could see every strand of hair clearly. The fear in his heart had reached its peak, and that cackling sound began to echo in the room again. What sound? Isn't that the sound of Kayako? This horror live stream is getting interesting. Newcomers? This sound is nothing. We're already tired of hearing it. Yuan Shui was being tormented at all times. Yi Xiao listened to the cackling sound and also felt a bit creeped out. Bro, what is that sound? Yi Xiao looked at his sister's terrified expression and felt a bit puzzled. Didn't Yao Yao like these things? He had dealt with the disgusting hair, but didn't she enjoy this thrilling and shocking sound? Or was it that she found it not stimulating enough? Trust in science, Yi Xiao maintained a calm expression, but Yuan Shui was not so lucky. The combination of hair and the sticky, wet unknown substance made him faint from fear. No way, he fainted just like that? Useless. Just as Yuan Shui passed out, the hair suddenly disappeared. Why did the mosaic disappear? Yi Xiao could finally see the scene in Yuan Shui's room clearly, but now, apart from him and his vomit, there was nothing else. What about the hair? The one who came tonight wasn't the main body. The main body should still be in that building. Yi Cho walked to the window and looked at the ominous building not far away. Should we go check it out tonight? Yi Cho asked Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. At that moment, a gust of cold wind blew, making Yi Xiao shiver and glance at the eerie building. She felt as if she could see something floating around the building. She shook her head. Let's wait until tomorrow, brother. We'll go after Yuan Shui wakes up. She glanced at Yuan Shui, who was lying on the ground, scared to death, and twitched her mouth before calling an ambulance. Back home, Yi Xiao hadn't turned off the live stream. Yao, I strongly suggest removing the mosaic tomorrow. Yes, I still prefer something more thrilling. Yi Xiao saw that the viewers in the livestream were all asking to remove the mosaic, and then she asked Yi Xiao, brother, they all hope to remove the mosaic tomorrow. Those hairs were indeed a bit disgusting. Not letting them see was for their own good. Since everyone wanted to see, and Yao liked these things so much, then let them see to their heart's content. Alright, my brother agreed. Yi Xiao said with a smile. The live stream room erupted in cheers. To be honest, I don't believe in that thing. I must see the HD version tomorrow. You still don't believe it? I don't really believe it either. After all, I've never seen it with my own eyes. And even if it's a live stream, it could be acting. Oh, if you don't believe it, why are you still watching? The homepage says minors are prohibited from entering. I thought it was something like what I imagined. If I hadn't seen that prompt in the middle of the night, I wouldn't have clicked in. But since I'm already here, let's continue to watch tomorrow. Today was all mosaics, and it left me confused. Anyway, I absolutely believe in the immortal. In fact, before Yi Cho appeared in the livestream, there were already many urban legends on Blue Star. Besides those from Xia country, the most were from the well-off countries and the country of sticks. Urban legends like Shoto Toji, the Rain Woman, and the Slit-Mouthed Woman were everywhere. These stories have been widely circulated, but to this day, there hasn't been a reasonable explanation. There was even a news story about someone who was sleeping in their own home one night and appeared in a big city 3,000 kilometers away the next day. Some said he was taken by aliens. Others said he teleported. But until now, there has been no conclusion to these events. For example, the incident of the ghost soldiers borrowing a path on Changbai Mountain and the water monster incident. There were even people who claimed to have seen a real dragon. These urban legends are widely debated, and many people firmly believe in them, but they have yet to be verified. Although promoting supernatural phenomena is now prohibited, those legends are indeed very captivating, making people unable to resist wanting to explore further. The fact that Yi Xiao's livestream would cover supernatural events attracted even more viewers after the news spread among the audience. Even some officially certified big accounts rushed in. However, after entering, they directly retreated. The platform turned a blind eye. After all, with Yi Xiao's current popularity, if they banned the livestream now, the loss would be significant. Losing a large sum of money is a minor issue. The most important thing is, it would offend those big shots who are not to be trifled with. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in the livestream. The chief disciple of the Immortal Lord, Mingyue-chan. Sorry, my colleague logged into the wrong account just now. Everyone, don't mention that my colleague was watching the Immortal Lord's livestream with the official account. The livestream fell silent. After a second, the screen was filled with a sea of hahaha and 666. So that's it. I thought I often saw many official accounts idling in Yao Yao's livestream. Turns out they were here to watch her. Let me see. Linjiang District Office, fan level 10, TSK. They've sent quite a few gifts, and their online duration is also quite long. And there's also the Jiangcheng Bureau, Jiangcheng Branch, National. I really didn't know until I looked it up, and I was shocked. Yi Xiao's livestream has been hiding so many official accounts. I bet this group of people is definitely here to monitor while watching the Immortal Lord's livestream. This guy, I have to say, you've revealed the truth. I'm dying of laughter. If you like the Immortal Lord, just say it. It's not something to be ashamed of. Shu Mingyue also chimed in. Exactly, Immortal Lord. These people pretending to inspect are just here to watch Yi Xiao's livestream. Their moves are so slick. After being exposed, they simply stopped pretending. Linjiang District Office sent a super rocket and commented, everyone, watch the livestream rationally, don't send too many gifts, believe in science. By the way, when will the Immortal Lord stream tomorrow? National Bureau sent a super rocket and commented, we cannot believe in supernatural phenomena. We have always urged everyone to believe in science, as science is the only standard to test the truth. Yi Xiao watched as these accounts with fan badges sent gifts and then talked about believing in science, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. Enough, she was just about to say something. Yi Xiao's voice also rang out from behind. Yes, we must believe in science. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. Whatever the Immortal Lord says is true. The Immortal Lord is right. Which idiot said there are ghosts? That's a spirit. Do you know what a spirit is? Linjiang District Office. Okay, seeing that everyone is quite rational, and the live stream hasn't promoted any supernatural phenomena. We are all very relieved. National Bureau, not bad. It seems everyone believes in science. Alright, then I'll end the live stream for today. I'll stream for you again tomorrow night. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she didn't wait for the viewers in the live stream to react and directly closed the stream. Brother, can we really see that thing tomorrow? She turned around, looking at Yi Qiu, and asked cautiously, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Yi Qiu always thought Yi Xiao was very fond of these things, so he nodded affirmatively. Don't worry, you'll be able to see it. Yi Xiao felt even more nervous. Today she only saw some dark mosaics. Would she really be able to see that kind of thing tomorrow? But with her brother around, there shouldn't be much to worry about. Yi Qiu himself had seen quite a few of those things. When he first arrived in that world, he was also quite scared when he saw that thing for the first time. The sight of brains and guts exploding is still vivid in his memory. However, the dog system said, this is actually a frightening tactic of evil spirits. In fact, whether good spirits or evil spirits, after death, they can control their appearance. Some evil spirits choose to transform into the way they looked when they died to scare people. So tomorrow, there's a high probability that we will see some unpleasant things. At first, Yi Qiu was also afraid. But later, with the help of the dog system and the increasing rewards from signing in, it got to the point where as soon as he appeared, the evil spirits within 100 miles would be scared to hide, not daring to show themselves. Tonight, the main body of the evil spirit didn't come over. It should know of his existence. That's why it resorted to such disgusting little tricks in Yuan Shuai's room. Indeed, in Yi Qiu's view, those were just little tricks. If it weren't for Yi Xiao's interest, they wouldn't even be worth mentioning. In fact, he had already sensed that the main body of the evil spirit was not in Yuan Shuai's room at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't have let Yi Xiao walk in front. As for that Yuan Shuai, he wasn't in his consideration. The next day, at 8 in the evening, Yi Xiao arrived at Yuan Shuai's community on time with her live streaming equipment and her brother's close friend. He seemed to have just returned from the hospital. His complexion wasn't good, and he looked a bit dazed. It wasn't until Yi Xiao called out to him that he reacted. Miss Yi! Yuan Shuai hurriedly ran towards Yi Xiao. What's wrong? Yi Xiao looked at him. By the way, my brother said we should go to the building to find it before the evil spirit comes looking for you. If we take the initiative, it will be better, right? As soon as Yuan Shuai heard this, he shivered. He quickly shook his head. No, I don't want to go. Can I not go? Just thinking about what he saw last night made him want to vomit. He didn't want to see such a scene again. Seriously, dude, you can't handle this? Yi Xiao was live streaming. Yuan Shuai's performance was directly exposed to all the viewers. Coward. Both girls weren't afraid, yet a big man like him was scared to this extent. I heard it's a female ghost. If it comes down to it, just confront that female ghost. Dude, your thoughts are terrifying. What's wrong? When I go crazy, even a female ghost is no match for me. Besides, can't female ghosts change their shape and appearance at will? When the time comes. Ha. Yi Xiao had a black line on her face. She didn't know whether to say these people were carefree or truly unafraid. In any case, she was still a bit scared, but not to the extent of Yuan Shuai, who looked like this. Then we'll go ahead, you stay at home. When my brother deals with that thing, we'll come back to find you, Yi Xiao said to Yuan Shuai. Only then did Yuan Shuai nod in relief. Then I'll trouble Miss Yi and the Immortal Master. He really didn't dare to go. As long as the Immortal Master took action, he believed that the female ghost could definitely be dealt with. Thinking this way, Yuan Shuai's face finally regained some color. Alright, then we'll go ahead, you go home. Yi Xiao didn't force him to follow. After all, it's best if these things are voluntary. Looking at his state, if he went now, he might faint again. Yuan Shuai thanked her and then turned around, walking away from the community without looking back. Yi Qiu followed behind Yi Xiao, casting a meaningful glance at Yuan Shuai's figure before turning towards the building. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. The three stood at the entrance of the building. This area had long been sealed off by the police. The building was already empty, and no one dared to stay here to work. Brother, how do we get in? Yi Xiao looked at the tightly closed door, which had a large lock without a key. Yao, don't worry, this little thing won't be difficult for the Immortal Master. But, it seems there are still police in the live stream. You guys like this? Just as this comment appeared, several notifications suddenly popped up in Yi Xiao's livestream. Zhangcheng Police Station, Duke, has exited the livestream. Linjiang District Bureau, Duke, has exited the livestream. The National Bureau, Emperor, exited the livestream. In an instant, all the official accounts like this one left Yi Xiao's livestream. Then, suddenly, a bunch of new accounts flooded in. I really don't understand this operation. Who just said there were police in the livestream? There aren't any, right? I didn't see a single one. I just got here and didn't see any official accounts. Did you all misread it? Yeah, everyone misread it. This livestream doesn't have any official accounts, just us water friends, huh? After a few new accounts appeared, they sent some gifts to Yi Xiao. Once Yi Xiao confirmed that all the official accounts had left the livestream, she finally felt at ease. This is ridiculous. It's hilarious. They don't need to go through all this to watch the Immortal Lord's livestream. They could have just opened a small account from the start. Yi Xiao didn't care what the bullet comments said. He took long strides, directly stepping over the police barricade outside, then raised his hand and tore down the seal stuck to the door. Ha! What's this? Yi Xiao noticed that beneath the seal Yi Xiao had torn off there was actually a piece of talisman paper. It looks like a talisman paper. Yi Xiao said casually. Hiss, what should we do, everyone? I have goosebumps. Don't worry, with the Immortal Lord here, what's there to be afraid of? Yi Xiao also looked at the talisman paper in surprise. Brother, what is this? Yi Xiao's expression was indifferent as he casually tossed the talisman paper into the air, and in the next second, it turned to dust, blown away by the wind. This thing is useless. It must have been drawn by some half-baked Taoist. If it were just a completely harmless and weak spirit, it might have a tiny bit of effect. But for the malevolent spirits in this building, this talisman is just a decoration. It seems that after that girl jumped off the building, this building has had some incidents. Brother, do you know what happened? Yi Xiao shook his head. I don't know. At that moment, Li Xiqing suddenly appeared in the livestream and timely sent a bullet comment. Young Master Li, Emperor Master Ancestor, I just went to investigate. After that girl jumped off, this building started to be haunted, and several employees working overtime were scared sick, which is why the building was temporarily sealed. Lot King invites you to join. Lot King invites you to join. Just as Li Xiqing's comment ended, Yi Xiao felt a chill sweep over her. She couldn't help but shiver. The door in front of her was tightly shut, with a large lock hanging on it, looking impossible to open. This lock probably needs a key. Even with great strength, it probably wouldn't open this kind of lock. Of course, as an ordinary citizen, I believe our Jiangqing police are quite confident about this. This is clearly voice input. Yi Xiao looked at the lock in front of her, frowning in thought. Should I find a power drill or something to open the lock? I'm here as Lock King. If you need anything, the Immortal Lord can contact me anytime. My number is 130-2545. Which district is Lock King from? I'm locked in the bathroom and can't get out. Private chat. Let me do it. Yi Xiao walked to the door, lowering his head. He just took a glance. Yi Xiao only heard a click, and the lock in front of her opened automatically. No way. The Immortal Lord is amazing. This is called thought-based unlocking. Can Lock King hire you? We provide food and accommodation, plus a guaranteed commission every month. The benefits are great. Are you crazy? The Immortal Lord is going to unlock doors? Let's go. Yi Xiao didn't pay much attention to those bullet comments. Yi Xiao hurriedly ran up to ask, Brother, just now, did you unlock the door? Yi Xiao shook his head. No, I didn't unlock it. The lock opened itself. Immortal Lord, clearly, the lock did it on its own. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Xiao firmly believed in what she said to Yi Xiao. Since her brother didn't unlock the door, could it be that thing knew they were coming and opened it on purpose? The more Yi Xiao thought about it, the more scared she became. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was following behind, was also quite frightened. After all, they were both girls and easily thought along the same lines. Young Master Li, the Emperor my master said if it wasn't him, then it definitely wasn't him. It must be an evil spirit. Thinking about it this way, it really was possible. What was that immortal looking at the lock just now all about? Just looking doesn't mean anything, and besides, if you damage public property, you still have to pay for it, right? Yi Xiao said seriously. But the immortal clearly said to let him come. Yi Xiao, I didn't say that. If the immortal said he didn't say it, then he definitely didn't say it. You must have heard wrong. Live stream audience, you're the one who heard wrong. Your whole family heard wrong. At this moment, Yi Xiao had already taken Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao towards the first floor of the building. Perhaps it had been many days without any human presence. It was even colder inside than outside. There were even cold winds blowing around. Why is it so dark in here? Yi Xiao held the live streaming equipment and could only see a limited view with the flashlight she brought. Besides that, there was only the moonlight by the window. The building might have already been occupied by evil spirits. I have to say, Yaya was really brave. I definitely wouldn't dare to go over there. If the immortal were with me, I would dare. Yi Xiao and the viewers in the livestream were both a bit nervous at this moment because it was eerily quiet around them. The only sound was probably the voice broadcast from the livestream. Just as Yi Xiao was about to say something, they suddenly heard a click. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao were both startled and screamed. The viewers in the live stream began to flood the screen with comments. bullet screen shield, patriotic, bullet screen shield. After the scream, Yi Xiao realized that everything around them had suddenly become bright. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Yi Xiao had turned on the lights in the first floor hall. The sound they heard earlier must have been the switch. This, Yi Xiao showed an awkward yet polite smile. She exchanged a glance with Lin Xiaoxiao, then they both walked over to Yi Xiao. Brother, Yi Xiao nodded slightly. That scream from Yao Yao almost scared the life out of me. I wasn't scared by a ghost, but I was scared to death by Yao Yao. It turned out the immortal turned on the lights. I thought it was something else. Pat's chest. This building has only been closed recently. It was operating normally before, so there shouldn't be any issues with the water and electricity, Yi Xiao said as he walked towards the elevator in the first floor hall. To the top floor. The top floor, that was also the place with the heaviest ghostly energy. The essence of the evil spirit should be there. I don't know why, but aside from Yi Xiao, both Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, including the viewers who saw the elevator door open from the livestream, felt a chill in their hearts. You have to know, elevators have always been a hotspot for supernatural events. What's wrong? Just as Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao were still hesitating, Yi Xiao had already entered the elevator. Nothing, brother. A sudden chill came from behind. Yi Xiao suddenly felt that staying here was scarier than getting into the elevator with her brother. In any case, as long as she was with her brother, there would definitely be no problem. Once in the elevator, Yi Xiao pressed the button for the 33rd floor. That was also the top floor of the building. When the number in the elevator stopped at 33, even Yi Xiao felt she could see the black energy seeping through the crack of the door. This is just ridiculous. Ding, the sound of the elevator stopping was heard, accompanied by the sound of the door opening. Yi Xiao led the way out. As soon as he took the first step, a sharp, piercing sound of a baby crying reached his ears. This sound was different from a normal baby's cry. It was an excruciatingly harsh and eerily strange noise. Brother! Yi Xiao brother! The two girls, upon hearing this sound, were instantly terrified, their scalps tingling, and they immediately clung to Yi Xiao's arms, one on each side. Yi Xiao held her phone. The live stream screen shook twice. What the hell? What is that sound? Last time it was Kayako, this time could it be Juanxiong? So damn terrifying. If this is a plot designed by the streamer, I can only say they really went all out. Design. This is real. I'm truly impressed. The first person to encounter a ghost in a livestream. No wonder they are the Immortal Lord. Looking at the Immortal Lord's calm demeanor, it must be fine, everyone can relax. At this moment, the viewers watching Yi Xiao's livestream in front of their computers had hearts racing to their throats. They were even more nervous than Yi Xiao herself. After all, who knows, when the livestream might just cut off. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the livestream suddenly plunged into darkness without any warning. What's going on? Damn! This can't really be happening. Just as the live stream became chaotic, the suddenly dark screen returned to normal. A large face appeared right in front of them, nearly scaring the viewers to death. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Yi Xiao in the darkness. At this moment, she laughed and said, sorry, my phone ran out of battery and suddenly shut down. Now I borrowed Xiaoxiao's phone to stream for you. Damn, I'm done. You scared the life out of me. Did Yao Yao not have a backup? A backup would have reminded you before you shut down. Yeah, next time I'll buy a backup, still our domestic brand. Seeing that Yi Xiao was fine, and even had a silly smile on her face, the viewers finally felt relieved. That moment really scared the life out of me. You say sometimes, endless silence is truly terrifying. Someone once conducted an experiment where a person had to stay in a soundproof room for half a month to win a $5 million prize. But in the end, no one succeeded. The longest anyone lasted was just 2 days. This is why moments of such silence are even more frightening now. The phoenix has taken flight, and now I am a noble. I play songs from Phoenix Legend. I watch SpongeBob SquarePants. Next to me, the garden babies are on, Maka Paka Maka Paka. Don't worry, it won't be too scary. About a minute later, the elevator behind the three suddenly moved, followed by the sound of it dropping. Looks like it wants to trap us here. Brother, I'm a little scared. Yi Xiao clutched Yi Qiu's arm, swallowing hard. It's okay, I'm here. Yi Qiu glanced at Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao beside him, suddenly feeling that being relied upon by his sister was quite nice. Just then, the sound of a baby's cry echoed again, even louder this time. In the next moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared not far from the room. The shadow moved incredibly fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What was that? Yi Xiao was too scared to speak loudly. Lin Xiaoxiao was even more frightened by that thing, completely stunned. A ghostly shadow. Damn, could it be an evil spirit? Don't worry, I'm here. Yi Qiu reassured Yi Xiao, but inside he was a bit curious. Wasn't Yao Yao the one who loved these things the most? Why was she so scared now? However, he had also heard others say that the more scared you are, the more you want to look. Yao Yao should feel the same way. At that moment, the sound of the baby's cries around them increased, echoing in their ears. Suddenly, the cries stopped abruptly. Then, figures the size of 2 fists began to appear in front of the 3. These shadows seemed to split apart, surrounding them completely. Damn! Shadow clones, what the hell? This is the real shadow clone. What should we do? Should we help the Immortal Lord? Are you stupid? Look at the Immortal Lord's expression right now. Does he look even a little scared? Just enjoy watching the Immortal Lord show off. Many viewers in the live stream seem to have an inexplicable confidence in Yi Qiu. In the midst of their conversation, the shadows on both sides began to gradually reveal their true forms. Yi Qiu had known from the start what the hidden shadow looked like, and at that moment, he was considering whether to pixelate Yi Qiu. After all, that appearance was indeed a bit unsettling. Aren't you scared? Yi Qiu heard the barrage notification from Yi Xiao's phone. With the Immortal Lord here, there's nothing to fear. Yes, what's there to be afraid of? I just want to see a ghost once in my life, and it would be even better if it were a female ghost. To correct that, it's a spirit. Where would a ghost come from? There are indeed perverts, though. Since they weren't afraid, Yi Qiu didn't think about pixelating those things on the other side. At that moment, the dark mist surrounding the shadow finally disappeared. They were surrounded by rows of small monsters. Each of them had their heads down and bodies up. Their bellies were swollen, and from their navels, a gut was protruding, with thick liquid continuously flowing out. A pair of blood-red eyes widened, all focused on the 3 surrounded in the middle. Holy crap! Oh my god! This is Maka Paka. I didn't expect it to be this thrilling without the pixelation. Damn, the streamer is amazing. I'm really impressed by this prop. When can I start working in our props team? Props? You call this props? What a small mindset. Newbie, right? The viewers in the livestream were quite shocked by this scene, and Yi Qiu and Lin Xiaoxiao were so scared they couldn't say a word. Yi Qiu's grip also tightened. He turned his head and glanced at his sister, who was clutching his arm tightly. It seems this time, Yao Yao is definitely more stimulated than last time. Achieving such an effect means it's not bad. Just as Yi Qiu was about to look at Yi Xiao, the little monster facing him suddenly lunged forward, baring its teeth and rushing at him. Oh no! It's coming! Immortal Master! That thing is coming! No matter how much I love my sister, I have to consider the current situation. It's over. I might not be able to see the Immortal Master live anymore. Daoist, which temple are you from? Daoist, which temple are you from? At this moment, everyone could only watch helplessly as the little monster charged toward Yi Qiu. Its wrinkled face was getting bigger and bigger. All the viewers felt their hearts tighten, rising to their throats. They watched as the little monster bared its teeth, about to slam into Yi Qiu's face. Yi Qiu finally turned around calmly. He even did nothing when he saw the little monster in front of him. What the hell? Immortal Master! My Immortal Master! The live stream erupted in chaos, but the next second, a loud bang echoed in his ears. The little monster, just about a meter away from Yi Qiu, seemed to crash into an invisible glass wall, smashing its entire head open. Silence. Only silence remained. Even the other little monsters around stopped making those creepy sounds. They hesitated. Seeing the first brother who had set out only to die first, they truly hesitated. This human, could he be a mage? But the resentment they felt, an ordinary mage wouldn't be able to do anything to them, unless it was a celestial master. At this moment, even Yi Xiao could clearly sense a hint of fear from those little monsters. Wow, impressive. I knew that whatever ghostly spirit it was nothing in front of the Immortal Master. Just look at the Immortal Master's calm demeanor earlier. How could you think he was in trouble? Shallow. This guy just smashed through it. Has he died a second time? There are still so many over there. The little monsters around, seeing this, no longer rushed toward Yi Qiu. Instead, they bared their teeth and let out eerie howls at the 3 of them. What are these little brats trying to do? I think they want to gang up on us. What, is this a new tactic? These things, looking ugly is one thing, but now they want to play the gang up game? Thinking the Immortal Master and his friends are outnumbered. Ha, well, excluding Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao, it's just me, Yi Qiu said with a calm smile. After all, these 2 girls were still stunned by the earlier scene and hadn't recovered yet. The little monsters, as expected, took up an attacking stance. The next second, they all shot toward Yi Qiu and the others like bullets. Bang bang bang, the sound of bones cracking echoed in their ears. With each collision, one could almost see the air being torn apart. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the force was. From the little monsters rushing in from all directions, one could see that around Yi Qiu and the others, there was actually a hemispherical barrier. This transparent barrier completely blocked the danger. Even after so many collisions, not a single crack appeared. Soon, all that remained around the three was a pool of blood. This scene made some people feel nauseous. Damn it, I just threw up. I just ate. Damn it, I was eating grilled brain. And then I see this. Woo-woo, why is there no mosaic? I'm so scared. You said you didn't want a mosaic. You prefer something more thrilling. As soon as Yichio said this, the live stream room fell silent. It really was their strong request to remove the mosaic, but now, many people regretted it, especially those who were still eating. Yet, there were still some who insisted on no mosaic. The live stream room even erupted into arguments because of this. Yichio ignored them and squatted down in front of the shattered bones, casually picking up a bone. The main body isn't dead yet. These are just puppets. The main body of this little monster is still hiding in the room. Just this one sentence made the viewers, who had been arguing just moments ago, perk up immediately. Some were looking for blankets, some for pillows. So scared, I just pulled my girlfriend into my arms. This should be better, right? Bro, are you dreaming? Where did you get a girlfriend? Maybe it's a blow-up doll. Looking at his avatar, it's one of those anime avatars. I bet it's definitely one of those two-dimensional beautiful girl pillows. Fatty, Emperor, I can confirm that this guy's girlfriend is definitely his two-dimensional wife. Looking at his avatar, I deduce it should be Asuka. My goddess Asuka? He doesn't deserve her. What a fuss. What's so great about women and two-dimensional beautiful girls? Tomorrow, I'm going to make a life-sized Azura pillow to put on my bed. I don't believe there will be anything scary then. This idea is great. I want one too. Everyone noticed that the one responding was actually the police flower, Chu Mingyue. Yichio also noticed. This little girl is still watching the live stream so late? At this moment, he noticed. A shadow was trying to fly out from the window. Of course, Yichio wouldn't let it escape. He waved his right hand towards the shadow. In an instant, a sharp scream echoed from the top floor. Yao yao, shao shao, snap out of it. After saying that, the two girls finally came back to their senses from their terror. Yi Xiao took her phone and followed Yichio towards the window. Before them was a little monster covered in pus, with its umbilical cord still attached to its belly. It was clear that this was a fetus that had died inside a pregnant woman. Yichio's face remained calm. Bro, is this the true form of that thing? Wasn't the one who jumped off the building a girl? How could the true form be such a little monster? And at this moment, seeing the little monster wrapped in talisman paper, the live stream room erupted. This is the true form? No way, the one who jumped was a woman. You see this little monster, you should understand now, right? Damn, this is a case of one corpse with two lives. Mother and child malevolent spirits, no wonder the ghostly aura in this building is so strong. Ha, who are you? How do you know this? Suddenly, a user named Daoist Lin appeared in the live stream. Instantly, it caught everyone's attention. Daoist Lin, I just happened to pass by there. I was thinking of coming back another day to deal with the building's ghostly aura, but I didn't expect someone more skilled to arrive before me. Daoist, which temple are you from? Daoist Lin, I usually like to travel around, just a wanderer without a fixed home. Yichio also noticed the user named Daoist Lin in the live stream. In Blue Star, there are actually people who can see ghostly auras. How interesting. Bro, could it be that this thing is just a part of the evil spirit? If there's only one little monster in this building, does that mean Yi Xiao isn't stupid? She could think of this kind of thing. She suddenly widened her eyes and looked up at the nearby community where Yuan Shui lived. Could it be that the true evil spirit's main body has already gone to find Yuan Shui, and what they came to see was just a diversion? Scum, Yi Xiao had already guessed it. The viewers in the live stream had guessed it even more. Damn, does that mean Yuan Shui might be in danger? That kid is in trouble now. This evil spirit actually knows this trick. It must know how powerful the immortal lord is, so it deliberately led that little one away to find Yuan Shui. It made my scalp tingle. After returning home, Yuan Shui locked himself in his room. As long as the immortal lord goes over, it should be fine. The immortal lord is so powerful, he can definitely kill that woman. He buried his cold body under the covers and turned the air conditioning to heating. It was still the middle of summer. They were all on summer break. Yuan Shui still felt his limbs were icy. The whole room felt like an ice cellar. The immortal lord should be fine now, right? Yuan Shui had no strength left to watch the live stream. He could only hide in bed, waiting for the next day to come. As long as the immortal lord killed that woman, it should be fine, right? The night grew deeper. Yuan Shui lay in bed but suddenly felt the bed become damp. He reached down to touch it, and it was that familiar disgusting feeling. This sensation made Yuan Shui scream and jump off the bed. He focused on the bed but found nothing there. When he reached out to touch it, there was no dampness at all. Could it be even the immortal lord couldn't deal with that woman? He felt like he was going crazy. That fear made his scalp tingle. His heart was about to leap out of his mouth. Just then, Yuan Shui suddenly heard a series of loud knocks on the door. Someone was banging on the door with something. At first, the sound was a rhythmic slow knock, but it soon became frantic. The knocking frequency increased. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The sound was incessant. Yuan Shui trembled all over, his body even soaked in cold sweat. Because he vaguely heard that woman's voice. Yuan Shui, open the door. I've come to find you. Yuan Shui, terrified, covered his ears and shook his head violently. No, it's all an illusion. It's all an illusion. The immortal lord has already eliminated her. What I see and hear now is all an illusion. But the more he thought this way, the clearer the knocking and the woman's voice became. Yuan Shui, open the door. Yuan Shui, we promised to be together for this lifetime. I've come to find you. Open the door. The woman's voice was intermittent. At first, it was relatively calm, but as Yuan Shui continued to not open the door, it grew increasingly impatient. Eventually, it turned into a roar. Yuan Shui, you promised me back then. You promised me. I've come to find you. Come to find you. As the voice fell, trembling all over, Yuan Shui heard his door creak open quietly. He was alone in the bedroom. Now he was almost truly scared to the point of wetting himself. The bedroom door was closed. Yuan Shui could only hear the banging sound from the living room outside. That sound was extremely eerie. Mixed with the woman sobbing, it made his scalp tingle, and he was almost suffocating. Yuan Shui, where are you? Come out and see me. Yuan Shui's legs went weak. He dared not open the door. At that moment, he almost stopped breathing, fearing that if he breathed, the other party would find him. Suddenly, there was no sound outside. Just as Yuan Shui breathed a sigh of relief, the bedroom door in front of him was suddenly knocked on. Yuan Shui, are you inside? Yuan Shui, open the door. This is your bedroom. It was here that I became pregnant with your child. Open the door, Yuan Shui. Yuan Shui was almost driven mad by that voice. He collapsed onto the floor. Turning to look under the bed, he suddenly remembered someone had once said that those things usually couldn't find people hiding under the bed. So, Yuan Shui hurriedly hid under the bed, not daring to make a sound. Just as he got settled, the bedroom door creaked open. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock, Yuan Shui. Where are you? The voice seemed to come from right beside him. Whoa, why can't I find you? He shut his eyes tightly, only able to hear that voice lingering in his ears. Suddenly, the voice grew louder. Found you. Yuan Shui couldn't believe it and suddenly opened his eyes. By the time the police arrived, Yuan Shui had already lost his temper. It seemed that an ant running a food stall in the same neighborhood heard the scream and called the police. When Yi Qiu arrived with Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, Yuan Shui's body had already been taken away. Aside from Yi Qiu, who looked calm, everyone else was in shock. Oh no, we still didn't make it. It really was a feint. That thing is too terrifying. Unfortunately, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Yuan Shui was still gone. Sigh, even the immortal couldn't save him. How terrifying must that evil spirit be? Its power must be immense. I hope I never encounter it. So scary. Speaking of which, that evil spirit should still be around, right? It won't continue to harm people, will it? Yi Qiu listened to the barrage of comments in the live stream, slightly raising his head, his gaze landing on a nearby building. At that moment, although the sky was getting darker, the ghostly aura that had originally covered the building began to gradually disappear. He said nothing. He led Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao away from the scene. After all, the police treated them as mere onlookers and began to shoo people away. About 2 days later, Yi Xiao was live streaming a sweet duo game with Zhou Lingling. Suddenly, a comment popped up in the live stream. Yao Yao, it's a huge scoop, a giant scoop. Yi Xiao, what happened? What scoop? Hurry up and tell me. It's about Yuan Shui. Did you know? That Yuan Shui is a scumbag. The girl who jumped off the building was, in a way, killed by Yuan Shui. As soon as this comment was posted, the live stream was flooded with question marks. What the hell is going on? Yuan Shui looks so honest. Could he really be a scumbag? I think he's definitely not honest. Yi Xiao was also extremely curious. When Yuan Shui died, it was determined to be a myocardial infarction. This matter was thus settled. The girl who jumped was named Guo Qiong, from the neighboring university. Yuan Shui was her boyfriend, but Yuan Shui had no money, and a rich second-generation student from Jiangcheng University had his eyes on Guo Qiong. He told Yuan Shui that as long as he let him have some fun with Guo Qiong, he would give him hundreds of thousands afterward. What the hell? Hearing this, I was already getting angry. Yuan Shui is really inhumane. It seems he truly deserves to die. Wait, did Yuan Shui seek out the immortal because he wanted to use our immortal to solve his problem with Guoqiong? What a fool, I really want to smash him with a brick. No need for that, the person is already gone. The viewers in the livestream were getting angry about how Yuan Shui had used Yiqiu. Yiqiu happened to pass by and heard some of the voices. However, he just smiled and went straight to the living room, turning on the channel that was playing a melodramatic fantasy romance drama. Using, the truth is revealed. Brother, I just heard them say that Yuan Shui is the real scumbag. He had known the girl who jumped from the building from the very beginning, but he pretended not to know her, and even deceived us. Yiqiu calmly watched a fantasy drama. I know. You know. Yi Shiyo was shocked. Her brother actually knew? Yiqiu just nodded slightly, then picked up a small gourd from the side and tied a red string around it. I know a little. Still, the Immortal Master is impressive. It seems the Immortal Master saw through everything from the start. So what was the deal with the Immortal Master agreeing to help Yuan Shui? If he knew, he shouldn't have helped him. Brother, you just don't understand. The old fans who had been following Yi Xiao's live stream knew the truth. Yiqiu probably, most likely, just wanted to take this opportunity to bring Yi Xiao to seek some excitement. As for Yuan Shui's life, it had nothing to do with him. However, this really shattered my worldview. By the way, do rich second-generation kids like to steal other people's girlfriends? Young Masterly, I steal, women always come to me on their own. I've never gone after any woman. Old complaints. That's not right, Sichin. Have you forgotten when you were trending as a simp? Babe, I'm going to eat. What did I eat? And you obediently let me have my way. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. As we all know, the internet has a memory. Li Sicheng had nothing to say and could only lurk. Wow, look, the police report is out. Someone shouted in the livestream, and Yi Xiao quickly opened Weibo, finding the official account of the police in Jiangqing's Linjiang district. After reading the report, she felt her scalp tingle. It turned out that Guoqiong and Yuan Shui had been a couple from the very beginning. Both came from a small town to study in Jiangcheng, and their families had high hopes for them. But Guoqiong's grades weren't as good as Yuan Shui's, so they didn't get into the same university. However, Guoqiong was beautiful, pure, innocent, untouched by the big city atmosphere. When she went to Jiangcheng University to wait for Yuan Shui, she happened to catch the eye of a rich second-generation student from the same school. After failing to flirt with her, the rich second generation approached Yuan Shui. At first, they were just brothers, often taking Yuan Shui to bars in similar places. This was like opening a new world for Yuan Shui, who had hardly been exposed to such things. Gradually, he began to distance himself from Guoqiong. Yuan Shui was taken to an underground casino by the rich second generation, and at first, he could win money. Later, he got deeper and deeper into it, eventually owing the casino hundreds of thousands. Yuan Shui's family wasn't wealthy, and hundreds of thousands was an astronomical figure for him. At this point, the rich second generation told him that if he could trick Guoqiong into a hotel and give her some drugs, he would get 800,000, enough to pay off his gambling debts and still have a lot left over. Yuan Shui, without thinking, agreed. He thought of Guoqiong as just a girlfriend, and being a girlfriend didn't mean they had to get married in the future. But Yuan Shui seemed to forget. The tuition for Jiangcheng University was expensive, and more than half of it was paid for by Guoqiong working. In fact, Guoqiong was already planning their future together. At that time, Guoqiong didn't even know she was pregnant. After being ruined by the rich second generation and his friends, she only found out she was 2 months along. What made Guoqiong even more desperate was when she went to find Yuan Shui for help, only to see him bringing another woman into his home. She called him, but all she got was a breakup. In despair, Guoqiong could only jump from the building next to the one where Yuan Shui lived. Of course, to ensure she could find Yuan Shui after death, she secretly placed a few strands of hair in his clothing pocket. As for the subsequent supernatural events, those are just urban legends. And Yuan Shui, he thought hiding under the bed would keep him safe. However, unexpectedly, when Guoqiong jumped from the building, her head hit the ground first. At that moment, the thud was just the sound of her walking with her head. So, hiding under the bed made it easier for Guoqiong to find him. The rich second generation and Yuan Shui were both dead. According to the police report, the cause of death for the rich second generation was drug overdose, while Yuan Shui died of a myocardial infarction. The comments on Weibo were overwhelmingly positive. The curses directed at the rich second generation and Yuan Shui were incessant. Because of this incident, the family business of the rich second generation was also ruined. They announced bankruptcy the next day. These two really aren't human. They got what they deserved. Damn, even TV dramas wouldn't dare portray it like this. I can't believe I initially felt sympathy for Yuan Shui, it makes me furious. Wait, I remember someone in the livestream cursing the immortal master for not saving Yuan Shui, right? What's going on now? Talk about a slap in the face. Ha ha, yeah, that slap is loud and clear. In any case, I only have one thing to say. The immortal master is amazing. Yi Xiao watched the livestream, where the comments had shifted from condemning Yuan Shui to worshipping her brother, and her mouth twitched. She recalled that night. It truly left her with lingering fear. After all, only she and Xiao Xiao understood that what they saw that night was all real. The chilling sense of fear was genuinely felt, and the stench of decay in the air, along with the sounds of that little monster. These were not props, they were real things, unlike the benevolent spirits that were easily dealt with last time. This time, Yi Xiao truly experienced the atmosphere of a horror movie. The immersive feeling, if her brother hadn't been there, could have really scared her to death. But it was truly pitiful for Guoqiong and her child. The child was even more unfortunate, being in her mother's womb when it happened. Those two really aren't human. I hope they can be reborn into a good family. Unity, prosperity, democracy. It might not be good to say these things with the official account around. Don't worry, we're not on the official account. The immortal master is amazing. Our official account seems to be having trouble getting online. Yi Xiao. At this moment, she noticed the small gourd that Yi Qiu had placed on the table. The gourd was tied with a red satin ribbon. On the surface, it was covered with dense, incomprehensible symbols. Brother, what is this? Yi Qiu glanced at the small gourd beside him. It's for storing things. Oh, Yi Xiao didn't ask further. She walked to the side, and the camera happened to focus on the small gourd tied with the red ribbon. His legend has it that gourds can hold things we can't access. Could the immortal master's gourd be holding? No way. Really? I also think it's possible that it's that thing. The viewers were fixated on the small gourd. Just then, the small gourd, which had been quietly sitting on the coffee table, suddenly shook. Everything is under the immortal master's control. What is inside the immortal master's gourd? It moved suddenly, and there was no earthquake in Zhangcheng. I'm scared. Scared of what? Didn't you see how calm the immortal master was next to that thing, still drinking tea? What's there to be afraid of? The comments flooded the screen. In the midst of speaking, the small gourd moved again. When Yi Xiao walked over, she happened to see that scene. She was startled as well. Brother, why is this gourd moving? Yi Qiu turned his head calmly to glance at the gourd. It's normal. That little thing was inside yesterday. Yi Xiao's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Yesterday. That little thing. Could it be that her brother put the little monster they encountered last night inside? No way. I won't say more. The immortal master is truly amazing. This is just ridiculous. I thought the immortal master had destroyed that thing, but I didn't expect it to be trapped in this little gourd. It won't turn into a gourd baby, will it? What are you thinking? That's a malevolent spirit. How could it turn into a gourd baby? Those who were just scared enough to call for their mothers are now completely devoid of any fear. Yi Xiao picked up the little gourd and shook it a couple of times. Then she leaned in to listen closely. It really is that kind of sound. Inside was indeed the little monster they encountered last night. Brother, if you keep it locked in there, won't its mother come looking for you? Yi Xiao glanced around with a hint of fear. Yi Qiu, however, laughed and said, Don't worry, she won't. In fact, she'll thank me. Thank? Yi Xiao didn't understand. Yi Qiu didn't elaborate, as it was better to say less about these supernatural matters. He didn't want Yi Xiao to be summoned under the blazing sun to give a statement. It wouldn't be good for her to be exposed to the sun like that. Invisible showboating is the most deadly. Yes, that malevolent spirit not only dared not harm the immortal master but also had to thank him for sparing its child's life. A fetus that had just taken shape, filled with so much resentment, unexpectedly got subdued. In the live stream, that Taoist Lin appeared again. Regarding Yi Qiu's actions, he could only describe it with wow and awesome. The appearance of that malevolent spirit last night, and he managed to subdue it so effortlessly, and even trapped it in a little gourd. Such a malevolent spirit. If they encountered it, even a heavenly master would find it difficult to handle. After all, that was a mother and child of evil. From their perspective, it was an existence that could not be transcended. And now, Taoist Lin, what do you think? Taoist Lin, what else can I think? Of course, I think the immortal master is incredibly impressive. Wow, even the Taoist thinks so? Of course, that gourd contains a malevolent spirit. You might not have any concept of it, but trying to transcend such a spirit is as difficult as facing a 120-pound weight. Hiss, brother, why did you put that little monster in this gourd? To cleanse its ghostly aura, Yi Qiu said lightly. Yi Xiao finally understood. So everything was under her brother's control. He not only knew about Yuan Shui but also about the malevolent spirit. That night, everyone thought Yi Qiu had destroyed that little monster. After all, it was best to eliminate such things. Unexpectedly, today he had put it in a little gourd and even purified it. What could a purified malevolent spirit do? Taoist Lin, purifying a malevolent spirit is very difficult. This kind of infant evil, let alone being purified, even those with poor cultivation would die instantly if they got too close. But if it really gets purified, the infant evil can be reborn and has a chance to reunite with its mother. Whoa, the Immortal Master is so good. The Immortal Master is amazing. This wave really has me feeling numb, punishing the scum and allowing the malevolent spirit to be reborn. I feel like this is even more exciting than watching TV. Indeed, those recent domestic fantasy idol dramas have made me want to vomit blood. I once watched a tragic love fantasy drama, and the Immortal Master in it was nowhere near as good as our Immortal Master. What tragic love? Yi Xiao leaned over to ask. I forgot the name, but it was just eye-watering. Actually, I'm just like you all, not much different. Yi Qiu switched to another channel, where another game competition romance idol drama was playing, one he couldn't understand. He had no interest in these. Watching these was worse than watching tragic love fantasy dramas. Some characters in it were somewhat similar to his former disciples, like those self-destructive villains, and those ambitious ones wanting to unify the three realms. In short, they were all a bunch of not-so-bright characters. The meaning of immortal is that we all have two eyes, a nose, and a mouth, so there isn't much difference. Yi Qiu changed the channel. It turned out to be an entertainment program. The fantasy romance dramas were already enough to make one feel brain-dead. Watching a bunch of men and women play some boring games felt even more pointless to him. He changed the channel again. Finally, he found a decent live broadcast of the Olympics. At that moment, it was just in time for the match between Xia Country and Beautiful Country. Even Yi Qiu felt a bit nervous. Sports events emphasize fairness and justice. Aside from those who play dirty tricks during the competition, any athlete who competes fairly deserves respect. Therefore, Yi Qiu wouldn't interfere with a fair competition just to help the Xia Country athletes win the championship. Of course, except for certain people from the country that is doing well. Yi Qiu was watching the Olympics in the living room. Yi Xiao was live streaming not far away. Lin Xiaoxiao was engaged in a conversation about national politics, discussing logistics matters. It must be said that Lin Xiaoxiao was truly diligent. Whatever task she took on next, she would almost do perfectly. Unexpectedly, the Immortal actually liked watching the Olympics. I am really furious this year. To be honest, if I had a flying mount, I would have already gone to that well-off country to beat someone up. I really want to know how that green caterpillar is doing now. As soon as this comment was posted, the viewers saw something in a pupil shape suddenly appear on the coffee table behind Yi Xiao. Ah, what is that? It must be an armored pupa. That green caterpillar has really evolved. It has now turned into a pupa. It seems that in my lifetime, I will really get to see a flying mount. Next should be the hellish dark butterfly, right? I don't think so. It could be a rift sky seat. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao saw the suddenly excited comments and turned her head just in time to see a large pupa that Yi Qiu had placed on the coffee table. The shape of the pupa was not very pleasant. Scared, she jumped up from her chair. Immortal, this is not enough. Brother, what is that thing? Girls generally don't like these strange things. Yi Qiu touched the hard shell of the pupa. This is a hellish dark butterfly. You saw it last time. Hellish dark butterfly? Yi Xiao still had some impression. Isn't it a caterpillar? Yao, let me correct you. That's a pig caterpillar, not a caterpillar. What the hell is a pig caterpillar? Bro, I want to know if you're from Sichuan? It's just a big green caterpillar. No matter what kind of bug it is, I definitely can't like it. Yi Xiao thought of that huge bug and got goosebumps all over. Why are there so many abnormally sized animals around her brother? Little Ha counts as one. Huskies have grown up enough to be acceptable. But that caterpillar is ridiculous. There can't possibly be such a big caterpillar in this world. I did a little processing. In about a month, it will successfully evolve into a mutated hellish dark butterfly. As Yi Qiu spoke, he bent his finger and gently tapped twice on the hard shell. The thing inside actually wriggled a couple of times in response. Yi Xiao got goosebumps again. A hellish dark butterfly. I really want one. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, even if we can't buy a hellish dark butterfly, our Treasure Pavilion also wants the opportunity for a close encounter with one. I wonder if we still have that chance. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, we at the Treasure Vault never thought we could buy a hellish dark butterfly if we could ride a legendary flying mount. Yao, you can choose any item from the Treasure Vault. Hiss, as soon as the words from the Treasure Pavilion came out, everyone gasped. Whether it was the Treasure Chamber, the Treasure Pavilion, or the Wanbao Building, the items collected by these three big players were all priceless. Now they were actually saying that Yi Xiao could choose freely. The Wanbao building sent out a super rocket and left a message: I want to ride a flying mount with Yao Yao. System prompt: the Wanbao building has been muted for a day due to inappropriate language. Today's Wanbao building must be staffed by temporary workers. How reckless. They should be grateful it was just a day-long mute. Everyone was still discussing the hellish dark butterfly. At that moment, the bright August sun suddenly turned gloomy. The room that had just been bright began to darken. Ha, what's going on? Yao Yao, why is it dark on your side? It's still sunny here. It's the same here, still hot. I don't know, it just suddenly got dark. Yi Xiao stood up curiously and turned on the living room light, just as Lin Xiaoxiao walked out of her room. Yao Yao, did you notice? The sky suddenly turned dark? I don't know what's going on. As she spoke, Yi Xiao felt a chill breeze blowing in from the window. That feeling was similar to the fear she had felt that night. Brother! Yi Qiu brother! Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran towards Yi Qiu. In an instant, the temperature in the entire room began to drop sharply. The small gourd on the coffee table that Yi Qiu had placed there also started to stir. Creak, 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 the sound of dislocated bones echoed in their ears. Just hearing that sound made their scalps tingle. Oh my, that sound is trying to take me away. Didn't I hear it that night? Some were terrified, while others, like Yi Qiu, remained remarkably calm. Don't be afraid, with the immortal lord here, there's nothing to fear. The sound grew closer. Even the viewers in the live stream could hear it clearly. Until, suddenly, a pitch-black shadow appeared outside the window, surrounded by an extreme darkness that exuded an ominous aura. And that creaking sound was coming from this shadow. Here to find it? Yi Qiu casually moved, and the small gourd on the coffee table flew into his palm as if attracted by a magnet. What's this move called? Star absorption technique? I don't know what it's called. I just know the immortal lord is incredibly awesome. Yi Qiu held the small gourd in his hand and shook it with a smile. Sure enough, a piercing scream came from inside the gourd. Hearing that sound, the shadow outside seemed to become even more agitated, the creaking turning into a roar that nearly pierced their eardrums. In an instant, an extremely terrifying face appeared before everyone. What was even more terrifying was that this face was upside down. Blood tears flowed from its eyes, leaving only the whites. Yi Qiu didn't blur out this face, so Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, along with the viewers in the livestream, all saw its true appearance. Some timid ones were so scared they immediately turned on the garden babies. Unfortunately, even the voice of Makapaka couldn't save them from their fear. Others turned on Ultraman. Some were so frightened they cursed and exited the livestream. Yi Qiu looked at the evil spirit before him. So it's you. Only he remained calm. Hearing Yi Qiu's words, the evil spirit suddenly moved, looking like it was about to charge at the three. As that twisted face approached, Yi Xiao hurriedly closed her eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao did the same. She was so scared she had already hidden behind Yi Qiu, not daring to look at the evil spirit even once. And Yi Qiu, just as the evil spirit was about to reach them, threw the small gourd in his hand. Then she calmly said, "Take it, the remaining things inside are enough for you." The gourd fell into the hands of the evil spirit. In the next moment, the evil spirit, which was originally shrouded in darkness, suddenly had all its black mist vanish as if it had been purified. Thank you. This was the last voice heard by Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao. It was an extremely gentle female voice. It's gone. Only when Yi Qiu spoke did the two sisters finally dare to open their eyes. The entire living room became bright again. That terrifying atmosphere finally disappeared. Yi Xiao patted her chest, feeling a wave of fear. I almost died of fright. Yeah, this thing is too scary. It really felt like we were in a horror movie. Lin Xiaoxiao also felt a wave of fear. Yi Qiu looked at Yi Xiao and asked, "Was that exciting enough?" That was way too exciting. She didn't understand why her brother liked these things, but to be honest, the more scared she was, the more she wanted to explore. Yi Xiao sat back in her position to continue the live stream, while Lin Xiaoxiao temporarily didn't dare to return to her room. The viewers in the live stream also calmed down for a moment. Just then, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in from outside the window. A shadow appeared in the living room, accompanied by a somewhat aggrieved voice. Immortal Lord, this little bit you gave me isn't enough. Considering how hard I worked just now, could you give me a bit more? As soon as the voice stopped, not only Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao, but the entire live stream room fell silent. It was a deathly silence. After a while, the voice broke the stillness again. Immortal Lord. Then, I'll take my leave. As soon as the words were spoken, a gust of cold wind swept through the room, returning to the original temperature. What the hell? This female ghost can't be a plant, right? A plant sent by the immortal Lord. This is truly eye-opening. No one can argue with me. I just respect the immortal lord. He can even get a female ghost to be a plant. But I can't help but want to laugh. Ahahaha, did the immortal lord just mess up? But why did the immortal lord invite that woman to be a plant? The audience in the live stream was already laughing uncontrollably. Young Masterly, the emperor, can you all shut up for a moment? What's wrong with my master finding a plant? Haven't you all found plants before? Haven't you ever been a plant at a milk tea shop? It's just a plant. Do you really care that much? A bunch of idiots. Li Siqing kept saying plant. In one sentence, he mentioned it 4 times, and Yichio's mouth twitched when he heard the voice notification. It seems someone noticed this minuscule change. Not long after, news came through the live stream that Li Siqing was being warmed by 7 wolves. At first, Yichio was a bit at a loss, but then she smiled and said, "Come on, you guys are still laughing because my brother spoils me? He did this surprise for me because I really like it, and don't you all want to see it?" Exactly, those who laughed. I curse you to never be able to laugh in your lifetime. It's not that we're laughing at the immortal lord. We think the immortal lord is too cute. It's a bit like the sun. Hey, what do you mean by that? System notification. The user wants to kiss the immortal lord has been muted for 365 days for inappropriate remarks. Please discuss harmoniously in the live stream. Serves you right. You guys say, where else in this world can you find such a fan-loving streamer? You can't find one at all. Yi Xiao stood in front of the camera, but who knew the bullet comments kept telling her to move aside. Move aside, you're blocking my view of the immortal lord. I don't know why, but after knowing this, I just admire the immortal lord even more. Of course, I dare to ask, in this world, who else can get an evil spirit to be a plant? Besides the immortal lord, there won't be anyone else. Indeed, these past few days have truly opened my eyes. Yi Cho seems to have recovered a bit now. However, the nitpickers have also appeared in the live stream. No way, no way. Does someone really think that hiring a plant means it's a malevolent spirit? I think that girl acted quite well. In any case, she can't possibly be the deceased Guoqiong. Are you all blind? It's one thing if you couldn't see clearly through the mosaic that day, but can't you see the infant spirit from the back in today's Musha? Your eyes must be completely blind. The live stream erupted into chaos. Yi Xiao was just about to mediate, but then she saw Yi Qiu walk over and seriously pick up the book Into Science from her desk. Indeed, there are no ghosts in this world, and no such thing as magic. It's all just sleight of hand. As Yi Qiu spoke, he flipped open Into Science. Flipping through casually, he landed on the page about the corpse transportation in Xiangxi. I think the content in this book is very well explained, and it can use scientific methods to clarify those so-called supernatural events. Everyone should buy a copy and take a look. Oh my, the Immortal Master is now live streaming to sell products. The publisher must be going crazy with joy. Daoist Lin, no, wait, I'm in this line of work too, and I can assure you that what you saw that night and today is the real deal you want to see. It's definitely not some act put on by someone. Daoist Lin himself was initially skeptical of Yi Qiu, but after watching the livestream, he became one of Yi Qiu's die-hard fans. He even changed his signature to Immortal Master is awesome. Yi Qiu put down Into Science. Those skills aren't anything grand. You can learn them easily. The live stream erupted into arguments. It was all about whether Yi Qiu used immortal techniques or just found a plant to stimulate Yi Xiu. The moderators had no way to control such a situation. Whatever the Immortal Master says is what it is. There are no spiritual entities in this world. We, the police, are still in the live stream, and you're here promoting strange powers? Don't pretend to be blind. That's definitely immortal techniques. Damn, these idiots must be new here. Don't they know the rules of the Immortal Master's livestream? Forget it. Think whatever you want. Yi Qiu waved his hand and left the computer. He shook his head as he walked. These people are really a bit brainless. All the skills he has used so far aren't called immortal techniques. They are skills obtained from signing in with the dog system. They are called skills. For example, spiritual probing, alchemy skills, and some other skills. Those are all called skills, not immortal techniques or spells at all. So far, he has only used some low-level skills. I don't know how these people have such wild imaginations. Is it like those brainless melodramatic immortal dramas? That's why they have such illusions. Of course, to avoid trouble, he also couldn't directly admit in the livestream that he had those skills. The Immortal Master said it's all sleight of hand, so it's sleight of hand. Only fools would think that's immortal techniques, right? I think it should be magic. We have a fool in our school who claims he can cultivate immortality. Recently, he found some bizarre fruits to eat and then could show us some magic tricks, like making fire with his bare hands, but in front of great magicians, these are nothing to mention. I have to say, besides Yi Qiu being able to fool people, the old fans in the livestream can also fool newcomers to the point of being dazed. Especially those police officers, they are even better at it. We are official here, the rules cannot be broken. If it were really promoting strange powers, the live stream would have been shut down long ago. Since the live stream is still up, that's the best proof. Jiao Long, yes, if it's promoted in the live stream, we will all take note of it. The official has spoken. The live stream has also quieted down a lot. However, the tone suddenly changed. Yao Yao, if you like those things, why not come to my hometown for a visit? I heard there have been some issues there recently. It's the same here. Lately, I've been inexplicably unable to get out of bed in the mornings, which has led to me being late. Is this what they call sleep paralysis? Yi Xiao rolled her eyes. I think you're just making excuses for not getting up after staying up late. Sigh, I'm a web writer, and recently I've been feeling soreness in my arms, as if something is binding me. I feel like I might have encountered that kind of thing too. Yi Xiao, if you want to delay updates, just say so. That's not a valid reason for it. Hey, our cat has been meowing every night lately. I heard cats are particularly eerie. Yi Xiao, is your cat neutered? She looked at the colorful barrage of comments in the live stream, her mouth twitching. However, one comment caught everyone's attention. Anchor, we really have a strange thing happening here. You should know about Ganlu Pond. 3 years ago, Ganlu Pond would flood every year, and then the local authorities found a man to take a look. After he examined it, he said there was a green dragon in Ganlu Pond, and the floods were caused by it. He suggested building a tower in the middle of the lake, and after that, there would be no more floods. The local authorities followed his advice and built a tower in the center of the lake. You wouldn't believe it, but there really haven't been any floods since then. But the floods have stopped, and now the rain has also disappeared. We haven't had any rain for 3 whole years, and even artificial rain doesn't work. Yi Xiao read this comment and felt a bit curious. A green dragon? A dragon should be a type of dragon, right? Not really, a jiao is a jiao, and a dragon is a dragon, they are different species. Yi Qiu was hearing about jiao dragons from this world's people for the first time. He immediately became curious. He had seen both jiao and dragons before and had even kept them as pets. He just didn't know how the jiao dragon in this world compared to the jiao dragon from another world. He was probably talking about Qingtan Town, right? I heard that it was demolished later. No, it wasn't demolished, it wasn't allowed to be torn down. The live stream began to discuss this matter. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at the headquarters of the National Vision, Liang Bing was holding the thick and long ice crystal that Yi Xiao had given her earlier. She carefully handed the ice crystal to a man in a white lab coat with black-rimmed glasses. The man had graying hair and looked to be in his 50s. You mean he just broke it with his hands? The man in the lab coat couldn't believe what he was hearing from Liang Bing. But Liang Bing would never lie to him. Yes, Liang Bing nodded. I saw it with my own eyes, and I was live streaming at the time, so there's a replay. The man in the lab coat frowned. He took a power drill and scratched the surface of the ice crystal a couple of times. After 2 scratches, the transparent ice crystal remained completely intact. Not even a scratch on the surface. This thing needs to be studied further, but we must keep an eye on that Yi Qiu. If I'm not mistaken, he should also be an abnormal human. That's right, abnormal human. Referring to those whose bodies have undergone changes, either from birth or later, making them different from others. And the man in the lab coat was the director of the Abnormal Human Research Center, Subtitles. In this world, there is always a side that others cannot see. I've been keeping an eye on him lately. Just in the past few days, it seems they went to deal with a evil spirit. Although Liang Bing had seen many uniquely gifted humans, she still couldn't bring herself to believe that there were really spiritual entities in this world. After all, she was also a university graduate from a 985 institution, having received 9 years of compulsory education followed by high school and university elite education. After starting work, she no longer believed in those strange supernatural phenomena. I watched the entire live stream. If those things were really staged, I can only say that the actors were too dedicated. Live stream? Is there a recording? Xiaobai asked. Liang Bing shook her head. No, but I have a screen recording. The strange thing is, this recording can only be viewed privately. If anyone tries to share it online, it gets deleted instantly. Let me take a look. After Xiaobai said this, Liang Bing found the disc containing the recording. She then inserted the disc into the computer. Liang Bing's recording wasn't too long, but it captured almost all the important parts. What are those dark things? Xiaobai pointed at a dark mass in the video, frowning as he asked. Since Liang Bing had turned off the bullet comments, Xiaobai couldn't see what was happening. That seems to be a mosaic added by Yi Qiu. Xiaobai, can you really do that? He never expected that live content could be mosaicked during the stream. Do you know what those things in front of them are? According to Yuan Shui, it seems to be hair, and some brain matter. After hearing this, Xiaobai leaned in closer, wanting to see what those dark mosaics really were, but unfortunately, he still couldn't make it out. Hair and brain matter? Then I can be sure this must be fake. After all, these things are easy to identify. But Yuan Shuai's reaction. Liang Bing still believed in Yi Qiu. After the last incident, she often watched Yi Xiao's live streams. Several times, she couldn't help but want to send gifts and praise the immortal lord on the public screen, but in the end, she held back. He was most likely hypnotized. Many people can perform this kind of hypnosis. After watching the first segment of the video, Xiaobai concluded. Then, Liang Bing played the second segment of the video. This segment was when they caught the little monster in the building. Liang Bing noticed that Xiaobai's expression changed when he saw this video. Are you sure he is just an ordinary person? Yes, I investigated. It seems the parents of the siblings died in an accident, and then the brother disappeared for 15 years, only returning home recently. What about Yi Qiu? Where was he for those 15 years, and what did he do? Is there any information on him? Liang Bing shook her head. No, I used all my connections to investigate, but I couldn't find any trace at all. No matter how she investigated, she found that those 15 years of Yi Qiu's disappearance were truly blank. It was as if he had completely vanished from this world for those 15 years. Yao wanting to see was not out of the question. A person who started from 18 and had 15 years of blankness suddenly appearing, with almost no change in appearance, had to catch Liang Bing's attention. Since those 15 years are blank and you couldn't find anything even with your connections, it means this information has been hidden by those above. Forget it, if we can't find it, we can't. I think, one day we will know the truth. Xiaobai no longer dwelled on it and continued watching the subsequent live stream recording. How was it? After Xiaobai finished watching everything, Liang Bing walked over. Her expression was full of anticipation, as if she wanted to get some reasonable explanation from her senior. True and false, false and true. I think, one day, everyone will know the truth of the matter. For now, let him be. Then, director, should we still invite him to the Abnormal Human Research Center? Liang Bing asked. Xiaobai shook her head. No need, let it take its course. In reality, how could Xiaobai not want Yi Qiu to visit the Abnormal Human Research Center? But would he really come? The answer is certain. Yi Qiu would not come. However, with Liang Bing, this junior, here, he could only brace himself and say to let things take their course. At this moment, on the other side, Yi Xiao's livestream was still discussing matters regarding Ganlu Town. After all, true dragons or flood dragons are a tremendous temptation for the people of Xia country. Throughout history, Xia country has over 5,000 years of legends about true dragons. Every dynasty's emperor in Xia has regarded themselves as the true dragon son of heaven. There are many historical records about true dragons, but to this day, there is not a single historical document or modern video that can prove the existence of true dragons. There are legends that in a museum in a well-off country, there are specimens of true dragons, but someone has verified that they are all fake. There are also legends of seeing true dragons fall, but those are stories from last century, and whether in pictures or text, they are all vague. As for Ganlu Tan, there have always been legends of true dragons. Until Ganlu Town experienced years of drought, the townspeople became even more convinced of the existence of true dragons. So, you want me to let my brother go take a look? Yi Xiao realized that since the last incident ended, some strange things had begun to happen. True dragons? She had always thought they were like legendary beings. Now, could they really be seen? Brother, do you think there are really true dragons in this world? Yi Xiao turned her head to look at Yi Qiu beside her. Probably not. Note, probably not. This probably is something to be tested. The immortal masters probably not is indeed thought-provoking. Yi Qiu paused and then said, true dragons exist in your hearts. If you believe they exist, then they do. If you believe they do not, then they do not. Hiss, the immortal master has started playing word games. Then I believe true dragons exist. Yes, the 12 zodiac animals, each one exists in reality, except for the dragon. So I believe that dragons exist in this world, just hidden away, or perhaps they have undergone other changes, which is why they have disappeared, but that does not affect their past existence. I also believe in the existence of true dragons. I believe too. Yi Xiao chuckled. Yi Qiu turned his head to look at his sister's expectant expression. Could it be, Yao also really likes true dragons? If she really wants to see one, it wouldn't be impossible. Dragon meat tastes good. He had raised it before, but he didn't know if he could still find it in the space left by the dog system. However, if true dragons or flood dragons really exist in this world, it would be fine to get one for Yao to play with. Where is that Ganlu town you mentioned? Yi Qiu asked. The livestream chat was immediately flooded with comments. Immortal Master. I know, my home is right next to Ganlu town, I can take you there. Raising hands, if you want to go to Ganlu town, this is a must-pass area, and we welcome the Immortal Master and Yao to come here for a meal. Young Master Li, Emperor, no matter where the Master Ancestor wants to go, our Lee family can provide a private jet. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, our Treasure Pavilion just happens to have a shop in Ganlu town, and we can provide all conveniences for the immortal master. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, Treasure Vault can provide everything needed for this trip at any time and can also provide an off-road RV and a driver with 30 years of experience. The Wanbao building sent out a super rocket and left a message, Yao, our Wanbao building not only has a store in Ganlu town, but we can also provide off-road RVs, and all expenses will be covered by us. Besides these three big shots, others like Brother Fei and Brother Dai were also trying to curry favor. As long as Yichio nodded or had a need, they would almost give away all their wealth. Speaking of which, everyone says there's a true dragon in Ganlu Pond. Has anyone really seen it? Or is it just a legend? The matter of Ganlu Pond is quite famous online. I've heard many versions of the true dragon legend, and there are even videos, but those are clearly fake. In any case, the most credible account I've heard is what that brother just mentioned. A tower was built in the center of Ganlu Pond. The water disaster immediately disappeared, but the subsequent drought has plagued the residents of Ganlu town. However, the true dragon is an indispensable part of our Xia country's history. I believe it must exist. Whether one can see it might depend on the timing. If I could really see a true dragon once, I would rather be single for the rest of my life. I would be willing for Li Xiqing to be single for life. Young Master Li, the Emperor, how could I possibly be single forever? Dream on. Even if you're single, I won't be. After all, didn't the old folks say that if you see a true dragon, you would shorten your lifespan? I don't know if that's true or not. Nonsense, of course, it's fake. Yi Qiu snorted coldly. If that were the case, he must have seen at least dozens of true dragons. How come he hasn't shortened his lifespan? On the contrary, he has lived for over 10,000 years now. Even Yi Qiu himself couldn't count down to the end of his life. He only knew that the dog system had told him he had already attained immortality. If the immortal master said it was fake, then it must be fake. That being said, the immortal master must have seen a true dragon, right? I have seen it. Yi Qiu nodded, not hiding it. The immortal master is indeed impressive. True dragons are nothing to him. I've seen it many times before. Once I even tried to ride one, but it couldn't compare to a proper flying mount. Yi Qiu said expressionlessly. Little did he know, the viewers were so shocked they forgot to send bullet comments. Listen to this. What the hell is he saying? Is this something a person would say? Not only has he seen it many times, but he even wrote it. This is just ridiculous. Immortal master. Can we also see a true dragon? It would be even better if we could ride it. Riding probably won't work. You don't have that skill. He was able to ride the true dragon easily because he had signed up for the riding skill in the system. Without that skill, he probably wouldn't even be able to get on the dragon's back. There's even a chance he could be swallowed whole. True dragons are not as docile as they imagine. What are they thinking? Riding a dragon? Just being able to see one is already great. Riding it? A little fantasy is fine. It's okay, even if I can't ride a true dragon, I can find a fake dragon to ride. Please call me the dragon taming master then. What's wrong with you? Go find a girl, preferably one with twin tails. Enough said, twin tails. Not to mention the viewers in the livestream, Yi Xiu was also in a state of shock at this moment. It was one thing to see a ghost before. Now her brother actually said he had seen a true dragon, and many times, even ridden one. Anyway, Yi Xiu had never seen a true dragon in her life. She was still a bit curious. This creature, which has a legend spanning thousands of years in Xia country, is something everyone is curious about, okay? The expressions of over 1 million people are almost the same right now. Yi Qiu didn't hear the voice broadcast in Yi Xiao's livestream and walked over curiously. After taking a look, he said, "What's wrong? Is it really that strange? It's just riding a dragon. There's nothing strange about it, right? Although true dragons aren't exactly common in other worlds, they're still relatively easy to encounter. Even if one wanted to eat dragon meat, they could find a way to get it." Of course, after Yi Qiu saw how much the people of Blue Star cared about the existence of true dragons, he never mentioned that he had eaten dragon meat before. But that wasn't his fault. He was just dozing off under a tree when that thing came out and claimed that the territory was all its. Yi Qiu only glanced at it. A few minutes later, that thing had already turned into sizzling, fragrant dragon meat. However, I have to say, the taste of dragon meat is quite good. Am I hearing things or dreaming? What did the immortal master just say? I didn't catch that. Can someone tell me? Yi Qiu heard a few voice notifications and finally reacted. Just now, he had been reminiscing about the taste of dragon meat and accidentally voiced his innermost thoughts. If someone didn't hear it, then I'll help the immortal master repeat it. Just now, the immortal master said, "The taste of dragon meat is quite good. This can't be real, right? The immortal master has eaten dragon meat. Shock my mom for 10,000 years, I've truly seen it all." We haven't even seen the legendary beings that only exist in myths, and the immortal master not only has ridden one but has also eaten. This is just too impressive. It's so impressive it makes my scalp tingle. Yi Chio looked at the uncontrollable scene and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Just assume you heard it wrong. How could I have eaten dragon meat? High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Everyone fell silent. The live stream room descended into a dead silence. Yi Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao were momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Xiao couldn't utter a single word. The viewers couldn't type a single character. The taste of dragon meat is good? He hasn't eaten dragon meat? Who the hell would believe that? Everyone admired Yi Chio's ability to lie with a straight face, yet they couldn't find any reason to refute him. Whether Yi Chio had seen a true dragon or eaten dragon meat, only he knew the truth. But for some reason, when something particularly outrageous, so outrageous that no one would believe it, came from Yi Chio's mouth, they found it to be so normal. Just like now, no one in this world has ever seen a true dragon. Descriptions of dragons are only found in legends and unverified documents. But Yi Chio said he had seen quite a few, even ridden one, and even eaten dragon meat. If anyone else had said that, no one would believe it. But the viewers in the live stream somehow felt that it was completely normal for the immortal master to have seen and eaten one. This guy is really impressive. Besides the immortal master, who else could pull off such a feat? It's as if the universe can't stop the immortal master from showing off. Bro, have you really eaten dragon meat or not? Yi Xiao looked at Yi Chio, her expression extremely strange. She thought that if her brother suddenly said he had eaten it, she would definitely believe him. Really eaten dragon meat? The image of a true dragon appeared in her mind, and Yi Xiao couldn't imagine that her seemingly lazy brother had actually eaten dragon meat. The immortal master wouldn't tell Yao Yao the truth, right? After all, Yao Yao is a girl. Talking about eating dragon meat is a bit too cruel. Yes, the immortal master dotes on Yao Yao too much to say that. Yao Yao must be shocked. She probably never thought about eating dragon meat. Dragons are so cute. How could one eat a dragon? Come on, don't gross me out. Are there really cute dragons? Just when everyone thought Yi Xiao would find eating dragon meat an extremely cruel thing, she asked, "Brother, what does dragon meat taste like? Is it good?" The live stream was instantly filled with question marks. What's wrong with this female streamer? Is this something she should be saying? Yi Xiao also realized that her words were a bit off, so she changed her tone. No, I just wanted to confirm if my brother has ever eaten dragon meat or if he's been lying to us. This is what it means to boast seriously. Yi Xiao was doing just that. You guys say, if my brother says it's delicious, then he must have eaten it, right? If he says he doesn't know, then he definitely hasn't. Yi Xiao's explanation was somewhat weak, yet Yi Chio added fuel to the fire. It's okay, a bit tougher than pork, but still edible. If you can't find your way in places like the Anhei forest, eating this to fill your stomach is fine. This is what it means to have never eaten dragon meat? Damn, if you've never eaten it, how do you know what it tastes like, and even recommend when to eat it? Is this toxic? Yi Xiao ultimately calmed down, but in the end, she couldn't help but ask, "Brother, do you still have any dragon meat from before?" Last time they went out for skewers, her brother had brought out quite a bit of precious meat. Maybe there really is still dragon meat. No, that stuff is hard to preserve. Got it, the immortal master means that it has to be eaten fresh, so let's hurry to Ganlu town to find some fresh ones. Incredible, I want some too. Following the immortal master means there's meat to eat. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, "Immortal master, I wonder if we at Treasure Pavilion can reserve some dragon meat. We want to try making it into cured meat." "No, I've already tried." Yi Chio shook his head. He originally wanted to use dragon meat to make some popular dishes on Blue Star. Unfortunately, that stuff is simply impossible to cook. Treasure Pavilion could only regretfully withdraw, but they still expressed hope that Yi Chio could give them a chance to obtain dragon meat later. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, "Immortal Master, Treasure Vault doesn't ask for much, just 1 or 2 pounds would be enough. We just want to see." 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, 10,000 Treasures Building would be satisfied just to see a real dragon. Of course, if we could get dragon meat, that would be icing on the cake. Also, if the Immortal Master doesn't want to handle the dragon meat himself, we at 10,000 Treasures Building have professional Michelin 3-star chefs ready to serve you. No, the viewers in the live stream were puzzled by these conversations, and the most confused was the viewer who initially brought up the matter. He clearly just wanted to ask the Immortal Master to investigate the true dragon. If there really is a dragon in Ganlu Pond, they would also need to find a way to support it. After all, that's a legend that has existed in Xia country for thousands of years. People from Xia country are all called descendants of the dragon. But, in this live stream, the host was actually discussing how to eat dragon meat. He really wanted to ask if they were serious. They were originally discussing how to release the true dragon, but now it had turned into how to cook the true dragon. He even saw someone in the live stream say, high-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Yes, dragon meat, it's really high-end. If we're talking about high-end ingredients, there can't be anything more high-end than dragon meat, right? Isn't that just nonsense? How could there be ingredients more high-end than dragon meat in this world? That resident of Ganlu town was in despair. Seeing the discussions of these people in the live stream, he was truly desperate. The divine dragon that might appear in their town, and these people were still discussing how to cook it. Even more outrageous is that someone has already come up with a recipe. 108 ways to cook dragon meat. The bamboo shoots on this mountain are about to be snatched up by this group of cattle and horses. However, the most outrageous of all has to be Yi Cho, who started this trend. At this moment, he also heard the discussions in the live stream. In fact, dragon meat is not the most precious ingredient. If you want to find something more valuable than dragon meat, there are plenty. As soon as this was said, the live stream erupted with excitement. Immortal Master, could there really be ingredients more precious than dragon meat? The residents of Ganlu town were sweating profusely. It seems, these people have truly begun to see the true dragon is just an ingredient. He was now starting to hesitating whether to take them to Ganlu pool. The benefits of the Qixi festival. In the live stream for the Qixi festival benefits, everyone except for that one water friend was particularly excited. It seemed that eating dragon meat was even more thrilling than seeing a dragon. Yi Cho said again, "Don't be too anxious, let's wait until Yao Yao wants to go." After just experiencing the incident with Yuan Shui, Yi Cho felt that Yi Xiao hadn't quite recovered yet. "Oh, let me tell you something." Yi Xiao suddenly thought of something and spoke to the live stream. "By the way, let me tell you something. Previously, my brother used the leftover ice crystals to make some small accessories, some as small as a grain of rice, and some the size of a pinky finger. In short, they won't be too big, but there are a lot of them. If you want them, I'll have Xiao Xiao take the little yellow car later, and you can just go and grab what you like. However, you can only buy one. There are plenty of items, so you don't need to fight over them. Each ice crystal will be priced the same. Since the Qixi festival is coming up, how about 7,777 for each? After all, the ice crystals are still not too many." Yi Xiao felt that this price was short, and ordinary people could afford it. Buying a gift for your beloved during the Qixi festival is just right. For those who buy the ice crystals, there will also be a lucky bag content. That is, if you only buy a small round ball that hasn't been carved, you can private message my manager and specify that you want my brother to help you carve it into the shape you want. The water friends in the live stream were already in an excited state. Now hearing Yi Xiao say it could be customized, they were almost about to scream. What does a custom version from the Immortal Master represent? Although getting other pre-carved ones is also great, if you can get a limited edition accessory for the Qixi festival from the Immortal Master, that would truly mean you've used up all your luck in this lifetime. Those who can buy the custom version must have saved the galaxy in their past lives. To be honest, 7,777 is not expensive. You all know how much the ice crystals can sell for. This is completely a benefit that Yao Yao is giving us. It's my monthly salary, but absolutely worth it. Indeed, the value of these ice crystals is something anyone who has seen the news and hot topics recently knows. This is not something that ordinary people can possess. Even many wealthy individuals can only obtain a little bit through special means. Now Yi Xiao is actually giving these ice crystals as gifts for the Qixi festival to the water friends. This level of generosity is almost like directly giving you hundreds of thousands. Moreover, there are currently no channels to obtain ice crystals. Some are with the Olympic athletes. That unfortunate fellow named Fei Shua has quite a few. The rest are all in Yi Xiao's live stream. But 7777 is still a bit expensive. We ordinary people can't come up with 7777. Brother, is 7,777 still expensive? Do you know the value of these ice crystals? Do you know how rare they are? No, since it's a benefit, it must be a real benefit, and the streamer makes so much money. With such high popularity, they surely don't care about this little bit of money, right? Yi Xiao also noticed the barrage of comments. The hot-tempered viewers, like Li Xiqing, had already started cursing in the live stream. Young Master Li, Emperor, isn't this called welfare? Do you want me to send you a coffin board when you die? Don't come here to disgust me with your moral kidnapping. Old complainer, Emperor, I'll take care of the whole funeral service. You know, I actually know someone who does this. Fat brother loves two-dimensional, Emperor, I'll find someone to play the Swana, or maybe invite a few black guys from the country to carry your coffin. Amazing, ha ha ha, they even brought in the black coffin bearers. At this moment, Yi Cho also walked over calmly and said, Do you want me to find a few real dragons to escort you? Envious. This idiot can still have real dragons escorting him after he dies. I want to die once too. Suddenly feeling a sense of envy. There were too many people in the livestream, not to mention Yichio's fans. Even Yixiao's few fans directly drove that person out of the livestream with their comments. Yao, don't take it to heart. There are plenty of weirdos in this world, and that price is quite reasonable. Reasonable? That's practically giving away money. Ice crystal is worth a lot. Anyone with sense knows that very well. Moreover, it's still the ice crystal ornaments carved by Yichio, so the preciousness goes without saying. I even think that price is too cheap. Treasure Pavilion sent a super rocket and commented, I suggest starting at 777,777. 7777 is almost like giving it away. Treasure Vault sent a super rocket and commented, I'll buy 777, 77772. Don't just say 777777. 10,000 Treasures Building sent a super rocket and commented, hee, as if hanging 777, 7777 means you can grab it. Yi Xiao saw these big shots strongly demanding a price increase and could only laugh helplessly. There are only so many 7,777. I've said there are a lot, and as long as your speed is fast, you can almost grab it. It seems my hand speed, trained over 30 years of being single, is about to come in handy. 30 years? I've been single for 40 years. I don't know why, but seeing the conversation between those two, I feel sorry for them. At times like this, the rich second-generation heirs like the prince should be useless. After all, they usually have plenty of girls around and wouldn't engage in such flashy things. Young Master Li, Emperor, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm useless? Who told you that having many women means you don't need to fight for them? Forgive my ignorance. It turns out that the young masters from wealthy families also train their hand speed? Laughing so hard, this is the prince's social death scene. Li Xiqing was also stunned. He was fine at first, but maybe he got so angry that he blurted out that reply. Then, Li Xiqing got angry again. Just a while ago, he had made the trending news for something else, and now it was again for such a private matter. Now everyone knows that even the rich second-generation heirs surrounded by beautiful women have such needs. I can't take it anymore. The prince is so genuine. Love it. From today on, I declare that I'm closer to the rich second generation. It turns out that rich people can be so down-to-earth. Yi Xiao almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. You guys are enough, stop talking. After all, Li Xiqing is also a manager in her fan group and has always supported her. At this moment, she should help him a bit. Otherwise, the title of the aloof prince might really be lost. How do you plan to spend the Qixi festival? Yi Xiao rarely spoke up for Li Xiqing. The people in the live stream stopped teasing Li Xiqing. However, at this moment, someone started a new rhythm in the live stream. Although this ice crystal is really good, and 7,777 isn't expensive, I can't really afford it. No worries, I'll just watch. I can buy one if there are really as many as Yao Yao said. I shouldn't need to fight for it. Yeah, there are really a lot. Just think about all those ice crystals, almost all of them have been turned into broken diamonds by my brother. There should definitely be enough for everyone. Yao Yao, can you reveal how many there are? Yi Xiao thought for a moment. I don't know. We'll have to trouble Xiao Xiao to count them later. In any case, the leftover scraps and the extra complete ones have all been turned into the size of broken diamonds now. There should be around 100,000, right? Definitely. Then I won't bother trying to grab one. Me neither. Yi Xiao nodded. Yeah, there's really no need to fight for it. You can just come and buy it when the time comes. In her view, so many ice crystals that look like broken diamonds should be more than enough, so she never thought they could be sold out in an instant. Moreover, there are limits set. This technology has been handed over to Lin Xiaoxiao. Even if some people want to exchange or buy, that's not going to work. When is Yao Yao going offline tonight? Later. There's nothing much going on today. She plans to stream for a while longer. Everything is ready. We'll distribute it to everyone on time for the Qixi festival tomorrow. I think I'll just buy it next time. Me too. I don't have that much money on me right now. Yi Xiao found it a bit strange. You'll lose out if you don't buy this. She was speaking the truth. As long as you grab these ice crystals, even if you don't use them yourself, selling them for cash would still be a significant income. After all, quite a few people have privately messaged her, wanting to spend 8 or even 9 figures to buy a bit of ice crystals. However, in the end, Yi Xiao never agreed. Yi Xiao worked hard to promote it. After all, this Qixi festival is a traditional holiday in the Summer Kingdom. The cowherd and the weaver girl meet on this day, and it's also a great time for young couples to go on dates. Of course, she can't let her fans miss out. Although everyone says they don't have money and such, in reality, everyone is waiting for Yi Xiao's first wave of goods. Around 2 in the morning, Lin Xiaoxiao timely listed 1,000 ice crystals that look like broken diamonds on Yi Xiao's livestream. Dear ones, there are a lot of these things. Before Yi Xiao could finish her sentence, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came through. Yao Yao, they're gone. Yi Xiao? Wasn't it less than a second? How could they be gone? Just now, didn't so many people say they didn't have money and needed to think about it? Now that it's time to buy, they're all so eager? No way, they're gone just like that. Didn't you all say you weren't buying? Didn't you say you didn't have money? How come now it's like? Anyway, I didn't grab any. Me neither. I'm still observing. I definitely won't be grabbing anything for now. Damn, if you all didn't grab any, then who were the ones that snatched up those 1,000? Anyway, it wasn't me, I'm not one of those. Seeing the comments in the live stream, Yi Xiao twitched her mouth. I'm telling you, I can see that those people just clicked to buy. I can see it here. By the way, Yao Yao, how do you plan to spend the Qixi festival? This comment was from an old flirt. He had participated earlier but still didn't admit it. It was just to make more people think that this thing is so expensive that definitely not many would grab it, thus increasing his chances. The chances for that fraction would also be a bit more. However, it's now obvious that Yi Xiao has seen through his intentions. The old flirt hurriedly changed the subject. Yi Xiao thought for a moment, just like before, I'll spend it with Xiao Xiao. In the past, her Qixi festival was always spent with Lin Xiaoxiao. The two sisters would go out to eat something nice at this time. Then they would go home and start streaming. That was probably how Yi Xiao spent her Qixi in previous years. However, this year, there's an extra person at home. Brother, do you want to go eat something good for the Qixi festival? What do you want to eat? As soon as Yi Qiu heard it, he knew that Yi Xiao wanted to go out for a big meal, so he smiled and asked, dragon meat, right? Yi Xiao said half jokingly, half seriously. She thought Yi Qiu would refuse, but to her surprise, he nodded. In a serious tone, he replied, alright, then let's go to Ganlu Pond. Ah, I was joking. I don't want to eat dragon meat. Yi Xiao patted her chest, feeling that if she really said she wanted to eat it, her brother would definitely find a way to get it. Although she was just joking, Yi Xiao understood. If there really was a dragon at Ganlu Pond, it definitely couldn't be eaten. That was the divine dragon that brought rain to Ganlu town, and it needed to be worshipped. How could it be eaten? However, her curiosity about dragon meat still hadn't diminished in the slightest. Just go eat something with Xiao Xiao. She envied Yao Yao for having such a good brother. She wanted one too. My brother is also called Jiqiu. I wonder if it's too late to recognize him now. The sourness in the live stream was at its peak. On this dog-abusing holiday of Qixi festival, I might as well stay home and watch Yao Yao's live stream since she doesn't have a boyfriend and can't feed us dog food anyway. But don't you find it strange? How could someone as beautiful as Yao Yao not have a boyfriend? Fifan, the emperor, if I could, I wouldn't mind being Yao Yao's boyfriend. The strongest Dainai, the emperor, me too. Brothers, take care, no need to see you off. I have to say, these two, Fifan and Dainai, are really fierce. After so many years in the dance and beauty zones, they still haven't changed their bad habits. The viewers watched as these two disappeared from the live stream, only able to secretly laugh and say it was refreshing. However, the question of why Yi Xiao was so beautiful yet still single was probably understood by some. Some believed it was because of her mouth. As long as she didn't speak, she was a beauty. But once she opened her mouth, she became a silly streamer. And the more likely reason was probably because of a brother who was too busy. I'm spending Qixi festival with my brother and Xiao Xiao. What about you? Yi Xiao didn't care about Fifan and Dainai anymore. She just smiled and asked the viewers in the live stream. Single dogs, spending it with Yao Yao. Single dog +1. I'm spending Qixi festival with Xiaozua and Xiaoyu. Yi Qiu looked at the live stream, listening to those pitiful voices, and suddenly felt that these people were indeed a bit pathetic. He thought for a moment. Then he said, I'll draw a few marriage talismans then. Those who want them can draw them in the live stream. Slap, slap, slap. The words marriage talisman echoed. The live stream instantly became lively. Everyone wanted to know what the marriage talisman was for. You have to know that at this time, most of the people still watching Yi Xiao's live stream were single. Staying up late to watch live streams and read novels, besides their own left and right hands, most of them didn't have girlfriends. What does the marriage talisman represent? It must be something good that can bring about marriage. However, Yi Xiao's live stream showed a different scene. I have a girlfriend, I don't need this. Just kidding, esports doesn't need romance. Drivers don't need women, having my brothers is enough for me. I don't need it either. Yi Qiu didn't care about what the people in the live stream were saying. He walked to the tea table, then calmly sat down. The inkstone and rice paper were already prepared. Inside was the leftover cinnabar crystal from before. The marriage talisman drawn with cinnabar crystal has a better effect than one drawn with ordinary ink. Everyone didn't quite understand how much Ichio meant by this. They only knew that a marriage talisman drawn with cinnabar crystal was impressive. Ichio casually grabbed a wooden stool and sat down. It had been a long time since he had drawn a marriage talisman. Last time, it was for a disciple to draw a talisman. Although the outcome was not ideal, the process was perfect. The marriage talisman also played its role correctly. The Qixi Festival. It's the day when the cowherd and the weaver girl meet again. I wonder when I can meet my precious one. Don't think about it, the cowherd and the weaver girl can't meet, so you and your precious one can't either. Nonsense! Isn't the Qixi Festival the day when the cowherd and the weaver girl meet? Have you read any books? Do you not know how vast the Milky Way is? The cowherd star and the weaver girl star can never meet. Ichio, hearing the comments, nodded slightly. Indeed, these two stars will never meet. The Milky Way has about 200 billion stars. The cowherd star, also known as Altair, is in the east, while the weaver girl star, also known as Vega, is in the west. The two stars are about 160,000 light-years apart. If you want to build a bridge of magpies in the Milky Way, then you can calculate how many magpies you would need. Even if the Monkey King came, he would have to flip 900 million times to reach the other side. 900 million flips? By the time he gets there, he'd be dazed. Indeed, we should believe in science. Yes, those are all legends. Legends are not reliable. We should believe in science. As Ichio spoke, he picked up a brush and began to draw the talisman. With a swift stroke, a marriage talisman that looked incredibly intriguing appeared. He set this one aside and picked up another sheet. Brother, how many are you going to draw? Yi Xiao looked over curiously. These vermilion crystals are almost used up. There weren't many vermilion crystals left. He would draw as many as he could. Yi Xiao complied with the request of the viewers and moved the camera to the tea table. Everyone was shocked to find that each marriage talisman drawn by Ichio was different. Could it be that the immortal master was drawing different marriage talismans? By now, there were already 3. Neatly arranged on a piece of rice paper, they looked somewhat beautiful. These marriage talismans are differentiated by gender and age, which is why they are different. However, even though they were different, they were all drawn in one go by the immortal master. The patterns on the talisman paper seemed a bit too casual. Some were even drawn better by a 3-year-old. Yao Yao, are you sure this is a marriage talisman drawn by the immortal master? He just drew a heart. Does it really work? Haha, I feel like I could do it too. If you think you can, go ahead. You guys don't understand anything. What the immortal master drew is called resemblance. As long as it has soul, even if it's just a line in front of you, it's still a top-notch marriage talisman. Yes, and besides, the immortal master drew one. Can you understand it? Just saying you can. This one you can understand. But what does that one mean? The little brother means a marriage talisman for minors. A marriage talisman for minors. You can't say that. Even a newborn baby will have their own marriage fate. It just depends on how they grasp their future. As Ichio spoke, he added 2 more strokes to the talisman paper. The whole process was as plain as drinking water. As they watched a crooked flower appear on the talisman paper, they were puzzled again. What kind of talisman is this? A marriage talisman for little Lolis. Hiss, this is good. I love this. Loli fans, beware. What, do you want to start from 3 years old? It's illegal to refine copper. No, I just think it's quite cute. But why is the immortal master drawing a marriage talisman specifically for Lolis? Most people were very curious. A little Shota is one thing, but now there's a little Loli too. This is a protective talisman purchased by parents through a lottery for their children. As long as they wear this marriage talisman, they won't encounter harassment before they come of age. This is great. I want to buy one for my daughter. My daughter wants one too. This thing is really too good. Don't say she's 18. I don't want my daughter to date anyone before she's 20. This immortal master thing is just too good. This is not a marriage talisman. This is a severing marriage talisman. What? Just because the immortal master says it's a marriage talisman, it is one. Do you have a problem with that? He drew several more. Ichio finally put down the brush in his hand. I'll draw one last one and then stop. As he said this, he stood up and stretched his hands. Is the immortal master getting serious now? Before, he just jumped right in. But now he's stretching his fingers. I guess he means business. What kind of marriage talisman will the immortal master draw this time? This marriage talisman can help a single person meet their true love within a month. It's just a pretty ordinary one. I want it. Please let it be drawn for me. I'm willing to trade my entire lifetime of integrity for this marriage talisman. You all can leave, this is mine. Yi Xiao looked at the already frenzied livestream and felt a bit speechless. What's going on here? Just a moment ago, a bunch of people were saying that electronic sports don't need love. Drivers don't need women. Some even said that just watching the livestream every day is enough. They don't need a girlfriend at all. Those words were everywhere. But now, when Ichio just mentioned the effect of the last marriage talisman, those guys in the livestream instantly changed their tune. Everyone started to follow their true feelings. The slaps in the face came one after another, like a tidal wave, slap slap slap. No way, just a moment ago they were saying they didn't need girlfriends. Doesn't it hurt to have their faces slapped? What do you need a girlfriend for? What do you need a girlfriend for? Yao, I don't want a girlfriend. I just saw that there's only one of these things, and it's precious. That's why I'm participating in the lottery. I mean, what do you need a girlfriend for? Does a girlfriend smell better than the immortal master? I love the immortal master. Yi Qiu ignored them. He picked up the brush from the tea table and looked at the piece of yellow paper in front of him. Such two simple actions made the viewers in the livestream hold their breath, focusing all their attention on Yi Xiao's livestream, afraid of missing any of Yi Qiu's movements. And Yi Qiu, his expression remained calm and unhurried. He glanced at the equally nervous Yi Xiao beside him. No need to be nervous. Just draw a marriage talisman casually. Brother, can I have one of those marriage talismans too? Just as Yi Qiu was about to start drawing, he heard Yi Xiao say beside him, Yi Qiu? He didn't speak, turning to look at Yi Xiao, his face full of questions. I've grown up this much and have never been in a relationship. Yi Xiao didn't notice the change in Yi Qiu's aura, nor did she see the fleeting glimmer in his dark eyes. There's not enough cinnabar crystal, Yi Qiu said flatly, but the viewers in the livestream were all left speechless. No cinnabar crystal? Not enough? If they weren't mistaken, there should still be quite a bit of cinnabar crystal left in the inkstone. Not to mention drawing one more, drawing 10 or 8 more wouldn't be a problem. Yi Qiu's intention was clear. He didn't want Yi Xiao to date anyone. However, there are always a few people with issues who like to court disaster. Young Masterly, the Prince Yao, I know you don't think much of me, but I know several pretty good brothers. Don't worry, they're all well-bred and have status in Kyoto. The Prince, danger, 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 danger. In this world, some people are still alive, but they are actually dead. This not only made the viewers in the live stream submit, but even Yi Xiao was taken aback. Soon, Li Xiqing went missing again. Although everyone didn't know where he had been taken, they knew it wasn't a big deal. He would be back soon, at most just suffering a bit of physical pain. Li Xiqing was gone. The live stream was still fine. It was like losing someone who had little presence. Everyone continued with their activities, whether it was preparing to sign up for the lottery or continuing to sign up. If there are no vermilion crystals, then there's nothing we can do. Yi Xiao took Yi Qiu's words seriously, so she no longer mentioned wanting any marriage talismans. In the end, Yi Qiu drew a total of 12 talismans. These were handed over to Lin Xiaoxiao and placed in the lottery pool of the live stream. Such matters completely depended on personal luck. No matter how rich you were, if you couldn't draw it, you just couldn't. Those who had just said they didn't need a girlfriend and only needed their own hands were now more enthusiastic than ever. It seems a girlfriend is indeed more appealing, Yi Xiao said with a smile. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao had also tallied up the ice crystals that Yi Qiu had prepared at the beginning. She had found quite a few people and spent a lot of time before finally finishing the tally. Yao, there are a total of 500,000 pieces. Should we put them all up at once? Yes, let's do it. Yi Xiao thought that with 500,000, most people would definitely be able to grab some. The viewers in the livestream only knew that Yi Xiao was on the phone with Lin Xiaoxiao, but they had no idea what they were discussing. What are you putting up? Yao, the ice crystals. Yi Xiao paused. There are a total of 500,000. I said you all have a chance, right? 500,000? To be honest, the viewers were a bit skeptical. Yao, if a girl lies, her chest will shrink. Yi Xiao tugged at the corner of her mouth. My brother has said a lot, and 500,000 isn't that many. You all get your little money ready, and just grab it when the time comes, hee hee. Oh, by the way, I'm not small, thank you. They weren't too concerned about the host's size, they were more worried about whether they could grab the 500,000, especially since there were millions of people online in the livestream. Those numbers were inflated, there weren't that many people at all. 500,000, are you all going to sleep? There will definitely be more when you wake up tomorrow. Those who play live streams know that the online numbers can be faked. The official site usually manipulates the data for the hosts, so a million is basically impossible. Just go to sleep. 500,000, so many? When will they be available? Yi Xiao thought for a moment. Wait a minute, they'll be available soon. Xiaoxiao is organizing the back end now. How long is wait a minute? It's already so late. It'll probably be after 3. Yi Xiao glanced at the time. By the time Lin Xiaoxiao finished, it should also be 3. What kind of hellish time is this? I'm going to sleep. With 500,000 pieces, there will probably be 49,000 left when I wake up tomorrow. That's just too much. You all don't need to stay up. Even if you don't grab them, you can still buy them with this many. Yi Shiyao nodded in agreement. Yes, it's because there are so many that I told you to rest early and not stay up. You can buy them tomorrow anyway. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, the viewers in the live stream all nodded in their hearts. Yes, you bunch of cattle and horses, hurry up and go to sleep. Don't compete with me for the ice crystals. That was the true thought in their hearts. At the Treasure Pavilion headquarters, the staff member responsible for logging in had already received instructions from the owner of the Treasure Pavilion. Tonight, you stay up all night to guard and let your family and friends grab some too. You absolutely must get some. For every piece you grab, your year-end bonus will increase by 10,000. Received. The staff member was thrilled. An increase of 10,000 for one piece? It felt like a shot of adrenaline. There were 500,000 pieces here. He figured he could at least grab a few thousand. By then, the year-end bonus. Plus, with family and friends involved, he was already considering which house to buy. Grabbing 4 or 5,000 pieces was definitely not a problem. Treasure Pavilion building. The manager responsible for overtime was currently sending gifts to Yi Xiao, accompanied by a message. I can't hold on any longer. I'll hang up first. Good night. After saying this, he sneakily took out his phone and opened his family group chat. To all family members, this year's luxurious family trip to the Maldives depends on tonight. Let's go. You are the best. Don't worry, Uncle. I invited my friends too. Absolutely. Uncle, no panic. Just go for it. Ollie go. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion nodded in satisfaction and then dialed a number from his contacts. Is anyone watching Yi Xiao's benefits? Yi Xiao's benefits? Yi Xiao's livestream. Wanbo Building sent a super rocket and commented, "Are you all leaving? Then I'll go to bed early tonight and wake up tomorrow to buy ice crystals." Young Master Li, Emperor what? What do you mean by leaving tonight? Aren't you waiting for Yao Yao to finish her stream? You fake fans. The prince must have just been sent back some warmth, right? Yao Yao is preparing to put up 500,000 ice crystals for us to grab. Young Master Li, Emperor what? 500,000? So many? Then I'll also rest early and wake up early tomorrow to buy them. Good night. The viewers in the live stream noticed that Li Xiqing really logged off. However, there were also viewers who knew about Li Xiqing's alternate account. Just a second later, he logged into the live stream with his alternate account. Lao Sa was one of them, and Fatty was another, but neither of them exposed him. Isn't this just wanting to grab ice crystals? There's no need to use an alternate account. Even idiots know you can't sleep tonight. Those saying they were going to sleep were just pretending. Everyone was being clever. At this moment, there were only a few minutes left until the launch time. Although it was already past 2 in the morning, almost 3, the popularity of the livestream showed no signs of decreasing. In fact, it was increasing. Many relatives were being woken up at this time to help their families grab items. Those who said they were going to sleep were all energetic. Some had even started practicing how to quickly grab goods. Yi Xiao had seen several big shots say they were logging off, and she really took it seriously, thinking they were preparing to come back tomorrow to grab items. But seeing the number of people in the live stream skyrocketing, she was stunned. Didn't they all say they were going to sleep? Why is everyone here guarding the stream? Are they not sleeping? Aren't you all going to sleep? If you don't sleep, be careful of baldness. The streamer said, even if you go bald, we won't. The overseas party expressed no pressure. I want to watch the live stream whenever I want. What do you care? I saw it on the homepage and came in. What is this live stream about? It seems the streamer doesn't have any talents. Everyone should disperse, don't crowd here. It's prohibited to gather during the pandemic resurgence. In reality, besides the usual viewers and those wealthy individuals, tonight, even Liang Bing was guarding Yi Xiao's live stream. Zhou Lingling was indispensable. After all, the Zhou family had also assigned her a task. Although Liang Bing had a large and thick ice crystal herself, after they got their hands on it, they couldn't perform such detailed polishing and carving. Not to mention polishing and carving, they found it very difficult to even cut the ice crystal off. However, at Yi Qiu's place, those ice crystals not only turned into sizes like small diamonds but were also carved into various beautiful ornaments. 500,000 pieces of jewelry, how much is that? Such a huge workload was actually completed by one person, and it was done in a very short time. This was simply astonishing. Therefore, Liang Bing stayed up late today, staying up late just to grab that one ice crystal ornament, because she knew, although it seems like 500,000 is a lot, if they come back tomorrow morning, there definitely won't be a single bit left. Yeah, it's too late. You all hurry up and go to sleep. Yi Xiao continued to urge. She had really seen that many of the bosses on the gift leaderboard in the livestream had gone offline, and even those who were online seemed to be just idling. After that, she hadn't seen anyone speak. They probably really had left. So Yi Xiao was confused. The new fans pouring in now were almost all new accounts, and some were even just registered. Could it be that these big shots were using small accounts to grab things? But that wasn't necessary. So many. Yi Xiao, in the live stream, didn't see the dire situation on the homepage of the live streaming platform. Tonight, at this moment, her live stream had continued to siphon off the traffic from all the other hosts on the platform. Many hosts outside at this time were mostly giving out benefits. Usually, the late night slot was the most popular, but today, the benefit hosts in the late night slot were dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was there not a single person today? They looked at the popularity of the live stream, tens of thousands. The number of online viewers was pitifully low, almost non-existent, and the bosses in the VIP seats didn't know where they had gone. You have to know. Usually, at this time, there would be at least several hundred bosses in the VIP seats, because late at night was just right for watching benefits. After finishing the important matters, they would go straight to sleep. But today, the young ladies were in a state of confusion. They had originally been waiting for various big bosses' gifts, but the reality was very cruel. At first, they sent out a notification in the group, but didn't see many people respond. They thought everyone was lurking and would come online during the live stream. But now, they had been posing in the live stream for quite a while, and there would be recommendations on the homepage. But no one was coming. What on earth was happening? Was it that tonight's benefits weren't stimulating enough, so the bosses lost interest? But that shouldn't be. What should be shown was shown, the moves were newly learned, and the coach had said it would definitely make people's blood boil. They had tried several times before. The bosses' reactions had been very good, and they had said they would definitely come tonight. Why was no one here tonight? Could it be that all men were really big pig strotters? But the young lady checked out other benefit hosts in the same area through recommendations. What was going on? Was the benefit area so cold tonight? The most popular one had only 100,000, and it was highly likely that it was given by the official, and there were really no VIPs at all. They couldn't figure it out, until a manager from the group came to report. Sister Yuan, everyone has gone to Yi Xiao's live stream tonight. What? The female host called Sister Yuan couldn't believe it at this moment. She knew that Yi Xiao's live stream had high popularity, but she also knew that the popularity was all her brother's. Yi Xiao herself didn't have much popularity. Moreover, she usually ended her stream before 3 o'clock, so why was she still on now? The most important thing was, even when Yi Xiao was live, her bosses had always held their ground. There was no sign of them wanting to leave. But tonight, just as Yuan was still analyzing, another message came in. Sister Yuan, it seems that not only the bosses on your side, but also the bosses of those benefit hosts next door have gone to Yi Xiao's livestream. What on earth is she doing? Yuan was a bit angry. Yi Xiao was indeed beautiful, she admitted, but she had never seen her give out any benefits during her livestream. Could it be that she had a breakthrough tonight, also giving the fans a stimulating benefit? If that were the case, she would have to go see just how attractive that benefit was.